On September 1st, at the moment called the Primordial Realm's descent into reality, all players will receive abilities from their characters in the Primordial Realm. Those who were originally just weak gamers in society suddenly possessed power far beyond secular hierarchy, creating an upside-down world. Because of money, power, and bottomless greed, the world fell into great chaos. At that time, Liu Yi made a serious mistake by only playing to relax. The consequence was that when the Primordial Realm truly descended, Liu Yi became weak and eventually was skewered like a fried fish. At that moment, Liu Yi was lucky to be reborn back to the time before the Primordial Realm descended. It is now 7:59 p.m. on July 27. The Primordial Realm is about to officially launch its server. Liu Yi adjusts his glasses, preparing to enter the game. Only 34 days remain until the Primordial Realm descends into reality. Time is running short, and Liu Yi understands clearly that if he wants to stand at the peak, everything must start now. Liu Yi's first destination is not fame or wealth but power. The countdown ends and Liu Yi successfully enters the game. Looking at the scene before his eyes, realistic down to every detail, he knows he must act immediately. Everyone wants to go level up, but no one knows where to level up. Among the crowd, everyone is chatting, but most only mention basic experiences. But Liu Yi, having been reborn, knows everything. Power is the most mysterious and mighty force of the player. It is the boundary that distinguishes super players from ordinary players. Instead of wasting time on those things, Liu Yi decides to head straight to the weapon training ground. In the system of the Primordial Realm, there is no concept of profession, only distinctions in weapon usage. The most important thing is to choose a suitable weapon and achieve 100% proficiency, because that is the key to possessing power. The weapon training ground is a vast place, fully equipped to practice all types of weapons. Liu Yi decides to start with the weapon he likes the most. A blade, although he doesn't yet know which weapon suits him best, he is ready to try each one. After 5 hours of exhausting practice, a notification rings out. Blade proficiency has reached 100%, but Liu Yi suddenly realizes there is nothing else. It seems he is not suited to use the blade. Liu Yi immediately switches to a sword. Outside the weapon training ground, there are two people, a man and a woman, standing and talking about their vivid experiences in the Primordial Realm. The extreme motion of superrealism is already too much. The incredibly realistic sensory stimulation makes it hard for people to stop, and these are all things that low-level players can experience. They wonder what high-level experiences are like once unlocked. Having said that, the two wonder where they have ended up. The young man quickly deduces that this is a weapon experience area. Inside it is spacious, but only Liu Yi is diligently practicing. They also try using a few types of weapons but quickly become bored. Besides notifications that weapon proficiency has increased, they see nothing else. And with the weapon they are trying, they would need to slash 10,000 times to reach 100%. The two give up on weapons, deciding that leveling up is what matters most right now and leave. Liu Yi continues to stay and practice weapons. On the first day, he masters all blades, swords, halberds, trains fully, but still does not obtain power. On the second day, it's the turn of spears, axes, shields, and maces, trained fully, but the result is still the same. On the third day, a group of people pass by discussing level. Some are already level 20, 21. Liu Yi sees that the vast majority of players have reached level 20, while Liu Yi is not only still level 1, but also has not obtained power. He becomes confused, wondering whether he should give up to go level up. But Liu Yi decides to continue searching for power because to become the strongest, one must possess power. Power is the foundation of everything. On the third day, the two players from earlier return to the training area, chatting as they walk. Oh my god. The death penalty in the Primordial Realm is too severe. Their entire level has reset to 0. All the effort of grinding for the past 2 days has been wasted. When they enter, they are surprised to see Liu Yi still there, tirelessly practicing with various weapons, even though going out to fight. Going on adventures, dueling, or challenging statue dungeons would be more fun than training weapons. They suspect, unsure what Liu Yi wants or if there is some secret in it. Or maybe they should try training weapon proficiency up to here. The girl thinks that Liu Yi has been here for 3 days, still in the same state. Even if there is a secret, the time spent is already too long. Most players now have reached levels in the 20s, think how powerful they are. How could Liu Yi ever compare to them? Now even if we casually pick up a weapon and swing it, we could shatter that target in one go, while a single strike doesn't even leave a mark. The girl then leaves. The young man still intends to try but is stopped by her. If you have time, you might as well go level up. Level is what matters most. On the fourth day and the fifth, Liu Yi has mastered 18 types of weapons, trained fully, and obtained the title of Weapon Master. The Weapon Master can freely utilize weapon forms, weapon properties at will. But even so, he still has not obtained power, unless what suits him is a hot weapon. This thought makes Liu Yi pause. Before his rebirth, no one ever said that hot weapons could bring power. Perhaps because the previous players were not of a high enough level to discover it. Or it might be a secret belonging to a higher level. After saying that, Lu Enhat went to the hot weapon training room. Lu Enhat thought that 5 days had passed and most players were already level 30. There are so many types of hot weapons here. If I train them all, I fear the primordial realm would have already disrupted reality. He muttered, do I still want to persevere? But recalling past events, Lu Enhat couldn't give up. Without power, he could never become a top player. At that time, he could only walk the old path, being killed by others before being reborn. After saying that, Lu Enhat practiced with a pistol, shot after shot ringing out. Along with that, notifications of pistol proficiency added bit by bit, drop by drop. The girl from before returned to the weapon training room to see if Lu Enhat was still there. There was no one in the room. She thought he had left. At that moment, a gunshot rang out, making her curious. She stepped into the hot weapon training room. She saw Lu Enhat emitting a green light. A notification sounded. Pistol proficiency reached 100%. Lu Enhat successfully awakened power, attributes of intelligence and physical strength. A new conversion rate appeared, currently 1, meaning his intelligence is now 4 out of 5. Finally, he had obtained power. He now had a sliver of security for the upcoming event. Next, it was time for him to train his level and catch up with the majority of players. Suddenly, Lu Enhat turned around and saw a girl standing at the door, and the blood claw pretended to ignore. Lu Enhat approached and walked past her. The girl blushed. Inwardly, she screamed, Nguyen Tam Engai, why are you nervous? Just ask what happened just now. But she didn't dare ask, so she had to study on her own. Meanwhile, Lu Enhat now had to go to the equipment shop to buy a gun and bullets. Melee weapons also needed to be prepared for emergencies. On the way, 2 young men were discussing how the primordial realm had broken through, with online players reaching 10 million. So fast, it's only been a few days. Can the primordial realm's virtual equipment supply keep up? The first pre-order batch has all arrived, and the second batch will probably take 2 more days. On Lu Enhat's side, buying a gun, a low-grade white pistol costs 500. Normal bullets, 3 boxes for 300. A low-grade white dagger for 200, total 1,000. Hearing the price made Lu Enhat's spirit reel. God, that's way too expensive. Primordial coins are in-game money. The exchange rate to real money is 1, so that's 1,000 real money. This game not only does beginner gear not come free, it's sold for a full 1,000 bucks. The primordial realm is simply exploiting outrageously. That said, the Weapon Master title can utilize weapon models at will with special weapon properties. With this title, Lu Enhat can break the power restriction. Only matching weapons can be used. At the Secret Realm Company, recorded secret realms are self-created scenes uploaded by players for a fee, providing a place for other players. The challenge, victorious players obtain exclusive secret realms, all primordial coins in the reward pool. The prize money and experience rewards corresponding to the amount of primordial coins. If the challenge fails, the challenge fee enters the scene's pool, like a unique prize box. The higher the base of the reward pool, the higher the ranking of the mirror image on the leaderboard. Currently on the mirror image leaderboard, number 1 is a reward of 432,369 by player Nhu Loi Dang Truong. Level 30, Guild New Order. Ranked number 2. Reward 334,798, player Bad Guy Has Come to Me. Level 30, Guild New Order. Ranked number 3, reward 241,235, player Kindergarten Ringleader. Level 30, Guild Sanctuary. In the Secret Realm Challenge, there are 2 conditions. First, the challenger's level must be at least 5 levels lower than the mirror image being challenged. Second, pay 10% of the base in the scene's reward pool as a challenge fee. Lu Enhat thought that with only level 1 but having power, he could challenge above his level. Coming here is most suitable. As he was thinking, someone came outside. Failed again, the difficulty of the scenes is too perverted. Not only is there no money, but after failing the challenge, the level you worked hard to train is reset to 0. Another person comforted. That's still a good thing. If you die in the Ice Ruins secret realm, not only your level but your equipment also goes to 0. The 2 sat down on chairs in a daze. Seeing Lu Enhat arrive, they said, Huang Tu, look, another level 1 player coming to challenge the mirror image. And equipped with a pistol as a weapon. Hot weapons in the primordial realm are the least favored weapons. Huang Tu saw that he didn't even have enough equipment, and was a newbie player wanting to experience the mirror image secret realm. These types of people basically end up losing all their challenge fees. Then, goodbye, not the person we're looking for. On Lu Enhat's side, he was carefully selecting an opponent. A notification sounded asking, do you want to choose a player from this world and set up a mirror image as the opponent? Lu Enhat pondered, so he had to choose a level grinding combat method. Lu Enhat recalled his past of being ridiculed. In reality, he was afraid of fighting. Even in the game, he still feared. There were people who had attacked and taunted Lu Enhat, making him a laughingstock. Thinking so, Lu Enhat's hand clenched into a fist. Determined to be different from before, to conquer challenges and overcome his own fears. A notification sounded, deducting 100 yuan for the challenge fee. The teleportation process begins. The challenge countdown begins. Lu Enhat has arrived at the challenge location, facing "This world is not gentle." A notification appeared. Level is 5, weapon is blade, equipment is beginner's coat. Lu Enhat was a bit nervous because this was the first time he actively engaged in combat with another person. His legs began to tremble, he slapped his thigh hard to calm himself. The challenge began, the opponent swung a blade to attack Lu Enhat first. Startled, he dodged and counterattacked with a gunshot. However, the opponent immediately knocked the gun out of Lu Enhat's hand. Fortunately, he still had his blade with him to block the next attack. Lu Enhat felt an unusual unease, unable to understand why he didn't dare to fight with full force. Even though he had been given a chance of rebirth from heaven, fear still hindered him. Lu Enhat had to resort to the weapon master title with a short blade that had a conversion property. Lu Enhat regained his confidence, unleashing moves with full vitality. The short blade struck, aiming straight at the opponent. The enemy's blade broke in half and then dissolved. Meanwhile, Lu Enhat stood firm, looking ahead with renewed determination. Indeed, the weapon master title allowed Lu Enhat to break through the limitation. It's just that the additional attack power was only half that of a handgun. A congratulatory notification. Lu Enhat defeated "This World is Not Gentle," obtaining 1,000 yuan, plus 1,000 experience. A series of level-up notifications kept popping up. Lu Enhat cursed, unable to believe he had won while his body was still shaking. In the main hall of the Mirror Statue Secret Realm, Huang Tu and his teammates were searching for clues. The challenge mechanism of this place was originally too harsh, making success nearly impossible for ordinary players. Mostly only members of large guilds could overcome it. Therefore, Huang Tu persisted in finding a way to pass the trial. While they were still discussing, Lu Enhat suddenly appeared. The companion recognized Lu Enhat and was astonished to learn that he had successfully challenged with almost no equipment. Lu Enhat even defeated a mirror statue 5 levels higher than himself. This was hard for them to believe. Huang Tu urgently said, "It's him, quickly borrow funds from Hao Ho Avine." Huang Tu and his companion finished discussing, had already obtained the funds, and decided to lock onto Lu Enhat to see which mirror statue he would choose and start a match. For his current level, Lu Enhat had reached level 5, experience 0,500, and other attributes had all grown strongly. He continued searching for another mirror statue to challenge. Huang Tu and the companion couldn't help but be curious, so they quickly prepared to see whom Lu Enhat would choose as his next opponent. But when they saw Lu Enhat's choice, they couldn't believe their eyes. Huang Tu rubbed his eyes. "I must be seeing things." Huang Tu, no doubt about it. Lu Enhat chose Nhu Loi Dang Triuan, a level 10 mirror entity, one of the most powerful and hardest to defeat among all level 10 opponents. Huang Tu slumped to the ground, feeling as if all his strength had left him, completely devastated because he couldn't understand why Lu Enhat had chosen such a difficult opponent. The young man with him clutched his head and stammered, Are we still opening the match?" Huang Tu, crying as he answered, "In for a penny, in for a pound. We have no choice but to open it." But he absolutely could not let anyone know about this, otherwise it would affect their bets. At the Primordial Realm betting table, news of the match between Lu Enhat and Nhu Loi Dang Triuan spread rapidly. Everyone buzzed with discussion, incessantly asking about the person who dared to challenge the strongest level 10 mirror entity, the one widely acknowledged as unbeatable. Some people sneered at Lu Enhat, thinking he was just a newbie carrying a white-tier weapon. No equipment to speak of, yet he dared to challenge such a formidable opponent as Nhu Loi. Meanwhile, Huang Tu and his companion were weeping over this match. The bets had already reached 200,000, and all of it was placed on Nhu Loi to win. Huang Tu couldn't stop crying, rubbing his eyes and biting his shirt because he couldn't accept Lu Enhat's decision. But even if they wanted to change it, they couldn't. The match had already started and they could only watch. In the Mirror Entity Challenge space, the two players appeared. The level 10 Nhu Loi Dang Truong with a blade and the resilience combo, and Lu Enhat. The challenge countdown began. As soon as it started, Lu Enhat took his dagger and stabbed himself in the thigh. Blood flowed from his thigh down his leg, making him feel more at ease. The match was incredibly intense. The power of the two combatants created powerful shockwaves, cracking and shattering everything around them. Once again, Lu Enhat's gun was knocked away, but he was not panicked at all. Nhu Loi continued to press the attack with a powerful blade strike. Lu Enhat quickly used his ultimate skill, Veiling Force Dagger Assault, swiftly sliding past the opponent to counterattack. At this moment, Lu Enhat realized that he had chosen an opponent far too strong, nearly impossible to defeat. He blamed himself for not thinking it through, but he couldn't give up either. He had to fight, he couldn't let fear stop him. With surging determination, Lu Enhat launched a powerful attack against his opponent, quickly dodging incoming strikes and retrieving his gun to continue fighting. Every shot, every attack forced the opponent to retreat. A notification rang out, announcing that Lu Enhat's awakening force had reached its maximum level, once again breaking through the desperate situation he faced. The final gunshot caused Nhu Loi's head to disappear in an instant, while Lu Enhat was also drained of HP and awakening force. After defeating Nhu Loi Dang Truong, Lu Enhat received a reward of 15,768 primordial coins and 15,768 experience points. He simultaneously reached level 13, with significant attribute growth. After the match, a series of subsequent notifications sounded, and Lu Enhat received a skill upgrade choice. With the skill at level 10, he could choose between Vitality Recovery and Vitality Invasion. Each choice had its own advantages, making Lu Enhat stronger in future battles. Vitality Recovery allows the target to heal a certain amount of health. The healing rate is 1 point of awakening force for 100 points of health. With each level increase, 1 point of awakening force recovers an additional 10 health points. With every 10 level increases, the number of people healed increases by 1. Vitality Invasion inflicts 25 points of damage on the target per second for 10 seconds, consuming 1 point of awakening force. With each level increase, each point of awakening force can inflict 10 damage. Every 5 levels, the number of targets that can be attacked increases by 1. Outside, Kwang Tu and his companion were surrounded by the crowd. People demanded their bets back, because they were absolutely certain that Lu Enhat would lose the match against Nhu Loi Dang Truong. Don't think that forcefully logging out will solve the problem. If anyone dares to log out of the game, I will use the personal information you left in the back garden to find you in the real world. Kwang Tu, panicked and clutching his head, asked the crowd if they could surrender and lose half to minimize the damage. Someone in the crowd confidently replied that Nhu Loi Dang Truong would definitely win, so there was no way to surrender. Kwang Tu still couldn't understand. How could they be so sure? Well, why not? Don't tell me you're saying Nhu Loi could lose. If the mirror entity Nhu Loi loses, I'll do a headstand and eat shit. As soon as the words left his mouth, the announcement of Lu Enhat's victory rang out, causing the people who had just bet on Nhu Loi to turn to stone, mouths agape. Kwang Tu stood up fiercely, no longer in a position of weakness. Who just said they'd do a headstand and eat shit? Meanwhile, Lu Enhat had left the challenge space and his skill panel appeared before him. At that moment in the real world, Lu Enhat's little sister called him to come out and eat. Their stir-fried winter melon today, your favorite. Lu Enhat sat down at the dining table. His sister was busy setting out the food while he was thinking about the 2 skills he had to choose between. One focused on healing, one focused on offense. He weighed the 2 skills, one being Vitality Recovery, which helps heal wounds and increase health. One is Vital Penetration, which increases damage to opponents. 1 point of Perception Force can increase attack power by 50 points. Vital Penetration, although it momentarily reduces attack by 25 points, adds up to a total of around 250 points. Regarding Vital Recovery, it heals after the primal realm descends into reality. In practice, using this skill can recover wounds along with the infections they bring. If possible, this will be the hottest skill in the future. Moreover, later when entering dangerous level desolate secret realms, it will definitely be indispensable. Having healing skills will make it easier to form parties. He put down his chopsticks. His decision to stop eating surprised his younger sister, since every day he would eat 3 times that amount. So she immediately started thinking of a plan to find herself a sister-in-law, because she saw that leaving her brother idle was truly too dangerous. Meanwhile, on Kwang Tu's side, a person in the crowd was hugging his leg and crying, begging to get back half the money because it was his entire fortune. Without it, he would not be able to survive. Kwang Tu sneered, wanting to shake him off. If you had agreed to surrender half earlier, you might even be in profit now. But what was your choice? Kwang Tu was about to continue when suddenly someone punched him straight in the face. The loss of the Nhu Loi mirror image of the new level has just been dealt with. How do you plan to compensate us? The person in charge of the mirror image space from the New Order Guild, Ga Quan, came to quell the disturbance. Kwang Tu was frightened and explained that Liu Yi was not one of his people. He only opened a game match and did not know Liu Yi would choose to challenge the Nhu Loi mirror image. Ga Quan angrily thought that the one who benefited the most was Kwang Tu, thinking he could shirk responsibility, but it is better to talk in reality a bit. Kwang Tu fearfully begged for mercy and wanted to give all the money he earned to Ga Quan. But Ga Quan said no need with an extremely dangerous expression. I just need you to help me with a few small things. You can help, right? Meanwhile, Liu Yi had returned to the game. He immediately chose the Vital Recovery skill. Overall strategy evaluation +10, Checking player stats and combat power has exceeded 10. The combat power system is now open. Calculation complete. Liu Yi has combat power 15.6. Achieved the title Lowly Warrior. The Lowly Warrior has the right to increase all attributes by 1. Liu Yi thought this was originally a reward that only appeared when a single attribute exceeded 100. Right after obtaining the Lowly Warrior title, not only did he directly gain a 100% bonus to all attributes, doubling his own attributes. Although only level 13, the actual effect equals attributes of level 26. Having said that, Liu Yi looked at the ranking board and saw the person at 6th place with a bounty of up to 152,475 was the player Nhu Loi Dang Truong. Level 20, Liu Yi wondered if with his current strength he could face this person. He felt this would be a considerable challenge, but also a good opportunity to test his strength after making significant progress. Without hesitation, Liu Yi decided to choose Nhu Loi Dang Truong as his next opponent, considering it a real test of strength. In the Primal Realm chat box, everyone was buzzing about Liu Yi's unbelievable victory in defeating the level 10 Nhu Loi mirror image. This scene made not a few people doubt their own eyes, for who would have thought that a level 5 player like Liu Yi could achieve this? Some people had bet big on Nhu Loi, now left with nothing but disappointment as they left empty-handed. When the next match was opened between level 13 Liu Yi and level 20 Nhu Loi Dang Truong, everyone was curious who was behind this decision. Curious person in the group immediately revealed that it was the person in charge of the mirror image space in the New Life arena, and also bet on Liu Yi to win. With an amount up to 300,000, everyone began to wait for the result, all eagerly anticipating. At the entrance of the mirror image space, Huang Tu and his companion were also endlessly worried. Huang Tu, Ga Quan only told you to spread the word, not to bet. Why did you bet again? And all of it on that fake person. Huang Tu, although somewhat afraid, still appeared confident that Liu Yi would win. Huang Tu reasoned that if Ga Quan wanted to influence him, he could not possibly obtain power within the new order, so there was nothing to worry about. Ga Quan wanted to spread the word so that everyone would bet all their money on Liu Yi. Huang Tu knew this generally was not a good thing. In the challenge space, the time had begun to count down. When the match started, Nhu Loi Dang Truong, with a majestic appearance and weapons being dual blades with light armor, advanced appeared to be a very strong opponent. Liu Yi, with weapons being a short knife and a gun, along with novice equipment, was somewhat disadvantaged in terms of gear and experience. He calculated very carefully about his perception force, and knew that just one chance to launch a fatal blow would put the possibility of victory in his hand. Right at the start, Liu Yi immediately fired a shot at the opponent's head, but Nhu Loi managed to block and counterattack with powerful slashes. Gunshots rang out continuously, the atmosphere became tense. Liu Yi felt the increase in power and knew that he was no longer suppressed as before. He smugly thought that he had grown much stronger than before. Suddenly, Nhu Loi spoke. A level 1 player like you dares to attack me. Lu Enhat involuntarily felt fear and stepped back. This feeling panicked him as if facing an enemy from the past. His legs trembled again. Lu Enhat wondered if he had enough courage to keep fighting. After a moment of confusion, Lu Enhat realized that if he didn't dare to advance, he would never be able to grow. He decided to make a move, quickly pinning his opponent's neck, pressing the gun to their head and declaring that he had matured. One final shot ended the match. Nhu Loi, the level 20 boss, was defeated. This time, Lu Enhat received 152,478 primordial coins, plus 152,478 experience, along with a series of level-up notifications. Notification: conditions for reaching level 20 met, officially unlocking the level 20 skill branch. At that moment, Lu Enhat left the challenge area, went outside, and was certain that he had not only matured but also pulled ahead of the other players. In the betting activity room, crowds of players screamed in awe at Lu Enhat's awesomeness. Unbelievable, he really is a god of wealth. We must worship him. Many young guys also cried because they hadn't bet on him earlier. Now they wanted to bet another round but had no coins left. At that moment, Huang Tu's companion realized something important. Ga Quan had done that on purpose to convince everyone to bet on Lu Enhat. After defeating Nhu Loi, the level 20 boss, Lu Enhat could reach level 22-23 and have a chance to challenge the level 30 mirror image. The match against the level 30 mirror image would certainly be difficult, but if he could win, the rewards would be immensely generous. But Huang Tu wondered, how could Ga Quan guarantee that level 30 Nhu Loi could defeat Lu Enhat? But if so, wouldn't Lu Enhat's next challenge against level 30 Nhu Loi be extremely dangerous? Sure enough, Lu Enhat went to challenge the level 30 mirror image just as Ga Quan had anticipated. He felt that he had not only matured but was also several steps ahead of everyone else. If the earlier battle couldn't prove it, Then he would use this method to showcase his talent, challenging the level 30 mirror image, the invincible one under heaven. Any master who dared to challenge it was sent back to zero. The title of Invincible was not for nothing. It was said that the New Order Guild had even declared it a world-class game clear achievement because of this mirror image. And at this moment, Lu Enhat had already decided to start the battle. Gakwan smugly opened a betting table to make money. Huang Tu was also drawn in at this moment, but he actually bet on Lu Enhat, making his companion facepalm helplessly. Why did you bet again? This is clearly a trap. On the battlefield, Nhu Loi, the level 30 boss, wielded a blade and wore sturdy armor, looking majestic. Meanwhile, Lu Enhat only wore ordinary gear with a beginner combo. As soon as the battle started, Nhu Loi launched a move so fast that Lu Enhat couldn't react. His entire health bar plummeted shockingly fast. He quickly regained his composure and recovered his strength. As soon as he pushed Nhu Loi back to a distance, Lu Enhat grabbed his gun and fired a barrage of bullets. Nhu Loi dodged them all. Then he swiftly lunged forward and slashed with a blade strike. Lu Enhat crossed his arms to block, but his recovery speed couldn't keep up with the rate of punishment he was taking. He was sent flying backwards. Lu Enhat pushed off the ground and rolled away to dodge the slash. He jumped far back to widen the gap, thinking of a way to respond. Level 30 really is something else. Even though he enhanced his gravity punch, he was still completely suppressed. But if Nhu Loi only had this level of strength, then victory was certain. Lu Enhat had just learned the new skill blessing, which boosts a target's attributes and randomly removes one abnormal status effect on the target for 1 minute. If his level couldn't match, he would use all his attributes to compensate. It consumed 400 energy of consciousness, but all attributes increased by 200 for 1 minute. Lu Enhat's entire body radiated a power unlike before, his eyes like a hungry tiger, as he charged at Nhu Loi. In this 1 minute, he absolutely had to take him down. It wasn't for nothing that level 30 Nhu Loi was called Invincible. Because he had reached the level 30 cap for players, no one below that level could possibly defeat him. If someone truly could win, that meant they at least possessed the strongest potential and an invincible constitution. Back to the battle. Nhu Loi was still dodging each bullet, but this time he couldn't dodge the last one, taking a bullet right in the chest. Nhu Loi had no strength to resist, taking several more shots that riddled his body like a honeycomb. He gritted his teeth in fury, then suddenly his whole body recovered as if nothing had happened. Lu Enhat finally understood why no one could beat him. Far surpassing the attributes of his level, and near death he had a passive death immunity skill. Who the hell could beat that? Only absolute power overwhelming him could possibly win. Both sides returned to their initial state, but it would come down to whether the duration of Lu Enhat's blessing or his death immunity ran out first. He raised his gun and fired relentlessly, blessings countdown at half a minute left. Lu Enhat could not lose. Not for the reward, but to surpass his past self from his previous life. He would bid farewell to his former insecure self who couldn't seize destiny and become stronger and stronger. In the last seconds, a bullet lodged in Nhu Loi's head. It seemed to be his weak point, and in an instant he collapsed to the ground. At that moment, Lu Enhat recalled his past life when he heard about the strongest potential and invincible aptitude. Those two things were never related to him. Back then, he believed that people possessing these two things were not in the same world as him. They are here and we are there. Now Lu Enhat no longer thought that way. The challenge ended and he received over 400,000 experience and currency. His combat power increased significantly. Gakwan crushed the glass of coke in his hand, not believing his eyes. Suddenly his gaze shifted up and down, full of calculation. His face returned to a calm expression but concealed danger. Meanwhile, Kwang Tu was a big fan, admiring his own eye for talent. The young man with him hurriedly urged Kwang Tu to log out and pack up, in case they got dragged into a ransom demand. At that moment, in Lu Enhat's real-life residence, his little sister's voice called in, "Brother, are you hungry? Do you want me to cook you a bowl of noodles?" Today Lu Enhat was in a great mood and invited his sister to go eat barbecue. She was half doubtful when she saw him earning money from the game, but getting to eat barbecue after so many days of instant noodles, she quickly adapted. Today Lu Enhat went on a live shopping platform to hunt for sales, but the item would only arrive in 2 months, and the primal world was only 24 days away from descending into reality. He couldn't wait. Street shops had no stock. Could it be that heaven had decreed he couldn't obtain player status? If that's the case, then there's no choice but to try harder. Meanwhile, his sister Lu Van and her best friend Hong Nimso were walking on the street, attracting countless gazes. One would think they were some long-legged supermodels on a film shoot. Nimso was curious why Lu Van had called her out today, while Lu Van was still preoccupied thinking about how to introduce herself to her brother. That girl had both a great figure and a wealthy background. Her character was even several times better than her own. Lu Van thought and then smiled foolishly. Nothing, I just missed you and wanted to hang out. By the way, have you been busy lately? I haven't seen you active in the group for a while. While probing, Lu Van hoped that Neem-so didn't have a boyfriend. She absolutely must be Lu En-hat's. Neem-so sighed when Lu Van asked about this. She vented, I'm being forced by my family to play an online game. Lu Van was stunned, unsure whether she should continue matchmaking this connection for her brother. Meanwhile, at a karaoke bar, the real-life Gakwan was venting his anger on a girl. Do I need your comfort? Who the hell are you to pity me? As he spoke, he kicked the girl hard. The bystanders were outraged, but no one dared intervene, because the moment they uttered half a word, he would yell at them. What are you waiters jumping around for? The guys immediately turned and fled. After venting, Gakwan let out a heavy sigh. Just then, a phone call came. He picked up and asked the person on the other end, have you found the address? Unexpectedly, right after listening, he started shouting again. Not yet, damn it, you took the money and don't know how to work. The other end lowered their voice. Listen to me first. After explaining, Gakwan asked again. The method you mentioned can really get his address. Absolutely no problem. Hearing that, Gakwan agreed. As long as they found Lu En-hat's real-life identity, not a single penny would be missing for them. At this time, Lu En-hat had entered the mirror image secret realm. The highest mirror image was only level 30, and at his current level, there were no more mirror images for him to challenge. Next, to continue leveling up, Lu En-hat could only do so through this ice ruin dungeon. While walking, he suddenly remembered that he was wearing completely crappy gear. At least he should upgrade to look somewhat decent. Lu En-hat went to the equipment selling and crafting area. The lowest price was at least 5,000 DA. He stared at the price with a dumbfounded expression and left. The weakness of leveling up in the mirror image dungeon was already known to Lu En-hat. That is, you could not obtain dungeon essence to craft equipment. If he reached level 28 through the ice ruin dungeon, the dungeon essence obtained would be enough to craft a full set of level 20 blue equipment. Although the money on him was enough to buy a set of level 20 equipment, Lu En-hat wasn't well off. For now, he still had to use money for real-life expenses. First of all, he still had to go to the ice ruin dungeon and find a party to level up. In the square, countless players were looking for teammates. Meanwhile, the 3 new order guilds that challenged the level 40 chaos zone with 10-man difficulty failed, so the entire team went back to level 0. Their equipment was also completely lost. In just a moment, from the top team of Origin World back to the starting point, it was truly miserable. There were also rumors that because one team member obtained the Extreme Situation achievement, he killed everyone else in the team. After all, that reward was 10 times the normal amount. Who wouldn't have ambition? The party models here included 5, 10, 20 people as well as unlimited models. Once you enter the Ice Ruin dungeon, only victory allows you to come out. Otherwise, you die. And death in Origin World means returning to the starting line. Therefore, the selection of teammates and the choice of difficulty for each Ice Ruin dungeon were extremely cautious. With his current strength, Lu En-hat was qualified to enter the level 30 dungeon with a 10-man party. On this basis, he would lower it by 1 level, looking for a 10-man level 25 party or a 5-man level 30 dungeon. Unexpectedly, everywhere Lu En-hat went, he was rejected. If it wasn't because they required level 30, then it was because his equipment was too poor. The most ridiculous reason was that the party did not accept outsiders, only people of the same bloodline. Lu En-hat had been rejected for half the day, clutching his head in frustration. I have defeated the level 30 mirror image expert Nhu Loy. Don't judge me by my equipment and level, he sighed gloomily. Could it be that he really had to start from the lowest dungeon, get some equipment, and only then enter high-level dungeons? Just when Lu En-hat had accepted reality, someone proactively invited him. Our team happens to be short 1 person, would you like to join? Chicken Shop put on a friendly face, wanting to form a 10-man party with Lu En-hat to enter the level 35 danger zone. For some reason, Lu En-hat felt he looked very familiar, but he couldn't remember right away. Seeing him standing there dumbstruck, Chicken Shop pretended to turn away. Not interested, then I'll find someone else. No. I agree. Lu En-hat scratched his head and followed him. This level 35 danger zone with 10-man difficulty had its entrance outside Mohu City. It was located in the middle of Mohu Mountain. Those with poor economic conditions had to walk to the entrance. If you were well off and had money to spare, you could go directly to the location through the Ice Ruin Dungeon Gate, like Lu En-hat's current party. The others were visibly annoyed when they saw Chicken Shop had found him. They said he was too casual in his search, and ended up bringing a newbie who still used a hot weapon. Lu En-hat was dazzled observing their full-body equipment emitting purple light, because that indicated that at least half of their equipment was ranked. Unbeatable, such good gear, Lu En-hat also wanted to have it. A young man leading the group signaled, Enough people, let's go, I want to reach level 40 today. A shaved-headed guy ran over, put his arm around his shoulder and begged. If you reach level 40, won't you be replacing all that gear on you? Give me a few pieces. All right. You give me your secondary weapon. You can pick any 3 pieces from the equipment on me. The whole group walked off, leaving Lu Enhat, the poor kid, behind. They all laughed uproariously. Inside the dungeon was a defense type. Chicken Shop immediately signaled for everyone to surround the protection crystal to deploy defenses. If anyone let a living monster approach the crystal and cause the completion rate to drop, that person would have to make up for the damage. Lu Enhat pondered and assessed the situation. The teleportation gate was slowly closing. Their mission was to protect 3 dark energy hydro crystals with 100% integrity. If integrity dropped to 0%, the mission would fail directly. Lu Enhat's sharp ears twitched when he heard strange sounds. The monsters had arrived. He looked up into the distance, where the sky and earth were shrouded in dust. A horde of huge, fierce insects rushed to surround them. The shaved-headed guy let out a scornful laugh and said to Lu Enhat, "Newbie, stand close to the crystal, don't get killed by the monsters." He wielded his double axe and powerfully chopped down 3 monsters in front of him. The others also took down many monsters, no less than him. Not only that, their coordination was very smooth, showing they had cooperated for a long time. While fighting monsters, Chicken Shop glanced at the guy with the red sword and signaled something. That guy then deliberately dodged a monster, making it charge straight toward Lu Enhat. Lu Enhat at that moment was still busy analyzing the party. Although they were very coordinated, their actual skill level was only average. At that moment, he drew his blade and slashed the monster cleanly, not letting them approach the crystal. The first wave of attacks ended, and the second wave would begin in 10 minutes. The monsters were teleported away, and those guys sat around praising Lu Enhat. "You don't look it, but you're a master. Wearing beginner gear, yet you can take down a monster 10 levels higher." The red-haired guy then pretended to hold his face and lament. "If Tiudine hadn't suddenly disappeared and left a hole in our defense, I wouldn't have failed." At first, Lin suggested letting Lu Enhat join our defense, so we could complete the mission without any gaps. Someone even wanted to invite you to replace that person named Tiudine as a permanent member. So bro, what do you think? Join us, and from now on going into dungeons will save you time finding a team. Once we're in sync, we can even challenge high-level dungeons. Lu Enhat's face lit up with joy, and the henchman turned to ask Ga Quan for his opinion. He then put on a benevolent smile like a bodhisattva. "All right, but if you want to join our team, you need to provide your real phone number and address for contact. This is to prevent a situation like Tiudine." He lamented how hard it was to build up gear and synergy, and in the end Tiudine vanished, leaving the team with a weak spot. "If you join, we hope you understand." Lu Enhat pondered deeply. The other guys exchanged smirks, waiting for him to fall into their trap. Unexpectedly, Lu Enhat said, "So this is the real reason you invited me to the party. In such a crowded square, they picked you out of everyone." After entering the dungeon, they went all out, showing brotherly friendship and strength to make Lu Enhat admire them. Finally, they revealed the team's vulnerability, releasing a monster for you to show your power. From there, they invited you to join, and from there they could easily trick Lu Enhat into giving his real information. What a cunning plan, wrapped in warmth and humanity. Lu Enhat remembered that Ga Quan was the person in charge of the spatial mirror in the New Order Guild. Other players had told stories about a player who defeated the level 20 NHU Loi mirror image and got tricked into giving his real address. In real life, he was kidnapped and forced to work in a karaoke bar and still hasn't been released. And Lu Enhat had defeated the level 30 NHU Loi. No wonder he caught Ga Quan's eye. So he went to the trouble of staging this brotherhood drama to get your real-life address. The thugs exchanged glances, ready to strike, but Ga Quan restrained himself remarkably. "Why is that? Have you misunderstood something?" Lu Enhat drew his gun, unwilling to play along any longer. "You haven't misunderstood anything. I just pretended to follow you into the dungeon to see what you really wanted. But once I knew the true purpose, Lu Enhat lost all interest in acting. Because you are enemies, and enemies must be dealt with immediately." Ga Quan this time didn't play dumb. He angrily walked up to Lu Enhat. Eyes wide, he exuded an overwhelming aura, his henchmen closing in. "You intend to take on all 9 of us here." The big guy wielding a blade charged first. Lu Enhat just stood still, consuming 30 points of stamina. That guy immediately gushed blood, his head flying far away. The 8 remaining men panicked and exchanged glances in the slow-motion scene that just happened. How could that be? In just an instant, from the body of that large thug, a blue loot orb appeared. This thing only appears after killing a player, and can randomly draw 1 piece of equipment from the opponent. Lu Enhat happened to be short on equipment, and now 9 loot orbs presented themselves. How could he waste them? Gakwan gritted his teeth and ordered the whole gang to rush and gang up on Liu Enhat. But Liu Enhat wanted a quick fight and quick victory, so he decided to activate the all-attribute blessing. If possible, Liu Enhat originally did not want to kill any player. It was no different from robbing their ability to survive in the apocalypse. But at times like this, he had no choice. If Liu Van, his younger sister, did not have the power of a player, Liu Enhat's current strength would not be enough to protect her. Therefore, Liu Enhat could not afford any mistakes, besides seizing every opportunity to become stronger by the minute. He also had to crush any enemy that could kill him while they were still weak. That Gakwan had been throwing his weight around for a long time because he had a powerful backer in the real world and was a top-tier player in the game. But so what? Liu Enhat would trample over his corpse and those of his accomplices to crawl to the mountain top. Gakwan, seeing several of his underlings already sent off, stood frozen on the spot. He didn't understand where the mistake lay. In terms of equipment and level, they were all superior to him, yet they couldn't fight back. He gritted his teeth and threatened, "Not bad strength. No wonder you could defeat the level 30 Thunder Mirror Image. But you have to think carefully. If you lose more people, you won't be able to clear this secret realm." It doesn't matter. Liu Enhat had already calculated everything. He could return to the Mirror Image secret realm to level up. At most, it would only take a day. But they could not defeat the Mirror Image in that time. Gakwan again resorted to calling on his friends from all over to surround Liu Enhat so he couldn't enter the Mirror Image secret realm. But Liu Enhat only laughed. Then a bullet lodged into the head of the thug standing next to Gakwan, leaving him stunned. The dog-headed thug turned to flee but was also caught in the scope. The remaining two were killed in quick succession. Gakwan recalled that his superior had tasked him with maintaining dominance in Nuyen Jioi. As long as he had that, whatever he did would be supported. But once their weakness was exposed, the superior would not only withdraw all support, but would also hold them accountable for all the mistakes they had made. Now only Gakwan was left to face Liu Enhat alone. He suddenly fell to his knees and begged, "No, please don't kill me." Liu Enhat frowned. Gakwan offered a deal. If his life was spared, he would tell Liu Enhat a super secret related to Nuyen Jioi. The corner of Liu Enhat's mouth curled up. "Oh, tell me then." "No, you have to agree first." In the end, Liu Enhat sent him right back to the starting line. If he wouldn't talk, fine. Liu Enhat didn't want to know. But Gakwan hadn't given up yet. He struggled to his feet. Liu Enhat was surprised he was still alive, but the 10 minutes were almost up, and the second wave of attacks was about to begin. Gakwan kept rambling, guessing that Liu Enhat also knew a part of the secret of Nuyen Jioi. Otherwise, he couldn't have become so powerful. Although he couldn't fight Liu Enhat, he could report Liu Enhat's situation to the higher-ups. Then Liu Enhat would become a target of many other forces. On top of that, after clearing this secret realm, Liu Enhat might drop back to level 1. Facing people with at least double digits in each tier like us dealing with you, the chance for you to grow again would be extremely small. If so, the advantage that your secret could bring would be gone. Let me go, I'll tell you the secret I know, then we can cooperate. With your strength and mine, plus I've prepared enough recovery potions, we still have hope of clearing this secret realm. Gakwan persuaded for half a day, but Liu Enhat didn't take it in, who said he would die. He thought Liu Enhat was truly crazy. No equipment and only level 28, no matter how strong, it was hopeless. Liu Enhat shrugged. "Then you can watch me clear the stage. If you can live that long." Gakwan was dumbfounded, not understanding. Liu Enhat wasn't afraid of lacking equipment because they had gifted him this pile of blue loot orbs. Liu Enhat eagerly opened the orbs to draw equipment, wondering what he would get from those 8 worthless lives. Liu Enhat appeared in a new set of black clothes. He stepped out of the cloud of dust with a serious expression. Thanks to the tight-fitting outfit, Liu Enhat's arms showed every defined muscle. The system panel updated. Attributes: Defense plus 20, Spirit Resistance plus 5, Speed plus 12, Constitution plus 13, Intelligence plus 15, required level 30, Tier 5. The system continued to display the attributes of his outer jacket. Speed Combat Special Ops Outfit, Attributes, Defense, Spirit Resistance, Strength. Speed, Constitution all gained bonus points. Then it announced the gloves that Liu Enhat had just put on. Lightweight Special Ops Gloves, Attributes, Defense. Spirit Resistance, Perception, Constitution gained bonus points. New shoes appeared on his feet. Speed Combat Special Ops Boots, Attributes, Defense, Spirit Resistance, Speed, Perception increased from 5 to 20 points. Hokwang Blade. A sharp blade with a slender edge. Attack power increased by a whopping 160 points. Strength increased by 20, Skill, Weight reduction, Equipment level requirement reduced by 5. The system started reporting the attribute points one by one. Player has reached level 28. Attribute experience, Attack power, Defense power, Resistance, Strength, Speed, Constitution, Intelligence, Perception. Distributable attributes, none. Cognitive power, 354 out of 564. The system added, current combat power rating is 46. After the system finished its notification, Lu Enhat held the blade and smiled at the person opposite him. "Thank you for your generosity." He raised an eyebrow and continued, "With this equipment set, my strength has at least tripled. But it also proves how useless you all are." Amid the hazy desert filled with dust and smoke, Lu Enhat finished his sentence. "Even with such good equipment, you still couldn't beat me." Gaka's eyes widened. He was completely dumbfounded by this unexpected turn of events. But in just a moment, he regained his composure, clenched his teeth, and glared fiercely at Lu Enhat. Immediately he shouted, "No, even so you can't clear the secret realm alone." "Impossible." The monsters of the secret realm were already charging close to them. A leading one quickly leaped toward Tin with its mouth wide open. In one swift move, Lu Enhat swung his blade and easily sliced the monster into many pieces. The young man chuckled a few times with a very relaxed expression. The following monsters charged straight at Lu Enhat one after another. With just a few gentle swings of the blade, the pursuing monsters were chopped into many fragments. He rested the blade on his shoulder and looked at it with admiring eyes. Lu Enhat thought happily to himself, "Now that I have this blade, dealing with these worms no longer requires cognitive power." The monsters that hadn't been cut continued to rush over, forming a circle surrounding Lu Enhat in the center. The blade swiftly swept across, cutting into them cleanly. The corpses of the monsters Lu Enhat had cut were used to form a circle, leaving him and Tin in the center. Lu Enhat slashed a few more times, and their corpses piled up into a small mountain. Lu Enhat's HP bar above his head was now depleted. However, the equipment set he was wearing began to emit a faint green light, and in a flash, the HP bar and TP were restored. On the other side, Gaka was struggling barehanded against several monsters charging at him. He couldn't help but shout at Lu Enhat while fighting, "You really do have quick recovery potions, but how many do you have so I will definitely outlive you?" Gaka watched Lu Enhat's fluid figure slashing monsters and called out to him, "Hey, I'll be here watching how you die from your arrogance." At that moment, Lu Enhat had just batted away a monster that lunged at his face. Hearing the person below making noise, he smirked and turned to tease him. "Shut up." Then he swung his hand and continued slashing monsters. Lu Enhat left the other with an arrogant remark, "Since you called me a nag, I won't let you off either." Gaka heard those words, gritted his teeth in anger and yelled, "You!" Suddenly a golden object flew toward him. Gaka raised his hand to block in front of his face. Seeing that the golden object was another monster flying at him, he had no time to provoke Lu Enhat. Lu Enhat's HP bar went from full to empty, then the equipment set quickly restored him. After a few swings of Lu Enhat's blade, HP ran out again, and the equipment set continued to recover even as he kept swinging. This recovery process repeated endlessly without a single second's delay. After a long while, the corpses of the secret realm monsters had piled up into mountains after mountain. Gaka looked at the scene before him and muttered, "How is this possible? How can you have so many quick recovery potions? Unbelievable." At that moment, a monster lunged and bit Gaka's arm, causing his HP bar to rapidly plummet to the bottom. But he still remained dazed, lost in thought. "The amount you've used absolutely exceeds the limit a player can carry." Then when he opened the system panel to search for potions and saw the empty item slots, Gaka thought helplessly, "Damn, I'm out of blood again." He stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Gaka shouted desperately, "Potion!" But it was too late because the other monsters had already started charging toward him. Gradually, more and more monsters flew to where Gaka stood. Some bit his arms, some bit his legs, some bit his shoulder. Gaka struggled and cried out, "No, no." Beginning to see the situation turning unfavorable, he glanced over at Lu Enhat and said, "I'm not reconciled." Watching the young man intently slashing monsters, Gaka yelled at him again, "I'll wait outside for you to die. I'll definitely make you pay the full price." Lu Enhat just gave a faint smile upon hearing that and paid him no further mind. Gaka's HP bar was now officially empty with nothing left. His body also began to dissolve. The system promptly announced, "Notice, detected that the entire team has only one member remaining. Desperate situation condition achieved. Secret realm conquered successfully, reward multiplied by 10. The sky inside the secret realm did not darken but remained golden as before, accompanied by lingering dust and smoke. Amid the fine dust, Lu Enhat plopped down on the ground. He leaned his back against the pile of monster corpses to rest, waiting for the system to process the remains. Lu Enhat thought to himself, "It's finally over." So tired, after letting out an exhausted breath, Lu Enhat turned his head to look at the remains being processed by the system gradually disappearing, lost in thought. Luckily, after wiping them all out in one wave, the corpses of these monsters will be swept clean. Otherwise, with so many bodies, the dark energy crystals would have nowhere to hide. At that moment, a golden gem appeared. It was a golden battle trophy pearl. The system then continued to introduce, "Note, The Golden Battle Trophy Pearl can randomly extract 3 pieces of equipment from the opponent's body or 3 items from their bag. Lu Enhat slowly stood up. The corpses of those monsters had turned into streaks of greenish light and completely vanished into the air. Lu Enhat straightened up and laughed. Golden Battle Trophy Pearl. The one in charge of the secret realm space finally did something good. The golden pearl slowly flew closer to Lu Enhat. Watching the gem shrink down to fit neatly in his palm, Lu Enhat fell into a moment of contemplation. At that moment, the system displayed a notification, Awakening Power 5564. Lu Enhat lowered his eyes in thought. The remaining awakening power was not much, and the 10-minute rest period. At most, it could only recover half of the awakening power. It was uncertain whether he could withstand the final wave of attacks. He then pondered his next course of action. He had been a bit reckless. He should have unleashed his power at the final moment, not during the rest after waves 1 and 2. Now he could only pin his hopes on this Golden Battle Trophy Pearl. He hoped it could open up equipment useful to him at this moment. The pearl now emitted drifting streams of golden light. Lu Enhat gave the order, "Pearl, open." The system voice instantly rang out a notification, "Select equipment, select items." At this moment, Lu Enhat paused to think for a bit. Truth be told, my strength, speed, and physique attributes are already at 100. If he could open equipment that boosts these 3 attributes, making his strength, speed, and physique exceed 100, then his strength would achieve a qualitative leap. Then he said, "Select equipment." The system acted accordingly. The pearl opened completely and the following items were obtained. A round earring with a deep pink gem inside. The system introduced, right all-purpose earring. Attributes: strength +10, speed +10, perception +5, level requirement to wear 30 million years. Then another earring appeared. It was also an all-purpose earring, but the left one with attributes: physique +10, willpower +10, perception +5, level requirement to wear 30 million years. After introducing this pair of earrings, the system then announced the all-purpose earring combo effect 2-2, all attributes +10. Next, a bronze-colored gun. This was the Bronze Tiger, also known as a handgun. Attack power +200, willpower +30, skill, judgment. Attack power bonus, critical damage effect triple. Equipment level 30, caliber 5. An autoloading pistol, each reload takes only 1 minute. Ammo loaded 1 out of 1. Lu Enhat held the equipment he just drew in his hands, unable to contain his admiration. He stammered, this. As your mouth just dropped wide open. Not only has the all-attribute boosting equipment arrived, even his destined weapon has arrived. Once the excitement subsided, Lu Enhat again stared intently at the weapon's attribute introduction panel and muttered to himself. But does this automatic equipment only load 1 round per minute? Without pondering too long, the young man then said, "Whatever. Equip it first, then talk." The next second, Lu Enhat immediately said, "Equip." The system quickly set it up for him. The player control panel appeared with Lu Enhat's figure, now equipped with the items just received, standing right in the center. Around him were the item slots more than halfway filled. The system checked and then quickly announced the attributes and strength added to Lu Enhat. There were attributes like single strength, heavy strength, attack power increase, and many other attributes. Another notification frame appeared with statistics on attack power, defense power, essence resistance, strength, speed, and constitution. Intelligence, perception, distributable attribute points equals 0. HP has reached its maximum. Thuk Kai force is 155 out of 714. Lu Enhat, after equipping everything, excitedly cheered. So awesome! Except for perception and intelligence, which already surpassed 100, the other 3 individual attributes are exactly all above 100. This time, he truly made another leap in Constitution level A. He raised a hand to touch his chin for a moment, then hesitantly said, should I give a little thanks?" Finishing his words, he tilted his face upward at a 45-degree angle and spoke, expressing gratitude towards the members of the chicken shop squad who gifted me the equipment. Next, he curled his lip and looked forward with resolute eyes. In front of him stretched the vast, barren desert space. Lu Enhat thought to himself, "Next, my only remaining shortcoming is just my level. I just need to conquer this secret realm. Then I can catch up to the majority of players." Meanwhile, in a city choked with smoke and dust with towering skyscrapers, this was Mohu City. At the large player respawn point, a figure gradually appeared amidst streaks of blue light. That person was Gaka. He continuously bowed his head before the green system screen. The frame replied, "Yes, correct, guild leader. I am absolutely certain that he holds the secret to a player's power increasing by leaps and bounds." Looking at the blurry silhouette on the screen, Gaka constantly explained, "Otherwise, I couldn't possibly have died by his hand." Taking a step back, he said, "Even if you don't believe me, you should believe the difficulty of the Nuyen Jioi secret realm. Him, a level 28 player daring to challenge a 10-man level 35 realm and almost succeeding, who else could do it?" The person on the other end pondered for a moment, then said, "Very well, I'll give you one more chance. Get the level advantage back for me. Other than that, you don't need to worry about that player anymore. I will send people to contact him." Gaka bowed before the fading screen and answered, "Thank you, guild leader, thank you, I will try my best." Once the screen had completely vanished, Gaka slowly lifted his head, his eyes clearly showing malice. Gaka muttered to himself, "Yes, let's see how you die from here on." The scene transition. In the real world, at a coffee shop, a purple-haired girl stood up from her chair and asked her friend sitting next to her, "So now your whole family is playing this game?" That girl was Lu Van. Her eyes opened wide and round, then she continued, "Not only that, they also invested their entire assets into it." Her friend, Hong Nim-soo, propped her chin up with a bored look and said, "That's right, and they also force me to grind levels with them every single day. I can't stand this the most. Even if I really want to play this game, I'd hope to do it my own way." Suddenly, Hong Nim-soo thought of something, stood right up and said to Lu Van, "How about, hey Van, let's play this game together. Let's go to your place. Let's be in this game together and play out a sky that belongs to us." Lu Van, seeing her friend suddenly so excited, was startled and let out a cry, then said, "But I don't have the login system." However, Lu Van suddenly paused for a moment and thought, "Wait, coming to my place, wouldn't that be the perfect opportunity to create a chance for my brother and Hong Nim-soo to be together?" Lu Van chuckled inwardly, "If I just go out for a bit, then they—" With that mischievous thought, it was as if two devilish horns sprouted on her head. Nim-soo next to her, seeing her friend suddenly go silent, continued to plead, "Can we, hey Van, please play this game with me?" Lu Van immediately replied, "Okay, let's go buy the login equipment." The voices of the two girls echoed across the outside scenery. A desert wasteland, shrouded in thick dust with the landscape barely visible. The horde of monsters from the next wave rushed forward swiftly, shaking the entire space. Lu En-hat deftly swung his arc blade, slicing through the bodies of those monsters, easily cutting them into pieces. The blade swung back and forth smoothly. Lu En-hat contemplated for a moment. Come to think of it, he had never before so clearly felt his own growth as he did now. When he put on the equipment, the attributes in all aspects experienced explosive growth, especially after once again receiving the weighting enhancement. His thoughts, following each slash of the blade, developed more and more. He swung the blade, creating a smooth, bright green arc, the thoughts still lingering in his mind. "I feel the pain in my hand easing. My hands grip the hilt of the blade." Lu En-hat thinks the force of the blade grows stronger as his feet stomp down hard on the ground. He also notices his footsteps have become more nimble, stronger, and faster. At this moment, the young man leaps upward, the thin blade swinging in a beautiful arc of green light. Lu En-hat also thinks the height of his jump could trample anything beneath his feet. As he gazes into the distance, he suddenly startles, realizing the dazzlingly beautiful horizon, never seen in his previous life, stretches fully before Lu En-hat's eyes. That dazzling light illuminates his entire body. Lu En-hat's eyes widen as if momentarily frozen. Then his lips curl into a faint smile. His thoughts suddenly brighten and he calmly gazes at a farther, more beautiful landscape. Lu En-hat slams down onto the ground with a beautiful spinning slash. The young man's expression gradually darkens, his brows furrowing tightly. A voice in his heart exclaims, "But it's still not enough." The horde of countless monsters rushes quickly toward the dark stream crystal orb. Suddenly, several rings of green light, like sound waves, blast outward from the dark crystal orb towards the monsters, quickly hurling them away. Lu En-hat appears from among the monsters that are being flung into the air. He continues to murmur to himself, "I not only want to see it, I also want to be able to go anywhere my eyes can see." The smoke-filled space suddenly falls silent. In the area with the most smoke, 9 eyes of different sizes suddenly appear. A long, loud roar rings out as the hazy clouds of smoke dissipate. Then the figure of the 9-eyed monster is revealed. It is a larger version of the monsters Lu En-hat faced at the beginning. Seeing this, the young man tightens his grip on the twilight blade, his expression instantly tensing. With a whoosh, the ground is punctured with a small hole, dirt and rocks scattering everywhere. Lu En-hat immediately leaps up over the giant monster that opens its mouth, waiting to swallow him, and surges upward. The scene unfolds so fast that before anything can be seen, the system's voice already rings out. "Congratulations, player, for successfully clearing the Secret Realm. The Secret Realm rewards are experience points and Secret Realm Essence X10. Another notification follows about completing the Ultimate Realm Clear achievement, granting the title Peerless Realm Reverser upon entering the Secret Realm. Attributes are increased by 10% when one party member is lost." Then a series of level-up sounds from the system. Player has reached level 36. Experience is nearly at maximum, and a list of attributes is displayed. Finally, distributable attribute points are 30, HP and spirit force have both reached maximum. The system then announces the branch of the momentum skill at level 20. First is silent, causing the opponent's skills to fall into a silent state for 5 seconds. After listing a series of bonuses and penalties, the system introduces the second skill, shackle. Makes the opponent stand still for 10 seconds, accompanied by various deductions and bonuses. At this moment, Liu Enhat is sitting on the back of the giant monster that appeared last, resting. He looks up at the sky, lost in thought, while the system begins processing the decapitated corpse of that monster. The young man smiles with a refreshed expression, thinking to himself, "I'm so strong." That same arrogant smirk still lingers on his lips. As the system is taking him out of the secret realm, Liu Enhat thinks again, "This time probably no one will refuse my party request." Returning to the real world, Liu Enhat's home is a rather shabby apartment complex. A pair of hands places a pair of glasses on the table. Back in the real world, Liu Enhat leans his hands on the windowsill, looking outside. The city with its various high and low buildings stretches out before his eyes. Liu Enhat quietly thinks the growth before his eyes is temporarily satisfying. But just a moment later, he lowers his head, pondering, "It's just, if only I could get another login device so my sister could become a player too, that would be better." Just then, a clear voice rings out, "Brother, I'm back." Hearing the call, Liu Enhat immediately turns toward the sound. He steps in from the balcony, and as soon as he reaches the living room, he meets the person coming in from outside. That person is Lu Van, carrying a box in her hands, saying, "Brother, this Origin World login device was so hard to buy, luckily Neemso had connection. I barely managed to buy one." Liu Enhat stands still, watching the two figures walk in. His expression is stunned, and in his head he repeats the words, "Origin World login device." The next second he exclaims excitedly, "Origin World login device." On the other side, Lu Van is still smiling mischievously, chattering on as she leads Hong Neem Suong into the house. So to thank Neemso, from now on Neemso will be staying at our place. The beautiful girl Hong Neem Suong, hearing her name mentioned, raises her hand politely and says, "Hello." Liu Enhat instantly lunges for the login device still in Lu Van's hands, completely ignoring the beauty standing next to her. He cheers excitedly. It really is an Origin World login device, so great. Holding the heavy box in his hands, Liu Enhat still can't believe it's real and keeps asking, "How did you get this? That's amazing." Lu Van's little sister over here is resentful that iron cannot be forged into steel, pouting. In her head, she wildly curses him, thinking he should now be paying attention to the beauty. A beauty, not a login device. You're about to live with a beauty. Don't focus on the wrong thing. Hong Neemso over there is also flustered, thinking to herself with an awkward smile, "Does a login device need to be perfumed like that?" In a vast forest, the full moon hangs in the sky, shining down on the treetops. A day before the moon, a certain level 40 scene. Whispered voices softly sound in the deep night. "As long as we have the power of this secret realm, we can surpass Team 2. Right by then our overall salaries can increase too." Everyone is excited. In the middle of a clearing, a group of people are sitting together around a campfire. Those people continue to talk, saying in the end we must thank Tang Nguyen-tae's good fortune. Having gained special power in the game, if not for that, our secret realm power couldn't possibly be so easy. Right, it's too powerful, just like a hack. Tang Nguyen-tae, the one they are talking about, is a beautiful young girl sitting hugging her knees, chin propped up looking at the sky. She is a member of the New Order Demon Team. At this moment, the man sitting opposite her speaks up. "After the power of this secret realm, request to go to Team 1. That will be better for your development in New Order." This man is Triu Duong, captain of Team 3 of New Order. Tang Nguyen-tae, upon hearing those words, slightly widens her eyes, showing her surprise. The other team members, however, are not as calm. One of the members immediately loudly reminds, "Triu Duong, captain, our team's development still depends on Nguyen-tae." Tang Nguyen-tae, hearing these words, still says nothing. The other members begin to stand up and question, "That's right, if Nguyen-tae leaves, our team's rating will drop again. We've painstakingly nurtured Nguyen-tae, it's exactly the time we need her. How can we let her go now?" Triu Duong gently shakes his head to stop the restlessness of the team. "We cannot use sentiment to restrict personal development. Moreover, I believe that after Nguyen-tae goes to Team 1 and becomes a leader of New Order, she won't forget us." Saying this, he looks up and asks a question. "Isn't that right, Nguyen-tae?" The young girl continues to remain silent. Faced with this question, she only lifts her lips in a slight smile. Seeing this situation, the member who just finished questioning says dejectedly, "So we can only choose to bless her, right?" The first member to oppose this decision also can only scratch his head, muttering a word here. Someone speaks in compromise, "That's right. We cannot limit the development of our own people." At this, the whole team noisily agrees, each person trying to get a word in. "After you go to Team 1, if you encounter any difficulties or need anything from us, just speak up, just like that time before when you first joined us. We will do our best to help you." At this moment, Tang Nguyen-tae began to smile brightly and said, "You big brothers are truly kind, so I'll accept your good intentions first." Then she raised her hand to her face, pretending to be shy, muttering and covering up. "Actually, I have something I need your help with right now." Faced with this scene of the bashful beauty, the whole group stood dumbfounded, a huge question mark appearing over their heads. Slow to tell but fast to happen. In just a moment, almost the entire Ghost New Order squad had fallen. One member of the team was still breathing his last, his HP bar in a critically low state. At this moment, that teammate still couldn't hold back his anger and stammered. You. Tang and Gai-Tae stood opposite, smiling lightly. She calmly explained, "Although I have spirit energy, my level isn't high enough, so I need you all to trigger the desperate situation reward for me, so that I can use this chance to become a top-level player in Origin World." Hearing that, the teammate angrily retorted, "We nurtured you, and this is how you repay us." Tang and Gai-Tae simply waved her hand and said, "Don't be mad, it's just a game, you can just train your level back up." That person suddenly gathered all his strength to stand up and fired continuously at the girl, cursing, "Damn it, you wolf in sheep's clothing." Tang and Gai-Tae was not flustered at all. She simply glided gently through the hail of bullets and approached that teammate saying, I've said it many times in Origin World, no matter how powerful a machine gun is, the bullet speed is fixed. It cannot hit a player with a speed attribute over 100. Her beautiful face smiled and she softly reminded, "Cold weapons are different." Tang and Gai-Tae's weapons swiftly pierced through that person's neck. The gentle girl now only had unstoppable cold-bloodedness. She whispered, "As long as the attributes are sufficient, speed, intensity, and strength have no limit." A day later, during an operation in a certain level 45 20-player dungeon, a panicked voice rang out, "Captain, I'm almost out of potions. Are you done charging up?" Another person chimed in, "I'm almost out too." A giant hybrid humanoid monster appeared, along with another team fighting chaotically. They shouted one after another, "This guy is so tough to deal with. Why doesn't Origin World have healer players, doctors, or any class that can restore HP? Damn it, so frustrating." At that moment, a green flash slashed across the monster's face, instantly deforming its entire face. The owner of that flash was the blade in the hand of the man who had just leaped up. The monster's teeth were knocked flying toward him. Around them, cheers erupted. "Wow, the captain is still amazing. Too bad the self-buff takes so long." Just as that man landed, the monster also fell right behind him. That man with supreme skills was the captain of New Order Team 1, Thunderous Entry, level 45. His properly shoed feet stepped forward a few paces. Thunderous Entry seemed to be listening to the blonde man, standing in the distance telling him to wrap up, so he asked, "Guild leader, what's up?" That blonde man was none other than the New Order guild leader, Furious Roar, level 45. He quietly replied, "Seems like another player with spirit energy has appeared." Thunderous Entry asked, "Friend or foe, can we recruit them?" The other replied, "He just killed the manager of the mirror dimension." These words made Thunderous stop dead in his tracks, scratching his head. Furious Roar turned back and asked, "What is Tang and Gai-Tae doing right now?" At that moment, on the outskirts of the lawless chaos zone, there was a cliff overgrown with interwoven blue and pink insect flowers. Tang and Gai-Tae was standing with her hands on her waist, looking at the system panel in front of her. It read, "Private message, New Order Guild Leader Furious Roar. Sent to contact someone with spirit energy like her. The player's name is Gia." After reading the message, she curled her lips and said, "Didn't say to recruit or eliminate." Resting her slender hand on her chin in a thoughtful pose, Tang and Gai-Tae muttered, "Given the rarity of spirit energy players at present, if they recruit that player into the guild, it shows they still have hope of making the guild stronger. On the other hand, from the guild's perspective, if they eliminate him, it shows they basically don't care about the guild's development." Her orange-pink lips slightly curled and she said, "Guild leader, you don't care about this player either, right? So you can accept either outcome. But you care about me a lot, giving me the choice, hoping I can use this opportunity to recruit him and prove my own worth." With that beautiful and innocent face, Tang and Gai-Tae gently clapped her hands and uttered a cruel sentence contrary to her appearance. "If that's the case, then I choose to eliminate him." Lu Enhat's real-life residence was a somewhat old apartment building. Lu Enhat was sitting with his back turned, working at the computer in his room. The piece of paper on the table with scribbled lines after the primordial realm's descent into reality. Levels can no longer be raised. I remember before when the primordial realm descended into reality, the highest player level was 60. If I could train to 60 by then, I'd be close to a top-level player. Lu Enhat rested his chin on his hand, thoughtfully looking at the paper, thinking, with level 60 strength, it's enough to keep himself and his sister safe on Doomsday. Lu Enhat, with a determined expression, made a plan. After the primordial realm descends into reality, social order will rapidly collapse, along with private electricity and water supply. In the super game guilds that re-establish a new world order, food will replace paper money and become the most effective currency. Therefore, before the primordial realm descends into reality, I must try to stockpile food and also use this place as a stronghold. Set up a small doomsday rooftop refuge for myself and my sister. Lu Enhat looked at the building on the computer, thinking, first, I'll use a check to rent an empty building and leave it for now. He thought about the future plan, and at the same time, spent all the money earned from the mirror image dungeon to buy rice and long shelf life food, waiting for the goods to arrive. As for the in-game character level, I've already reached level 36, only 24 levels away from the goal. Lu Enhat looked at himself, thinking with satisfaction. Everything is progressing according to the set goals, as long as I don't die in the game and supplies in reality arrive in time. Then after the primordial realm descends into reality, my sister and I can live peacefully. In the weapon training room, there were 3 figures at the end of the hallway. Lu Enhat's voice rang out. In the primordial realm, the most powerful strength is aura power. Aura power, and the key to obtaining aura power is training weapon proficiency. To have real skill in the primordial realm, the most important first step is to practice various weapons, thereby gaining aura power. A beautiful girl is holding a staff in her hand. Her name is Lu Van, nickname Money Cent, level 1. He continued, although Neemso's level and equipment are already very good, in the primordial realm without aura power, even a higher level only makes you an ordinary player. Lu Enhat glanced at Hein Neemso standing nearby, the profile card showed. Hein Neemso, nickname Heartfelt Yearning, level 32. He said, so you two, train your weapon proficiency well in the training grounds first. Both happily replied in unison, okay. Sunlight from outside shone into the room through the door gap. Lu Enhat stood at the door, turning back to look into the training room. He thought to himself, actually, what have I done that indirectly changed history? Remembering his previous life, Neemso never came to live at his house. But even if not counting this life, Neemso helped him still get the login device made. Watching the little girl Neemso diligently train it, he thought in my previous life, if not for Hein Neemso, my sister and I basically wouldn't have survived past 3 years. Lu Enhat raised his fist to the sky, determined, in this life I must repay her well. Keep leveling up, goal 60. Half a day later, at the exit of the level 35 dungeon, 3 figures appeared. Lu Enhat stepped out now he had reached level 37. People surrounded him praising, so awesome, yes, you're really too awesome. It feels like you alone could raid the level 35 dungeon. Right, today we finally got to cling to a big shot. The group standing around him excitedly said, shall we continue? Continue. Lu Enhat turned back smiling and said to them, I'm not training anymore, I have some errands. Hearing his refusal, they said in a disappointed tone, oh, is that so? Then I won't train anymore either. Me too. Lu Enhat said, you guys are so practical. The others suggested friending. Let's be friends. Next time you go dungeon diving and need people, remember to call us. Lu Enhat happily rubbed his head and replied, no problem. It's a serious problem now. Lu Enhat's eyes widened, his expression angry, his hands clenched. With a 10-person level 35 dungeon hunting party, one run takes half a day to a full day. One run roughly gives only about half a level. Continuing like this, in the remaining 20 days, I can at most train to level 50. Level 60 is simply impossible. Ah, the party forming square in some corner. Lu Enhat sits alone on a bench. He worries, thinking, what should I do? Notification appears. Achievement completed, mission of the Desperate Realm raid. Title received, Desperate Reversal activated when entering a scene. Every time a party member is lost, all player attributes increase by 10%. Is this the only way? Lu Enhat frowned, thinking, by sacrificing 9 players to get the most efficient experience reward. He rubbed his face, thinking, in my previous life there were dungeon raid party types called Desperate Ploys. Players who organized such parties profited, they were like rats, everyone shouted to beat them. Wouldn't I become that kind of person? But if this is the only way, Lu Enhat's eyes were full of determination. Ding, a message popped up, startling Lu Enhat. Lu Enhat looked at the letter, he thought, who sent me a message? Lu Enhat said, open. The letter displayed secret invitation. Newcomer Sin Nguyen Tae, level 40, 10-player difficulty. Location, Disorder Chaos Zone 602, Secret Realm. Do you want to join? Confirm/decline. Lu Enhat wondered doubtfully. Nguyen Tae. Suddenly, Lu Enhat joyfully remembered Nguyen Tae. He looked at the letter delightedly and said, the female player who awakened in the previous life, specialized in borrowing rewards to level up. Help her overcome the ultimate realm, thereby becoming a top player. Is she inviting me to join her ultimate realm? Lu Enhat thought. So I can use this opportunity to play dirty, thereby quickly leveling up. He sneered and thought, Nguyen Tae. Don't blame me. The moment I saw your invitation, I got the idea to take advantage of you. First, you're a member of New Order. Second, we had no prior relationship. In this situation, you suddenly inviting me is definitely not with good intention. It's just that in the previous life, Nguyen Tae already had strength before the Nguyen Jioi period. Has she already obtained that strength now? If so, can I handle it? Lu Enhat's legs trembled. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Lu Enhat reached out and pressed accept on the invitation. He made up his mind. Only the ultimate realm can bring growth, he said loudly. Accept invitation. The notification board displayed. Team leader Nguyen Tae level 45. Team member Ankua 2 Len level 43. Team member Man Third Du Dang level 41. Team member Hung Mo Tang level 44. Team member Now Fu Than Tin level 42. Team member Tyne Nguyen Truong level 40. Team member Ban Nho level 42. Team member Gio Vei Kiu The Thung level 41. Team member Nishlan De Lion Phi level 43. Team member De level 37. Lu Enhat looked at the member list, sneered and thought, all familiar faces. Lu Enhat looked at the man on the notification board, thought, in the previous life, Nishlan De Lion Phi, because of the ultimate realm reward. After completing the quest, before the system settled the reward, killed all the team members. His team members then went on the world channel to curse for 3 whole days. He looked at another team member, thought, this Ban Nho also had such a feat, except she struck first, swallowing blood and spitting at others. She falsely accused her team members of plotting to harm her first, and in the end, she killed them in turn. Lu Enhat looked at the names of the other team members, assessing. The remaining ones also more or less have similar feats. So this secret realm team raid was originally set up by Nguyen Tae for playing dirty. He looked at the character panel, wondering, but how did Nguyen Tae know the character of these people? Or did they become rotten after being deceived by Nguyen Tae? On the alliance board a map appeared. Nguyen Tae said, enough people, let's go. Location, Disorder Chaos Zone 602, 10-player secret realm. Nishlan De Lion Phi said, is this the expert the boss mentioned? Only level 37, Nguyen Tae immediately replied. Level isn't the most important, strength is what matters most. Lu Enhat immediately commanded, open the map. A map depicting different areas, Decay Zone, Orderly Danger Zone, Chaos Zone, and Disorder Chaos Zone. Lu Enhat frowned and said, currently, the Nguyen Jioi map is divided into 5 parts based on the degree of control Mo Hu Than has over the secret realm areas. Mo Hu Than provides players with supplies. Within Mo Hu Than, all secret realms are fully controlled and renovated, such as the Mirror Image Secret Realm and other types of secret realm. Second is the Orderly Danger Zone, providing players with simple and thrilling searches and adventure. Mountain ranges with white snow and ice. The secret realms in the Danger Zone cannot be renovated, but the monsters within are 100% sealed by Mo Hu Than. Earlier, the place Ga Quan arrived, that was exactly the area of this secret realm. A giant monster, 3 chaotic zones in disorder, providing players with a desperate experience. Starting from the chaotic zone, Mo Hu Than's control over the other secret realms began to weaken. Secret realm monsters under level 30 could run out from the secret realms. A snake with sharp fangs, 4 out-of-control zones, almost no players could reach them. In the out-of-control zones, monsters running out from those secret realms had levels up to 70. Along with the mysterious decay zone, besides the areas above, Mo Hu Than could not control the secret realm. The secret realm in the decay zone had no blockade whatsoever against the monsters inside. A large tiger with many heads looked extremely ferocious. Therefore, the decay zone was filled with all kinds of high-level monsters that could destroy heaven and earth. In a mystical forest, a disorderly chaotic area at some location. Suddenly, with a sound, something darted past. Lu Enhat ran quickly forward. Suddenly, an awe sound rang out, attracting his attention. Lu Enhat looked in amazement toward the source of the sound. It was the agonizing screams of the tree monsters in the forest. Lu Enhat quickly hid into a rocky cave to observe. Their vines covered the ground. The tree monsters, under the direction of a large tree, madly rushed forward. Lu Enhat observed the situation outside the cave, thinking, although the secret realm monsters in the chaotic zone are not high level, their numbers are too many. Once there was any sound, the surrounding monsters would immediately swarm to the source. At the same time, they would then continuously be replenished from the secret realm. He sighed inwardly, facing this number of monsters, no one can endure it. A voice rang out. The earlier agonizing scream was probably from some careless player, right? Lu Enhat immediately glanced around and thought, it seems to be over. Had that player been dealt with? Lu Enhat thought, let's go, and he quickly ran out of the rocky cave where he was hiding. Suddenly, a sharp point like a spear shot rapidly toward him, startling Lu Enhat. He gently dodged that deadly spear. Lu Enhat thought in shock. That person continued to launch attacks at Lu Enhat, but he quickly dodged them. Lu Enhat stared at him with eyes full of killing intent. That man standing in the darkness also looked at him with fiery red eyes like a predator. Lu Enhat immediately used Arclight, equipping full of vitality. He immediately launched an attack at that person. That person looked at him and sneered. He then used Burst Energy full. A loud explosion resounded. Dust and smoke flew thickly. When the dust began to clear, the two stood motionless, staring at each other. That man spoke up. So you're a player of the same type with energy force. No wonder even though your level is low, the captain still formed a team with you. This man was the team member Nick Lon de Lion Fee level 43. Hearing him say that, Lu Enhat frowned in discomfort and stared at him. Nick Lon de Lion Fee looked at him with a satisfied smile and said, "Although the attack power your energy force brings is not on the same level as mine, but you have already gained my affirmation." He turned around and said to Lu Enhat, "Let's go to the assembly point. Otherwise, if those monsters surround us, it'll be troublesome." Lu Enhat still gripped his weapon tightly, standing still and watching the silhouette of Nick Lon de Lion Fee leaving. Lu Enhat pondered deeply. So there are indeed other players with energy force besides me. In addition, Ngaite is very likely to have also obtained energy force. Remembering the seemingly smug expression of Nick Lon de Lion Fee earlier, Lu Enhat sighed. The strength of this team is too terrifying, Lu Enhat thought to himself. It seemed this time the chance of obtaining the reward from the Tayat Khan's secret realm would be very low. I might even die inside. If that's the case, do I still want to go? In chaotic zone number 602, at the entrance of the secret realm, a group of people was standing in front of that secret realm entrance. Lu Enhat quickly ran to that secret realm entrance. From afar, someone was silently observing him. It turned out to be Ngaite, sitting on a distant rock watching Lu Enhat. Lu Enhat smiled faintly, then bit his lip, furrowed his brow and thought, "She is indeed Ngaite." Ngaite stood up and clapped her hands to attract everyone's attention. She said, "All right, everyone is here. Before entering the secret realm, I'll mention a few points." Lu Enhat silently observed everything. At the same time, the three-person team was also looking at him with wary eyes. Lu de Lion Fee raised his hand to rub his neck, avoiding his gaze. Lu Enhat looked over all the team members one by one, silently evaluating. These people would be my next teammates, troublesome people in the future. Ngaite continued, "The secret realms in the chaotic zone are all called strange and eerie. So later after we enter, no matter what the strategy rules of the secret realm are. How strange it is, I hope everyone doesn't panic. We'll gather and discuss the strategy plan for the secret realm. After all, conquering the secret realm is what matters." Everyone heard that and cheerfully agreed. "No problem." "Okay," she continued. "All right then." Everyone stood behind Ngaite, who confidently gave the order in a loud voice. "Set out!" Lu Enhat immediately followed. With an expressionless face, he thought to himself. Speaking of which, it seemed the chance of getting the Tayat Khan's secret realm reward this time was extremely low, and I might even die inside. Lu Enhat was amused by his own thoughts. He thought, "Lu Enhat, are you scared now?" He looked at Ngaite, who was cheerfully smiling, his eyes full of confident appraisal. Ngaite then was one of the top-tier players from the previous life. Starting to interact with her shows that you're about to begin interacting with the players you considered top-tier in your previous life. His heart thus began to feel uneasy. He paused, worrying whether he could become a top-tier player like them. He feared he wouldn't be able to surpass them. He feared he would die because of it, making all his efforts up to now a laughingstock. Lu Enhat raised his head high, a confident expression on his face as he looked ahead and smiled. It was late at night, the sky full of twinkling stars. Lu Enhat walked leisurely forward. He silently made a resolution, then let this secret realm trip prove it. A determined look appeared on his face, wanting to prove that he was not inferior to them. A sorrowful memory appeared, a wall full of blood with red words full of self-reproach. Why won't she play with me anymore?" The memory then ran to a short-haired girl. Next to it were curses. "HMPH won't play with me, then go out and find other toys yourself." Corpses lay strewn across the ground. That strange voice rang out again. "Not interesting, none of it is interesting. Playing with her is still more fun. I want to go home." A robot covered in blood stood with its head hanging in sorrow. It said in a tone full of regret, "Go home, there's no going home now." It stood alone beneath the ancient tree. Beneath the ancient tree, a line was carved where despair and hope coexisted. People whispered, "What kind of secret realm is this? It even has animation." "I'm seeing it for the first time too." At the secret realm entrance, the figures of the members appeared one by one. One person said, "Speaking of which, the primordial realm's secret realm mechanism. Random scenario, random map, it really makes you love and hate it at the same time." Lu Enhat glanced slightly toward the source of the voice. Another person replied, "Right, especially when the strategy guide is dead, this mechanism becomes even more painful." All members were present. They stared at the blood-soaked robot in front of them. One person said, "The only special point in the secret realm is this toy puppet. It seems the important strategy point this time is it." Suddenly, the puppet in front of them disappeared, causing everyone to be extremely surprised. The secret realm announcement rang out, "Notice, the entrance exit has closed, generating mission. Notice, mission generated, strange game puppet." Strange game puppet, victory condition. Eliminate the strange toy puppet among all players. The strange puppet has been placed into the backpack of a random player. Killing the player carrying the puppet will eliminate the puppet. Conversely, if the puppet still exists after the 6-hour time limit, the strange toy puppet secret realm strategy fails. The player with the puppet, after killing a normal player, transfers the puppet's parasitism. Lu Enhat thought to himself, "This," he exclaimed in shock, "this secret realm is really all about rewards born from despair." He thought, if we let the teammate with the puppet survive until the very end and then kill them, then there's a 100% chance to get the highest reward of the desperate situation. System announcement. The puppet has parasitized. The secret realm strategy begins. Countdown 5 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. Countdown 5 hours 59 minutes 58 seconds. Check your bag, see if the puppet is on you. Lu Enhat observed the people around him. He closed his eyes and frowned. No, I can't check right now. Lu Enhat looked around with determined eyes. He thought, I have to wait until the situation calms down before I can secretly look and confirm whether the puppet is on me. He looked at the other teammates again, thinking, if not, and the puppet is actually on me, if I were to expose myself out of surprise, I would become the public enemy of the whole team. Thereby, he would at least be targeted by the two strongest players in the team. The chances of directly causing his death would be very high. A large, fat man had also begun to silently observe everyone. Lan de Lion Fee was also looking around. Everyone stood silently observing each other. Lu Enhat watched this scene and thought, everyone is observing each other. Are they pretending, or are they in the same situation as me? The sound of clapping rang out, drawing everyone's attention. Lu Enhat turned to look toward the source of the sound. Ngai Te smiled and suggested, everyone has seen the mission content. The person with the puppet stepped forward. The corresponding losses after death will be compensated by the surviving team members. Isn't that right? Teammates not parasitized by the puppet. Everyone quickly agreed with her suggestion. I agree with the team leader's point of view. Me too, Lu Enhat thought. This is it. While everyone is looking toward Ngai Te, I'll open my backpack and check. Lu Enhat secretly opened his backpack to look. His eyes widened in shock and he exclaimed, this. Looking at the puppet lying in his backpack, Lu Enhat thought, can you not play such a thrilling game? From the very start, I'm placed opposite the entire team. Lu Enhat frowned as he looked into his backpack. He glanced at everyone and thought, so, my current goal now is to kill one teammate. To make the double's parasite transfer to resolve his current crisis. He looked at the people before him, wondering, just who should I choose? As the kill target to resolve his crisis, and after killing a teammate transferring the double. How would he face the fury of the two players with power? Nguyen Te smiled gently and asked everyone. No one will admit it. Lu Enhat bowed his head in silence, not speaking as he moved gently. Nguyen Te had already run up in front of him, saying, hey, dear friend, you should step forward and admit you're parasitized by the double. Lu Enhat thought in shock, what? She continued, and we haven't even introduced ourselves yet. My name is Nguyen Te, female, hobbies include night. And you, Lu Enhat still frowned without speaking. He lifted his eyes to look at the other team members. Lu Enhat realized everyone was looking at him. Luan the crippled wore a perverted grin, his eyes blazing blood red. Lu Enhat understood. Could it be that just now they weren't observing each other but communicating secretly, exchanging intel? Confirming the double was on him, Lu Enhat quickly concluded, they're a gang. Lu Enhat smiled bitterly, thinking, isn't it obvious? The team suddenly invited him midway, intercepted and probed him, though he didn't know why they wanted to deal with him. But this secret realm was set up by Nguyen Te to target him. So it's perfectly normal she pulled in 8 people to help. Lu Enhat stared at Nguyen Te, thinking, just like I joined this team. My purpose in coming to this secret realm is to eliminate all of them to obtain the ultimate reward. At that moment, a murderous aura radiated from him in his gaze. He was like a tiger stalking its prey. Nguyen Te propped her chin on her hand, looking at Lu Enhat and lamented, how rude, but never mind. Who asked me to like you? From the strength you showed fighting the crippled one, you are absolutely no match for us once we join forces. So don't waste any more time. Come out early, start leveling early, okay? Nhu Loi Dang Truong immediately reminded the captain, give him a chance to struggle. That way the kill will have meaning, slowly shattering his delusions. How delightful. Nguyen Te coquettishly covered her face with both hands, pretending to be weak, and said, but that would truly be too cruel. I'm afraid to see that scene. As she said that, she subtly revealed a gloating expression for Lu Enhat to see. Nguyen Te said, so please don't let me see it, okay? Lu Enhat secretly used his clock equipment, then aimed a gun at her. Faced with Lu Enhat's threat, Nguyen Te remained perfectly still. She said in a regretful tone, you won't agree? You really have no heart. Everyone immediately murmured, gosh, is this the expert the boss warned us to be careful of? Why is he even using a firearm? Don't mention your boss. Even us without any power can casually dodge it, right? Lon the crippled spoke up. He really is an expert. His way of thinking is certainly not the same as ours. Who knows, maybe his attack comes with a target lock. Everyone heard Lon de Lion Fee say that and burst out laughing, but they were laughing while talking. BK, your joking skill is something. Asking for the origin world to have an imprisonment skill, is that like seeking magic in a martial arts world? Don't say that. The origin world can still set traps, thereby indirectly achieving an imprisonment effect. Nguyen Tay also laughed, she said. You guys are really funny. I like that, Lu En Hat sneered, he said. Imprisonment. Nguyen Tay looked at him in utter astonishment. Suddenly, Nguyen Tay was pushed back. She stared at Lu En Hat in disbelief. Nguyen Tay checked her body. She said, I'm fine, but just now there was a sudden tremor. She looked at him with eyes full of killing intent. Nguyen Tay angrily shouted, Dai Phi, stop probing, come with me, take him down. Lu En Hat sneered upon hearing that. Lon de Lion Phi was about to rush in an attack, but he was restrained by a chain-like force. He exclaimed in shock, I can't move. Lon de Lion Phi tried to break free from the chains. He yelled, what is this? Nguyen Tay's eyes widened in shock. Branch skill life energy level 30, silence. The silence skill silences the target, putting all of that person's skills on cooldown for 5 seconds. Spirit power consumption 50 points, each level increases the cooldown time. Corresponding spirit power consumption increases by 10, cooldown 1 minute. Imprisonment imprisons the opponent in place for 10 seconds. Spirit power consumption 50 points. Every 10 levels, imprisonment duration increases by 1 second. Cooldown 1 minute. Lu En Hat then used Judgment Clock Pistol. Attack power plus 200, intelligence plus 30. Judgment skill attack carries a 3x damage effect or causes stun. Requires equipped level 20 pistol, ammo auto reloads. Each reload takes 1 minute, ammo count 1 per reload. Judgment's 3x damage, spirit power consumption 100. The next attack's attack power increases by 5,000. Lu En Hat's eyes blazed red, filled with killing intent. He pointed the gun at Lon de Lion Phi and said coldly, Goodbye. Lon de Lion Phi could only helplessly watch the bullet flying towards him. Lon de Lion Phi was shot through the abdomen by Lu En Hat's bullet. He fell down to the shock of all team members. Secret Realm announcement. You have killed Nick. Lon de Lion Phi successfully transferred the puppet. Announcement. Team -1 member activates the title Desperate Situation Reverser. All attributes plus 10%. Nguyen Tay's eyes widened in shock. The other members were also stunned speechless. Lu En Hat silently thought, in this team, the two things I fear most are 2 points. 1. Nguyen Tay and Nick Lon de Lion Phi directly teaming up against me. 2. There are still 4 players in the team with fighting spirit. These 2 points, the emergence of anyone would put me in a desperate situation. Especially the second, as in Nguyen Tay's tone just now. It could be clearly sensed that in this team, only she and Nick Lon de Lion Phi had the strength to deal with me. Recalling Nguyen Tay's expression and words earlier, and the strength shown by you and Dai Phi during the previous exchange. You are absolutely no match for us after we team up. He understood, that is to say, only they have fighting spirit, therefore the threat point of this team towards me. Only the 2 of them teaming up remain. Lon de Lion Phi's character was gradually disappearing. Lu En Hat thought, now, taking advantage of their carelessness and lack of understanding of my fighting spirit skills, I dealt with Nick Lon de Lion Phi, breaking the only threat this team could pose to me, so that when facing this team, I can be in an absolutely dominant position. Lu En Hat looked extremely smug. He thought this was the best solution to defuse his own crisis. He was like a giant, manipulating the tiny team members on his chessboard. But a better plan than this was to kill Nguyen Tay first. It's just that just now, the moment I wanted to lock her down with imprisonment, she dodged it. Was it because of a high perception attribute? Lu En Hat smiled and said, a friendly reminder, the puppet has moved from me. You must protect the new parasitic host of the puppet well. Otherwise, if I kill it directly, you won't be able to deal with me anymore, and you won't be able to get revenge. He silently reminded himself, I still have to be careful, I must not be careless if I want to obtain the desperate situation reward. Then next, I must find the new target that the puppet has parasitized, and leave him to be dealt with last. Nguyen Tay glared at him angrily, shouting, you. Before she could finish, she sensed something was wrong. She hastily shouted, don't move. He wants to use this method to find the new parasitic host of the puppet. The team members immediately huddled together. They shouted in shock, what? They followed Nguyen Tay's instructions and stood still. Lu En Hat smiled and thought, so it's her then. Lu En Hat looked at Small Cake standing awkwardly at the back of the line, secretly assessing. Small Cake was subconsciously being protected at the very back. Announcement. All attributes enhanced, spirit power consumption 400, all attributes plus 200. Lu En Hat quickly ran past Nguyen Tay, rushing toward Little Cake. He dashed through the team members, easily killing all of them. Lu En Hat sighed inwardly. Ordinary players are really too weak. The Secret Realm continuously announced, you have killed Brothers Command Cabinet, you have easily killed Fierce Beast. You have killed HMPH, you have killed Brain Palace City Elite. You have killed School Eating Fairy. You have killed Shy Skirt Lifter. A server-wide announcement. Member 7 has activated the Title Desperate Situation Reverser, all attributes plus 70%. Lu Enhat's power thus kept increasing. Nguyen Tay angrily grabbed her sword and charged at Lu Enhat. A flash of blue light flickered. Lu Enhat swiftly parried her attack. Little Cake plopped down to the ground in shock, terrified. Nguyen Tay angrily questioned Lu Enhat. You deliberately left Little Cake parasitized by a puppet, so your real goal was the desperate situation reward. You've got some guts, Lu Enhat sneered, replying. You're the only one left. Nguyen Tay then used her pliable energy ghostly step. A mystical purple aura appeared around her. She said angrily, wait until the moment you reap what you sow, I'll see how you regret your current choice. After saying that, she suddenly vanished. Around Lu Enhat now only a ring of purple smoke remained. Lu Enhat frowned, thinking to himself, she disappeared. Suddenly, Nguyen Tay appeared from behind and attacked him. Lu Enhat turned and swung his sword, but he was a step too late. Nguyen Tay stabbed him hard in the back with a knife. 1 strike minus 300 HP. On the announcement board, team member de level 37's health bar decreased. Nguyen Tay attacked him continuously. The text, 1 strike minus 300 HP, appeared. 1 strike minus 300 HP kept appearing. Team member de level 37's health bar rapidly dropped. Suddenly, the line, Vitality Recovery plus 9,000 appeared. Suddenly, Lu Enhat surged up and attacked Nguyen Tay, catching her completely off guard. Nguyen Tay frowned, saying, even a 900 damage hit only took away 75% of your HP. It seems your energy type is tanky HP. With a clang, two swords clashed. Nguyen Tay closed in on Lu Enhat, saying in a disdainful tone, but that's all there is. As long as I do a few more times, deplete your quick recovery potions. The winner will still be me. Hearing that, Lu Enhat said nothing, just looked at her and smiled. A purple circle immediately appeared in Nguyen Tay's hand. This was the short steel equipment. She then attacked, HP minus 9,800 speed strike. But the announcement immediately displayed, Vitality Recovery, HP plus 9800. Nguyen Tay's eyes widened in shock, thinking to herself, Instant Recovery Potion 30 plus can only restore 1,000 HP. And the limit for one Secret Realm use is only 10 bottles. But he has already recovered nearly 19,000 HP. She was still lost in thought. This Lu Enhat's sword cut through her. Lu Enhat looked at her, sneering, sorry, the winner will only be me. Nguyen Tay still looked dazed, not understanding what was happening. She gritted her teeth in anger. Lu Enhat swung his sword again, He looked at Nguyen Tay with eyes full of killing intent. Nguyen Tay immediately retreated toward Little Cake. She frowned and questioned him. Instant Recovery Potion 30 plus can only restore 1,000 HP, and one Secret Realm can only bring a limit of 10 bottles. The damage I just dealt was nearly 20,000, yet in an instant you fully recovered, plus your super high HP. Do you have a support type energy? Lu Enhat honestly replied. You should have put all your attributes into speed, plus an attack type support energy to make your speed freakishly bizarre, including attack power as well. Hearing that, Nguyen Tay fell silent. Suddenly she looked at him and smiled. Nguyen Tay scratched her head, saying shyly, so my consciousness energy is extremely insufficient. Now I don't have much consciousness energy left, maybe I'm about to lose. Nguyen Tay then suggested, why don't I just kill Little Cake and end this secret realm? Little Cake was extremely shocked to hear that. Lu Enhat thought to himself, did I push too hard, forcing her to this step? Nguyen Tay's speed was too fast, but the chance to kill her only came after binding her. Otherwise, once she realized she couldn't handle me, under normal circumstances, she would absolutely choose to take care of Little Cake, directly ending this secret realm match. But just then, the chance when she was suddenly shocked and distracted was truly rare. Lu Enhat then spoke up. Then what are you waiting for? He thought. But she didn't directly take care of Little Cake. Maybe I still have a chance, then wait for the imprisonment cooldown to end. Nguyen Tay propped her chin on her hands, saying frankly, it's just that. I can't handle you. What a headache, this is the main objective of my secret realm this time. Ding, system announcement. All attribute enhancement ended. Gun assembly complete, imprisonment cooldown complete. Lu Enhat's eyes widened in shock, thinking. The cooldown is over, he shouted. Imprisonment clock, then aimed the gun at Nguyen Tay. He thought to himself, what's that situation? Little Cake, standing next to Nguyen Tay, immediately launched an attack. System displayed, Captain Nguyen Tay level 45. Nguyen Tay looked at him and sneered. In the team's private chat, Nguyen Tay whispered to Little Cake, kill me. Then she committed suicide. The reward splits the small cake in two, the secret code obtained. Lu Enhat's eyes widened in shock. Nguyen Tay softly spoke each word, you lost. Then she laughed maniacally and vanished, leaving Lu Enhat standing frozen. He stepped back in shock. Lu Enhat asked himself, how can this be? He fell to the ground, his face full of disbelief. He asked himself, Why did it turn out like this? Inside his backpack display, the puppet returned to Lu Enhat's pocket. He asked himself, didn't she hope to escape the secret realm? Why choose such an extreme method, just simply because she didn't want me to win? That's too ridiculous. Lu Enhat cried out helplessly. Ah, what should I do now? He clutched his head in self-blame. Little Cookie killed Nguyen Tae. The puppet then moved onto my body, even if the little cookie didn't commit suicide. After I kill the little cookie, I have no teammate left to transfer the parasitic puppet onto someone else. Is this a situation where death is the only option? Lu Enhat, with a lost expression, said, could it be that all the efforts from my rebirth until today are about to turn into bubbles? On the pillar, only Lu Enhat's sky-shaking voice remained. This is really too frustrating. Wasn't I clearly about to win? Lu Enhat lay dazed in the middle of the pillar. His gaze became resolute. He sat up and reminded himself, no, there must be another way. He squinted and looked around, thinking, if the entire team is dead and the origin realm hasn't directly judged my combat power a failure, then that proves there is another way to use combat power. He turned his head left and right, asking himself, but what is that way? Lu Enhat stood alone in the middle of the pillar and shouted. Lu Enhat touched the empty space around the pillar and was shocked to find he couldn't pass through. He thought, air wall. Lu Enhat looked behind him. That means the scope of this secret realm is only as big as this place. Lu Enhat assessed the limits of this pillar. Lu Enhat looked up, thinking, this round pillar where the puppet is placed is the only special thing here. Thinking so, he immediately jumped higher. Lu Enhat furrowed his brows. He stared at the line of text, despair and hope coexist. Lu Enhat then noticed a small line of text below the title. I cannot open this door, he asked himself. I cannot open this door. Lu Enhat reached out and touched the line of text. Whose is this? The puppet. Suddenly, where he pressed, a square panel appeared like a mechanism for opening a secret chamber. Lu Enhat's eyes widened in surprise. He thought, there's a mechanism. Notification. Do you want to spend 1,000 enlightenment points to open the secret substance test for entry to Research Institute number 6020? Lu Enhat frowned and thought, 1,000 points, that many. Under the battle against the rebel in the desperate situation he was now in, his conscious force was over 1,500. Through this fight, it happened to be still over 1,000. But he didn't know the situation inside. He couldn't spend all of it here. But he could use 700 points of conscious force to increase all attributes by 350 points, thereby indirectly gaining 1,000 points of conscious force. Lu Enhat calculated, this way he could still keep over 300 points of conscious force. Moreover, using an enhanced state in an unknown area was the best choice. Alright, let's do that. Notification displayed. All attribute enhancement consumed 700 conscious force. All attributes increased by 350. Notification displayed. Notification. Do you want to spend 1,000 points of conscious force to start the entry test for Research Institute 602? To start the entry test for Research Institute 602, Lu Enhat said, confirm. Notification. Conscious force has been consumed. The entry test for Research Institute number 602 is now opening. A dazzling light flashed. Lu Enhat's expression was extremely astonished. Voices came. Director, please decide quickly. Where should the computational power be directed? Concentrate the reflection on those who follow you, or have them absorb the reflection of all people. A figure standing within the eye urged, Director, please make a decision quickly. That eye gradually closed. A voice came, want to direct the computational power. Lu Enhat rubbed his eyes with his hand. A blonde-haired man ran over in a panic and said to him, where? Concentrate the reflection on those who follow you, or have them absorb the reflection of all people. Lu Enhat thought to himself, computational power, reflection, what do they mean? He asked, what's the difference? The man anxiously urged, Director, please make a decision quickly. Where should the computational power be directed? Concentrate the reflection on those who follow you, or have them absorb the reflection of all people. Lu Enhat looked at him with a puzzled expression. He thought, is this a fixed script? This place is probably the independent space of the entry test for Research Institute number 602. Lu Enhat glanced and wondered, what do these two choices mean? Lu Enhat looked at the two display panels in front of him, asking himself, is the entry test choosing one of these two? Concentrate reflection on followers, absorb the reflection of all people. He thought, if I choose wrong, is there a punishment? Lu Enhat frowned and sighed, without head or tail, so hard to choose. Lu Enhat frowned and thought, based on the script of this fixed program, they are probably facing a calamity. He recalled the urgency of that man, he thought, and the key point to winning is the computational power in his mouth. Just what will be gained after being reflected by the computational power? Is it the right to continue surviving? Lu Enhat rested his chin on his hand, frowned and thought, or becoming a tool to resolve the calamity. Lu Enhat sighed, covered his face and thought dejectedly. In my previous life I was only level 1, I never had access to such important information of the original world. A thought flashed in his eyes. If it's the right to continue surviving, I would choose to concentrate reflection on those who follow me. That way, I could lead my little sister to continue surviving. But if it becomes a tool to resolve the calamity, then I would definitely choose the latter. If the calamity cannot be avoided, striving to resolve it is the only way out. He stared intently at the two choices in front of him, evaluating and moreover, directing the computational power to reflect onto someone. Surely to obtain some characteristic that can resolve the calamity. Who can guarantee that the chosen person is definitely suitable? Perhaps among those paid attention to, there is someone extremely compatible with the computational power, just needing a little computational power to get a response far beyond imagination. He then thought about himself in his previous life. Just like his previous life, if it weren't that after the original world descended, player levels couldn't be upgraded. I wouldn't have ended up. Lu Enhat reached out and selected a display panel. He said, "Choose it." On the display panel were the words, "Absorb the reflection of all people." Lu Enhat silently hoped, "Please let me succeed." Nothing changed around him. He was returned to the original space. Lu Enhat's expression was a bit awkward. He frowned and observed around. Lu Enhat thought to himself, "There's no change at all. Did I choose wrong?" Lu Enhat sat on the ground, crossed his arms and wondered. So the correct answer is to concentrate reflection on those who follow you. He frowned and thought, "Currently my conscious force is about 350 because I'm parasitized by the parasitic puppet, meaning I'm in a combat state. This makes my conscious force recovery speed extremely slow. But even so, in the remaining 5 hours, it's enough for me to recover 1250 conscious force, which means enough to open the entry test twice. Enough. Wait." Lu Enhat then closed his eyes to rest. After an hour and a half, Lu Enhat's conscious force bar showed 700 out of 1594. Lu Enhat opened his eyes. A notification displayed. Notification: 700 conscious force consumed. All attribute enhancement 350. Notification: can consume 1000 points of conscious force to start number 602 Research Institute entry test. Lu Enhat said, "Okay, this time when facing the two choices, concentrate reflection on those who follow you, absorb the reflection of all people." Lu Enhat was about to reach out and choose the other one, but he stopped. He thought, if the entry test requires choosing one correct option, then getting into this research institute isn't it too easy? Just choose correctly, then what is the meaning of that big door's existence? Selecting people without consciousness restraint. He recalled the beginning of entering this secret realm. That strange girl in the puppet said, "Not fun, really not interesting. Better go home and play with her." I want to go home, but home can't be returned to anymore. Lu Enhat guessed that the puppet was probably blocked by the test of this door, so it couldn't enter the research institute it regarded as home. But he asked himself, what blocked it? The remaining amount of consciousness power. Some characteristic or personality. The only useful clue now is the opening animation when entering the secret realm. The only thing that opening animation expressed was the puppet leaving the research institute due to a playful personality. When it finally had enough and wanted to return, it was blocked outside. Lu Enhat frowned and gave the final conclusion. Therefore, what stopped the puppet was its personality. He looked at the selection panel, thinking, in that case, this test may not be about choosing an item here, but about the attitude of one's choice. Lu Enhat frowned. Attitude. How to choose? He reached out, trusting his own judgment. When he pressed the selection, he continued choosing the second one. A flash of light flickered. Lu Enhat returned to the original place again. Nothing around had changed. He frowned, thinking, only the last chance remains. If my judgment is wrong, then the only thing waiting for me is truly starting over. But still the same saying, trust yourself. Lu Enhat's consciousness power gauge showed 15 out of 1594. Lu Enhat sat down again, closing his eyes to rest. After 3.5 hours, the system countdown for Secret Realm Conquest time showed 27 minutes 5 seconds. Lu Enhat's consciousness power gauge showed 700 out of 1594. Notification displayed, consuming 700 consciousness power to enhance all attributes by 350. Notification: can consume 1000 consciousness power points to open module number 602, entrance to the research room. Lu Enhat said, "Okay." Lu Enhat once again returned to that room. This time he did not hesitate, pressing the selection, still choosing release full body reflexes. Lu Enhat returned to the original place again, but his surroundings were shaking violently. The pillar where the puppet stood was gradually lowering. Lu Enhat exclaimed with joy, "Great, it's a success." He laughed loudly, thinking, the most important point of the test indeed was not about which item to choose, but it was testing whether you are steadfast in your own viewpoint. Therefore, regardless of which item you choose, as long as you continuously choose the same item 3 times, you can open this door. He looked down at the exit, thinking, the hidden checkpoint of this secret realm probably needs a whole team to complete. Lu Enhat stepped down the stairs, pondering as he walked. It's just that the original boundary kept a sliver of possibility that one person could complete it. setting it to 3 times. Lu Enhat thought as he descended, and that sliver of possibility is all attribute enhancement plus full willpower plus the bone armor of the extreme situation reverser. Otherwise, it's fundamentally impossible to open this door 3 times. Lu Enhat looked at the deep, dark tunnel thinking, it can be said that at present, no one can solo the hidden checkpoint of this secret realm. He frowned in contemplation. Speaking of which, this time they were truly not careful when dealing with Nguyen Te. Although it's said that only extreme situations can break through one's own limits, courage does not mean recklessness. Lu Enhat felt some regret. If he had been in the team longer, or even known before entering the secret realm that Nguyen Te was such a madman, then he wouldn't have miscalculated at the very end, causing himself to nearly die here. Lu Enhat saw a silhouette at the end of the path. When he approached, that scientist had already died and turned into a dry skeleton. Looking at the dry skeleton, Lu Enhat immediately recognized it as the female corpse from the animation during the open. Suddenly a red bubble flew out. Lu Enhat felt extremely astonished. The red bubble from the corpse flew toward Lu Enhat, merging with him. System notification. Congratulations, player, for perfectly conquering the secret realm, the troublemaking puppet. The troublemaking puppet was purified, granting 1% computational authority. Hearing that, Lu Enhat let out a light sigh of relief. The system continued to notify. Notification, achievement touched, extreme situation conquest mission, secret realm conquest, reward 10. System calculating. Lu Enhat, exhausted, leaned against the wall behind him. His legs trembled uncontrollably. Lu Enhat rejoiced inwardly. It seemed he was right. Death in this secret realm. He rubbed his forehead, giving a faint, embarrassed smile. Too much, a little difficulty, and my legs went weak. System notification. Lu Enhat's strength has greatly improved, and his current level is 44. Besides the significant increase in strength, Lu Enhat's skill points also improved. His leg power is now 846 out of 846. System sounds continuously rang out. Combat power settlement, life mirror skill level 40. Life mirror skill level 40. Target's HP, i.e. unstable consciousness power, increased by 10 levels. Target's full body state duration plus 1 second. Target cannot move, cooldown 24 hours. Marks all targets within 1000 m of all sensing living being. Lasts 10 minutes, consumes 50 consciousness power points per use. Increased by 10 levels, duration increases by 10 seconds. Lu Enhat clenched his fist, thinking, but we pretty much beat Nguyen Te, right? He shouted with joy. I'm so awesome. Lu Enhat laughed heartily. Over here, Lu Van and Hong Nimso were still diligently training. Both of their faces were filled with joy. At the player respawn point, a silhouette of someone was standing and waiting. Nguyen Te thought to herself, 6 hours already. She frowned and wondered to herself, so, I lost. The chat panel showed scalding steam. New Order Guild Leader, what's wrong with Nguyen Te? Nguyen Te, I'm dead. Scalding steam, New Order Guild Leader, she killed him. Nguyen Te, I'm dead. Scalding steam, New Order Guild Leader. Nguyen Te, but I got a valuable piece of intel. Scalding steam. New Order Guild Leader, what do you want me to trade for it? Nguyen Te, help me cultivate a mirror image in the mirror image space enough for me to recover my level after the challenge. The chat panel showed Nguyen Te, yes, the person with the support aura that you've been looking for. Scalding Steam looked at the chat panel and frowned. In Nguyen Jioi, at the New Order Guild headquarters reception room, Vo Kuk sat opposite Scalding Steam and said, you also know that the support aura type is rare, so you want me to agree to help you clear the secret realm in the out-of-control zone. He happily agreed. Okay, he is the player Vo Kuk, level 45, fist-type weapon, possesses life aura, he proposed. Regarding compensation, I want this amount. Clearing a secret realm, 100,000. Scalding Steam grinned and replied, no problem. Outside the New Order headquarters, it was already dark. Vo Kuk stepped outside. Someone spotted him with surprise. He ran over and shouted, big bro, how did the negotiation go? Did the New Order people all jump for joy? I heard they've been turning the whole network upside down looking for someone with a support aura. Vo Kuk angrily kicked a nearby iron pole, bending it. That person immediately trembled with fear and fell silent. Vo Kuk frowned angrily and said, it's settled, 100,000 per secret realm. That person asked in surprise, we've already achieved step 1 of our plan, why are you still so angry? Vo Kuk yelled angrily. What pisses me off is that I'm not the only special one, the only unique player with life aura. He frowned and said in an annoyed tone, then how do we carry out our next plan? How can we climb up to a high position in New Order through the support route? In reality, at Lu Enhat's residence, he looked at the paper in front of him and wondered. Computing power authority. Lu Enhat crossed his arms and pondered deeply. Computing power authority, what is this thing? Literally, it means the authority to control the transfer level of large-scale machine computing power. After perfectly clearing a secret realm, getting it as a reward is the activation condition for some large-scale projects. Or does it have some other special meaning? Lu Enhat frowned and calculated. If the computing power authority reaches 100%, what would happen? What is the relationship between this computing power authority and the trial entry computing power? He put his hand to his forehead, frowning tiredly. Too many questions. Lu Enhat stood up. He felt it was very important, related to his future. Forget it, stop thinking, take a shower first. Hello, Lu Enhat went to open the door and stepped out. Hong Nim-so was cheerfully drying her hair when she noticed Lu Enhat. Hong Nim-so cheerfully waved at him. Lu Enhat smiled and nodded back at her. He headed straight for the bathroom. At the door, he suddenly stopped. He thought, speaking of which, Hong Nim's son opened the door and walked in. Lu Enhat swallowed hard, thinking to himself that ever since Hong Nim Van came to live in the house, a subtle, almost imperceptible fragrance has been lingering in the house. Blushing awkwardly, he scratched his head and thought, it smells quite nice. Suddenly, Lu Enhat smacked his own head to snap himself awake. He reminded himself, what am I thinking? Hurry up and shower, then get online to set the goals for the next phase. In the primal world, Lu Enhat stood before the screen thinking. His current level was 44, only 16 levels away from his goal of 60, with one level gained roughly every 2 secret realm runs. He needed a total of 32 secret realm runs, about 20 days, to achieve his goal. Lu Enhat rested his chin on his hand, thinking. Now there were only 22 days left until the primal world descended upon reality. He worried time was too tight if anything unexpected happened. He might not reach level 60. On the other hand, his equipment also posed a major problem. The screen showed, currently, his remaining secret realm essence was 11,021. There were 2 ways to obtain equipment in the primal world. One was to use secret realm essence to directly craft equipment. The other was to use secret realm essence to upgrade equipment. Lu Enhat muttered to himself that it basically came down to these 2 methods. He currently had a total of 11,021 secret realm essence points, equivalent to 3 secret realm rewards. The remaining 4,271 points came from equipment he had drawn but couldn't use, which he had dismantled. The screen showed, crafting level 40 equipment costs 650 secret realm essence. Craft. Upgrading level 30 equipment to level 40 costs 400 secret realm essence. Upgrade. He was still missing 3 pieces of equipment, a hat, a necklace, and a badge. Plus upgrading his 9 current pieces to level 40 would cost a total of 5,550 secret realm essence points. The screen showed, upgrading level 40 equipment to level 50 costs 700 secret realm essence. Upgrade. Upgrading level 50 equipment to level 60 costs 1,100 secret realm essence. Upgrade, yes or no, Lu Enhat pondered. If he continued this way, after subtracting what he had, upgrading a full set to level 60 would still require 16,129 secret realm essence points. That meant he needed to run the level 40 secret realm 40 more times. Lu Enhat rested his chin on his hand, scanning the screen. He frowned, thinking that no matter how he calculated it, to achieve his goal safely, he would have to go adventuring to get the rewards from a desperate realm 1 or 2 more times. Who should he set his sights on for this? A new message notification appeared. Lu Enhat glanced at it, wondering, a message from whom? Suddenly he froze. Wait, he thought anxiously, there's a new message in the Dire Straits contact list. Why did this name look so familiar? Lu Enhat commanded it to open. The message read, private message from Scorching Steam, Guild Master of New Order, are you free? I have a question. Lu Enhat frowned, thinking, the Guild Master of New Order. Someone kicked him and Lu Enhat nearly fell. He recalled the other person's cutting tone when they spoke to him. How did trash like you end up in New Order? Get out immediately. The Guild Master is about to arrive. Lu Enhat recalled that in his past life, after New Order descended into the primal world, it controlled the entire southern China region. He had once been in the strongest world-class guild. They implemented an elite-focused privilege policy. As long as you were an elite player or an ordinary person with special abilities, life under their rule was very comfortable. But low-level players and ordinary people without special abilities had to live like animals. Enduring such oppression, he had been one of the members of the latter group in his past life. To say he didn't hate New Order would be impossible. Lu Enhat frowned, thinking. But the root cause was still that he had been too weak in his previous life. The chat screen, yes, what is it? Scorching Steam, Guild Master of New Order. I want to organize a team specialized in conquering secret realms in the uncontrolled zone. The team is currently missing a support type or a user. I heard from a friend that you are a support or a user, so I came specifically to invite you. Yes, feel free to state your conditions for joining. I can satisfy them. I will try my best to satisfy you. The value of a support aura. Do you mean all members of the team have auras? Scorching Steam, Guild Master of New Order, that's right. Lu Enhat thought to himself, a team where all members have auras this level of strength. Chat screen, Scorching Steam, Guild Master of New Order. It can be said that this is absolutely one of the strongest teams in the primal world right now. Yes, why go to the uncontrolled zone? With these conditions, you should be rampaging freely through the chaotic zone or the danger zones. Scorching Steam, Guild Master of New Order. I certainly have my own reasons for having to go. Yes, let me think about it. I'll reply a bit later. Scorching Steam Guild Master of New Order. Okay. Lu Enhat frowned, asking himself if he wanted to go. Although this team's structure almost completely cut off his own chances of getting Secret Realm rewards. But on the other hand, the speed of gaining experience and dungeon essence in dungeon raiding absolutely surpasses ordinary team. It's just, why does he insist on leaving the uncontrolled area? Starting from the uncontrolled area, you can no longer use the Mohu City teleport gate to directly teleport into the dungeon. Instead, the wilderness of the uncontrolled area has level 70 dungeon monsters roaming around. Lu Enhat quickly pushed this matter out of his mind and left. Forget it for now, upgrade the equipment first. Screen displays, crafting level 40 purple equipment, consuming 650 dungeon essence, generating equipment. The player browses the equipment. God Awakening Hat attributes, Defense 30, Resistance 10, Intelligence 24, Intelligence 22, Constitution 22, equipment level 40 million years. God Protection Necklace attributes, Defense 30, Resistance 10, Intelligence 25, Intelligence 21, Constitution 20, equipment level 40.5. Battle Robe of Wisdom Swift Movement special attributes, Defense 30, Resistance 10, Strength 11, Agility 15, Constitution 12. Intelligence 30, equipment level 45. Special Type Wisdom Outlook attributes, Defense 30, Resistance 10, Agility 15, Constitution 12, Intelligence 15. Intelligence 30, equipment level 45. Dense Battle Wisdom of Swift Movement special attributes, Defense 30, Resistance 10, Agility 11, Agility 10, Perception 13. Intelligence 30, equipment level 45. Special Battle Wisdom Gloves attributes, Defense 30, Resistance 10, Perception 12, Constitution 11, Constitution 11. Wisdom 30, equipment level 45. Left Earring of All Branches attributes, Strength 20, Agility 20, Perception 10, Intelligence 30, equipment level 40 Type 5. Right Earring of All Branches attributes, Constitution 20, Intelligence 20, Perception 10, Intelligence 20, equipment level 45. All Power Earrings effect, all attributes plus 20. Lake Light Wisdom Blade attributes, Attack Power 240, Strength 30, Intelligence 20, equipment level 40 Type 5. Wisdom Emblem attributes, Defense 10, Resistance 30. Intelligence 63, equipment level 45. Clockwork Revolver, Attack Power 300, Intelligence 60. Judgment Skill attacks have a 3x damage effect or stun, requires equipment level 40 Type 5. Ammo autoloads. Each reload takes 30 seconds, ammo count 1-1. Its attributes are extremely powerful. HP 6036-030, Intelligence 2034-2034. Calculating Combat Power. Calculation complete. Current combat power is 102. Detected combat power greater than 100. Title upgrade. Low-level warrior upgraded to high-level warrior. Title effect all attribute weight plus 1. Upgraded title effect all attribute weight plus 2. These attributes are very high with HP 8048-040. Heavens. Intelligence 2712-2712. Lu Enhat exclaimed in surprise. The reward system of this combat power is so damn cool. After combat power exceeds 100, the weight ratio directly increased from 1 to 2, strength directly increased by 30%. If continue raising combat power, can it increase the weight ratio further? Lu Enhat wondered. How much is needed? 2121, 1000. Suddenly he fell into deep thought. He closed his eyes and thought, saying it out. The combat power system only needs aura to be activated. Then the enhancement it brings to me, other players with aura should also have it, right? If so, doesn't that mean the New Order Guild leaders' team members all have strength like mine? Joining such a team, equivalent to 10 people like me forming a team to raid the uncontrolled area dungeon. It seems the uncontrolled area might not be impossible after all. Chat screen pops up, duh, are you there? After a moment of thought, I agree to join. Kainong Dung Dung, New Order Guild leader, a wise choice. I won't treat you unfairly. In this team there's another person with supportive aura. I've offered him 100,000 per dungeon run. The same goes for you. Lu Enhat thought in surprise. What did this New Order Guild leader do before to have so much money? But this is fine, then I'll have money to buy more food. Chat screen, duh, payment per run. Kainong Dung Dung, New Order Guild leader, no problem. Kainong Dung Dung sat looking at the chat screen, sneering. Screen display. Join the team, Kainong Dung Dung. Welcome the final member of our team. Vokuk, so this is our recruit, the second player with aura in our team. Hello. Vokuk, hello, from now on let's work hard together to support this team. Okay, notification. Kainong Dung Dung, New Order Guild leader, gather at the north gate of Mohu City. Lu Enhat picked up his weapon. He thought, turn off the equipment display above my head first, then bring the rifle from earlier just in case I need to use a handgun. The clock is in reloading state. He holstered the weapon in the back bag. Also, he disguised the blade he was carrying a bit. Maybe it could increase his safety factor a bit. At the north gate of Mohu City member list, Team leader Kai Nong Dung Dung level 50. Member Shield likes eating meat level 50. Member Wire Hat doesn't fly recklessly level 50. Member Little Fist doesn't punch you level 50. Member Twin Blades slay monsters without sweating level 50. Member Curly Hair is Truth level 50. Member Late Warrior level 50. The Nameless City member was originally a level 50 monster. Wuji Team member level 45. Dang Team member level 44. Liu Yi walked over to join the group. He walked alone toward the group ahead. When Fiery, along with 3 others, were all initially observing him, Wuji saw Liu Yi. He happily waved as if they'd been long acquainted. He shouted loudly, "Is it you? Is it you?" He smiled and introduced himself. "I'm Wuji, the only one who greeted you in the chat channel." Liu Yi happily replied, "Hello." When Fiery spoke up, "I haven't had any contact with support-type energy before, now we have enough people." He continued, "Before we head to the Lost Control secret realm, you two demonstrate a bit first, for better coordination later." Liu Yi thought to himself. He is the guild leader of New Order, in a previous life after the Primal Realm descended, one of the most powerful people. When Fiery continued, "Use it on me, whether it's increasing volatility or reducing benefits, just use it once." Liu Yi and Wuji spontaneously turned to look at each other. Wuji said this, he thought, skills were synonymous with trump cards. Using a skill was practically revealing all his trump cards to him, wasn't it? Wuji said, "Then I'll go first." After saying that, he turned and walked away. Wuji smiled and explained, "Once we demonstrate, they'll trust us more." Liu Yi replied, "Although you say that." Wuji walked over to where Fiery was. He smiled and said, "My friends and I with the same energy type have experimented before. The effective range for using energy abilities is calculated based on the attack range suitable for one's own weapon." He continued, "The weapon suitable for me is gauntlets. The attack range is about 1.3 meters. So I need to get within 1.3 meters of the target to use a skill on them. This can be considered my biggest weakness." When Fiery replied, "Yeah, the relationship between skills and suitable weapons is indeed like that." Liu Yi gaped in surprise and thought, there's such a thing. His weapon was gauntlets, so his skill's effective range was only 1.3 meters. So the weapon that suits me is a pistol, so what is my combat distance? Yanjiang thought 100 m or 200 m. Seems I've never thought carefully about this issue. Skills are just throw them out whenever, Liu Yi thought with a wry smile. But if that's the case, suddenly I feel like a pervert. Wu Jai immediately displayed his skill. "This is my first skill." Recovery, he continued, "This is my second skill." Incantation, he then used incantation on Kai Nong Dung Dung. "It makes you become angry with a sharp gaze." Wu Jai said, tested personally, "It can be used on bosses and the effect is very good. Can add a series of negative statuses to the target such as weakness, fatigue, or slow." A chain appeared in Kai Nong Dung Dung's hand. He said, "This is my third skill, silence, which can restrict any skill of the target including boss." Wu Jai smiled and said, "These 3 skills are probably enough to support you all. As for the 4th skill, let's just consider it as me keeping a trump card. Can the guild master understand?" Kai Nong Dung Dung said, "Understandable," Liu Yi thought. Only demonstrated the first 3 most commonly used skills, which also have the greatest effect for the team. Keeping the 4th skill might not be commonly used, but it is absolutely good as a trump card. Such a demonstration is indeed acceptable. Liu Yi stepped forward and said, "It's my turn. My suitable weapon is a star. The casting range is about 3 meters, a bit better than Wu Jai. The first skill is the same as Wu Jai. The second skill is blessing, the third skill is binding. I'll demonstrate them for you." Liu Yi immediately cast binding on Kai Nong Dung Dung. Next is blessing, and suddenly, a golden light appeared around Kai Nong Dung Dung. He explained, "Binding can lock the target for 10 seconds. Can lock a boss for 2000 seconds, obviously haven't tried it yet. Blessing can dispel abnormal statuses of the target." He smiled and said, "Including my binding. As for the 4th skill, I'll also keep it as a trump card." Liu Yi glanced at Wu Jai and Wu Jai smiled back at him. Kai Nong Dung Dung put his hand on his chin and said, It's almost clear. If that's the case, the team's strength is probably enough," he shouted. "Brothers, before, because we lacked support-type players, we kept getting stuck at the outer area of the out-of-control zone. Now that we've found support-type players, and we even found 2 at once." Kai Nong Dung Dung raised his hand, voice full of determination, and said to everyone, "This time, we must go deep into the out-of-control zone. Clear the secret realm deep within the out-of-control zone." Everyone happily replied in unison, "Yes, let's go." Liu Yi followed behind, watching the figures of everyone walking ahead. He thought to himself, when talking about the harvest from the secret realm, the harvest from the chaotic zone and the out-of-control zone are nearly equal, but the danger in the wilderness is worlds apart. Why is the guild master of New Order so determined to clear the secret realm in the out-of-control zone? What secret lies within? Wu Jai looked at him, waved his hand and called out loudly, "Hey, hurry up and follow." Liu Yi replied, "Come." He thought uniqueness is the most valuable. Wu Jai looked ahead, his eyes brimming with joy. He thought to himself, hey, is that so? I'll find a chance to get someone's level back to 0. Then I'll be the only one with vitality again. The group stood before the entrance of the out-of-control zone. Below was a pitch-black bottomless abyss, full of ruins and mist spreading everywhere. Someone explained the out-of-control zone is different from the chaotic zone and the disorder zone. New Order's guild master stood at the entrance, sharing the information he knew about this area. The wilderness difficulty of the out-of-control zone is calculated based on the number of people the party brings. This is also the reason why I only organize a 10-person party to enter the out-of-control zone. He turned around to look at the group behind him, seriously reminding them. But even if the difficulty is the simplest 10-person, it's still difficulty 70 plus 10 people, so absolutely cannot be careless. Additionally, killing outer monsters gives no rewards at all. Therefore, for the outer monsters of the out-of-control zone, avoid if possible. If unavoidable, find a way to lure them away, even if it requires sacrificing a certain team member, it's an unavoidable matter. As soon as the last sentence was finished, the whole group fell silent. None of them wanted to be the sacrifice. New Order's guild master took the lead and jumped down first. Go, the group standing behind watched him jump first. One by one, they followed his guidance and jumped down. Only the male lead Liu Yi remained standing at the edge of the cliff. He crouched down to gain momentum, preparing to jump after them, bounced once and then jumped down. Initially there was still some light shining down. The deeper they went, the thicker the darkness enveloped them. With a boom, he landed. The spot where Liu Yi landed caved in a bit. Debris flew everywhere from the strong impact. He stood up and looked up at the sky. Lightning in the sky was illuminating a part, helping those standing in the out-of-control zone to see part of their surroundings. Liu Yi warily looked around. On the roof of a ruined building, a monster was staring at the group that had just appeared in the dark area. A monster like a cross between a leopard and a wolf with black spots. Sharp claws grow from its limbs and spine, and its mouth full of jagged teeth emits a growl. Lu Enhat stared at it. The New Order guild master also knew there were monsters nearby. He reminded, if possible, avoid it. Then he continued. Head to the safe location we prepared in advance. As soon as he finished speaking, he ran ahead. The group behind followed one after another. Seeing its prey flee, the monster began to hunt. But before it could go far, it was seized by a giant hand like holding a doll. It was a gigantic monster 10 times its size. The huge monster clenched its hand as if crushing an ant. It let out an enormous roar and burst forward with immense force. The ground beneath its feet shattered into many pieces. It chased after Lu Enhat's group, making loud noises as it pursued. One guy with a hair tie in the team wondered, "What's that sound?" Before he could finish, he turned his head to look. A gigantic monster was chasing right behind them. Leaping over ruined building, the hair tie guy saw it and announced, "Boss, that's an ancient condor. Oh my god, what is this? Why did we run into this killing star as soon as we arrived?" The New Order guild master didn't look back, continuing to run forward and reminding, "Stop babbling, try to escape it." Then he turned in a different direction and everyone behind followed. Vo Kuk beside the hair tie guy asked, "How strong is that monster?" The hair tie guy, face tense and serious, held nothing back and told everything. "Our guild has sent 10 teams into the uncontrolled zone to scout for intel so far. Among them, 5 teams were wiped out by it. You tell me if it's powerful or not." Behind them, the ancient condor monster was still chasing. Wherever it went, it destroyed obstacles, leaving shattered earth and rocks. It relentlessly chased the group, determined not to let these prey escape. The New Order guild master saw things were bad and gave the order, "Lead the way, lure it out." Icehead followed the command, stopped to face the ancient condor and replied, "Got it." Before the ancient condor could touch him, it was controlled by the skill Child's Play. Child's Play compels the target to attack the caster. Duration 1 minute. During Child's Play, the target's movement speed is reduced by 10%, attack power reduced by 10%. The ancient condor was hit by the skill, and its speed immediately dropped significantly, buying enough time for Lu Enhat's group to run further. Even so, it still chased after them. If they couldn't shake it off, the ancient condor would keep pursuing until it achieved its goal. Vo Kuk, running at the very back of the group, looked behind as if calculating something. He frowned and thought, if that monster is as fast as they say. His eyes filled with malice, staring at Lu Enhat's back. Despicable, vile thoughts surfaced in his mind. Then I should take advantage of this a little. He used a marking spell on Lu Enhat. Marking a target makes it permanently exist within the sensory range of all creatures within 1000 m. Duration 10 minutes. Immediately, the surrounding monsters stirred as if catching the scent of prey. A large swarm of creatures looked in one direction, including the gigantic ancient condor that had also been marked. Icehead looked at the ancient condor, which suddenly stood motionless, and asked, "Strange, why did it stop chasing?" Lu Enhat, unaware, was still dashing along the road. Something shot forward at lightning speed, leaving no trace of a shadow. It was a monster charging at Lu Enhat. His eyes filled with panic and shock. with a crash. The monster slammed him into a wall. The impact sent plenty of stone fragments flying. Everyone in the group was baffled by what was happening. What's going on? Vokuk didn't care, kept running, his face full of smug satisfaction. Everyone was surprised, asking, why did Lu Enhat suddenly become the target of all monsters? The New Order Guild Master seemed to have figured everything out, looking at him. Vokuk's face revealed a vile and ugly smile, full of certainty that Lu Enhat would surely die. The New Order Guild Master left a sentence, head to the first safe location first. Let me try to rescue him. With those words, he immediately ran toward Lu Enhat, leaving the team in shock. The others could only call out Guild Master before they could no longer see any sign of him. Vokuk was stunned by this, apparently beyond his expectations. Has the New Order Guild Master lost his mind? In a situation like this, how can he be saved? He acted as if nothing had happened, steadying the team's morale, saying, the Guild Master must have confidence to do this. Let's hurry and go, don't let us become a burden to the Guild Master. In the distance, buildings were smashed to pieces, slabs of concrete strewn across the ground. The hair tie guy saw this and exclaimed, just now that head that broke free from control has come back. The remaining group ran toward the safe zone. The system displayed Lu Enhat's info, party member, level 44. The New Order Guild Master's face was extremely serious, thinking, don't die. Right beside him, a monster burst out. Unpanicked, he swung one arm and slashed through the monster's body. But the sword created couldn't pierce it and even got slightly worn down. The New Order President's eyes widened in shock. These monsters' defense is too high. The monster's claws attacked towards him. He blocked this move, then retreated far away, looking at the monsters, swarming towards Lu Enhat group after group like ants seeking honey. In his heart, he had already given up. With so many left, perhaps he couldn't be saved. Suddenly, light shone from where Lu Enhat was. The New Order President saw it in surprise. Lu Enhat not only didn't die but was fighting back against the monsters, using the stasis state technique, which has the effect of locking the target's HP. Instant force, no consumption. For every 10 levels, the full body lock duration on the target increases by 1 second. During the lock, the target cannot move. Cooldown 24 hours, stasis countdown 10. Lu Enhat shouted, blessing. System notification, in stasis state, blessing is effective, character cannot move. Abnormal status dispelled, mark dispelled. Lu Enhat picked up his familiar sword, attack power increased by 50%. He swung his hand and slashed. A blue beam of light emitted from the sword, flinging the monsters away. They were cut in two, unable to survive. Lu Enhat's face was grim. His whole body was perfectly unharmed. Having killed the small condor minions, there was still the offspring of the giant condor in the distance. It came charging with a grunt. It extended its sharp claws, wanting to tear Lu Enhat's body into 100 pieces. He was not afraid at all, gritting his teeth. He caught the sharp claw tip in front of him. He squeezed with all his might, causing cracks to appear on the claw. He gripped it tightly, the pressure pushing him backwards. His feet planted on the ground were pushed, leaving behind upturned stone slabs. Lu Enhat exerted full force, then switched weapons from the sword to a gun. Attack power increased to 135,600. He held the claw tightly with his left hand. With his right hand he drew, not giving the monster a chance to unleash a second move before he pulled the trigger. Bang! The shot pierced through the monster. The attack force passed through it and hit the wall behind, causing it to collapse continuously. The lifeless monster gradually fell, its body oversized. As it fell, it created a huge rumbling shock, dust and fine sand swirling everywhere. Lu Enhat stood tall atop the ancient condor's corpse. Its body gradually disappeared like an illusion. The New Order President watched the shocking scene, only able to exclaim, "Are you kidding me? This is support power." System notification, stasis state ended. Blessing, surplus 50 seconds. Without waiting for the monster's corpse to fully disappear, Lu Enhat immediately rushed towards the New Order President. He stood frozen there, not knowing what Lu Enhat wanted to do. He just leaned close to his ear and said 2 words, "Let's go." He widened his eyes. There were still many monsters standing in the distance. The steadfast guild leader, having come to his senses, then ran after them and said, together. At the entrance to some secret realm in the uncontrolled zone, outside the ruined building was a huge glowing entrance. Inside a dilapidated room, a group of players had made it here. Someone worriedly said, "I wonder how the guild leader is doing." Another sighed and added, "I didn't even dare to send him a message, afraid I'd disturb him." The others agreed. "I'm the same." Vokuk looked at everyone and said, "Why don't we just go back and try the raid next time? In that situation, how could any player survive?" The guy with tied-up hair disagreed, frowning and retorting, "The guild leader and Da aren't dead yet." Vokuk didn't think so. He was sure in his heart that those two had been killed by the monster. In a weird, sarcastic tone, he tried to sow discord among the team. Even though their HP hadn't dropped, the probability was that they just used some emergency skill to lock it temporarily. That does seriously. I don't know how he attracted so many monsters to surround and kill him. What a cowardly teammate. A party member who seemed to be the tank, carrying a shield on his back, said with a sour face. With arms crossed in anger, he suddenly looked at the control panel and urgently announced, "The guild leader and De are shown on the map outside the safe house now." Vokuk was stunned when he heard this. What? The other team members were visibly delighted, full of excitement. He hurriedly shouted, "Make sure they didn't lure monsters here, stay on guard." The door opened and everyone was a bit on guard, touching their weapons to prepare for the unexpected. Full of tension, they stared at the door. Impossible, there was no loud noise. It was the guild leader and Liu Enhat, and everyone cheered joyfully. Guild leader, Vokuk was shocked, couldn't believe his eyes, they actually made it back. Damn, the new order guild leader is really too nosy. Seeing the two return safely, everyone was ecstatic and praised them. Guild leader, you're so awesome. In that situation, you still managed to bring someone back. So amazing, worthy of being the team leader. Yes, yes. The guild leader glanced at Liu Enhat, saw him avoiding his gaze, and knew he didn't want to reveal any information. Liu Enhat quietly found a seat. The guild leader also sat down, not wanting to recount the details of the incident, so he just said dismissively, "No need for empty flattery. Rest for 10 minutes, then we'll go raid this safe house's secret realm." The two sat facing each other, while the others didn't notice anything unusual about Liu Enhat. They simply and happily followed the guild leader's arrangements, shouting in unison. Vokuk glanced over at Liu Enhat, who had returned safely and was sitting alone, dazed. He sidled up and called, "Duh, how did you guys escape? Tell us, it must have been really thrilling." Liu Enhat coldly turned to look at him, recalling the system notification. Blessing effect active, character immobilized, anomaly dispelled. The mark had been dispelled. He smiled mysteriously. He asked him a question that made Vokuk jump. "It was you just now, wasn't it?" Vokuk quickly denied it evasively, waving his hand and laughing it off. "What are you talking about? How could I have such great ability? Impossible. You think too highly of me." Liu Enhat ignored his antics, still coldly analyzing. "Maybe you haven't learned blessing, so you don't know. It can dispel any negative status, including the mark you placed on me." Vokuk listened to the explanation in panic, his eyes wide, staring at him. Liu Enhat, full of confidence, continued, "And that mark is a level 40 life skill. In this team, besides me, only you could have it." His empty hand instantly pulled out a handgun from thin air. Liu Enhat continued, "Honestly, from the moment I entered the room, I've been thinking about whether to deal with you." He slowly stood up, still speaking calmly. In a situation like this, hesitation shows an intense inner desire. Liu Enhat stood up straight, aimed the gun at Vokuk, and slowly enunciated each word. "Right now, you look like a villain from a novel." He said, "If you desire it so much, then just satisfy yourself." Vokuk froze in front of the gun barrel, his expression unclear, his emotion. Vokuk's expression couldn't be clearly seen. He suddenly raised his voice to argue with Liu Enhat, drawing everyone's attention this way. "We're teammates, not enemies. You want to kill me." The group of players heard the commotion and all turned to look. Vokuk seemed to have the upper hand, his face full of smugness and provocation. Because in his heart he thought, "You fool, pulling a hot weapon on me, wanting to kill me. What a joke, but that's fine too. I can use this to make the team isolate you. As for what you said about that level 40 life skill, besides the two of us, who knows who can prove it, even if you've learned it too. If you show it, couldn't I just say it's a self-directed bitter trick you staged?" The guy with tied-up hair saw Liu Enhat pointing the gun at Vokuk, completely baffled, and said, "Duh, what are you doing?" The guild leader sat silently opposite them. Liu Yi didn't care what others thought. He still pointed his gun at Wu Jai, revealing a gleeful smile. Wu Jai had no idea that Liu Yi was not someone to be trifled with. He was still babbling on about words and letters, patting his chest as he spoke. "I just asked one question. How could he have killed that pile of monsters?" He didn't even answer, just directly pointed his gun at me. Wu Jai even proactively dragged in the New Order chairman. He looked at him and said, "Chairman, tell me, is there a teammate like this?" The chairman was still silent, not knowing what calculations were going on in his mind. Wu Jai looked like a one-man show. He said everything himself, not letting anyone get a word in edgewise. He was so sarcastic when talking about Liu Yi. "Speaking of which, maybe you're also a support, so you want to kill me. As long as you kill me, you'll be the only person with support power left. Then you can set any conditions. Because the chairman wants to conquer the out-of-control zone, he'll have to agree to your condition." Liu Yi let him talk, hand still pointing the gun. Wu Jai monologued, pointing at him and saying, "All right, such deep scheming. Look, what kind of scum is this? Does he even deserve to be on the team?" Liu Yi remained silent, just quietly watching the clown act. The New Order chairman sat between the two. Wu Jai pretended to retreat, fearfully saying, "Chairman, but right now we aren't deep into the out-of-control zone. Quickly change team members. Keeping this kind of person around is really too dangerous." Hair Tai couldn't stand watching this anymore and said, "Whatever grudges you have. After we get back, you can settle it yourselves. Why are you causing trouble now?" Just then the chairman stood up, seemingly having his own way to handle it. He walked over, placed a hand on Hair Tai's shoulder, signaling it was okay. He said, "That thing he pulled out is a hot weapon, not for dueling, it suits him. He never actually intended to kill. He's doing this to save face for us. Let us settle this matter ourselves. Wu Jai's expression changed visibly. He stared at the chairman, feeling things were not going as planned. What's going on? The new order chairman's attitude isn't right. The chairman approached Liu Yi, placed his hand on the gun, signaling him to put it away. The two stood on the same side, both looking at Wu Jai. The chairman continued, "On the contrary, why do you keep provoking our relationship with you?" In an instant, the chairman charged at Wu Jai, grabbing him tightly by the collar. His gaze was cold, as if looking at a dead thing. Wu Jai was still pretending, not admitting it. His face had changed color, struggling to say each word. "Chairman, what are you doing?" In his heart, he was shocked. How high is his strength attribute? How can his strength be so great? The new order chairman seemed to be shielding his own, coldly saying, "I trust him very much. The level of trust is even deeper than you imagine." Wu Jai clutched the chairman's wrist, afraid he'd be strangled in an instant. He was still trying to reason, throwing dirty water on Liu Yi. "Chairman, you mustn't confuse black and white. He's the one who attacked me, not me wanting to attack him." The chairman's hand had gradually turned red. He didn't believe what Wu Jai just said, replying, "But I believe he had his reasons for doing so. I'm sure with his strength, he would never use this method against a teammate without a reason." After saying this, the chairman's entire body was engulfed in red, like the color of blood. Only then did Wu Jai realize his calculations were completely wrong. He was lifted by the collar by the chairman like a chicken, shouting, "No, chairman, you can't believe him so blindly. I didn't do anything wrong, I didn't, you're trying to frame me." The red covering the chairman's body is called thick flesh, a blood shadow body. It's bursting out like a plastic substance, able to transform into blood enveloping the target. While enveloped, the target's health decreases along with the user's. The user can expend consciousness power to reduce the health loss rate. While enveloped by blood, the target cannot use any skills. The daily usage time is 2 minutes. Wu Jai didn't know death was approaching. The new order chairman continued, "Things I've decided, even if they're wrong, I will carry them through." Wu Jai was wrapped in blood, inside like a vacuum glass cage. The air was completely sucked out, unable to breathe. What kind of freakish skill is this? Liu Yi watched him slowly die. The notification panel showed his health bar decreasing. Teammate Wu Jai, level 45, health bar 45. He was struggling inside the blood wrap, wanting to use a recovery skill, but it was useless. What's going on? Why can't I use my skills? Health bar 13. Even knowing it was impossible, he still frantically tried to use recovery. Heal me. The health bar only had a sliver of red left. He staggered toward Liu Yi, one hand clutching his own neck, the other reaching forward. But before he could finish walking, death pulled him down. His face full of pain, knees buckling to the ground as if kneeling before Liu Yi. He slumped there, no sign of life left. Then his body vanished. The blood wrap dissolved, leaving only Liu Yi and the chairman. He looked at him and said politely, "Thank you," then returned to his spot and sat down. The chairman also smiled in response. "You remembered when he used a sword to slash through the monsters. You broke into a sweat, looked away and thought, if I hadn't done that. I was afraid that by yourself you'd kill all of us." The cooldown of Liu Yi's time-stop state is 24 hours. In the ruined room, the president said to Liu Yi, "So, interested in joining the new order? I'll give you the highest benefits of a special grade member of the new order." Liu Yi calmly sat on a concrete slab listening to the new order president speak. "Interested in joining the new order? I'll give you the highest benefits of a special member of the new order." He confidently invited Liu Yi to join the guild, saying, "Today killing Wu Jai, consider it my apology to you. Previously, you and some low-level members of our new order had a little conflict." He stood opposite Liu Yi and said, "But as long as we cooperate, all those past unpleasant matters can be let go." The people in the team were extremely surprised to hear these words. The president personally inviting someone to join our new order, this has never happened before. Not only inviting, but also directly offering the benefits of a special member. The people standing nearby agreed with this comment. Yeah. Members of our new order who hasn't gone through the final selection process to join." Some people also expressed dissatisfaction, saying, "What's so special about him that's worth the president recruiting him?" Liu Yi ignored the chatter around him and coldly asked the new order president, "What do I need to give up?" This question was enough to startle him with its wariness. Others, not knowing the deeper meaning, spoke up. "What's going on? Shouldn't you ask about the benefits first?" Liu Yi explained his previous question. "Joining a guild, you can't just enjoy benefits. Tell me the price to pay first. If I can accept it, then I'll join." The polite expression on the new president's face just now was gone. He smiled, surprised by his intelligence, and explained to the doubts just now, "If I say there is none, you definitely won't believe it." He raised his hand, rubbing his fingertips together, and said, "Even if you believe it, when the time comes and we really want you to give something up, you certainly won't agree." So the new order president, like a multi-level marketing guy luring prey, passionately said, "The price is that when the guild needs you. We hope you can give up everything in the game, including unlimited levels, equipment, but afterward we will definitely compensate you generously." Liu Yi frowned and coldly revealed important information. The power of the uncontrolled secret realm will ultimately end in a desperate situation. The moment these words were spoken, everyone became alert and stared at him. The New Order president saw that no amount of talking could salvage the situation, so he scratched his head, smiled amiably, and replied, "No, I was just giving an example." If such a situation were to happen, Liu Yi clasped his hands together, rested his chin on them, and said, "Promising more is still just promises. Sorry, I refuse." Knowing the answer would be that, but still a bit disappointed, the New Order president looked at Liu Yi and continued, "Cooperation is fine, but I absolutely will not give up my level and equipment, let alone use them as a last resort. Will you people keep your word in the future?" These words were like a slap in the face to the people of the New Order. They agitatedly said, "How ungrateful. He probably doesn't know the benefits of a special member. Not to mention other things, just the base salary for 1 year is over 2 million. And the price is just for him to temporarily give up his level and equipment in the game. Is he stupid or just a fool?" The New Order president ignored what the members said. He also sat down on a concrete slab opposite Liu Yi and said, "Is that so? What a pity, but being able to cooperate is already not bad." Liu Yi smiled and replied, "Thanks for understanding." The New Order president smiled back. Both maintained an amiable and polite demeanor. Liu Yi sank into his own thoughts. If not for the pressure of his past life, if he didn't know that the level and equipment of the primal realm were related to future survival. He stared fixedly at the guild leader sitting opposite him, thinking, with his current strength and the fact that the New Order guild leader personally invited him, now joining New Order was a very good choice. Lu Enhat's face darkened a little. Unfortunately, but only a moment later, he changed this thought. He pursed his lips lightly. There was nothing to regret. Strength is the foundation of everything. The New Order guild leader was pulling him into the team, inviting him to join New Order, all because he valued his strength. Lu Enhat thought, full of confidence, just keep his own strength growing. As long as he doesn't die, the people pulling him will only increase more and more. On the other side, at the New Order guild leader's side, he was reading a message. Bok Thur sent a message. Really lucky. The first secret realm upon entering the loss of control zone was a special secret realm. My default 10% computational power authority, I'm here. Below were congratulatory messages, but the earliest message that appeared changed the situation. Bok Thur texted, "Oh my god, I'm convinced. One of the perfect clearing conditions for this special secret realm is actually a desperate situation. More importantly, not only did I fail to clear it, the people who let it all die. Pulling more people, who knows how long it'll take." Below, Hyen Thur sent condolences. The New Order guild leader finished reading the message and also got a headache. A thorny problem had arrived. He realized this, looked at Lu Enhat. As expected, one of the conditions could be a desperate situation, and for the acquisition of the first step was already stuck. The New Order guild leader seriously considered, but Du's ability is a great help for me to beat them. I have to strive for it again. In the messages, the parties were still reporting their progress. Hyen Thur had the nearest progress, Than Thur computational power authority 50%. Bok Thur suggested going through the danger zone and chaos zone because it was only 10%, but Than Thur didn't want to because it was too low. Because the loss of control zone perfect, clearing a special secret realm one time could get 10%, while the other two zones one time only got 1%, especially with equal difficulty. The New Order guild leader read all these messages, his expression more serious than ever, began to consider whether to kill Lu Enhat or not. As a precaution, Nhu Loi was still called the most suitable to deal with players. Come on. If a desperate situation really appeared and Da ultimately chose to refuse, then Nhu Loi would cooperate with me. At the last moment, resolved Da. He stared ahead. Hayes hope such a situation doesn't happen. He successively presented the comments he collected. Pure Meat Center, pure meat eating meat. Pure Meat support New Order guild leader, boiling hot air. For the unsupported headband not flying, small fists not hitting him. For the dual sword wielder, it was support after attack. Blade slashing monsters without sweating, hair throw is the truth. The hair-tied person swinging a sword cutting monsters is a pure martial artist attacker. Unknown enlightenment, original meat dropping monsters. Each person in the team showed an indispensable role. At this moment, the team was fighting a hybrid monster between a lion and a water pearl. It had two extremely sturdy horns, a mane around its head like a lion but black. Its mouth gaped like a hippo's beak, roaring at the humans wanting to attack it. Under the team's coordination, clearing a 50+ average secret realm one round only took 4 hours. And as the team went deeper into the loss of control zone, the number of secret realms the team cleared increased more and more. Finally, on the 4th day, after clearing the 12th secret realm, I reached level 50. Lu Enhat, the player named Da, had reached level 50. Level 50 skill branch unlocked. The unlocked level 50 skills were Cooldown Reset and Scan. Cooldown Reset makes all target skills immediately black without consumption. Cooldown time 12 hours. Scan 1000M instantly generated map detect resource points. Every 10 levels up, scan range increases by 100M on the third day, Lu Hat. Reached level 50, which was the sixth day entering the loss of control zone. The team finally found the target of the New Order guild leader. He stood before an entrance as red as a ruby, the special secret realm of the loss of control zone. At the same time, the 10th person chosen for the tank position in the team after Vo Kuk died was also replenished. Before this, the New Order guild leader pulled an unimportant member from New Order to temporarily fill the team. Feet gliding in midair, one foot stomped heavily on the ground. Taking momentum, he jumped high, flying straight up over 10 floors before landing, standing before the entrance of the special secret realm. Everyone saw him and shouted, "Captain!" The replenished person was Nhu Loi Dang Truong, level 56. The team members welcomed him warmly. "Captain, you've arrived." Nhu Loi grinned, crouched down, laughing. "Finally joined the team, you weak chickens. I told you can't leave me." The three others' faces went blank from being insulted in front of everyone. He continued. "Ah, guild leader, among the people I said, that includes you." Nhu Loi saw the guild leader looking at him, immediately dodged, waved his hand, denying. "Ah no, not included, slip of the tongue, slip of the tongue." The guild leader still silently watched him. Lu Hat watched this scene, in his mind recalled Nhu Loi. He is exactly Nhu Loi Dang Truong. In the past life, when the origin realm was in chaos, the 5th ranked expert. I defeated the true bodies of those two powerhouses. I don't know how much stronger compared to the true body of Nhu Loi Dang Truong. At this moment, Nhu Loi also noticed Lu Hat. He approached Lu Hat and asked, "You must be a whole head taller. Opening your mouth is just dog-knowing words." Captain Nhu Loi said, "The guild master said you're very strong, you might even be able to touch my toes." As soon as these words fell, quite a few gazes from guild members turned this way. Lu Hat, expressionless, thought coldly, "Only able to touch your toes." His brows furrowed tightly as if they could crush a fly to death. Now was not the time to vent anger. He thought that normally when crushing a person to death, you could indeed touch their toes. "I hope I never get the chance to crush you to death," the New Order guild master shouted. Nhu Loi, say less. "Ah, sorry, Nhu Loi has a bit of a foul mouth, but his nature isn't bad," Captain Nhu Loi said extremely arrogantly. "Guild master, a support member. Having combat power that can touch my toes is already a compliment, okay?" The guild master didn't want to listen to his nonsense, pointed at the other team members and said, "Drag him into the special dungeon first for me." Everyone immediately complied. Right, Captain, your strength is unparalleled, let's enter the dungeon first. You better perform well, don't let your words become empty talk." Captain Nhu Loi was shoved and pushed by everyone into the entrance. He said smugly, "Of course I'm not like you guys. Don't pull me, I'll walk myself." The guild master watched the group that had already entered the special dungeon, then thought to himself, "Why did I choose someone like that as one of the guild's representatives?" He looked around the entrance, pondering, the special dungeon of the out-of-control zone, and also directly using the special dungeon to change the color that displayed the difficulty of the dungeon transmission. Then he let out a soft sigh. He turned to speak to Lu Hat. "The biggest goal for me coming to the out-of-control zone is to clear this special dungeon. I promise you, as long as you clear the special dungeon according to my requirements, no matter what happens later, New Order will owe you a favor." Lu Hat was slightly surprised by these words, by his request. What exactly did the New Order guild master want to obtain from the special dungeon of the out-of-control zone? The guild master gave Lu Hat a serious look full of determination. Then he also stepped through the entrance, departing. Lu Hat was the last person to enter the special dungeon. Thoughts appeared in his head. Speaking of which, in his previous life, he had never had contact with the New Order guild master. He didn't know what kind of person he was. He recalled the words he had once heard about him. It was just when he was at a low level in New Order, from the mouths of other low-level members of New Order, that he heard about him. The New Order guild master was an extremely brutal person, a demon who looked down on human life. Lu Hat walked with his head bowed, step by step, reflecting on their interactions these past few days. The feeling his whole being conveyed made me feel he would be a very good friend. As he gradually approached the dungeon entrance, a friend. Only those with shared interests can become friends. I've only tasted a little sweetness from this clearing team, that's why such a thought arose. If interests conflict except for my little sister, everyone else is an enemy, so I must remain vigilant. His figure gradually sank deep, disappearing from the entrance. He reminded himself, once his interests conflict with those of New Order, then he and they could become enemies. At that time, all he could do was try to survive, figure out how to stay alive. After that, the door of the dungeon entrance vanished. The silhouettes of two people appeared, seemingly chatting. "Cultivation successful, that's great." It seemed to be inside some research institute. Researchers in white coats standing outside the glass window said, "Computational power is truly all-powerful. Even mythical creatures can be cultivated. Voices rang out rapidly, unclear what was happening at the scene, what story was being told. A white-haired person said, "In the blink of an eye, it's already grown so big. Has it been brainwashed? Sorry, director, we've tried everything, but it's getting hotter and pushing out with no effect at all." The director wanted to scold his students, what a bunch, but before he could finish his sentence, he saw something unexpected. What is it trying to do? Danger. Shards of glass shattered one by one. A monster-like thing with a rough, horny layer flashed through the glass and emerged. A person knocked to the ground was trying to cling to the control panel. "No, we can't let it escape." His eyes widened. "We have to deal with it." As soon as he said that, he slammed his hand down on a red button. The scene cut off there. In the distance beyond the dungeon entrance was a majestic mountain. Everyone had passed through the dungeon. Lu Enhat was silent because he had also just seen those images. He wondered to himself, what kind of movie was that? So this is the special dungeon. The guild master also cautiously looked around. The system panel displayed, "Dungeon Quest generated, the one-way entrance has closed." The Dungeon Quest is an out-of-control research product. Quest content: escort the life source Min Za to the Creature Cultivation Center. Ancient Mac Research Institute number 304, Min Sa Hamlet, attention. The glass vial containing the pure substance cannot be put into bags. It is also bound to the player's life. If the vial shatters, the person dies. It was a vial containing orange liquid. On everyone's chest, this vial gradually appeared. Guild Master Tung Le thought to himself. Everyone has one, so the perfect clear condition is for all personnel to reach the training center without any losses. He breathed a soft sigh of relief. That's great, it's not a dead end. On Lu Enhat's side, he scrutinized the bottle in his hand, recalling. So far, the secret realms I've participated in might only be two. Could the secret realm that I entered with Nguyen Te also be a secret realm? The group was still curious about the bottles in their hands, not realizing that above them was a giant python with a body full of sharp spikes. Its blazing red eye stared as if looking at prey. At that moment, the whole team realized the monster. The guild leader immediately gave the order, deploy formation. But the monster only needed to let out a roar to cause a considerable tremor. 3 bottles fell because the holders couldn't keep them steady. Affected by the roar, they raised their hands to cover their heads, unable to keep hold of the bottles. Immediately, these 3 people vanished without a trace. The system announced, "Your friend Thuan loves meat has died. Your friend eating hair is truth has died. Your friend nameless city root is monster has died." Guild leader New Order was surprised. This was already the loss of 3 bottles. The system displayed a warning. You sense an illusory sound attack. Comparing Min Za, Vow, and consciousness forces, determining you can withstand the illusory sound attack. Min Za, Nguyen, Lu Enhat were in a battle-ready stance. Suddenly a voice rang out, "Look carefully, you bunch of minions." Nhu Loi Dang Truong ferociously rushed towards Min Za and Cat Rong. "Watch me deal with it, avenge Quan Ho Hair." Suddenly a strong force hit the ground. Fragments of earth flew everywhere. Everyone in the team was surprised. One person raised his voice and said, "Captain, calm down. We've already lost 3 people, we can't lose you too." He ran quickly towards Min Za and loudly declared, "Little worm, I'm gonna chop you up, cook you, and turn you into shit." After saying that, he struck fiercely at Min Za. Min Za remained unmoved after receiving the blow with no damage at all. He was surprised to see it still unaffected. Immediately, Min Za opened its mouth wide, revealing 2 long fangs as if to swallow Nhu Loi Dang Truong. He panicked and couldn't react in time. Finally, he was swallowed by Min Za. Teammate replaced Hector and the captain both gaped when they saw him being swallowed by Min Za. Panicking, they exclaimed, "Oh my god, I knew it." Then Min Za moved in another direction. Everyone stood still and watched. One person spoke up directly, "So what do? We just entered the secret realm and already lost 4 people." At this moment in a dense forest, his figure was weaving through stealthily. Suddenly 3 bottles simultaneously fell to the ground. The essence of the 3 bottles rose and merged into one. Then the essence of each team member also merged. After that, the essence in that person's hand also stirred. The essence in the bottle gradually changed from yellow to orange, finally turning red. Furious Heat stared at the bottle and thought, could the condition for perfect cultivation not be for all members to reach the research facility, but rather 10 parts of essence merging into one? Liu Yi looked at the essence and thought, if that secret realm is also a special secret realm. Then he pondered and posed a question. So the thing that Furious Heat constantly yearns for, could it be the special secret realm of the uncontrolled zone, perfect cultivation? System notification, congratulations player. Yes, the perfect cultivation secret realm grants the puppet game. The puppet game is purified, reward, 1% computing power authority. He looked at the system notification and guessed that the captain was probably now inside the belly of that monster. Icehead suddenly spoke up, "We must find a way to save the captain." Nhu Loi appeared and asked, "How do we save him? By chasing after that monster?" At this moment a voice rang out, "Guild leader," he spoke up, cutting off all words, No more talk if he didn't die in the first moments. Furious Heat seriously admonished everyone. Then he can definitely survive that monster's grasp. Then he seriously reminded everyone, the most important thing for us now is to reach the location to complete the mission. As soon as he finished, Liu Yi came to his senses and focused on the task at hand. He was silent for a moment then spoke. It's that skill. At this time, the whole team simultaneously sprinted forward after someone said, "Listen to the guild leader, let's go." He moved while thinking of a way to deal with it. Through the film's conveyed content, we must resolve Min Sang Nguyen. And according to the method, if it's not 10 complete essence parts arriving, then it might be to merge the essence in our hands, then nurture a stronger monster to resolve Min Sang Nguyen. The whole team and he all ran at high speed to the mission location. Then, he thought of another scenario. Assuming that monster cannot be resolved through ordinary strategy, this might be the answer. We must think of a way to verify whether that monster can be resolved. It had been 20 minutes since they arrived at the location to find their bearings. At this moment he looked at the map and suddenly exclaimed, "Captain Nhu Loi is quickly approaching us. Unbelievably fast speed." His words just spoken caught Liu Yi's attention. Suddenly Ice Head said, "That's not the captain, it's the monster that swallowed the captain quickly approaching us." Suddenly a voice rang out, "Guild leader, watch out." All of a sudden, Bright Snake rushed in from somewhere, opening its mouth wide to swallow Furious Heat. He quickly dodged while launching an attack. Blood Shadow Body, a horizontal slash. Then he raised his voice, "Pay attention to formation, try to take it down. The secret is to let him attack from the inside." Suddenly Bright Snake abruptly turned its head. The whole team simultaneously took up weapons and attacked. Just then a loud shout, "Ha!" At this moment he continuously slashed at Bright Snake with all his might. Another used both hands to increase damage. The other one focused all his strength into his hands with a powerful force, striking fiercely. Suddenly Bright Snake curled its tail up high. Then it struck at them. Everyone was thrown back, unable to withstand this power. At this moment, Icehead took a weapon with a rope and struck Bright Snake's nose. Done, he moved far away to lure it, running while glancing back over his shoulder. Suddenly, Furious Heat rushed in the opposite direction from him, running toward Bright Snake. At this moment, it opened its mouth and produced piercing sound. Unable to bear it, the bottle containing essence immediately cracked. Hearing the shattering sound, he looked down at his bottle. Finally, the bottle fell, glass shards shattered. The system appeared around him, everyone saw and panicked, exclaiming, "Ice Head!" Furious Heat quickly looked toward him, and Liu Yi also looked in that direction. Ice Head's image gradually disappeared before everyone's eyes, and at the same time a voice rang out. "Guild leader Captain Nhu Loi just sent a message. He says the monster's defense is terrifying. He basically cannot break through from the inside." Bright Snake turned its head back to face Furious Heat. Both emitted an intense surge of power. He looked up, seeming a bit uneasy, thinking to himself, Too big. Under the pedestal there is a bottle of essence, and it can't be put into the bag. It wants to kill us, just using sound waves to shatter our small bottles is enough. This, our survival, is only at its whim." Liu Yi sweated, nervously said, "No way, we just entered the secret realm and we're about to be wiped out." At this moment, suddenly Bright Snake changed direction, its massive body gliding past everyone. Seeing that, he asked puzzled, "It left, why doesn't it continue attacking us?" In the air, suddenly essence appeared. The essence in everyone's bottles simultaneously merged together, then formed a bottle containing brilliant red essence. He held the bottle in his hand and thought, "So it seems, this monster is fundamentally not for us to deal with." Suddenly he figured it out, so at this moment Liu Yi glanced down at the bottle and thought, "If blazing hot air's goal truly is perfect power, the special secret realm area has gone out of control. So in a situation where Dark Snake cannot be dealt with, what is the way to achieve perfect power? Merge the small pure flasks each person carry." Order sternly raised his voice to everyone. "Never mind that staying away from Dark Snake is a good thing, let's hurry to the research institute. Completing the mission is what matters most." Suddenly someone shouted, "Look, time has been slipping by, it's been 20 minutes. A huge hole has been torn at the facility." Everyone bolted as fast as they could. He looked at the map and said, "Guild leader, it's coming again." Blazing hot air fell silent for a moment, then replied, "Twin blades, smash your flask." He panicked, running while glancing toward him and raised his voice, "What?" Then he seriously laid out his solution. "No matter how many more people we have, we can't deal with that monster. Speed, this is how we drive that monster away. Just drive it away once more. And we'll be at the Research Institute." As soon as he finished speaking, Twin Blades immediately smashed his flask to the ground with his own hand. The system displayed a notification. "Your team member, Twin Blades, the monster slayer who never sweats, has died." At that moment, Dark Snake began to move in another direction, and the guy rejoiced, exclaiming, "It's really gone." Then another guy praised, "Guild leader, you are brilliant." He replied, "Come to think of it, shouldn't we also thank the team leader? So that we can observe the monster's movements." He looked at the map again with an expression as if everything had gone according to plan and thought, just as expected. Silent thought to himself that earlier he had given his answer, refusing to invest equipment into level. So if blazing hot air believed the method for perfect secret realm power was to merge the pure flasks, he hurried back to the facility while silently guessing where Dark Snake was heading. Then he would definitely have to make a move on him. And the best place to make a move was inside the research facility, a narrow environment easy to surround. Then blazing hot air ran up from behind and said, "Hurry. The research institute is right ahead." In the distance, 4 silhouettes were approaching the facility. Everyone tried to run as fast as possible. At that moment, a foot stopped and an inner voice welled up. "I can't let myself end up in this kind of situation." Then he immediately halted all his running motions. Seeing that, everyone turned their eyes toward him. All 3 were already on the steps. One of them turned and said to him, "Hey, what's wrong? Come on, follow us." Lu Enhat stood below, started to speak, but then stopped midway. "Guild leader, is your goal the perfect power of this secret realm? If that's the case..." He turned his face back to listen to him, then he continued. "Can you tell me what method you believe is the perfect way to achieve the secret realm's power?" At that moment, all 4 of them were deep in thought. He suddenly felt a hesitation. Should I expose them first and strike to deal with them? Suddenly the system displayed a message. Like thunder's duo channel came online. Finally out, I was suffocating in there. At that moment, the New Order guild leader slowly stepped down the stairs and said, "I think you've misunderstood. The difficulty of this secret realm is too great. I'm not aiming for perfect power, I just want to complete the mission and escape the secret realm." Beside him were 2 rather displeased faces. He continued, "If you don't trust me, you can wait for me outside. The 3 of us will go complete the mission. The thing is, we don't know what dangers the research facility holds. And as for your safety, maybe next time that monster will seek you out and attack you first." He fell silent with no words to reply. He angrily questioned, "Hey, what's wrong with you? Do you think the team leader would harm you? What a joke, would a guild as big as New Order take advantage of you?" That guy agreed with that statement and said, "That's right. We've cooperated for so long and you don't even have a bit of trust. Are you alone even worthy of a 10-star guild leader coming personally?" He remained silent, saying nothing. He wondered should he make a move or not. On the map, the dots closed together were the 4 of them. Far away was Dark Snake. He calculated silently. At like thunder's speed, it would take roughly 10 more minutes to reach this spot. And that monster attacks about every 20 minutes, so in just about 13 minutes it would attack the team. He stood still, thinking about how, if he really wanted to confront them, it had to be before Like Thunder regrouped with the New Order guild leader. At that moment, Ba Truck Kin Thuong's voice cut through his train of thought. "I won't force you either, we're going to complete the mission." He dropped a malicious remark to Lu Enhat. Troublemaker can't be relied on at critical moments. He, from the opposite side, looked at the New Order guild leader and said, "Thank goodness you're not in New Order." At that moment, he raised his hand gripping his sword, thinking, the frozen state only lasts 10 seconds. The blessing only lasts 60 seconds. In a situation as tough as Thunder, facing 4 healthy players at once, even using the frozen state plus the blessing, it's not certain I can deal with them. He got into a stance ready to act, hand on the hilt, just wondering if his judgment was truly accurate. If wrong, then he would lose the friendship of New Order. And if right, if he didn't act, he would lose all the effort he'd put in since his rebirth. Suddenly, he glanced toward him. Seeing him preparing to attack, he raised his voice. "What are you doing? You really want to make a move? If not for the sake of our long cooperation, you'd be dead already. Don't dig your own grave, I don't want to make a move." Then he charged at them swiftly, thinking, comparing which is more important, it seems there's no need to say. Then he began, freeze state, full attribute enhancement blessing. He leaped and in the blink of an eye arrived at their location. At that moment, he silently generated a red energy that covered his entire body. Blood shadow body, he gradually disappeared. He had just finished shouting when his body was split in 2. "This brat really dares to attack. Martial artist Lovike, let's take him down together." He mercilessly cut him in 2 with his sword. The guy's mouth gaped, eyes rolled back, stammering, "Knife, can." System notification, "You have killed Little Punching Mushroom." Suddenly someone moved. Martial artist Lovike swiftly attacked. He created many copies that struck at him simultaneously, wind flowing shadow. Wind combo, he focused his strength, gripping the sword tightly. The sword changed shape. In an instant, he cut him in 2. The system rang out. "Notification, you have killed martial artist Lovike." On the map, only scorching hot air, duh, and Nhu Loi remained. He was in a blazing state, his eyes emitting red light. In just a moment, he was the only one left. Suddenly, a nearby wall partially collapsed from a powerful force, fragments falling down. System update, Captain Scorching Hot Air Level 56 Lu Enhat stood on the collapsed wall thinking, The map shows him right here. After I slashed everything to pieces, he wasn't injured at all. What skill is this? The map showed Nhu Loy approaching the two of them at high speed. The system displayed a notification. Freeze state ended. He stood outside after having slashed through the wall. The smoke and dust gradually dispersed. He shouted, "New Order Guild Master, are you a coward who only knows how to hide?" A silence with no reply. The system displayed. Notification, full attribute enhancement blessing ended. He continued to taunt. "Be careful, once you get used to being a turtle with a retracted neck, you'll never be able to lift your head again." On the map, Nhu Loy was near the two of them, and at that moment, a figure had just stopped abruptly right outside the door. He turned to look in the direction of the person outside. Suddenly, scorching hot air turned towards Nhu Loy. Every movement direction was displayed on the map. Around the red sphere were square grid lines. From the sphere, scorching hot air gradually appeared. He spoke, truly decisive. "Keep talking, but overall you've already used up the final card you used to kill the ancient eagle, and the price was just 2 people." He said nothing, looking at the two of them. Then you flashed a smug, contemptuous smile. "Next, all that's left is to deal with you." Nhu Loy and Dang Truong drew their swords. Both shouted, "Go!" At that moment they charged forward together, pointing their swords at him. His eyes watched them seriously. He spoke in a mocking tone, "With strength like that, it's not even worth the guild leader's caution. Has your guild leader become weak, or have you always been this weak?" You angrily gritted your teeth and replied, "Enough talk, finish off the opponent first, then we'll settle things." System display, consumed consciousness power 2000, all-round enhancement 1000. At that moment, quick as lightning, he moved into the sword range of the first person. You were astonished by his action. He looked satisfied and said, "Now that's more like it." A tense voice of his rang out. "Nhu Loy, quickly use your blade." Then, he swiftly used his weapon to block Lu Enhat's attack, excitedly saying, "Come on, this is the kind of strike I like, power that's been explosive from the very start." He laughed proudly about his weapon and contemptuously said, "Feel honored to be killed by it." System display, charge, transfer consciousness power into weapon charge, enhance weapon charge for attack power and speed for the next attack. Non-combat state. Each point of consciousness power transferred increases attack by 5 points and speed by 5 points. Combat state, each point of consciousness power transferred increases attack power by 50 points and speed by 50 points. He frowned in thought, waiting for the frozen state to reset. System display, awaiting reset. All skills immediately end with no cost. Skill cooldown 12 hours. Frozen state locks the target's HP. Consciousness power, no cost. Each level increase adds 1 second to the full body lock on the target's state. During the lock, the target cannot move. Cooldown 24h. Suddenly something flashed right before his eyes and he turned to look back at where it came from. The road had a rather deep crack from the sound just now. At this moment, a blade was pressed against his neck, blocking his movement. He gritted his teeth, activated blessing, his eyes gleamed, and he frowned slightly while manipulating his power. Reinforcement level, attributes completely changed. System notification, consumed consciousness power 4000. All-round enhancement 2000. Then, the system updated his current information. The unyielding, level 52, title reverser of desperate situations 70%. Weapon master, attributes, attack and defense both above 13,000. Strength, agility, constitution, perception above 3,000. Intelligence over 4,000 and resistance over 1,000. Can attributes be classified? HP full, consciousness power not much different. At that moment, a lightning-fast sword flash appeared, and Lu Enhat had his sword pressed against his neck. Not panicking at all, he calmly said, "The guild leader was right, you really do have a final trump card." Suddenly, system notification, restraint target restriction. Before I attack, the opponent cannot deal any damage to me. Duration 30 seconds, cooldown 60 seconds, subtract 30 seconds. He directly slashed a diagonal cut across Nhu Loy and Dang Truong, but they appeared completely unharmed and even smiled brightly. System notification, you are in a state of restraint, unable to attack the opponent. He burst out laughing. "Ha ha, you fool, I am specifically here to counter you." He frowned, showing annoyance. At that moment the ground suddenly scattered small fragments from some force. Then he shifted to attack the hot-headed one. You gave an unfriendly smile and immediately activated your ability, assimilation power. System update, assimilation merge with the player, altering both sides' attributes. During that time the players share HP, consciousness power, skills, equipment, titles. Duration 10 minutes. Then you merged into one with him. Red energy enveloped the surroundings and he turned to look at him. System notification, frozen state ended, HP and consciousness power released. Remaining HP over 50,000 and 12,000. Remaining consciousness power, nearly 7,000 to nearly 15,000. Blessing 1 remaining 30 seconds, blessing 2 remaining 50 seconds. He excitedly felt the power, saying, attributes directly increased by 2 levels. Guild leader, this skill of yours is too powerful, it barely even suits me. You remained silent, helpless. Lu En-hat was pensive. Then you moved away. At this moment you distanced yourself from him, saying, "So thoroughly prepared, it seems you've been planning this for a long time." He calmly replied, "We just think things through comprehensively. Not specifically targeting you, you don't have that much face yet. For us to specifically target." Suddenly he drew a gun, then he sneered, "Ha, keeping distance plus a hot weapon. Are you planning to shoot me from afar? I heard you have a flash skill." Then he continued, "Use it on me, I'll stand here and let you shoot. Let's see if you can kill me." Then he lowered his face, revealing a mysterious smile. System notification. Restraint ended. Blessing 1. Reinforcement ended. Blessing 2. Remaining 20 seconds. Consciousness power remaining 12,130. Seeing him not moving, Nhu Loi and Dang Truong grew impatient and said, "Come on, attack me." The hot-headed one reminded, "Restraint has ended. Don't be careless." At that moment he held the gun, pointed it straight at him and said, "All right, tell him that his long-range weapon has some skill. Its attack power is utterly perverse." Not only did he not care, he even looked down on that kind of weapon and replied, "It's nothing, just an ordinary handgun. With such a long distance, we can casually dodge it and stall him. Do you think a gun like that can do anything to us?" Thinking it over, it made sense, so he said, "True, now wait for his enhancement to end, then we'll finish him off." A gunshot rang out. At that moment he was trapped by glowing thorn bars. Suddenly caught in a passive position, he panicked and said, How is this possible?" Suddenly he guessed to himself, could his rifle actually be a handgun? He couldn't help but say, impossible if it's a handgun. How could a 5-star Addy coat a blade with life force? At that moment Lu En-hat spoke up. "Bye-bye," the system displayed a notification. Blessing enhancement time remaining 5 seconds. The system continued to announce, life force coating installed, 8,000 points. Next attack power increased by 400,000. Triggered judgment, damage multiplied by 3 times. Then Kai Nong angrily urged, "Mong, figure out a way to break his immobilization." He stood still thinking. "There's no way, but don't worry, Guild Master, I have an immunity skill. He can't kill me within 10 seconds. He scolded, "You fool, in this situation we can't move. He doesn't need to attack us. Just attack our essence flask and that will finish us off." He turned to the back and muttered to himself, "You still okay?" He said to him, "I hung them on my back. At such a distance, he would have to circle behind us to hit them. That's enough to waste 10 seconds, but beware of Lu En-hat. Guild Master, quickly use your blood shadow body." Then he replied, "Today's usage time was already depleted during his last burst evasion. Otherwise I wouldn't." Suddenly a sound rang out, cutting off what he was saying. A thorn bar suddenly stabbed right into his waist. System notification. Kai Nong Ngai and Gut and Nhu Loi Dang Truong level 56 have been fully drained of their health bar. Then the system displayed, team member of Kai Nong Ngai and Gut has died. Before passing away, he couldn't help but wonder, what kind of attack power is this? It not only directly killed the guild master protecting him, but also pierced through his own deathless body, knocking the essence flask off his back. Nhu Loi Dang Truong gaped in shock. "Oh my god, his legs are stiff and can't move." Nhu Loi Dang Truong looked down at the side of his stomach where a large hole had been shot through, stunned. He looked at Lu En-hat in the distance and said, I've lost. But next time I will win it back." Simultaneously, the system announced, "Your team member Nhu Loi Dang Truong has died." Lu En-hat showed no expression, he just stood there silently. Then Lu En-hat walked away with a displeased attitude. He approached the 2 treasure orbs floating in midair. Lu En-hat looked at them, frowned, and thought to himself, "Though I won, I don't feel the slightest joy in my heart. Perhaps the main reason is that I not only failed to truly kill them, but I might also have to face their endless revenge next." Then Lu En-hat suddenly smiled. He told himself, on the path of growth, how can there be no enemies? It's just that the enemies I encounter have a bit more power and are a bit harder to deal with, that's all. Then Lu En-hat picked up 1 treasure orb and muttered, "I'm in the game, I have no fear of them at all. Their threat to me is only in reality." Lu En-hat looked at the orb, his lips curled in satisfaction. Then with a determined gaze, he clenched the orb and thought, "Reality before the primordial realm descends." Suddenly, a pair of blood-red eyes stared intensely behind Lu En-hat. Immediately, he sensed it and was slightly startled. Then he quickly spread his legs and leaped aside. Lu En-hat continuously jumped 2-3 steps away from where he had just stood. He inwardly exclaimed, "Oh heavens!" At this moment in front of Lu En-hat is a giant golden snake. It raised its red eyes and looked down at him. Suddenly, it stirred its huge body, then slithered away into the distance. This sight left Lu En-hat wide-eyed and open-mouthed, blurting out in astonishment, "What the hell is this?" Suddenly he remembered, thinking, "That's right," and confidently speculated that he had shattered the essence flasks of human thunder and the guild master of New Order. So that's why it spared him. Understanding dawned, Lu Enhat jumped up and vanished on the spot. Then he dashed forward desperately, thinking, "Hurry, the whole team is now down to just me. I must complete the mission within 20 minutes, and if I don't, the next one to die will be me." After a while, inside a long room with neon lights illuminating both the ceiling and the ground along the walls, through one window, bubbles could be seen floating in the air. At the end of the room, there was a control pillar, on top of which sat a transparent sphere. At this moment, Lu Enhat had arrived there. He examined it, then sweating, remarked, "So this is the incubation chamber." He pulled out an essence flask from his side and stood before the incubation chamber, silently assessing it. Inside the research facility, there wasn't a single monster, nor any research personnel. It seemed this secret realm had only one living creature, the ice serpent. Then he pointed at the essence flask and said with a puzzled tone, "A living thing," and frowned, analyzing the secret realm situation. The drenched puppet's secret realm also had only one living thing, the puppet, and looking back at that secret realm's quest, it was highly likely that the puppet issued it itself to toy with players. Tran An's eyes widened, thinking of something. Wait, both are special secret realms and both have only one living thing. So could the quest also be issued by the sole living creature? Lu Enhat recalled the previous analysis of the decoy. Take the example of the chain decoy of a special realm. The surface quest was the decoy playing with the player, but the perfect clear of the secret realm was to fulfill the decoy's wish. Now he suddenly exclaimed in shock, playing and fulfilling a wish. Could this be the secret to perfect clearing of special secret realm? And looking at the vial of pure liquid in his hand, he frowned and thought, for example, that monster clearly had the power to wipe us all out. But it was only like teasing, causing casualties to the team and then leaving. This was it playing, and the perfect clear was to fulfill its wish. Immediately Lu Enhat stopped and glanced behind him. Then he pondered deeply, what is its wish? After a long while, Lu Enhat still stood rooted to the spot beside the breeding pod. He considered if this quest was issued by that monster. Then the purpose of nurturing a Minza wasn't to kill it, he mused, but to create a friend to play with it because it felt lonely. Or as a last resort, could the Minza's wish be to leave this secret realm? Lu Enhat's eyes widened in surprise. Why would he think that? He raised a hand to cover his mouth, frowning in consideration. But this possibility couldn't be ruled out, or rather very likely, and he boldly thought, just need to verify whether the Minza can enter this research facility. If it can enter, then the idea that the Minza wants the player to breed its own kind for it doesn't hold, and all speculations from that also fall apart. If it cannot enter, he stood still staring at the breeding pod and thought. Then, grimacing at the bao chow in his hand, he silently devised a plan. Wait here for 20 minutes, to see if the Minza will rush into the research facility and breeding pod to deal with him. If the Minza can break in, he will immediately put the vial of pure liquid into the breeding pod to complete the quest. If not, then the second option. Then he would try to obtain the soul taming affix, which could lead the Minza to leave with him. The order system indicated that the Bao Chao affix could add a random affix to equipment above level 50. Affix 1, reduce cooldown. Affix 2, reduce level requirement of equipment. Affix 3, increase defense. Affix 4, skill duration. Affix 5, increase self-buff skill effectiveness. All range from 1 to 5%. Affix 99 could make your subordinate monster overlay onto the weapon. Only for weapons, requires 1000 Secret Realm Essence points. Note, affixes can be removed by cleansing the Bao Chao. At this moment before setting out, Lu Enhat looked at the system screen's comments. The new members of Order were all level 50. I thought I had caught up to the top ranking, so I'm still a stage behind. He scratched his head grumbling, if only I had leveled to 45 earlier, wearing new level 50 gear, and now they're all saying to assemble. Would it be bad if I said I'd be a day late? Lu Enhat muttered, scrolling the screen. I remember there seems to be an enhanced Bao Chao. Sure enough, he then found the info for enhanced Bao Chao. Can add a random affix from below to equipment above level 50. So I can exchange for these. Although each piece of enhanced equipment requires consuming 100 Secret Realm Essence points. And the comment, but the advantage is convenience. It can be used in any non-combat state. While he suddenly realized something. What is the meaning behind the upgrade orb? He looked at the two circles, one pink-purple with an up arrow and one blue with an exclamation mark, and was puzzled. What, come to think of it, do I have clairvoyant perception? He sat down on the step, placed both hands on the tiled floor and looked at the comment screen. He always felt he could use this. So at that time, he exchanged the remaining Secret Realm Essence for 3 upgrade orbs and 3 2-dia orbs. It's just that the defense percentage added by 2-dia was only 1%. Then he scratched his head, sweated, and scolded himself. Am I thinking too naively? A 1% success rate. Do I really see myself as the child of destiny? Suddenly, a sound echoed everywhere. Liu Yi opened his eyes alertly. It's here. He stood up abruptly and turned to look behind. And thought, is it deliberately not entering by staying outside and moving around, or can it really not enter? He looked at the deep, dark door left ajar, silently decided to go check, then walked out slowly step by step. But suddenly, Liu Yi stopped and thought, Can't look, at least must wait until the other party's patience runs out. It might now be deliberately not entering. Time flew by. 30 minutes later, Liu Yi frowned and looked in one direction, muttering to himself. It was close. Outside, the Minza slithered with a rustling sound, looking into the pile of rubble. Then its red eyes opened wide, staring as it saw Liu Yi walking out. But his steps were quite hesitant. A moment later, he stood outside the door, looking up somewhat worried. Minza lowered its head, getting close and looking at him intently. Liu Yi frowned, calculating inwardly. What should I say? If I can't communicate, then I'm done for. Suddenly it spoke. Why haven't you gone to complete the mission yet? Seeing that, Liu Yi's eyes widened in shock. He looked at those eyes right in front of his face and grinned, thinking, great, it's actively communicating with me. Now my chance of winning is even higher. And he spoke. Because I feel you want to leave here more. Suddenly, a loud tail slam erupted. Minza just slammed its tail on the ground. Seeing that, Liu Yi was startled and frightened. He watched its tail swaying, speechless. Then, wide-eyed and open-mouthed, he inwardly remarked, too strong, this is fundamentally not a monster players can deal with. Suddenly Minza asked again, do you have a way? Then it stared at him as if trying to detect human deceit. Liu Yi sweated, steadying himself while thinking, is it agreeing? Does it really want to leave this place, or is it deliberately deceiving me? Out loud he bargained, you must follow me, accept me as your master. He thought, trying to reach the bottom line. If you don't agree, I'll turn around and complete the mission immediately. If you agree, then I'll gamble on luck. See if I can obtain the 2D soul control. Hearing that, Minza raised its head and questioned, do you think you're qualified? It raised its red eyes, looking down at the small Liu Yi as if to threaten him, making him flinch. Liu Yi looked up firmly. No, but this is the only way. But at the same time he glanced behind, inwardly calculating, something's not right. Let's go, don't fantasize about completing the hidden mission anymore. Meanwhile, Minza was also silent. Seeing that, he shifted his feet, turning to leave. Suddenly, the system announced, Minza Nguyen wants to accept you as its master, do you agree? This message stunned Liu Yi, leaving him in disbelief. The massive Minza stretched its long neck, looking down at Liu Yi. Overjoyed amidst the shock, he thought, great, my speculation was correct, and immediately shouted, agree, I agree. At the same time, the system announced, you have become the master of Minza Nguyen. In this secret realm, you can command it at will. If you want to take Minza Nguyen out of the secret realm, you need to master soul control. Then the system also gave Liu Yi other data about the adult Minza and Guy Troy. Level Calamity, Reward Calamity. HP multiplier 30, Rage Power multiplier 6. All attribute conversion plus 3, attack power and defense are both 50,000. Resistance 1,500, strength, agility, constitution, intelligence, perception all 10,000, HP 21 million. Rage power 398,570 out of 420,000. Skills include illusion sound, sonic shockwave, earth's wisdom. Treasure is Van Chuang. Suddenly Minza spoke, next, take me out of here, startling Liu Yi. Then he looked at it and agreed, okay. Then he held a light blue upgrade orb. Success or failure depends on this. With tearful eyes, he looked in one direction, calculating. Then he returned to the research room, thinking, just now when Minza accepted me as master, the secret realm mission disappeared. Seems that mission was indeed triggered by my own doing. If so, then I have no way back now. He bowed his head deep in thought, muttering, what, isn't this the result I wanted? Before talking to Minza, the reason he didn't use the 2D orb first was self-abandonment. Liu Yi frowned, looking at the orb and thinking, such a powerful assistant is too alluring. Liu Yi, your extremist tendencies are getting stronger and stronger. When dealing with Nguyen Te before making a move, you were actually being extreme. There is no fourth person with the strength. Aura, yes, the dead are people, no winner is a person. Then he laughed self-deprecatingly. At that time it was still a 50-50 chance. Now it's directly 1%. Haha, Lu Enhat looked at Bao Chao's system data panel and pondered. Could the word random disappear from Bao Chao's item description? That would be wonderful. Then I wouldn't have to gamble anymore. Then he reminded himself again, but this is impossible. The system notification said there is a default authority activation to change the rules of the Bao Chao item. Lu Enhat was startled, eyes wide with surprise. This is. He ignored all thoughts, no matter what it was already said. He spoke and shouted. Yes, suddenly the Bao Chao in Lu Enhat's hand shone brilliantly, making him gasp. Outside, Minza also noticed the anomaly and paid attention. At that moment, round bubbles emerged around Bao Chao and the system announced, Bao Chao item changed. Can now add designated equipment modifiers on items above level 50. Lu Enhat was stunned and inwardly exclaimed this. He still thought excitedly, whatever this situation is, it's great. Add the Soul Guard modifier. Immediately the system displayed the new stats. Wisdom of the Trembling Hand, attack power plus 500, intelligence plus 120, skill verdict. Attacks carry a triple slow effect. Equipment requirement 55. Ammunition in the pistol auto-replenishes. Each replenishment takes 30 seconds. Ammo count 1. Holding the gun, Liu Enhat was overjoyed. He grinned widely, so bizarre. Then his eyes shone, a satisfied smile curling his lips. Great, after a moment. He raised the pistol and stood before the giant yellow monster, shouting, "Come Minza!" Liu Enhat squinted, laughing, looking very amused. Then came a series of system notifications. Congratulations, you have perfectly conquered the secret realm out-of-control research product. Reward 10%, default computational authority is summarizing the secret realm. The achievement mission, Extreme Realm Conquest, triggered, rewarding secret realm conquest power. Summary complete. Experience gained 44,945,600, and secret realm essence gained 520, all multiplied by 10. Next, it informed him of his player stats such as experience, nickname, attributes, attack power, defense power, magic resistance, strength, agility, physique, intelligence, perception, skill. The system also displayed the data for wisdom of the trembling hand, including attack power plus, intelligence, skill verdict, attacks with triple slow effect. Equipment requirement, Soul Guard of Minza the Deceiver, effect 1, Summon Minza, effect 2, Sunset Minza. Summon Sunset Minza into the body to gain 10-50% of all attributes and the skills of Minza. Finally, the system announced the battle power strategy settlement. Checking player's default computational authority, it has surpassed 5%. Player gains the skills structure, using computational authority to alter the rules of the false world. Duration 11 seconds, 11%, recovery time determined by the difficulty of the rule chain. At the same time, outside the uncontrolled zone, a crackle of energy appeared. Liu Enhat stepped out from the white barrier. He looked up at the gloomy sky. Suddenly, sunlight gradually appeared, piercing through the dark clouds. Liu Enhat smiled contentedly. He walked leisurely under the sunlight toward the ruined city. Liu Enhat thought to himself, time to return to Mohu City. There are still 17 days until the real-life sunset of the Prime World. Time flew by. In reality, at Liu Enhat's residence in an old apartment building, he sat on the bed, hand on forehead, sighing with emotion. These past days of high-intensity secret realm raiding had been truly exhausting. Then he silently reflected on what he had done. Unless he was asleep, he was basically always in a secret realm. Even meals were brought into his room by a van. Only when he had a free moment could he grab a couple of bites. Then Liu Enhat thought, but the results are very gratifying. Not only am I just 3 levels from my target, but I also obtained a top-tier monster like Minza. He then looked aside curiously. He wondered how a van was doing with her power acquisition. It had been a week already. She should have gotten it by now. Liu Enhat stood up and decided to go ask. He muttered to himself, come to think of it, have I been giving my little sister too little attention? After she entered the game, I just briefly explained how to get powers and then left her alone. Liu Enhat walked out, heading toward a closed door, thinking, should I care about her more? Should I take her along to level up? He raised his hand to knock, then heard voices from inside. So Big Nimso, you've really developed well. Hearing that, Liu Enhat froze, dumbstruck. Inside, they continued chatting animatedly. You're not bad yourself. Let me touch, checking the goods for my brother. Then from inside came, ah hey, what are you saying? Ah stop, making Liu Enhat's face turn bright red, eyes wide in shock. He kept his hand raised in knocking position, turned around and fled in panic, thinking frantically, I'll just ask in the game. At the northern gate of Mohu City, Liu Enhat sighed. Really, playing games day and night had worn him out. He entered the game, scratched his head and lamented. A van still wasn't online. He sent a message to a van first, so when she came online he could ask about her recent situation. Then he pondered. Now, since he was logged in anyway, he might as well upgrade his new equipment, then go rest. Thinking of the Bao Chao item, Liu Enhat silently weighed. I'm now level 57, and the gear I can wear might not be limited to level 60. He happily calculated in his head, a smirk on his lips. He also wondered if his secret realm essence was enough and how far it would go. If not, he could add cash. Come to think of it, the final secret realm from New Order hadn't been settled for him yet. Liu Enhat had a message notification. Its content, hot news, the level 0 guild leader of New Order has returned to 0. It seems you've conquered that secret realm. Here's the fee I owe you, 100,000 prime coins. Liu Enhat frowned unhappily and wondered, what do you mean? Then a new message appeared. Are you free? Find a place to sit so I can apologize to you. Looking at this message, Liu Enhat was puzzled. Is this trying to act cute? Yet he secretly analyzed. The side that suffered the most losses was acting cute with the side that benefits the most, which was him. Moreover, his benefit was based on their suffering. Then the other side sent a message as if to explain. While things were still heated, the New Order guild leader said, if possible, I don't want to become your enemy. But in that situation, opposition was unavoidable, so he immediately pretended to reply, no need, I have no losses whatsoever. The more Liu Enhat read, the harder it was to believe. The New Order guild leader's behavior was way too abnormal. What did he have that was worth the guy trying to win him over like that? Then he thought again. Was it because he had full authority over the surface? Unable to figure it out, Liu Enhat decided to let it go and ignore him for now. First, go upgrade his equipment, raise his strength to the top position of the primal realm. Then think about other things. Suddenly, a new message appeared. It opened automatically. Liu Enhat frowned, realizing it was a message from a van. Its content read, "Dear fairy brother, I've already attained my power. Mine is Fang Qin, the weapon is a large hammer. Nimso's is Nhu Qin. The weapon is dual blades. We're now leveling up in the mirror image secret realm." At the same time, at the Secret Realm Company, outside the door of the mirror image secret realm. At this moment, people were gathering in large numbers there and discussing heatedly. Reportedly, after a round of benefit exchanges, New Order had completely withdrawn from controlling the mirror image secret realm. I still prefer New Order. Now that Back Garden is controlling it, it's really disgusting. They've already used real-world info to threaten us. Keep your voice down a bit. Don't let the people from Back Garden hear. What's there to be afraid of? Would they really dare to do anything to us in the real world? I'm saying, when will we unite? The number of players regularly active in the mirror image secret realm is 10 times the members of Back Garden. As long as we join forces. Even if they have our real-world info, we won't be afraid anymore. But that's impossible. We are all individual fighters. No one submits to anyone. Suddenly seeing a man surrounded by a group of Back Garden martial artists, someone wondered, what's going on? Those who know the inside story explain. If you offend Quilla, you'll be surrounded in the rear garden, of course. The mirror space is a safe zone, you can't fight. Quilla came up with this way to punish those who offend her. Look, the person inside has been trapped for 5 days. Liu Enhat walked by and heard some gossiping offline people talking. Whether online or offline, players always appear in the same spot. Just as long as the trapped person doesn't move, they'll stay locked there. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Another win, haha, the goddess really is my lucky charm." It's a win. Those words made Liu Enhat pay attention and continue listening. They're so strong. These two sisters are not only beautiful but also extremely powerful. Ever since the Mirror Secret Realm opened, they've been winning continuously. At this moment, a group of people were looking up at the tall tower, cheering enthusiastically. As expected of our goddesses, oh, I want to marry both goddesses and bring them home. Get lost, our goddesses, anyone who dares to have a relationship with them, we will kill that person. At the same time, the system announced, 15 Proud Spear level 32 has been defeated. Winner, Fairy, 25 Sunbathing level 40 has been defeated. Winner, Tam Tam Neem Neem. Suddenly a pair of beautiful legs appeared. The newcomers were two girls, Hyan Neemso and level 39 Tam Tam Neem Neem, and Lu Van, level 31 Fairy. Seeing the two girls, the group of youths rushed over to praise them. You two are so amazing, can you give us some pointers? So that we can become as awesome. Neemso and Lu Van waved their hands in denial. No, you're exaggerating too much. But they still wouldn't stop the flattery. In this world, there are two types of the cutest girl. One is beautiful, two is strong, and you two are girls who are both beautiful and strong. Seeing the two, Liu Enhat was astonished, exclaiming inwardly, that's a Van and Neemso. Looking at the girls surrounded by a crowd of men, he was puzzled. What's the situation with them? Such an imposing aura, huh? Over there, Lu Van squinted and smiled, replying, all right then, thank you for your compliments, guys, but if you promised, you have to keep your word. The winner has to share half with me. Remember to transfer the money. Immediately someone shouted, that's a given. Kai and Gok walked over beside Liu Enhat and said, people say their faces and figures are custom skins. Or is that how they look in real life? Another person replied. I don't know, even if they're just custom made in the game, I'd still accept it. Meanwhile, the player with the peach-cut hairstyle had tears streaming down and lamented. If they're like that in reality, that's just too beautiful. But once I think about them getting married and having children someday, I can't help but be jealous of the person who gets them. Hearing the person next to him clutching his head in agony and saying that, Kai and Gok patted Liu Enhat's hand and said, come on, think positively, we could never possibly be involved with girls like that. Isn't that right, bro? Girls like that, any relationship you could have would only be in your dreams. Then he looked at Liu Enhat, expecting him to agree. Seeing that, Liu Enhat was slightly surprised, then squinted and answered, well, it's not that exaggerated. Looking at the two girls amid the crowd, Kai and Gok mocked. Wow, bro. You call that exaggeration? So you're telling me you're around girls like that every day? Don't be so phony. Over there, Lu Van's eyes widened as if she suddenly saw something. She stepped forward. The crowd of men were shocked and frozen when they saw her walk straight through. Meanwhile, Kai and Gok was still busy chatting. All right, I understand your pride and face-saving right now. Everyone has this mentality, I get it. Then his jaw dropped, his eyes wide with shock when he saw Lu Van standing in front of Liu Enhat. He shouted, Goddess, when did you? Seeing this, the crowd buzzed. Who is that guy? Why did the goddess voluntarily walk up to him? No, it can't be that kind of relationship, right? Impossible. I don't believe it. Video games have no love except for myself. On this side, Liu Enhat also stared blankly in confusion. Suddenly, Lu Van grinned happily. Kai and Gok looked from one person to the other, suspicious. This, could it be, bro, you really? Suddenly, Lu Van jumped up and hugged Lu Enhat's neck, asking, "Are you done with your stuff, big brother?" This scene directly stunned Lu Van's fanatical fans who shouted, "Ah, who is he? Bastard, don't think that hiding your name and level means we won't trouble you, we'll take care of him right now." Suddenly Lu Van called him brother, making the whole group freeze in shock. What he's? Then they all chorused, looking at the two siblings Lu Enhat and Lu Van hugging, and roared, "Our big brother." On the other side, Neemso got a message and she glanced suspiciously. In another corner, standing far away looking at the crowd, a man bowed his head and reported, "Sister La, they've refused us again." Hearing that, the girl got angry, her fingernails digging into the iron door as she cursed, "You two bitches, given face and you don't want it." Huila gnashed her teeth, prying open the iron door panel and threatened, "You don't want to cooperate? Then forget about surviving in the origin world. Call people, surround them for me." Over here, unaware that someone was thinking fondly of them, Lu Van hugged her brother, squinting happily. Suddenly, she sensed a killing intent, opened her eyes, and unhappily looked in one direction. That place was exactly where Quila and her lackey were standing. In Lu Van's side, she finally showed up, and Lu Van recalled the message she sent her. "Want to cooperate? Lose once, then split 50-50, be sensible. Cooperation is not a request, it's a notification. Little bitch, don't refuse a favor or else don't even think about playing Origin World. What do you say? Just because you're a little pretty, you act all high and mighty. Let me tell you, we throw out trash like you on a regular basis. What, was your mother a dog? That's why she popped out a mongrel like you." Time flies. Now Lu Van still thought, "Wait, am I really hugging my brother right now?" Then she looked a bit worried. "Hope big brother doesn't get the wrong idea. Who told me I was born a flirt? Even my own brother gets charmed by me." Meanwhile, Lu Enhat was extremely uncomfortable, frowning and thinking, "Does this girl have crazy strength? She's squeezing so hard it hurts." A group of people came marching over with heavy steps. They were members of the How Hoavine. Seeing this, the young men around the Lu Enhat siblings gaped in astonishment. Looking at the girl leading the group, everyone shouted curiously, "What's going on? Why is Quila here? Who is she going to teach a lesson this time?" Over here, Lu Enhat coldly glanced over. Immediately, the three of them were surrounded by the How Hoavine crowd. Lu Enhat's eyes were sharp and cold, scrutinizing with displeasure as he looked at Quila in front of him. Tran Lu Enhat stepped forward. He raised his arm to shield in front of his sister, protecting Lu Van and Neemso behind him. Then Lu Van placed her hand on his arm. She confidently told him, "She came to find me. This is my trouble, I can handle it myself." At that moment, Quilla stepped up in front of Lu Van and cursed, "You little bitch, we finally meet face to face. Today you'll kneel and cry begging me for mercy. Or else get the hell out of Nguyen Joy forever." Hearing that, Lu Enhat asked Neemso, "What's all this? Did you two offend her?" Neemso answered, "She wanted us to cooperate with her and throw a mirror image match to trick ordinary players' affections. We refused. So she's held a grudge against us ever since." Quila scowled and ordered, "Go, surround the two of them." Suddenly someone shouted loudly, "What are you people trying to do?" Startled, the How Hoavine group turned to look. They had surrounded the Lu Enhat siblings, but behind them, everyone present had surrounded the How Hoavine group. Seeing this, Lu Enhat was somewhat surprised. The people in yellow turned around and threatened the other players. "How Hoavine business, get lost." At the same time, Quila shrieked loudly, "Are you trying to rebel? To lay a hand on me is to lay a hand on How Hoavine. You all know very well what happens when you offend How Hoavine." Those words indeed intimidated the people around. Over here, Lu Van remained silent. Suddenly, the corner of her lips curled in disdain. Then, with teary eyes, she put on an extremely pitiful and helpless expression and said, "You don't need to worry about this, it's fine, we can handle it ourselves." Seeing his sister's fake innocent act, Lu Enhat was stunned, his jaw dropping in disbelief. But the surrounding players were deeply affected. Suddenly Neemso shouted, "Ah Van, why don't you tell them? She's targeting us because we refused to cooperate and let her lose the match. We refused the mirror image challenge, refused to deceive their feeling." Then she looked over and saw Lu Enhat making a twisted face, and Neemso stuck out her tongue guiltily. But she still resolutely stepped forward to stand beside Lu Van and said, "You clearly offended her for everyone's sake. Now you're saying you don't need everyone to worry. Do you want to play the saint? Don't be so foolish, tell them to back off." However, Lu Van kept up her Oscar-winning act and replied, "Neemso, don't say that. Everyone has the right to choose. I am me, they are them." These words made the people around begin to waver. Over here, Quilla raised an eyebrow and sneered at Lu Van. "You idiot, do you think just with these words of yours they'll help you? The prestige of How Hoavine won't be tarnished just by your words. If they dare lay a hand on me, they're laying a hand on How Hoavine." But these words instead made the person who had been agonizing suddenly have an epiphany, opening his eyes wide with anger. Then he took the lead and called out, "Brothers, this is just a game. Games are meant for us to vent our frustrations. Now our goddess is being bullied because of us. And we're standing here timid and hesitant, watching her being bullied. Are we men or not?" Hearing that, Quila frowned and looked over suspiciously, while Lu Van curled her lips in a satisfied smile. Then he added, "Not to mention our young master is in there too. If we don't perform well, what face do we have left to show him?" These words left Lu Enhat speechless, once again doubting life. Meanwhile, Neem So looked at him, covering her mouth and laughing happily. Suddenly a shout rang out, "All right, brothers, charge." At the same time, they tightened the encirclement of the How Ho Aveen group, making them stammer worriedly. "Sister Quilla, the situation doesn't look good. We're outnumbered, let's retreat first." Seeing this, Quilla unwillingly spat out, "Have you all thought this through? Touching me means going against How Ho Aveen." Then the surrounding crowd, regardless, shouted, "Fight! I've been fed up with them for a long time. Damn How Ho Aveen brothers, surround them. Trap them in the mirror image space." After a while, looking at the shouting crowd, Lu Enhat was sweating and dazed. Meanwhile, someone was fuming, "Let me go, you bastards." Over there, Quilla was pinned against the wall by two sturdy young men screaming curses. "I'll kill you all." Meanwhile, Lu Enhat was bewildered and perplexed. "So, this is all settled, without me lifting a finger." Inside the mirror image space, Lu Enhat questioned, "So you girls were using the ordinary players in the mirror image secret realm to deal with Quilla of the How Ho Aveen." Then he continued, "If it's just to deal with Quilla, you could have lured her into a collapsing secret realm and taken care of her there. But Lu Van didn't think so. But if we did it like that, the players in the mirror image secret realm would still be bullied by How Ho Aveen." She remembered the time before, when we had just arrived at the mirror statue secret realm. We were taken care of by many players here, and we wanted to try to repay them. Liu Yun thoughtfully added, "After a long period of interaction, we discovered that although on the surface it was said that the mirror statue secret realm was controlled by the back garden, but as long as the ordinary players in the mirror statue secret realm united, no force could control this place. It was only because of disunity that they were crushed by the back garden every time, ending up like this. It really made one feel uncomfortable." Remembering those who had overcome their fear to help us, Liu Yun added, "So we took the opportunity of the conflict with the ghost tears to try to gather them together. The result exceeded expectations. Beside her, Yan Chu raised a problem, but whether they can truly unite next depends on whether we and they can together withstand the retaliatory power of the back garden." Hearing that, Liu Yun rested her chin on her hand firmly, no matter what the first step was done. Next was to continue strengthening unity. Standing to the side, Liu Yi listened to his sister's emotion, thinking that having a strong enemy wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Seeing that, he wondered if he should care more for her if he should take her to level up together. Then Liu Yi answered himself. It seemed he was worrying too much. The place they were standing was the mirror statue secret realm, which had a new breakthrough. He believed that without him, his sister could still play this game very well. Perhaps she could even play out a different path from his. Liu Yi smiled proudly. He looked at everyone around and remarked, "The players here are all solid pillars of the future world. If I could still gather them together, that would also be a great protection for them in the future." Liu Yi bowed his head in deep thought. He considered that this was walking a different path from his. It was also a path he did not understand, but at the same time had infinite bright prospects. Two parallel paths, but there would be places where they intersect. Liu Yi muttered to himself, "Keep it up, little sister." At the same time elsewhere, the martial artists of How Ho Aveen were also gathering. A player watched the line of people following each other and asked curiously, "Where is How Ho Aveen's team 2 going?" Another speculated, "I heard something happened in the mirror secret realm, and How Ho Aveen sent them to handle it. Average level 45 plus, this pace means something big must have happened." At this moment, Liu Yi was leisurely walking out the door. He thought, after reminding his sister, no matter what, the most important thing was to protect himself well. He had left the mirror secret realm, and suddenly Liu Yi noticed something ahead. In the courtyard below, dozens, hundreds of people were lined up neatly. Liu Yi looked at them and remarked, "Although these people are 10 levels higher than the players in the mirror space, but inside the mirror company is a safe zone. Level is not an advantage here." Having understood that, he no longer bothered and decided to leave, as long as a Yun could lead the players in the mirror to resolve this crisis. Then her momentum in the mirror space would be heaven-defying. Liu Yi smiled, thinking that it would probably be too difficult by then. As for himself, in the remaining 10-odd days, he would strive to improve himself. His sister's matter, he was confident she would handle it well. Suddenly, the tree wants to be still, but the wind does not stop. Someone shouted, "Players coming out of the instance company, kill on sight. Don't let a single one slip by." Hearing that, Liu Yi was startled and glanced over. At the same time, a crowd rushed forward noisily. 3 reckless fellows, bullying with numbers, leaped to attack Liu Yi, shouting, "Brat, daring to ignore us, kill him," making Liu Yi dumbfounded, not understanding a thing. And inside the mirror secret realm, someone yelled a warning. "They're here, they're here. The people from How Ho Aveen are coming to kill." Immediately everyone exclaimed, What? Meanwhile, Quilla, seeing reinforcements arrive, laughed maniacally, mouth wide open, threatening. Haha, just you wait, disaster is coming. Daring to touch me, you're courting death. Someone worriedly asked, what should we do now? Liu Yun, standing at the front, frowned, looking ahead, saying nothing. Then she firmly reassured, everyone don't panic. Tam Tam Neem Neem has gone to find reinforcements. Her family also has a major guild, with overall strength not inferior to Hao Ho Aveen. Besides, inside the secret realm space is a safe zone. Here, numbers are what matter most. On this point, we are not afraid of anyone. Hearing that, everyone felt more at ease. Right, very true, as long as we unite. We are in the mirror space, not afraid of any force. But what about in reality? Now Liu Yun loudly proposed, everyone charge together, let's go negotiate with them. In-game matters are settled in-game. At the same time, in front of the Instance Company door, Kai Gok poked his head out curiously. Why is there no sound at all? Then he froze, eyes wide in shock. Liu Yun led everyone over, saw him like that and asked, Kai Gok, what are you doing? Standing there dumbfounded alone. She raised her voice to encourage, in this situation now, there's nothing to be surprised about. Immediately everyone shouted. Yes, but right behind Liu Yun and everyone, their mouths fell open in terror. Treasure orbs with question marks of various sizes were floating. The entire large courtyard had only Liu Yi standing there with a sword, surrounded by countless treasure orbs. Time seemed to stop. Liu Yi stood motionless. Then he turned his head back with an extremely annoyed expression. On the other side, Liu Yun stood rooted to the spot, and the people behind her gaped, unable to close their mouths. Kai Gok stammered in shock. Liu Yi single-handedly killed all of Hao Ho Aveen's reinforcement team. Then came a series of exclamations. Heavens, goddess, from now on can we follow you? Goddess, just say the word, whoever you want us to be. We will be that person. Somewhere in a lawless zone, a scene of desolate ruins. Ian Thurveen Din, level 55 head of Hao Ho Aveen, frowned and asked. All dead, a martial artist bowed 90 degrees and replied. I'm sorry, I didn't think it through. Hearing that, Veen Din became even more displeased. His gaze lowered in deep thought. On the other side, the subordinate dared not raise his head, his whole body trembling. Veen Din spoke, very well, you will commit suicide, reset your level to 0, then take a rest. Let me calculate. Then he put his hand to his mouth, pondering. Then he held up 2 fingers and said, about 20 days, how's that? The punishment is only that. Hearing that, those around murmured. Nearly 100 combat forces above level 45 died, and he's only punished with his level reset to 0, plus 20 days off. Is this a reward or a punishment? The subordinate's eyes were O-shaped, mouth A-shaped in astonishment, seeing that he hadn't responded for a long time. Veen Din asked again, what, not agreeing? Immediately he wiped his tears, stood straight and replied, no, thank you, head, thank you. Suddenly Veen Din patted his shoulder, smiled slyly and ordered, go, after resting come back, then I'll arrange a new job for you. After that he squinted and asked, and regarding that player, do you have any specific information? Someone spoke up, we investigated and found that person has connections to New Order. Then that martial artist continued. In the past 7 days, he has been teaming up for instances with the New Order guild leader. When we wanted to investigate further, we were blocked by the New Order guild leader. Hearing that, Veen Din frowned in annoyance, thinking to himself, a person from Kai Nong Dung Dung. Then Veen Din secretly analyzed and deduced that Kai Nong Dung Dung had already obtained over 10% of the computing power. And the computing power was very likely on that player. Otherwise, they couldn't have such strong combat power. Then with a scheming look in his eyes, he unhappily thought, did Kai Nong Dung Dung deliberately put the computing power authority on that person, or is there another reason? But very quickly, Veen Din smiled indifferently, murmuring to himself, forget it, he's already a person of Kai Nong Dung Dung. If I haven't retrieved it, I will definitely bring him to the collapse zone. By then, killing him won't count as violating the 4 hands rule of not attacking each other. And with a fierce gaze, Veen Din put on a sinister smiling face, calculating in his head. If at that time he was killed by Kai Nong Dung Dung and taken back, then everything could be pinned on Kai Nong Dung Dung. At the same time, in the western part of the out-of-control zone, the level 56 guild leader of White Shield Valor, So T Nan, was sitting and frowning in thought. At the same time, in the eastern part of the out-of-control zone, the level 55 head of the Blue Cloud Pavilion appeared delighted. Outside the Secret Realm Company, someone was instructing, all right, no problem. Just take good care of my little sister. If you have any difficulties, I will definitely come to help. Definitely, don't see me off. I'm going to upgrade my equipment now, stop seeing me off. Really? Liu Yi raised his arm to cover his face and said, too enthusiastic. Then he left, ignoring the cheers and shouts behind him, and sighed with emotion. Clearly he had only barely managed to defeat them, yet they acted as if he were invincible. Then he felt a bit smug, happily telling himself, but using this excuse, I got 100 level 45 plus treasure ox equipment gems. Liu Yi looked at the summary numbers on the screen and calculated. He also didn't know how many secret realm essences he could get after opening and disassembling them. Then he jumped up joyfully, congratulating himself, but it was also an unexpected fortune. It lessened his worries about secret realm essences, and grinning brightly, completely satisfied, he squinted and walked happily, not noticing that someone was watching from the side. Suddenly Liu Yi froze, he sensed something. To the side, the New Order guild leader, arms crossed leaning against the wall, spoke, really not going to talk a little. Regarding why I'm so stubborn about Mark's computing power authority. Hearing that, Liu Yi stopped in his tracks, turned his head to glance at the source of the voice. And turning around, he looked at the New Order guild leader a moment later. At the Mo Hu tea house, Kai Nong Dung Dung sat opposite Liu Yi and said, "You've already obtained Mark's computing power authority, haven't you? I think you've guessed it. My purpose in creating the out-of-control zone was precisely to obtain it." Then he frankly stated, "And the reason I'm stubborn about obtaining it is that it is the identity pass to enter the collapse zone." Hearing that, Liu Yi secretly wondered, collapse zone? Right, I remember in my previous life before the Prime World descended. Several major guilds had joined together to organize an expedition to explore the collapse zone. In the end, no one survived to return, and from then on the fearsome reputation of the collapse zone spread. Then, Kai Nong Dung Dung smiled and continued, "And the collapse zone is concealing the authority to control the Prime World." These words stunned Liu Yi. He exclaimed in his mind, "Authority, what does that mean?" But outwardly he remained calm. Liu Yi propped his chin on his hand and mocked, "Haha, don't you find that ridiculous? Telling me such important information so easily, is that possible?" Then, Kai Nong Dung Dung more skillfully clenched his fist and asserted, "You didn't refute me, and you're laughing at me for joking about the authority of the Prime World." These words made Liu Yi's eyes widen in shock. On the other side, Kai Nong Dung Dung interlaced his fingers over his mouth and added, "Normally speaking, game authority should be in the hands of the company that created this game, not inside the game, yet you feel this is important information." Then he even exposed Liu Yi's secret. "It seems you are also one of the few people who know the truth, so I don't need to beat around the bush anymore." But these words made him unable to pretend any longer, and he frowned angrily. At the Mo Hu tea house, the New Order guild leader spoke, "The collapse zone indeed holds the authority to control the Prime World." Then he spread his hands and said, "Believe it or not, whether you don't believe it, this is the truth. And the reason I'm telling you this is that I hope to once again invite you to join my team to compete for this authority." The New Order guild leader expressed his opinion, "I need your strength, do you agree?" But sitting opposite, Liu Yi just stared at him without saying anything. After a long while, he gave a cold laugh and replied, "Ha, so then in the end will you fiercely fight me again over that authority?" Liu Yi curled his lip mockingly, "Are you joking?" Then the New Order guild leader lowered his face and shook his head, explaining, "No, this time we aren't raiding a secret realm, but exploring the collapse zone together. So the same situation as that desperate situation definitely won't happen again." Then he raised 3 fingers and declared, "Moreover, we can enter the collapse zone. To be on the team, you need at least 5% computational authority on you, so as the final member. Including you, there might only be 3 to 4 people, at most just 3. Given your current strength, you are the one who least wants a violent clash. Perhaps it's us instead." These words stirred Lu Enhat's heart. He paused slowly, then Lu Enhat spoke, "As for authority, I hope we can resonate." Hearing that, the New Order president immediately agreed, "Of course, it's up to your decision as well." Then he added, "But whether we can ultimately go still depends on if I can obtain computational authority in the uncontrolled zone in the next few days." Then the New Order president seriously stated, "If I can't get it, everything we're saying now is meaningless, and this also indirectly proves that I no longer want to fight fiercely with you. If I really wanted to harm you now, then I should be desperately inviting you to go with us to the uncontrolled zone to obtain computational authority." Hearing this, Lu Enhat silently scrutinized him. He sat opposite the New Order president, looking at his confidence and dignity. Suddenly, the New Order president stood up and said, "So you don't need to answer me now, there are still a few days, think it over." Then he left. First, he continued, "I'll go to the uncontrolled zone to get computational authority first." Lu Enhat watched the New Order president leave with a thoughtful face. He remained sitting still until the man had left the shop, then silently analyzed, "In my previous life, when exploring the collapse zone, no one survived. Was there truly no survivor? Or had someone succeeded, obtaining the power that the New Order president mentioned?" Lu Enhat frowned, thinking. Then he silently raised a possibility, controlling the real Rang Lam origin realm, and then he was frightened by his own deduction. After that, Lu Enhat calmed himself. Don't think wildly, such a dangerous place can't be entered. His most important goal now is to preserve his strength, then return to the real Rang Lam origin realm. Sometime later at the equipment sales and crafting shop, Lu Enhat entered with anxiety and a bit of difficulty. The first time he wanted to come here to see his younger sister. The second time he wanted to come, he was stopped by people from back garden. The third time he came, he was interrupted by the New Order president. This time, surely no one will stop me. Suddenly, a notification sound made him panic. His face twisted as he stammered, Message. It was the notification sound from room 72, while Lu Enhat was about to enter room 71. Seeing that, he breathed a sigh of relief and entered the room at the end of the hall, a momentary fright. A moment later, the system screen displayed information. Current secret realm essence, 15,320. Looking at the data, Lu Enhat thought, equipment after level 50 can actively add conditions. He was unhappy, secretly lamenting. At the same time, every 10 levels upgraded, each piece of equipment could add one condition. This was something he hadn't thought of before. Then he scratched his head, blaming himself, once again despising his shallow gaming experience in his previous life. Then he silently calculated. Now he still had 9 pieces of equipment that needed to be upgraded to level 50, which meant he needed 6,300 secret realm essence, and of those 9 pieces also needed additional conditions. His bodysuit armor, although a single piece of equipment because it occupied 2 slots, upgrading required double the secret realm essence and could add 3 conditions. Therefore, if he wanted all level 50 equipment to have additional conditions, after deducting 2 condition orbs, he would still need to spend 9,000 secret realm essence. Lu Enhat put his hands on his hips, looked at the screen and pondered. With the help of arc light's load reduction, I've managed to equip level 60 equipment, he muttered, calculating again. If I want to enhance the equipment to level 60 and then add an extra condition to each piece, I'll need 26,200 dungeon essences. Lu Enhat looked at the 2 boxes on the screen and considered. Fortunately, those people from Back Garden gifted me a batch of equipment. Otherwise, forget using load reduction to strengthen equipment to level 100. Don't even think about level 60 equipment. Then he decided, now see how many dungeon essences Back Garden gave me and call to open the treasure ox to disassemble equipment. After a while, the system announced. Equipment opened, 1,100 equipment slots have been filled. Lu Enhat wondered, what kind of ghostly equipment are these? Not only are they all self-made, and they even added strength, speed, physique. Can't they give a bit of pure intelligence? Without hesitation, he ordered, disassemble, disassemble all. Immediately the system informed, equipment disassembled, obtained 33,542 dungeon essences. Seeing this large number, Lu Enhat put his hands on the table excitedly. Enough! With tears streaming down his face, he said emotionally, thank you, Back Garden, and proceed to the next step. Then start strengthening and upgrading equipment to level 60 first. First is the Spirit Balance Headband, attributes defense plus 90, Spirit Resistance plus 30, Willpower plus 24, Willpower plus 22, Strength plus 22, Intelligence plus 33, required level 69 year. Next is the Guardian Deity Necklace, attributes defense plus 90, Spirit Resistance plus 30, Intelligence plus 25, Physique plus 20, equip level 60 million year. The third equipment is the Special Extreme Wisdom Speed Outfit. The fourth equipment is the Special Extreme Wisdom Ice Silk Underwear. The fifth equipment, Special Extreme Wisdom Speed Boots. The sixth equipment, Special Combat Extreme Wisdom Light Gloves. The seventh and eighth equipment, All Wisdom Full Branch Earrings left and right. Set effect, all attributes plus 40. Ninth equipment, Extreme Wisdom Emblem. 10th equipment, Arc Light Extreme Wisdom Blade. Attributes, attack power 960, strength 30, willpower plus 30, 33, 44. 11th equipment, Extreme Wisdom Pistol, attributes attack power plus 900. Willpower plus 120, judgment skill. Attack triples damage or stun. Pistol bullets auto-reload, each reload takes 7.5 seconds. Soul Armament, Dark Snake, equip level 60.5. Then the information of Player Knight, level 57, experience 11,240,000 out of 100 million. Attributes, attack power 2512, defense power 1384, spirit resistance 303, strength 163, agility 170, physique 214, intelligence 1630. Perception 147, distributable attributes 0, full HP 8560, full consciousness power 6520. Next, the system announced, detected intelligence attribute reaching 1000, intelligence weight plus 1. Acquired intelligence condensation skill. Condense intelligence for 10 seconds, recover 50% consciousness power, cooldown 1 hour. Finally, the system added information about current titles. Transcendent Reincarnator, Weapon Master, Exalted Warrior, and his skills include Beg for Enveloping Strength, Repair, Blessing, Dazzling Grasp, Frozen State, Setup, Structure, Condensed Strength. Then it also reported that combat power was subject to unknown interference. Current combat power 129.9. Receiving all the data, Lu Enhat looked at his hands in deep thought. Eyes brimming with tears, he exclaimed, so strong, compared to the level 1 attributes in my previous life, it's really very strong. Lu Enhat raised his hand to wipe away tears of happiness, then he regained his masculine and resolute look. Next is to modify the condition to increase attributes on the equipment. A few seconds passed, Lu Enhat wondered how to modify it. using condition or using the mask's computational authority combined with the structure skill. Lu Enhat ordered the system. Activate the repair treasure pearl, change from random condition to designated condition. It responded, modification successful, duration 11 seconds, cooldown 2 hours. He then requested to reset the cooldown and the system immediately notified. Skill unknown cannot be reset. Hearing that, Lu Enhat held the treasure ox in his hand and silently commented, cooldown 2 hours and also cannot use the setup skill to reset. This, if I want to change the equipment to designated condition, then it would take 2 days and 2 nights. Then he put away the treasure pearl. At the same time, Lu Enhat had to accept that he could only do it slowly. The system announced, condition cooldown addition successful. Condition, all skills reduced by 5%, maximum cooldown reduction 50%. Lu Enhat walked out muttering to himself, during the cooldown wait, let's go team up to grind levels. Suddenly, the system displayed the information of the extreme wisdom pistol again. Soul armament, Dark Snake, equip level 60 million years. After some time at the team assembly plaza, Lu Enhat braced his hands, knelt on the floor, collapsed and lamented. Oh heavens, I completely didn't anticipate this situation. He clutched his head, eyes wide open, panic. Entering a team dungeon to grind levels requires at least 5 people. Level difference cannot exceed 10 levels. But currently the level of regular players in Prime World is commonly 40. The highest is only 43, and clenching his fists he raised his head and shouted, my level is too high, time flies. Lu Enhat slumped onto a chair and sighed. What should I do next? To let regular players grind to level 47, I have to wait until a few days before Prime World descends. Then he muttered sadly, if I wait for them, then wouldn't those dozen days be wasted? Teaming up with a member of the Central Grand Guild and thinking about the New Order Guild leader's words about the collapse zone, the mark of control over the origin world, he grew even more worried. As a player, if one could gain control over the game through the game itself, then that player would be a top-tier player, right? Lu Enhat sat up straight, his eyes staring pensively ahead. He found it hard to think, for it was simply too dangerous, and he once again reconsidered his own plan. His most important goal was to preserve his strength and solidify his advantages. If the assault on the collapse zone failed, then all his current advantages would be completely gone. Then he decided to himself, I cannot take such a risk. The more he thought, the more exhausted Lu Enhat became. He held his head. What was it? Lu Enhat pursed his lips in wonder. Is there something that could give me immunity to death just once? Then I'd dare to go. He leaned his head against the chair, perplexed. Death immunity and the reasoning recovery pearl. He glanced to the side where a high-rise tower stood. At the same time, the system provided information. The recovery pearl records player data. When the player dies, the pearl shatters and the player revives at the pearl's location, with their status restored to the moment it was recorded. The item becomes locked upon acquisition. Hearing this, Lu Enhat thought that if he could obtain it, tears welled up as he secretly calculated, then I can try the collapse zone. He then reconsidered the 2 major objectives before the origin world dawned. His level 60 equipment was already complete. He clenched his fist in delight, thinking, I'll bet the rest of the dungeon essences on this. Lu Enhat figured that even if he lost, it wouldn't hurt. If he won, maybe he could get enough dungeon essences to enhance his level 70 gear. Then he stood up, resolutely determined. No time like the present. A moment later, in front of the High Tower Dungeon Company's branch office, he looked at its many layers and told himself, the High Tower has a total of 21 floors. Each floor will generate a guardian based on the challenger as a template, with one attribute pushed to the extreme. The purpose of the High Tower is to comprehensively test the player's level. Therefore, to challenge the High Tower, a player must climb from the first floor in one go. During that time, there can be no rest, no recovery, and only by completing the assault of all 21 floors can one receive the High Tower reward. Thinking of the highest floor, Lu Enhat immediately thought of the recovery pearl among the final rewards of the High Tower. In a corner of the tower, the High Tower Assault Leaderboard displayed the top 13 rankings, with first place being White Knight at level 53, having cleared up to floor 13. Second place belonged to Evil Sky at level 53, also clearing 13 floors. Then followed the names: Sky Carving Gang, Purple Flaw, Enheplai, Follow Heart, I Am Useless, Love Hurts Each Other, Please Hurt Me. Drag Me Along Too, Cutting in Line, Loses Face, Finite, Stubborn, and in 13th place, Business Cot. Someone in the crowd shouted, It's starting, it's starting. The High Tower challenge is about to begin. This time, will White Knight continue to hold the advantage? Or will Evil Sky surpass White Knight and reclaim the title of #1 in the High Tower? Hearing this, White Knight, a level 53 player from the Sua Nan Guild, thought coolly. This time my mind must be as calm as water, otherwise I'll lose my aura. Meanwhile, Evil Sky, a level 53 player from the Loft Pavilion Guild, was incredibly excited. Laughing smugly, breaking through adversity is a man's mission. I, Evil Sky, must shatter my own record left on the High Tower. Seeing such a rival, White Knight held his forehead and sighed inwardly. How embarrassing. As for Lu Enhat, he stood far from the arena, watching the two and thinking. The high tower opens once every 8 hours. The time is just right now. In a few more minutes the challenge round will begin. His eyes resolute, he muttered to himself, "Do your best." Around the arena, everyone watched White Knight and Evil Sky standing in the center, preparing to assault the tower, and buzzed with comments. Masters taking the field, their aura is so strong. Right, as soon as it was known the two of them wanted to challenge the high tower, all other players stopped their challenges, making way for them. Look at the rankings, don't you see? Besides White Knight and Evil Sky, no one has passed floor 7. Nearby, 3 people wondered aloud. No one has passed floor 7? What's there to say? Most are stuck at floor 6. Is the floor 7 guardian perverted? And what about floor 14 that stops White Knight and Evil Sky? When Lu Enhat stepped onto the arena floor, seeing him, both White Knight and Evil Sky were startled. The onlookers outside started gossiping again. What's going on? Why is someone trying to climb the high tower together with White Knight and Evil Sky? Are they trying to leech off their fame, or are they a fool, a newbie? Look, he's hiding his level, his equipment is nothing special. Who knows if he's even capable? White Knight silently appraised, daring to challenge the high tower alongside us. He's got guts. As for Evil Sky, he happily patted Lu Enhat on the shoulder and said, "Having pursuers can spur us to improve." "Brother, thank you." Hearing that, Lu Enhat narrowed his eyes and smiled, but didn't think highly of them in his mind. Truth be told, these two seemed to be the 6th and 7th ranked masters in his past life. He recalled that they were the first to obtain the recovery pearl. Then a broadcast announced that the high tower challenge was about to begin. Immediately, Lu Enhat entered alert mode, thinking, "It's starting soon." Then all 3 were pulled into the tower assault battle. The crowd immediately shouted, it started, let's go. Let's watch the live assault leaderboard." At the same time, 2 people, one with platinum hair and one with green hair, looked toward the arena. The platinum-haired one stammered, "Did I see wrong?" The green-haired one's eyes widened in shock. "Definitely not." Then Steel Boy and Green Hair looked at each other, stunned. After that, they both ran like mad, shouting, "We absolutely cannot miss this chance." 2 people with sparkling eyes leaped up, shouting, and opened a betting table. Bakjia AC Thien and an unknown new player. Old versus new showdown. Bet on who can advance further up the high tower. Fixed odds, currently 1-1 going once, going twice. System announcement, high tower challenge begins. All skills and statuses restored to 100%. All skills are usable including Vitality Aura, Repair, Blessing, Bind, Frozen State, Reset, Intelligence, Condensation. Additionally, it indicated that Sister Ki Enhyu's skill is unknown and the structure cannot be restored. Structure recovery cooldown, 1 hour 20 minutes remaining. Then the system requested 10 choices minus Secret Realm Essence with rates of 10%, 20%, and 100%. Lu Enhat chose 100%. Finally, the system confirmed 7344 Secret Realm Essence deducted. High Tower Conquest, cumulative reward per floor 3,672. If the challenge fails, the reward is forfeited, and Lu Enhat will be sent to the high tower starting point. He appeared, standing a fair distance from the Guardian. A figure entirely white with a few orange accents was the Guardian of High Tower Floor 1, Level 57, Defense Specialization Level 1. No skill specialized attributes. Lu Enhat, all in black with orange accents, killing time, sighed, "Am I being too overconfident? In this life, I only know this place has a treasure pearl. I came back not knowing the rules here. And now, just after arriving, I've already bet all my Secret Realm Essence." He drew the sword from behind his back with determination. But this kind of self-confidence of his was not something he had just once or twice. On the other side, the guard holding a sword exactly like Lu Enhat's songs charged at him to attack. Lu Enhat thought, if you don't act according to your own will, where will the desire to win come from? Then raised his sword to block the guard's attack. He sighed with emotion, without desire, how can one break through difficulties? Then struck the guard's chest with a staff. Immediately, the guard was deducted 1936 points. Lu Enhat raised his eyebrows, his gaze sharp and cold, inwardly puzzled. 1936. It seemed to be his maximum damage. What the hell, this is the so-called specialized defense. So weak. Elsewhere at the AC Thien Challenge Hall, the High Tower's direct power ranking board had a new order. Number 1 AC Thien, 2nd Bakda, 3rd Da. Passerby A1 commented with a stunned face. Bakda and AC Thien are really strong. Buck Truck has already reached the 3rd floor. And Passerby A2 exclaimed in shock, if not, why else would the High Tower be called the last wall of defense for players, if not for them? The High Tower's ranking board is the board of shame for players. There isn't a single player who has successfully challenged stage 1 of the 7th floor. Then Passerby A2 laughed to himself. Heh, I heard that AC Thien's strength this time, for unknown reasons, has been greatly enhanced. For breaking through the 14th floor, it's very solid. Then he held up a gold medal, gleefully confident that he had specially gone to get this medal and could directly join Kak Lao. When AC Thien breaks through the 14th floor, I'll take out this medal in front of everyone and join Kak Lao. saying that I and AC Thien are in the same guild. Wouldn't that be a perfect show-off? The more he thought, the more passerby A2's ambition burned while sitting in a corner. Huang Tu checked the virtual computer screen, while his green-haired companion held his head in worry. Aren't we taking too big a risk by doing this? Da had the guts to step onto the arena. Surely many players still affirm that Da definitely has the strength. Then he reassured himself, need to stay calm. Immediately, Huang Tu sat down beside him, patted the green-haired one's shoulder and comforted. Don't worry. Bok Da and AC Thien are high-ranking members of the two largest major guilds that have taken refuge in Kaklap. Their levels, with the help of guild resources, are over 10 levels higher than us ordinary players. Whereas Da does not have any guild emblem under the current game conditions. Players without a guild at the core level of ordinary players are at most level 40. Then Huang Tu added, 40 versus 50, you figure it out. Almost everyone feels it's impossible for Da to defeat Bok Da and AC Thien. Hearing that, the green-haired one remained uneasy. But what if Da really is only level 40? Immediately, Huang Tu said, that's right, if Da really is only level 40. Then both stared blankly at the screen in shock. The screen displayed. Da bet 324. Bok Da and AC Thien bet 1,221,340. This number made both of them turn pale, sweating and muttering, We have to believe in Da. At that moment inside the high tower, Lu Enhat continued to deal with another guard. The system announced, specialized defense. Resolve. Accumulated reward 3,672. Quickly, he beheaded another specialized strength guard, receiving accumulated reward 7,344. A while later, the system notified, rest. Specialized physique resolve. Accumulated reward 11,016. Specialized speed reward 18,360. Specialized intelligence reward 18,360. Specialized perception reward 22,032. Currently, Lu Enhat is standing on the 7th floor of the high tower. His current status. HP and stamina are both still full. After standing still for a while, Lu Enhat silently remarked, too easy, I can't feel what so-called specialization is at all. Maybe it's because my level is too high, that's why. And he put forward a seemingly reasonable idea. Or is it because the high tower's guardians are all set based on the player's attributes? At this moment, standing in front of Lu Enhat is the 7th floor guardian of the high tower, level 57, specialized in all attributes at grade 1, having no attributes. Switching attributes. Instead, he looked even more puzzled, while because his own attribute focuses on intelligence. Intelligence without the coordination of strength will appear as a special support reason. Lu Enhat stood facing the guardian, not even bothering to take a ready stance. After a long while, he finally curled his lips, raised his sword forward and thought, if that's really the case, then it's absolutely great. On the other side, the guardian with face number 7 radiating white aura was ready to fight. Suddenly, he leaped up and vanished on the spot, and swung a powerful sword drawing a parabolic arc towards Lu Enhat. Meanwhile, he was still busy thinking, if it's really as I speculated, if it's generated based on my total attributes, then its attributes are only about double mine. Even counting the attribute of over 100 lives and the additional weighting, Lu Enhat excitedly swung his sword up and silently analyzed. The effect brought by the attributes, in actuality, is only equal to someone with a high-rank warrior title like me. And he confidently asserted that the floor 7 boss of the high tower was nothing special. At the same time, the player in armor 3 pointed up and screamed in shock. Everyone looked that Da's climbing speed has increased, clearing 6 floors at once. He's challenging floor 7. Seeing this, the round-faced passerby widened his eyes in astonishment. Could he possibly surpass Bok Da and AC Thien? The passerby in armor 2 widened his eyes, stunned, thinking, what's with that Da? Where did he come from? Then he shouted, what's all the noise? Reaching floor 7 is very normal, isn't it? There are plenty of people here who can't reach floor 7. The important thing is how to deal with that floor 7 all-attribute specialization boss. That's not something ordinary players can handle. Then the passerby in armor 2 gestured mockingly. The floor 7 gatekeeper, any of his attributes are 3 times stronger than ours. Under the suppression of all attributes, unless it's a core member of a major guild with unknown strength, otherwise we absolutely can't beat him. He also raised his chin to reassure himself and loudly said, it's very clear he doesn't have any guild logo on him. Just an ordinary player can't possibly clear floor 7. At this moment, the high tower power ranking leaderboard displayed. Position 1, AC Thien and number 2 Bok Da are both on floor 8. Number 3 Da is on floor 7. Immediately the number 7 next to Da's name faded, then it changed to number 8. Seeing this, the round-faced passerby had O-shaped eyes, A-shaped mouth, utterly shocked, frozen. At this time on floor 8 of the high tower, the glass door seemed to shake. Now, the floor 8 gatekeeper of the high tower specialized in speed. Specialized in skills, holding a sword ready to fight. Lu Enhat rushed in to attack, but he dodged, surprising him. Suddenly there was a loud, piercing shout. Then the gatekeeper appeared behind Lu Enhat, slashing his back, taking 1870 points. Then Lu Enhat turned to counter, using a continuous sword flurry on the gatekeeper. Each of his sword strikes caused him to lose points continuously. Finally, the system announced as the gatekeeper disappeared, great speed specialization has been dealt with. Accumulated reward, 47,736. Lu Enhat stood still, deep in thought. In terms of speed, the speed attribute was roughly double that of the tower keeper from 7 floors below. He recalled the floor 8 gatekeeper's reflexes and analyzed to himself. So every 7 floors, the gatekeeper's attributes double. And he smirked when the system indicated the start of the transfer to the 9th floor of the high tower. Lu Enhat encouraged himself. Next, I need to steady myself. These high tower monsters have brought some pressure when not using blessing. At this moment, the high tower power ranking leaderboard changed again. Number 1 AC Thien and number 2 Bakda both on floor 11, number 3 Da on floor 9. Then, the leaderboard updated twice more. There was always one floor behind the other two. But when they reached floor 14, all 3 were there. Seeing this, the onlookers were shocked. Their progress is the same now. Where on earth did this Da come from? Without any guild background, he could stand shoulder to shoulder with Bakda and AC Thien in the high tower. Really, the round-faced passerby raised his chin stubbornly and scoffed. Although that Da has caught up with Bakda and AC Thien's progress, they are high-level players nurtured by major guilds, not something ordinary players can surpass. On the side, passerby Armor 1 scolded. You're looking down on us too much. Then he still mocked. Guilds have people, resources, intelligence, can let members grow at fast speed. What do ordinary players have? Loneliness. Seeing that, passerby Armor 1 unhappily questioned. You're also an ordinary player, don't despise yourself. AC Thien and Bakda are indeed strong. But you don't need to use that excuse to hype up major guild members. Immediately others chimed in. That's right. Nevertheless, passerby Armor 2 raised a badge. Can directly join the Kaklao Guild. Sorry, I've immediately become a member under AC Thien. We members of Kaklao Guild cannot be belittled by ordinary players. Then, he felt a bit uneasy in his heart, feeling something wasn't right. So he had to keep pretending for now, otherwise later he might not be able to pretend anymore. Suddenly someone asked, how many times have you challenged the high tower now? The high tower currently has the bottom 2 floors marked. That person continued, probably over 20 times. As long as the guild doesn't have group activities, I'll come here. Failure is rarely a death penalty in this original world. It only deducts Essence Secret Realm. Suddenly the floor shattered while the players were still gossiping, under the premise of equipment provided by the guild. Essence Secret Realm is just a meaningless string of numbers to him. He muttered, but for the high tower from the beginning it was just a trial, then getting anger. Finally realizing he must cultivate power here. AC Thien's eyes glowed purple, clenching his fist with determination. He comforted himself, thus time after time challenging each failure, and finally through the explosive strength of the guild collective, he managed to fight to this point. On the wall, the number clearly showed, representing the high tower floor 14. AC Thien sighed with emotion. He had failed here 7 times, this time he. Finally, once again a huge explosion sent the debris on the floor flying. After a while, AC Thien watched the gatekeeper slowly disappear, and at the same time the system announced, second order all attribute specialization has been dealt with. Accumulated Essence Secret Realm reward multiplied by 2. Current accumulated Essence Secret Realm reward, 36. The number 14 struck AC Thien's eyes again and he was dumbfounded. I finally won? Evil Heaven's eyes welled up, exclaiming, it was so hard, truly so hard. He tilted his head back to keep the tears from falling and said with emotion, at this moment I really want to cry. Outside, the leaderboard changed again. 1 Evil Heaven, floor 15, 2 White Knight and Knight are still on floor 14. Immediately, passerby A2 pointed, excited. See, this is the strength of our guild members. Haha, floor 14. Then he stood in the middle of the hall, raised both hands to the sky and shouted loudly. When most players couldn't clear floor 7, our guild members have already broken through floor 14. Guild of the Gods forever, the people around sneered. Really impressive, but you can't refute it, he's so annoying. Can this also be fake? Done, passerby A2 grinned happily, thinking, nice. On the side, passerby B1 crossed his arms, annoyed. All right. You see, Knight, he couldn't even get to floor 14. Those 2 guild players are just like that. Oh my, passerby B2 looked up in astonishment, because on the leaderboard, Lu Enhat also climbed to floor 15. Someone said, now only White Knight is left. Seeing that, passerby A2 taunted, HMPH, just a last-ditch effort. Watch, in the next moment he'll be kicked out. Inside, he felt a bit worried. Why do I feel like these guild players, Evil Heaven and White Knight, are becoming more and more unreliable? Should I switch the rumored target? Otherwise, when the time comes, won't it be really embarrassing? After a while in the battle, Lu Enhat stood watching the guardian of floor 14 lying on the ground slowly disappear. And the system announced, all attribute enhancement ended status. Full health, mental strength 7,058,150. He looked at the new info, muttering, simple attribute enhancement, it's just too straightforward. Suddenly, the system announced again, Tier 2 all attribute. All attribute expertise, resolving the accumulated dungeon essence reward multiplier. Current accumulated dungeon essence, 132,192. Now Lu Enhat happily thought, speaking of which, if this trend continues and I successfully challenge the high tower, the dungeon essence I'll obtain will be nearly 300,000. Then he clenched his fist excitedly. Combined with weight reduction, I can definitely wear gear totaling plus 70, even plus 80 or plus 90. And he felt even more motivated. This time I really must try hard, not only for Bao Chao's return, but also to have enough dungeon essence to keep enhancing my equipment. Next, the system announced, beginning transfer to High Tower Floor 15. Over there, Evil Heaven was also teleported. He looked at his hand, assessing, this time not only did I win, my condition is unprecedented with 30% left. Then Evil Heaven calculated. And through the burst direction, I chose self-destruct burst. The lower the health, the higher the damage. The lower the mental strength, the higher the burst. And clenched his fist, happily affirming, with this condition I can still overcome several more floors. White Knight, in the end I still win. At the same time, the system indicated they had arrived at High Tower Floor 15. AC Thien arrived at Floor 15 of the High Tower with a relaxed mindset. He smirked confidently, I am the number 1 of the High Tower. Facing AC Thien was the Floor 15 Guardian of the High Tower, level 53, Tier 3 defense specialization, specialized in the skill Burst Attack Power. HP Swap Rampart Substitution. AC Thien wondered, attributes over 1,000, could there be a personal attribute skill? And it has 3 of them, is it because its specialization is defense, so it comes with enhanced strength and constitution? That means its strength and constitution attributes are both higher than mine. AC Thien was puzzled, looking at the system notification. Challenge begins, time limit 5 minutes, cannot be defeated. Then he got into stance, clenched his fist, and told himself, no matter what. As the number 1 of the High Tower, I must not be cowardly, even if defeated, I must fight to the end. On the other side, the Guardian also took an identical stance. AC Thien reassured himself. Besides, it only has higher strength and constitution than me. Then both sides leaped up, vanishing on the spot. AC Thien said confidently, who wins and who loses is not yet decided. He gritted his teeth and resolutely attacked the Guardian. But in the blink of an eye, the attack using the skill Rampart along with Burst Attack Power. The Guardian's Rampart and HP swap sent AC Thien flying. Moments later, the system announced, you have died. High Tower experience failed. Could it be, he wondered, why was he killed in just 1 minute? In the hall monitoring High Tower achievements, the players gaped in astonishment. AC Thien is dead, he failed, fell at floor 15. But Bacta also successfully broke through from floor 14 to floor 15. It's unknown how far Bacta can go like AC Thien. At this moment on the leaderboard, all 3, AC Thien, Bacta, and Da, are at floor 15. Instead, the curious crowd continued updating the new records of players in the High Tower. Meanwhile, passerby Dap Molit looked aside and taunted. Haha, is this the strength of you lot? Tusk. Passerby Jayap 2 pretended to be crazy, holding up a badge to join the Refuge Bureau and shouting loudly. Oh dear, I just picked up the wrong badge. The guild I can join is the Refuge Bureau. Then he pretended to scratch his head and said, really, so forgetful, leaving the surrounding people speechless. Then he sweated and thought, luckily I still have the badge to join the Refuge Bureau. Go Bak duh, I told you guild members are cool. Don't fall now, at least you have to surpass floor 16. 1 floor more than duh. Over here at floor 15 of the High Tower, Lu Enhat was frantically fighting the Guardian. He slashed out but was immediately blocked by the opponent's sword. The floor 15 High Tower Guardian, level 57, Tier 3 Constitution Specialization. Specialized in HP Swap skill. HP Swap consumes 5% HP. Recovers 20% HP over 10 seconds. The recovery can be interrupted. Lu Enhat wondered, didn't it say it can be interrupted? Why have I been attacking him for nearly 2 minutes and still can't stop his HP recovery? Now, the floor 15 Guardian's HP continuously increases by 800. He just launched a sword strike, but Lu Enhat jumped up and dodged. He thought, could it be that interrupting requires some special condition? What condition? At the same time, he jumped back 3-4 steps to widen the distance from the opponent. The current time remaining, 2 minutes 29 seconds. Seeing that, Lu Enhat frowned and calculated silently. Time is only 2 minutes 30 seconds left. With my current strength far exceeding my HP, wanting to kill it by slashing. 2 minutes was simply not enough. Tusk, he was furious, eyes glowing, and decided, I can only use blessings and a large amount of blessings at that. At the same time, the system announced, consumed 2,000 willpower, all attributes increased by 1,000. At the same time, on the other side of floor 15 of the high tower, Bokta had just been teleported in. Current status, HP 6,037,040. Willpower 710,1070. He let out a long sigh and stood still silently calculating, my current state is still acceptable. Almost no consumption, next I'll fight steadily and then charge through the upper floors, no problem for sure. As for directly clearing it, I'm not hoping for that. On the other side, the floor 15 Guardian, level 53, tier 3 strength specialization, specialized in the skill Burst Attack Power. Burst Attack Power, the next attack is doubled, the attack after that is half as strong. No consumption, no cooldown. Both simultaneously assumed identical stances. At the same time, the system announced, challenge begins, time limit 5 minutes. Over here, Bokta looked ahead and deduced, burst attack power, meaning I can't clash head-on with him. Plus only 5 minutes on floor 15, I can't slowly whittle it down like before. Suddenly he leaped up, vanishing on the spot. Bokta swung his sword, slashing out. He told himself, must use full strength. On another side of floor 15, Lu Enhat was sweating and panting. His status, HP depleted by 30%, willpower 50-50 80-150. He looked at the Guardian lying on the ground turning into particles and whispered in analysis, so that's it. Earlier my speed was insufficient to interrupt HP swap at least. Must within 1 minute continuously hit it 3 times to cut off the recovery from HP swap. Lu Enhat frowned, thinking, this skill is a breakthrough physical attribute. Does the player automatically comprehend the skill? Just like the breakthrough intelligence attribute of mental focus. Strength, speed, perception attributes are probably the same. After a breakthrough attribute, one can comprehend a specialized skill. Then, Lu Enhat memorized it. It seems attributes can't just be added strategically. Must evenly raise all attributes above level 1000 first. Too bad, using the all-attribute blessing enhancement cannot grant these skills. Immediately, the system announced, Tier 3 Physical Specialization, unlocking accumulated secret realm essence, reward 135,864. Accumulated reward physical ratio weight +1. Seeing this, Lu Enhat was stunned and exclaimed, what? Who stared at the system panel in confusion. Starting from floor 15, rewards accumulate and even have increased ratio weight. Can this high tower be challenged again? But the system didn't answer him, only informed that teleportation was activated. Heading to the 16th floor of the high tower, he found the blessing enhancement status had dissipated. At the same time, someone shouted, success! The onlookers in the hall with wide eyes and gaping mouths exclaimed in surprise, successfully conquered floor 15. He's now heading to floor 16. So cool, idol, where did this great god come from? The chatter was incessant. On the side, passerby A smiled and said, even if the guild elites can't do it, we still have to look at ordinary players like us. Meanwhile, passerby B frowned and gritted his teeth in annoyance. On the leaderboard, White Knight was at floor 15, while Knight had already reached floor 16. A moment later, both were on floor 16. Immediately, passerby B pointed his finger smugly. See, White Knight also fought up to floor 16. This is the strength of an elite guild player. Then he continued to taunt. A momentary victory doesn't prove anything. We must see the final result. The leaderboard still displayed White Knight and Knight on floor 16, but in the blink of an eye, White Knight's name was blacked out, meaning the tower challenge failed. This situation made passerby B's eyes widen in shock. Nearby, a girl wondered in confusion, what's going on? How did White Knight fail right after reaching floor 16? What happened? Suddenly, 2 gold medals were thrown to the ground, accompanied by cursing. F this, trusting the guild, passerby B angrily threw the 2 medals to the ground. Then he slapped his own face, raised both hands high and shouted, the coolest in this world are still ordinary players, making those around him pale and startled. Then he even jumped around cheering, go Knight, Knight is invincible. Seeing this, everyone's sweat dropped with embarrassment. Someone spoke up, bro, can you not change so quickly? 1 minute ago on the 16th floor of the high tower. White Knight panted, knelt down, and heard the system inform his status. HP 530 out of 7,040. Mental power 115 out of 1,007. He sweated, gritted his teeth, and lamented, so hard I almost died on floor 15. But luckily, after the burst attack enhancement, the offense will have a small weakening period. By this weakening period, I barely managed to beat floor 15. Now, White Knight looked at the floor 16 Guardian and muttered to himself, with my current state, I'm afraid I can only fight floor 16 again. At the same time, the system provided info on the floor 16 Guardian. Level 53, Tier 3 Intelligence Specialization, Specialized Skill Mental Focus. Mental Focus, recover 50% mental power in 10 seconds. Seeing this, White Knight cheerfully remarked, oh, how lucky I encountered the easiest intelligence specialization to fight. Then brimming with confidence, he said, It seems the world wants me to go one step further. At the same time, he swung his sword and jumped to attack, adding, if that's the case. If that's the case, I will satisfy the world's expectation of us. It's truly worth looking forward to. On the other side, the Guardian looked up and assumed a defensive stance. When White Knight struck down with his sword, he lightly dodged to the side, startling White Knight. Then, quick as lightning, the Guardian counterattacked with a slash. At the same time, the system displayed, overwhelm, each point of mental power consumed. Increases attack by 50 points. Dodge, each time successfully evading by just one step, can immediately lead to a 100% guaranteed hit attack, leaving White Knight panicked, stunned in disbelief. At this moment, he had been slashed across the stomach. White Knight wondered, how does it use mental power? And it's even the same mental power skill as mine. Finally, the system announced, you have died, High Tower challenge failed, accumulated rewards deducted. At the 16th floor of the High Tower, Lu Enhat stood before the Guardian, still looking the same as from floor 1 to floor 15. Only the number on the face differed. Floor 16 Guardian, level 57, Tier 3 Perception Specialization. Specialized skill, 1 second precognition, 1000 perception per second, sense fatal danger. No cost, evade 1 fatal damage instance, cooldown 1 hour. Seeing this, Lu Enhat's mouth dropped in astonishment, thinking, this perception attributes specialized skill, and happily exclaimed inwardly, it suits me perfectly, it's not a guaranteed fatal hit. I use repair recovery, the fatal damage can be kept with this skill, perception dodge, Understood. He picked up his sword, looked ahead and calculated. Next, if I can upgrade equipment, I must add more perception. Obtain this skill. Then he jumped up and vanished on the spot, saying, now Yen Rang was determined to deal with the person in front of him. So he spoke and slashed a parabolic sword arc right at the gatekeeper's face. But he leaned back to evade. Lu Enhat then struck the gatekeeper in the stomach and quickly retreated. Finding it tough, Lu Enhat frowned with annoyance. Then he swung his sword again. This time he managed to slash his stomach, taking away 1855 points. Lu Enhat thought his perception was higher than other basic attributes, yet still couldn't keep up, even with perception to evade danger. He couldn't forever dodge my attacks. The critical hit multiplier increased greatly under +2 for high-level warrior. My speed is double his. Lu Enhat grinned smugly, thinking that on top of that the system notification consumed mental energy 500, increasing all attributes by 250. Then he added, my speed is actually 6 times yours. Then Lu Enhat lunged forward and brought his sword down on Hector. Die for me. After that, the system reported, Specialized Mental Sense Tier 3, Resolve. Accumulated Reward Secret Realm Essence 139,536. Accumulated Reward, Critical Hit Rate +1, Perception +1. Then Lu Enhat was teleported to the High Tower's 17th floor. He smiled with satisfaction, thinking, too easy. In the High Tower, the hard part is only the final enhancement multiplier. Everything else is very easy. Lu Enhat faced the gatekeeper, silently reminding himself that he only needed to watch his mental energy consumption. The High Tower's power wasn't a problem. On the other side, a person with a face displaying the number 17 was the gatekeeper of the High Tower's 17th floor. Level 57, Specialized Defense Tier 3, Specialized Skill, Explosive Attack Power that converts damage into Blood Fortress. At the same time, in the tower's resurrection room, Bokta was teleported there. Immediately, AC Thien sighed, looks like I lost again. You came out 5 minutes later than me. Finished, Bokta wasn't happy. He asked, this time I managed to clear up to the 15th floor. What about you? Sitting cross-legged on the ground, AC Thien held his head and lamented. You're really higher than me, I can't compete with you. You're the number 1 in the tower. Hearing that, Bokta smiled and said, so share your intel just like the previous times. After that, he casually leaned his back against the wall, smirked and asked, how did you die? On the other side, AC Thien pondered silently. Then he pressed his hands on the floor and slowly sat up, answering, I died under the additional effect of the specialized attribute skill. Bokta listened and asked doubtfully, additional, what do you mean? AC Thien frowned and explained, literally, I also dug through the death logs to understand. The scene where I died was dealing with the gatekeeper of the Specialized Defense Tier 3. Recalling being wiped out by the 15th floor gatekeeper, he then stated, having specialized defense means having specialized strength and specialized constitution. In other words, it has 3 specialized skill attributes. And the Blood Fortress specialized skill of defense specialization looks like a defensive skill. Then AC Thien continued, but if combined with the burst attack power of power specialization, it is possible to designate a certain attack, forcing the enemy into a defensive space, which is also the state of full equipment detachment. Listening quietly to his analysis, Bokta remained silent and contemplative. Suddenly, AC Thien spoke up, and at that very moment, all the equipment attributes for me were completely lost. He crossed his arms, leaned against the wall, and recounted, in an unequipped state being blown up by the strength and fully equipped state of the gatekeeper. Absolutely sick. This kind of effect after adding specialized skills, you never know how powerful other specialized skills can be. Meanwhile, inside the watchtower, Lu Enhat spun his sword in circle, silently wondering, 3 attributes of specialized skill. Then he gripped his sword tightly and confidently said, I can handle it. Lu Enhat got into a ready stance, thinking, hold off on using skills, test the intensity, then use the blessing. On the other side, the gatekeeper had also drawn the sword from his back. On this side, Lu Enhat slightly crouched, looking straight ahead, smiling without a trace of worry. Then he jumped up, causing the stone bricks where he just stood to burst apart. Then, the two rushed at each other, each using their sword to attack the opponent with full force. The two swords collided, forming an X shape. Clang, a skill was used, barrier and burst attack power. Immediately after, Lu Enhat's combat outfit and sword disappeared, making him puzzled. System notification, acquired barrier and burst attack power sub-status. All your equipment has been reclaimed. Now Lu Enhat was only wearing a t-shirt and shorts like at home, and his sword was also gone. He looked down, sweating, confused. What is this? Then Hector's frozen state, and immediately Lu Enhat was hit by a strike from the gatekeeper. His foot stomped hard on the ground, causing the spot to crack and break. At this moment, Lu Enhat had to cross his hands to block the gatekeeper's sword. Suddenly, he spread a hand in front of his face, using the skill barrier and blood swap. At the same time, the health bar of the floor 18 gatekeeper dropped from full to half. System notification, acquired substatus, barrier and blood swap. Determining, your blood level is lower than the floor 17 gatekeeper. Blood reduced by 99.99%. While in a frozen state, the blood amount in the frozen state will be deducted after it is lifted. Hearing that, Lu Enhat froze in shock. He quickly opened his mouth and shouted, blessing. At the same time, the system said, consumed 5,000 willpower. All attributes plus 2500. The immobile frozen state has dissipated. Barrier and burst attack power dissipated. Barrier and blood swap dissipated. Then, Lu Enhat continued to use the skill Sin Suk Bao Trump. Retrieving his combat outfit and sword, his eyes flashed and he unleashed a move. The system appeared again with the information, Sin Suk Bao Trum 5,000 points next attack. Attack power increased by 112,500. At the same time, Lu Enhat hit the gatekeeper, dealing him 28,325 damage. At this moment, the gatekeeper's health bar was low. Floor 17 only had a quarter left. System notification, fortify for 10 seconds, maximum defense value, all damage immunity 75%. Seeing that, Lu Enhat frowned, annoyed, and wondered, not dead, then let's give it a few more hits. Then he performed a few zigzag sword maneuvers. A moment later, the system said, third tier defense specialization resolved. Cumulative reward, secret realm essence 143,208. Cumulative reward, specific density, perception, and defense all +1. Lu Enhat furrowed his brows, thinking, a bit too stingy, and heard the system announcement, beginning teleportation to floor 18 of the high tower full health state. Willpower 4,575 out of 8,150. He silently analyzed the previous situation, but no matter how careful, facing 2 skills with added specialized attributes. Along with the super high blood and defense of the floor 17 gatekeeper, he still had to use the frozen state here. In a flash, Lu Enhat was already standing on floor 18 of the high tower. He silently assessed, since I've already used it, don't worry anymore, I still have one more frozen state. If that doesn't work, I can still summon Minza for help. Somehow I can conquer the high tower. Lu Enhat looked down at the gun in his hand, deep in thought. The system displayed the stats. Trung Lak Kuk Don Tri 2 pistol, attack power plus 900. Willpower plus 1120. Judgment skill, attacks carry triple damage effect or cause stun. Nguhun Minza Nuya. Effect 1 Summon Minza, Effect 2 Minza Jiang Lam. Summon Minza Jiang Lam, the user gains 10-50% all attributes and Minza's skills. Finished, Lu Enhat frowned in confusion again. Why did the Nguhun item turn gray? The system immediately responded. Minza's wish not fulfilled, Minza refuses to obey. Seeing that, he wondered, wish. Didn't I already lead it out of the secret realm? But before he could find the reason, the floor 18 gatekeeper appeared. He had 3 levels of intelligence specialization, specialized skill condensing strength. Lu Enhat stood facing him. He held his sword, frowning and thinking. Never mind Minza, the next 3 specialization levels are probably speed specialization, a bit troublesome. Other things are not a problem. As long as I can use the last frozen state to get the full system specialization on floor 21, conquering the high tower won't be a problem. Return to the high tower resurrection room. AC Thien put his hands in his pockets and asked, and how did you die? Bokta replied, intelligence specialization level 3. Hearing this, AC Thien was stunned and puzzled. Intelligence specialization? Are you kidding? Not done, Bokta added. Willpower specialization has aura. These words left AC Thien gaping, stunned. What? Meanwhile, Bokta crossed his arms leaning against the wall and recounted. the difference between Stage 3 and Stage 1. The two dimensions double intelligence attributes, leaving only attribute transfer skill. Perhaps it's the willpower specialization skill that condenses consciousness force, giving him aura. Hearing that, AC Thien held his head in shock. Then how can we still fight? His consciousness willpower is 8 times ours, now we can only secretly rejoice. My main attribute is not intelligence, otherwise, just thinking about it is terrifying. Suddenly he broke out in a sweat thinking of something else, and what was more terrifying was that the gatekeeper of the final floor, floor 21, not only had attribute stack specialization skills, but also had aura. Then AC Thien sighed. No wonder the tower's reward mechanism is so crazy. It turns out the tower doesn't intend to let players conquer it. Meanwhile, Lu Enhat was charging with his sword to attack the gatekeeper. He thought, I wonder if other attribute specialization skills can stack. Watching how the defense-specialized gatekeeper used skills earlier, Lu Enhat remembered the blue energy emanating from him, and remarked inwardly, perhaps it requires a wall accumulation skill used on other specialization skill. Now, Lu Enhat swung his sword forward, determined, no matter what, just face the floor 21 gatekeeper and everything will be clear. On the other side, the gatekeeper pointed his sword straight at him. He used blessing, enhance all attributes. Seeing that, Lu Enhat's eyes widened, unable to believe it. Next, another skill was used. Skill reset, resetting the solidified state. Just a moment of distraction, Lu Enhat was hit in the chest by the gatekeeper. He was bewildered, eyes wide with shock, muttering, that was a blessing just now. On the other side, the gatekeeper had already taken a stance, preparing the next attack. Lu Enhat was alarmed in disbelief. How did the tower gatekeeper have aura skills and exactly the same aura skills as his own? He hurriedly used neutral shake, extreme wisdom, and fired a bullet from his pistol. At the same time, the system notified the consumption of 4,500 points of consciousness willpower. Enhance all attributes by 2,250 points. Lu Enhat was in a hurry, deciding, now is not the time to think about these things. Must kill it in the first moments immediately. Otherwise, with the floor 18 tower gatekeeper's willpower 8 times his own, he was absolutely no match for him. Then the system announced, neutral shake judgment triples damage, life aura covers 4,500, increases attack power by 225,000, accumulated attack power 675,000. The bullet hit the gatekeeper's head. Immediately he used the solidified state skill. Seeing this, Lu Enhat broke out in a cold sweat, panic. He muttered, he has all my skill. Then the gatekeeper slightly crouched, used skill reset, neutral stance, blessing. At the same time, he vanished on the spot. At the same time, the system indicated the remaining time of the solidified state, 5 seconds. Over here, he launched a rapid kick combo at Lu Enhat. He held his gun in one hand and his sword in the other, crossing them into an X shape in front of his face to block, thinking, talk about how many attribute enhancements, I'm completely suppressed. What to do? He gritted his teeth, muttering that he couldn't counterattack, analyzing inwardly. Under the circumstances where he couldn't use Misei, what other means did he have to deal with it? There's still. At this moment, the gatekeeper kept slashing continuously at Lu Enhat. He muttered and lamented, is it over? But his eyes showed no intention of giving up. Suddenly, the system asked, cancel neutral shake, yes or no? Immediately, Lu Enhat frowned and shouted, Minza, if you still don't help me, then I will destroy neutral shake, and then don't talk about your wishes. You won't exist either. Meanwhile, the system counted down, remaining time of solidified state, 3, 2, 1 seconds. But Minza still did not respond. Lu Enhat was endlessly furious. He shouted, if this is your choice, fine, neutral shake destroyed. Then suddenly Minza spoke, I want to make a deal. I help you and you must help me with something. And the system indicated, solidified state ended. Suddenly the gatekeeper jumped up, raising his sword high above his head, preparing to slash down at Lu Enhat. He shouted loudly, deal. Suddenly, a golden aura appeared around Lu Enhat, blasting the gatekeeper far away. He slammed his back onto the ground, then quickly sprang up, retreating to create a large distance from him. At this moment, the giant Minza manifested, enveloping Lu Enhat in the center. The system announced, Minza grants blessing, increasing all attributes by 5,000. Calamity level creature domain opened. All creatures below calamity level have all attributes reduced by 30%. All creatures below disaster level have all attributes reduced by 60%. All creatures below crisis level have all attributes reduced by 90%. Lu Enhat, carrying the power of Minza, pointed his sword forward, looking extremely terrifying. And Minza said, due to weapon quality limitations in a short time, my help to you can only give you 3 skills, along with my domain blessing. Seeing that, Lu Enhat exclaimed, that's enough. Then he charged to attack the gatekeeper. His sword swung out, cleanly cutting through the opponent's sword and severing it. The sword struck directly at the gatekeeper, even though he used solidified state. With snake eyes, Lu Enhat was fully confident, not a bit weaker. Was it the effect of the calamity level creature domain? Then, He lowered his sword and looked at the gatekeeper as if looking at a tiny being. Even if someone uses the freeze state, it's merely prolonging that person's death by 10 seconds. And Duong, his eyes cold and sharp, continued to say goodbye. At the same time, the system displayed a series of countdown notifications. Remaining time of the freeze stayed on the Guardian of Floor 1854-321, and the Level 3 Specialized Intelligence System report result. Cumulative reward, Secret Realm Essence 146,880. Cumulative reward, Fist Weight Ratio, Physique, Perception, Wind Resistance, Intelligence all +1. White Knight put his hands in his pockets and said leisurely, "All right, let's head out. No matter what, the target this time is floor 14. Since we've already succeeded, there's nothing to regret." To the side, AC Thien rubbed his head and agreed, "I suppose so." Then, as he followed White Knight, he asked, "But come to think of it, are we just going out like this? Those people seeing us will go crazy." Up ahead, White Knight said, "What else? Clearing floor 15 of the high tower, isn't it for this moment?" Then he smiled confidently, basking in the admiring gazes of tens of thousands of people upon him. Hearing that, AC Thien also grew quite expectant. "Haha, if that's the case, let's go quickly and greet the moment that belongs to us." Both put their hands in their pockets and walked forward full of confidence. But when they reached the exit and saw no one waiting, they fell awkwardly silent. At that moment, everyone was still busy staring at the ranking board. No one paid any attention to the high tower exit where AC Thien and White Knight stood. The two took a heavy blow, sweating and turning pale. AC Thien was baffled. Did something happen that we don't know about? Why is no one paying attention to us? Suddenly, White Knight looked in one direction. It was the high tower's live ranking board. Position number 1, Knight, floor 19. Seeing that, his jaw dropped and he nearly choked out loud. AC Thien, look at the ranking board. Am I seeing things? Hearing that, he also looked up curiously, then couldn't believe his eyes. AC Thien covered his eyes in denial, impossible, impossible, and peeked through his fingers. Then AC Thien nearly dropped his jaw in shock, exclaiming, "Oh my god, that newcomer really reached floor 19. Meanwhile, on a street somewhere in Mohu town, a few people with swords were walking about. Suddenly someone gossiped, "Have you heard? There's a player named Knight challenging the high tower. On their very first challenge, they're about to conquer the high tower." Passerby 4 asked suspiciously, "You're not lying to me, are you? I challenged it too. I died on floor 2 against the same attribute." That difficulty truly bullies people. In another corner, Passerby 538 said, "Have you heard? There's a player named Duh who has already conquered floor 19 of the high tower. He's about to break through floor 20 now." Hearing that, his companion exclaimed, "That's just insane. What's his background?" Nearby, Kai and Gok passed by, heard the voices, and paid attention. Then he walked over to the two and said, "Is Duh the great savior of all of us mirror image secret realm players?" On one side, Passerby 5 eagerly butted in, "What? Great savior, what's this about? Tell us." Immediately Kai and Gok started bragging. Like this. Time flew by. Someone exclaimed in shock, "Floor 20 already, oh my god." Looking at the high tower leaderboard, everyone buzzed with discussion. How on earth did he do it? They're all players who just started on the server a dozen or so days ago. Why is he so strong? Athene looked up, stunned. Floor 20 already. This proves he at least defeated a floor guardian with level 3 specialized skills plus. The guardian possesses chi aura. Could it be that Duh really intends to conquer the high tower today? Hearing the noise, a few people recognized them. Is that AC Thien and Bok saw? On the other side, Bok Duh broke out in a cold sweat and exclaimed, "Impossible, that level of strength. How can any player successfully challenge that?" Then, Passerby 2 stepped forward and laughed loudly. "Just because you can't doesn't mean others can't. We solo players still have experts." Then he foolishly laughed with glee. What an unexpected joy. To actually show off right in front of Bok Duh and AC Thien, and to stand there with hands on hips laughing like a maniac, leaving everyone around him helpless. "Hey, weren't you on our side?" someone suddenly shouted. "Floor 21 already? Duh has entered floor 21. Hearing that, the group of Bok Duh, AC Thien, and Passerby 2 were all stunned and blurted out, "What?" A crowd of people, utterly shocked, commented, "It's almost here. What exactly is Duh's background?" Suddenly Kai and Gok stood among the crowd and shouted, "He is the great savior of all of us mirror image secret realm players." Immediately everyone asked curiously, "How so? Tell us." Then they listened to Kai and Gok gossip, like this. Look at the picture." When they saw it on Kai and Gok's screen, both men and women blushed and were deeply shaken. Then someone disagreed and argued, "Good heavens, what are you talking about? What great savior of your mirror image secret realm? He is the great savior of all Origin realm players." At the same time, everyone clenched their fists and shouted, "Great savior! Great savior!" A moment later, the entire hall, as numerous as the Origin army, shouted together, "Great savior!" Meanwhile, in the high tower, the floor 21 guardian appeared with stats. Level 57, all attribute specialization level 3, specialized skill, attack power burst, speed enhancement, health swap, bulwark, mental force condensation. Warning, as for Lu Enhat, he calmly and coldly watched him, his own stats. Full health, Mental force 6,150 out of 8,150, but currently buffed. He looked at his hand, carefully checking his own fully maxed stats. Then he raised his eyes and looked ahead to assess. At the same time, the system announced. Accumulated reward of Secret Realm Essence, 154,224. Accumulated reward of all attribute weight ratio bonus +1. Seeing this information, Lu Enhat thought, if I deduce according to common sense, the final reward for floor 21, apart from the recall pearl, also includes 308,448 Secret Realm Essence and an all-attribute weight ratio bonus +2. At that moment, on the top floor of the high tower, Lu Enhat stood facing the Guardian thinking, it's far too tempting. If I can obtain these rewards, my strength will rise another level. He showed his determination. I must defeat the floor 21 Guardian and claim these rewards. Lu Enhat closed his eyes and calculated inwardly, but how should I fight? Then he used the skill Bright Snake's Benediction, and immediately his eyes transformed into yellow snake eyes. At the same time, the system announced, Bright Snake's Benediction, all attributes +5000, threat aura of a calamity-level creature. Strat Minza spoke up, hey, be careful. My threat can only weaken all of his attributes by 30%. Hearing that, Lu Enhat replied, that's enough. His current stats were, health 208,560 full, mental force 33,150 full. With the illusion of the bright snake behind him, Lu Enhat, filled with confidence, thought, among all my skills, the strongest is the blessing skill. All my enhancements revolve around this skill. Suddenly, on the other side, the Guardian raised his sword high. Lu Enhat remarked emotionally, I believe the floor 21 Guardian is absolutely the same. Then he inwardly considered, the only thing that can limit blessings is mental force. The floor 21 Guardian's intelligence attribute is multiplied, and with attributes starting from 100 and increasing exponentially, it gains weight ratio bonus support. Its mental force could be as high as over 52,000. Even after being reduced by 30% by the Bright Snake's threat, it still has over 36,400 points. And under the Bright Snake's boost, I only have over 33,000 mental force. Suddenly, Lu Enhat's eyes widened and he shouted, all attribute blessing enhancement. On the other side, the Guardian also brought his hand to his neck and used a skill. All attribute blessing enhancement. Both of them now had an all attribute enhancement of 18,216,500, clashing directly against each other. Suddenly, a collision erupted. Lu Enhat secretly calculated, although my all attributes are fewer than the floor 21 Guardians, but compared to him, I have at least one more all attribute weight ratio. The two fiercely fought, energy bursting everywhere as their weapons clashed. Watching the impact of the force field make the floor ripple like water, he thought, I can win. Suddenly something happened that surprised Lu Enhat. On the other side, the Guardian gripped his sword tightly and parried blow after blow with loud, crisp clangs. Lu Enhat once again analyzed, although my powerful skills, everything goes into cooldown, but just hold on until the first blessing's cooldown ends. I just need to try to conserve mental energy before the first blessing ends, using the mental energy gained from the first blessing to activate the second blessing. At the same time, the system provides the stats of two skills for him to consider. Spirit Balance Helmet. Defense +90, Resistance +30, Intelligence +24, Strength +22, Skill cooldown 5%. Blessing increases all attributes of the target. Also randomly removes one abnormal status from the target. Duration 1 minute, cooldown 57 seconds. Increase ratio, 1 point of mental energy equals half of all attributes. Every 10 levels upgraded, plus 1 abnormal status removal. Swap Lu Enhat and Hector and I can win. Then he swung his sword again, the impact force making the floor rumble and crack. A bit tired, he sweated, silently noting this level of intensity. Without Min Za, I fundamentally wouldn't think about challenging. Then he continued assessing the situation. If I have Min Za's support, I still have to manage. Can't let him pose a threat, nor reveal any opening. Otherwise, he'll seize the chance to use a powerful skill to kill me. Unfortunately, the buffs from the upper floor of the high tower don't carry over to the next floor. If they did, a straight blessing climb, no problem at all. Meanwhile, the two people, one attacking and one blocking, kept alternating without rest. Suddenly, the system announced 40 seconds of blessing time remaining. Lu Enhat rushed forward, slashing fiercely. A moment later, the system indicated 20 seconds of blessing time left. He gritted his teeth and persevered, hearing the system count down 10 seconds of blessing time remaining. On the other side, the final gatekeeper charged forward. Suddenly, the system countdown, blessing time remaining 5 seconds, 3 seconds, blessing cooldown complete. At the same time, Lu Enhat, his whole body radiating red energy, lunged to attack the gatekeeper, shouting, now. Then the snake-eye pupil glowed. Lu Enhat decided to continue using the blessing skill to enhance all attributes. At the same time, the system notified, mental energy consumed 8,2500, All attributes increased by 41.25. Suddenly Lu Enhat's entire body trembled and he flew up. Then he touched his shoe tip to the floor. Suddenly, the ground beneath Lu Enhat shattered, the floor cracking widely outward with him at the center. Lu Enhat smiled, full of confidence. I've won, even if the next user duplicates the blessing, I'm not afraid. Just wait one more minute to finish him. Suddenly, the gatekeeper in the distance also used a blessing skill, startling him. Immediately, he enhanced all attributes. Seeing that, Lu Enhat was stunned and bewildered, his pupils contracting in disbelief. Now the gatekeeper had changed from white attire to black attire. His whole body radiated jade-green energy. He fearfully stepped back, thinking, he inherited my cooldown time, how do I fight this? Lu Enhat's jaw dropped in shock, inwardly lamenting. He still has specialized skill attributes, along with a bunch of unused survival skill. At this moment the gatekeeper stepped forward with one foot, crouched on his back leg in a defensive stance, pointing his sword forward. On this side, Lu Enhat stood frozen in fear, not knowing what to do, sighing. If that's the case, how can I fight back? He angrily gritted his teeth. Suddenly, the gatekeeper vanished from his spot. He dashed straight toward Lu Enhat in one step. He broke out in a nervous sweat, telling himself, no, I still have a chance. Then he silently calculated, his weight ratio is higher than his. If I can drag this out for 5 minutes, I still have a chance. Then Lu Enhat retreated, thinking, dodge, create distance, stall for time. Then the system spoke up to warn, this attack cannot be dodged. Accumulation and enhancement speed for the next attack increased by 100%, lasting 1 minute. Meanwhile, the gatekeeper, holding his sword with both hands and swinging it over his head, was right in front of Lu Enhat. He exclaimed in shock, this is a legendary skill. Just as he received the system warning, he resigned himself to fate, unable to dodge. So I can only endure it. My current HP can withstand a few hits from him without a problem. At the same time, the gatekeeper used accumulation and swap, accumulation and burst attack power. Immediately, his HP nearly hit bottom. Meanwhile, Lu Enhat had lost his battle gear and sword. Left in only a t-shirt and shorts, he stood there letting him attack. He cried out in panic, it's over, it's over. Suddenly a loud shout, guard! At the same time, the system indicated guard conjured 6 shield fragments, immune to 6 instances of damage. Just in time, the 21st floor gatekeeper struck, shattering 1 golden shield, yet Lu Enhat was unharmed. He crossed his arms in front of his face in surprise, wondering. This is, Trap Min Sa answered, this is the final skill. On the other side, the gatekeeper continued using accumulation and speed enhancement. At the same time, he slashed his sword forward. This time, 1 shield half shattered. Looking at the 4 shield plates protecting him, Lu Enhat frowned, thinking, 6-faced shield, 2 hits smashed 2 of them, which means there are 4 shield faces left, still able to block 4 more hits of damage. Then he jumped back. Once done, the gatekeeper immediately chased. Seeing that, Lu Enhat mournfully said, although saved by Min Za, it only prolonged the time of my death. What trick do I have left to deal with him? He gritted his teeth helplessly. It's over, completely over. Then he resigned himself, so much for waiting for blessing cooldown, so much for my weight ratio being higher than the gatekeeper's. It's all just imagination. As long as the gatekeeper uses a heavy restraint of blessing, all my advantages will be gone. I also need to figure out how to prevent the gatekeeper from using it. This is ridiculous. We're both in a desperate state. Who would yield to whom? Lu Enhat grumbled to himself as he fled. I'm really out of options. He clenched his fists so tight that veins popped out, and Lu Enhat muttered, it's just the rewards are truly too abundant. If only I could have high tower power. My strength could, under the enhancement of Qian Trong T +2 and the bonus of 300,000 secret realm essence equipment, receive a massive boost. He fantasized, I could directly become the highest level player of Nuyen Jioi. Suddenly, the system announced. The mechanism responded. Hearing that, he was startled and confused. Mechanism, and looking at the gatekeeper in front of him, he thought he could defeat him by changing the rules. At this moment, Lu Enhat was unarmed, with only 4 shields surrounding him for protection. He pondered how he could use the mechanism to defeat him. Lu Enhat retreated, frowning and sweating as he struggled to think. Then he decided to tell the mechanism to make him successful to have high tower power. Then the system replied, not a rule cannot be modified. Then he told the mechanism to kill the floor 21 challenger and was again denied by the system. Lu Enhat made another request. Mechanism set the floor 21 gatekeeper's level to 0. This time it was denied again. Stubbornly, he told the mechanism, floor 21 gatekeeper's attributes to 0. Then the system did not comply, so he fumed and cursed the heavens. This not allowed, that not allowed. What exactly can be modified? Now the system displayed the terms from 1 to 99 and soul binding. can make monsters on your body cling to weapons. Only limited to weapons. Hearing this, Lu En-hat suspiciously changed random to only enemy. Then he realized if that was a rule, the rule perhaps was. Lu En-hat ran while thinking. The facts were set and his gaze sharpened. He pondered and muttered to himself, water flows towards the lower ground. Fire will burn things, you will gradually fade away and finally die. These are all predetermined truths and also the default rules of the natural world. He looked at the gatekeeper and analyzed. Therefore, in the current situation, the rule he faced was that depleting all health would result in death. Deplete all willpower, unable to use skills. At the same time, the skill used will have a cooldown time. Instant cooldown, that's what Lu En-hat figured out. At that moment, the rule was suitable for handling the 21st floor guardian. He clearly demanded, my skill mechanism has no cooldown. Simultaneously, the system announced, rule modified, the player's skills now have no cooldown. Maintenance time 11 seconds, cooldown time 5 hours. Instead, Lu En-hat joyfully exclaimed, it's done! At the same time, the system indicated, cooldown settings, frozen state, blessings have all been refreshed. Now he was like an excited giant looking at the tiny guardian in the palm of his hand. Then he shouted, blessing, strengthen all attributes. At the same time, the system displayed information. His skills multiplied exponentially. Willpower consumption went from over 200,000 to over 1,200,000. The enhancement time remained at 9 seconds. Suddenly, in front of the guardian, a beam of energy flared up fiercely, leaving him stunned. At this point, the system said your attributes have reached the limit for a primal realm player. 200,000 all attributes. Attributes exceeding 200,000 all attribute damage. The effect is calculated as 200,000. Note, please load enough computational power into the primal realm's default container to expand the attribute storage limit for primal realm players. In response, Lu En-hat wondered. It can only be strengthened to 200,000, but for dealing with the guardian, that's enough. Now he had his combat outfit and familiar sword. His eyes and entire body were glowing. He raised his sword high above his head and shouted, die for me. With a single slash, Lu En-hat cleaved the guardian vertically. Time quickly passed and a minute later, the system announced, congratulations, you have successfully conquered the High Tower. Reward, over 300,000 essence of the secret realm. Title reward, High Tower Conqueror. All weight ratio multipliers +2. Title reward, number 1 of the High Tower. All attributes +100. Reward, Soul Recalling Pearl, awarded to the player who defeats themselves. Note, the High Tower has been conquered. You can no longer obtain any rewards inside the High Tower. Outside the hall, everyone shouted, success, success, big brother. Everyone jumped up as if it were their own victory. The High Tower has been conquered. Then everyone rushed over noisily, saying, hurry to the High Tower's exit. This was the first time a player could walk out from the High Tower's exit, not the resurrection room. Meanwhile, the system announced, the High Tower has been conquered, preparing to transfer out of the High Tower. Lu En-hat looked at the pearl in his hand and muttered, almost. Then he clenched his fist, closed his eyes with satisfaction and thought, I almost failed. Fortunately, the cooldown of the mechanism ended just in time. Truly formidable. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in the center of the hall. Lu En-hat mused. No wonder entering the collapse zone requires at least 5% computational authority. After all, it's because the mechanism is hard to obtain. His eyes sharp and cold, he clenched his fist resolutely. He had the mechanism. Then he thought the collapse zone was indeed worth trying to enter. Suddenly, a loud shout, Big Brother is awesome, startled Lu En-hat. Then a series of exclamations rang out, Big Brother is awesome. Big Brother, you're so talented. Big Brother, how did you do it? You really conquered the High Tower. In response, Lu En-hat was taken aback, shocked and bewildered. Why are there suddenly so many people? Yet everyone was still excited. Big Brother, you're a god in my heart. Big Brother, from now on we'll follow you. Overwhelmed, Lu En-hat stammered with teary eyes. This, that. Meanwhile, everyone continued cheering, the cheers making him sweat on his forehead freeze up and mutter. I only have one little sister, she's not building a harem. On a certain street in Mohu City, people were buzzing. Have you heard? In just a dozen or so days, the primal realm has firmly secured the second throne in the world. Isn't that right? I heard many people see opportunities to get rich in the primal realm. The bold ones have sold their assets and entered the primal realm. Moreover, they also expressed their worries. I also heard that many people directly quit their factory jobs and entered the primal realm. And with such huge numbers, who knows if it will cause economic conflicts with reality. After all, a virtual game is still a virtual game. What supports our lives are real-world jobs. Nearby, someone asked, isn't anyone regulating this? Lu En-hat sat hunched over doing something, not paying attention to their conversation. He was reading information about the soul-recalling pearl, recording player data. When the player dies, the pearl cracks and the player can resurrect at the pearl's location. At the same time, it restores the state to the recorded time, guaranteed. In response, Lu Enhat thought that since he had obtained the soul-recalling pearl, he could now go to the collapse zone. He closed his eyes, clutching the pearl tightly and thought, but it's not yet time to use the soul-recalling pearl. Then, he glanced behind and silently calculated. I also need to see if I can use the mechanism to change the limit on the number of people in a team entering a secret realm. Then Lu Enhat pulled down his mask, pondered, and now, and asked, what do you need me to do? Meanwhile, in his mind, he recalled that Minza had previously said he wanted to discuss something with him. Perhaps there was something he needed help with. As his most important card besides the mechanism, his problem was worth his utmost effort to solve. Trat Minza spoke, I want freedom. These words left Lu Enhat silent in thought. He thought if it weren't for knowing the special nature of the primal realm and then added, I would definitely exclaim that this game's AI is really well done and ask myself, what do you want me to do? Lu Enhat stared at the gun, silently determined even though he didn't know if after the primordial realm's twilight glow he could bring it into reality. But at least before the primordial realm arrives, I must do my best to keep it by my side. Suddenly Minza said, will you take me to the border of this world? In my heart I always felt that place was where I belong. Hearing that, he wondered, the border, isn't the border of the primordial realm the collapse zone? Then he thought to himself, as if feeling that perhaps the people who created it set a hint for it, and replied, all right, but the border is extremely dangerous. If it threatens me, I hope you can help me. Hearing that, he agreed, all right, but there's one more thing I also need your help with. If you agree, I can help you awaken a specialized attribute skill of yours. Choose anyone. These words stunned Lu Enhat. Choose any specialized attribute skill to awaken. Immediately he remembered the skill of the guardian of the 21st floor and blurted out, that one, it's settled. After a while at the equipment shop, Lu Enhat stood in front of the computer desk and said, tell me, what do you want me to trade? Then Fong Mang puffed his cheeks arrogantly and thought, HMPH, I have 300,000 secret realm essence. You can trade whatever you want. He wasn't even stingy about it. If Minza can really help me get any specialized attribute skill. For the current me, spending even more secret realm essence is worth it. But after a long while, Lu Enhat's face turned pale as he held the candle, because the system was displaying the price. Advanced Transformable Rubik's Cube, 300,000 secret realm essence. Intermediate level 200,000, low level 100,000. He held his forehead and grumbled, I understand you want freedom of movement, but can you trade something a bit cheaper? 300,000. Now he was feeling a bit regretful about when he challenged the high tower. It seemed he should have brought more secret realm essence. Meanwhile, Minza explained, it is a bit expensive, but with it, I can act in a short time at my best condition. Otherwise, my help to you can only provide you with a skill each time along with my own inherent pressure. Too dangerous. But Lu Enhat doubtfully asked, the skill description didn't say. You can directly participate in battle. Hearing that, Minza explained, that requires a linkage item I will directly descend. Then this weapon of yours might be destroyed. Afterwards, except for me, all attributes will disappear. Are you willing? These words made him a bit hesitant. He replied, this, all right. Then he silently considered. The cylinder each time upgrades 10 levels, the reload speed will be half. Upgrading 3 more times, the time per shot will decrease to 0.9 seconds, plus 3x damage and the stun effect it inherently has. Truly a divine weapon. I also don't know how Ki Quan got this equipment before. Then he said to trade for the Advanced Transformable Rubik's Cube. At the same time, the system announced. Traded for Advanced Transformable Rubik's Cube consumed 300,000 secret realm essence. Trade successful. Simultaneously, a Rubik's Cube appeared. Lu Enhat asked, what do I do next? Minza replied, don't dislike it, transform it into a ring, wear it on your finger and it's done. Lu Enhat immediately followed Minza's instructions and thought, come to think of it, is the ring the main goal Minza wanted? Anything about the border is just an attachment. He looked at the ring on his index finger and silently assessed. And the reason Minza's attribute suddenly changed color earlier was because it saw this. It wanted me to trade it, but I didn't have the ability, so it got angry. Then Lu Enhat remembered when they met in the secret realm and shook his head wildly in denial. He affirmed in his heart, impossible, absolutely impossible. With such a mighty appearance, Minza couldn't be so petty. Suddenly it spoke up, all right, since you've helped me change my body, I will also fulfill my promise. But before I help you awaken a specialized attribute skill, you must reach level 60 first. Time passed quickly. 3 hours later, Lu Enhat stood at the edge of the entrance to some secret realm in the chaotic zone. He looked up and thought, can I reach level 60 before reaching the collapse zone? Whether I can get the specialized attribute skill from Minza depends on whether the mechanism can change the secret realm entry rule. Note, the state outside the secret realm cannot be brought into the secret realm, as long as you can enter the secret realm. With continuously stacking blessing skills, I become invincible. Then he asked the mechanism to change the secret realm entry rule. No limit on number of people. Immediately the system announced, rule changed, mechanism cooldown 1 hour. Hearing that, Lu En-hat jumped up excitedly. It really can be modified, that's great. He grinned widely, clenched his fist with determination. Next, let's start the crazy upgrade session, level 60. I'm coming, then he sprinted into the secret realm. After a long while, Lu En-hat held a sword and slightly crouched. His gaze was sharp and cold, he thought. Although I can enter the secret realm, what's annoying is that the reward of this modified secret realm is 1/10 of the original. His eyes lit up, he thought, under the blessing of the titled Desperate Adversity Reverser. It exactly yields a reward equal to a normal secret realm's one-time reward, under the situation of daily grinding 2-3 secret realms. 3 secret realms raise 1 level. Time flies. 3 days later, Lu En-hat thrust his sword into the ground and raised both fists, inwardly cheering with joy. My level had reached 60. At the same time, all 14 mana regeneration runes were fully socketed, leaving 14 word runes, of which I socketed 10 into skill duration effectiveness. Skill duration effectiveness adds 5% skill duration, maximum limit 50%, 3 spirit control runes, weight reduction helm. Among them, 3 spirit control runes were socketed on 2 weapons. The weight reduction on Ho Kwang had been cleansed by me, arranged on other equipment. Then the system displayed the player's new stat. Level 60, experience 024 billion, current title. Weapon Master, Reverser of Desperate Situations, Towering Warrior, Towers number 1, Tower Power, Accumulated Weight Count. Attributes distributable. Health 19,020, Consciousness over 12,000, Skills encompassing Sin Kin, Repair. Blessing, Solid Sense, Stasis State, Neutral, Consciousness Condensation Mechanism. Equipped word runes accumulated 50% recovery. 50% skill duration effectiveness, requires wearing equipment reduced by 10 level. Next, the system informed him about the level 60 Sin Kin skill branch. Resonance Aura links targets within the aura's coverage, causing them to resonate health with each other. When health drops to 10%, automatically withdraws from resonant state. Aura radius 500, activation consumes 100 consciousness points. Duration 10 consciousness points second, links targets within the light circle's coverage. Reduces the health limit of linked targets including oneself, recovering after leaving the light circle's coverage. Light circle radius 500, activation consumes 100 consciousness points. Duration 1 second per 10 consciousness points. Reduces health limit by 1% second, maximum 90%. Finally, it announced, due to the limitation of this world's total computational capacity, experience cannot be gained. Seeing this, Lu En-hat scratched his head in confusion. What's going on? I remember the blessing enhancement limit also mentioned this. Total computational capacity is limited, meaning levels can still be raised. It's just that before leveling up, the primal world's total computational capacity must be increased first. And after reaching level 60, I can no longer gain experience from Secret Realm. No wonder in my previous life when the primal world descended, the highest level player was only 60. Returning to Mohu Hotel, Lu En-hat was still pondering. Correspondingly, wanting to upgrade equipment to 70 would also receive a notification, total computational capacity insufficient. He sat with both hands on the bed, deep in thought. Chat Minza asked, which one do you want to choose? Hearing that, Lu En-hat thought, the thing I want most is Sense Branch, but among all specialized attribute skills, the hardest to obtain is probably Jade Rampart. He furrowed his brows, looking straight ahead, calculating silently. But the strength and constitution attributes corresponding to Jade Rampart have attribute skills that don't have much effect on me. For attack burst I have trump card, for health I have repair. Besides, Lu En-hat also considered the most important thing is, Jade Rampart can stack with other attribute skills. Yeah, let's decide on that. Then he said to Shadow Serpent, I want the specialized defense Jade Rampart. Seeing that, it sighed with emotion. You really know how to choose. All right, whatever prompt appears next, just remember to agree. This remark from Shadow Serpent made him suspicious. Agree to any prompt? Is Shadow Serpent setting me up, but still replied, okay. Zap system notification. Do you want to enter Shadow Serpent's specialized soul domain? Immediately Lu En-hat became alert. Soul domain, Shadow Serpent's specialized domain. If I enter, won't I be at Shadow Serpent's mercy? Then very quickly he told himself, forget it, if you don't enter the tiger's den, how can you catch the cub? And confirm. Yes, after that, a twisting emerald green light shot down into a dark place. A moment later, Lu En-hat's feet touched the dark ground. He looked around, scanning. He only saw a barren, gloomy, gray place. Rumbling in the distance, Lu En-hat wondered, is this Shadow Serpent? Suddenly, something huge and orange came crashing down. He looked up, startled. Right after, what looked like Shadow Serpent's body slammed down onto the ground, sending shattered bricks and stones flying. On this side, Lu En-hat was hit by it and grimaced, lying on the ground groaning. Just playing, huh? Then the colossal body moved away. Shadow Serpent used its eye. Blowing down, it scolded, this is nothing yet, get up for me. Lu Enhat scrambled up, looking at Shadow Serpent's giant head in confusion. Is this its form here? The oppressive force is much stronger than outside, not just a little. Zap, Shadow Serpent spoke. You have to defeat me in this form. Only then will you obtain Jade Rampart. Otherwise, prepare to stay here forever. Hearing that, he clutched his shoulder, sweating, and assessed silently. Stay here forever. Is this forcing me to risk my life? If you want to push me like that. Then Lu Enhat gripped his sword and leaped high, shouting, then come on. After a period of time, 6 days later, the system announced, congratulations, you have acquired the specialized skill, defense attribute Jade Rampart. Jade Rampart raises the defense limit. Jade Rampart can be used stacked with other specialized skill. Number of stacks 3 out of 3, cooldown 1 hour. Existing specialized skill, Condensed Mind Force. Condensed Jade Rampart and Mind Force. Reduces target's mind force. The consumption ratio of mind force and reduction of target's mind force is 1:1. Probably a message from the New Order guild leader. Computational authority has been completed. Tomorrow, after reorganizing, the morning after at 8 o'clock we depart. Late night, quiet and deserted. Reality, Lu Enhat's residence. He leaned on the windowsill looking outside. Observing the city's night scene, Lu Enhat thought, only 7 days left. These past few days I've been stuck in Shadow Serpent's soul space, fighting against Shadow Serpent. From being one-sided at the beginning, to later exchanging blows, and he clenched his fist and raised it, emotional. But finally defeated Shadow Serpent and obtained Jade Rampart. The thing that surprised me was, the stacking effect between Jade Rampart and Condensed Mind Force turns out to be reducing the opponent's mind force. Isn't this equivalent to silence? And it's a permanent silence. In the sky, countless twinkling stars, below the city glittering with lights. Lu Enhat narrowed his eyes, smiling proudly. Hee, I'm really strong now. I'm probably among the strongest players in the entire realm. Right? Time flew by. The next morning, outside Lu Enhat's old house. On the table lay the VR headset. Lu Enhat was putting on a short-sleeved black shirt. He buttoned the shirt all the way up to the top, then was ready to go out. Lu Enhat opened the door. He looked out, puzzled. At that moment, Lu Van was carrying a basket of things. She looked over and happily said, I've finished preparing everything. Seeing that, Lu Enhat replied, okay, let's go then. Suddenly, Lu Van noticed something. She put the bag down on the table, then stepped forward. Lu Van reached out and adjusted the top button for her brother, reminding him, brother, why did you button this one again? Mom said the top button, don't button it. Lu Enhat looked at the unbuttoned button, heard Lu Van say, this way you look more lively. He was dazed when she mentioned their mother and looked at Lu Van's bright smile. Then Lu Enhat also narrowed his eyes, smiled and replied, yeah. A long while later at a cemetery in Sea City, Western Suburbs Cemetery. In front of a tombstone with images of a man and a woman, incense had been lit and a plate of chicken placed. A plate of fruit. Lu Enhat and Lu Van squatted, burning joss paper beside the tombstone. He silently mused, Dad, Mom, I will take good care of Avan. You two rest assured. As for her, she happily whispered, Dad, Mom, I helped brother find a sister-in-law. You rest assured I'll try to get them to have 2 kids in 3 years. To continue the family line. Suddenly, a voice called out from somewhere. Little Enhat, Avan, you two actually arrived earlier than me. Hearing that, both siblings looked puzzled towards the man walking over from afar. That was Vuong Thur Than, a friend of Lu Enhat's parents. He grinned broadly, laughing loudly. Haha, long time no see. Seeing him, Lu Enhat happily greeted. Uncle Vuong is here. Thank you for coming to visit our parents every year. Vuong Thur Than pressed his head down and replied, what are you saying? I am your parents' good brother. As for Lu Van, she stared wide-eyed at his back and asked, Uncle Vuong came alone again. Our parents have been urging you since 10 years ago. When will you fulfill their dying wish? Which made him feel guilty. After that, Vuong Thur Than made a V-sign with his hand under his chin and replied, Van, you don't know this, but actually I am a man adored by 10,000 people. Until now, I haven't found anyone because I don't want to hurt my girlfriends. Hearing that, she frowned and teased him in disbelief. Oh, someday when you stop being angry at your girlfriends, then you won't have to worry about hurting them. Immediately, Vuong Thur Than pointed his finger and scolded angrily. One cannot be too harsh, Van, too harsh. That sentence of yours is too harsh. Van, don't be disrespectful. Meanwhile, the two siblings laughed happily. After that, Lu Van stuck out her tongue to provoke Vuong Thur Than. On one side, he set down the bag of incense offerings and said, Old Lu, you must send a dream to teach your precious daughter a lesson. And he sat down to burn joss paper together with Lu Enhat. Continuing. Don't just guess all day. I'm busy with a plan to save our world, you know. When do I have time to think about love affairs? Yet Lu Van still cheekily said, but Mom and Dad instructed I must resolutely carry it out. Feeling guilty, Vuong Thur Than changed the subject. How have you been living since you two moved out? I haven't asked about your situation. On the other side, Lu Enhat, without lifting his head, replied, still fine, thank you Uncle Vuong for always taking care of us. But Vuong Than bowed his head sadly and refused, don't thank me. After your parents left, I was supposed to take care of you until each of you got married. In the end, let alone taking care, we lived together, and instead I became a burden to you. Hearing that, Lu Enhat smiled and refuted, you can't say that, in those years we were still young. Having a decent adult in the house was still good. Then he glanced at him and thought, come to think of it, the one who told me to play Primal Realm in the first place was Uncle Vuong. He must be playing it now too, right? Then he felt a bit worried, not knowing how things were. In the previous life, after Primal Realm descended, Uncle Vuong disappeared. And he asked, Uncle Vuong, how are you doing in Primal Realm? Startled, Vuong Than looked bewildered and curious. Why suddenly ask that? What about you? How are you doing? Feeling proud, Lu Van spread her arms and boasted, of course strong. My brother is now really awesome in the game. He's probably among the most powerful group in Primal Realm right now. Hearing that, Vuong Than's eyes widened in secret amazement. The most powerful group. Seeing his strange expression, Lu Enhat asked, what's wrong, Uncle Vuong? But Vuong Than didn't answer, staring at him and thinking, the most powerful group. Waving goodbye from afar, Lu Van shouted, Uncle Vuong, remember you must quickly find a girlfriend. And Vuong Than turned away, waving his hand, go quickly, never mind her. Then the two siblings walked further away from the cemetery. Vuong Than still watched them for a long while. Suddenly his gaze swept downwards. There was the gravestone of old Lu and his wife. Squatting down on the ground, Vuong Than spoke, Brother Lu, I'm sorry. In the end, I still dragged Tu Enhat into it. Meanwhile, the two siblings were leisurely walking along a road lined with lush green trees. On the phone, a new piece of news was displayed. According to the latest report from Entertainment News, Gyro Veem, Kao Thai, Bai Hoa, etc. Countries that have lost contact for a long time, causing Hua Y, famous across the north and south, to also go missing when she went there. Now many fans of Hua Y are going to jointly petition higher authorities to the institute. While looking at the phone, Lu Van said, I quite like this singer Hua Y. How did she suddenly disappear? Hearing that, Lu Enhat also leaned over to look and ask. Watching Entertainment News again, she replied, I don't want to either. In the past year there's been nothing but entertainment news. Lu Enhat thought. Come to think of it, after Primal Realm descended into reality, all institutions disappeared completely overnight. I don't know what caused it. He pondered worriedly. Logically, if they were cleansed by some existence, then at least there should have been some commotion. But the result was no commotion at all, as if they never existed from the start. Then Lu Enhat reminded, all right, let's go home quickly and play the game. Lu Van replied, yeah, Nimso is still at home waiting for me to log in. He asked again, you must be level 45 by now, right? She answered, just reached it. Then Lu Enhat advised, try to reach level 50 within the next 7 days. That evening, in Lu Enhat's real-life residence, he sat on the bed with both hands on his thighs. Holding the virtual reality glasses, Lu Enhat pondered, with my current strength in Primal Realm, I can already handle the crisis after Primal Realm descends into reality. So should I go to the collapse zone? He nervously thought. Keep the recall orb to use in the real world. For me, isn't that better? But authority, the authority to control Primal Realm. Then Lu Enhat analyzed. Now because of the proclamation to all beings, I know that to live well in the future, I must play this type of game, Primal Realm, well. So I have strived and at the same time succeeded in pushing myself into the peak of the player pyramid. Even so, he was extremely bewildered. But what next? Which path should he take? How should he choose to make his and his sister's future better? He did not know. Lu Enhat pondered, his gaze blankly questioning. So he had to go see what power is like. Then he encouraged himself, but now he was still in the game, not truly dead. He had to try to figure out how the primordial world came to be. Why is it connected to reality? Using this opportunity to decide the future, which path should he choose? At the same time, a flash of light lit up in the blue space. Lu Enhat entered the game world. At that moment, the previous message conversation appeared. New Order Guild Master. Computing power authorization has been retrieved. Tomorrow after organizing. Depart at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning, De replied. I accept your invitation. 8 a.m. tomorrow I will arrive at your assembly point. New Order Guild Master replied, excellent, thank you again for your trust. I believe we will become good comrades. After reading through, Lu Enhat frowned. He held the pearl and thought, now which recall pearl should I use? But if I want to record, I must record my strongest state. That way it could become one of his trump cards. Then, at the Than High Weapon Training Ground, Lu Enhat decided, let's do it, and he walked away extremely leisurely. Rat, eyes wide open, were snake eyes with the skill self-sacrifice blessing. All attributes plus 5000, disaster level creature pressure, domain expanded. Then Lu Enhat's entire body emitted a strong orange pressure all around. He was using a non-return skill mechanism. Then his eyes glowed. He opened his mouth and shouted, all attribute blessing X3. Instantly, the pressure erupted stronger and more immense. But Lu Nhat continued using all attribute blessing many more times. Eventually, the system announced, "Your all attributes have been enhanced to the highest limit of the primordial world." After upgrading the primordial world's computing power, further enhancement could proceed. At the same time, Lu Nhat commanded, "Recall Pearl record status," the next day at the east gate of Mohu City. In one corner, a group of 4 people were chatting. Elsewhere, Vien Din stood with the martial artists of the rear flower garden. To one side, Thuan Dungso T Nan stood with members, their gaze unfriendly and malicious. Elsewhere, Luang Tin Tin hugged her sword, sitting on the ground sound asleep, ignoring the 2 members kicking her feet to wake her up. Over here, only Lu Nhat stood alone. When he entered, there were already 3 groups standing opposite each other. Trat, the New Order Guild master, waved and greeted, "Duh, you've arrived." Immediately there were murmurs beside, "Duh, he is duh." Seeing him walk in alone, the crowd buzzed, "It's him. Over a week ago he killed more than 100 rear flower garden players. A great enmity has been formed. This time the elite of the rear flower garden are all here. I wonder how they will deal with him." The group from back garden stared at him fiercely, replacing the critics. But he looked like someone from New Order. The New Order president will surely do his best to protect him, right? Vien Din stared at Lu Nhat standing nearby, seething with anger. He raised an eyebrow but said nothing. Suddenly someone spoke. "Head, how do we deal with Dudu? Because we must reach the collapse zone quickly. Our 4 major guilds have decided to hire a large aircraft to transport us. On board, we will hold a match to test each other's strength, then find a chance to directly deal with him." In the silent night sky, an aircraft is piercing through the thick darkness heading straight for the collapse zone. Lu Nhat quietly recounted that after assembling in order to quickly reach the collapse zone. Right then, a flash of light appeared, illuminating the night sky. He continued, "The 4 great guilds jointly hired an aircraft to carry members with computational authority. Because the collapse zone can only be entered by those with over 5% computational authority. Thus, each guild, aside from the accompanying people, must be guided by players with computational authority." Inside that aircraft, a quiet atmosphere enveloped everyone. Lu Nhat murmured, "And my squad mate is distinguished as." The girl sitting upright in front of Lu Nhat smiled and asked, "Hey, long time no see. This person is a Westerner currently level 60 from the New Order Guild." Lu Nhat glanced at her briefly, then pondered. "I heard from the New Order president that at first he didn't know Nguyen Tay had computational authority. He stared at Nguyen Tay and recounted. Only after finding a method to clear special secret realms did he find out. Nguyen Tay had cleared over 5 special secret realms in danger zones and chaos zones, gaining at least over 5% computational authority." Suddenly, Lu Nhat felt the burning gaze of the man in front. Nhu Loi Dang Truong's fiery eyes kept fixed on Lu Nhat, then he gritted his teeth and said, "I won't be careless again. I will definitely reclaim my home ground." He is currently level 60 and a member of the New Order Guild. The blonde-haired player beside him is the New Order president, level 60 and the president of New Order. Pratt smiled at Nhu Loi Dang Truong. Lu Nhat, seeing their levels, couldn't help but be astonished. Their leveling speed is really fast, having died once. Yet all are already level 60. The New Order president's team captain and members Nhu Loi Dang Truong, Nguyen Tay, have all reached level 60. Lu Nhat looked at the system panel and sighed inwardly. Normally, players who die once absolutely cannot level up to 60. And now the only conceivable way seems to be utilizing the mirror image secret realm, exchanging money for experience. One-on-one, a player leveling to 50 costs at least nearly $1 billion. Really rich. Now the purple-haired guy is quietly observing everyone around. He is Vien Din, head of the back garden, currently level 60. Suddenly a message appeared in the system, Vien Din message. "The current situation is extremely unfavorable for us. There are 4 players with over 5% computational authority. If we make a move, whoever we fight, we will be crushed." Yuan Deng, the director of the Refuge Bureau, asked, "What do you want to do?" Vien Din answered, "Jointly deal with the member who does not belong to New Order. Split the computational authority on him." Chuang Van, head of Kak Lao, scolded, "Are you crazy? After dealing with him, how will you answer to Dia An?" Vien Din confidently said, "We are not killing someone from New Order. Why would we need to answer?" Yuan Deng agreed, messaging, "All right then. Use a one-on-one martial combat method that requires a spacious area so he can be separated." The conversation was quiet, like a hidden danger in the still air. Suddenly at this moment a voice spoke, "Regarding the collapse zone, we have probably all sent people to scout. Those sent in all die. And after resurrecting, according to their unified description, Yuan Deng looked at Lu Nhat and said, they only felt the world turning upside down and saw a sphere of light. This is of no use for our exploration of the collapse zone. and those with computational authority are too precious. Even a guild like New Order has 4 players with computational authority. You suggested, but we're also unwilling to send people to scout, so we can only choose the dangerous approach like today. Directly organizing all members with computational authority to go together. Nhu Loi Dang Truong suddenly slammed the floor hard. He angrily pointed at Thuan Dung and shouted, "Our guild being able to gather 4 players with computational authority is our own skill. What do you mean by that kind of reckless labeling?" The bearded level 60 player from the Refuge Bureau Guild behind Thuan Dung spoke up warningly. "Kid, don't have such a foul mouth, our director is just stating a fact." Nhu Loi Dang Truong fiercely drew his sword and cursed, "You petty refugee. So arrogant, do you believe I alone can blow you all up?" The New Order president immediately stopped him. The New Order president said sternly, "Nhu Loi, didn't you say you wouldn't be arrogant anymore? Let them finish first," Yuan Dung said with a smile. "So before arriving at the collapse zone, we each pick an opponent for a one-on-one so we can directly see everyone's capability." Nhu Loi Dang Truong immediately agreed. He said, "Okay, Yuan Dung, I choose you." Vien Din, after achieving his goal, couldn't hide his delight. At this time, Chuang Van, level 60, head of Kak Lao, was sitting seriously observing everything. Yuan Dung slowly stood up and said with a smile, "Then come on." Nhu Loi Dang Truong immediately got fired up and shouted, "Let's go, let's go, let's go." Lu En Hat quietly observed. Suddenly a firm voice interjected, "Wait." Yuan Dung was startled and looked over. Nhu Loi Dang Truong and the New Order Guild president also looked over in surprise. When he saw all eyes turn to him, the white-haired man stood up and spoke. "Both of you are top experts. Starting with just the 2 of you might be a bit dull." He is the level 60 player White Gloves from the Rear Garden Guild. White Gloves suggested, "How about letting our unknown minor characters start first to warm things up for you?" Nhu Loi Dang Truong asked with interest. "I like what you said. In that case, let's start with you. Who do you want to choose?" Yuan Dung waited solemnly for the answer. White Gloves pointed at Liu Yi and said, "I choose him." White Gloves put on a helpless expression and said, "You all probably know that our guild has a bit of a conflict with him. If I can defeat him here, it can be considered a situation that doesn't affect the bigger picture. Vent a little anger for our rear guard, and if I lose, then it just means our rear garden skills are inferior." Liu Yi listened quietly to those words, then he slowly stood up. Liu Yi asked seriously, "How do we compete?" The New Order Guild president immediately panicked and hurriedly intervened. "Hey, if you don't like it, you can just not compete. It's fine." Vien Din immediately voiced support. White Gloves had a lingering grievance that he'd kept to himself. "It will definitely affect further cooperation. If we can resolve it here, it is beneficial for us. After all, the collapse zone is too dangerous. Only unimpeded cooperation can let us go further." Liu Yi curled his lips into a confident smile and asked, "Stop talking nonsense. How do you want to compete?" White Gloves replied, "Clear a space for us to solo. If HP drops below half, it counts as a loss." Liu Yi readily agreed, saying, "No problem." Meanwhile, the New Order Guild president anxiously looked back and forth, observing the expressions of their group. Seeing their expressions, he couldn't help but be suspicious. Yuan Dung stood up and said, "Let's go clear a space for them first." In the end, the New Order Guild president had to resignedly warn, "Be careful above all." Vien Din also slowly stepped back. Vien Din had messaged the group, "Just as any of you cannot rely on me alone to kill him, I hope you all can approach this with an absolutely serious attitude. Don't be greedy, don't fantasize that you can handle it alone." Everyone immediately spread out, clearing space for Liu Yi and White Gloves. Only Vien Din then retreated behind White Gloves. Vien Din sternly ordered, "Attack!" The atmosphere on the aircraft became extremely tense as everyone suddenly rushed in to attack Liu Yi. A series of skills were activated. Mechanism, this place cannot alter rules, silence, weakness transfer, soft rigidity cover, rear rigidity cover. Serious air cover, seeing their calculating action. The New Order Guild president couldn't hide his shock. Nguyen Tay was also extremely surprised by the despicable tactics of these people. Nhu Loi Dang Truong was so panicked his eyes widened. A stunned expression was clear on their faces. This action of theirs completely angered Liu Yi. He clenched his fist. So angry, he knew early on that you people had no good intentions. In Liu Yi's mind, he suddenly recalled the scene before boarding the aircraft. He told himself that, facing an unclear situation, maintaining the strongest state was the best choice. From the moment I boarded the ship, I started using cumulative blessing attributes on myself. After careful thought, although the first blessing only used 10 points of awakening power to increase all attributes by 5 points, within half an hour after boarding the ship, my all attributes had already reached the storage limit of 200,000 original realm all attributes. But now all those advantages are being threatened. Liu Yi didn't waste words and immediately drew his sword to fight them. Each sword strike he swung made them retreat in fear. In the frenzy of battle, Liu Yi roared, "Die for me." Wind-enhanced Army Breaker, system introduction. Army Breaker dispels all target statuses. Suddenly at this moment a notification sounded. All attribute blessings had been dispelled. In just a moment, Liu Yi seemed to freeze. Seeing him halt, the group did not hesitate to rush forward and counterattack. Continuing, Liu Yi hurriedly activated a skill, State Solidification. But the system announced, "You have been silenced, cannot use skill." Unfazed, he switched to another skill, Mechanism. But the system rang out a notification, "Rules here are restricted, cannot restructure rule. Restriction time remaining 3 seconds. Not giving up, Liu Yi quickly activated Dodge. Then the notification appeared once again. "You have suffered taunting jest from Veen Din. Your movement direction can only target Veen Din." The barrage of notifications made Liu Yi utterly dizzy. His mind in turmoil amid the suffocating limitations, Liu Yi couldn't help but feel panic. Could it be that here? Suddenly a skill appeared from somewhere, bizarre leap speed enhancement. At the same time, a hand hastily pulled Liu Yi away. Nguyen Tae promptly pulled Lu En-hat away, and that attack created a massive explosion that sent thick smoke billowing everywhere. The aircraft was also shaken by the impact. Lu En-hat hurriedly steadied himself. Guild leader of New Order and Nhu Loi Dang Truong quickly stepped forward, standing as a shield in front of the two and Lu En-hat. Guild leader of New Order scolded angrily. "What are you doing, waiting to die?" Nguyen Tae's attack had cracked the floor surface. Within the smoke, Veen Din's group was slowly getting up, each one already holding combat weapons in their hands. They advanced slowly. The two sides had officially confronted each other. Opposite, Veen Din laughed casually, steaming with hot air. "Don't hold back like that. He's not a member of our new order. If we attack him, where's the rule violation? Besides, we were just joking earlier. He isn't dead yet." Having said that, Veen Din nonchalantly turned to the group beside him and laughed faintly, asking, "You tell me, isn't that right?" That arrogant attitude of theirs caused the guild leader of New Order unavoidable irritation. His hands clenched tightly, trying to suppress his fury. The air between the two sides immediately became thick with the smell of gunpowder. Suddenly, someone calmly sat down and said, "If we're not fighting anymore, then rest a bit. We're almost at the collapse zone. There'll be something for us to fight then." That girl with the green hair was Lap Lan, currently at level 60 and belonging to the Kak Lao Guild. Chuang Van also cheerfully walked over to Lap Lan's spot. Chuang Van sat down and said, "Can't fight anymore. If we fight more, we won't make it to the collapse zone." The atmosphere calmed down, but it didn't last long. Suddenly, the sound of a hammer striking the floor echoed thunderously. Yuan Dung, sitting there calmly, spoke up, "Then no more fighting." Veen Din laughed coldly, sat down, and said in a regretful tone, "What a pity, just a little bit more." Lu En-hat stood there silently, quietly noting everything. All of it. Tram Mak Ruatan, a skill of Rao Ria, a member of the shelter. One skill is Chuang Van of the Kak Lao Guild leader, I'll remember that. After a moment, Lu En-hat softly spoke, "Thank you." Nguyen Tae burst out laughing cheerfully. The guild leader of New Order then asked, "Are you okay?" He replied, "I'm fine, thank you." Nhu Loi Dang Truong put on an annoyed expression and said, "As the only player who has ever defeated me before I beat you, don't you go dying by someone else's hand. That would be very humiliating for me." Although the attitude was a bit gruff, the words showed such concern for others that it made Lu En-hat break into a happy smile. At this moment, the guild leader of New Order spoke up, saying, "I was too naive. With the danger level of the collapse zone, I originally thought, at least until we acquired the authority, we're still going to cooperate with each other. Who would have thought that before even entering the collapse zone, conflict had already broken out? Moreover, after entering the collapse zone, the non-aggression pact would also become void." The New Order president sternly looked at the three people, then at Lu En-hat, and said, "From now on, only the four of us can rely on each other." The three guild members nodded seriously in response. Now, at the border of the collapse zone, the aircraft finally slowly landed on the ground. After a period of travel, their group had finally stepped out of the aircraft. Before them was a hazy scene, hidden within the thick smoke. It made Lu En-hat unable to help but be stunned. In that dense smoke, Veen Din suddenly spoke up, breaking the silence. "Although Dia An has already cancelled our non-aggression pact inside the collapse zone." He arrogantly looked at Lu En-hat's group and continued, "But after all, this is the collapse zone. Cooperation is the only way to win together." That arrogant attitude annoyed the New Order president. He asked, "You mean between you guys and choose one?" "Sorry. I still choose duh." The words of the New Order president made Lu En-hat ponder endlessly. Yuan Dung in the distance put on a set of armor and said, "Stop acting cool. Dia An will cancel our non-aggression pact. It definitely means they think we can't possibly cooperate inside there." Yuan Dung said confidently, and as for having us all come together, it's simply because they felt that adding more people would increase the odds a little. After saying that, Thuan Dung's figure gradually disappeared into the smoke. Zoya, the New Order president, smiled scornfully at the remaining people. Then, Zoya also quickly advanced into the smoke with Thuan Dung. Chief, the recent conversation made Lu Enhat curious, he wondered. Diane, at this moment Chuang Van suddenly spoke up. Thuan Dung is not wrong, Chuang Van said as he walked to Laplan. Then we should also enter. Tin Tin and Laplan immediately replied. Okay. Veen Din, seeing them walk off, could only shrug in a carefree manner. Then he too immediately walked into the smoke with white glove. The New Order president finally spoke up. Let's go too. Everyone nodded in agreement. Now Lu Enhat was slowly walking at the back of the team. As he walked, he carefully observed. Within that smoke, there seemed to be countless dangers lurking. Lu Enhat silently asked, does the so-called authority really exist? Lu Enhat couldn't help but wonder, in what form, and supposing he obtained it. What could he do with it? Countless questions appeared in his mind. Could he use it to stop the origin realm from invading reality? Walking and thinking about all sorts of things. A while later, after a tiring journey, the deeper they went inside, the more the air was filled with fog. The scenery grew gloomier and more terrifying. Lu Enhat observed carefully. The fog grew thicker and thicker. Veen Truong's group and Hao Hoa Veen's group could no longer be seen at all. He slightly raised his eyes. The New Order group not far away could only be seen as silhouettes. Suddenly, the New Order president stopped and said, everyone stay a bit closer, be careful, don't scatter. Most of the people who were supposed to come before us basically died here. Right at that moment, the system suddenly issued a notification. Detected Inc. computing power authority exceeding 5%. The great gate of the Outer Wisdom Palace has opened. The notification caused the four of them to be stunned simultaneously. Right then, the ground suddenly cracked open, causing Lu Enhat to panic immensely. In their shock, the four of them fell into a bottomless abyss. Lu Enhat was terrified, thinking, what is going on? He thought fearfully. Oh God, are we going to die here like this? As everyone was panicking. The New Order president spoke up. Everyone be careful. Judging from the reminder just now, I speculate that falling into this place we might not die, but it's still the collapse zone after all, so we must be cautious about everything. They fell deeper and deeper, the faint light. At the bottom of the deep abyss appeared ever more clearly. Suddenly, a strong ray of light separated Lu Enhat from the group. He couldn't help but be bewildered as his body was pulled into a strange place. As he fell, Lu Enhat thought, falling towards. In an instant, Lu Enhat landed safely. The system announced, you have detached from the Origin Realm. Inc. Origin Realm Computing Power Authority has been sealed. Welcome to the Outer Wisdom Palace. Lu Enhat hurriedly stood up to observe his surroundings. Above him at that moment were countless stone circles appearing, rotating slowly as if containing a mysterious power. Lu Enhat was extremely frightened. This fragmentation, the large and small pieces of ground above were continuously falling down. Above was Mohu City, and below was where Lu Enhat was standing. He thought to himself, this is the collapse zone, the Outer Wisdom Palace. The system suddenly announced, due to detachment from the Inc. Origin Realm's treasure, your power is affected by suppression. Outer power remaining, 0.1%. Detected that you have the title Cow Dai Warrior. Effect. Suppression in outer regions reduced by 2%. Detected that you have 11% Inc. Origin Realm Computing Power Authority. Also, on the outer edge of the Origin Realm, the suppression effect of the outer region is reduced by 1.1%. Current power is suppressed to 3.2%. Then the status of player Do appeared. Level 60, outstanding powerful attack of 3,456. Absolute defense 1,402. Spirit resistance 404. Strength 266. Along with countless other powerful skills helping Lu Enhat become a strong player. Next, the system issued various notifications. Affected by the pressure of the Outer Wisdom Palace, the duration of all your skills is reduced by 96.9%. Cooldown time for all your skills increased by 96.8%. You have detached from the Origin Realm. Augment skills begin indefinite cooldown. Private territory level 10 has been generated. Please name your level 10 private territory. It seems the atmosphere here makes Lu Enhat feel suffocated. He painfully clutched his throat and muttered, attributes suppressed, so miserable. Lu Enhat immediately became alert, looking around with wide eyes. He panicked, thinking, with his current attributes, how could he find authority in the collapse zone? These thoughts left him in endless panic. Here, even a small monster could attack him, right? Suddenly, the system announced, please name the private area. Lu Enhat, surprised, asked himself, private area? Is this the patch of land I'm standing on? He just blurted out a name, number 1. System immediately confirmed, Private area named Number 1, current level 1. Number 1 module has set the current existing computing power amount to 1. The module's barrier has been activated, now allocating computing power. The suppression force of the outside area against you has decreased by 10%. Currently, your strength is suppressed by 13.2%. Immediately, a barrier appeared, covering the land where Lu Enhat stood. At the same time, a sapling sprouted. The system announced again. Please quickly gather a great deal of computing power for the module to reduce the suppression force of the outside area. You now possess 100% computing power authority. Setup completed, cooling down. The announcement sound kept ringing. Setup, utilizing computing power authority. Modifying the rules of Number 1 does not falsely consume computing power, depending on difficulty. Lu Enhat stared outside in astonishment. He pondered, is that so-called module the white membrane of the outside area? Then its core, the newly sprouted sapling, is precisely the base of Number 1. Currently at level 1, its main function is to activate the module's barrier. Effect 1 reduces the suppression force of the outside area. Effect 2. The strength of all creatures entering Number 1 is weakened by 50%. The module's support object is linked to the player's life. If the support object is not destroyed, the player's death. Lu Enhat slowly approached that seed and muttered, is it this little tree? It looks so fragile, only 100 HP, and it's linked to my life. Although I can upgrade computing power authority through it, but where is the computing power? How to obtain it? At that moment, an object flew out from inside Lu Enhat's ring. Minza appeared, devouring the sapling before the horrified Lu Enhat. System announced, your private area Number 1's base support object has been devoured by Minza Jia. The base and Minza Jia fused. Your private area Number 1's support object has been changed to Minza larva. Lu Enhat was furious. Minza you. Just then, a sound rang out, drawing Lu Enhat's attention. A chunk of earth was fiercely rushing towards him. Lu Enhat was endlessly horrified. Suddenly, that chunk of earth began to churn ceaselessly. In just a moment, it exploded. The force sent Lu Enhat flying backwards. Lu Enhat struggled to get up, saying, that is. The chunk of earth continued to explode. A green monster emerged. It roared fiercely, extremely loudly. The nearby earth and stones also exploded from its roar. The system sounded a series of announcements. The module's support object in Number 1 is under attack. Lu Enhat panicked, shielding himself. What monster is this? But at the same time, computing power everywhere. Lu Enhat thought in shock. Computing power everywhere, breaking this earth can yield computing power. The computing power immediately rushed in one direction. It poured entirely into the monster's body. A tremendous power burst forth. The monster used a chunk of earth as a foothold and leaped up. Its power made the ground churn endlessly. And then that chunk of earth showed signs of cracking. The monster fiercely beat its chest to show dominance. It immediately shot upward. Lu Enhat watched in surprise. It's flying up, look at its excited appearance. Could this monster's goal be to gather computing power and then advance to the light sphere? Suddenly a voice spoke up. That's dangerous. Lu Enhat looked at Minza and thought, based on the attack just now, if Minza hadn't fused with the base. Then with that 100 HP of the base, this piece of land would have directly shattered just like the other pieces of earth. Lu Enhat slowly stood up and said, luckily you fused with the base just now. Otherwise I'd probably have returned to the city by now. Thanks, I almost misunderstood you earlier. Minza remained silent. After a while it solemnly said, don't thank me too soon. Although my strength here is also suppressed, you have become much stronger. And now, after becoming the support object of the module in your private area, I, aside from a slightly higher HP, can't exert much of my strength at all. Hearing that, Lu Enhat asked in surprise. You mean I can't rely on your heaven-shaking machinata game-breaking power here? Minza replied. Not exactly, as long as you have enough computing power for me. I can still exert 100% of my strength for a short time. Minza suddenly looked upward and said, so the key in this place is computing power. Having computing power can not only help us unleash our full combat potential, but also help us level up to reach that place. Lu Enhat asked curiously, that place. He looked up at the weak light above and asked, you said you wanted to go to the collapse area, not to the light sphere like that monster. Just now, Minza answered frankly, that's right. The air suddenly grew still. Lu Enhat stared at that place and muttered to himself, the target is right there. So could the authority be hidden there? Lu Enhat looked at those flying stones and decided, my goal here is to break other land pieces to gain computing power. Lu Enhat stood there pondering, then upgraded his private zone to have it take him to the light sphere. What about the New Order Guild leaders group? After entering the collapse area, they were nowhere to be seen. Didn't they die in the sweep just now? Suddenly, the system issued a series of public announcements. The map system has expired, group messages cannot be started. Blazing heat appeared. New Order Guild leader asked, where is everyone? Lu Enhat stared intently at this message. On the other side, someone was furtively watching Lu Enhat's every move. When she saw Lu Enhat's silhouette, Doria immediately sent a private message to Thuan Dung. Chief, guess who I met? Yuan Deng replied with a question mark, puzzled. Ho Tra Tu said, it's night. Yuan Deng immediately warned, be careful. Ho Tra Tu said, don't worry, he's only strong because of that buff state. It just so happens I can counter him. A chat window appeared on the screen. Blazing Heat asked, where is everyone? Like Thunder replied, I don't know either. Then he sent 2 pictures to the group and asked, do they look familiar? Are you all around here? Nguyen Tae also replied, after entering this place, it seems locations are randomly assigned. The various things in front of me seem to be a combination of 3 different areas of the original world. In such a wide area, the probability of us meeting is very low, but it seems the authority is hidden at the top inside the light sphere. Let's all head there together, eventually we'll be able to meet. Seeing that, Blazing Heat agreed, that's the only way. Lu Enhat is engrossed in reading the group messages, thinking to himself, the current situation can only rely on himself. Thinking carefully about each next step. Now that he knows the target is that light orb, and that by collecting computing power he can upgrade his territory. Thus, he can move himself forward. Suddenly reconsidering, Lu Enhat still hesitates a bit, but with his current strength. How should he break these chunks of earth and stone to obtain computing power? Suddenly remembering the gun in his hand, he thinks maybe use a ranged weapon, stand in his own private area and shoot outward. But how can things be that simple? Lu Enhat's face turns blank, guessing that it can't be that easy, right? According to his judgment, if that were possible, inside number 1 there is Min Za protecting. Outside there are damage-boosting skills including Enhance, State Freeze and Blessing upon Chippo's Cry. Thus, even if his strength is suppressed by 11%, he could still overcome the ruined area. Thinking so, Lu Enhat, holding the gun, stands up abruptly. Determined in his heart, he decides to give it a try. If that can succeed, then he won't need to risk leaving the private area to obtain computing power. That way, he'll be much safer. To be sure, he turns to discuss with Min Za. Min Za, is the movement of the private area dependent on you? He replies, yes. Receiving the answer, Lu Enhat continues, help me move a bit to a place without those damaged chunks of earth and stone. A large creature appears. This is a Tho Lu level 80, a dangerous creature. In the vast boundless space, Lu Enhat stands far away observing. The creature, the support object of Mu, reminds that it is the core of the private area. Just defeating it can break the private area. Hearing that, Lu Enhat exclaims, then let's begin. The software starts scanning. My enhancement skill has no cooldown and sends Blessing. Immediately a notification appears. Your enhancement has reached the support limit of number 1. Lu Enhat is quite surprised, thinking to himself, so quickly it has already reached the limit. The system displays Lu Enhat's attribute stats. Attack 846, Defense 683, Resistance 48, Energy 100, Constitution 100, Speed 100, Intelligence and Perception also all 100. HP reaches 6,000 out of 6,000, Power reaches maximum 700 out of 700. Lu Enhat is a bit dissatisfied, only 100 points to all attributes. But it's probably enough. The core structure in the opponent's private area is just a small sapling. My attack power is likely enough to destroy it. Lu Enhat raises the gun barrel high in a ready stance. He realizes that in all attribute panels, only the attribute weight ratio is not suppressed by the outside area. The higher the ratio, the stronger when fighting against opponents of the same level. The first shot fires, piercing through 2 towering mountains. Hearing the gunshot, Tho Lu jolts awake and roars. The target is aimed at the mound where Tho Lu lies, but the quiet is full of scheming before the great storm. The peaceful piece of land floats in the endless void, and then, with a boom, earth and stone fly everywhere. System notification. You have destroyed the support creature of the private area, named Tho Lu number 446. The private area has been destroyed. Tho Lu 446 has died. Attention level from the one who has never paid attention to you has increased by 1. Hatred value from the one who has never shown hatred is also +1. Lu Enhat shouts joyfully, it really works. Quickly Min Za, let's go collect computing power. Min Za replies, okay. Computing power obtained 7. Suddenly Min Za senses something strange and reports, Lu Enhat, not right, there's no way to teleport over, there's some kind of power block here. Perhaps it's to restrain computing power. That thing not only restrains computing power, but can also block the teleportation entry of the private area. Lu Enhat says in confusion, thinking it over carefully, he accepts the reality, so therefore, I have no choice but to rely on leaving this private area to obtain computing power. Looking at the obstacles he must overcome to get computing power 7. He analyzes a bit. Under the suppression of the outside area, if he leaves number 1, the blessing duration only continues for 3 seconds. Blessing again. After resetting the blessing once more, it can last about 9 seconds. Luckily, he still has 100% computing power authority purchased from number 1. And there, although only one rule can be enhanced, after the enhancement ends, the cooldown will also immediately end. This means no matter how bad his condition is, as long as he returns here, it will recover. Lu Enhat stands anxiously beside Min Za. He begins to move, leaping lightly over the stone blocks. A notification appears, because you have left the protection zone of number 1. Current strength is suppressed by 3.2%. Your enhancement skill has begun an indefinite cooldown. Lu Enhat muses. Entering the outside area is from below up. So if he wants to leave, does he just need to jump down? Lu Enhat continues jumping over and suddenly thinks. Furthermore, what was that flash attack of the Lu 446 that was killed earlier all about? Is it the boss of this area? It's not a monster of the same level as that chimpanzee earlier, is it? I need to be careful. Lu Enhat succeeded, notification displayed. Collected 7 computation power. Computation power is the origin that creates all things. Consuming computation power can create any object. The false construction skill has completed its disguise. Lu Enhat was surprised by the information. He wondered. False construction can be used now. Just having computation power allows using false construction anywhere. The system provided additional information. Computation power will disappear after 60 minutes. Please quickly use it or transfer it into the model's support object in your private area. Lu Enhat immediately continued moving. He leaped over the rocks. The notification panel displayed again. Computation power successfully transferred into the model's support object. Private area upgrade path activated for number 1. Computation power reached 8 with 8 remaining. There are 2 requirements. One is to upgrade larval Min-za, current level is 1. To enhance the model's resistance against the outer area's oppressive force, the required computation power is 10. 2 is to upgrade the grade of number 1. Current grade is first grade and has 2 classifications. First, it can move number 1 from outer area floor 1 to outer area floor 2. Second, it can upgrade the strength of creatures inside number 1. Required computation power is 1000. Larval Min-za must reach level 10. Reading the parameters carefully, Lu Enhat felt confident. The upgrade path was now clear. He exclaimed excitedly, "Next is to collect computation power. Then upgrade Min-za and number 1, let's go." The system continuously notified, though Lu 556 has died, and Chiu's attention towards U+1, and Chiu's hatred value towards U+1. Though Lu 213 and 175 as well. In summary, and Chiu's attention towards U+51, and Chiu's hatred value towards U+51. In another land, a giant ancient tree stood tall bearing the marks of time, surrounded by sparkling dots of light flickering and floating in the air. A strange footprint appeared, and that was An Chiu, level 90, disaster level monster leader with a powerful body. Notification, though Lu 765, 278, 498 have died. An Chiu's attention towards U+1, and Chiu's hatred value towards U+1, and An Chiu's attention towards U+70, and Chiu's hatred value towards U+70. Lu Enhat observed the computation power he had just collected. He pondered, the monsters in this area are only one type called Tho Lu. Moreover, each time one is killed, the attention and hatred value of a creature of unknown level named An Chiu towards me increases. I also don't know how many Tho Lu I must kill for it to appear. Standing in the vast open space, there was one fact he was certain of. That was, he could not leave this place in a short time. Clenching his fist, he was determined to start thinking about how to deal with it. The system panel displayed, consumed 10 computation power points, larval Min-za leveled up to level 2. At the same time, the model's resistance against the outer area's oppressive force increased by 1%. Continuing like this, computation power points were gradually consumed more, also helping larval Min-za level up to level 6. Finally, notification about number 1. With the outer area's oppressive force weakening by 15%, the accumulated computation power reached 180 after consumption, currently 30 remaining. Suddenly, a message came from Nguyen Tae, sharing intel with everyone. After 2 private areas collide, the models will temporarily merge with each other. The duration of false construction will expire, but the resistance against the outer area's oppressive force will be stronger. Specifically, it depends on the enhancement level of both sides' model support object. In the outer area, Lu Enhat spoke up. "Can we communicate openly for once?" Min-za was skeptical of his words. Lu Enhat sat facing Min-za. He continued, "I brought you out of the secret realm. After getting out, you then said you wanted to come in here. After entering here, you then said you wanted to go to the light sphere. Why do you want to go?" He wondered, "What exactly is your purpose?" Min-za remained silent, not answering. Lu Enhat really wanted to understand the matter. After a moment of thought, Min-za finally spoke. "Fine, my purpose is to lure people here. Guide them to the data processing center, which is the light sphere above our head." Data processing center? Big question marks popped up in Lu Enhat's mind. He looked up towards the light sphere, the place of data encoding. He seemed to recall something. Could this be the authority the New Order Guild Master mentioned? Lu Enhat still had a question. "How do you know these things? Weren't you always in the secret realm before?" Min-za didn't want to answer this question. He deflected to another topic. You may not believe my words, but I know your goal is also there. For the sake of reaching the data processing center, I will help. Help with all my strength to assist you. Liu Enhat still had many hesitations. Suddenly he blurted out, do you know about the real world? Minza asked back, what did you say? Seeing the other did not understand, he seemed quite annoyed and repeated, I mean, do you know this is a game world? Minza still did not understand him. Monologuing, why is there no sound, what's wrong? Seeing that, he suddenly realized, can't hear it. Is the original realm automatically hiding these kinds of conversations? Liu Yi brushed it off, it's nothing. You said you'd help me with all your strength. So then I was about to ask, but suddenly there's a strange signal. Liu Yi was startled. He quickly jumped up, shouting at Minza, a high-level creature is coming, heading straight towards us. It's Chiyu. His face showed a bit of worry. He said, all along the way, we've been killing the leaders of the Birtwing monsters because of the computational power. I was just guessing how many more we'd need to kill before it would come find us. Who'd have thought it would come straight here? Minza also sensed it. Minza asked, have you figured out a way to deal with it? Liu Yi replied, the critical issue now is we don't know its true strength. Can I really trust you? Liu Yi hesitated, unsure whether to speak directly. Then he frankly said, to be honest, although you've always deceived me after going through a few things. Minza listened in silence. A disappointed voice rang out, deep down I feel you're not worthy of my trust, you're hiding something. Although your earlier explanation was very logical, logical doesn't mean trustworthy. Using logical talk to deceive people, I know those tricks too. Even though untrustworthy, Liu Yi had no better choice. He poured out his heart, but now there's no other way. Facing this leader-level monster I want to win, I can only trust you, he asked again. I can trust you, right? Before Minza could answer, suddenly there was a notification. Number 1 and Lam Veen collided. The ground shook violently in the area where Liu Yi stood. In the distance, a figure appeared standing beside a huge tree. This was the monster Liu Yi was about to face, the system announced. Number 1 and Lam Veen have completed fusion. The suppressing force from the outer zone weakened by 35%. Liu Yi looked up to observe, worry clear on his face. Minza, standing nearby, began to shed his skin. He grew gigantic. Liu Yi was stunned at the sight. The monster did not expect Minza's transformation. Minza faced the monster directly and said to Liu Yi, with my current strength and health, your plan is probably to have me hold him back. Then you find an opening to enter his private domain and destroy his core, right? What's more, what you're afraid of is probably that I won't be able to stop him. You'd abandon me and run away first, huh? Over by the monster, it didn't understand what the two of them were talking about for so long. It gritted its teeth in impatience, then let out a loud roar. Minza didn't care and calmly continued. You can rest assured. From the moment I chose to become the tomb support item in your private territory, I have already resolved to stand on the same front line with you. You must believe me. Seeing him say that, Liu Enhat didn't reply. His face showed tension, still not fully trusting those words. Just as those words ended, an explosion occurred. Liu Enhat quickly leaped to the adjacent ground. Both his hands gripped firmly onto the cliff wall. And he said to Minza, then I'm counting on you. Liu Enhat struggled to hold on. A notification came. The support item of no one, the juvenile Minza, has been attacked. HP decreased by 7,340. Liu Enhat carefully climbed across each cliff face. The system continued to display, reporting that Minza was being attacked, HP steadily decreasing. Decreased by 4,720, then by 4,940. Liu Enhat flung himself, jumping across each cliff. Receiving the notification, he was fully aware of the situation. Before Minza's HP was completely depleted, he had to quickly find the base and then destroy it. Liu Enhat calculated inwardly. He checked Minza's current HP, which was 7,313,467 out of 7,350,000. Liu Enhat considered the worst-case scenario. If there was no path into his ruined area, he could only return to the city. Carrying a heavy burden of thoughts, he still resiliently overcame every challenge, holding on and conquering the treacherous cliff. The notification showed that after Minza was attacked, its HP just kept decreasing. Liu Enhat's hands finally touched the ground. He used all his strength to push himself up. In his heart, he worried Minza's HP was dropping too fast. Before his eyes, an explosion had just occurred, dirt and rocks flying everywhere, white smoke shrouding the area. He stood up fully on the ground, thinking with determination, I must hurry. The place he had just set foot on was a vast expanse of land, on which there stood barren only a single enormous ancient tree. Around its canopy, specks of light floated in an extremely poetic scene. Seeing the tree, Liu Enhat couldn't help but be surprised. What is this? So huge, he walked around surveying the terrain, standing beneath the tree looking like a tiny person. After exploring some spots, he realized there wasn't a single ambushing guard or defense. Liu Enhat pondered silently. This place was truly strange. Looking up at the huge ancient tree, he thought to himself, this is it. How dare An Chiu guard the base alone and face the battle? Lu En Hat decided to directly touch the trunk of the tree. The system immediately displayed information about the base, also known as Veen Lam. Level 30, HP 46,500 out of 46,500. Note, this base has received the blessing of the 100-flower goddess, linked to the life of An Chiu. Before An Chiu dies, the Veen Lam base cannot be destroyed. Lu En Hat was surprised by the information he received. It can't be destroyed. No wonder An Chiu personally infiltrated. So how to attack? He pondered, seeking an answer. The system continued to warn about Min Za's sharply decreasing HP. Notification. The tomb support item of no one, the juvenile Min Za, has been attacked. HP decreased by 6,540. Then decreased by 6,723. Lu En Hat's face showed clear worry. He took up his weapon and began to act. Lu En Hat powerfully hacked with each strike into the sturdy wood trunk. Notification. Veen Lam is immune to your damage. Lu En Hat raised his gun, aimed at the tree trunk and fired a shot. The system still only displayed, Veen Lam is immune to your damage. Seeing that, Lu En Hat stood in silence. Feeling somewhat helpless, truly there was no way to destroy it. But how could he give up so easily? Lu En Hat went on to assess the situation. Many thoughts surfaced in his mind. Could this just be a shell, the real base hidden inside? But looking from the outside, there was no passageway to enter at all. Even if this tree was fake, if he couldn't destroy this tree, he would never be able to deal with An Chiu's base. Now his mind was a tangled mess. He raised his hand and rubbed his head vigorously, thinking in frustration, my head hurts, if only I had a dispersion skill. Suddenly, from the opposite side of Lu En Hat, a figure appeared. He was watching his actions. His face was truly menacing. On Lu En Hat's side, he still hadn't detected anyone there. He was looking across to the opposite ground, where Min Za was fiercely fighting An Chiu. Min Za's HP was still decreasing. Finally, Lu En Hat made a decision. Looks like there's no choice but to confront head-on. He walked forward boldly, with countless thoughts urging in his head. No more hesitation. If this is the only path right now, what I can do is step onto that path. Even if I fail in the end, I won't regret anything. His thoughts were tangled, and he felt a little fear as he stepped forward. That's what I say, but facing An Chiu, I'd probably die in one move. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice spoke. What's this? Giving up already? Lu En Hat startled and yelled, Who's there? The feet of the speaker gently stepped forward. It was the blonde-haired man standing behind the tree. The two stood in silence, carefully assessing each other. Lu En Hat recognized the person opposite. He was Ho Tra Tu from the refugee shelter. He also had some knowledge about him. That guy with the dispersion skill, Could his dispersion skill destroy this base tree? He worried. Min Za's HP was getting less and less, and he didn't know how much longer it could hold on. But at times like this, he couldn't rush. If his dispersal skill can really break this tree's shell, I must make good use of him. I've thought it through carefully. He spoke to Ho Cha Tu. If you've been hiding in there all along, you must have seen clearly. Lu En Hat crossed his arms and continued with a smile. I'm preparing to face the boss monster of this place. The best choice for you right now would be to play the fisherman reaping the benefits, right? Yet you came out here. He bluntly exposed the other's intention. Considering our mutual understanding and the current situation, it's not your dispersal skill, because your attributes don't meet the standard. So you want to cooperate with me. And the reason you stopped me isn't just because you're afraid I won't be able to handle An Chiu later, but also because you're afraid you can't break this tree's shell without my help, which is why you turned back. That would mean you also can't deal with An Chiu. Ho Cha Tu remained silent, frowning, not responding. Seeing that, Lu En Hat decided to take the initiative, stating his intention directly. If it's really like that, I'll agree with you. I'll boost your attributes so you can break this tree's shell. He thought to himself, his reaction like that means my guess was right. Ho Cha Tu didn't expect him to guess his intention correctly, and felt somewhat flustered. Although he guessed right, agreeing with me so directly like that, isn't he afraid I'll turn against him? He was quite perplexed guessing Lu En Hat's intentions. He tangled in thought. He must have some trump card, a trump card. HMPH, then he's definitely stronger than anyone. Finally, Cha Tu laid his cards on the table with Lu En Hat. You're absolutely right, so I won't waste words anymore. Let's begin. Lu En Hat smiled with great satisfaction and replied, Okay. Meanwhile, on Min Za's side, the system kept announcing a sharp drop in health. Lu En Hat reassured himself inwardly. Don't rush, don't rush. In times like this, you must stay calm. He walked toward Cha Tu. Seeing him nod so readily, suspicion arose in his heart. He agreed too quickly. Is he up to some trick? I can't let him get too close. As Lu En Hat was approaching, he immediately shouted, Stop! Your weapon is a blade, right? Its range is probably about 3 meters, right? All right, stop there. Lu En Hat raised his hand and calmly said, In here, the highest a player's attributes can reach is 100. Let me help you with this. Ho Cha Tu agreed, add as much as you can. He replied, all right. He felt his strength growing, inwardly exclaiming, this feeling so refreshing it's been a while. He told Lu En Hat to speed up. Can you increase the speed a bit? My blessing here can only last about 30 seconds. Ho-Cha-Tu gave a sinister smile, thinking he just got a bargain without expending any effort. What a fool, so carelessly strengthening me like this. That figures, after all he's still young, doesn't know the human heart. Since that's the case, I'll give you a lesson you'll never forget. He looked up at the huge ancient tree, thinking, and now first deal with this person. Ho-Cha-Tu began to channel his power. The system received the signal and notified it was processing. Intelligence attribute insufficient, dispersal fail. All attributes have reached the limit, dispersal level increased by 1. Dispersal is processing and finally dispersal succeeded. Once again, the blessing of the 100 flowers knowledge god has been dispersed. Immediately, the tree trunk seemed covered by a green web, shaped like a honeycomb, and then the net shattered into many small fragments flying everywhere. Seeing that, Lu En-Hat's face showed clear joy and he cheered inwardly. It's done. From Min-Za's side, a cry rang out, unclear who it was. The battle with An Chiu was still fierce, showing no signs of ending. Lu En-Hat was startled when he heard it. It was An Chiu's challenging roar. Lu En-Hat couldn't delay any longer. He had to quickly deal with An Chiu's core shell. Min-Za is about to give out. Ho-Cha-Tu was secretly doing something. It turned out he planned to take advantage of Lu En-Hat's distraction, raising his blade to finish him. Where are you looking, little friend? A distraction means death, but unexpectedly, Lu En-Hat swiftly counterattacked, suddenly reapplying the blessing. Ho-Cha-Tu realized in confusion. What he had slashed just now was only an afterimage. Even though he had also boosted all his attributes, they reached the same limit. How could his speed be so fast? Since he had resorted to physical aggression, Lu En-Hat had to be ready, sword in hand, to face him. He smiled and reminded, you were in too much of a hurry. Ho-Cha-Tu's eyes were extremely fierce. He had realized something. So this is your trump card. Your attribute ratio is at least +1 more than mine. And on top of that, the army breaking skill I used earlier can't be used again for a short time. The two continued their unfinished battle. Lu En-Hat charged forward, voice full of excitement, shouting, so just admit defeat already. Ho-Cha-Tu also responded enthusiastically. You have a trump card, do you think I don't have one? As he spoke, he smiled mysteriously. He shouted, weapon seal, this prevents the target from using any type of weapon for 1 minute. Lu En-Hat slashed his sword through him. But the slash didn't connect, only passing through air. At that moment the system displayed, number of weapon types you temporarily cannot use, 7. All types of blades are invalid. Lu En-Hat stood still, staring blankly as the blade in his hand disappeared. He silently wondered, stopping himself from thinking. Seeing that he no longer had a weapon in hand, Ho-Cha-Tu quickly grabbed a long saber and rushed over. You think I need to rely on Fa Quan to deal with you? This is my real trump card. After things settle down, you can use an appropriate weapon. Let's see what you'll rely on to use your power skill now. Without your power skill, you're just like any other ordinary player. Lu En-Hat heard him say that and wasn't afraid at all, just smiled faintly in reply. Your trump card is just this. He moved swiftly, dodging a slash from Ho-Cha-Tu. He stood behind him, pointing the gun at his head. He calmly uttered, if I were an ordinary player who had obtained a power skill, I truly wouldn't be able to do anything against your skill. Ho-Cha-Tu panicked, glanced behind him, and tried to keep calm as he said, don't try to bluff. You think you can deal with me with that pistol? Pointing the pitch-black muzzle at him, Lu En-Hat replied, but unfortunately I'm not. Unafraid of death, he still tried to retort. You catch us first, then you can. Lu En-Hat pulled the trigger and the bullet flew toward Ho-Cha-Tu. His HP instantly dropped to 0 and he felt all his stamina gone. He could only show panic, drenched in sweat. Watching Ho-Cha-Tu's body gradually disappearing, Lu En-Hat explained, just a little more with your speed. Even if my weapon was blocked by you, you wouldn't be able to hit me. It would only take a little time to kill you. I don't even know where you got that confidence from. The system displayed, you have killed player Ho-Cha-Tu. Looting Ho-Cha-Tu obtained 5% computing authority of Mon Nguyen Jioi, deducted. In total, computing authority of Mon Nguyen Jioi has increased by 16%. Lu En-Hat thought anxiously, I can't wait any longer, I must quickly deal with his brother's base. Otherwise, Min-Za will be finished. The battle on Min-Za's side was fierce. Min-Za used all his strength to hold back Chiu, inwardly grumbling, too slow, if you drag this out any longer I won't be able to hold on. System notification, Veen Lambda Ak has been destroyed. Your achieved computing power is 1567. Please quickly use or store it in a model brace. The match has ended. Min-Za lay sprawled on the empty ground. His face was scraped in many places. Lu En-Hat came over, sat down and said to Min-Za, you've worked hard. After such a long wait, Min-Za sincerely told him to rest and wearily replied, it's nothing, we help each other. He then asked, this time we obtained a total of over 1,500 computing power points. How do you plan to use them? Lu En-Hat immediately replied, first get you to level 10, then upgrade this area, no need to rush. We'll deal with the earth spirits in this area first. Collect a bit more computing power, then advance to the first tier of the outer area. Hearing that, Minza reminded, doing that is very safe, but it takes too much time. There was something Lu Enhat had always wondered. If we upgrade this piece of land, will we directly ascend to Light Sphere A? Minza explained, you're overthinking. Look from here toward the Light Sphere, those pieces of land. At most, this fragment is divided into 5 tiers. Upgrading by one level only lets you climb at most 1 tier. Lu Enhat understood, which meant they had to upgrade 4 times. Lu Enhat remembered something, turned to Minza and said with a mysterious look, but you can fly, can't you? Take me and fly up there. Minza didn't think much and immediately refused. Dream on, there's a barrier. Besides, I have to be in this small form to fly. Lu Enhat laughed loudly, worried Minza was tired, so he reminded, rest a bit. Then he started collecting computing power there. On the other side, Ho Tra too was on a shattered land fragment. He exclaimed in panic, I'm not dead. He checked his own stats. Computing power remaining, 52, reduced by a full 60%. Could it be that as long as you have computing power, you can avoid death and revive in your own private area? Ho Tra too realized something. 60% is because his level is 60A. What is the limit of this consumption rate? If he dies again, can he still revive? Set that aside for now, he must report this news to the director. In the group chat he messaged, Director, I died, but don't worry, I've already revived in my private area. But I lost 60% of my computing power. Yuan Dung, the director of the shelter, asked, what exactly happened? Ho Tra Tu recounted, I ran into Da. I fought with him, Thuan Dung messaged. I told you to be careful. He immediately defended. I was extremely careful, but that guy Da is too strong. The director told him, tell me in detail about the fight between you and Da. That way, we too can also get a clearer picture of his capabilities. Ho Tra Tu narrated. All right, it went like this. Wait, I'm about to cry, director. My badge that prevents targets from using weapons was taken by Da. On Lu Enhat's side, they began upgrading Minza. The system announced again. A total of 300 computing power points consumed to raise Minza to level 10. The model's support strength against the suppressive force of the outer area also increased significantly, reaching 4%. Minza's juvenile form developed into mature Minza. Summarizing Minza's body stats, level 10. Suppressive force of the outer area weakened by 20%. Computing power achieved, 1,747 and remaining computing power, 1,297. After upgrading, Lu Enhat also went to collect computing power, accumulating 2,000 points. The system announced that the limit of obtainable computing power on Tier 1 had been reached. Please quickly upgrade your private area and advance to Tier 2 of the outer area. Lu Enhat observed the amount of computing power in hand and wondered, there's a limit here too. Then I have no choice but to upgrade number 1 first and advance to the first tier of the outer area. He seemed quite thoughtful as he looked up. He suddenly jumped over to where Minza was standing, deciding, if that's the case, let's go. System display, consumed 1,000 computing power to upgrade number 1 to level 2, increased to the limit of the player's support strength. The model's intensity increased, along with the suppressive force of the outer area weakening by 5%. Minza's level cap increased to level 20. Number 1's construction function has been activated. Current computing power is 550 and accumulated total is 2,000. Note, number 1 has advanced to Tier 2 of the outer area. Members associated with number 1 please return to number 1 for transport. Otherwise, your association status with number 1 will be revoked. The surrounding heaven and earth shook violently. Reminder notification. Number 1 requires 2,000 computing power to upgrade to level 3. Lu Enhat calculated in his head, each time Minza increases by 1 level, it needs an additional 10 computing power points. And upgrading number 1 requires double. If so, the total computing power points needed would be over tens of thousands. If it's like Tier 1 of the outer area, destroying one private area only yields a few computing power points. There's a huge shortage of computing power. I wonder if Tier 2 of the outer area has any way to quickly obtain computing power points. The atmosphere in Tier 2 of the outer area was quite gloomy, with thick fog and mist. On this side, there are 2 earth spirits strictly keeping guard. This area is right next to where Lu Enhat is. And Minza stood. A notification arrived. You have reached the 2nd floor, the outer area, the Void Origin area. The Void Origin King's hatred value toward you is 100. When you enter the Void Origin King's hatred range, you will become the Void Origin King's number 1 target. Lu Enhat was startled and thought to himself, how come it's already 100 so quickly? This leader is a subordinate of Bak Hoa Tri than Hathay, and he doesn't look easy to handle. He also told himself he must change maps. Facing a monster boss is too dangerous now. Suddenly a terrifying face appeared. Lu Enhat started and looked around. That creature opened its mouth wide as if wanting to swallow the entire Void Origin area. The terrifying mouth with countless sharp teeth. It had an extremely bizarre shape. Its head resembled an octopus with many tentacles, while its tail was like a fish. Lu En-hat cried out in horror, "What kind of creature is that?" Minza seemed to know this name and spoke. Quiku, a creature that specializes in eating private regions with weak membranes. Action outside the membrane. Lu En-hat heard of such a thing for the first time, specializing in eating private regions. He assessed that disgusting creature. Sure enough, when it's tough it gets tougher, he saw even more. He thought to himself, are all those things moving at breakneck speed in the mist those creatures? The number must be more than 10, right? Then wouldn't he be attacked as soon as he went out? Lu En-hat pondered in silence. He felt somewhat helpless. Why had the difficulty of the outer area of the second floor increased so much? He looked around at the patch of land he was standing on, feeling that this place was truly bizarre. A piece of land without even a membrane support object. Had it all been eaten by the Quiku? The situation didn't seem to match Lu En-hat's expectations. He had originally thought that the second floor would make it easier to obtain computational power, but unexpectedly it was so difficult. He didn't know if it was just this area or if the entire second floor was like this. The sky was gloomy, eerily silent. Scene transition to the Void Origin gathering area. An area with layers upon layers of earth and rock piled up with lush greenery. This place was different from the others. What was going on? The place where Lu En-hat stood was much smaller than the previous one. He assessed that no matter how he moved, he couldn't open up this area. Moreover, this place had only one spot with a membrane support object. He guessed it might be the territory of the Void Origin King, then turned to speak to Minza. This territory seemed to be composed of many land fragments of different sizes. He asked, "Do you know about this situation?" But where had Minza gone? He wondered as he couldn't see him. Then suddenly Minza's voice rang out. "Someone's coming." Lu En-hat immediately became alert. It was a human. He wore a yellow shirt, his legs carefully armored. He was Bok Thursao, level 60, belonging to the Rear Garden Guild. Lu En-hat glanced over, not speaking right away. The two stood in different areas. He spoke first. "Seems you're also having trouble here. Let's cooperate. It seems only by resolving this land can we leave here." Bok Thursao spoke persuasively. He raised his sharp eyebrow. His face was extremely handsome and roguish. The Ho Tri 2 group chat buzzed. Yuan-dung announced, "The person I brought is already dead, killed by duh." Chuang-van replied, "A whole floor of such a large private region for the two of them to meet is truly fate." Vien Din reminded the team, "Give some details. At present we already know Duh's abilities. Only all attribute enhancement. Any more detailed information?" Yuan-dung said. "The technique Duh used seems unrestricted by weapons." Chuang-van messaged, "That's impossible. How could that be?" Vien Din messaged, "I suggest next time, no matter who among us encounters Duh, they must immediately notify everyone and livestream the entire process so that everyone can better understand his ability." Vien Din messaged, "If Duh is not dealt with, we can never surpass the new order." Chuang-van and Thuan-dung agreed with Vien Din. Bok Thursao reported in the group, "Vien Din, I've encountered Duh." Vien Din reminded, "Start a livestream." Bok Thursao complied, starting the livestream. The entire group including Vien Din, Thuan-dung, Chuang-van, Liuang Tin, and Ho Tri 2 all joined the spectator team to watch the livestream. A shout rang out, "Imprisonment!" Bok Thursao was caught off guard and couldn't react. A bullet aimed straight at his head. A notification appeared. "You have killed player Bok Thursao." Considering Bok Thursao has 5% authority over the computational power of Mua Nguyen Joy. Deducted, the one who took down Bok Thursao in an instant with a gun was none other than Lu En-hat. He said bluntly, "Sorry about that. If in this matter you have already been identified as enemies, then here, I have no interest in cooperating with you." Bok Thursao's body had its head blown off, and Lu En-hat saw a large orb fly up. That was the treasure orb. He calculated that Bok Thursao's private land still had its protective membrane layer. If he jumped over there to retrieve the treasure orb, it probably wouldn't attract the attention of the Quiku swarm. He got into a ready stance. Before jumping, Lu En-hat thought carefully. Then break his shell, obtain the computational power, and immediately return. He didn't know how much computational power he could get. If he could get a lot then, suddenly a hand appeared and grasped the treasure orb. Lu En-hat blinked and looked. Unexpectedly, Bok Thursao, headless on the ground, was able to stand up healthy as if nothing had happened. Long-range shooting skill, a pistol, so the weapon that suits you is a pistol. That's way too perverse. Lu En-hat was still surprised, deep in thought. Not dead? That's not right. Even the meta system had announced he was dead. And he even exploded into a treasure orb. So many questions arose in his mind. Had he resurrected? And it was a resurrection without any penalty. What on earth is going on here? Could it be that dying in this shattered zone allows resurrection in one's own private domain? Lu En-hat didn't answer Bok Thursao, but turned to ask Minza. "I need an explanation for this." Minza replied, "In the outer borderlands, when you die, you will be resurrected in your own private domain. Each resurrection will deduct from 1% to 100% of computation power based on level. However, the minimum deduction limit is above 100 computation power." Lu En-hat was not pleased at all upon hearing that. He complained, Why did you only tell me such an important matter now? Minza defended himself. I never had a chance to say it. The computation power you left with me far exceeds 100. Besides, you didn't die anyway. Lu Enhat stopped picking on him. He said, first, let's drop this for now. We'll settle things with him first, then we'll continue. Lu Enhat equipped the pendulum, aimed his gun at Bok Thursao and shouted fiercely, and now we have to deal with that bastard. I don't believe you can survive further. Bok Thursao was not afraid at all. A barrier appeared around the area where he stood for protection. Bok Thursao transformed as he spoke. If you have chosen not to cooperate with me, then we can only oppose each other. However, if I fight you in this place, I'm clearly at a disadvantage. He disappeared completely, leaving a message. If that's the case, then we'll meet again in the Kong Nuyen gathering ground. Lu Enhat lowered his gun, realizing he had used a structure to hide his private domain. He pondered. Minza gave some advice, without the Ku Tan in hand. Dealing with his methods won't be smooth. We'll have to face King Kong Nuyen. In this situation, was it not very wise to refuse cooperation? Lu Enhat stood silently observing King Kong Nuyen's territory. He voiced the remaining doubts in his heart to Minza. The purpose of this cooperation is that 1 + 1 is greater than 2. This clearly proves the point that we cannot agree to cooperate with him. Minza didn't argue, just calmly asked back. So have you figured out a way to deal with him and the Void King yet? Lu Enhat replied, right now the intelligence I have is very limited. I'll adapt on the fly. First, just take me into the Void gathering land. I'll stroll around the outer perimeter. If there's danger, I'll jump out immediately. Remember to catch me. Saying this, Lu Enhat immediately leaped away. On Bok Thursao's side, he seemed quite angry at Lu Enhat's fearless attitude. He messaged his superior for advice. Director, I can't swallow this anger. Can I eliminate him directly? The director asked back. Are you confident of victory? He messaged. If cooperation is no longer possible, then I will do my best to try. Inside the Void gathering land, this was the territory ruled by the Void King. He was level 90, the leader of disaster-level monsters. He rested his chin on his hand as if waiting for something. The Void land was vast, shrouded in thick haze. There were many other strange creatures on the land. All of them were formidable. 2 were level 70 white void swifts, the other 2 were level 85 black void swifts, danger-level creatures. A white swift suddenly screeched, and immediately had a pincer severed by a strike. An explosion and eerie atmosphere enveloped. The white swift had just been taken out by a black swift, granting the latter 15 computation power. Having received the computation power, it immediately flew into the cave, carrying what it had just seized. Lu Enhat had observed everything. Unexpectedly, void creatures are social beings, a bit dangerous. With his current attributes, handling one would be manageable. But if the numbers are many, running is the best policy. A notification came. You have entered the private void gathering land and outer border region. Suppression force reduced by 40%. This land is recalculating suppression force, including your 50%. Your current strength is suppressed to 23.6%. Cooldown time increased by 76.4%. Skill duration decreased by 76.4%. Lu Enhat's current body stats. HP 4,489 out of 4,489. Mastery points 2888 out of 2888. Notification, you have arrived at the Void gathering land. The Void King has begun to take notice of you. Lu Enhat began to worry, and from just now he had started hearing the loud flapping of bird wings. He had to run. The flapping sound in the Void cave grew louder. He feared something had happened. Just then, the system repeatedly warned. You are in the Void gathering land. Every 30 seconds, the Void King's attention level towards you increases by 1. Warnings up to 3 times. Lu Enhat warily looked around. He heard a strange noise. Was it the Void King's voice? The noise gradually grew louder from this direction. In the cliff right where Lu Enhat stood, mist rose and Bok Thursao appeared. Lu Enhat was surprised, unable to believe he would be here. He flickered in and out of sight. Lu Enhat thought, so fast. Bok Thursao approached. He calmly dodged, inwardly thinking simply, but no matter how high, it can't surpass my attributes after being enhanced. Lu Enhat took the hit. His blessing attribute was enhanced by 500 points. Additionally, he used bone marrow transmission fluid. Suddenly, an urgent notification. You are affected by the transmission fluid skill. Void hatred numbers 345, 398, and 428 from subject Bok Thursao have all been transferred to you. Lu Enhat panicked. This is... From afar, a flock of black swifts flew toward the two. The two were still fiercely fighting. Another notification, your blessing attribute has been stolen by Bok Thursao. Lu Enhat's steps faltered. After stealing, Bok Thursao ran away, gleefully thinking. The feeling of all attributes being enhanced is just too exhilarating. He seemed very happy, thinking to himself, But no matter how exhilarating, it's not as exhilarating as being able to directly eliminate him, without the unlimited structure boost of the private land. This land also gathers 1/5 of the void. I don't believe you can survive. The whole flock of black swifts swooped toward Lu Enhat. His current body stats, HP 4,489 out of 4,489, Strength 1,888 out of 1,888. Lu Enhat was extremely panicked, not yet finding a solution. And Bok Thur Sao was safely within a barrier he created to protect himself. Lu Enhat was trying his best to escape the black swift block. While running, he tried hard to re-establish the frozen state. Summoned full attribute blessing 500, Lu Enhat spread his hands in front, creating a barrier. He calculated in his mind that he must quickly return to number 1. But first he had to deal with him. The person he referred to was Bok Thur Sao. He pointed his gun at him. Suddenly the system notified. Frozen state ended, switching to shift state. An iron cage surrounded Lu Enhat, blocking his forward steps. A notification came. Received designated weakening shift state. The one who created the cage trapping him was Bok Thur Sao. He was grinning smugly. Moreover, he did many worse things affecting Lu Enhat's strength. Notification: you are under the weakening effect from Bok Thur Sao's skill. Your speed reduced by 50%, attack and defense reduced by 50%, duration 2.5 seconds. From his side aiming toward you. Not only Bok Thur Sao, you also sustained attacks from Kong Nguyen. Your imprisonment has been lifted. Solidified state ended. You sustained attacks from Kong Nguyen. HP decreased by 30, then decreased by 49. Seeing Lu Enhat turn back to confront him, Bok Thur Sao gleefully chased after and taunted. "Want to kill me? Die." Lu Enhat was silently calculating. Blessing duration remaining 5 seconds. If his calculations were correct, the blessing he took from me would end 2 seconds earlier than mine. Right when the blessing ended, he launched the imprisonment skill at Bok Thur Sao. That guy didn't expect to be attacked so early and protested indignantly. Furthermore, just how many times can he attack? Lu Enhat calmly aimed his gun at the opponent once more. The pendulum decided to finish off the 3 wounded people. Lu Enhat showed no fear, although he was surrounded on all sides. He prepared to fight the White Tribe, the Hoke Tribe, and the imprisoned Bok Thur Sao. It seemed Bok Thur Sao hadn't given up. His face was extremely arrogant. He shouted, "Just wait to die." He attacked, activating the radiant ring, locking onto the target. Notification: Blessing 1 enhancement has ended. Blessing 2 has 2 seconds left. Along with the reminder, condensed rampart and spirit energy deducted 3,000 spirit energy points from the target. Lu Enhat spread his palm, turning the tables. His face clearly showed tension, but the notification still displayed bad news. Your spirit energy has been reduced by 3,000 points. Your spirit energy increase did not cause the radiant ring to close. Bok Thur Sao was still imprisoned. Immediately after, the imprisonment barrier shattered and he also fell heavily to the ground. Notification: you have killed player Bok Thur Sao. He fell backwards. He lay sprawled on the ground. Lu Enhat instantly rushed over, swiftly snatched the jade and ran off. While running, he said, "Here's a mask equipment." He jumped back to his own area, shouting, "Min Za!" Lu Enhat leaped with all his might and landed successfully. Behind him, a flock of Crane tribe members flew after. But when he jumped out of the Kong Nguyen territory, they all stopped at once. Lu Enhat wondered, not chasing. He suddenly sensed something was off. A strange sound rang out. Lu Enhat drew his sword, ready for combat. Finally, the Kong Nguyen king revealed himself, towering before him. Lu Enhat hadn't expected this. It was the Kong Nguyen king. He was immensely huge. Lu Enhat standing beside him was as tiny as a grain of sand. Too many curiosities surged in his head. Yet, just like the other Kong Nguyen ones, he couldn't rush out. Was it because his range was limited to the Kong Nguyen assembly territory? The Kong Nguyen king only stood watching for a brief moment, then mysteriously turned away. But Lu Enhat wouldn't let it go. He raised his gun barrel, his fighting spirit surging. "Want to leave? Did you ask me first?" He began charging his skill. Skill reinforcement. My sleep solidified state blessing. Full attribute enhancement and also imprisonment. The iron prison instantly enclosed the Kong Nguyen king. Lu Enhat thought happily to himself, when I go back to number 1. When the Kong Nguyen king appeared within my attack range, that's when imprisonment could capture the Kong Nguyen king. Even if only for a brief second, it proved that I had won. Under the no cooldown imprisonment, no matter how strong, he could only be slowly tortured to death by me. No more delay. He immediately fired a bullet at the Kong Nguyen king. Lu Enhat fired a shot right across the Kong Nguyen king's face, who quickly dodged in time. The system immediately announced, "The rules of the Kong Nguyen assembly area have been revised. Imprisonment skill is invalid." Lu Enhat heard this and was utterly shocked. He suddenly realized that it was the Kong Nguyen king's domain structure. The two stood in separate areas. On Lu Enhat's side, he was all alone. On the Kong Nguyen king's side, many Crane tribe members followed as guards. It seemed he started to move. He spread the giant wings on his shoulders, then soared away, vanishing from sight. Lu Enhat pondered in his mind. He suddenly understood that domain structure also meant that as long as you are the owner of a private area, whether it's monsters or players, all possess a domain structure. A notification arrived. You have left the Kong Nuyen assembly area. The Kong Nuyen king's attention toward you has decreased. He sat down, arms crossed, quite serious. His thoughts were rather jumbled. Under the circumstances of defensive awareness and domain structure, the owner of a private area is too difficult. Lu Enhat was thinking about something. He looked down at his hand. He thought of a way. Unless someone can make his own private area and the Kong Nuyen assembly area collide and merge together, to nullify the Kong Nuyen king's domain structure, or bring computational power to the Kong Nuyen assembly area and use a domain structure to control another domain structure. Therefore, Lu Enhat decided he must trust his collaborator. The surrounding space was extremely silent, hazy moonlight covering the way. In another area, Bok Thur Sao resurrected once again. He appeared very angry, shouting, "I've blown up twice already," because he was still live streaming. Vien Din sent a private message asking him, "Quiet down a bit, don't let people from other guilds mock us." Bok Thur Sao could only grit his teeth tightly, not uttering a word. He replied, "Got it," about the matter in the live stream. Bok Thur Sao spoke first. "Sorry everyone, my apologies. I still haven't met De yet, I'll turn off the live stream for now. Wait until I meet him, then I'll turn it back on." Chuang Van said a comforting word. "You've worked hard." Yuan Dung also spoke. "Thank you for giving us the opportunity to observe." Bok Thur Sao sat down on a uniquely shaped chair and couldn't help but exclaim, "I will definitely take revenge for this." He was extremely resolute. "I still have a chance." He privately messaged the leader, "Although I died this time, I got this. Guild leader, take a look." Then he sent an explanatory message. Calamity enhancement. Each time you kill a void origin, you will receive a calamity enhancement level 1 status, up to 100 level. Each level of calamity enhancement, all attributes increase by 5. When successfully reaching 100 levels, the reward title for the successful challenge is Void Origin Leader. If killed, you can borrow 1 resurrection from any Void Origin up to 10 times. Note, if killed by a Void Origin King, the rule becomes invalid. Players possessing the Calamity Enhancement status can challenge the Void Origin King within a disaster level threat area. HP multiplied by 20, Strength multiplied by 4, conversion rate of all attributes +2. Obtaining the title Void Origin King will make you the master of the Void Origin Gathering area. If the person holding the Void Origin Leader title is killed, the title will be revoked. Note, when Calamity Enhancement begins to rise, the possessor of this status cannot leave the Void Origin Gathering area. Bok Thur Sao continued messaging. "This is the fixed status I stole from the Void Origin. It was really unexpected they had such a treasure on them." Vien Din replied, "Good. If you can obtain the Void Origin King title for us, it means our strength will increase several times over." Bok Thur Sao smiled reading the message. The two continued messaging. Bok Thur Sao replied, "Yes, until I reach a certain number of calamity enhancement level. I can't leave the Void Origin Gathering area. As long as after I obtain the Void Origin King title, I can transfer the calamity enhancement away. That will be fine. But the biggest problem now is there's no way to deal with the Void Origins. If a few Void Origins act alone, it's easy to handle, but every time you attract them, they come in a whole swarm. It's really hard to deal with. On top of that, suffering from the suppression force of the outside area, my skills in a battle can go at most 1 round. Vien Din saw that and offered a solution. "Why don't you try communicating with De, see if there's an opportunity to cooperate? This Void Origin King title is way too tempting. If I can obtain it, what does a momentary loss matter?" Bok Thur Sao rests his chin on his hand, pondering the idea just raised. Lu Enhat receives a message and he is quite surprised. It turns out the sender is Bok Thur Sao. He writes, "You are very strong, but I still want to say one thing. You truly cannot defeat the Void Origin King relying only on yourself. Only by cooperating, sincerely cooperating, can we defeat it." After pondering a while, Lu Enhat smiles. This message indeed suits his intention. Defeating the Void Origin King really requires cooperation. But he is in no hurry. Thinking he cannot agree so easily, Lu Enhat replies, "Fine, but as a support I cannot rush ahead. Moreover, to fully exert my function, I must use my framework. So the battle location must be arranged at the edge of the Void Origin Gathering area. When fighting, I must stand on my own area." Bok Thur Sao did not expect him to say that. Indignant, he shouts, "You're a support, am I not as well? And what's this about not rushing ahead? Damn it, Melee, you can hit more than I can." Quite dissatisfied with Lu Enhat's words, Bok Thur Sao still hastily replied, "It's not impossible to agree, only before dealing with the Void Origin King. Let's first kill 200 Void Origins to practice, alright? You have no objections, do you? If we don't even understand what the opponent is like and directly confront the Void Origin King, that's too worrisome." Bok Thur Sao confidently says to himself, "Though I've agreed, my life and death basically lie in your hands. But before dealing with the Void Origin King, I don't believe you will make a move against me." On the contrary, after we finish off the Void Origin King, you will definitely strike at me, but as long as the Void Origin Leader title falls into my hands. It's up to you how to finish me at the final moment. I just need to play dead, waiting for you to completely deal with the Void Origin King, that's enough. Lu Enhat, seeing the agreement comes too quickly, also wonders. So he agreed. Is he not afraid I'll finish him in the end? There is one thing he wants to clarify. He messages, there's still one important issue. How do we deal with the Void Origin King's framework? Bok Thur Sao replies, I will control my area and the Void Origin Gathering area, crashing and merging them together. Seizing that chance to control the Void Origin King's framework, you can rest assured, Bok Thur Sao secretly schemes, as long as the calamity level begins to rise. I am a part of the Void Origin area. At worst, I'll just abandon it outright. Seeing him unusually agreeable, Lu Enhat also worries, agreeing so quickly. It's too strange, and while talking, he only mentioned one request. Before dealing with the Void Origin King, kill 200 Void Origins first to practice. Is it truly just for practice? My goal is only to use him to control the Void Origin King's framework. As long as this point can be accomplished, everything else is acceptable to me. The more ferocious, as long as I stand on the number 1 spot, I am invincible. Why fear what tricks he might pull to deal with me? Having thought it through, Lu Enhat responds, fine, let's gather. He stands alone on his area to prepare for the confrontation. Bok Thur Sao begins to move, leaping from rock to rock. In his spirit, he seems excited, lightly setting foot on the ground. Bok Thur Sao's face only feigns gentleness. Lu Enhat, seeing him, smiles, pretending to be friendly. The two stand facing each other. Lu Enhat speaks first, where am I waiting for you? Bok Thur Sao replies, your choice is wise. He continues, we will definitely become good teammates. Having said that, he quickly departs. Lu Enhat exclaims, I believe so. Lu Enhat reminds himself, must be on guard, cannot kill 200 Void Origins together with him. Must quickly lure the Void Origin King over, force him to merge the areas. Control the Void Origin King's framework first. Both have their own schemes in mind. Bok Thur Sao, while running plots, I call 200 over. He will surely be suspicious, so at least half must be dealt with then. As long as I raise the calamity level to 100 stacks, I'll obtain the Void Origin title. And once I obtain the Void Origin King title, gain those insane attributes. And after controlling all Void Origins in the Void Origin Gathering area, I will settle scores with you once and for all. Bok Thur Sao has lured a flock of Black Clan Void Origins flying over. Seeing that, Lu Enhat also jumps over to lend support. A notification arrives. You have entered the Void Origin Gathering area. The Void Origin King has begun to take notice of you. He does not act rashly but stands still, calmly observing, watching Bok Thur Sao eagerly battle the Void Origin. Lu Enhat carefully observes his every move. The system notifies that the more Void Origins are killed, the more the Void Origin King's attention sharply increases. A foot with sharp claws appears. He stands from above, observing Bok Thur Sao's fight. That is the Void Origin King, the ruler of this land. The image of nimbly leaping over the rocks makes someone exclaim, so awesome, no matter how many times it never feels like much. Cooperating together really is a blast. Bok Thur Sao says, powerful long-range fire support, super strong recovery ability, plus full attribute enhancement as well. He turns back to fight, adding, coupled with the framework assist in his private area. It indirectly solved the continuous flight problem. Definitely invincible, but what a pity. If only he were my true teammate, that would be great. Suddenly, Bok Thur Sao was punched in the stomach by Kong Nguyen Vuong. Due to the sudden impact, he couldn't utter a word. He flew out, crashing into a distant boulder. Bok Thur Sao propped himself up, puzzled. Why did Kong Nguyen Vuong lure him here? Then Kong Nguyen Vuong stood towering there while Bok Thur Sao thought, without Knight's help facing it alone, I'm doomed. The boulder exploded, fragments flying everywhere. Bok Thur Sao fled, thinking to himself, half health, fortunately all attributes increased, otherwise I'd definitely die this time. Must escape from it. Suddenly, from inside the boulder, a mysterious light emitted. Bok Thur Sao stopped. He discovered the person in front of him was Lu Enhat. He warned, Knight, quickly return to your private area. Kong Nguyen Vuong has come. Lu Enhat was slightly surprised to hear that. But he just said, oh, Bok Thur Sao reminded, don't forget to heal me. He replied, okay. Lu Enhat healed Bok Thur Sao from the other side. Bok Thur Sao thought to himself, logically speaking, I shouldn't have led Kong Nguyen Vuong here. Once he comes, I'll have no excuse to refuse. Continue fighting Kong Nguyen Vuong, but how to drive it away? My health after taking its second attack had decreased. A notification appeared. Blessing of all attributes enhancement 500 made Bok Thur Sao freeze. Lu Enhat shouted, if Kong Nguyen Vuong has appeared, then let's start dealing with it right away. I have enhanced you with 500 points to all attributes. Lu Enhat's face full of momentum. Let's combine forces to defeat it. Bok Thur Sao turned around, weapon in hand. The battle with Kong Nguyen Vuong continued. Both sides fought fiercely. Bok Thur Sao secretly rejoiced. with Knight's direct assistance. I can already fight Kong Nguyen Vuong alone. Or should I challenge Kong Nguyen Vuong now? But will Knight let me live until Kong Nguyen Vuong is dealt with? Because the advanced calamity hasn't reached 100 floors yet, haven't obtained the Kong Nguyen leader title. My life has no guarantee whatsoever. He was in an extremely tangled situation. Private message, Bok Thur Sao pleaded. Director, what do I do now? Bean Din replied, something's not quite right. How did you lure Kong Nguyen Vuong here? But now is not the time to think about this. Now there are two options. One is to deal with Kong Nguyen Vuong while luring Kong Nguyen over. Or the extremist will kill Kong Nguyen Vuong first. You seize the opportunity to obtain the Kong Nguyen Vuong title. Which one will you choose, Bok Thur Sao? What choice is there? Without Knight's help I can't beat Kong Nguyen Vuong, let alone luring Kong Nguyen here. Bean Din, so only the extreme way remains. Bok Thur Sao full of momentum. Attack, let's take it down together. Liu Enhat replied, very good. Bok Thur Sao, my computational power bet still has 88 points. Perhaps enough for me to resurrect one more time, right? So if I lose badly, I can still bring this state to find you. Just wait to regroup. We will together obtain the Kong Nguyen Vuong title. Bok Thur Sao attacked Kong Nguyen Vuong, but all were easily dodged by him. Bok Thur Sao stared in astonishment. This attack power. He was startled to see Kong Nguyen Vuong suppressed by chains in front of him. He couldn't move. He was continuously attacked by an unidentified force. Bok Thur Sao exclaimed in confusion. Kong Nguyen Vuong is suppressed. Kong Nguyen Vuong collapsed. Liu Enhat explained. He can always release the structure to escape or deal with us. Quickly merge the area that limits its add-on structure. In his hand was a pistol. Note, everything has been changed to ordinary pistols. Bok Thur Sao understood, raised his hand. In the distance, large boulders floated in the air. He secretly marveled. Amazing, clearly just a helper, yet through himself he helps himself. In an instant, he forced Kong Nguyen Vuong to use the add-on structure. Then Bok Thur Sao shouted, "White smash!" The floating boulders suddenly merged into a giant rock mass. Liu Enhat stood silently observing. He grinned slyly. The add-on structure is restricted. Bok Thur Sao only thought of the bet just now, muttering, I can win the bet, right? The battle continued. Many gunshots were fired at Kong Nguyen Vuong. He was on guard, retreating backward. Liu Enhat raised his gun directly at Kong Nguyen Vuong. Successive shots fired, unable to dodge in time, he was shot through the body. Liu Enhat smirked after relentless waves of attacks. Kong Nguyen Vuong had no strength left to fight. He collapsed to the ground, whole body numb and unable to move. Bok Thur Sao was dumbfounded by the scene before him directly. It was finished directly. Fighting from the beginning, the only point he needed from me was the add-on structure to control Kong Nguyen Vuong. But I'm about to win completely, just a little more, Kong Nguyen Vuong will die. I can then obtain the Kong Nguyen Vuong title. He glanced at Liu Enhat, thinking, hurry up and finish it. Liu Enhat stood there smiling without saying a word. Bok Thur Sao was surprised after hearing Liu Enhat speak. To thank you. I'll give you a chance. Tell me why you want to kill Kong Nguyen. If your answer satisfies me, I might let you go. Bok Thur Sao pondered, perhaps having made a decision. He stepped forward, intending to strike Kong Nguyen Vuong directly, thinking in his head, just kill Kong Nguyen Vuong, just kill it. No matter what, I'll accept it. Imprisonment, teleportation state, imprisonment. Bok Thur Sao used all his strength to press the blade down. A little more, just a little more. He looked up and said to Liu Enhat, if you want to know, then I'll tell you. Liu Enhat stared at him expressionlessly. Before he finished speaking, Bok Thur Sao was shot through the body. A notification appeared. You have killed player Bok Thur Sao. Liu Enhat, holding the gun, said, forget it, one look and I knew it was nothing good, just kill him directly. Then another notification appeared. You have killed the leader of Kong Nguyen gathering area, Kong Nguyen King. Liu Enhat was indifferent, not caring at all. Liu Enhat thought. After dealing with Kong Nguyen King, the Kong Nguyen gathering area did not collapse. It seems that to break a zone to obtain computing power, the only way is to destroy its core. I wonder how much computing power is here. Is it enough for number 1 to upgrade to tier 3? A voice rang out, interrupting his train of thought. Before you destroy this zone's core, I suggest you use the soul horse to collect a Kong Nguyen and see, there will be a surprise. Liu Enhat asked, puzzled. A surprise? Can you be a bit more specific? Minza said, explaining now would waste a lot of time. If the Kong Nguyen King squad of this Kong Nguyen gathering area spawns, there won't be any surprise anymore. He asked back. The monster leader will respawn, Minza replied. Of course, only the respawn method is different. He said, all right then. But earlier I merged Bok Thur Sao's area with the gathering area. Temporarily they can't be separated. Destroying his private area was just to deal with him. Otherwise, when dealing with the core, he might ambush me, and that would be bad. Elsewhere, this was Moku City, the respawn point. Bok Thursao stood there with a vicious expression. He said, "No, can't you revive in your private area? Why did I return directly? I still have 88 comp power points." Notification: because the support module in your private area no longer has 100 comp power, you cannot be revived by the support module at the resurrection point. You have permanently died. Bok Thursao clutched his head and screamed. Private message, Bok Thursao message. Director, I'm sorry, Veen Din replied. It's just a crushing defeat, that's all. Don't worry about it, and since you two are free now, turn it off. Go make some arrangements, look up his real-world information based on his in-game strength. He's very difficult to deal with, see if we can get anything on him from the real world. Bok Thursao replied, got it. Back to Lu Enhat comp power. 88, he was surprised. Only 88. Bok Thursao's private area was destroyed. Comp power not enough for 100, can't revive in the private area. He continued, didn't Bok Thursao already return to Moku City? No wonder Bok Thursao wasn't here guarding his private area. So he died a long time ago? Forget it, it's settled. Next, I'll follow Minza's advice, go catch a Voidborn to see what surprise it holds. Before him, black Voidborn lay scattered everywhere outside and inside the cave. Lu Enhat thought, what's going on? The Voidborn along the way are all killing each other. He cautiously entered, but following Minza's instructions, the few stragglers he tried to capture all turned red-black. Not a failure, they just resisted futilely and chose to self-destruct. After a while, he reached the base nest, the Voidborn gathering area. He had unknowingly walked into the deepest part of the Voidborn gathering area. Lu Enhat fell into thought. If I directly destroy the base nest of the Voidborn gathering area, I can definitely obtain a large amount of comp power. But what happens after that? This area is just one part of the gathering zone. Likely the pattern for the entire outer area of floor 2 will be the same. One zone, with no one to help me control the core of the gathering area's leader. I definitely won't be able to handle the outer area on floor 2. This might be the only chance to obtain comp power in one go. If after destroying this base nest, the total obtained isn't enough to upgrade number 1, Lu Enhat realized he could be trapped here. What would I do then? After recalling everything from the past, he realized he had fallen for Bok Thursao's scheme back then, without thinking carefully about the meaning of that act. Now looking back, the black Voidborn's behavior toward the white Voidborn was generating comp power. If they just destroyed them directly, why go to such trouble? Both pushing the white Voidborn to resist and then eliminating them. Lu Enhat now understood. If he could obtain the method to generate comp power and implement it here simultaneously. Suddenly, a white Voidborn flew over. Lu Enhat immediately became alert. Speaking of which, after killing the Voidborn King, there was also a hint. Notification. Because you killed the Voidborn King, the hatred value of the black Voidborn toward you plus 50, the favorability of the white Voidborn toward you plus 50. Lu Enhat examined the creature in front of him. So this is a white Voidborn, he said. Minza didn't specify which type of Voidborn to catch, this one should be fine. 50 favorability. Then he shouted, Soul Bind. Notification. White Voidborn 727 has agreed to follow you. Please name it. ID 727. Awaiting name, Voidborn race. Danger level attributes: attack 50, defense 50, strength 50, agility 50, constitution 50, intelligence 50. Perception 50, HP 500 500, energy 50-50. Skills: mirror shield attachment, calamity enhancement. Each time you kill a Voidborn, you gain 1 stack of calamity enhancement, max 100 stacks. All attributes plus 5 per stack of calamity enhancement. When successfully reaching 100 stacks, title reward: Voidborn Chieftain. Title: Voidborn Chieftain. If killed, you may randomly borrow a Voidborn in the Voidborn Gathering area to resurrect. Times 10. Note: currently the Voidborn Gathering area has no Voidborn King. Acquiring the title Voidborn King will make you the owner of the Voidborn Gathering area. After obtaining the Voidborn King title, the Voidborn Chieftain title will be revoked. When Calamity Enhancement begins to increase, the owner of the Calamity Enhancement state is not allowed to leave the Voidborn Gathering area. Lu Enhat exclaimed, This is the surprise Minza was talking about. Looking at the white Voidborn in his hand, he continued, if I nurture it into a Voidborn King, doesn't that mean I'll own this Voidborn Gathering area? If I can get this area, won't I indirectly obtain the method to generate comp power? Lu Enhat laughed happily. This really is a big surprise. Notification. Please name Voidborn 727. He said, all white, so I'll call it Little White. Although a bit random, a standout name is easier to remember. Notification. Naming successful. Lu Enhat thought, quickly go set Little White's disaster enhancement layers. If not, other Void Essences will get there first. Dealing with the Void Essence King is a huge problem. Actually, Bok Thursao has the ability to seize states. It is not a complete disaster enhancement. So that's why we need to kill the Void Essence King, right? He almost became the master of the Void Essence Convergence Zone. Around the Void Essence Convergence Zone, but now it's mine. Some sounds came out, those are black void essences. Lu Enhat saw that, without hesitation drew his gun, aimed at them. He shot void essence number 789 and it fell to the ground. Beside him to easily kill the other void essences. Lu Enhat ordered, "Little White harvest." Little White charged in, immediately a notification. "Your spirit beast has killed void essence number 789, bloodline breakthrough layers +1. The black void essences realized someone was secretly watching them. Lu Enhat hiding in a nearby bush was discovered. They seemed to be discussing a plan. Their glowing red eyes looked toward him. Lu Enhat thought, damn, something's off. He immediately turned and ran, not forgetting to say, "Little White, let's go." The black void essence swarm followed right behind. His judgment wasn't wrong, they really all came chasing. Lu Enhat thought, weren't they killing each other before? Why are they suddenly a group? Must quickly get to number 1. I can't handle this many void essences here. He began to speed up. Behind him, tens of thousands of black void essences were chasing, like ghosts, more and more. Lu Enhat leaped to the other side. He said, "Quick, over here, Little White." Little White was trying to fly across. He paused slightly. What's going on? Why is he just hovering around the edge of the void essence convergence zone? Can't get out. Summon spirit beast. Notification. Restricted by the void essence convergence zone. Your spirit beast, Little White, has gained the disaster enhancement state of the void essence convergence zone. Layer count begins to increase. Cannot leave the void essence convergence zone. Lu Enhat was stunned. So this is the reason why the Void Essence King couldn't leave the Void Essence Convergence Zone before. Little White was confused, he now understood, so that's it. Then just farm levels right here boost Little White's strength. The Black Void Essence swarm flew toward Little White, so that Little White here could become the Void Essence King. After a fierce battle, the Black Void Essences lay scattered all over the ground. The fate of these Void Essences was truly miserable. Little White stomped his foot on the ground, let out a breath. He spread his wings wide, using a little strength to cause gusts of wind around. Little White from head to toe was covered in a jade green armor. His muscular build made him look even more majestic. System displays information. Little White, title Void Essence King, White Void Essence Tribe, disaster level. Level reward HP x10, mental power x4, all stats ratio +1. Attributes: attack power 1650, defense power 1650, strength 550, agility 550, constitution 550, intelligence 550, perception 550, HP 175,001 mental power 33,033,000. Skill: mirror body possession. HP consumed in a short time converts into defense, 1 HP for 1 defense. Bloodline breakthrough. Each time a void essence death is collected, gain 1 layer of bloodline breakthrough state. Current layers 100. HP increased by 10,000. Taunt. Taunted target is aggravated. Target's attack power reduced. Target's perception. Lure target to attack. Reinforce. Modify rules. Void Essence Convergence Zone passive skill. Disaster enhancement activated. Layers 100. Little White stood among 7 black void essences. The other black ones were about to charge but had to stop. They panicked and decided to turn and fly away when they saw the corpses of their kin on the ground. Lu Enhat arrived. Little White knelt on one knee, respectful toward Lu Enhat. He said, "Those quality attributes are really perfect for me now. If I could take him with me, wouldn't I be able to sweep any convergence zone? But I can't take him out of this convergence zone." But Lu Enhat didn't dwell on that. He said excitedly, "Little White, let's go, take me to seize computing power." The two went to the Emperor's shell. A black tribe member saw them. It was preparing to attack. Quick as lightning, Little White struck, leaving it no chance to react. Lu Enhat looked up at the Emperor's shell and realized something. After a void essence of the Black Void tribe was killed, the Emperor's shell lit up a bit. This compared to before, when white Void Essence tribe members were killed at the edge of the convergence zone. The Emperor's shell there had a similar situation. What is the connection between these two? After Little White became Void Essence King, all black Void Essences gathered here. Although they wouldn't attack Little White, they were very hostile toward me. As he thought, he watched Little White step by step move forward. The black Void Essences flying above had no intention of approaching. Little White touched his hand to the body of the Emperor's shell, and when he pulled his hand back, he drew out a red orb. That action caused the flock of Void Source Black Clan to panic and fly far away. Liu Yi smiled lightly. Zio Bai knelt on one knee and offered the orb to Liu Yi. He took it. Immediately after, a notification appeared. Computational power obtained, 2,535 points. Please quickly transfer it into your model's support object. Liu Yi was not satisfied. Only 2,535 points of computational power. It's truly not enough. Including this 2,525 points of computational power, I have a total of 3,081 points. To upgrade number 1 to the 3rd rank, I need to upgrade Ming Snake to level 20 and 2,000 points of computational power, which means a total of 3,450 points of computational power. He thought and looked towards Xiaobai. Now he could only place his hope on the computational power tree. As if understanding, the boy looked up at the sky. In the sky, the flock of Void Source Black Clan was still waiting to attack. Xiaobai took a running start and leaped up, throwing a punch straight at the tree trunk. The Black Clan members rushed fiercely at the same time, but before they could attack, they were beaten to pieces. They collapsed, falling limp to the ground. On the other side, Liu Yu was stunned by the scene before his eye. What was Xiaobai doing? After being attacked, the tree's bark gradually cracked. As the bark gradually disappeared, its entire body emitted light. That was the computational power. Xiaobai walked over and presented the computational power to Liu Yi. He took the computational power, surprised. The notification displayed, computational power obtained, 376 points. Please quickly transfer it into your model's support object. Liu Yi pondered, so it was possible to create computational power. The space was quiet. The two stood in a vast area full of trees and grass, he thought. Earlier, he had told Xiaobai to collect several batches of computational power, while also observing the overall situation of the entire Void Source King assembly area. Although he couldn't directly converse with Xiaobai, he had basically understood what was going on. In this part of the assembly area, there were two nests. One was the nest of the Void Source White Clan on the outside of the assembly area. The other was the nest of the Void Source Black Clan on the inside of the assembly area. The computational power generated. If a member defending the nest of their own clan died, the corresponding nest would produce computational power from within. The original purpose of this computational power was to help one's clan resist external enemies. However, when the nest was controlled by an outside enemy, this method would instead become a means for the enemy to obtain even more computational power. After understanding, he told Xiaobai to do his best to help him obtain computational power. Although slaughtering an entire clan like that was very cruel, it was terrifying anyway. But after a battle with the Black Clan, Xiaobai won and offered all the computational power to Liu Yi. The notification displayed. Computation power has reached Layer 2 today. The collection limit is 8,000 points. Please upgrade your private zone to advance to Layer 3 of the outer area. Lu Enhat could only weep in frustration. He knew it. Sitting inside private zone number 1, he began to lament. This is so aggravating. There's a pile of computation power right before my eyes and I can't do anything with it. He asked Minza, is there any way to bring the non-origin gathering zone along to Layer 3 of the outer area? He replied, you could merge number 1 into the non-origin gathering zone as a symbiosis, like the non-origin white tribe and the non-origin black tribe. It's just that if you do that, given the size of the non-origin gathering zone, the computation power you'd need to upgrade the private zone would increase 100-fold. Oh come on, that's way too brutal. What about Little White then? Is there any way to bring it along without any loss? Minza replied, there's definitely no way without loss, but I suggest you leave it here to collect computation power. Perhaps one day we'll need it. Lu Enhat chuckled dryly, thinking to himself, one day is nothing more than a comforting lie. The origin realm will encroach upon reality in just a few more days. How am I supposed to come back and retrieve the computation power? Forget it. I've achieved my goal for Layer 2, I shouldn't be greedy. Having made up his mind, he said, I'll take your advice and leave it here. As for the rest of us, he shouted, upgrade number 1 to advance to Layer 3 of the outer area. Notice, adult Minza's level has increased to 20. The model's suppressive force against the outer area has weakened by 30%. Currently, the outer area's suppressive force against you is 38.6%. Consuming 2,000 computation power, number 1's grade has risen to grade 3. The limit for withstanding player force has increased, and the mu intensity has increased. The outer area's suppressive force weakened by 5%. Adult Minza's level cap increased to 30. Number 1's purchase functions have upgraded. Current computation power, 5,100. Accumulated computation power, 10,000. Attention, number 1 is about to enter Layer 3 of the outer area. All members linked to number 1, please proceed to number 1. Otherwise, all statuses linked to number 1 will be automatically revoked. Minza leveled up, directly elevating the private zone to Layer 3. Lu Enhat thought, I'm probably the second fastest person to reach Layer 3 of the outer area. The authority to maintain speed is basically in my pocket. A group message popped up. Nguyen Tay, help, I've been swallowed by a void. Scorching Hot, the leader of the New Order Guild, responded with nothing but a string of question marks. Striking Thunder replied, so you're dead, Scorching Hot. Striking Thunder and I got lucky and found each other. We're now on Layer 2. She said, tell us a bit about your situation, we'll see if we can rescue you. Nguyen Tay replied, Ah, there's no way now, I'm on layer 3 right now. In here there's nothing like a private zone at all. Striking Thunder said, your speed is way too fast. Nguyen Tay said, what about Yes? Has Yes also reached layer 3? Help me. Lu Enhat read the messages, his mouth dropping open in astonishment. How did Nguyen Tay manage to be even faster than me? Nguyen Tay message. Where's Yes? Has Yes reached layer 3 yet? Help me. Lu Enhat pondered, wondering, why does Nguyen Tay have so many secret techniques for special realms? Could it be solely based on her personal strength? He held his head. Forget it. The outer territory is so vast, whether we even run into each other is an unknown variable. No point thinking so much about it. When we meet, I'll just stay on guard. The group exchange lit up again. Nguyen Tay, are you there? Yes. Please hold on. Striking Thunder stopped calling out. Besides you, no one else is that freakishly fast. Did you really reach layer 3 already? Yes, it's me. I just got to layer 3. Even Striking Thunder was speechless at the two of them. Nguyen Tay said, this is a photo I accidentally took when I entered here. If you see it, remember to help me. Then she sent the picture and he agreed. Countless voids soared through the air. Lu Enhat had set foot on the third layer of the outer palace. An enormous black-headed golden void appeared. Lu Enhat had used a false construct to conceal number 1. Lu Enhat panicked. Could it really be such a coincidence? He confirmed the image she had sent earlier once more. He thought, so the question now is, save her or not? Lu Enhat recalled the memory of Nguyen Tay, stopping him from talking in the group. Nguyen Tay sent a photo of the 100 Flowers Wisdom God sitting on a rock, along with a key. This is the key data I just managed to retrieve near the monster leader. I have no idea where the modular data processing center is or what it does. Lu Enhat was stunned. The key to the modular data processing center. Lu Enhat stood on a rock disguised as a void. He asked, Minza, what's this key to the modular data processing center all about? Minza asked back, where did you hear about that? He began to explain, this is one of the necessary conditions for us to enter the modular data processing center. Lu Enhat realized that this meant if he encountered it, he had to fight for it. Minza replied, definitely, but normally the key is held by one of the superclass monster leaders on layer 4. Why are you suddenly asking about this? Do you have intel on the key? He answered, it's inside the body of that supergiant void. At that same moment, the black-headed golden void was right before their eyes. Group chat, yes, I think I'm by the void that you sent the picture of. What do I do to get inside? Nguyen Tay quickly replied, just jump straight into the void. Remember to leave computing power in your personal domain. In case you die, you can revive there. Yes, okay, somewhere on the second floor of the outer court hall, Nhu Loi is on the scene and Hot Temper is there. Nhu Loi spoke up. If you can revive in your own personal domain after dying, wouldn't our guild leader become a side character? Not only slower than them but also no less than them. Hot Temper replied, don't think wildly, we're all teammates. Their speed being fast is also a good thing for us. We should still think a bit about how to deal with that monster boss. On its head seems to be the key that Nguyen Tay sent. Back to the third floor of the outer court hall at Liu Enhat's position, he slightly crouched. If the item needs to be contested, then I'll just have to go. Minza reminded, be careful, I'll wait for you at number 1. Liu Enhat leaped up to approach the black and yellow-headed Quiku, not forgetting to say, then number 1, sorry to trouble you. He managed to cling to the skin of the yellow-headed Quiku. First, his hand clung to the skin, rolling down. Liu Enhat's eyes widened, his body slowly sinking deeper and deeper, until he was completely inside. Elsewhere, two people were high-fiving in celebration, happily cooperating. Those two were Thuyen Dung and Chuang Van. Thuyen Dung crossed his arms and smiled. We're probably the fastest to reach the third floor, right? Chuang Van replied. Not necessarily, Du has probably also reached the third floor. Before Bok Thur 6 ended the livestream, Du had basically dealt with the boss in the assembly domain. If there was enough computing power in the assembly domain, Du would have reached the third floor outer court grounds earlier than us. Thuyen Dung said slyly, then if we encounter him, we'll conveniently take care of him. His trump card after 2 consecutive battles. Basically, I've got it clearly. The rest is, when dealing with him, we must grasp the strategy and timing firmly. Chuang Van replied, the outer court grounds are so large, encountering him is a matter of luck. Notification, you have arrived at the third floor outer court grounds. Warning. Warning, the third floor outer court hall is determined to be an extremely dangerous area, automatically changing appearance to block outside creatures' perception. The outside where the two stood had been disguised as a Quiku. Chuang Van looked up, pondering, extremely dangerous area, then suddenly realized something. Thuyen Dung still with arms crossed. This third floor outer court grounds has some tricks. Any system notification? Thuyen Dung saw Chuang Van staring in one direction. He asked, what's wrong? Is there something in that direction? Then he also turned to look. The two looked towards the black and yellow-headed Quiku. Chuang Van said. It seems just now I saw something far away. Inside the black and yellow-headed Kui Ku, Liu Enhat prepared to land. He flew down from the sky. Below was a ruined, abandoned city. Bok Hoa Tri then was sitting on the rocks in the center. Notification. You have entered the private domain Than Mo of Bok Hoa Tri Then's avatar. The suppressing force of the outer court grounds is judging Bok Hoa Tri Then's avatar. Hatred value towards you is 100. Bok Hoa Tri Then avatar begins to track you. Bok Hoa Tri Then avatar tracking level on you +1. System introduction. Bok Hoa Tri Then avatar level 95, calamity level boss monster. Suddenly her eyes emitted red light. Liu Enhat prepared to land, thinking, this time not only without Min Za's control, but also without countless additional restrictions, and my strength is suppressed by 40%. How do I deal with this to get the key? Suddenly green vines emerged from the ground, all rushing towards Liu Enhat. Liu Enhat reacted quickly, drew his weapon and slashed them. He slashed one vine after another. He thought, this attack distance isn't this whole area its attack range. How can I fight like this? Suddenly a vine attacked Liu Enhat from behind. He only had 1/3 of his health left. With a thud, the vine stabbed straight into the ground. Bok Hoa Tri then had been silently standing and watching. She flew up, about a hand's breadth above the rocks. She watched the attacking vines, dust flew everywhere. Liu Enhat's notification. You have received an attack from Bok Hoa Tri Then avatar. HP deducted 3,320, then HP continues to decrease. -3,220, -3,520. Liu Enhat was overwhelmed by consecutive attacks, unable to react. Notification, you have used recovery successively, HP recovered, 3,320, 3,220, 3,520. Liu Enhat cursed, damn it, am I just going to be stuck here forever? He looked to the side, Angel the sword was resisting the vine. Suddenly a flash of blue light shot past. The blue light quickly weaved through each vine, finally stopping in the air behind Bok Hoa Tri Then. That was Nguyen Tay, she shouted. Nhu Kin Ji Tin, shoot the target, apply 1 stack of crystal dissolution status. When the number of crystal dissolution stacks exceeds 3, there is a certain chance to disintegrate the target, deducting the target's life value. The dispel status persists for 30 minutes after applying 1 stack of dispel to the target, and the skill's cooldown begins at 10 minutes. Green arrows are fired one after another. They dive down, striking the 100-flower goddess in the back. She turns around in irritation. She controls countless vines, sending them rushing toward Nguyen Tay. Liu Enhat is caught off guard, speechless. Nguyen Tay once again skillfully dodges each vine. Dodging all the vines, weaving a zigzag path, Nguyen Tay runs to Liu Enhat and says, come on, an uncharted area is opening up. The two of them go inside. Liu Enhat bows his head, panting. After a moment he looks up and thinks, a safe zone. He looks seriously at Nguyen Tay and says, thank you. If you hadn't shown up in time, I'd definitely be done for. Nguyen Tay smiles happily. You came to help me after all, it should be me thanking you. Back to the main issue, Liu Enhat asks, how can we get out of here? Don't tell me we have to take it down. He looks toward the location of the 100-flower goddess's avatar and says, then the difficulty is way too high. Nguyen Tay wears a thoughtful expression. I've tried many ways to leave here, even jumping off the edge of this area, but I couldn't leave no matter what. It was precisely because I jumped off the edge and then appeared here that I discovered there's a safe zone like this. Nguyen Tay, with a puzzled look, continues. It's just that, although leaving the safe zone means you'll be attacked by the 100-flower goddess's avatar, it wasn't as extreme as just now. It started attacking from so far away. She gives Liu Enhat a meaningful look. Did you do something to offend it? Otherwise, why would it treat you like that? Liu Enhat is a bit confused. Nguyen Tay confidently places a hand on her chest. But that's even better. To deal with it, we need you to draw its attention like that. Liu Enhat glances at her. He leans against the wall and says, so your plan is, go ahead, I'm in. I don't know how else to get that key. Is it killing the monster boss or some other condition? Nguyen Tay reveals, I have a skill. As long as I can seize 3 chances to maintain its status, I can take it down. We've already done 2. As long as you can draw the 100-flower goddess's aggro, I'm sure the final chance will finish it. Liu Enhat remains silent, giving no reply. Meanwhile, outside the blue tomb, disguised as a black and yellow-headed Guisu, Yuan Dung asks Chuang Van, are you sure you didn't see wrong? Chuang Van insists, I'm sure. Yuan Dung smiles confidently, all right then, let's go. The two jump towards the black and yellow-headed Guisu, heading to split the primordial realm, computing power rights on Danao's body. Transition to Liu Yi's location. Foot planted on a rock, Liu Yi stands upright, weapon in hand, eyes gazing forward. In front of him is Bok Hoa Tri Then, staring at him with fury. Bok Hoa Tri Then sits cross-legged, pointing a single finger to command the vines to attack Liu Yi. A massive wave of vines surges toward him. All attribute enhancement blessing 900. System displays, attributes, strength 1000, agility 1000, constitution 1000, intelligence 1000, perception 1000, HP 60,000 60000. Energy 5207,000, rank 1 after advancing to 3rd grade. Strength cap increased to 1000 all attributes. Liu Yi slashes apart a series of vines. Private message, duh, hurry up, I can only maintain this state for half a minute. Bok Hoa Tri then raises both hands, another wave of vines is unleashed. They attack Liu Yi. Viewed from behind, he seems engulfed by the dense vines. Private message, Nguyen Tae, I'm here, a green flash appears. She swiftly charges toward Nguyen Tae, who is on the left side of Bok Hoa Tri then. Taking advantage of her unawareness, a green wind blade shoots over. Nguyen Tae quickly closes in, speed-enhanced star dispersion. Nguyen Tae flies forward rapidly, she reaches out to grab the key. Die for me, a blinding golden light erupts. At the center are the silhouettes of Nguyen Tae and Bok Hoa Tri. The vines wrapped around Liu Yi suddenly scatter, surprising him a little. He looks toward Nguyen Tae and calls out, did it succeed? Only to see Nguyen Tae falling beside Bok Hoa Tri then. Liu Yi shouts, what's going on? A private message appears, Nguyen Tae, save me. With a crash, Nguyen Tae hits the ground. Liu Yi dashes through the vines at extreme speed, looking down from above. Bok Hoa Tri then prepares to use her power to attack Nguyen Tae. Nguyen Tae sends a message. Attribute difference too great, judgment counterattack skill failed. Character has lost control. Liu Yi approaches Bok Hoa Tri then. She is in a frozen state. He looks at the key and thinks the light on that key has vanished. Opportunity. Liu Yi leaps up, quickly snatching the key above Bok Hoa Tri then's head. Key description. Digital Module Processing Center Key Activation. Notification. Your current Origin World computational authority is less than 25%. Cannot forcibly seize. He panics, 25% authority. Liu Yi looks down to see Bok Hoa Tri then's face darken, only her eyes still glowing red. Liu Yi jumps onto the vines and leaps to the safe zone over there. In his mind, the enhancement blessing is about to end. Better return to the safe area first. Liu Yi lands in the safe zone, holding Nguyen Tae in his arms, running while dodging the pursuing vines. Nguyen Tae, cradled in Liu Yi's arms, blushes slightly. Finally, the two successfully enter the safe area. He thinks, 25% Origin World computational authority is enough to seize the key. Liu Yi sets Nguyen Tae down, thinking to himself, the Origin World computational authority on Nguyen Tae definitely exceeds 5%. Just need to take the computational authority from her, and I'll have enough. Liu Yi silently looks at the motionless Nguyen Tae before him. Private message, Nguyen Tae, the way you held me just now attracted me. When can you move? Nguyen Tae, not sure yet. So annoying, I've never even seen these attributes I had before. Yeah, I need to discuss something with you. Two unidentified objects appear in the sky. Liu Yi has noticed them, he looks up. What's that sound? Yuan Dung and Chuang Van have appeared, Liu Yi's eyes wide. That's. Then he grins, no need to feel awkward anymore. The ones gifting Origin World computational authority have arrived. A private message appears on screen. Nguyen Tae, what's wrong? Nothing, you just wait in the safe zone and recover first. I'll go deal with those who came from outside. Nguyen Tae looks like the shelter director and the tower masters. Are you sure? At this moment, Thuan Dung is about to land. He looks down at the ruined city. At its center is Bok Hoa Tri then and says, so that's the leader of this private territory. Thuan Dung's expression turns more guarded. He mutters to himself, keep some distance, don't attract the monster leader right after arriving. Come to think of it, after reaching the 3rd floor, I haven't seen any private territory fragments anymore. Now it seems all private territories have disguised themselves as ruin. Thuan Dung looks down, unable to help wondering. I wonder where Da is right now. Just now, together with Chuang Van, I searched around outside this area but couldn't find Da's private territory. Well hidden. Finally, he lands on the ground. Thuan Dung's figure emerges through the thick dust and smoke. He says, but it's all the same since we know Da is here. Then we'll settle it right here. First, we need to take the Origin World computational authority from him, then we'll talk. Thuan Dung stands straight, seriously scanning the surroundings, listening to Ho Cha Tu. After losing Origin World computational authority in areas outside private territories, enhancements can no longer be used. Even if you have computing power, it's useless. Bok Hoa Tri then's eyes still emit red light. She lifts her head as if sensing something. Thuan Dung is still lost in thought. The principles are the same, but the more primordial realm computational authority, the better. In the outer area, there must be many advantages we don't know about yet. We need to quickly obtain as much primordial realm computational authority as possible. He was so absorbed in thought that he didn't realize he was in Liu Enhat's sights. System notification, blessing, all attribute enhancement 900. Covering prayer 1000 attack power, next attack increased by 50,000. And a shake judgment triples the damage. Thuan Dung seemed to sense something wrong and turned around. He was already surrounded by Liu Enhat's bullets. This is Thuan Dung's skill. Thuan Dung was knocked back by the bullets. Liu Enhat said happily, all right, but something is not right. His health bar was still more than half. Notification, you have been affected by player Thuan Dung's blade armor skill. Calculating damage, Judgment complete, your HP decreased by 40%. Yuan Deng slowly stood up, grinning with amusement. It's you. He let out a shout. Yeah. Then a huge explosion occurred. Yuan Deng, wielding a giant hammer, charged toward Liu Enhat, his voice full of excitement. Just now I was racking my brain wondering where you were, and you appeared right away. How thoughtful of you. Liu Enhat readied his sword for battle, saying, thoughtful? Let's see who ends up being the thoughtful one. Yuan Deng slammed his hammer down. Liu Enhat dodged, not forgetting to retaliate with a slash. With that speed of yours, it's suicide for you to face me. How ridiculous. Liu Enhat slashed right through Yuan Deng. System notification. You have been affected by player Yuan Deng's blade armor skill. Calculating damage. Judgment complete. Your HP decreased by 10%. Your HP decreased by another 10%. Yuan Deng stood before Liu Enhat holding the huge hammer. Ridiculous. Right now you're definitely thinking of using that speed to run away. Don't tell me you're going to get killed by me. Liu Enhat looked serious. But unfortunately at that moment the system displayed spine-chilling taunt, target lock. He tried to dodge Yuan Deng's strike. Liu Enhat hadn't given up. He swung his sword at Yuan Deng. Another notification. You have been affected by player Yuan Deng's blade armor skill. Calculating damage. Judgment complete. Your HP is now 5%. He froze in disbelief. Yuan Deng seized the opening, raised his hammer to attack and said, you can't move anymore. Liu Enhat used consecutive sword strikes to block the hammer while activating recovery. Yuan Deng roared sarcastically, yeah, so you're going all out with me. Yuan Deng's notification appeared. Life value swap consuming 10%. Recover 20% HP within 10 seconds. He said mockingly, you think you're the only one with recovery? Sorry, I have it too, and it doesn't even consume recovery energy. Liu Enhat thought that's a physical type skill. Yuan Deng raised his hammer high and leaped. Despair. Liu Enhat quickly dodged, but Yuan Deng still said smugly, you're facing an immortal who can risk it all. The fortress that never falls, the realm's shelter. Despair, tremble, then hand over your life. Another exchange of blows between Liu Enhat and Yuan Deng. Notification. Your life recovery swap skill has been interrupted. Yuan Deng was surprised. Liu Enhat said confidently, sorry, I just happened to figure out how to break your recovery skill. Yuan Deng's health bar was now only about half, but he didn't waver. He grabbed his hammer and continued attacking. The system kept delivering bad news. Your life recovery swap skill has been interrupted. Yuan Deng's health bar was almost empty. Liu Enhat said, die for me, I am undefeated. The notification appeared once again. Your life recovery swap skill has been interrupted. Yuan Deng took a heavy hit. His health bar was nearly depleted. Liu Enhat rushed forward fiercely, sword in hand, slashing at Yuan Deng. Die, you fortress that never falls, realm shelter. Suddenly a voice rang out, recover. Yuan Deng stood firm on the rubble. The place where they fought was covered in dust. Liu Enhat was a bit surprised that Yuan Deng was still alive, and his health bar had risen to nearly half. He looked around. Someone seemed to be assisting him. It was Chuang Van. Liu Enhat stepped forward, pointing his gun in front of Yuan Deng and said resolutely, no matter who comes, no one can stop me from killing you. System notification. Yes, covering life force judgment of the shared pendulum triples damage. Yuan Deng's entire body emitted a green light. Probably he was hit by Liu Enhat's bullet. System notification. Chuang Van's status frozen. Yuan Deng dropped to his knees. Notification. Blessing. All attribute enhancement has ended. Liu Enhat stepped back. Yuan Deng was being healed and he said, finally, you've arrived. Almost got to the main event. Chuang Van looked at Liu Enhat with a provocative smile. He continuously boosted Yuan Deng's power. Blessing. All attribute fixed enhancement 500 points. Liu Enhat said angrily, damn you. A vortex with a blue light spread out from Liu Enhat's position. Blessing. All attribute enhancement 900. Condense energy and fortress. Deduct 3,000 energy points from target. Chuang Van received a notification. Your energy has been greatly affected by the skill Condense Energy and Fortress. Mental power deducted by 3,000 points. Current mental power remaining 23 points. Chuang Van is puzzled. Then Liu Enhat leaps up. He grabs his sword and charges toward Chuang Van. If you've already given your blessing to someone else, then I'll deal with you first. Behind Liu Enhat, Yuan Deng raises his axe and rushes in. He reacts quickly, using his sword to block his strike. Liu Enhat grits his teeth, thinking, so annoying. The system issues another notification. Yes, a blessing in an enhanced state. HP 56,345 out of 60,000. Willpower 1,970 out of 7,000 currently on cooldown. Condensing mental power and fortification. Liu Enhat thinks. Is there anything that can limit this skill? Attack power and fortification burst. Target disarms all equipped weapons. Then something unexpected happens. All armor and the sword on Liu Enhat suddenly vanish. This makes him think. Attack power and fortification burst. Here, under Chuang Van's blessing, he obtained an exclusive attribute skill. Chuang Van's blessing is not the same as mine. Yuan Deng seizes the advantage, raising his axe high and shouting, This time let's see if you die or not. A huge explosion occurs. Rocks of all sizes fly out from the area. Yuan Deng looks bewildered. Lu Enhat blocked the blow with his bare hands. Chuang Van, standing right there, warns, "Don't be careless, keep up the pursuit." Yuan Deng continues his attack, then once more, this time with a little extra spice. Percentage converted to fortification and HP minus target's HP. He says smugly, "I'll deduct from your max HP. Let's see if you die." Another explosion occurs, this time on a much larger scale than before. Chuang Van, standing outside, says, "This time it's probably settled." The screen displays a private message from Chuang Van. "Not right, still haven't received a kill notification, continue attacking." From behind the thick dust, Yuan Deng slowly emerges. Private message, "Yuan Deng, something's off." Chuang Van is puzzled. Yuan Deng staring at the system panel in shock. What is this situation? Notification, your HP is lower than the opponent's. Your skill, attack power and HP conversion, has lost its effect. You have been counterattacked. Attack power and HP conversion. Your HP is deducted at the highest rate of 99%. Yuan Deng, full of doubt, Constitution attribute defying the heavens. My Constitution weight is +7. How could my HP be lower than the opponent's? Even if his Constitution is heaven-defying, the max HP should at least be equal to his. Lu Enhat slowly stands up. Behind him, countless giant vines burst up from the ground. Lu Enhat grins. Above is a very familiar figure, Bak Hoa Tri then. A resonance aura notification appears, targets within the light's coverage, causing blood resonance with each other. Current HP remaining 10%, automatically exiting resonance state. Aura range 500. Activating mental power consumption 1000 points. Duration 10 seconds. Another notification, maintaining the resonance halo. The reception target is the 100 Flowers Deity's avatar, as your HP is still 10% short. 100 Flowers Deity's avatar, HP remaining above 10%. 100 Flowers Deity's avatar's HP continues to decrease. The giant vines prepare for a new wave of attacks. Lu Enhat, Yuan Deng, and Chuang Van are standing on the vines. Chuang Van stares in shock, mouth agape. Is that the boss of this shard territory? At that moment, the 100 Flowers deity is floating in the air. Chuang Van continues, "How can we reach it? Our landing point is too far from it." He turns and orders, "Yuan Deng, retreat." As soon as he finishes, something flies by quickly, leaving a trail of blue light. Chuang Van is astonished. So the thing that just moved at high speed is Lu Enhat. He wields a sword and leaps to attack them. Chuang Van reaches out to support Yuan Deng when a system notification appears. Your power is insufficient, skill release failed. Chuang Van looks at his hand in confusion, saying, "This." Yuan Deng receives no support and is dealt a finishing blow by Lu Enhat. Yuan Deng's HP bar is completely empty, his image slowly fades, his mouth unable to utter a final word. Notification, you have killed player Yuan Deng. It is detected that Yuan Deng had 5% Mon Nguyen Jioi computational authority deducted. Your Mon Nguyen Jioi computational authority has increased to 26%. Yuan Deng and his hammer slowly fall. Lu Enhat smiles, holding the orb containing Mon Nguyen Jioi computational authority. He turns to Chuang Van and says, "It's your turn now. Go retreat." Chuang Van quickly jumps from the vines toward a building. As he runs, Chuang Van thinks, "This is too tough, I underestimated the enemy. Right from the start, I've been taken down." Moreover, a boss monster appeared as well. The situation is too dire. He keeps running inside, muttering to himself. "First, just hide and wait for Yuan Deng to re-enter. After we regroup, we'll figure out how to handle it." On the other side, Lu Enhat thinks his Mon Nguyen Jioi computational authority is sufficient. He runs like the wind, skillfully weaving through the green vines. Lu Enhat jumps onto a vine thinking, "I'll let him go for now. I must seize the remaining blessing time." In a flash, he is behind the 100 Flowers deity. He takes a running jump, heading straight for the key. He thinks he must secure it first. Lu Enhat reaches out and grabs the glowing key above the 100 Flowers deity's head. A notification immediately appears. It has detected that your Mon Nguyen Jioi computational authority is above 25%. Do you want to forcibly seize it? The Data Analysis Processing Center key has taken control of the authority. Lu Enhat answers decisively, "Yes." Notification. The Data Analysis Processing Center key has successfully seized authority. The 100 Flowers deity's avatar is dependent on the boss monster. Do you want to accept this subordinate? He secretly rejoices. Is there such a good thing? Lu Enhat immediately agrees. After accepting, his body emits a dazzling light. A loud noise rings out, catching Chuang Van's attention, making him stop. He turns his head. Wait! Now in front of Chuang Van is a chaotic mess with thick dust. He says, "Knight and the boss monster are not chasing me." Moreover, just now at the battle site, the sounds of fighting kept coming. Is Knight right now fighting that boss monster alone? Saying this, he immediately turns and runs back towards Lu Enhat. "I won't let this go. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance to deal with Knight." Lu Enhat steps out. He looks at the key in his hand and ponders. So this is the key to the Data Analysis Processing Center. I don't know exactly what it does, or is it simply for opening doors? I'll have to ask Minza to clarify when I get back. But for now, Lu Enhat looks at the 100 flowers deity floating nearby. He lifts his face, thinking, time to reap the rewards now that I have it. The entire Thanmo region will be under my full control. His determined gaze looks into the distance, just not knowing where Chuang Van has run off to. If I could have conveniently taken care of him as well just now, it would have been perfect. Fortunately, without Lu Enhat needing to search, Chuang Van comes to him on his own. Chuang Van sees that Lu Enhat has no problem being in close contact with the 100 flowers deity and is startled. He thinks, could it be that I miscalculated? Lu Enhat laughs to himself. You came back. Although I don't know why you returned, coming back is just great. In an instant, Lu Enhat kills Chuang Van, who lies motionless on the rocks. Notification: you have killed player Chuang Van. It is detected that Chuang Van had 5%. Mon Nguyen Jioi Computational Authority has been deducted. Your Mon Nguyen Jioi Computational Authority has increased to 31%. Message in group chat: Ngai Te, guild leader, go persuade Knight. He went there alone to deal with the floor boss and the shelter chief. Appearing like lightning, 1 against 2. Is Knight seeking death? I wouldn't even dare think of that, and he already ran off to do it. While fuming, the New Order guild leader asks, what exactly happened? You mentioned Knight, calm down. Appearing like lightning, it's a mess. Knight isn't responding. Is he dead? Has he lost face to talk to us? Now Knight messages, thanks for the concern, it's been dealt with. Nguyen Te was speechless, angrily leaving behind a few question marks. Appearing like a thunderclap, sending an exclamation mark. A private message popped up. Yes, when can you act? Nguyen Te, probably in about 10 minutes. Although you've resolved each minor conflict, there are still clones of the flower gods outside, so maybe you should head back first. Wait until I can act, then we'll figure out how to handle it. Yes, I've already dealt with the clones of the flower gods. Nguyen Te was astonished and didn't reply. Lu Enhat lifted a boulder with one hand, revealing a secret basement. He tossed the boulder aside. Lu Enhat and 100 Flowers Knowledge God stood above the basement opening, looking down. After observing for a while and seeing no unusual movement, he jumped down and landed lightly. Lu Enhat looked around the basement and discovered a pillar. On the pillar, an image of a black-headed golden turtle was projected. That was Daok Than Trang. He thought the computational power needed to reach level 4 was only 1,130 short. Such a large fragment land must have 1,130 points of computational power. Right. Lu Enhat touched the pedestal. Notification: private land Than Mo Devat Than Trang. Remaining computational power is 1. Lu Enhat's eyes widened in disbelief. So this is why the clones of the flower gods had no usable structure. Lu Enhat looked full of self-reproach, thoughtfully staring at the pedestal before him. Is it only this fragment land on level 3 of the outer land that has no computational power, or do all private lands lack it? If all the fragment lands on level 3 of the outer land have no computational power, that can't be possible, but such a huge fragment space has none. He became even more suspicious of those smaller areas. He waved his hand to dismiss those thoughts. Forget it, no more wild guesses. I'll figure everything out after I've come into contact with more private lands. Lu Enhat suddenly noticed something. He thought, what a headache. Is there a shortcut that can lead directly to the light sphere? He noticed a rotary switch on the wall. Lu Enhat stepped forward and turned the switch, opening a door. Then another room appeared. Inside, many spheres were floating in midair. Lu Enhat stood observing for a moment, then walked into the center of the room. Notification: teleportation device of the key to the Digital Modeling Data Processing Center has been activated. Destination: entrance of the Digital Modeling Data Processing Center. Do you wish to teleport? Lu Enhat was astonished, then smiled. Is there such a good thing? After thinking, he said, activate. Another notification appeared. Insufficient computational power detected, less than 2,000, cannot activate. The joy didn't last long. Lu Enhat's smile hadn't faded. Need 2,000? Then I must quickly return to room number 1 to get computational power. A while later, a path formed by stones led to the exit outside. The image showed Lu Enhat and Nguyen Te walking on the path, while on the mainland stood 100 Flowers Knowledge God. Lu Enhat rubbed his head, put his hand on his forehead and thought, really, I was too hasty. Not to mention whether the teleportation destination is real or fake, even if I successfully teleport there. What's the situation on the other side, whether it's dangerous or not, I have no idea. Spending 2,000 computational power, then arriving and getting killed a second later would be embarrassing. Nguyen Te behind him spoke up. Skill-wise, there's no mention of a risk of being counterattacked. It seems this is a hidden characteristic that requires the decision of skill A. The higher your own stats, the less you are affected. Lu Enhat turned back to look at her. She continued, so did you get the key on its head? Did you use that key to control it? Liu Enhat didn't answer. He kept walking, leaving Nguyen Tay behind for a while. Nguyen Tay ran up ahead and asked, what does that key even do, eh? And what place is the digital modeling data processing center? Do you want to go now? Take me with you. Liu Enhat glanced at her. He spoke, how much computational power do you have left? Nguyen Tay hesitantly replied, that, haha, I've used it all up. Liu Enhat asked in surprise. Used it all up, she answered. Yeah, and began to explain. You see, going to private land requires carrying computational power to return, and previously using an activated restriction structure to limit the appearance of monster leaders. Returning to my own private land also costs computational power to use the recovery structure to restore this body's condition. Going back and forth constantly used it all up. Liu Enhat was puzzled. Nguyen Tay continued. If I hadn't used it all up, I wouldn't have reached level 3 so quickly. Liu Enhat pondered. If so, it clearly says in the structure skill explanation that using that skill in the land will consume computational power. Why haven't I spent any computational power? Is it because of Min Za's help? His footsteps suddenly halted. Nguyen Tay was surprised to see that. He said seriously, we had a very unpleasant experience before. Can I still trust you this time? Nguyen Tay smiled. Is that okay? Liu Enhat with an inscrutable face said. All right then. First, don't leave Than Mo, wait for me to return. Cut to the private land where Chuang Van is staying, with Thuan Dung and Chuang Van sitting there. Chuang Van's face is full of anger. Turning to Thuan Dung, also with an arrogant expression. Chuang Van spoke up, breaking the silence. Actually, Do is not strong at all. As long as we use our skills well, we can still deal with him. Thuan Dung replied. How to deal with him within that perverted release range of his. At the start of the match, his power deduction skill can directly finish you off, but I am not his opponent. Chuang Van replied, not only that, in that Than Mo private land, there is also a monster leader that Da has controlled that needs to be dealt with. In Chuang Van's hand is a blue orb, that is the regression pearl. Records the player's data. When the player dies, the pearl will shatter. The player revives at the pearl, and the moment recorded, along with the recovery of the body's state, will be bound. Chuang Van, holding the regression pearl in hand, said, so we can only call for more help. Chuang Van, the master of Kak Lao, sends a message. Ding. I need you. In private land number 1, Liu Enhat sits on a large flying rock. He gazes pensively at Min Za, then recalls Nguyen Tay's words. That's right. Look, going to a private land requires using arithmetic power to activate the structure that limits the appearance of the monster leader. Returning to your own private land requires spending arithmetic power to use the structure to recover the body's state. Going back and forth like that uses it all up. Min Za is puzzled. A huge question mark appears above his head. Liu Enhat sighs, thinking no matter what, it is still helping him. Liu Enhat asks, about the starting point of that teleportation place, do you have any suggestions? Min Za replies, definitely possible, but there's a risk if the equipment is incomplete, then it will teleport directly to the 4th floor, where there are various disaster-level monster leaders. In that situation, you can only wait to die. Liu Enhat replies, but if the equipment isn't broken, we can reach the destination in one step. Liu Enhat with a serious expression, I want to take a gamble. He tells Min Za his plan. I will take 5,000 arithmetic power points, leaving 100 points at the commons, as a way to leave myself a path of retreat. If I die, I can still revive here, and then we can earn arithmetic power from scratch again. After hearing Liu Enhat's plan, Min Za expresses his thoughts. If you want to gamble, you might as well go big. Liu Enhat is surprised. Min Za continues. Right now you are the model digitization processing center that others are fighting over. Every minute and second counts for you. An image of Liu Enhat's private land appears. Nguyen Trang turned into a Quiku, flying with other Quiku. Min Za explains further. If you go there alone and carelessly die and have to return, then it basically means you have to say goodbye to the right to control the model digitization processing center and take me along with you. Not only does it keep your computational power from the risk of evaporating within an hour, it can also reduce widespread computational power consumption when you use the structure. Liu Enhat was surprised. He asked, you can follow me, leave the private domain. Min Serpent replied, but the consequence is that room number 1 will shatter, which means you will no longer be able to resurrect inside this room number 1. Of course, your life will no longer be bound to it. Liu Enhat wore a thoughtful expression, then raised his head and said, in the future, how much of your strength can you use? Min Serpent replied, with enough computational power, I can use 10 parts. Min Serpent coiled up, waiting for Liu Enhat to make a decision. He silently calculated. One was an immensely powerful strategy for a certain duration, the other a retreat path. But Min Serpent was right, in a race against time, fighting for every single moment. If he used this retreat path, then the most important secret of the Nuyen realm would no longer be fated to him. Liu Enhat had made his decision. He stood up and said seriously, all right then. We'll go together. Min Serpent transformed into a streak of green light and flew into his hand, not forgetting to add, a smart choice. Liu Enhat's arm now displayed serpent patterns, and they glowed. After a moment, those patterns vanished. The rock he was standing on gradually cracked into many smaller rocks. They drifted apart from a unified whole and floated away. A notification. The containing creature of your private domain number 1, Mature Min Serpent, has fused with you. Your private domain number 1 is being calculated to convert into suppression force against your outer domain. Outer domain suppression force decreased to 44.6%. You have acquired the skill Levitation. Levitation. Gain levitation ability at 90% of the speed of sound, effective only when used within the outer domain. Liu Enhat was dumbfounded as he looked at the system. Have I myself become my own private domain now? He looked straight ahead. In front of him was the black-headed golden Quiku. Liu Enhat quickly leaped up, only catching a sentence. Let's go. The rock he stood on also shattered. Inside the black-headed golden Quiku, Nguyen Te stood waiting. She stood upright, arms crossed over her chest. Behind Nguyen Te, a voice spoke. He carries a familiar scent. He is like you, also a chosen one. Nguyen Te turned around. It was a small orange dragon named Ung Long Ngai of Apocalypse rank. It continued. After the Nguyen realm was sealed, reformed, and activated, we all became tools. If you do not wish to end up like us, you must kill the other candidates to secure your own unique status. She curled her lips into a smile. Ung Long offered advice. Besides, right now he seems to trust you quite a bit. You have the best opportunity you have ever had. You must seize it firmly. Nguyen Te cupped her face with one hand in contemplation, but suddenly she reached out, grabbed Ung Long's neck, pulled it close to her face and frowned. But compared to you, I still trust him a little more. Saying so, she let go. Ung Long seized the chance to fly far away. Ung Long expressed, I've been helping you all the way to get here until now. Yet you say you don't trust me. It truly disappoints me. But this is also the reason I chose you. Always doubting everything, distrusting, always maintaining your own firmness. I believe that in the not-so-distant future, you will simply make the appropriate choice. Nguyen Te blushed shyly and said, this time is an exception. The image in my mind is of Liu Enhat carrying me. He is very warm, I can't bear it. From above, an object plunged down. Liu Enhat landed, causing the rock beneath to shatter directly under the immense force. Nguyen Te, seeing him, half scolded. Ah, I thought you'd abandoned me. He stood up and walked over to her. He looked at the desolate scene ahead, his gaze becoming resolute, and said to Nguyen Te, come with me. Nguyen Te happily replied, Suddenly, a noise came from above. Both looked up warily. Chuang Van and Thuan Dung fell down. The 100 Flowers knowing god, who had been sitting quietly and silently all this time, detecting the intruders, slowly stood up and controlled countless vines behind her. Liu Enhat and Nguyen Te ran quickly forward. He said, let the 100 Flowers knowing god clone handle them. Follow me. In his mind, he thought, having been killed by me once before, knowing that I have a clone, the 100 Flowers knowing god still dares to continue entering this place. She must certainly have a trump card to guarantee victory. Liu Enhat glanced back, unsure what it would be. First, let the 100 Flowers knowing god clone go and probe. Massive vines surged towards Chuang Van and Thuan Dung. Suddenly, a flash of light gleamed and a voice rang out. Wind mirror 1 point. Instantly, the 100 Flowers knowing god and her vines were slashed into many pieces. System notification. Wind mirror 1 point. After evading the target's attack at a distance, unnoticed, immediately counterattacks the target. The counterattack damage is calculated based on the user's own attack power, accompanied by a special attack effect. If this skill cannot inflict damage, then 1 point activates repeatedly until it deals damage to the target. Note, after the 1 point skill succeeds, the user becomes weakened for 1 second. Each time the 1 point skill is used, the weakening duration increases by 1 second. Another notification arrived. Your follower clone 100 Flowers Wisdom Spirit has been killed. Liu Enhat froze, mouth agape, thinking, God, what's going on? Nguyen Te, running behind, explained. That's the first chain skill accompanying the chain strike move. It can instantly defeat the attack power of the 100 Flowers Wisdom Spirit clone. This has added many more chain strike stacks. The system displays information. Wind strike, chain strike, attack power and agility are linked together. 1 point of agility increases 2 points of attack power. Critical strike, chain strike stack +1. Chain strike, the attack's agility and attack power multiplier will be doubled and can be stacked repeatedly. Chain strike stack not yet 1. Note. Restricted chain strike has no stacks, does not deal damage, the stack count does not change. After the thick dust, the image of a girl slowly appeared. Liu Enhat and Nguyen Te looked on with full vigilance. She was Luong Tin Tin, level 60 from the Kak Lao Guild. She leaped up, sending dirt and rocks flying. Wind mirror chain step, directly dash forward in the designated direction. While dashing forward, agility is increased by 3. Luong Tin Tin swung her sword at Liu Enhat, the blade slashing horizontally across his body. A golden light appeared, chains wrapping around Luong Tin Tin. This was Liu Enhat's skill. He pointed his gun at her and said, If your attack power is only like this, then you can go die now. Liuang Tin smirked. She quickly attacked him first. Nguyen Te from behind warned, be careful, don't attack her directly. System notification, absolute dodge wind strike, 100% chance to dodge one attack, cooldown to reuse is 5 minutes. Another notification, your attack has been dodged by Liuang Tin. Your attack has activated Liuang Tin's innate 1 point. Lu En Hat was slashed once again. System reminder, time remaining of the freeze state is 3 seconds. She continued to attack him. Notification, player Liuang Tin used skill 1 chain, dealing no damage, activating 1 point again. He could only stand still and endure each of her slashes. Notification, player Liuang Tin used skill 1 chain and has not dealt damage to you. Once again, skill 1 point is activated. Time remaining in the condensation state is 2 seconds. Liuang Tin continuously attacked Lu En Hat. From a distance, he seemed to be pinned by dozens of sword strikes. Time remaining in the condensation state is 1 second. Liuang Tin smiled smugly. Nguyen Te was extremely worried, thinking, it's over. If her skill doesn't deal damage to Da, it won't stop. And if it does deal damage, her chain strike has been stacked who knows how many times already. Da will surely die. We need to find a way to help Da block one instance of damage. Lu En Hat struggled to hold on, just waiting for the right moment. Notification, freeze state has ended. After the dense smoke and dust, Yuen Dung spoke. To think you could kill the monster leader instantly from an unseen distance. No wonder you trust her so much. Chuang Van replied, at first, before entering the collapse zone to increase her skill stacks, we had to use a full 2 days. Continuous stacking state, ceaseless testing. Finally, we could reach a satisfactory level. Finally, we used the reverse memory pearl to record it. Yuen Dung said, I remember Thuk Ha once talked about the reverse memory pearl, but I didn't pay much attention. If I had known earlier, I would have made one too. Chuang Van replied, it's a pity, it can only be used once like that, but using it on Da is still very worth it. Chuang Van, as he jumped onto the rock, said, but I believe that for Liuang Tin to finish Da, 1 blade is enough. From now on, try not to let Tin act. It's better to carefully keep this trump card. He had just set foot on the rock when the scene before him made his eyes widen. Liuang Tin slashed once through Lu En Hat, but this time, she was full of shock. Notification, shared light interference barrier contacts target Minza. Lu En Hat turned around and said, you can leave the stage now. Lu En Hat leaped up and slashed at Tin, then she immediately disappeared. Yuen Dung now jumped onto the rock to see. There is still alive. I have to humiliate him thoroughly to avenge being killed earlier. Seeing Liuang Tin disappear, Yuen Dung's face panicked. What's the situation? Lu En Hat glanced over and said coldly, you guys have come to gift me equipment again. Hearing that, the other two were stunned, then shouted, damn it, run fast. A notification appeared. Fortress protection and consciousness freezing pendulum, causing stun. Chuang Van and Thuen Dung lay on the ground and gradually faded away. Notification, you have killed player Thuen Dung. You have killed player Chuang Van. You have killed player Liuang Tin. It is detected that Liuang Tin had 5% computational authority of Mo Nuyen realm, which has been deducted. Your computational authority of Mo Nuyen realm has increased to 36%. Ung Long, dwelling inside Nguyen Te, suddenly spoke. Do you see his growth? If I can devour the guiding immortal object on his person, then I can evolve once more. By then, not only can I become a disaster-level leader, but I can also thoroughly ascend to another level, and through the power I directly obtain, become stronger than him. Lu En Hat clenched the sphere in his hand. He turned back to look at Nguyen Te, then turned away and said, maybe there won't be anyone bothering us anymore. Let's go. Nguyen Te happily replied, yeah. The voice of Ung Long rang out again. Find a chance to kill him. Leave the guiding creature behind him to me. He is in a situation where he can't deal with the clone of Bak Hoa than to get the key. The control authority over the primal realm's computational power on him is at least 25%. As long as you can kill him, all of these will belong to you. Nguyen Te walked on. The voice still echoed in her ears. The secrets of the primal realm far exceed your imagination. You must fight for all resources. Trust me, you must trust me. Do as I said. Nguyen Te's face was full of seriousness. She said, actually, I know the digitized data processing center is the destination of the collapse area. We've had conflicts before. Even though I saved you on the spaceship, please help me get out of this private territory. Maybe that'll even things out. Why are you still taking me there together? He turned back to look at her and said, if we are already teammates, let's hold hands and go to the place we need to go. Isn't that right? Nguyen Te replied. Are you looking down on me? Or looking down on yourself? Lu En Hat crossed his arms and said, in that case, take a look at the danger we are about to face. We are about to go up to the 4th floor of Can and Goi Tri-Diet. Based on the speculations of floors 1, 2, 3, the danger level there might exceed our imagination. One more person can support each other, one more portion of strength, isn't that better? Nguyen Te didn't answer. He walked step by step and continued, want to fight for. It must also be the final moment to contend, but your worry is also normal. But before encountering the authority, can you fulfill the responsibility of a good teammate? He smiled and extended his hand. Can we trust each other once? The two stood looking at each other, neither saying another word. Nguyen Tae smiled. She took Lu En-hat's hand. Nguyen Tae smiled brightly in agreement. Yeah, Lu En-hat said. Let's go, Nguyen Tae replied. Yeah. The two went one after the other, advancing to the basement entrance. Ung Long spoke, the danger behind I can resist. As long as you can plug the guiding creature field on him, no need to worry about later. Just find an opportunity and it can be done. Nguyen Tae bowed her head slowly. Inside the basement, the two of them were standing in the center. There was a check notification. Do you possess the key to the digitized data processing center? Opening the teleportation device to the destination, the entrance of the digitized data processing center. Do you want to open the teleport? Minza spoke up to remind. The teleport of the USB port is like pipeline transport. Although here it's perfect, but the trajectory in the middle can't be maintained. So you must prepare to teleport to the 4th floor, just in case we really get teleported to somewhere. I will be the first to appear, and you must figure out how to fix the USB teleportation gate, or else our only outcome will be death. You reply, got it, and say to Nguyen Tae behind you, let's move. She replies, check. Do you possess the key to the data processing center? Open the teleportation device to the entrance of the data processing center. Do you wish to open teleportation? You decisively say, yes. Notification, 2000 computing power has been deducted. Teleportation has been opened. The symbols beneath Lu En-hat's feet glow, he says to Nguyen Tae. Finally, he adds one more reminder. I don't know what the situation will be at the other end of the teleportation USB gate either. But no matter the situation, as long as we rely on each other, we can definitely survive. Nguyen Tae, with a face full of seriousness, the two vanish. Elsewhere, the sky is covered in dark clouds. Thunder and lightning strike continuously. This place is not land, only massive floating rocks packed closely together. The teleportation USB gate emits light, and Nguyen Tae has been transported here. The two observe their surrounding. Lu En-hat thinks, have we reached the entrance of the data processing center? He stands there looking upward. Lu En-hat thinks that is the final floor of Can and Goi Tri-Deen. We have not reached the 5th floor. This is the 4th floor of Can and Goi Tri-Deen. Wasn't it said that the 4th floor of Can and Goi Tri-Dia is full of calamity-level monster leaders? Why is it all just flat rocks? He is stunned by the scene before him. He says, what the hell is going on? Then lowers his voice, Minza. Minza's voice is full of astonishment. Impossible. This is impossible. In my memory it was not like this. This place cannot look like this. Lu En-hat is somewhat panicked and worried. Ung Long hurriedly says, has the opportunity come? Strike. Nguyen Tae's face darkens. Red light shines from her forehead and eyes. It continues to urge, strike quickly. She slams her hand hard against her head. With an uncomfortable expression, she replies to Ung Long, you're so annoying. It asks Nguyen Tae, you don't want to strike, then I'll strike for you. Something strange transforms from Nguyen Tae's arm, making her involuntarily startled. Nguyen Tae quickly sends a private message to Lu En-hat, careful, I've been taken over. Just as he finishes reading the message, one side of Nguyen Tae's arm transforms into a giant arm with sharp claws. It lunges at Lu En-hat. He quickly leaps far away to dodge. On Nguyen Tae's side, that strange thing spreads wider, enveloping her. She shouts, have you forgotten our agreement? Ung Long replies, our agreement is growth, and that is exactly what I am doing. Nguyen Tae is completely taken over, she says angrily. You've provoked me. Ung Long leaves a sentence, you'll thank me later. Begins to transform, a huge arm extends, then a leg. Finally, Ung Long's entire body emerges from the smoke. It is a giant orange dragon. It stops and stares intently at Lu En-hat. He is now speechless with shock. He sends a message to Nguyen Tae. Nguyen Tae, what is going on? Ung Long stomps a foot, cracking the rock beneath. It opens its mouth and charges straight at him. An explosion rings out. Notification, the person you are private messaging has disconnected. Message cannot be received. En-hat closes his eyes, gritting his teeth. Ung Long grabs En-hat with one hand, lifts him up and asks, where is the creature attached to your body? Why doesn't it come out, huh? Lu En-hat shouts, Minza. What the hell are you doing? Ung Long speaks disdainfully. Stupid, lowly creature, still thinking you're the indigenous inhabitants of the lofty Nguyen Jioi. Nguyen Jioi collapsed long ago. Nguyen Jioi now is nothing but a discarded place altered, a piece of trash endlessly exploited. It then laughs loudly. Notification displays, you have been captured, unable to move. You have been restrained, unable to release skills externally. You have been restrained, confined within the area of an apocalypse-level monster leader. Your structure is prohibited from use. Long continues, even if you hide here, as long as you are on this body, swallowing you whole will have the same effect. Then it opens its mouth wide, preparing to put him in. Liu Enhat screams, Minza. Minza bursts out of his arm, quickly lunging and coiling around Long's body. Minza speaks, finally I have found my chance. Long is locked tight, it is forced to release him. Liu Enhat falls to the ground. Minza says, help me, the bloodline advancement of this structure region will surely succeed. He is confused. Help how? Its area has restricted my structure. He replies, don't worry about it, just use it. Note, bloodline advancement in this place will definitely succeed. The system displays a notification. Structure failed, data is being changed, refreshing. Structure successfully used. Bloodline advancement in this region will definitely succeed. Liu Enhat looks at the system panel in shock. This is. Long is surprised to see Minza's body gradually opening. Long says, it seems you discovered my existence long ago, but trying to merge into my body to devour me in return, isn't that too foolish? My level is a whole major tier higher than yours. If you merge into my body, you'll just end up being completely devoured by me. Yinglong roared, you're nothing but a delicious meal. It then said in surprise, oh, there's actually a strand of vermilion dragon bloodline on you. So this is the reason you are so confident, but you're really too weak. Liu Yi was thrown far away by its power. He was extremely shocked. What on earth is going on now? Notification, your Imperial Nether Serpent has activated the bloodline devouring skill. Imperial Nether Serpent evolution failed due to rule restriction. Nether Serpent evolution failed. Your computing power decreased by 100 points. Repeated notification. After Nether Serpent evolution failed, notifications continue to appear. Your Imperial Nether Serpent has evolved successfully. Nether Serpent advances to become Nuyen Vermilion Dragon. Liu Yi thought joyfully, did it succeed? Notification, your Imperial Nuyen Vermilion Dragon failed to absorb Yinglong. Your Nuyen Vermilion Dragon lacks energy, about to collapse. Liu Yi looked at the system in astonishment. Yinglong took the opportunity to laugh loudly. Even if you advance successfully, so what? Right now you're just supplementary food for my advancement. Moreover, when advancing successfully, a large amount of energy must be replenished. Without energy, you will only be devoured to death by your own bloodline. You wanted to devour me, but your wishful plan can't be carried out as you want it. Liu Yi stood up, determined in his mind. Must find a way to help myself release, but how to help right now? Yinglong suddenly staggered, accursed. Nuyen Te, you madman, then collapsed. Notification, your Imperial Nuyen Vermilion Dragon has absorbed energy undergoing evolution reconstruction. Progress 1%, 2%, 3%. Liu Yi's eyes widened. He watched Yinglong's body gradually disappear while thinking, what just happened? Nuyen Te sent a message. Is everything all right? I didn't look closely at who the owner was. Yeah, sorry. I can't go with you to the modeling data processing center anymore. Liu Yi speculated this. Could it be that Nuyen Te chose to commit suicide, so it also caused Yinglong to die along with him? Looking at the disappeared Yinglong, he fell silent. Liu Yi held his head helplessly. He messaged Nuyen Te, thanks, you've done me a huge favor. She replied, don't mention it, this trouble was caused by me. It's what I should do. Besides, this creepy thing kept jumping around, it's very annoying. Yes, remember to level up again. Nuyen Te, hee, when you come back, take me out again. He agreed, okay. The system voice sounded. Notification, Nuyen Te has died. Calculating rewards received from the killing blow for participating in the elimination of players. You have received 9% computing power authority of the primal realm. Currently, you have 45% primal realm computing power authority. The scene was desolate, misty, the land and water not intact. A stone slid and rolled back. A young man stepped in. In front of him was a misty scene with no sign of people. Alone, the young man stood in the silent void. Suddenly, the young man sat down and said, it really is broken. Liu Yi scratched his head worriedly and said, now it's difficult. The path to the modeling data processing center has been cut off. Looking up at the sky, he leaned back on his hands, his face thoughtful. Liu Yi murmured, the fourth layer of the outer realm doesn't have any computing power for me to level up. How annoying, computing power is only 1,000 points left. Liu Yi said nothing more. The system voice sounded, don't be discouraged if there are others. Also teleport here through the entrance. Liu Yi heard this and fell silent. The system continued to comfort him. They will also be trapped here, then you can just rob their computing power. Vermilion Dragon appeared, crossing its arms and looking at Liu Yi. Liu Yi looked at the Vermilion Dragon's attribute panel and thought gloomily, it's so strong that I can no longer probe its attributes. Liu Yi hung his head in disappointment and sighed. It can only be this way. Liu Yi asked the Vermilion Dragon, should I call you Nether Serpent or Vermilion Dragon now? The Vermilion Dragon replied thoughtfully, whether it's Nether Serpent or Vermilion Dragon, it's just a name to refer to my race. You can call my name Jiu Yin. Liu Yi heard this and replied indifferently, okay. Liu Yi sat quietly thinking again. He looked over and said to the Vermilion Dragon, actually, I'm very clear in my heart that you are hiding many things from me. He continued, but along the way together you have been leading me into, and time is pressing. I didn't ask more. Now that I'm forced to be idle, can you tell me a little about the secrets you know? Tell me in a way that doesn't hide anything from me. The vermilion dragon was silent. The vermilion dragon crossed its arms and remained silent despite Liu Yi staring at it intently. After a while, he began to speak. Before arriving at the fourth layer, if you had asked me, I would definitely have hidden it. But after reaching the fourth layer, my worldview was also shaken. Now there is a discrepancy between the time of the primal realm and the primal realm we perceive. I also don't know whether what I know is the truth or not. As soon as he finished speaking, he crossed his arms and said to him, "Ask away. As long as I know it, I will tell you everything." Lu Enhat looked incredulous and asked again. A discrepancy? Could it be that the tremor when you just arrived at the fourth layer was not fake? Wasn't it to lure more bait for Eng Long to act? Chu Long spread his arms horizontally, showing he did not know. Lu Enhat recalled when Eng Long told him that the primal realm seed had been destroyed long ago. The current primal realm is merely something discarded, something remodeled, a worn-out, broken thing that is endlessly exploited, nothing more. Lu Enhat pondered deeply, sitting straight down on the ground to think. What Eng Long said must mean the context of the primal realm is just the timeline it understands, a context closer to the present than Ku Am's version. If I really have to ask, what should I ask? Lu Enhat murmured, continuing to think. Many things seem very important but are actually irrelevant, not urgent at all. He looked up at the sky and asked Chu Long, "What is the simulation data stone?" He immediately replied, "That is an extremely important technology of the primal realm from when it once stood at its peak era. It can analyze the data of all talents and skills of any entity, thereby easily allowing self-enhancement." Upon hearing this, Lu Enhat was astonished, his eyes widening in disbelief, and he immediately exclaimed, "Isn't this exactly the state of players after the primal realm descended into reality? So the so-called authority is control over this technology, right? To allow it to radiate into reality. It's just that the easy self-enhancement does not display clearly on the player's body. The moment the primal realm descended, the player's strength was immediately fixed. So what exactly happened to this technology in the end?" Lu Enhat remained frowning, deep in thought. Was it caused by the creator, or was it predetermined from the very beginning? And what was the purpose of this technological experiment? Lu Enhat interlaced his fingers, his expression serious as he thought. Was it simply to wreak havoc on the real world, or is there another purpose? Amidst his thoughts, he turned to ask Chu Long one more question. Eng Long said the primal realm now is a world. After being destroyed, it was rebuilt from scratch as it is today. Who remodeled the primal realm, and for what purpose? Chu Long answered him, "I don't know, but I think as long as we reach that place, all hidden truths will be revealed." Everything around where the two were standing suddenly moved, making a few sounds. Lu Enhat hastily stood up and shouted, "What is that?" Everything was silent, but there seemed to be an invisible wave of sound emanating. The ground suddenly shook violently, cracked. An earthquake was happening. Lu Enhat did not hesitate to jump high, shielding his face with both hands. A white misty vapor filled the air, then there was nothing left, as if it were all just an illusion. Lu Enhat stood still, his hands still guarding the front, and he gasped in astonishment. "Is it over?" Chu Long's voice suddenly rang out. That was Trung Dong Hong. "Let's go quickly to the fifth layer of the Kan and Goi Tri Deen," Lu Enhat asked in surprise. "Isn't the exit of the teleportation gate Han?" Looking at the scene before him, Lu Enhat could only gasp in surprise. Lu Enhat was speechless, just opening his eyes wide in amazement. Chu Long spoke up to explain, "This is one of the stored forms of Trung Dong Hong. Each piece of land, even if it is. No matter how devastated that region is, as long as the bell rings once, the land will recover to its original appearance when it was first created. Simultaneously, while it is recovering, all living creatures will be wiped out. That is why no animals can survive on the fourth floor." He continued, "And the fact that we are unharmed is probably because it considers you a private land and me the sovereign of your land. Quick, come here." Lu Enhat landed after the jump. The announcement sounded again. "Notice. Detected that you possess the key to the Simulation Data Processing Center. Teleportation equipment has been activated. Destination, entrance of the Simulation Data Processing Center. Do you agree to teleport?" Lu Enhat thought happily to himself. It really has recovered. The system voice sounded again, the announcement repeated once more. He pondered, falling back into thought. The fifth floor, the outer perception land of the Origin Realm. The Simulation Data Processing Center, the most important secret of the Origin Realm. Lu Enhat decided and shouted, "I agree," he thought in his head. "I am coming." The mechanical system voice sounded. "Notice, you have arrived at the fifth floor of the outer perception hall. The suppression force of the outer perception land is being calculated. The suppression force of the outer perception land is 45%. Your current power is suppressed to 55%. Your skill cooldown time increases by 45%. Skill duration decreases by 45%. The maximum cap of all attributes is 5,000. The scene was silent, only the system voice still sounded. Suppression force is only 45%, yet the blessing can begin to extend and upgrade until all attributes, then the sound of an engine starting along with Chu Long's voice. There's an imperial bronze bell here. The 5th floor and the 4th floor are indeed the same, with no living creatures whatsoever. A beam of light shone down where Lu En-hat was standing. Under the light, a room appeared. Lu En-hat, holding a blade, asked Chu Long, "Is that an elevator next to it? It looks like this is the final step. Just use that elevator and we can reach the simulation data processing center." Looking at the bell in front of him, he asked Chu Long again, "The thing in front of the elevator is the imperial bronze bell, right? Is it dangerous if we pass by it?" He answered, "Now is its area reset cooldown time, so there should be no danger. But we still have to remain vigilant. We have no idea when the cooldown will end." Chu Long urged, and Lu En-hat also didn't know. "Once the cooldown ends and it activates the area reset skill, will it spare us? Let's go, quickly seize the time, see if we can go around it to enter the elevator." Lu En-hat put away his weapon and said to Chu Long, "Before we go, let's destroy this place, to prevent others from using the teleport entrance to come up here." Chu Long advised, "Don't bother, this type of entrance is one way. No matter how you destroy it, as long as the entrances on the previous floors are intact, they will be teleported directly here." Lu En-hat doubted, "So there's no way to stop them?" Chu Long answered him, "We can only do our best to race against time." Lu En-hat replied, "All right." As the two approached that room, Lu En-hat asked while walking, "You said earlier we need to find a way to go around the imperial bronze bell." He glanced to the side and asked Chu Long, "Aren't we going to try to take it? Such a powerful piece of equipment, if there's a chance to get it and we don't try, we will definitely regret it later." Approaching forward, he pondered, not to mention the other skills first, just focusing on the skill. Restore from scratch, any area, no matter how much it has changed, can recover everything just like when it was first created. Its effect is supremely powerful, incomparable to anything else. Chu Long then spoke up and asked, "You surely have a warrior class title, right? What rank have you reached?" Lu En-hat thought, "Warrior title. High-dimensional warrior benefit, all attributes weight +2. Having just landed, Lu En-hat also answered him, "High-dimensional warrior." He asked again with a disparaging tone, "Only up to high-dimensional rank. The rank above high-dimensional is rule breaker, even higher is human exterminator." He explained, "Only when you achieve the title of human exterminator warrior can you gain the bell's recognition and be able to take it. As for the human exterminator warrior, your current total experience points multiplied by 100 more times might only have a few % chance of achieving." Running forward, Lu En-hat said regretfully, "So we can only look, how frustrating." Chu Long replied, "There's no other way but wait until after we enter the simulation data processing center. Cao Trung will have a solution." Chu Long advised, "So we'd better hurry into the processing center." Smack, he was hit in the face by something. Lu En-hat braked hard and asked Chu Long, "What's wrong?" He blankly touched his nose and looked ahead. Chu Long exclaimed, "It's broken, how could this be?" He asked, "What's up?" looking at the room ahead being surrounded by a transparent wall. Lu En-hat touched the front and thought, "An air wall." The mechanical system voice sounded, announcing the requirements to use the imperial bronze bell. Lu En-hat blinked and thought, "Is this information about the imperial bronze bell? Apart from the human exterminator warrior, the apocalypse title can also obtain it." Chu Long explained that this air wall was the absolute protection state of the Middle East bell, used to protect itself. The Middle East bell entering an absolute protection state clearly indicated that its previous owner had been killed. Chu Long crossed his arms and continued, "The owner of the Middle East bell was at least at the level of a human exterminator. Ah, someone at the apocalypse level. How could someone so powerful be killed? Who killed him? And if you look closely, the Middle East bell was deliberately placed here by someone." So many doubts. During the time I lost my memory, what exactly happened in Nguyen-Jiao? Lu En-hat calmly reassured, "Now is not the time to hesitate. Is there a way to deal with this wall? This wall, if we can't deal with it, we won't be able to get into the elevator to enter the processing center." Chu Long answered, "There is only one way to break through this separating wall, and that is to make the Middle East bell acknowledge a master. But the condition for it to acknowledge a master is only when it is in a masterless state. The appearance of a powerful figure at the human exterminator or apocalypse level is needed." Standing before the bell, Chu Long said this was the only way. He asked again, "Then can your apocalypse level person do it?" Chu Long immediately replied, "Definitely not." Lu En-hat asked him anxiously, "Then what should we do? We barely managed to gain a time advantage getting here. Are we just going to be stuck here?" He remained silent, saying nothing. Scene changed to somewhere on the 3rd floor, Outer Wisdom Palace. The withered, yellow-red trees stood silent. A blue monster with sharp teeth was growling. The silhouette of a person standing far away appeared. Veen Din stood alone in a defensive stance. A few voices rang out praising him. So strong, director. Once we return to Moku City, I will leave the shelter and join Hao Jiavine. Hearing those words, he smugly raised his chin. Ho Cha Tu, no newly promoted bootlicker. That disaster-level monster leader just now. When I first met it, I thought we were all done for. Unexpectedly, it was directly dealt with by you. Vien Din jumped down in front of Ho Cha Tu and asked him, "Aren't you afraid Thuan Dung will cause trouble for you?" Standing with arms crossed in front of Ho Cha Tu, listening to the flattery, Ho Cha Tu laughed ingratiatingly, rubbing his hands together and said, "How could that be? I know to choose to serve Master Min, it's understandable. I have to ask, what skill did you use just now?" Although on the surface they all looked like ordinary skills, the power was completely different. Vien Din silently recalled what that mysterious person had told him. "This is because I utilized the embryo of an apocalypse-level monster leader, created from a system loophole. Let Bok Thursao transfer its apocalypse-level title onto you. Then you can leave the collapse zone with your head held high." Ending his recollection, Vien Din spoke up. "So this is Nguyen Yu's purpose." Hearing Vien Din, Ho Cha Tu suddenly looked up. With a decisive strike, Vien Din cut off Ho Cha Tu's head. He said angrily, "Probing for my intelligence, then reporting to Thuan Dung, right?" As Ho Cha Tu's head left his neck, Vien Din continued, "From the moment we first met, you've been jumping around non-stop. That person should just go follow the head of your shelter instead." Something strange-looking suddenly appeared on the ground. Vien Din said as he walked, "The rest just needs to spread the word about how formidable I am." And so he walked away, returning to Lu Enhat's side. He sighed in frustration. Both he and Chu Long were seriously standing with arms crossed, thinking. In his mind, he thought they had searched everything from top to bottom once, completely unable to get in. Looking ahead helplessly, he thought further, and it won't give up either. Even the strongest concentrated attack caused not a ripple on the curtain. He scratched his head, thinking, what now? Trat-An seriously reconsidered. The president of the new order from the previous life, did they succeed? If the simulation data processing center is related to Nguyen Juoi's descent into reality, then logically speaking, they have already succeeded. If they succeeded, what method did they rely on to overcome this curtain? Looking at the nearby area, Lu Enhat thought, right now the only way might be to wait for them to arrive, and through them break this curtain. Then take the elevator into the simulation data processing center. But if so, wouldn't the advantage that I fought for every second be lost? Lu Enhat turned to Chu Long and asked, is there really no other way? He immediately replied, no, there is one more way. Lu Enhat shouted in surprise, really? He replied, I will try to merge into the curtain. Chu Long explained, I will use the bloodline power of my apocalypse-level monster leader to try to make it accept me. But the curtain cannot receive any disturbances during that time. Moreover, it needs a certain amount of time, otherwise there is truly no hope left. Lu Enhat mused, it needs a certain amount of time and also cannot be disturbed. Cowman thought now, among those who entered the collapse zone together, the only ones we haven't made contact with are the president of the new order, Nhu Loidang Truong, and the director of the Garden Association. During the time Kiu emerges into the curtain, the ones who could come to cause trouble are only those three. If we can win over the chairman of the New Order Society, now there are only 2 layers left, even if they use a special method to come here directly. With the current relationship, having them patiently wait for Ku AM to resolve the curtain is not a problem. Then only the director of the rear garden remains. Only he alone can resolve it. Cutting off his train of thought, he said to Chu Long, all right, the curtain matter is entrusted to you, the rest to me. The scene expands, the curtain clearly appears. Chu Long carefully reminds, remember, absolutely do not let the curtain be affected. Chu Long slips into the curtain, Lu Enhat says resolutely, trust me. The transparent curtain has now turned red. Lu Enhat looks at the wall, reassuring himself. At his speed, probably no one will come here for a short while. The curtain layer shifts, Lu Enhat's face turns serious. He walks over to a rock and sits down. The curtain turns even redder, outside only Lu Enhat sits there alone. He is silent with a contemplative expression. Suddenly he stands up and looks around. His footsteps move steadily forward. Stopping in front of the curtain, he curiously paces back and forth, examining it. Seeing the curtain change, he thinks happily. There's a change, the top of the curtain has turned from red to blue. Does the entire curtain turning blue mean Ku AM will succeed? He stands watching, overjoyed. He rallies his spirits, stands waiting in front of the curtain. After a while with no change, he plops down onto the rock, thinking, so slow. After waiting so long, it has only extended a little. He lowers his eyes in worry, unable to think anymore. He buries his face in disappointment, thinking, I feel like I've lost my patience. Looking ahead, Tran-An asks himself, is it because I'm about to go there? In his speculation, he might be able to decide where the primordial realm descends. He ponders deeply, unconsciously having been in the collapse area for 3 days. According to calculations, the primordial realm will descend into reality in 4 more days, and life thereafter will completely change. Although everything is said to be prepared, he is also prepared to face the aftermath of the primordial realm's descent, but he hopes that. He frowns, calculating in his head. After seizing authority, he can decide the descent of the primordial realm, prevent it from descending so the world remains as it is now. The scene of a desert appears in his mind. He thinks about possessing great power facing the wilderness. What he most desires is to get a sip of cool water to sustain himself. He then thinks of a beautiful city, where that sip of cool water in a bustling city is easily obtained even by the lowliest person. This is the most realistic depiction of the world before and after the primordial realm's descent. He thinks so. Sitting on a piece of rock, he clenches his fist with determination and muses. If given a choice, he does not want to be a peerless powerhouse in the desert. He only wants to be a small figure, living peacefully day by day in a bustling city. His face is full of determination. He bends over, leaving only a determined silhouette with the thought. He must seize authority, prevent the primordial realm from descending. On a vast expanse of land, thick fog obscures everything, not a soul in sight. Suddenly something appears. Lu Enhat raises his guard, saying loudly, "Someone's coming, who is it?" A few rays of light appear before him, and the silhouette of a man gradually emerges. It turns out to be Veen Din, who had seen Lu Enhat from afar. Lu Enhat assumes a defensive stance, thinking, as expected, it's him, the director of the rear garden. Behind Lu Enhat, a blue screen appears. Lu Enhat sees it and thinks of the title. He looks at Veen Din, flashes of thought still sparking in his mind. Could it be that the player who cracked the Eastern Emperor in the previous life was him? The director of the rear garden, Veen Din. He carefully stays on guard, thinking, if he possesses a title recognized by the Eastern Emperor then if he approaches the Eastern Emperor's curtain, will it directly recognize him as its master? Seeing Veen Din begin to advance, Lu Enhat thinks to himself, I can't let him get close. Suddenly he took a running jump high up, leaning forward. While in the air, he was entangled by a few chains. Veen Din's eyes widened in surprise. Lu Enhat stood below, holding a large gun, aiming straight at Veen Din and pulling the trigger. A force shot out from the gun, aiming straight through Veen Din and then downwards. Lu Enhat suddenly opened his eyes wide in astonishment. He thought to himself, what's going on? Seeing Veen Din completely unharmed, he thought in surprise. Nothing happened again. Lu Enhat watched the bamboo curtain gradually changing. He stood in an alert posture. Zhu Donghuang was still seated calmly in front of that room. Veen Din flew up high. He crossed his arms, looking disdainful. He landed on a nearby stone slab and greeted, I thought you might be blocked here by the red bamboo curtain. Shouldn't we be thinking about how to work together to break through right now, attacking right upon meeting? Or have you found a solution? Share a little. Lu Enhat frowned and raised his guard. He spoke, you're right, but if getting close to this bamboo curtain surrounding the elevator truly means it can never be broken. At the same time, he also thought he had to intimidate him, to prevent him from approaching the bamboo curtain. Veen Din stood still, exhaling as if in doubt. He sneered contemptuously. Suddenly he plopped down on the ground, saying calmly, fine then, I'll wait for you to resolve it. Looking at him, Lu Enhat suddenly thought, he agreed so quickly. It's just like a children's game, right? Or is there something restraining him, making him feel it's inconvenient to fight right now? After a moment of silence, Veen Din spoke, but waiting like this is boring. If we exchange, we can learn intelligence related to the primordial realm. You were able to arrive so quickly. You must possess a lot of documents that our guilds are unaware of. He sat calmly, resting his chin on his hand while speaking. Hearing him, Lu Enhat paused for a moment. Composing himself, he crossed his arms and replied to Veen Din, then you should throw out some valuable intelligence first. Otherwise, how would I know if you're deceiving me? In his head, he was also thinking, no matter what, at least he has stopped advancing forward. That's a good thing. Veen Din thought for a moment, then said, fair enough, what should I say? Suddenly he exclaimed, right, I can say this. Lu Enhat was still staring intently at Veen Din. He smirked and said to Lu Enhat, I wonder if you've noticed, the real world has long had no news other than fake Huizhu. And in Huizhu, only bewitching entertainment rumors are released every day. Lu Enhat asked warily, why are you telling me this? What does this have to do with the primordial realm? Veen Din didn't answer, only smirking meaningfully. Suddenly he half rose as if about to stand up, saying, because now the world is about to face doomsday. Lu Enhat was dumbfounded upon hearing this, not saying a word. Veen Din held up 3 fingers and said to him, if not managed, in at most 3 years the world will be destroyed. He continued, and the key to resolving this crisis lies within the primordial realm above our heads. As he spoke, he stepped closer to Lu Enhat step by step. Veen Din added, so that is the importance of the primordial realm. Now all the tycoons of Huizhu are pouring resources into the primordial realm. Lu Enhat fell into deep thought after hearing this, thinking, is he lying? In my previous life, although I lived alone in the primordial realm for 3 years. But apart from being alone in the primordial realm, I never heard of any apocalyptic crisis. Even if an apocalyptic crisis existed in the primordial realm, it shouldn't be so severe that the world is on the verge of destruction. He thought hesitantly, but what if he's telling the truth? After all, in my previous life, I didn't have access to such core secrets. If what he says is true, plus what Nine Yin said about the benefits of digitization, could the primordial realm alone not be the crisis? Vin Din, with a scheming mind, walked carefully step by step while talking. Did the news I told you shock you? Has your alertness dropped so low? He stopped and said something that jolted Lu Enhat awake. I've come this close, yet you have no reaction at all. Lu Enhat thought in bewilderment. At this distance, if he had just attacked me or directly charged at the bamboo curtain. As he thought this, he looked at Vin Din, who was a short distance in front of him, smiling smugly. Zhu Donghuang was still in his original spot. Vin Din looked up curiously. He smirked silently. He crossed his arms and spoke, startling Lu Enhat. I believe you when you say the bamboo curtain has a problem. Therefore, I agree to let you deal with the bamboo curtain. At the same time, I hope you can believe what I said. He extended his hand, indicating a handshake, saying, this apocalyptic crisis cannot be resolved by any single person alone. We must unite and work together. That is the goal for which I built the back garden here. Join the back garden, and we'll join forces to overcome the authorities and together resolve the future crisis. Lu Enhat listened in silence and said nothing. In his head, he calculated that the real reason he had stopped was to invite him to join his organization. Surely that's not it. But if not, then what? By normal logic, he would probably take action to deal with him first, then the bamboo curtain, but his current behavior. Lu Enhat furrowed his brows, thinking. Elsewhere on the second floor of the police department's main hall, two figures are gradually appearing. A joyful voice of Nhu Loi Dang Truong rang out. Finally, we've scanned enough 3,000 computing power. Unexpectedly, we can also directly teleport to the gate and teleporter of the data processing center. He happily said, in a moment we have taken the lead. Hong Diavan interrupted him. Don't rejoice too soon. After immediate teleportation, no one knows what dangers await later. Keep calm. Nhu Loi Dang Truong replied. All right, the teleportation hall has opened. The two, Lu Enhat and Vin Din, were still standing facing each other, neither saying a word. There was the sound of Lu Enhat's footstep gaining momentum. He sat down on the stone slab behind, thinking, at such close distance, if he really attacks, possessing either the Doomsday title or the Human Extinction Warrior title, I wouldn't be able to block him even if I want. Better to just yield the way for once to seize the opportunity and see if I can discern his true purpose. He spoke, if I directly agreed to you now, you surely wouldn't believe it. He sat on the stone slab negotiating, but regarding your invitation, I will create the best buffer distance between our conflict. In case later we really need our cooperation to overcome our common difficult obstacle. I agree to join the rear garden, but right now it's too awkward. After speaking, the atmosphere between them fell silent. One standing, one sitting, neither said a word. Vin Din forced a smile. He sat down on the rock opposite Lu Enhat and said, is that so? Your answer is very reasonable. So now it's your turn, tell me what you know. Lu Enhat frowned in focused thought. An extreme Win, not choosing to directly finish towards the veil, indeed he has another purpose. But what is his purpose? Lu Enhat carefully reconsidered. Wait a moment, could it be that he knows how to retain all intelligence, including how to obtain the Eastern Emperor Bell? Both were silent. Lu Enhat was still calculating in his head. Not attacking means observing the distance-type veil resolution. There is still a certain amount of time. Sunk in doubt, Lu Enhat thought further. He wants to use this period to lure me into speaking, to see if I know some secrets that he doesn't. If so, maybe I just need to throw out a piece of information to shock him and make him forget about the veil. Then I can completely control him. He frowned and thought, what should I say? Or rather, how should I make it up? Lu Enhat stared straight ahead and spoke. I know your purpose in coming here is to sabotage certain functions of the authority. Vin Din raised his head to listen to him speak, thus achieving the goals of certain people. Lu Enhat, sitting on the opposite stone slab, said, fulfilling your own expectation. While speaking, he thought, if I say that Vin Din possesses a title that can remove the Eastern Emperor Bell and the veil, then perhaps he is the first player in the previous life who obtained the blind data processing center. The datafication in the previous life had its upgrade functions destroyed, most likely done by the director of the rear garden. Lu Enhat frowned and continued thinking. And if he did so, then he and Dia An, whom the order's chairman just mentioned, are also not without connection. After obtaining these things, why would he do the rest? And any purpose can be reduced to expectation. Lu Enhat said, to put it bluntly, is Dia An worthy of your trust? Have you ever thought that what he makes you do happens to be the only key condition in the future that can satisfy your expectation? After hearing this, Vin Din frowned and said, so what is the secret you want to share with me? Looking at Vin Din's expression, Lu Enhat thought, judging from his expression, it seems I've guessed right. He continued, although I didn't know about the apocalypse 3 years later that you mentioned, I know that in the near future there will be a catastrophe, and the source of this catastrophe is exactly Dia An. Don't be fooled by him. He might be the culprit of the world's apocalypse 3 years later that you spoke of. While speaking, he thought, What kind of absurd story am I making up? Veen Din, who had been silent, clasped his hands in front of his face, pondering something. Suddenly he abruptly stood up, about to walk forward, saying, "Therefore." Lu Enhat was startled upon hearing him say that. Standing in front of him, Veen Din said in a stern voice, "You are from Thendia." After hearing this, he awkwardly thought, Thendia, is this another person or organization that suddenly appeared? Veen Din looked at him angrily. Only people from Thendia identify the source of Diane. I understand now, no wonder you have been able to reach your current level. Lu Enhat thought in surprise. What the hell, be clearer. Without a word, Veen Din rushed straight toward the veil, causing him to curse inwardly. Something stopped Veen Din. He wondered in his mind, did I say something wrong again? The familiar system voice rang out, announcing, you have activated the Doomsday title. All your attributes are continuously decreasing, your luck attribute is continuously decreasing. Veen Din struggled to break free from the control. Lu Enhat awkwardly thought, I must use the last computing power, use cold imprisonment to control him. He said loudly that his skill was not enough. At the same time, the system's voice also rang out. Notification, your computing power access to the Doomsday domain is banned from use. Lu Enhat wondered in his mind, Doomsday? His foot landed on the ground, kicking up stones. Veen Din used all his strength to punch the barrier. Lu Enhat rushed over but was too late. He thought in shock it's shattered. The barrier was struck and deeply dented. The bamboo curtain layer spiraled inward from Veen Din's punch. The bamboo curtain shattered before Lu Enhat's eyes. Veen Din remained silent, then turned around, glancing at Lu Enhat. He said, wait until I get that last piece of equipment, then it will be your turn. Lu Enhat thought angrily, he really does know everything. Scattered fragments of light like shattered lightning bolts hovered in the air. Suddenly they gathered into a blinding beam of light and shot downward. That beam of light plunged down at an unimaginable speed, trailing a long, brilliant streak so bright it could blind everything around. And Veen Din up ahead was caught off guard by this attack. A drumbeat resounded, echoing long like a terrifying omen sweeping through the space. Immediately after, another powerful and sparkling beam of light pierced through space, descending like a lightning bolt cutting across the sky. From high above, a giant circular object slowly emerged. Its surface was glossy like metal, radiating a mysterious light that made the whole sky bright. Lu Enhat looked at the scene before him, a fierce wave surging in his heart. His eyes widened and he exclaimed, what is this situation? Both of them stared fixedly at the strange phenomenon before them. Lu Enhat took a deep breath, grabbed his weapon, and charged forward. Unease gradually gave way to an iron resolve. He looked straight at the beam of light ahead and said in a low but determined voice, my life and Ku Am's are bound together. Ku Am cannot abandon me. Something must have happened. Follow Dong Hong Chung to see what exactly is going on. Suddenly, a dark shadow attacked Lu Enhat from behind. His foot lightly paused, unable to take even a single step forward. The system immediately popped up a notification. Notification, you have encountered Veen Din's teasing. The direction you can move can only target Veen Din. He sensed the situation happening to him and exclaimed, another forced skill. Veen Din's voice rang out, cold yet full of challenge. Although I don't know what happened during the whole match. But as long as I deal with you, in the end everything will still be mine. The cloud ahead slowly parted, revealing the silhouettes of two people. Veen Din's gaze never left Lu Enhat. The system announced once again. Notification, player Da has shared lock ring with you. Your health and Da's are now bound together. Da's health at 100% is lower than yours, until both your health and Da's health are equal at 100%. Lu Enhat glanced at the numbers on the screen, anxiety welling up inside him. He said with effort, restrictive skills are really troublesome. How can I escape his control? Additionally, the system sounded another notification. Notification, you are affected by the skill. Veen Din, your health will continue to decrease, and the healing you receive will be reduced by 90%. Debilitating count layer 1, health value deducted per second. 3.322 for 15 seconds. Lu Enhat still pondered, is his skill deliberately targeting me? Veen Din slowly walked forward. His cold eyes glinted with a hint of pleasure, then he remarked, a good skill as long as the sustained power is enough. Lu Enhat replied in a challenging tone. The health of any target is reduced by you below 10%. He smirked smugly and said, but what about when health remains at 10%? After getting to know you, I specifically chose a skill that can reduce healing effectiveness. Plus my main damage is a stacking passive bleed. With each attack, the passive bleeding wound will increase further. Wait until I extend the attack with your remaining HP. Guess how many passive stacks I can pile on you, he said as he leaped at Liu Yi. By then, my passive might just wipe out 10% of your remaining HP in an instant. Liu Yi swiftly blocked Yuan Ding's diving strike. Both stood firm on the ground, locked in combat. They both took their stances and poured all their strength into winning this fight. A system notification appeared, Ren stacks +3. Liu Yi's face was drenched in sweat. He clenched his teeth, pondering as he faced such formidable power. So this is the strength of the Apocalypse title after Doomsday? Completely overwhelming. All my attributes are at 5,000. With this kind of power gap, plus the play skill, not only can I not escape his close range, I'm being dragged along. Notification. Ren stack 23, HP loss per second 37,240, duration 15 seconds, duration 14 seconds. Ren stack 24, HP loss per second 39,120, duration 15 seconds, duration 14 seconds. Notification. Your remaining HP is 10%. You received from Yuan Ding a life value lower than the pity value. Your HP is locked by pity damage, transferring you completely to the target. Yuan Ding's face at this moment could not hide his delight. He grinned broadly as if victory was already in his grasp. On the other hand, Liu Yi stood opposite, sweat pouring down like rain, his body trembling uncontrollably. His face was etched with endurance. HP value 30,000 out of 300,000 locked. The system reported coldly in his head, the current situation extremely dangerous. His life value was plummeting. Liu Yi looked at the situation before him and thought, my life value will be drained in moments. The life value I had left before, wait for the life resonance halo. To end, I won't last even a second. Yuan Ding saw the fleeting hesitation in Liu Yi's eye. Immediately he sneered. He felt no danger from the situation at all. Instead, he grew more and more confident, saying, what now? Liu Yi panted, full of anxiety as he faced Yuan Ding charging at him. Confused thoughts flashed through his mind. Am I going to fall here? The final moment, the very end, is right before my eyes. A sense of despair enveloped him, but in that instant he told himself to stay calm. What am I thinking? It's not over yet, there's still a chance. Yuan Ding sneered and said, you no longer have any chance to turn things around, be obedient and wait to die. Yuan Ding spoke as he stepped forward. The collapsing zones are mine. Instantly his speed increased. His powerful legs shot forward like a storm about to crush everything. He rushed toward Liu Yi. Suddenly the situation changed. Liu Yi raised his sword and stammered, mine. Yuan Ding still hadn't grasped what was happening. When he suddenly sprawled to the ground, Liu Yi couldn't help but wonder at the sight. What happened? Did he slip? With such powerful all attributes in the game, could he really slip? Yuan Ding's face fell. He still didn't know what was going on. A notification rang out from the virtual space. Notification, your luck value has dropped by 50. A curse of misfortune will linger on you. Please be wary of the source of misfortune and sever all connection. Just then an urgent voice sounded, urging him. Yuan Ding was getting up. Hearing this, he said, you want to run? Dream on. Liu Yi's gaze turned icy as he looked at Yuan Ding. Yuan Ding's face was full of rage. He said furiously, the only road ahead for you is the respawn point of Muhu City. Don't even think about anywhere else. A series of thoughts raced through Liu Yi's mind. Was that glitch connected to his title? Would it happen again? If I stay, keep his remaining HP at 10%, and seize the moment his glitch happens to deal my maximum damage, could I eliminate him? A notification appeared. HP 30,003,00000, cognition strength 22,521 35000. Thoughts kept clinging to Liu Yi's mind. Jiu Yin, for some unknown reason, went into the data processing center. I don't know if she can help. Perhaps when the time comes, I'll still have to deal with him alone. I still don't know what caused his glitch. This might be the best opportunity to take him down. A notification showed. Yuan Ding, HP 18,403,232 Cognition strength, target-linked resonance halo covering halo. Causing HP to resonate together. When HP reaches 10%, it will automatically exit the resonance state. Halo range 500 m, 100 cognition power. Duration 10 per 1 second. Ren stack 43, HP loss per second 67,240, lasting 15 seconds, lasting 14 seconds. Title Apocalypse, all attributes plus 10000, HP plus 40, cognition strength. After 10 seconds, all attribute weight ratio plus 5, all skills advance by 1 tier. 1 foot braces to sprint forward. The two sides continue clashing. Vien Din fights for a while before noticing something strange. His face turns serious, puzzled. No resistance, huh? Are you waiting for my HP to drop to 10%? That's right, you don't leave, and if you want to beat me here, this is the only path. But can you destroy me? Liu Enhatmin laughed and replied, we'll know if we try. Vien Din gave a mocking smile. Such confidence. I'm suddenly looking forward to your despairing expression when you fail. He shouted provocatively, when that time comes, don't cry pitifully and kneel begging me to spare you. A notice appeared, rending stack notification. 50 stacks HP deducted per second. 81,245, duration 15 seconds, duration 14 seconds. Rending stacks 51, HP deducted per second. 83,178, duration 15 seconds, duration 14 seconds. Liu Enhat's expression was grave. He thought, after the resonance aura ends, the biggest threat is the extended damage from rending 2 instances plus the freeze state. It lasts 16 seconds, just enough to withstand. The remaining issue is the path for rending to refresh and destroy. Veen Din is the best way to prevent a refresh. Rending and Veen Din continuously pummeled Liu Enhat. Notice, Rending stacks 70 HP deducted per second, 146,788, duration 15 seconds, duration 14 seconds. Veen Din, HP 16,344,650/20 million, willpower 461,230 1/500,000. Veen Din, HP 1,340,230/20 million, willpower 452,367/500,000. Liu Enhat gritted his teeth and yelled, "Haven't you eaten? I'm standing here letting you hit me and you're still slow as a turtle." Veen Din's face darkened as he charged forward. He landed, then smirked, a smug grin spreading across his face. Liu Enhat was stunned by his action. Veen Din spoke confidently, "You're right, the rending stacks are probably enough. Continuing to stack would just waste more time. Since I can't deal with your aura, I'll just deduct 10% of my own HP status myself." Notice detected that within the resonance aura linked to the target, all members' remaining HP is 10%, dispelling resonance aura. The two stood face to face, eyes locked. Liu Enhat then drew his gun and shouted, "You really are asking for death." He was using the freeze state, gun aimed straight at Veen Din. Suddenly, Liu Enhat's face filled with shock while Veen Din looked very pleased. Smug Liu Enhat felt bewildered, thinking, "What is he doing? Doesn't he know I'll freeze the attack to kill him? And that mocking face staring at me, so confident he can't dodge, that's perfect. Xin Qin cover 2,000 points. Next attack will increase attack power by 1 million, pendulum judgment triples damage." Liu Enhat pulled the trigger and yelled, "Die." Facing the fast-approaching bullet, Veen Din still calmly smirked and stared straight at it. The bullet flew straight into Veen Din. Upon impact, he flew backward, a huge blast of air erupting. Liu Enhat exclaimed in shock, "You really didn't dodge." Veen Din's feet scraped the ground as he steadied himself. Liu Enhat stared wide-eyed at him. Veen Din still stood firm after taking that bullet head-on. Suddenly, Veen Din burst into loud laughter. Liu Enhat was utterly confused. Eyes wide, mouth agape, he stammered in bewilderment. "What's going on? An attack of 3 million, not only did he not die, he doesn't even seem injured." Veen Din laughed smugly, "So this is your final trick to finish me? Well, it's too late," a notice appeared. Exclusive skill of the sensory branch was broken 1 second early. Danger, sensory intellect will surely die. Veen Din's voice still echoed in his ears, but what's more ridiculous is, Veen Din looked at Liu Enhat's panicked face and mocked this frightened expression. Liu Enhat angrily drew his weapon again. Notice, freeze state ends, replace freeze state. Blessing, notice, the abnormally displaced character has been banished from your blessing. Level authority insufficient, cannot dispel the abnormal state of rending. Liu Enhat rushed forward and used an ultimate move, Xin Qin cover, 20,000 points. Next attack will increase attack power by 100 screens. A sword slash at the speed of light came crashing down. But Veen Din blocked the blade with just one hand. He taunted Liu Enhat, "You really are adorable. From the start, your melee has been suppressed by me, and now you still choose to attack me in melee." Liu Enhat lost his cool from Veen Din's taunt. Veen Din suddenly charged forward and exclaimed, "Out of tricks, huh? Then I'll send you on your way. Tell me, what skill did you use to lock your HP until now? I'll refresh rending once, will that be enough to finish you?" One punch sent Liu Enhat flying. Liu Enhat gritted his teeth in pain, struggling to stand. Veen Din stood there mocking, "I originally thought you'd run away, then I'd chase you. In the last 2 seconds you extended rending again, to let you taste hope, so later you'll feel deeper despair. I never expected you'd charge in yourself, how boring, but don't give up. Give up and you'll surely die. Now the freeze state has 1 second left." Veen Din still smugly continued, "It's just if you want to give up. Do you still have any way to deal with me? Just thinking about it is enough to despair." Suddenly, he looked at his hand and thought in surprise, "Where's my weapon?" Liu Enhat stood wearily in front of Veen Din and whispered each word, "Indeed, there is still a way to deal with you." A notification appeared. No advance notice of location, empty attribute. No accessories required, no weapon skill signal. Prohibit the target from using weapon types for 1 minute. Condition, during the prohibition, randomly ban oneself from using one skill for 2 minutes. Note, the skill signal's emission distance is linked to the signal level. The current equipment level normally emits a distance of 1 meter. Notification, your inner prohibition has been banned from use. Countdown, 120 seconds. Liu Enhat muttered to himself, "I originally didn't want to use this signal, because it's extremely large, but apart from using it, at this moment there is no other way to resolve the situation." Both still stood still. Veen Din kept a smile on his lips, confidently saying, "Can't use energy." Thoughts arose in Liu Enhat's head. "This expression of yours, you still have a method to deal with me. What is it, besides energy?" "It's a specialized attribute skill. Could it be that what he just harmed me with is advance warning, the agility specialized and all attribute skills that he possesses? Maybe he won't have an all attribute specialized skill. How to fight now? My skills are all on cooldown." if he really possesses an all-attribute specialized skill, bursting out power with the fortress, plus exchanging HP with the fortress, a combo set. I'm definitely dead. He stepped lightly and thoughts of salvage faintly appeared. Damn, they mentioned a negative status, why hasn't it appeared yet? Gotta think of a way out, but while he's not using it, not yet. Going into the data processing center, this unknown scene is the way to deal with him. Although this thought is very funny. But in a situation where the opponent cannot be dealt with, entering an unknown scene is better than dying directly in this place. Vin Din continued, banning me from using weapons is even better, I can enjoy your longer time. Suddenly his eyes widened in surprise. But while he wasn't paying attention, Liu Enhat hurriedly ran away. As he ran, he thought, opportunity, it seems someone is teleporting over. No matter who it is, for me right now they're all not strong. Enter the elevator. Vin Din quickly chased after and shouted, want to leave, dream on. Burst out power with the fortress, exchange HP with the fortress. Hearing Vin Din say that, he was now certain of his speculation. Indeed, he possessed a skill specialized in all attributes. Vin Din had been chasing closely behind Liu Enhat. He worried whether he could make it to the elevator in time. Whether he made it in time or not, entering the elevator was his last way out. Suddenly a white screen flashed. Liu Enhat shouted joyfully, successfully entered. Notification. Do you want to start the elevator? Liu Enhat stared ahead in astonishment. Outside, 3 people were fighting fiercely. The New Order Guild leader said Nhu Loi. Nhu Loi appeared, fighting and shouting. And from the resolver, Thuan Dung and Chuang Van will become stronger. In the end, isn't it just being chased everywhere? Tu Moi slightly frowned. Vin Din used both hands to block the sword and shouted, New Order. He swung his hand violently, sending the other 2 flying, and then screamed. Get out of my way! Vin Din's feet charged forward at high speed. He rushed quickly toward Liu Enhat and shouted angrily, go die. Notification, do you want to start the elevator? As soon as the system announced, Liu Enhat shouted the command, start. It didn't teleport to the beginning just now. Now it's too late. Notification. Weapon prohibition has ended. Your target Vin Din has lifted the weapon restriction status. He approached right in front of Liu Enhat, his hands bursting with fire, ready to attack Liu Enhat. Liu Enhat worriedly shouted, it's over. Suddenly Vin Din's attack did not hit Liu Enhat. Notification. You have dodged Vin Din's attack. Liu Enhat was also extremely surprised and said, even like that you managed to dodge. Right, his negative status has just appeared now. Could it be that the more anxious he is, the more serious the status becomes? So that's why he was dealing with me slowly just now, giving me so many chances. Both Vin Din and Liu Enhat panicked as they were lifted into the air. Both suddenly shouted, the teleportation array has activated. Vin Din's brows slightly furrowed. From inside the metal plate earlier, a stream of air gushed out. Liu Enhat was sucked upward while Vin Din below still sent a threat to him. You have no way back. Wait inside. The moment you land is when you die. Notification. Cooldown ended. Blessing has finished loading ammunition. Pendulum clock. Liu Enhat's face turned smug and he said, originally I wanted to find a chance to deal with the center but suddenly realized. Now is the best opportunity to deal with you while you're forced to level up. Liu Enhat's body floated in midair. Holding a gun aimed at Vin Din, he said, at the moment when you can't dodge. I don't believe you can withstand my full-powered strike without taking damage. Vin Din angrily blurted out a curse. Display now, blessing. All attribute enhancement 5,000, shield 2,000, next attack damage increased by 1 million, pendulum clock 3 times pity. The gunshot tore through the quiet sky. Liu Enhat still held the gun tightly in his hand to deal with Vin Din. Suddenly he fell backward. The shards behind him were also gradually reassembling. It closed up, forming a powerful light, but the cracks were still there. Those light shards were still recovering. Liu Enhat floated in the air, his body amidst those light shards. That powerful light no longer appeared. Instead, there were tiny fragments. A voice from outside rang out, no notification that the dean of the rear garden has been killed yet. Liu Enhat froze. His face still showed surprise. Vin Din breathed a sigh of relief and said, almost turned the tables, but luckily my HP is high enough. Liu Enhat gaped and said, through blessing, additional attributes were increased, thus HP was restored. Vin Din angrily questioned Liu Enhat, what next? What other tricks do you have? Or rather, after so many bursts of powerful attacks, how much energy do you have left? Display appears. Vin Din, HP, 45,790 out of 20 million. Energy, 325,890 out of 500,000. Suddenly Nhu Loi appeared, flashed past and spoke. Did you forget that I'm still here? The true protagonist of this outdoor trip. A brilliant flash of light tore through the sky. Vin Din's body was sliced in half. Nhu Loi appeared, revealing a smug expression and said, with low HP you took this move of mine and didn't die? Not bad. The New Order Guild leader has been assimilated by Nhu Loi. Don't waste words, keep attacking. Use your short blade to finish it. Liu Enhat grabbed his weapon and quickly replied, okay. He drew his blade and clearly declared, last time I used this short blade carelessly and made a mistake. This time I won't make such a stupid error. Guild leader, lock him down, don't let him escape. His feet gently approached Veen Din. Veen Din's face no longer showed conceit. Fear appeared, making him break out in a cold sweat. Suddenly Veen Din burst out with his strength and screamed, "Trash, you wanna die, then let's see who takes out whom." Lu En Hat next to him shouted, "Weapon prohibition." Suddenly a notification appeared. Notification: your blessing skill has been banned. Ban duration is 2 minutes. Lu En Hat's face showed worry and said, "Blessing has been banned. If we can't kill him this time, it's really over." Nhu Loi appeared and exclaimed, "You can even ban weapon use. Yeah, you're really a super good support. From now on, you should just obediently stay in the back. That way it can have a greater effect." Veen Din slightly furrowed his brow. His body had been split in two. A blinding light shot up to the circular metal plate above. Veen Din screamed loudly in agony. He no longer had the strength to resist. Notification: Veen Din has died. Calculating damage contribution. You have gained 2% Primal Realm Computational Authority. Currently you possess 47% Primal Realm Computational Authority. Lu En Hat breathed in relief and said, "It's done." Nhu Loi Dang Truong also smiled. Veen Din's body was torn in two, lying flat on the ground. Nhu Loi Dang Truong deliberately turned around, trying to look cool by turning his back to the opponent. A proud finger pointed to the sky. Nhu Loi Dang Truong grinned widely. He said smugly, "The first one, I am the first one up. Primal Realm, ha ha ha, just one move and it was easily resolved. Ha, I am invincible." Lu En Hat watched his excited actions, not knowing what to say. Suddenly something very strange appeared behind Nhu Loi Dang Truong. The New Order chairman's voice rang out, "Careful. His power is problematic." Hearing that, Nhu Loi Dang Truong immediately whipped his head around to look. Lu En Hat was also startled and stared intently at Veen Din's body. A powerful surge of energy rushed in from behind Nhu Loi Dang Truong. That energy swirled together into an object shaped like a giant egg. Lu En Hat was also bewildered, blinking and asking, "What's happening?" Nhu Loi Dang Truong exclaimed in surprise as well. "What the hell is this thing?" Nhu Loi Dang Truong continued, "Can't break it." The New Order chairman's voice also came, "It's melting us. A revival skill. Veen Din wants to melt and absorb us, thereby reviving himself." The New Order chairman added, "The melting speed is too fast. My HP has dropped by half," Nhu Loi Dang Truong said. "Then, can it be broken from the outside?" Hearing that, Lu En Hat grabbed his weapon and rushed forward, slashing furiously at the strange object. He helplessly announced, "I've used up all my awakening power. I can only use normal attacks. It's completely unable to deal any damage to it." Nhu Loi Dang Truong spoke, "HP remaining. It's no good, chairman." Suddenly a voice rang out commanding, "Use that move." Those words made Lu En Hat freeze. From the center of the strange object, a powerful light burst out, cutting through the object. The strange object slowly cracked open, and from within a human figure emerged. Notification: Nhu Loi Dang Truong has died. Calculating damage contribution. You have no contribution record. You have gained 0% Primal Realm Computational Authority. Currently you possess 47% Primal Realm Computational Authority. Lu En Hat exclaimed in panic, "Nhu Loi is dead." The strange object from earlier split apart and spread onto the ground. It gradually disappeared without a trace. Lu En Hat trudged forward heavily. He sat down deep in thought. A frustrated sigh escaped his lips. Then he spoke, "Although in the end I don't know what Nhu Loi and the New Order chairman did. But ultimately Veen Din was dealt with." System display: AI by Ring. "Yeah, what did you guys just do? Why is Nhu Loi dead?" Blazing heat. Nhu Loi used a level 60 skill bearing some cost. He chose to cancel the target's skill effect. It's just unexpected that the cost was so great. Nhu Loi Dang Truong, "So tragic, did I really die? Right at the final checkpoint and died again, still a mutual destruction." Nhu Loi Dang Truong, forget it, the strongest often pave the way for the younger generation. I guess I've achieved one of the accomplishments of the strong." Blazing heat. "Yeah, thank you. If it weren't for you guys, I would have died here. Even if I killed the director of How Hoa Veen, I wouldn't have been able to deal with his final trick." Nhu Loi Dang Truong, "So, from now on you guys will protect the chairman in my place. The chairman is quite weak. Now that I'm dead, with his strength he won't get far." Blazing heat. "Alright, don't worry, I'll protect him well." Nhu Loi Dang Truong, "Then it's a promise. Although from the way we dealt with Veen Din, I learned that your strength is much weaker than mine. But protecting the chairman is probably enough." "Yeah." Blazing heat. Suddenly the atmosphere became somber. Lu En Hat quietly looked to the side. The New Order chairman spoke, "Veen Din was also teleported here like us. Even if he still retained computational power, he hasn't been sent back to Moku City." Lu En Hat said, "To gather computational power again for another teleportation, it's probably impossible in a short time." Lu En Hat continued, "We have enough time to figure out how to repair the elevator, then go to the Data Module Processing Center." The New Order chairman said, You and Veen Din are really fast. After meeting up Nhu Loy and I, the two of us together swept computational power to upgrade a private territory, but still not as fast as you two. Lu En-hat replied, just luck. Lu En-hat entered a room and then said, searching all over, it's exactly here that's abnormal. The New Order chairman heard that and responded, then let's see if we can open it. Lu En-hat touched the problematic spot. A circle appeared right before his eyes, revealing something to unlock it. Lu En-hat took out the keys he had and said, maybe we should use the keys we obtained. The president of the New Order asked, puzzled, how do we use them? Just put them directly. Inside, suddenly, a wisp of energy appeared, which surprised Lu En-hat greatly. The president of the New Order also stared wide-eyed in that direction. The lock was absorbing those streams of energy. Notification, key delivered. Your authority over the origin world's computing power has increased by 10%. You currently possess 57%. Authority over the origin world's computing power. Suddenly, both were startled and looked at each other, then their gazes fixed forward. A deep abyss suddenly appeared before them. The president of the New Order spoke up. There's a teleportation gate down below. Where does it lead? Lu En-hat replied. We'll find out once we go down. So both descended. A whirlwind appeared in the sky and ahead was an extremely strange secret realm. Notification. Secret realm digitized module processing center has opened. Lu En-hat said in bewilderment, digitized module processing center. If this is the digitized module processing center, then what is the place above? A deep black hole appeared above his head. The president of the New Order said, looking at it this way, this is the true entrance to the digitized module processing center. However, the secret realm requires at least 10 people to enter. Lu En-hat replied, that's not a problem. Can't we use scaffolding to fix it a bit? Hearing this, the president of the New Order asked, puzzled, scaffolding, can that even be used to repair this? Lu En-hat replied solemnly, the elevator and the sphere have now been destroyed. Apart from this place, we have nowhere else to go. Even if we use levitation, at most it can only make us fly up to about 5 meters. There's no way to get up. The president of the New Order replied, then let's go inside and see what it's like. Lu En-hat quickly agreed, all right. The two of them slowly stepped inside. The secret scene inside, neither of them could have known beforehand. Both disappeared after walking into the ring of energy ahead. Water droplets slowly appeared, more and more of them. They linked together, then burst apart in the air. They coalesce into a puddle, then begin to show the silhouette of a fish shape. From those droplets, a real fish formed. The floating droplet gradually flew up, passing through the silver wall. It flew upwards, then made a plop sound. Everything inside this secret realm was incredibly open and airy. Lu En-hat was startled by that scene. He suddenly asked, what just now? What does that mean? 3 water bubbles floated up from underwater. One cracked by itself, one was torn by a fish bumping into it. The last one escaped the water surface and merged into the air. Additionally, he looked at the surrounding scenery and continued, this is the Digitization Module Processing Center. Wait, Guild Leader Trin Tu Moi. How did he disappear? At this moment he realized the absence of someone. Notification, detecting the highest primal realm computational authority you possess in the entire primal realm. Title acquired. Firebearer. Firebearer unique. The digitization player, the one who decides to initiate digitization. The player who gains all attributes and abilities of the game character. Primal Realm. The Primal Realm computational authority node determines the digitization function, waiting for full charge. Primal Realm computational authority out. Do you wish to activate digitization? Lu En-hat was still surprised. He asked blankly, This is the authority, the button for the Primal Realm's descent. Display shows Private IB Blazing Heat Guild Leader Trin Tu Moi. Deep, where are you? Blazing Heat Guild Leader Trin Tu Moi. The system messaged me. My computational authority is insufficient. I have been ejected from the secret realm. What are you still doing inside? Lu En-hat stood on the bridge. He thought to himself. Finally, Lu En-hat was so emotional that he trembled. He thought he had finally obtained the authority. Lu En-hat, with an extremely satisfied face, thought, finally I have the chance to truly change my fate. The bridge stretched all the way to the clouds. Lu En-hat wiped his tears. He put on a look of great determination, then opened the system panel. The system panel displayed Firebearer Unique, the digitization player. The one who decides to initiate digitization, the real-life player gains all attributes and abilities of the game character. The Primal Realm's computational authority determines the digitization function. Please wait until it appears after collecting, then activate digitization. Lu En-hat thought, only uniqueness. Only I can decide whether the Primal Realm descends or not. If so, as long as I exit the game, not online, not pressing the digitization start button, the Primal Realm will not appear again. Lu En-hat clenched his hand. A message came. Lu En-hat, duh, you're not coming out. Have you entered? Did you get the authority? Duh, reply a bit. A notification appeared. Do you want to exit the game? Lu En-hat hesitated a little. He said loudly, goodbye, Primal Realm, then pressed the display panel. Lu En-hat vanished. His consciousness returned to reality. Liu Enhat had returned to reality. He lay on the bed, his face extremely satisfied. Liu Enhat sat up. He put on his slippers. The scene shifted to the rooftop. Liu Enhat stood on the rooftop. He gazed at the city from above. He recalled the past. The cityscape was utterly desolate. High-rise buildings collapsed in ruin. One poignant image was two sets of remains of a mother and child holding each other tightly. Not only maternal love, but also romantic love in the apocalypse was clearly shown. Items were scattered all over the floor. Liu Enhat smiled. He shouted loudly, "I did it," then raised his hands high, jumping up to show joy. Early the next morning, the high-rise buildings that were ruined in the past were still intact today. Some mother and daughter were laughing and walking hand in hand on the street. That couple were affectionate with each other. That female student rested her chin on her hand, smiling as she looked out the window. Liu Enhat was overjoyed. He thought to himself, "I have prevented the primal realm's appearance. The world will always be peaceful like this." Liu Enhat raised his hand high. Expressing his joy, the scene shifted to evening, the starry sky shining brightly. In an instant, space distorted, then returned to normal. It was because the stars disappeared. At the same time, on a beach not far from where Liu Enhat was, on a luxury yacht drifting on the sea, voices rang out. "Everyone look, what's going on?" People on the yacht were abuzz. Why did the routes to other continents disappear? The entire vast sea surrounding Hoa continent was cut off. It's like the computational power running the game is insufficient, only displaying part of the map. What on earth is happening? It grew dark in a high-rise building. The top floor was still lit. Veen Din sat at his desk. He threw the virtual reality glasses on the table, then abruptly stood up. Veen Din walked towards the glass door. He grabbed his little finger and snapped his little finger off his hand. Veen Din gritted his teeth in pain. His finger returned to normal. Veen Din pulled himself together and then called someone. He reported, "Sorry, I failed. That's right, I died because I was attacked by two fakes in Hongdia Van Leyen Thur. Yes, I'll find a way to level up quickly. Alright, I've sent people to investigate. There should be news soon." The other end asked, "The lock, is Dad ready?" "Not yet." "Yes, keep a close watch on that Hongdia and him. If in reality they communicate with each other, then certainly we can find clues from him." Veen Din hung up the phone. He forcefully gripped the phone in his hand. The glass door reflected Veen Din's image, his expression extremely angry. In a resentful tone, he said, "I will find you in reality, then eliminate you." Wait. Early the next morning, guild leader Trin Tu Moi sat at the desk. He sits deep in thought, fingers tapping on the table. Suddenly someone opens the door and enters the room. The new order president immediately asks, "How is it? Did you find anything?" The man shakes his head. The new order president slumps into his chair, helplessly saying, "What is up with this guy? Why go offline at such a critical moment? If he has already gained power and then never comes online again, what should we do?" He holds his head, asking himself, could he be from heavenly glory? He came specifically to sabotage us. Only one day left. We really can't wait any longer. Scene shifts to the riverside. Liu Yun speaks up. "Hey brother, don't be so smug. Your crazy spirit energy when playing Origin World. One day I'll surpass you, brother." Liu Yi hears this and stops, holding a white towel. He smiles and replies, "Then I'll have to bully you a lot before you surpass me." He adds, "Let's run another lap." Liu Yun and Huang Nianshu pant heavily. Standing still, Liu Yun hears Liu Yi say that and grabs his hand, hurriedly says, Brother, no, I give up, but I'm not really beat." She pleads, "Let's rest a bit." Huang Nianshu stands behind smiling. Liu Yi laughs. There's a resting spot along the riverside. Liu Yi's group sits on the steps, drinking water and resting. The surrounding scene is extremely peaceful. In a crack of the steps, a clump of grass grows. Liu Yi feels, "This is so relaxing," he thinks to himself. "Including my previous life, it's been over 3 years since I've had this much leisure." At that moment, an old man and his grandchild walk by the riverside, chatting happily as they go. Suddenly Liu Yun asks, "Brother, do you think we can live to be old like that?" Liu Yi turns, looks at Liu Yun. "What are you thinking about? Of course, by then we'll see who has more descendants, you or me." Liu Yun hears that and replies, "About that, I think whether you have many descendants can't depend on you." Liu Yun teases Huang Nianshu. "It depends on Nianshu to decide." Huang Nianshu blushes shyly. She lightly hits Liu Yun, embarrassed, says, "You're awful, he's right here, so annoying, I won't let you off." Liu Yun laughs and replies, "Ah, stop." Liu Yun is tickled by Huang Nianshu. She quickly surrenders. "Ha ha ha, I was wrong. Next time I absolutely won't say it in front of him again." The men around chatter, "Quick, look over there. Ah, if only I had 2 girlfriends like that. So pleasing to the eye. I really envy that young guy." Liu Yi sees this and thinks, a Yun and Nianshu every time they appear attract attention and cause trouble. He recalls a past event, 2 thugs bullying Liu Yun. "This girl is really pretty, drag her into the alley for some fun." Liu Yi supports Liu Yun. He hears that and hurriedly says, "A Yun, run." Back to the present, Liu Yi shakes his head thinking, "What am I thinking? It's all in the past." He clenches his fist thinking, "Just maintain the calm like now. The The real world isn't chaotic and such things will never happen again. Even if they do, the probability is very small. There would be laws and even more kind passersby to help. Keep to your place, arrange your life plans well, and you'll be able to move toward an increasingly better future. Even if you get tired along the way, you can stop anytime. Even if you hate the goal you set, you can change it. The worst outcome is just being tired for a while, not that being lazy means death. Liu Yi looks at the old man and grandchild below and tells himself, I can live a very, very long time, will have children and grandchildren everywhere. Just like that old man when I'm old, being led by my descendants for a walk under the golden sunlight, enjoying the warm sunshine. In an instant, something green suddenly streaks past the old man and grandchild. Liu Yi's eyes widen in shock. The two collapse, their heads severed from their necks. The old man and grandchild die on the spot. Liu Yi asks himself in bewilderment, what was that thing that killed them just now? That green thing moves. Liu Yi turns to look. That green thing is exactly the clump of grass from earlier. The clump of grass suddenly becomes huge and dangerous. Liu Yi wonders, origin world descending, creatures undergoing mutation. He has countless questions in his head. Origin world hasn't descended yet. Why do mutated creatures appear in reality? That leaf moves at extremely high speed, rushing toward Liu Yi. Liu Yun pushes Liu Yi away, taking a hit for her brother. Brother, careful. Before Liu Yi can recover, Liu Yun is injured in the side. Huang Nianshu catches Liu Yun and shouts, a Yun. That leaf intends to continue attacking Liu Yun. Liu Yi blocks it with his own body. He calculates the grass itself isn't sharp, but its speed is so fast that its sharpness increases. As long as I interrupt its speed, I don't need to fear this grass. Liu Yi uses his towel to tie up that leaf. Another leaf comes rushing. Liu Yi uses the leaf he grabbed as a shield. He takes the opportunity to tie up the second leaf. Yet another leaf attacks Liu Yi. He cleverly uses his leg to hold the leaf, then pulls with all his strength. The mutated clump of grass is pulled taut. Liu Yi grits his teeth, thinking, someone needs to come and cut its root, otherwise I'll have wasted my effort. Liu Yi shouts, hey, don't just stand there watching, come help deal with it. If we don't wait for it to kill a few more people to level up, ordinary people like us won't be able to handle it anymore. The men hesitated. This, Hong Nimso ran off. She laid Lu Van down to rest, the injured part had been staunched. Hong Nimso grabbed a huge rock, she raised the rock high. Then she directly smashed the base of the weed clump. Lu Enhat thought joyfully, Nimso, Hong Nimso has enlightened those guys. Everyone quickly come help. Smashing its root will take care of it. She added, now it's under control, there's nothing to be afraid of. The men, seeing a beauty asking for help, immediately changed their attitude. Quick, everyone come help the pretty girl, there's nothing to be afraid of. Handle it, let's all do it together, it's done. High City Hospital, Hong Nimso said, I've contacted the family. Arrange the best treatment for Avan. Lu Enhat's face was extremely worried. Hong Nimso continued, but the doctor said Avan not only lost too much blood, but there's also an extremely strong toxin in her body. Whether she wakes up or not depends on Avan herself. Hong Nimso stood by Lu Van's bed. Avan, you must hang in there, Lu Enhat thought to himself. The origin realm hasn't descended into reality, why have mutated companion creatures appeared? Where did the error occur? Logically, the title of Fire Tinder is the trigger for the origin realm's descent. As long as the origin realm hasn't descended, then everything in reality has nothing to do with the origin realm. But now, could it be that mutated companion creatures didn't appear after the origin realm descended, but have always existed in the real world? Lu Enhat clenched his hands and pondered. Originally, the origin realm was supposed to descend tomorrow, and mutated companion creatures would appear on a large scale along with it. But with the efforts of the players, the mutated companion creatures would be quickly dealt with. In the end, only the mutated companion creatures born in the primeval forest would be retained. He thought to himself, could it be? Then he recalled Veen Din's words. If left unchecked, in at most 3 years, the world will be destroyed. Lu Enhat wondered, these mutated companion creatures weren't brought by the origin realm's descent. Liu Yi turned to leave, telling Huang Nianshu, I have some things to take care of. Look after a Yun for me. Huang Nianshu asked upon hearing this. Brother, where are you going? Liu Yi thought to himself. I must get to the bottom of this matter. He replied to Huang Nianshu, I have a way to save a Yun you take care of. A Yun helping me is enough. Huang Nianshu cried out anxiously. Brother, Liu Yi frowned. In the hospital's outdoor lobby, a group of people in patient gowns were gossiping. Why won't anyone listen to what we say? Nobody believes what we say. One of them held his head, saying in a very bitter tone, most importantly, the camera lost signal right at that moment. The person beside him chimed in, why does it always happen like this? Not just the roadside cameras, even the monster videos we recorded on our phones have disappeared. Another side, sigh, what's wrong with this world? Someone on the other side suddenly jumped up, saying resolutely, no, we have to raise a ruckus. Another asked, how, raise a ruckus about what? Before he could finish, the space suddenly warped. The guy forgot what he was saying. Right, raise a ruckus about what? What were we just discussing? The group wondered. There was a terrorist attack this morning that scared us all into the hospital, but what exactly was it? We were just scared, it's probably nothing. Forget it, let's go, let's go. Prime World Outskirts Data Processing Center. Liu Yi had logged into the game. His expression was extremely serious. Liu Yi looked at the messages. The vice president of New Order had frantically messaged Liu Yi. Yi, have you obtained the authority? Yi, that authority concerns the safety of the real world. If you have it, you must let me know, Yi. Why did you go offline? Let me know when you're back online. Yi, why aren't you online yet? When you're on, give me a way to contact you in the real world. Yi, on the New Order president's side, he was pacing restlessly, looking extremely anxious. Liu Yi's reply message arrived. Content read, I indeed have the authority, but whether to use it or not. You must tell me all the intelligence you have about the dangers between the prime world and reality. The president of New Order happily said, he's online. The president of New Order messaged back. All right, like before, can you give me a contact method in the real world? He refused flatly. No, the president of New Order continued. Fine, what aspect do you want to learn about? He messaged. Don't beat around the bush, I want to know everything from start to finish. If you don't know where to start, just tell me in chronological order. The president of New Order said, somewhat perplexed. Yi, what's going on with you? Why have you suddenly become so aggressive? Never mind, I'll tell Yi everything so he understands the current situation. The president of New Order replied, all right, before I tell you what I know, let me send you some pictures first. Below are images of the ocean borders, continental borders. This is the border of China and other continents. And these are images of mysterious wild creatures appearing, and this is our universe. The sea of stars of the past has completely vanished, leaving only inky blackness. Liu Yi was a bit surprised. This is, the president of New Order messaged. The real world is facing two major crises. 1. Every 2 years a continent disappears, including all living creatures and people on it. Now only our China remains. 2. The real world will randomly spawn monsters from mutated plants and animals. Initially, they only appeared in remote areas. Now they are appearing more and more in urban areas. It probably won't be long before these plants and animals mutate right inside ordinary people's homes. When that time comes, the scene will be unimaginable. Liu Yi thought to himself, continents disappearing, although I had heard before that contact had been lost with some other continents. But who would have thought they just straight up vanish? That way of putting it, he messaged. The celestial body we are on now is a planet. How can pieces of land just disappear one by one? If a continent suddenly disappeared, then the planet we live on would directly explode. And as for the monsters you speak of, I have never heard any news about them. If this is true, the whole world has gone mad. The president of New Order mused. It seems he truly has never been in contact with Earth's shadow. The president of New Order messaged to explain. Because everyone who witnesses scenes related to the real-world crises gradually forgets what they saw, unless they have been in contact with Earth's shadow. Liu Yi asked, forget. If you encounter a sight so horrifying, how could you easily forget it? Liu Yi pondered, forget. The president of New Order sent, but it's the truth, he asked. Then what causes this? The president of New Order replied. According to Earth Shadow's description, it's because of 3 mysterious people. 10 years ago, they appeared at Buzhu Mountain, the center of China, and did something there that caused the real-world crises to emerge. It all comes from Earth Shadow. He messaged back, who exactly is Earth Shadow? The president of New Order answered, you might not believe it if I tell you. We don't know who Earth Shadow is either. We only have a means of communication. He periodically tells us what to do. Thanks to that, we've avoided many dangers and obtained many treasures. Even the importance of the prime world was told to us by Earth Shadow. This has saved many people, and therefore everyone reveres Earth Shadow as a god. Liu Yi continued to ask, if what Earth Shadow says is true, the root of the matter is at Buzhu Mountain. With such a clear objective, using modern weapons in the real world, can't we deal with those 3? The president of New Order fell silent. He looked up, then clutched his head, and then replied, we can't do it, we've tried everything. If I had to give an example, that means 3 overlevel monsters, no firearms can handle them. Liu Yi said in astonishment, overlevel, and 3 of them at that. The New Order guild leader asked, DEA, you said only the authority of the origin realm can save the world. Right now I can only say that much. Can you tell me first what exactly is this authority? Liu Yi message. Fire transmission, unique player digitization, initiate the decider. Player digitization will grant all attributes and abilities of the origin realm character in the real world. The New Order guild leader exclaimed, just broadcast the digitization, and players in reality will gain the abilities of their in-game characters. In that instant, we will become tens of thousands of human warriors. If that's the case, we absolutely have the ability to deal with those three mysterious individuals. Liu Yi, yes, hurry up, initiate fire transmission. This will benefit all of us. Liu Yi read. Hein messaged. He looked at the system. The system displayed, fire transmission, player digitization, initiate the decider. Digitization. The player will gain all attributes and abilities of the Origin Realm character in the real world. The Origin Realm Computing Authority determines the digitization function. Wait for more Origin Realm Computing Authority to appear, collect it, and then initiate digitization. System notification. Initiate digitization or not. Liu Yi extended his index finger but then pulled it back. He had some difficulty making a decision. Liu Yi remembered Liu Van lying in the hospital. Liu Yi blamed himself that he was too naive, thinking that preventing the Origin Realm's descent could stop that chaotic future. But eventually he discovered that all the chaos had already begun 10 years ago. If that's the case, just regard preventing the Origin Realm's descent as a nightmare. Now that I've woken up, everything will proceed according to the original plan. He pressed the shout-out confirmation button, thinking in his heart, if reality cannot give me a stable living environment, then I will create one myself. In this blood-soaked and dark future for myself, for my sister, for those I love and who love me. Notification displayed. Detected that you currently only have 57% of Origin Realm Computing Authority. Digitization authority insufficient, unable to initiate full functionality. Are you sure you want to continue initiating the digitization broadcast? No. Possessing 30% Origin Realm Computing Authority can initiate digitization of the player's body in the real world. Obtain 100% of the level, equipment, and attributes of the Origin Realm character. Unable to upgrade the system due to low authority. Possessing 60% Origin Realm Computing Authority can initiate digitization. Obtain 50% of the level, equipment, and attributes of the Origin Realm character. Can upgrade level cap in the real world is Daok level. Possessing 90% computing authority can initiate digitization. Obtain 100% of the level, equipment, and attributes of the Origin Realm character. Can upgrade level cap in the real world is Daok level. Liu Yi exclaimed, choose to upgrade the function. So the key to initiating the function upgrade lies here. Only at least 60% Origin Realm Computing Authority can initiate. Now I have 57%, still a bit short. It seems I have to leave the secret realm to obtain it. Liu Yi pondered, the remaining Origin Realm Computing Authority must be hidden in the collapse area. Spending a little time should find it. System notification, right before initiating fire transmission, cannot leave the secret realm. Liu Yi was surprised, are you kidding? On one hand, demanding that I have more Origin Realm Computing Authority, on the other hand, restricting me from leaving the secret realm. The New Order Guild leader urged, yes, quickly initiate it. Our entire future is in your hands as long as you initiate. If you have any requests, just tell me. As long as it's within my capability, I will do it all. Liu Yi read the message and pondered. The New Order Guild leader, come to think of it, he also has Origin Realm Computing Authority on him. If I use the Origin Realm's descent as a condition, asking him to give me the computing authority, would he agree? He messaged back, give me the Origin Realm Computing Authority. The New Order Guild leader was puzzled. He sent the system's notification line. The New Order Guild leader admired, so this is the true purpose of the Origin Realm Computing Authority. He asked Liu Yi, how much do you have now? Liu Yi replied, 57%. The New Order Guild leader happily messaged, great, you have 57%, I have 33%, together we can initiate the full functionality. Liu Yi said in surprise, the New Order Guild leader actually has 33%, but if you calculate carefully, it's correct. He himself had 5% and Nhu Loi 5%. Killing the gardener, he and Nhu Loi got 3%, two keys 20%, total is 33%. Liu Yi asked, so do you agree? The New Order Guild leader messaged, absolutely. Nothing is more important than the digitization broadcast. Liu Yi remained silent, not replying. The New Order Guild leader messaged, what's wrong? Liu Yi replied, is there no other way? The New Order Guild leader said, that's it. Except for the Secret Realm's merit granting Origin Realm Computing Authority, which will be evenly divided among surviving members, the only other way is to kill. Liu Yi asked back, so it means I have to personally kill you to get your authority? The New Order Guild leader replied. Yes, Liu Yi was a bit bewildered, he scratched his head. This is tough, what should I do now? I can't leave. I also can't kill the New Order Guild leader. Isn't this out of options? Liu Yi asked himself what to do. Suddenly a bell chime rang out. Liu Yi recognized it as the chime of the Donghuang bell. Transferring in from outside the secret realm isn't safe. Could the New Order Guild leader be killed directly? If he dies, the upgrade function won't be able to activate. He quickly messaged the New Order Guild leader. Are you okay? The New Order Guild leader replied, where did that Chinese come from? I'm fine. Someone's voice rang out, it finally succeeded. Hey, can you hear what I'm saying? Liu Yi recognized it, Zhu Yin. How terrifying, Zhu Yin said. It was really a narrow escape. Fortunately, the modular transformation module you traded me earlier took most of the damage on my behalf. Otherwise, I would have died in that trap long ago. But every cloud has a silver lining. I not only obtained the Donghuang Bell but also successfully upgraded it to the world level. Liu Yi thought to himself, Ju Yin is Dua, and also his soul beast mount. If I have Ju Yin kill the New Order guild leader, would I then gain the computing power authority he holds? He asked Ju Yin, where are you now? Ju Yin replied, I'm at the exit of this sphere about to get out. Liu Yi asked, Ju Yin, if you kill the player with computing power authority, will I receive that person's computing power authority? Ju Yin said, yes, do you need me to take action immediately? Liu Yi was delighted, great. The New Order guild leader received the response. Liu Yi messaged, I'll deal with you right now, your level will be reset. If that happens after the Prime Realm descends, you'll fall into a very weak state. By then, monsters will run rampant. Ordinary people will suddenly gain superhuman strength, and order in the real world will be extremely chaotic. Without the level advantage, strength, and status you now possess, after the Prime Realm descends you might be replaced by others or your enemy. The New Order guild leader messaged back, so after you kill me, can you leave me half a day to level up? Liu Yi replied, if possible I would hope so, but I'm not sure whether having such high Prime Realm computing power authority, whether the transformation will activate on its own. The New Order president frowned, then he smiled and texted back, is that so? No need to hesitate. After the digitized broadcast, at least there is still hope to resolve the crisis in reality. If not broadcast, then we can only wait to die. What great confidence does the New Order president have? Who says level 1 will be at a disadvantage? So just get rid of me right now. System display. Your 9 Yin's Daok has killed player Nhip Kai Dang Dang with no other player participation. You have gained 33% Prime Realm computing authority. Now you have 90% Prime Realm computing authority. Inspection shows that the outer scene has only you as the sole player, and you are in the hidden secret realm of the Data Processing Module Center, which is a large-scale public secret realm in the outer scene. Merit conditions met. Calculating this reward grants 10% Prime Realm computing authority. Possessing 100% Prime Realm computing authority. Condition of 100% Prime Realm computing authority met. The mysterious function of the torch activates, except for the digitized broadcast function. The possessor of the torch will undergo special transformation after the digitized broadcast. Level is not limited by the current world, Daak, but normal experience will be excluded. And only by obtaining special experience can one level up. The digitized broadcast is about to auto-start. Countdown 1 minute. Liu Yi shouted, eliminate normal experience, wouldn't that reset the level? That means I am reborn and returned, yet still must face the Prime Realm's descent at level 1. He sat down on the ground, pondering, fiddling with the dirt. Can I not take this reward? Although I know the future plot in advance, how can I survive this weak period, and even have to get special experience to level up? What is this special experience anyway? Liu Yi was distraught, his hands touching his forehead. Why is it so harsh? I'm going to collapse, he thought to himself, it seemed. After the Prime Realm descends, I'll have to rely on a van. Although now a van is still poisoned and hospitalized, but after the Prime Realm descends, that tiny bit of toxin is a problem for a level 50 player. Liu Yi continued thinking, after all, after receiving the special transformation, my own level will no longer be limited by Daak in this world. Daak, in the real world there is also Daak, then what about the computing power? According to the New Order president, those 3 mysterious people, could they be controlling the Daak of the real world? Liu Yi realized something, Daak, gathering territory. The sky suddenly darkened, a crack appeared in the sky. The crack spread wide, 9 Yin flew out from the crack. Liu Yi was astonished. 9 Yin said, this restriction is really hard to break through. Liu Yi exclaimed, 9 Yin, you can enter here. 9 Yin replied, don't talk so much, time is short, here is something for you. A seed appeared. Liu Yi held it in his hand and asked, what is this? 9 Yin explained. This is a seed condensed from my essence. In the future it will absorb half of your experience. It will level up along with your level. Once it is strong enough, I will appear in your world through it. Liu Yi wondered. Through it appear in my world? Can't you directly come with me? Wait, you know I am a player, we are not from the same world. 9 Yin answered, it's nothing to be surprised about, it's also because of that I was able to come out now and learned some things related to you. After upgrading, I not only recovered part of my memories, but also unlocked the Prime Realm authority that originally belonged to me. Thinking back, I truly thank the player who destroyed that ceiling, triggering the Donghuang Bell to directly send me into the sphere. Inside were the corpses of various monsters, full of power enough to help me level up several levels in a row. Liu Yi questioned. Related to me, in your memory, is there the Prime Realm and information about the world I exist in? What is their relationship? What is really going on? 9 Yin replied. Unclear, I only know the Prime Realm was once completely destroyed. Then it was found by a man and a woman, remodeled into this appearance to save their world. Liu Yi said a bit dejectedly. Is that so? I thought you could come out directly with me. If you could come with me to my world. With your strength you could sweep everything away. Perhaps you could solve our crisis. Liu Yi crossed his arms and continued. But it's okay, just by upgrading your seed I can summon you. It's just a bit troublesome. Liu Yi looked at Nine Yin and said, come to think of it, if you are not coming with me, can I take the Donghuang bell? If you don't need it, you've already dominated this place anyway. Nine Yin was silent. Liu Yi hesitantly added, now it's of no use to you at all. Nine Yin agreed, all right. Liu Yi exclaimed, really? Nine Yin added, also I'll give you this thing, obtained from the sphere, it will certainly be very useful to you now. Nine Yin took out a sealing pearl. System display. Sealing pearl preserves one's own level and corresponding attributes in those of the pearl. After preservation, the player automatically resets to level 1. The preservation pearl can be inlaid into any weapon. When the preservation pearl is inlaid into a weapon, the weapon wielder can preserve their level and attributes. Note, the weapon's quality determines the usage duration. Lu Enhat said with joy, this is truly wonderful. He looked at the preservation pearl, then raised his head. Lu Enhat looked at Ku Am, then bowed and said, thank you, Ku Am, thank you for helping me. Ku Am said, so next, after you return, continue to strive in your own world. Let us meet again in your world. Continue to fight shoulder to shoulder. Lu Enhat gave an affirmative hum. System announcement, data broadcast is about to auto-start. Time remaining 5 seconds, time remaining 4 seconds. In the real world, some people are lying on their beds playing games, some are hiding behind cabinets. System announcement, data broadcast is about to auto-start. Time remaining 3 seconds. Some are resting on chairs, some are lying on their beds playing games, bodies covered in wounds. Data broadcast is about to auto-start. Time remaining, wireless. Notice, the Origin world is about to start its update and upgrade. All players will automatically exit the game in 3 seconds. Outside, in the real world, a happy couple walks their child. A young man and woman chat and laugh happily. Those two youths playfully frolic together. Two female friends have a cheerful conversation. The sky remains normal. Suddenly, a massive rift appears, tearing everything apart. The rift splits the sky in two, it spreads wider and wider. The sky turns pitch black like ink, then it suddenly flashes bright, then returns to normal. Lu Enhat exits the game, he slowly opens his eyes. Lu Enhat sits up, flexes his hand, then summons two treasures. In Lu Enhat's residence, two virtual reality glasses are placed on the table. Lu Enhat ponders. After the Origin world descends, offline players must log back into the game to obtain their Origin world character's ability. System notice, the Origin world login device cannot be stored in the inventory. Lu Enhat closes the glasses case. He reflects, I must quickly get the login devices to a van and Nimso. Lu Enhat grips the door handle, opens the door and steps out of the house. The surroundings are extremely peaceful. Lu Enhat checks the map. He runs downstairs. The building opposite along the row of offices remains peaceful. A second later it instantly explodes. Everyone clamors, hurry, go save people. What is this? What happened? Lu Enhat continues to run. He climbs onto his electric scooter, twisting the throttle while thinking. Right now only native mutant creatures are appearing, and players are still shocked that they have gained their Origin world game character's power. It's not too dangerous yet. When high-level native mutant creatures appear and the players have adapted to their strength, the real chaos will happen. Lu Enhat speeds off. He frowns and thinks, although people will say I'm a freeloader, before I level back up to my previous state, I have to rely on a van and Nimso. He reproaches himself, it's still my own lack of thorough thinking. If I now had the strength of level 60, a few high-speed sprints and I'd reach the hospital. But who could have guessed that the highest level reward would be a level reset, leaving me now only able to ride an electric scooter to the hospital. At the city hospital, someone sits up and wonders, I just heard a data broadcast announcement or something, is that a game plotline? The young man clutches his head and thinks, the environment is way too realistic. Is this a secret realm simulated from reality? He looks down at his hands, most importantly this feeling of energy. The young man thinks doubtfully, something I could never have in reality. Terminal cancer, I've undergone countless chemotherapies, except when I'm in the Origin world. In reality, it's hard for me to even stand up. The door of the hospital room opens, his parents and younger brother walk in. The young man is extremely surprised. He recalls the past. The mother sits on the bedside weeping. Mom and Dad can't take it anymore. Don't blame us. His father hands over the login glasses and says, Dad bought you the Origin world login device, play well, son. Perhaps Dad won't be able to afford your treatment anymore. His younger brother spits out venomous words. Brother, no matter what anyone says, if you don't die soon, it'll be Mom, Dad, and me who die. When are you going to die? The young man lashes out. He takes out a weapon and says, if this is a game, then venting a bit should be fine, right? Kill these people in the game. After all, in reality, you all abandoned me. Even though I know it was the best choice, my heart still aches terribly. Wait until I finish off you people in the game. Return to reality and die. then I won't be a burden to you anymore. In Lu Van's hospital room, Hong Nim Seong hears some noise. She asks herself, what happened? Hong Nim So stands up, then opens the door and looks outside. The floor has a huge hole. Light from outside shines directly down onto the spot where the young man is standing. A minute ago, that young man's sword was soaked in blood. He had slaughtered his entire family. The young man seems to have lost awareness, muttering, "This is a game, this is a game." His family's words echo in the young man's head. When you get better, Mom will buy you the best gaming device. So you can play to your heart's content, and then Mom will fix you up to be really handsome. Mom will take you to the square so those ladies without sons beside them will envy you to death. Big brother, even though I said that, you must not die. If you die, I won't have a brother anymore. That young man gritted his teeth. He turned to look at the group of people and shouted, no matter how realistic the simulation, it's still a game. The patients and nurses were utterly stunned. That young man jumped up. He grabbed his sword and charged at the crowd, shouting, if not, why would I have a self-recovering equipment with the power of an original realm character? The ceiling was intact, but that young man slashed a few times. The ceiling immediately shattered and he landed on the ground. Hong Nim So was extremely shocked by what she had just witnessed. That young man gritted his teeth and said, this secret realm is just a bunch of humanoid creatures. If we deal with them all, we'll clear the secret realm, exit the game, and return to reality. On Lu Enhat's side, he was riding his motorbike at very high speed. Right over there was the hospital. Hong Nim So shut the door tightly. Countless questions appeared in her mind. What was wrong with that person just now? What humanoid creatures? What was that flash of light? Hong Nim So ran over to Lu Van. She pulled herself together. No matter what's happening, there's danger now. Ah has already run away. A slash cut the room door in half. Hong Nim So turned her head. That young man was standing right next to the door. He kicked down the remaining part of the door. Hong Nim So was startled. She anxiously glanced at Lu Van lying on the hospital bed. Hong Nim So was on guard. Seeing that young man enter with his sword, Hong Nim So started a conversation. Are you also trapped in this secret realm? That young man looked surprised. Hong Nim So sat down and calmly said, I am the vice president of the Solo Players Alliance. I wonder if you've heard of it. Hong Nim So put on a calm expression and asked, would you like to cooperate to conquer this unlimited secret realm? She thought to herself, if he can't move and he's talking about conquering a secret realm and holding a standard weapon from the original realm, is he a mental patient? Min Thuan, according to what he said, it should be effective. That young man happily said, this really is just a secret realm. Hong Nim So seemed to seize the opportunity. That young man was overjoyed as if he had struck gold. This game is too realistic. I almost believed it was real. Suddenly unable to press the exit button, I was really scared too. Hong Nim So judged that it was probably possible. She looked at the slash mark on the door and thought to herself, come to think of it, that cut, does such a sharp blade exist in reality? Hong Nim So placed both hands on her knees and reassured herself, not thinking about these things anymore. In the current situation, survival was the top priority. If this really was a game world, how should she handle it? Hong Nim So made up a story. After my companion and I arrived in this secret realm, something happened and she lost her connection. Now I'm all alone. If you have any ideas, let's try to break out of this secret realm together. The young man was a bit surprised and exclaimed, lost connection. He looked at Hong Nim So. He couldn't help but exclaim, so beautiful. The young man raised his sword and said, I don't know how either, but cleaning out the others in the secret realm could be a way for us to cooperate. It would be faster. Hong Nim So thought in shock, kill people. She wondered, although it would be hard to protect herself, was there any way to stop him? Hong Nim So outwardly smiled and agreed, okay, let's go together. Inwardly she calculated, first leading him elsewhere to ensure a van's safety. That young man pointed and said, I've already dealt with the upper floor, we'll continue in this direction. Hong Nim So walked and thought, this is the real world, definitely. But why is he so stubbornly insisting that this is the game world? She was puzzled. Had something happened to make him unwilling to accept that this is reality? If so, he just needed to trust his own actions to understand. The reason he did that was to find more evidence for himself. Hong Nim So steered the conversation, thinking carefully about dealing with the monsters. It would be too exhausting. In a prime secret realm, besides protecting a certain type of item, usually you have to take down the boss monster inside. Should we try to find the boss monster? She continued, this secret realm's difficulty isn't high, let's split up to search. When we find it, we'll regroup here and take care of it together. Hong Nim So calculated if he agreed after he left, she would immediately take a van away. That young man turned around alertly. A monster with sharp teeth appeared. It stood right behind Hong Nim So. The young man exclaimed, that's. The monster reached for Hong Nim So. That young man rushed over and used his sword to block the attack. He said excitedly, a secret realm monster who says this isn't inside the game? Who's the fool? Hong Nim So was shocked. This, how can this be? That young man kicked the monster away. He gripped his sword and charged, kill you and I can get out of here. Hong Nim So asked herself in shock. What is that? Is this place I'm in now reality or inside the game? Another monster stomped on the ground. Hong Nim so turned to look. She was worried. There are two more here. Where did these monsters come from? Hong Nim so ran and thought she had to lure them somewhere else. Once lured away, no matter the outcome, at least a van in the hospital room would be safe. Follow me. Hong Nim so lured the two monsters toward that young man. Over here, the young man cleaved that monster in two with one sword. Hong Nim so looked ahead, then behind. The two monsters were still chasing her. Hong Nim so thought happily, great, with them following me, a van is probably safe now. She was getting close to the young man. Hong Nim so immediately changed direction. Those two monsters directly charged at him. The man and the monsters fought. She took a defensive stance. Hong Nim so looked extremely surprised. That young man slashed one monster, but the remaining one's hand stabbed through his stomach. The young man gripped his sword tightly. He then slashed the remaining monster. The monster was decapitated. Its hand withdrew from the young man's body. The group of monsters was completely defeated, then they gradually disappeared. That young man looked up. He smiled at Hong Nim so. She steadied herself and said awkwardly, "You're so strong, you took care of those monsters so quickly." Hong Nim so stayed highly alert, thinking cautiously, although she pretended to deal with the monsters with him. The act just now of luring the monsters next to him, shifting the monsters' aggro to him. It was too obvious, but no matter what, facing a person was better than facing uncommunicative monsters. That young man staggered. Hong Nim so was surprised. He suddenly fell to the ground. The young man groaned, "Ugh, so uncomfortable, I feel like I'm dying. Why does this game have to be so realistic?" He burst into tears, saying, "But dying is fine too. If I die, I can get out of the game." Hong Nim so approached him. She asked worriedly, Are you okay?" That young man was silent. Hong Nim so was a bit puzzled. He asked her, "Is this really the game world?" Hong Nim so's eyes widened. That young man had an expectant look on his face. She replied, "It must be. Otherwise, where would those monsters and your weapon come from?" The young man seemed to realize reality, burst into tears, and said, "This is not the game world." He recalled the scene where he had sent his whole family to meet the maker. The young man sobbed, "It's not." Hong Nim so was in a difficult situation. She watched him. The young man's body gradually disappeared. Hong Nim so came closer. She placed her hand aside, then sat next to the young man, comforting him. "Yes, don't doubt your own judgment." He wore a surprised expression, his body gradually fading. At the last moment, he still managed to say thank you. That young man disappeared, leaving behind a gem. Hong Nim so picked up the gem. Liu Enhat had arrived just in time. He panted and looked around. Liu Van had been moved by Hong Nim so to another hospital room down the hallway. Liu Enhat called, "Nim so?" Hong Nim so turned her head. She exclaimed happily, "Brother." Liu Enhat approached and asked, "What happened?" Hong Nim so was about to say but stopped herself, saying, "It's nothing," and thought to herself, the matter was resolved. No need to let him know and cause more trouble. Hong Nim so wiped her tears and continued, "Brother, let's quickly take a van out of this hospital. Something unknown happened to this hospital. It has become too dangerous." Liu Enhat heard that and replied, "Yeah, but before that, let's go back to the hospital room first. You and a van need to bring the login device." Scene transition. Liu Yun and Huang Nianchu have put on the login devices. Huang Nianchu closes her eyes. She has logged into the game. Now Huang Nianchu understands. This is the reason why that person was so strong earlier, and even had an Origin World weapon. Also the purpose why the family wanted to exchange all assets for Origin World resources. Huang Nianchu asks Liu Yi, "Brother, what exactly happened?" Liu Yi replies, "This matter must start from." Suddenly Liu Yun wakes up and shouts, "Brother, brother, danger." She asks, where are we now?" Huang Nianchu exclaims, Yun." Liu Yi smiles to himself, thinking, Yun has recovered. He leans against the wall, thinking. Next, he should properly make a survival plan for after the Origin World descends. Liu Yi glances outside. Light from outside the window shines in. Liu Yi turns back and continues thinking. What he wants is just a stable living environment. It can have classes, oppression, a certain amount of chaos. But it must have hope, effort that can bring success, bring hope for a better life. He muses. He knows that to achieve this hope, his own conditions must keep pace with the progress of the time. Therefore he strives in the Origin World, so that he can have a certain strength after the Origin World descends, so that he can grasp the hope he desires. But the words of the New Order guild leader have directly overturned all his plans. If the world really is destroyed after 3 more years, then all his efforts now are useless. Liu Yi clenches his fist, his face full of determination. This is a world where no matter how hard you try, there is no hope. He must verify whether the New Order guild leader's words are actually true or not. If false, then follow the original plan and take Yun away. If true, then he will think of a way to level up as fast as possible. Make himself and the 9 yin seed that he got reach level 80, bring 9 yin to reality, then go resolve the source of the crisis. Liu Yi ponders, but before that, he must understand how to obtain special experience. Also find a way to find a primordial weapon so that he can socket the sealing orb. At the same time, be able to equip the primordial weapon. Explanation: the sealing orb seals within it the level 60 player's attributes and title obtained, can be socketed into weapons above normal grade. The socketing duration of a weapon without a socket depends on the rank and level of the equipment. Socketable weapons can choose permanent socketing. Trung Dong Home. Item Power Consumption Record records the state of the area within visible range. To make the recorded area revert to the recorded state at any time. The recording range depends on the power consumption of the record during the recording time. If Trung Dong Hong leaves the recorded area, the record automatically expires. Liu Yi looks at Liu Yun and Huang Nianchu and thinks there is also Ah Yun. No matter what goal he wants to achieve, the first thing he thinks of is protecting her. It's just that everything can only be done after his strength is restored. Liu Yi folds his arms leaning against the wall thinking, and the first step to restoring strength is to obtain a primordial weapon. Where should he get it? The three suddenly feel an earthquake. The floor beneath their feet suddenly collapses. Liu Yi is extremely shocked. He falls down, then looks up high. A giant spatial circle appears. Everyone is sucked inside. Liu Yi thinks in shock, a secret realm. In the previous life, no secret realm appeared here. And such a large and terrifying secret realm at that. If there had been one, he couldn't possibly not know. Liu Yun shouts loudly. Brother, Liu Yi instructs Ah Yun, don't be nervous. With your and Nianchu's level 50 strength, now you don't need to fear any secret realm that appears. He asks himself, what caused this incident? The only difference between this place and the previous life is that Ah Yun and Nianchu reached level 50. Was this secret realm born because of them? Liu Yi shouts, remember, after entering the secret realm, if we aren't placed in the same location, prioritize protecting yourself first. The other two are sucked in. Liu Yi thinks worriedly, damn, I still haven't found a weapon that can socket the sealing orb, and at the same time can be equipped by someone only at level 1 like me. If this secret realm was born for Ah Yun and Nianchu, then it must be a high-level secret realm, a great blessing. As soon as he finishes speaking, Liu Yi is also sucked into the secret realm. System panel displays. Player Liu Yi level 1, experience 0-100 title. Special body, level not limited by the earth shell, basic attributes multiplied by 2. Attack power, defense power, 10. Liu Yi thinks to himself, but trouble is also opportunity. In this life, gaining leveling experience is possible, but the probability is high that it's similar to in the origin world. As long as he successfully conquers this secret realm, obtains experience. Then the doubt in his heart about special experience will probably be resolved. At that time, the path of how to level up in reality will also become clear. The scene shifts to an abandoned basement. The electric light flickers. 5 people are teleported to this basement. Liu Yi looks around. That doctor says in bewilderment, where is this? I was just going to work. Why did so many chaotic things happen? That female nurse sobs calling, Mom. That patient holds his head saying, too terrifying, where did those monsters come from? Did I transmigrate? Lu Enhat thought to himself, indeed he wasn't with a van and Nimso. If this secret realm was truly targeting them, what would their situation be right now? Lu Enhat looked at the pitch-dark hallway in front of him. He clenched his fists and thought. He had to find a way to help them, but first he had to find a weapon he could use. Without finding one, let alone helping them. Without a weapon master and only a level 1 gunner, he didn't even know how to use it. He was nothing but a useless burden. Someone's voice rang out, shut up, you're not dead, so stop wailing like a ghost. What are you screaming for? Lu Enhat turned to look at Tiu Engia holding a sword and speaking confidently. You all relax, I'll take care of everyone, this era belongs to me. Lu Enhat wondered, a player? The patient, seeing this, hurriedly said. Tiu Engia, now is not the time for jokes. What we're really facing are terrifying monsters, not something you can handle just by holding a model of primordial realm equipment. Tiu Engia sneered, model? He's showing off, this is genuine primordial realm equipment. Today, after the primordial realm forced me out of the game, I suddenly gained the power and equipment from the game Primordial Realm. Tiu Engia brandished his sword theatrically. With power like mine, what can't be done, so you all relax, I'll protect you. The doctor questioned. What is a character in the Primordial Realm game? The patient said. Tiu Engia, have you been scared stupid? I'm also a Primordial Realm player and my level is even higher than yours. Why didn't I get the power you're talking about from the game? Tiu Engia stood with hands on his hips and replied with a fantasy. Then as I said, I am destiny's chosen. Lu Enhat looked at him and thought, this feeling is a bit similar to that person. Forget it, never mind who he is. As long as he can handle the monsters before I find equipment I can wear, let him stay in front and deal with the danger. Tiu Engia sensed something. Lu Enhat felt monsters coming. The nurse, frightened, asked, what's that sound? The patient hastily tried to stop him. Tiu Engia, don't do anything stupid. Come back here. Tiu Engia swung his sword a few times and reassured them. Don't be afraid, leave it to me. The monster's sharp claws appeared. That is a level 20 rat monster. Lu Enhat looked at the monster and pondered, level 20. If this secret realm appeared because of a Van and Neemso, then a level 20 monster can only appear within a secret realm. He watched Tiu Engia heading toward the monster, thinking to himself, but even a level 20 is not something I can handle right now. Luckily, there is still a player here, otherwise I really wouldn't know how to deal with this beast. Tiu Engia took a running start and lunged. He slashed the monster but also took a hit from it. Tiu Engia gritted his teeth. That monster opened its mouth wide, then it collapsed. Everyone rejoiced. Success, he managed to finish it off in one move. So awesome. Lu Enhat secretly rejoiced, killed in an instant. It seems his level is at least 40. That patient exclaimed admiringly, Tiu Engia, what you said is true. How did you get game power like that? It's so enviable. Tiu Engia froze. He looked at the wound on his flank. He screamed in pain. It hurts so much. Why does it hurt so much? In the game it's not like this. The monster from earlier disappeared. That patient warned. Here they come again. Tiu Engia, hurry up and deal with them. Tiu Engia fearfully backed away, insisting, no more fighting, no more fighting. He moaned, it hurts so damn much. Seeing him scared, that patient angrily approached and scolded. Tiu Engia, what are you doing? Hurt or not, what's the matter? Now all of us are relying on you. How can you back down? Go deal with those monsters right now. Tiu Engia muttered, all relying on me. His expression changed. Gritting his teeth, he said, all relying on me. Tiu Engia split that patient in two with a slash. He angrily said, relying on me, and still so arrogant. That patient died on the spot. Everyone was utterly shocked. The female nurse gaped, stammering inaudibly. Murder, murder, murder. Lu Enhat's expression turned serious. A patient was kicked in the stomach with a painful blow. He was kicked near the two monsters. Seeing that, they licked their lips, drooling greedily at the delicacy. The two monsters' feast on the delicacy made the medical staff standing afar terrified. Suddenly someone exclaimed, you can eliminate monsters without even fighting, Tiu Engia ordered. Follow me. Then he led the way stealthily to one side, while the monsters were busy dealing with the delicacy. He pressed his back against the wall, waving for the medical staff behind to follow. Then, taking advantage of the monsters' inattention, they bolted and ran for their lives. Tiu Engia turned his head and frowned. Over there, the two medical staff were still standing rooted to the ground. He said softly, hurry up and go. Seeing that, the nurse's eyes widened in panic. Then she looked down, her face turning pale, and thought, there's no choice but to follow him. She buried her head and sprinted, muttering to herself, if he leaves, even if we combine forces, none of us can deal with the monster. Lu Enhat had the same thought. Even if he didn't want to follow this brat, he had to go. Otherwise, after those two monsters finish their appetizer, there's only death. Suddenly, the male doctor brandished a small knife, which made him puzzled. Put down the scalpel, the doctor fearfully said, I won't follow you, you're a murderer. Hearing that, Tiu Engia sneered provocatively. Murderer, huh? Fine, then let me see how you deal with them once they finish eating. Then he said to the nurse, let's go, and ran off. As for the doctor, he gritted his teeth in confusion. Then he lowered the knife and said, we have to hurry and go. Suddenly, the monster stirred. It had finished eating and flopped its back against the wall where the doctor had intended to sneak past. The monster opened its mouth in satisfaction from the good meal. Suddenly, it glanced to the right. Seeing that, the doctor holding the scalpel turned pale with terror. Suddenly, the monster lunged at him. But Lu Enhat also charged forward, inwardly exclaiming, no time to run. He grabbed the doctor's knife, thinking, is a scalpel a piece of equipment? He gritted his teeth, thinking, I tried using a kitchen knife at home and its grade was too low, not even comparable to normal equipment. The material of a scalpel is definitely higher than a kitchen knife, but not too high. Could I use it as equipment? Suddenly, the system announced, equipment, scalpel, normal grade, level 1. Immediately, Lu Enhat excitedly blurted out, it's real. Then his eyes looked disdainfully ahead and said, if that's the case, then what's there to fear? Then Lu Enhat shouted, socket, seal, treasure, ox, and simultaneously charged forward to attack the monster. As for the doctor, he fell flat on his butt on the ground. He stared wide-eyed in amazement and stammered, this. At that moment, before the doctor's eyes, the two monsters were already lying stiff on the ground, and the sturdy back of Lu Enhat. Then he shouted, truly a big shot. Meanwhile, the knife in his hand had shattered. The system notified, your scalpel equipment has been destroyed. Sealed treasure pearl has been placed in your backpack. The usage time of unslotted equipment depends on its grade and level. Only now did Lu Enhat realize this was exactly the meaning of the Wind Preservation Pearl's reminder. Judging from the recent usage experience, ordinary level 1 equipment can only withstand about 2 seconds. Suddenly, the doctor walked over and said, hello, thank you for saving me. Before he could reply, he heard rumbling sounds from afar. Lu Enhat sighed inwardly, more monsters coming, and shouted, any more scalpels, startling the doctor. Then he held out a handful and replied, Still have some, still have some. When I saw the monsters earlier, I casually summoned a bunch of them out. Lu Enhat once took them, saying, "Give them to me." At the same time, the system displayed, "Scalpel equipment has been placed into the backpack." Meanwhile, Lu Enhat muttered, "Only 6 are equipment, well that's enough." Standing by, the doctor worried, "It seems there are still many, can we handle it?" But Lu Enhat didn't answer, instead worried about something else. If this secret realm appeared because it was targeting a Yun and Nyan Chu, then perhaps they are at the very center of this secret realm. Assuming the enemy they face is a level 60 monster, then at least he must pass through 4 levels of the monster circle, from 20 to 50. A moment later, seeing the monsters swarming in, the doctor cried, "So many!" But Lu Enhat thought, though he didn't know the direction of the center. In this secret realm, as long as he kept following the trail of higher-level monsters, he could reach the center. Then he grinned while using the skill-carved Wind Preservation Pearl, consoling himself inwardly. Although the Wind Preservation Pearl can only restore him to the state 2 seconds before winning. But then Lu Enhat used a blessing, all attributes increased by 1,000. He felt, "I have the blessing." Immediately Lu Enhat's whole body emitted a huge jade-green energy. He thought, "I can further enhance half of my blessing." At the same time, disappearing from the spot, Lu Enhat charged straight into the midst of the monsters, calculating that it was enough to resolve the danger in this secret realm. A long tunnel only had dim emergency lights at the foot of the walls. It led to a metal staircase going upward. On one side, leaning against the wall, was a female nurse's corpse, only a stark white skeleton left. The doctor following Lu Enhat saw it and murmured sadly, "Dead." The two walked further and saw Xiao Yi's long sword stuck in a large pool of blood. Picking it up, Lu Enhat frowned, thinking about the broken sword. At the same time, the system provided its stats. Attributes include attack power increased by 150, strength increased by 15 points. Required level 30. Lu Enhat said to himself, "Indeed, no matter how strong, if you retreat when facing battle, the only outcome is death." Suddenly, the system notified, "Broken sword equipment has been placed into the backpack." Broken sword is now in the backpack. Then Lu Enhat looked at the doctor and said, "I need to increase my speed, no time to take you along. The monsters in this area have been wiped out by me. You can find a place to hide. No need to worry about safety. Once I conquer this secret realm, then you will be sent back to the real world." Hearing that, the doctor anxiously said, this?" After Lu Enhat firmly advised, "If you follow me, it will be more dangerous." So he had to accept, all right, well thanks." After a long while, Lu Enhat ran quickly through the tunnels, scouting. On one side of the secret realm, jade-green floating squares appeared. But he paid no attention and continued running, each powerful step cracking the floor. Lu Enhat, worried and tense, looked ahead. He held 2 scalpels and envisioned a rough map of the journey just traversed. He had passed through the level 20, 30, 40 monster zones, and now was the level 50 monster zone. Lu Enhat frowned, looking at the 2 knives in his hands. Currently his status was only 100 HP, perception 310. He weighed and calculated. 2 more battles, perception still 310, and the area to attack was only level 60. Then Lu Enhat gripped the 2 knives tightly, affirming, "It's enough." He thought the area right ahead was the level 60 monster zone, and ran towards the end of the tunnel, guessing, "A Yun and Nyan Chu must be in this area. Wait for me, whatever happens, don't let anything happen." Lu Enhat frowned, gritting his teeth with worry. A Yun and Nyan Chu are 2 level 50 players, still high-level players with power. Protecting themselves should be no problem, yet he remained uneasy. But this is reality, not a game. And thinking of Xiao Yi and the injury earlier, he lamented, "What's unlike the game is that pain still happens normally." Once accidentally injured under the stimulation of pain, could a Yun and Nyan Chu maintain 100% combat power? The more he thought, the more anxious he became, running faster, calling inwardly, "A Yun!" The exit was right before him. Lu Enhat comforted himself, "Don't let anything happen. The only family he had in this world was his little sister. Please don't let anything happen." After exiting outside, he was startled and screeched to a halt. "Lu Van, Team 3 attack, Team 2 retreat." He stood there dumbfounded because his little sister was directing everyone to fight monsters together in an organized manner. Along with her, 3 others wielding long swords simultaneously slashed at the monster, causing its flesh and blood to splatter everywhere. In another corner, 4 injured people holding swords stood before a giant monster. Nyan Chu's legs behind transformed into blue energy, as if supporting. Then Lu Van ordered, "Team 4 attack, Team 3 retreat." Hearing that, the monster glanced over and growled. It swung its weapon high toward Lu Van. Meanwhile, 3 others were surrounded by spiders that leaped onto them. Lu Van raised her staff to block the monster's spiked club. At the same time, it was slashed several times, then opened its mouth and let out a painful howl. Suddenly, Lu Van leaped high, raised her staff, and shouted, "Die." Then she cleaved the monster in two from the top of its head down. Immediately its eyes rolled back, it bit the dust and collapsed thunderously to the ground. A moment later it vanished, returning to dust and ashes. Afterwards, Lu Van slung her staff over her shoulder and smiled contentedly, waiting for someone to butter her up. No matter who finally resolved it, the guild leader is still truly amazing. If you hadn't gathered us together to cooperate and properly deal with these boss monsters, we wouldn't have known what to do. A crowd of people stood around Lu Van and the Mind Mage, filled with gratitude. Basically, we would have been wiped out directly, just like players encountering these boss monsters for the first time. Suddenly, the system announced, "The secret realm has opened, the level 55 rat monster has been attacked. Rewards are being calculated. The secret realm will close soon. All those drawn into the secret realm will soon be transported out of this place." Seeing this, Lu Enhat gaped in surprise. He suddenly realized his worries about a van were unnecessary, and he smiled affectionately, appraising her. Just like in the mirror space, she could handle the difficult situations she faced on her own. Then Lu Enhat muttered to himself, "After all, I'm only 2 years older than her. What gave me the right to feel she was beneath me?" Tran Lu Van stared with wide eyes, noticing. Watching his sister wave and call out, "Brother," Lu Enhat thought, "what gave me that feeling? She can solve her own difficult situations by herself. A van is more outstanding than I had imagined." Then he reassured himself, "I should let go of my worries and trust her. We can support each other to build the future we desire." He smiled happily, thinking, "I'm no longer fighting alone." Suddenly, a system notification appeared. "Because your level has not reached level 20. You can only receive the minimum experience reward. In this secret realm, that is 21,600 experience. Torch Dragon 9 Yin Life Core extracted 10,800 experience. Experience is restricted for you due to the level 1 Torch Dragon 9 Yin Life Core. Accumulated experience 10,800 out of 100. When you level up, the Torch Dragon 9 Yin Life Core will automatically unlock. You have received 10,800 experience points. Due to your special physique, 10,800 experience points automatically condense into 108 computation points. After deducting 100 computation points, level 1 is raised to level 2. Then it informed him of his current status. Level 2, experience 0 out of 200, computation points 8, title special physique, level not limited by the Emperor's basic attributes. Basic character attributes: attack power, defense, magic resistance, strength, agility, constitution, intelligence. All perception stats reach 12. 10 attribute points can be assigned. Full HP 120, full perception power 120. Skills: tenacious survival, substitution. Lu Enhat is puzzled. Experience: you can really gain experience to level up. Lu Van told Lu Enhat everything right after they entered. Nimso and I were really freaked out. But after getting used to the power, we found that dealing with the monsters here wasn't too difficult. Now in the real world, Hai Than Hospital has turned into a deep stone cave. Lu Van continued, especially the final monster bosses. It's just that we had to pay a price to handle them. This is reality. Nimso and I aren't sure if injuries can heal as quickly as in the game. Besides us, there were other players too. At that moment, Lu Enhat led the two girls and the group of patients toward the collapse. Wall and Lu Van kept telling. So in the end, I chose the strategy of gathering players and cooperating to attack so as not to get hurt in the secret realm. Luckily, they were all Alliance members scattered in my and Nimso's game. Otherwise, convincing them would have taken a lot of effort. She facepalmed, grumbling. But the consequence is that this group of people said they actually still want to follow me in real life. Behind Lu Van, a bunch of people cheered in support. They showered us with praise, thinking that the fairy-like ladies they yearned for in the game had just had their appearance optimization turned on. But absolutely not like this. Suddenly, a bald man holding someone in a headlock wondered, could that be a reward for leading us out of the tough situation in the secret realm? I feel they are even more beautiful than in the original world, with leadership ability, beauty, and the strength to resolve dangers. Then others lamented, I'm done for, I've fallen for them. What are you thinking, man? No one else is allowed to think that, only I can. Seeing that, Lu Enhat laughed happily. Haha, it's not a side effect, it's your inner beauty. And Lu Van, with hands on hips, laughed heartily. The world will get worse in the future, and the more people follow, the better life will be. I feel the same. They filed out one after another. She also thought that being able to gather so many superhuman experts meant they could do anything. We're about to leave the hospital. Tonight passed like a dream. When I get home later, I'll take a good bath and sleep soundly. Suddenly someone said, hee, for ordinary players, our level 40 can be considered superhuman, right? We're about to become more than human. At that moment, Lu Enhat, just stepping onto a rock outside, paused and thought, more than human. He frowned and muttered to himself. If the real world were still running normally like in peacetime, then it would indeed be more than human. But behind him, Lu Van and Neem so stared wide-eyed and open-mouthed in shock at what they saw. Lu Van gaped and blurted out, How did it turn out like this? Before their eyes, the whole city was engulfed in smoke and fire, buildings in ruins. Lu Enhat sighed, but this world has changed. After a long while at Lu Enhat's place, everyone gradually parted ways. Guild leader will go home and check. Once we've taken care of everything at home, we'll come find you. Me too. Same here, I hope 1,000 times nothing has happened at home. Hong Nimso also said, Hey Van, I have to go home for a bit too. At this moment, sitting on the sofa at home, Lu Van propped her elbows on her knees and asked, With such a huge event, I should also go home and check. You brought me home. Is there something important you want to discuss with me? Hearing that, Lu Enhat frowned in thought. Then he looked at his embarrassed little sister and instructed, I have to leave for a while. While the mutated creatures haven't evolved to an unmanageable level yet. You stay home and protect the materials I've gathered during this time carefully. She wondered, Brother, where are you going at a time like this? Next, Lu Enhat told Lu Van about the disappearance of other continents. After hearing it, she jumped up in shock. Continents have disappeared. Then she crossed her arms and seriously reasoned. So that's why there's no news from other continents. If that's true, we have to go verify it. On one side, Lu Enhat said, During this period, I'll go to the border. Whatever happens, you must be very careful. And Lu Van listened attentively. Of course, supplementary objective, need help with manpower. It'd be good if it can be done, but it's fine if not. Right now, the only way to gain experience and level up is to conquer secret realms, and they will appear in large numbers in the future. He put his hands on his hips and seriously warned, If you have the ability, try to control as many secret realms as possible. You and your new teammates can continue to improve your level and maintain an advantage. This made Lu Van realize. She replied, So it's like that, I understand. Immediately she asked, Then brother, if you want to go to the border, how will you go? Lu Enhat answered, The nearest border is the sea. First, I'll find a boat and someone who knows how to sail. A day later, Hai Than, far offshore, the sea shimmered with illusory waves. A yacht sped across the sea. Sitting on it, Lu Enhat recalled his sister's words, Then ask Nimso to go with you, she has a private yacht. He facepalmed and smiled, muttering, I owe Nimso more and more favors. Earlier, when she knew he needed help, she had carefully pointed to the sky and agreed. You want to go out to sea to investigate something? I have a yacht registered in my name, docked at the port for a long time without being sailed. Let me give it to you to use. Although I'm a bit worried, I still decided to trust you, big brother. Yeah, then arrange an experienced helmsman to go with you. Then Nimso even carefully instructed. Based on the current situation, it's best to be a player so that if something happens at sea, they won't hold you back. Lu Enhat said to the helmsman, Thanks for your trouble. Then he cheerfully replied, Oh dear, you're too polite. The young lady gave her instructions, so of course I must do it. Besides, at sea it's also considered safe, not dangerous like on land. These words made Lu Enhat frown with tension. He thinks it's safe, that's only for now. Under the sea there are many kinds of mutated creatures. Certainly many more than on shore. Then he continued to analyze. It's just that the sea is relatively vast, so the chance of encountering mutated creatures right now is a bit low. Only when they grow up in the sea, that's not right. Lu Enhat turned pale, thinking of something. In his previous life, he hadn't heard any news about mutated sea creatures. Logically, it shouldn't be like this. Then he recalled the world map consisting of Bac Than Continent, Tay Hang Continent, Hoa Trung Continent, Dong Thien Continent. And he wondered, in a world where the ocean area is much larger than the land, there's no way there'd be no news of mutated sea creatures. He then pictured the geography of the Hoa Trung Continent country, including several major cities like Kejan City, Bac Chu Sun, Kakuichi, B City, Kumarin City, Hai Than City, Za Quang, and his own location. He was stunned, deducing, unless on the mainland only Hoa Trung Continent truly remains, and after the ocean was cut off, only the coastal areas remain. At the same time, somewhere else on a dock, someone answered the phone. Hello, Bak Jia has made a move. He looked at the ship in the distance as he reported. His sister's ship is taking a stranger out to sea. Should we follow them? All right, it's best if we can just kill him. I understand. Then he disconnected the call and shouted, Brothers, move out. Immediately a group of people shouted battle cries. That was the Hao Hoa Vien gang. Zaquang Branch, Level 2 Captain, Level 41 Water Monster. Right after the command, at the same time, the group of people jumped onto the ship. Lu Enhat looked down, stunned and thoughtful, while the helmsman accompanying him had wide eyes and a gaping mouth in shock. Why is this happening? At that moment, their ship was anchored in the middle of the sea. At the edge of a belt, the other side was the dark night. The helmsman gaped and said, I remember a few days ago when we went out to sea back then. Then he clutched his head and muttered, I can't remember what I did back then at all. As for Lu Enhat, he stared down below, not knowing what to think. He frowned and looked straight ahead. Before them was a gray sky. Lu Enhat thought, so the next goal is to try to level up. At the same time, the system informed, player Lu Nhat, level 2, experience 0-100, computation power 2. He looked at the notice panel and muttered to himself. But to level up, you need experience. It seems a bit excessive, 200 times. The experience gained from secret realms is only 10 times. Not to mention whether there will be situations similar to attacking secret realms in real life. Then he glanced around and commented, even if there are, I'm not afraid of getting a bad reputation every day, but where could I find so many secret realms to attack like that? Then how can I deceive so many players? Feeling that this kind of experience cannot be obtained from inside secret realm. He told the helmsman, let's go back. In his head he calculated, although there's no clue, there must be a way for me to get a lot of experience. But surely there will be a way for me to gain power. However, I'll have to return to Hythan City and slowly search later. He began to worry, I wonder how much more time will be wasted. In the current situation, when all players can continue to level up, can I reach the position of the top player? Suddenly something made Lu Nhat astonished. He looked at the floating light blue text in front of him, puzzled. What is that? It said. Player with special physique, personally killing a regular player can obtain 10% of the target's total experience. Diane, in the blink of an eye, that text vanished like mist. He was startled, suspicious. It's gone. Killing a player lets you get 10% of their total experience. Diane, he was puzzled. But wait, first talk about how he contacted me and by what method. And he frowned in secret panic. He even knows that I possess a special physique and directly read my thoughts. Then he answered, how is that possible? It's really terrifying. If this is an enemy, how do we deal with him? At the bottom, the text appeared again. I am not your enemy, Diane. This time Lu Nhat was truly horrified. It came again. It suddenly continued. Be careful, your pursuers are here. You can deal with them, proving what I said is true, Diane. At the same time, an orange jet ski skimmed across the sea. Hearing the sound, Lu Nhat flinched and glanced over. Suddenly, a muscular man raised a spear. He threw it with all his might forward, and immediately the spear grazed Lu Nhat's side, making him jump in fright. Noticing the abnormal situation, the helmsman turned his head in shock. As for Lu Nhat, he clutched his waist, gritting his teeth in anger. On the other side, the level 2 captain of How Hoa Veen crossed his arms and taunted. I thought you were a master. Turns out you're just a nobody. I threw that spear casually and you couldn't even catch it. Has your level even passed 10? With the distance between the two sides too great, his voice was swallowed by the vast sea. On this side, Lu Nhat asked the boatman, did you hear what he said? The man replied, no. And Lu Nhat sneered, where did this idiot come from? Over there, the water monster pointed and cursed. What kind of eyes do you have? Can't you hear what I'm saying? One of his henchmen chimed in agreement. The lackey stepped forward fawningly and explained, boss, maybe the distance is too far so they can't hear what you said. How about we get a little closer? Then he got a slap from the water monster. So stupid, get closer, you think I'm an idiot. Knocked to the ground, the henchman clutched his cheek and sobbed. Oh boss, you hit me so hard it hurts. Hearing that, the monster got even angrier and cursed. I'm hitting you to knock some sense into you, you fool. As it turned out, he was a character worth paying attention to. Could he be an ordinary character? Could he be weak? Then he reasoned. Although I agreed readily, that was only for the ones above to see. The world has changed now, we must be more cautious to survive in this world. Hand me a loudspeaker, then on this side. Lu Nhat could hear him hoisting the loudspeaker and shouting, I thought you were some kind of master. Turns out you're just a lowlife, can't even catch a shovel thrown right at you. What level are you? Have you passed level 10? The henchman at his side again glanced sideways and probed. Boss, you said we should be cautious. Is it really okay to provoke the enemy like that? Immediately, the guy got another slap from the water monster and was cursed. Idiot. Sprawled out on the deck again, he clutched his cheek and wailed, boss, it hurts so much. Then the water monster lectured, cautiousness depends on the place. Arrogance also depends on the place, otherwise life is too frustrating. Besides, this is the open sea. If he wants to cross, he can only swim or jump the current distance. Not even a level 60 player could jump that far. Over on Lu Nhat's side, someone spoke up. Are you a water monster? What are you doing? Do you want to take us on? Be careful or the young master will bring people to deal with you. Hearing that, Lu Nhat asked curiously, do you know them? The boatman beside him replied. We've had some exchanges in the original realm. They're a group of level 40 players. Suddenly the other side spoke up. No. In areas without signal coverage, we'll deal with you. Throw your corpses into the abyss at the border. Who would ever know we did it? Brothers, take out the shovels from your backpacks, fire. Then a group of people wielding swords and spears shouted. Seeing that, the helmsman panicked and cried, we're in trouble. That skewer in the hands of a level 40 player has power equal to a cannonball. If our ship sinks, I'll be done for. Then Liu Yi, holding a scalpel, slightly bent over and asked, can you protect our ship? He honestly replied, I can at most. I can only stop their first attack. Hearing that, Liu Yi said, wait until the shooting starts later, you protect our ship well. Leave the rest to me. These words left the helmsman stunned, thinking, leave it to you. Although the young lady said he's a level 60 player, but and looking at the wound on his injured side, he muttered to himself, Trust the young lady's words, it will be fine. Meanwhile, Liu Yi's eyes glowed red, thinking, it's just level 40, total attributes are 1,000 points, enough to handle everything. And said, all right, then he pondered silently. Just right, I can test whether the earth shadow on them is real or fake. Suddenly, on the Hu Hua Yuan side, the water monster raised a hand to stop his underlings, saying, rumble, rumble, rumble. Suddenly my heart is beating a bit fast, let's retreat a bit further. Pull back to a distance and attack later. A yacht and a bunch of jet skis turned around and fled across the sea. Seeing that, Liu Yi's eyes widened in puzzlement. What's going on? Why are they running? Then his face hardened, a smirk at the corner of his mouth as he thought, sorry, you won't be able to run. Then Liu Yi used the wind frequency treasure pearl, recovery ability, enhancing all spell. Tributes to 3,000, and at the same time a blue energy whirlwind rose up around him. Liu Yi walked with emotion. The border situation, what the New Order chairman said is right. Under the threat of the apocalypse, there is no possibility of safety. Only by solving the source of the danger can one have the right to talk about how they want to live. He continued walking with determination. So it's absolutely necessary to resolve the occupation of Mount Buzhu, possessing the apocalyptic monster strength of the mysterious person. Then from the deck, Liu Yi jumped up and told himself in the primordial realm. Having faced that kind of apocalypse day before, back then with level 60 strength, I didn't even have the slightest idea how to win. Liu Yi jumped into the sea with a splash, causing a large column of water, thinking, what's the rush to overcome the apocalypse? Then he ran swiftly on the water surface, his gaze sharp and cold, secretly thinking, my strength is far from enough. Although it's not enough, although now I'm only level 2, but level has no limit. Liu Yi frowned, calculating. I can keep developing until I reach the same level as the apocalypse, or higher, and all that's missing is a huge amount of experience, 200 times that of ordinary player. Seeing him fly closer, the Hu Hua Yuan group panicked and turned around. As for him, he briefly thought, the usual dungeon attack scenario for leveling up is far from meeting my experience needs. He flew close to a bald thug, pondering, but if the information that the Earth Shadow conveyed is true, killing ordinary players, I can receive 10% of their total experience. And he told himself, that certainly opens a broad path for me to level up quickly. Then he smashed a boat, causing the water monster and his close underling to stare with wide eyes and open mouths in shock. Even the guild members were mind-boggled. Someone shouted loudly, brothers, stop. He fell into the water, root out the weeds completely. Don't let him stick his head out of the water. Immediately, a group of people holding spears circled their jet skis and shouted, go, aim for where he fell. Then, Liu Yi stepped on the water surface with waves as if walking on land. At the same time, the system announced, you have killed player Wei Ming. You have gained over 284,000 experience, because your physique is a special type. Over 142,000 experience points automatically converted into 1,424.75 computation points. Consumed 200 computation points, level up to level 3. Consumed 300 computation points, level up to level 4. Consumed 500 computation points, level up to level 6. Remaining computation points 32.75. Then Liu Yi rushed towards a nearby person riding a jet ski, startling him. He grinned happily, satisfied, thinking, I really can gain experience. Seeing that, the underling beside the water monster panicked and shouted, boss, why can he run on water? As for the water monster, he stammered in fear, it's over, the request from above is really too dangerous. Meanwhile, over here Liu Yi knocked out a series of people. At the same time, the system indicated, you have killed player Chen Fan, computation points reached 1,562.2. You have killed player Wu Yifan, computation points reached 1,365.5. You have killed player Lu Ming, computation points reached 1,756.5. Suddenly, something on the left caught Liu Yi's attention, and the helmsman watched in amazement. So strong. Before his eyes, Liu Yi again went a zigzag punching path, taking down several more in succession. On the other side, an underling reported to the water monster, boss, the level 30 guys who followed you are all dead, and he ran while shouting, quick run, we're not his match. Then the underling asked in confusion, this is the open sea, where are we supposed to run to? Boss, I've peed my pants. At the same time, Liu Yi ran close to the large ship. Then, he leaped into the air and landed on the water monster's boat. He looked at the empty boat, bewildered. Where is everyone? Where did they all go? At that moment, water monster gnashed his teeth, terrified. He and his close subordinate were running on the sea. Seeing this, even the subordinate was surprised and swore, damn it, shit. Boss, so we can actually run on water. Then he launched into a lengthy tirade. Honestly, I was scared to death for nothing before. Oh no, it's a good thing I wisely put all my attribute points into agility. I remember the attribute description says that 1 point of agility equals 1 meter per second. Although this weight ratio decreases as agility increases. But it seems the encyclopedia says that as long as you can reach 30 meters per second, you can run on water. And my current agility is as high as over 400 points. Damn it, water monster, shut up and just run. Meanwhile, Liu Yi watched the two of them running off into the distance. He remained silent, showing no emotion, but a moment later, the two who had just bolted were thrown face down onto the ship's deck. The helmsman was puzzled. Brother Zio, Liu, you caught them and brought them back. Meanwhile, Water Monster's subordinate sat up and stammered, begging, "B-boss, spare me, spare me. I'll do anything you want, just spare me." Seeing this, Liu Yi thought, since killing ordinary players can yield experience, so enemies are a precious resource. Spare one life to have them lead me to their hideout. I might harvest even more experience. Then he put his hands on his hips, looked down at the two and asked, "Who sent you?" Water Monster gritted his teeth and bargained, "If I tell you, will you let us go?" On the side, the helmsman spoke up, "Brother Zio Liu, there's no need to torture them for nothing. Water Monster is notoriously hard to handle in the game." Meanwhile, the subordinate, tears streaming down his face, inwardly lamented, "Doomed, doomed, this time the boss is done for. What should I do? How can I escape?" Seeing this, Liu Yi said grimly, "Oh, stubborn are you." Suddenly, Water Monster knelt down and shouted, "No, it wasn't me, please spare me, everything was arranged by back guard." This made the subordinate next to him drop his jaw in shock. Even the helmsman was stunned, thinking, This isn't the Water Monster I know." Hearing that familiar name, Liu Yi frowned and angrily repeated, "Back guard." Then he silently calculated. Now his base attribute growth per level was double that of ordinary players. That meant that the attribute-related rewards he had received before, like weight ratio, would now be double. Recalling his past life, the number of back garden members was around 100,000, and their average level was above 40. In this life, it could only be more, not less. Then he made a plan. If the enemy is back garden, wiping them out could harvest at least nearly 400 million experience. Using that to level up to 55, then equipping the ultimate gear he crafted in the Origin world. With the special physique boost, his base strength in the Origin world was level 110. Liu Yi clenched his fist, thinking happily, enough to deal with that mysterious person at Mount Buju. To save the world, I can only sacrifice you all, back garden. Liu Yi wondered, what exactly is the Earth Shadow? What is its purpose? He sat with his head bowed in deep thought in the boat cabin. Opposite him were Water Monster and his man. Water Monster was sweating profusely. "I have to cooperate well with the big boss, mustn't upset him. I am a rock, I am a rock." Meanwhile, Liu Yi looked tense, thinking deeply. Now that he thought about it, it had conveyed those two sentences to him. Besides directly reading his thoughts and replying to him externally, there was also another possibility. It observed his actions, indirectly deduced his thoughts, and then gave the corresponding answer. The more he thought, the more he felt it was unfathomable. Otherwise, it would be truly terrifying. Besides, another important thing is why it helped him, and it might not necessarily have been help in that situation. Even without its reminder, he would have next dealt with Water Monster's underling, and would have discovered that he could harvest experience by killing players. Liu Yi lowered his head, staring blankly, his brows furrowed in speculation. It was just a casual thing. If that's the case, the Earth Shadow's purpose is not simple at all. Then he looked at the system screen, reflecting. But no matter what, his level had no limit. As long as he kept leveling up, any scheme or conspiracy would automatically crumble. On the screen were the stats of player Liu Yi, level 12, title. Special physique, level not limited by the Emperor's base attributes multiplied by 2, and his attributes were steadily increasing. As the ship was nearing land, Liu Yi sighed inwardly. The surprise the special physique brings is indeed not just doubling base attributes. Seeing this, the system added, extreme stealth skill, extreme recovery, extreme offensive power. Seeing this, he thought the most crucial thing was, but the skills obtained every 10 levels were no longer a choice of 2. He had just felt that level 55 was equivalent to level 100 in the Origin world. He put his hands on his knees, tilted his chin up proudly. Too strong. Then he scratched his chin thoughtfully. Now I'm still missing a pistol, not sure where to find one. Then he scratched his cheek, sweating, and wondered, would a toy gun do? No, it wouldn't. Finally, Lu Enhat muttered to himself. Anyway, take it one step at a time. He still had 21 scalpels. When leaving the hospital, he had collected them from the debris, enough to use for a while. After a long while, dead bodies floated on the sea. By now it was dark, and from the ship, the city and the distant mountain could be seen. The helmsman, pale with fear, said, "We've only been at sea for 2 days. How come there are so many corpses near the shore?" And as he steered, he became even more alarmed, looking at the wounds. Many were not caused by monsters. Hearing that, Lu Enhat raised his eyebrows. Then he spoke up to warn, "It will only get more chaotic from now on. At least now, cell phone signals. Electricity and the internet can still cover certain areas. Once these modern products are all destroyed and there's a lack of professional repairmen, we'll probably revert to a primitive society." These words made the helmsman exclaim in horror, "That's just too terrifying. and he heard Lu Enhat continue. Yes, it's truly frightening, and perhaps even more frightening, the supply of goods will be cut off. Unable to fill one's belly with food at that point for food. Anything could happen. Then he added some more information. If the governance bureau still existed, that would be good. After the world changed, all the personnel of the governance bureau vanished entirely for unknown reasons. Just like in the original game, the city management that prevented red names, the players all suddenly vanished like that. If it weren't for the chaos, things might not have been so bad. Now they could only hope that those major guilds would step forward and rebuild social order. A while later, the four of them went ashore. Lu Enhat led the way into the ruined city, the sky pitch black. Someone wondered, what happened here? The entire coast has been destroyed. Lu Enhat replied, it must have been monsters born in a secret realm, covered by eerie rules, causing this area to turn into ruin. But it seems other players have already dealt with it. Looking at the bodies lying on the ground, the helmsman stuttered in panic. Too terrifying. Then he glanced around worriedly, not knowing how things were over there. Suddenly Lu Enhat spoke up. You go back first. Following me around like this won't do any good, startling him. Then he hurriedly ran off, replying, thank you. After that, Lu Enhat folded his arms, looked at the two water monsters, and ordered, now for you two. Take me to that trading spot you mentioned in this rear garden district. Immediately, the water monster clasped his hands obsequiously. Understood, understood. The underling scratched his head and said, please, great boss, come this way with us. Then he followed them up a staircase leading to the road and thought, although it was said that they had to clear the rear garden to level up quickly, exactly how to do it safely while being extremely cost-effective still needed careful planning. Lu Enhat walked while calculating. The most effective way we can think of now is to solve it step by step from the periphery inward. The first stage requires little experience, defend and eliminate one or two strongholds. One's own level can break through to 30. He lagged far behind the two water monsters, pondering. By then, put on a set of level 30 armor equipment. Then find a suitable weapon, and you can gradually head towards back garden, starting from Bitch Chan. The henchman whispered to Water Monster, boss, are we just going to lead him directly to Ngo Hao like that? Is that really possible? When the time comes, if he isn't dealt with by Ngo Hao, we'll be eliminated by Ngo Hao instead. Done, Water Monster reassured. What else can we do? Look at him, once he finds out we're useless, he'll just kill us directly. After a long while, they arrived in front of a high-rise building still intact. Water Monster continued. In this situation, it's better to just lead him to Ngo Hao's place. When they fight each other fiercely, we can escape. Hearing that, the henchman prays, boss thinks of everything. Then both looked up, standing in awe before the beautiful building. The henchman said, it's right here. Before going to sea, I remember that those who went to Sand Dune were helped by the rich people. Used to live here. They say the richest person in Sand Dune relied on his accumulated wealth to attract a large group of players. He cheerfully continued, including Ngo Hao, the strongest in the back garden subdivision. Water Monster marveled, so enviable, even though he's just the richest person in a small place. But he certainly possesses the best things we've never seen. Meanwhile, Lu Enhat thought to himself, all other places are destroyed. But this place is well protected, looks like I wasn't wrong this time. And he blurted out praise. Although the richest person in Sand Dune is just an ordinary person, relying on means to attract others, his status will surely not be low later on. Suddenly, they noticed a person falling from above. Lu Enhat was startled and clenched his fist but didn't rush to act. Immediately after, that person fell right in front of the Water Monster brothers. The henchman exclaimed in shock, is that the richest person? Why did he fall from up there? Suddenly, from above came a shriek, ah, on a high floor. By the broken window, a girl knelt and looked down, crying, sob, sob, ah. The man behind grabbed her head and said, what right do you have to refuse me? Then he lifted her up into the air. Then he pulled her back, shouting, don't you know your place? I invited you. And that's already giving you face. He threw her out the window. The girl panicked, her mouth agape in disbelief, then fell straight down. She fearfully glanced down. Now realizing her situation, she twisted and squirmed, plunging headfirst down, screaming in terror. Below, Lu Enhat frowned and looked up, showing no emotion. Even when she splattered right before his eyes, he didn't look down but kept his gaze upward at the building. There a man in a brown suit looked down and laughed steadily. Lu Enhat curled his lip in disgust, recalling, so it's him. In a past life he killed people like flies, gaining a hugely notorious blood count, known as Ngo Hao of the Red Demon. If that's the case, there'll be no psychological pressure when dealing with him. In the room with the broken window, Ngo Hao put his hands in his pockets, turned around and walked inside. Suddenly on the ground, the pool of blood slid and moved. A person formed from the blood, standing up in front of Lu Enhat and taunting, you heartless thing. A person with green hair like Ngo Hao bared sharp teeth and continued, you chose not to care about a woman dying right in front of you. Then he stood before him, shouting towards Water Monster, what about the people you brought? Are they all dead? Liu Enhat frowned as he heard him mutter. The subordinate assigned by White Skin, do we need to pay attention to him? The crew-cut henchman shouted joyfully. Brother Trang, Water Monster replied. That's right, our people were all dealt with by him. Water Monster stood at a distance thinking. Lai Trang is also very strong, as long as he makes a move, will quickly run away, and pointed and yelled, quickly deal with him, avenge them. Seeing that, Lai Trang snarled and opened his mouth to curse. What a piece of trash. Suddenly, Liu Enhat used the Du Mo Com Nam Fong Tun Bao Trao device. Blessing of all attributes enhancement 2000, and swung his fist, hitting Lai Trang into a pool of blood. Seeing this, Water Monster and the henchman were wide-eyed and slack-jawed in astonishment. Then the two immediately knelt down and begged, Boss, we were wrong. Meanwhile, Liu Enhat looked at the pool of blood on the ground and thought, no kill notification. Is it a clone skill? Whose clone? Ngo Hao's. The appearance doesn't look like Ngo Hao. It seems it's a henchman created by Ngo Hao using his own clone. Then he was extremely annoyed, looking up at the towering high-rise where Ngo Hao's hideout was. Suddenly, Liu Enhat leaped up, disappearing on the spot. He ran swiftly on the glass wall of the building. Footsteps thudded. Liu Enhat frowned unhappily. Seeing that, Water Monster and the henchman gaped, eyes wide, stammering. B-boss, he can run on walls. How much agility does that take? I don't know either. We better obediently listen. We can't escape his grasp. At the same time, Liu Yi had jumped to the room with the broken glass window. He stepped in as light as a feather. There a girl with green hair was tied with her hands raised high, her eyes rolled back. On one side, a man was hanged and slumped forward. On the floor, a person had a sword through their back. On the pillar, many swords of various shapes and colors were stuck. Seeing Liu Yi, a group of people with hands in their pockets standing scattered around the room all looked out. On the sofa at the end of the room, Wu Hao sat with both arms draped over the armrests. His gaze carried a murderous aura. Liu Yi walked straight in, ignoring both sides. Some of them glanced and muttered, jumped all the way up here from outside, seems his level isn't low. Not low, at most around level 50. In the original realm, who above level 50 isn't a famous player from the big alliances? Look at him, does he look like one? Besides, even if he's a level 50 plus player, can he deal with all of us? Suddenly, a purple-haired guy raised his thumb in front of him and asked, Hey buddy, you want to be a messenger of justice too? Like the owners of those weapons stuck into the wall? Then the others mocked. Come to resolve us villains for ordinary people. Haha, remember that brat who was dealt with just now. Persisted for a long time, finally still knelt down begging for mercy. But it was already too late. They were like red-eyed demons coming down to taunt Liu Yi. Kneel down right now and we'll spare your life. Then he squinted, smiled contemptuously and said, Originally I considered you as my experience. Then my conscience was still a bit uneasy, but after seeing you like this, I suddenly felt completely at ease. Hearing him say that, the group was puzzled. What is this guy saying? Has he gone crazy? Could he be thinking he can resist us? We have many level 40 players. Does he think he's that legendary big brother? It's just a legend, always misleading people. But as soon as the words ended, those standing in front of Liu Yi had their heads blown up. At the same time, the system indicated that computational power had increased exponentially. And accordingly, his level rose, rank 14, 16, 17, 18, 19. Liu Yi's eyes lit up and he laughed excitedly. Then he successively dealt with all those who had dared to utter vulgar words about his younger sister. Speaking of that big brother, he still has two extremely beautiful younger sisters. Really want to have a taste? Then don't even think about it. Their levels are higher than you and me. Who can say what will happen in the future? As long as my level keeps rising, surpassing them, then I can do it right. Then Liu Yi took a few steps forward to stand in front of Wu Hao. At this moment, the system notified that experience reached 12,730.5. Level increased to rank 20, player skill acquired, blessing curse. Then the experience gained meant he would rank up further. Finally, the level number increased to rank 26. After that, the system reported that all attribute enhancements were complete. Currently, the stats of player Liu Yi are level 26, experience 081600, computational power 3.23455, attack and defense both 29. Seeing this, Liu Yi was extremely satisfied and smiled. Suddenly behind him, bricks and stones fell with a rumble. In front of him, Wu Hao still sat in the same posture, his face slightly lowered in darkness, his eyes glowing red. Then he changed posture, propping an elbow on his knee and exclaimed, HMPH, indeed powerful, to kill a group of level 40 players at the same time. If it were only about level, you wouldn't reach this kind of level. He looked at him, raising his red eyes at him and asked, You're a player with a power, right? But so what? That's just the starting line for us to develop our own strength. I truly have to thank you. I was just looking for a reason to wipe them all out and absorb their attributes. At the same time, Wu Hao's body suddenly expanded and the system announced, Marked friendly target has died. The player will absorb 10-30% of the target's constitution. Over here, Liu Yi picked up a scalpel, chuckling darkly. Suddenly, Wu Hao shouted challengingly, Right now, my strength after their deaths has at least increased fivefold. What are you going to use to fight me? Suddenly, a new notification. During energy assessment, successfully implanted target affliction status, weakness. Reduces all attributes of target by 50%, duration 10 seconds. Then, Wu Hao was startled as Liu Yi suddenly crouched and swung his fist. He used the blessing skill to enhance all attributes by 3,000. Immediately, a huge explosion rang out inside the building, the shockwave blasting outside. Liu Yi maintained his attacking posture, saying, "Being a person, one should still be a bit humble." Liu Yi raised his eyebrows and looked ahead, amidst a pile of wreckage and ruin. No damage notification. Where was the person? He stepped forward and looked around, puzzled. He ran. Meanwhile, in a small corridor, someone was running for his life. Wu Hao was sweating, gritting his teeth in silent fear. What the hell? One punch wiped out 2/3 of my health after enhancement. Gotta flee first, then think of revenge later. Done. Suddenly, he was startled to see an explosion at the end of the corridor. Liu Yi stood on the other side of the wall, having just thrown a punch that shattered bricks and stone. His eyes fiery red, he spoke, "Found you." Seeing that, Wu Hao screeched to a halt midway, then he veered off, turning to run in another direction. As he ran, Wu Hao cried out in terror, "Too terrifying, too terrifying." Then suddenly, Liu Yi burst out from the wall in front, blocking Wu Hao's path. He was so terrified that even drops of blood sprayed out from his jacket. Then Ngo Hao bent down, swinging his staff to smash the floor, causing bricks and stones to explode. He kept striking down through several floors in succession, hoping to escape by air. Lu Enhat stood at the edge of the hole Ngo Hao had created, looking down with a killer's gaze. Meanwhile, he continued to smash the floor and jump down. As Ngo Hao jumped through one floor, he muttered to himself, "Only by escaping to the basement is there a chance to survive." Suddenly behind him, Lu Enhat curled his lip and laughed, saying, "The basement, let me give you a hand," causing Ngo Hao to freeze in shock. At the same time, Lu Enhat raised his fist. Down below, the water monster still knelt at the foot of the building with his underling. He looked up, shocked by the roaring explosions. At that moment in the building's basement, Lu Enhat stood in the parking lot amid dust and smoke from falling rubble. He frowned in annoyance. Looking at the devastated ground, Lu Enhat sighed. Not only did he escape, he could even fight back. Even using all my strength, I couldn't kill him. He looked at the wall transforming like a spatial gate, muttering, and he even escaped into the secret realm. In the basement of a large building, there was a special secret realm that didn't break the environment. I remember there's no limit on the number of people in this secret realm, and you can't leave unless you use a strategy. Then Lu Enhat realized. No wonder Ngo Hao said the only way to escape danger was to come here. Previously, he was only level 51. Killing him would only cost 2,000 or 3,000 experience points. He stared at the wall, thinking, adding the secret realm reward for me. It's negligible. Then he glanced to the right, secretly calculating. It seems entering the secret realm to kill Ngo Hao is not as good as killing a few more players level 40 and above. He could only let him go for now. Then Lu Enhat turned and walked over the rubble. Suddenly, blue text flickered into view, startling him. Lu Enhat frowned like a monkey eating ginger, thinking irritably, it's this sudden communication method again. The reason why the world became like this, so long-winded. Just directly tell the truth of the world. When the text disappeared, Lu Enhat turned back toward the wall leading to the secret realm. He narrowed his eyes, observing, then scanned his surroundings warily. Lu Enhat was annoyed, silently thinking that there would definitely be more opportunities later. His current goal was to level up. Uncovering the truth is only second priority. Moreover, approaching the truth without sufficient strength will only put you in danger. So he decided to head toward the exit. The shadowy text appeared again. It seems you are currently lacking a suitable weapon. If you succeed in conquering this secret realm, in the end it will try to give the conqueror an extremely fitting weapon. Seeing the text, Liu Yi muttered in frustration, "Again, I remember you being very unhappy." Then he shouted, "Why do I have to go?" But the entire basement was silent, no one answered. Seeing this, Liu Yi scowled and said, "No answer. If so, then I don't need to go." He decided to head for the door, muttering, "Now I don't know if you are enemy or friend. I will not follow you." Liu Yi went out the door, then stepped onto the staircase heading straight up to the next floor. After a long while, when the staircase was empty, suddenly there were loud stomping sounds from the stairs. Then Liu Yi flew down, kicked open the door with an extremely furious expression. Cursing, "Damn it, the truth of the world and that suitable weapon are just too tempting." Right now, he dashed straight into the secret realm, thinking, there are 18 scalpels. Enough for me to deal with the crisis in the secret realm, strike fast and win fast. The 3 round little spirits with different expressions gathered together to look at the outsider. Then they flew around Liu Yi as if scouting. He just looked at them curiously for a moment, then gazed into the distance to observe the situation. The place where Liu Yi stood was like a tiny floating island, and in the center there was a glowing silver tree stump. That was the Doak, home of the 3 little spirit children with full health of 100. Then the system displayed some information about the secret realm to Liu Yi. The number of people initiating the storyline has reached the minimum standard. Faction characters have been determined. The special confrontation secret realm homeland is activated. Your faction to protect is the Three Little Ones. Mission content: protect the Three Little Ones expelled by their own world. Resist the witherling swarm that is destroying the Da'ak, the home of the Three Little Ones. The current health of the Da'ak is full at 100. Note, each time you kill a witherling, it will increase 1 level of protection value. 50 health, 50 defense for the Da'ak. When the accumulated protection value reaches 100,000, the Da'ak will generate a protective shield, completely neutralizing the witherling's attacks. The private territory of the Three Little Ones will descend to the private territory of the witherlings in 5 minutes. Please prepare carefully. Looking at the 3 round little spirits, orange, pink, and blue, Liu Yi speculated. So these are the Three Little Ones. He stood at the edge of the island thinking. The mission content is that simple. Is it related to the truth of the world? Unfathomable, have I been tricked by some movie? Then the entire island slowly emitted blue energy and lowered its altitude down to a place where something was swarming below. Unclear. Seeing this, Liu Yi wondered. The so-called witherlings refer to those densely packed monsters below. Then he sighed with emotion. The number is way too many. At the same time, Wu Hao stood in the middle of the witherling horde. Meanwhile, Liu Yi stood on the island with the Three Little Ones looking down, only seeing a mass of earthy orange, whispering calculation. But luckily, killing 2,000 of them could create a protective shield. Just one doubt. The mission didn't say that after the shield formed, the secret realm would be conquered. Then he looked back at the Da'ak tree and reasoned. Moreover, this is a faction mission. Could it be that in the end we will have a decisive battle with the opposing faction's player? So he had to seize the time to kill witherlings so that the shield would appear early. Otherwise, the opponent, seeing the situation unfavorable, might directly strike the Da'ak. With that 100 health of the Da'ak, a single touch would mean death. Meanwhile, Wu Hao was slashing through the witherling swarm. At the same time, his system reported, absorption skill activated, your physique increased by 123 points. Seeing this, Wu Hao thought excitedly. This really works, and the physique increase is so much. Then he clenched his fist and looked at the witherlings beside him, secretly pleased. After confirming the faction, these witherlings identified him as an ally, completely unconcerned that he was killing their own kind. In this way, doesn't that mean he just needed to keep killing them, causing his physique attribute to increase until it could no longer rise? Then Wu Hao looked up at the sky and happily thought, even if he has a skill to reduce all my attributes, as long as the value is high enough, he will not be my match, and muttered to himself, but creating that shield requires killing 2,000 of them. It won't be that fast. Meanwhile, on this side, the system announced, the platform will land in the witherling private territory in 1 minute. Please prepare carefully. Hearing that, Liu Yi looked around and calculated. Although it says killing 2,000 is enough, considering the strength of an ordinary player, it's nearly impossible to do. Therefore, within this tiny territory, there must be something that can theoretically balance the power between the Three Little Ones and the witherling. Then he opened his palm and took out the scalpel. Then Liu Yi placed his foot close to the lower edge of the island and thought, but after searching around, I found nothing. Is there no trigger condition? He looked down at the swarming witherlings already close right in front and thought, since I didn't find anything, then just treat it as if there's nothing, deal with it as usual. Suddenly, the island of the Three Little Ones crashed down to the ground with a thud. Immediately, the witherling horde jumped up in front of Liu Yi. Seeing this, the Three Little Ones fearfully hugged their Da'ak and cried. On the other side, the witherlings had set foot on the island, while Liu Yi considered. Using the scalpel embedded with the sphere, the blessing has a huge flaw. At this moment, the witherling horde formed an encirclement and rushed to attack the Da'ak. Liu Yi analyzed. Although the power embedded with the Ning Fang orb will recover, plus there is assistance from equipment obtained in the primordial realm in the backpack. Skill cooldown reduced by 50%, duration increased by 50%. Then, Liu Yi used an all-attribute blessing that enhanced by 5,000 points. Then, seeing the Qi Ru raising its mouth full of sharp teeth charging at him, he muttered to himself, but it's enough. In the blink of an eye, that Qi Ru's head exploded. Next, many others nearby also had similar phenomena, Liu Yi thought. With equipment enhancements, using the intelligence power obtained from the blessing, then using the blessing, it could allow him to maintain a stable state of keeping all attributes at 5,000 points. At this moment, he moved in a circle around the base of the foundation. Liu Yi gritted his teeth angrily, smashed the Qi Ru's head with his bare hands, silently believing that 5,000 points in all attributes were enough to handle any danger. The glowing red eye with a sharp hiss, Liu Yi opened his mouth and shouted loudly. He gritted his teeth, using speed to deal with everything obstructing the way. A moment later, the red eye disappeared. Sweat poured down Liu Yi's face like a shower, but it only paused for a moment, then he shot forward like light, looking in one direction. Liu Yi sighed in his mind. This speed was much slower than expected. If it continued like this, killing 2,000 of them, wouldn't he run out of surgical strikes? Now, from a distance, one could see a cloud of dust had formed in the middle of the island. The Qi Ru swarm was blown away into the sky, but he still felt uneasy. When the time came, how would he deal with Wu Hao, who was on the enemy side? In front of the Three Little Ones, Liu Liu Yi alone faced the Qi Ru horde that kept rushing forward, sighing inwardly. What to do? Should he use reset to enhance the clearing speed again? Then he countered himself, but the cooldown of reset is too long. Using it all here would be somewhat not worth it. Then he analyzed to himself. Moreover, the effect wouldn't be very good either. It couldn't directly help him deal with more than 1,000 remaining Qi Ru. Suddenly, the orange little one's eyes widened in surprise. Then the three little ones looked at each other as if discussing something. Suddenly, the orange one flew to Liu Yi's side, startling him. Then it transformed into a gun. Seeing it, Liu Yi wondered, this is. At the same time, the system indicated the weapon form of the eldest little one, pistol. Attributes: attack power plus 140, agility plus 30. Skill: enhanced compression activation, movement speed increased by 100%. Attack speed increased by 100%, full reload speed reduced by 100%. Duration and cooldown are both 1 minute. This information made Liu Yi extremely overjoyed, thinking, a weapon transformed from one of the three children. Beside him, the two remaining little ones were excited, their hearts pounding. He held the gun and exclaimed in awe. Ah, so this is where the compensation in power lies. And he thought, movement speed plus 100%, attack speed plus 100%. Reload speed reduced by 100%, each reload still 20 rounds. Then, Liu Yi confidently held the gun and pointed it at the Qi Ru horde, secretly curious. Is this a machine gun or a pistol? Just compare a little and you'll know right away. On the ground of the three little ones' platform, many round holes appeared. Even the raised earth patches like small mountains were riddled with penetrating holes. Even around the platform on the land of the Qi Ru, it was densely covered with bullet marks, and the Qi Ru had retreated 100 meters away. Suddenly Liu Yi shouted loudly, "Awesome, this pistol is awesome." He raised the gun high in the air, shouting, in just a short time relying on the firing speed of this pistol, and exclaimed with joy. In an instant, the Qi Ru around the platform had all disappeared. Liu Yi looked at the eldest little one's pistol, overjoyed beyond measure. Then he commented, it's just that after activating compression activation, not being able to attach energy force like this is a bit uncomfortable. If only it could be attached while in a condensed life force covering state. Combined with this pistol, it would be invincible. But even just this alone was already super strong, perfectly suiting the current situation. Then Liu Yi confidently smirked, looking ahead. The fearless Qi Ru again rushed forward to attack, but he didn't pant in the slightest. Holding the gun pointed forward, he said, just over 500 left. Take care of you guys and the shield will be created. Then, in a blink, the system indicated that the home base of the three little ones' total protection value had reached the limit value. Immediately, a blue magic appeared, surrounding the platform, replacing it. Liu Yi tilted his head back in surprise, thinking, temporary protection value upgraded to a shield. Suddenly, Wu Hao stomped hard on the ground, causing the earth and rocks to shatter. Then he leaped up, appearing before Liu Yi's eyes, catching his attention. At this moment, Wu Hao looked like a giant, shirtless, showing off bulging muscles, landing opposite Liu Yi. He raised his red eye provocatively. This time, let's see how you can be arrogant in front of me. At the same time, the system informed Liu Yi, player Wu Hao, level 50. Attributes: attack power over 50,000, defense nearly 26,000. On this side, Liu Yi had to tilt his head up to look at him, saying, looks like the remaining Qi Ru were killed by you. Moreover, your strength has increased a lot at this time. Suddenly, the system announced, Phase 1 mission completed, the three little ones' affection towards you has increased. Phase 2 mission begins. The mission for the three little ones' footing must stand firm. Mission content: deal with the enemy faction player, completely resolve the Qi Ru's resistance. Mission time: 10 minutes, no penalty for failure. Liu Yi stood inside the jade green shield, speaking to Wu Hao outside. It's just that the private territory I'm protecting has now activated its shield. You dare come in and finish me off? Then Lu Enhat shoved the tip of the taunt blade into my finish me so I could see just how I was supposed to die. Hearing this, Ngo Hao broke into a sweat and looked down warily. Suddenly, the system on his side displayed, Phase 1 mission, preventing the formation of the three little ones' empire shield, has failed. Qi Du's affection towards you has seriously decreased. Phase 2 mission begins. Eliminate the hostile faction player within 10 minutes. If the mission fails, Qi Du will attack you until you die. Note: forcefully entering the shield will reduce all your attributes by 90%. Seeing this, Ngo Hao gritted his teeth in anger and swore, damn it, how did he kill Qi Du so fast? Even with Qi Du standing still letting me kill, I only managed to take down 500 of them. And yet he's already dealt with 1,500. Then he sighed inwardly. With all attributes weakened by 90%, I can't possibly be his match. I have to find a way to lure him out. If I can just get him out of that turtle shell, I'll kill him instantly. The two stared at each other in silence. Ngo Hao clenched his fist, worrying secretly. But how can I lure him out? He's staying firmly inside. I have no way. Suddenly Lu Enhat narrowed his eyes and laughed. Hey, why aren't you saying anything anymore? Are you thinking about how to make me leave the shield? Seeing his scheme exposed so easily, Ngo Hao was startled. Then Lu Enhat stepped forward and continued, "Actually, there's no need for such trouble." After that, he voluntarily stepped out of the shield, saying, "I'll just walk out on my own." And he jumped off the house platform of the three little ones. Lu Enhat landed on Kidu's ground and said, "All right, I'm outside now." As soon as the words left his mouth, Ngo Hao swung his fist forward, roaring, "You actually came out, you're just courting death." At the same moment, a huge explosion erupted right outside the shield. He sneered, "Let me teach you a lesson. As a person, you should still be humble and cautious." Then Ngo Hao gleefully mocked, "You damn fool. At the final moment, what good is the weakness placed on me?" Suddenly, his face turned pale, his eyes wide in shock. Right then, Lu Enhat used his left hand to block his fist, while his right hand gripped the ground tightly. This made Ngo Hao incredulous. How is this possible? My physique has already reached the maximum." Then, "And you idiot, my main attribute is physique. Attack combined with physique. This damage power is at least several 100,000. Meanwhile, Lu Enhat's eyes suddenly glowed red and he replied, "Your physique has reached the maximum value, but all my attributes are at the maximum value." At the same time, the system announced player Lu Enhat stat. Level 26, experience 081600. Computation power over 32,000, 7 basic attribute titles double. Attack power over 50,000 and defense, resistance, strength, agility, constitution, intelligence. Perception is also 50,000. Distributable attribute points, none. Full HP 3 million, full combat energy 350,000. Lu Enhat muttered to himself, even though the big baby's weapon form was only a level 20 piece of equipment, if he could keep embedding the sealing orb for 30 minutes. But in the battle just now, I had already accelerated to the max, pushing all my attributes to the limit of the real world. Skill-locked, Ngo Hao gritted his teeth in shock. But before he could do anything else, the system informed him that Lu Enhat had used. Covered with 300,000 life force, the next attack increased by 7,500,000. At the same time, his entire body was slashed into many pieces by Lu Enhat with a sword, just waiting for you to appear. Before disappearing, Ngo Hao tilted his head back and murmured hoarsely, "Who exactly are you, such a strong player in the game?" "Impossible, I've never heard of you." Turning his back and walking away without a glance at him slowly fading, Lu Enhat replied. At the same time, the system announced, "You killed player Ngo Hao, you received 39,456 computation power. Your current computation power, 71,801.5. He smiled and continued, "When I meet your guild leader down there, I'll ask him directly." Then the system flooded with messages. "Congratulations, you have conquered the secret realm. Protect the three little ones. The large weapon form weapon has been reclaimed. The sealing orb has bounced back into your backpack. Processing secret realm rewards replacing." Lu Enhat cursed loudly, "Damn it, no, don't reclaim this weapon." Then the mindless system continued to perform its duty, stating, "You received experience, the reward has been interfered with, unidentified reward being processed. Your level +5 increased to 31. You received the skill silent imprisonment." This information left him puzzled. What's going on? Unidentified interference. "You interfered but replaced my reward directly with a level up. Awesome." It didn't stop there, the system announced again, "You received the big baby's weapon form weapon pistol." Hearing that, Lu Enhat laughed happily. "Haha, it's finally given to me." Then the system displayed the pistol's stats. World duration 1 minute, cooldown 7 minutes. After using compression activation, this weapon cannot be covered by life force. Pistol bullets are automatically reloaded. Each reload takes 70 seconds, number of reloads 20. Requires level 30. Note, this weapon is blessed by the big baby. Blessing 1 will notify when the owner's level increases. Blessing 2, automatically repair damaged weapons. This left Lu Enhat puzzled. But before that, the words "enhance" on the compression activation had disappeared. However, this is normal, it's a level 30 weapon. The previous intensity was just too abnormally high. The equipment level will increase as my level increases. After upgrading the equipment, the compression activation will also increase. Not sure how many levels are needed to reach the previous intensity. Finally, the system announced, "The secret realm has been completed. You are about to be transferred out of the secret realm." Hearing that, he was confused. So I'm leaving just like that. What about the world truth? Why is there so little mention? What the hell, Earth Shadow? Lu Enhat stepped out of the secret realm door in the basement. He rested his chin thoughtfully. "Is Earth Shadow messing with me?" Lu Enhat frowned, not knowing what to think. And looking at the pistol, he thought, "But I really did get a suitable weapon." Then walking away with an annoyed expression, Lu Enhat thought of Daak and the three spirits secretly reasoning, What if that secret realm truly represents the truth of the real world? The three little ones, then he boldly speculated. They represent the three mysterious people occupying Bat True Sun. In the storyline introduction, it says the three little ones were exiled to the world of Ki-Ru. Could it be that the three mysterious people were also exiled from their world to here? One hand holding the pistol, the other hand in his pocket, Lu Enhat stood outside the entrance to the secret realm, deep in thought. Can it be explained like this? The only point that can be linked is this. Then he glanced back and thought, it seems this secret realm does not exist in isolation. There must be something more behind it. Lu Enhat looked at the gate, wondering if there would be another chance to make contact. Then he looked at the gate, sighing inwardly. This secret realm is too special, conquered, but it still hasn't disappeared. It's just that, especially many people who have conquered it cannot enter again. Could it be that all players can enter? If every person who enters can obtain a weapon extremely suitable for them, then the value of this secret realm is too great. It's completely a strategic level secret realm. Must contact a van so he can take control of this. Next, Lu Enhat's mind started racing again, thinking about the confusing messages. But before that, there is one issue to clarify. What exactly is Earth Shadow? By what means does he contact me? Through what channel does he know the contents of the secret realm? What is his purpose? He jumped off the broken steps, analyzing quietly. With the current contact, it's impossible to tell if Earth Shadow is good or bad, but if combined with the experience from the previous life. The existence of Earth Shadow is extremely suspicious. Lu Enhat rested his chin, sitting on a rock, reasoning in his mind. Is he really helping? If so, why is the real world getting worse and worse? Then he wondered, according to the New Order's guild leader, Earth Shadow's existence is like a piece of software. With software, would the world get worse and worse? Lu Enhat frowned, thinking hard. In the previous life, ordinary people were completely unaware of the existence of the mysterious people controlling Bat True Sun, which means they haven't made a move yet. If they caused the world's chaos, then they definitely have methods to conceal their influence on the world. Reasoning like that, Liu Yi realized there were a series of questions needing answered. Was the Earth Shadow one of their methods? On the surface, it seemed to be helping us. But in fact, it's leading us step by step to an increasingly worse outcome. Liu Yi rested his elbows on his thighs, sitting in a daze. He held his head, supported his forehead, looking stunned. There are too few trustworthy people, so instinct will think in a negative direction. Then he lifted his eyes and firmly thought that perhaps it wasn't as bad as he imagined. All factors were just caused by the enemy being too strong. Suddenly a bit curious, what would the Earth Shadow guide him to do next? What reminder would it give him? Just as he finished speaking, a message panel suddenly appeared before his eyes, startling Liu Yi. The Earth Shadow sent an invitation. Join the chat group, yes or no. Instead, he wondered, a chat system. Does the real world have a chat system similar to the game? Since arriving these days, he had never bothered to ask. Liu Yi frowned and thought, so it was set up by the Earth Shadow? How did he have such authority? Now he had another question, as it were. The system's operation required a core center. After the primordial realm descended, it could raise levels and give rewards to players. Where was the core center for leveling, and who controlled it? And he answered himself. Earth Shadow, his sudden contact method, seemed similar to system notification. Liu Yi even became more convinced of his thoughts because, moreover, the Earth Shadow also knew the secret realm's contents. If the core center was in his hand, then it was answered, then Liu Yi accepted, definitely. Then the system notified, your name in the primordial realm has been detected as Knight, continue using this title. He refused, no, the name is one. Immediately the system informed, name confirmed, you have joined the Holy Disciples chat group. The entire chat group content appeared before Liu Yi's eyes. A group of people were discussing. Seeking feeling in the wind, we already have the forces and enough strength. We need to start thinking about how to deal with the mysterious person. Enough to handle any enemy, just watch them gossip idly. Liu Yi asked curiously, who are these people? High-level players gathered by the Earth Shadow. He stared at the screen, puzzled. Level 50. The maximum level limit for players was level 50. Then he compared it to the primordial realm, recalling the choice in the legend. Many people mentioned that level and the Emperor's Nest were related. The Emperor's Nest level in the real world was lower than in the primordial realm. No wonder the maximum limit of full attribute enhancement was only 50,000. Then the chat group displayed a series of messages. The one waiting for the future. All the people here are veterans from the 28 cities of Huizhou. As long as we gather the level 50 players under our command, we'll have over 100,000 strength. That's enough. Casual, then wait for me to deal with Fong Kong, who is with me in Vi Thai. Unify Vi Thai. Then I can rest assured to handle the mysterious person with you guys. Casual, damn, Casual has been muted for 5 minutes. Heaven without loneliness. They really are a pair of archenemies. Now the 28 cities in Huizhou. The Tier 12 cities, due to a large number of powerful players, had extremely fierce war competition. Conversely, the number of players in Tier 3 and 4 cities was relatively small. the forces were relatively normal, and they quickly formed unified front lines to annihilate the creatures linked to the primordial realm. Heaven without loneliness, of course. What I meant was that the first-tier cities have no four guardians. Reading to this point, Liu Yi frowned curiously. Four guardians? Then he continued to follow the story's development. Heaven without loneliness. The four guardians, Azure Boat, Black White. I heard they all possess an extremely powerful team-boosting ability, allowing their guilds to fight smoothly. And in just 5 days, the guilds of the four guardians in the first-tier cities were already in a state of absolute advantage. Endless spirit energy. I heard that the title of Four Guardian can be stolen, as long as you kill a player with the Four Guardian title. The Four Guardian title will be transferred to the killer. Round Nail, Black Guardian, you can try see if that's true. Heaven without loneliness, Black Guardian, endless spirit energy, just joking. Just kidding, haha. Round Nail, Black Guardian, haha, what I said is the truth. I heard that the levels of the four guardians when the primordial realm descended were only level 1. Not sure if they've increased any during these days. We can try to kill and see. Maybe it will succeed. Heaven without loneliness, really? Looking at the familiar name. Liu Yi was puzzled. Round Nail was Black Guardian, one of the four guardians. The more he read, the more confused he became. There were even level 1 pillar guardians. Wasn't he the guild leader of New Order? Suddenly the chat group became noisy again, appearing like thunder. Round Nail, polite. If you want to use this method against me, I will make you taste death once more. White Glove, Thunder, what the hell are you doing? I just missed it, appearing like thunder. Where does the low-level dog's barking come from? Because the dog's owner has already been killed by me. Is no one managing it? White Glove, you burning with anger. Pillar Guardian Thunder, don't be noisy, we came to do serious business. Seeing a familiar person, Liu Yi frowned and was stunned. Then the crowd began to discuss again. Amidst the heat, Pillar Guardian, everyone already knows the dangers of reality. The best solution is to leverage the massive player base, using human wave tactics to deal with the mysterious person, but we can't go in mindlessly. I call on everyone here to send a reliable player above level 50 to collaborate on the investigation. Gather intelligence for us. City Lord of Chuangvan, you should cherish this opportunity, one person per faction. It was won for you by the Red Lord. I hope you can also obtain some intelligence. Otherwise, we four lords will cooperate to send people to Bat Chu Sun. By then, whether the intelligence is true or false, we will have no way to verify. Yuan Dung, the White Lord, haha, we Green Lords don't need to be so hypocritical. Tell them directly, the first group to go there will certainly face near certain death. We just want to share the losses, that's all. Veen Din, the Black Lord and White Lord, I appreciate your frankness. When the time comes, Red Lord, you will arrive in 2 days. Gather at the Kokthai entrance of Bat Chu Sun. I hope you all understand that the foundation of everything is that the world can still function normally. If the world is destroyed, even if you now hold the whole world, it will be in vain. Lu Enhat rested his chin on his hand, pondering. The joint investigation of Bat Chu Sun to collect intelligence. Is it really a shortage of people, or is there another purpose? His eyes turned sharp and cold, inwardly objecting. Whatever the purpose, he did not approve of human wave tactics. Because Lu Enhat believed that human wave tactics meant a great many players would die. They were all born in peacetime, suddenly granted supernatural powers. Just when they were full of excitement, who would want to die? However, if the maximum player level cap is only 50, then there is no other choice. He looked again at the series of messages on the screen, curious. Come to think of it, what is Earth Shadow's purpose in creating this group? Lu Enhat reasoned. Looking at the chat content, the group members are all the most elite players in each city. He is giving us a platform for cooperation, and then what? Though everyone in the group is hiding their true thoughts. But it seems that as long as this platform exists, no matter how great the hatred, at least here the elite players have a direct communication channel. He stared at it, analyzing. He really hopes that we players can come together, united in heart and effort to assault Bat Chu Sun. I remember when we gathered in the territory, Zio Bai led me to sweep computing power, controlling the Da'ok to lure them endlessly, wave after wave sending computing power to their deaths. Suddenly Lu Enhat stood up and thought, Earth Shadow's purpose couldn't be this, could it? Then a moment of silence and Lu Enhat smiled. He decided, then let me expose you if Earth Shadow's purpose really is this. If your path is wrong. Lu Enhat grinned excitedly, muttering to himself. Then in the end, let me deal with the mysterious person. Because he was brimming with confidence, thinking his level had no upper limit, he could keep getting stronger. There were only 3 mysterious people he believed he could eventually rely on. His own strength to deal with them. Lu Enhat stepped up from his temporary seat in the basement, muttering to himself. Martin Day, and the key point is that I can level up. Then he left the basement, heading toward the gate outside the building. At the same time, outside the building, the water monster and his henchmen were still kneeling on the ground. Out of their wits, the two mumbled, I think it's been so long without going out. He probably doesn't care about us at all, we can go now. I think so too, let's just go. Tilting his head up to look at the high-rise building, the water monster replied, Fine, but a moment later no one stood up. One henchman turned and asked, "Boss, why aren't you moving?" The water monster, eyes brimming with tears, said, "My legs fell asleep." Immediately the henchman echoed, "And me too." But the water monster still tried to stand up on trembling legs, cursing, "Damn it. This can't be happening. Right now is a hard-won chance to stay alive. I can't fall because of numb legs." To keep on living, he forced himself to stand up. But his legs still wobbled unsteadily. "I have to try to stand up." Beside him, the henchman also forced himself with all his might, encouraging himself, "Right, we have to stand up. We can't kneel forever. Kneeling is disgraceful. It's submission, it's cowardice. We can't be cowards." Suddenly, Lu En-hat jumped down from somewhere in front of them, startling the water monster and his henchmen out of their wits. On the map of Hoa Chao, 3 territories were displayed: Humorin City, Hai City, and Sa Quang. At this moment, outside a high-rise building in a corner of Hai City, smoke billowed up thickly. A glass was smashed to pieces. In the sunlight-filled room, the man who had just thrown the glass shouted, "The New Order, how can it bully people like this? Damn it. All of us have already come to a corner of Hai City, and it's getting more and more oppressive. They don't want us to live." He was the person in charge of the Back Garden Union branch in Hai City. Thien Lai Hai Thien clenched his fist, furious. "Damn, and what about that alliance or whatever? Hell, our brothers are being suppressed. Just you wait when the commander brings people over to fight. I'll see how you die." Immediately a subordinate waved his hand to dissuade him. "Brother Hai, calm down. After all, this is a subordinate city of Ruk City, and Duok City is the headquarters of the New Order. Being suppressed is very normal." The captain also said, "As long as we guarantee this sub-area still exists, that's enough." Hearing that, Lai Hai Thien grimaced, sat down in his chair and grumbled, "This is really annoying. They have clearly become superhumans, but still have to put up with this kind of bird brain treatment. The most irritating thing is that the people below keep leaving one by one to join the New Order." One henchman consoled him, "Oh geez, Brother Hai. The more people leave, the more it proves our loyalty. I heard that under the commander's leadership. Ruk City has been completely controlled by the Back Garden. When we return, won't we be able to have the wind and rain at our command?" But Lai Hai Thien still frowned unhappily and said, "We still have to do something to change the current situation. Otherwise, in the future, even if we can return to headquarters, we won't be able to make use of those suppressed birds again, even if it's just some minor achievement." Suddenly someone shouted loudly, Brother Hai, something's wrong." Hearing that, he jumped up and asked, "What is it? What's going on? Have the New Order people attacked us?" Standing at the door, 2 henchmen, one leaning against the wall, one bracing his knees, panted as they reported, "It's Ngo Hao of Sa Quang has been killed." The one who came was the water monster. He turned pale and continued, "In Sa Quang, a secret realm has been discovered that won't destroy the environment, won't disappear, and the reward is a suitable weapon with no special restrictions on the secret realm. He wanted to monopolize it, so he didn't report it. So when he tried to go straight in, he was killed by that secret realm's guardian." After some time, outside the base building of the Back Garden branch in Sa Quang, the water monster led everyone there. Someone asked, "Is it here?" He replied, "That's right in the basement of this building." Meanwhile, the water monster and his close henchmen looked at each other, thinking, "Will he believe it? He'll surely believe it, right? But this strategy is too simple." And Lai Hai Thien thought to himself, "Aha, this is truly a pie falling from the sky. Headquarters just transmitted word that if we encounter a secret realm that won't destroy the environment, and after completion it won't disappear, confirm with photos, report it, and there's a big reward. Once I'm sure, I'll report to the director. And at that time, maybe I can leave Hai City and return to the main base." Then Lai Hai Thien took the lead and shouted, "Go, let's head in there," which stunned the water monster and his companion, making them inwardly exclaim, "Huh, he actually believed us." Walking ahead, Lai Hai Thien secretly anticipated, "It must be it. It absolutely must be the type of secret realm that headquarters requested in the documents." Then the whole group entered the building together. He thought only then could he gloriously return to headquarters. Time quickly passed by. Lai Hai Thien's eyes widened and his mouth hung open in terror. Then he took the lead, fleeing in panic, shouting, "Whoa, it's horrifying. What is that thing?" All of our attacks were dodged by it. Lai Hai Thien shouted orders as he ran, "Stop shooting, run quickly." When the group ran outside the building, someone shouted, "Brother Hai, it seems it's not chasing us." The henchman looked at the ground floor and said, "Its range of activity seems limited to the building." Teacher the and Lai Hai Thien also observed, then laughed and replied, "It's true, it's not chasing us." Then he turned to the henchman with concern and asked, "No one died in there, right?" Someone reported, "No, but a few brothers were injured." Clicking his tongue, the man expressed his suspicion. "It seems this guardian is an agile monster with a fixed range of activity. I wonder if the methods for dealing with this type of secret realm guardian in the prime world can be applied in reality." Someone else on the other side wondered curiously, "Did everyone see that earlier?" There were sturdy pieces of equipment scattered everywhere. People estimate they were left behind by victims killed by the secret realm guardian. If we can collect those treasure orbs, assigning tasks to the lowest level employees will reduce the efficiency of staff rotation. On the side, Lai Hai-Thien opened his phone to read a message. The content was, the information gathered at the rear garden had a very high chance of being the secret realm the director mentioned. But the images aren't clear enough. Can clearer photos be provided? Preferably a complete photo of the entrance to the secret realm. Instead, he furrowed his brow in thought. So we have to go in there one more time. Suddenly, some henchmen clenched their fists and said excitedly, "Chairman, why not try using the methods from the Prime World to deal with that secret realm guardian? It should be able to succeed. When we do, we can not only control that special secret realm but also obtain a batch of equipment. This will be a great help in boosting the morale of the people below." Hearing this, Lai Hai-Thien found it reasonable and agreed. "All right, let's do that. Call everyone here for me." Immediately, the rear garden crowd shouted, "Yes, sir." Meanwhile, behind a boulder, the two water monster brothers were drenched in sweat. The water monster with a dumb face stuttered. They actually managed to walk out of there alive. And the underling asked, puzzled, "Boss, did you let them go because there were too few of them?" And it seems they are not only unafraid but very excited and want to call for more people. This is terrifying, step by step, falling into the boss's trap like this. Clicking his tongue, the underling asked gloomily, "Speaking of which, isn't betraying our own people like this bad for us?" Finished, the water monster replied somberly, "All of this is caused by their own greed and has nothing to do with us, nothing to do with it." At the same time elsewhere, the rear garden group ran over noisily, grumbling, "What's going on? Why did you call us here so urgently?" "Yeah, I just started a new romance. Was about to have a little fun when I got called away." "Is it that pure hot girl you mentioned before? Let me have some fun with her when you're done." Small matter, just a small matter. In another corner, the group gossiped as they walked. "Damn, I just chopped up that bastard who was stepping all over us earlier in the prime forest. Haven't even had time to clean up my room. Whatever it is, do it fast or the house will start to stink." Some people were even idly chit-chatting. "Last night I heard moving sounds coming from your house. Playing pretty wildly, huh? How many times did you wreck it? Come to my house tonight and count, then you'll know." "You don't know, that guy from my old company was just like a puppet." Haha, no resistance. They walked together towards the secret realm building, continuing. Probably just accepted their fate. After all, the way of the world has completely changed. And Lai Hai-Thien's henchman reported happily, "Brother Hai, all of our employees in High City are here." And looking at a group of people hiding on a building balcony peering down, he said, "But half of them are hiding in the building behind." Taking a long breath, Lai Hai-Thien scolded angrily, "What a bunch of cowards. This group ranks at the very top in the prime world. But when stepping into reality, they become timid. It's understandable. After all, you can't be resurrected in reality." Then he asked his henchman, "Are your weapons ready?" The guy replied, "Ready, but most people just picked up stones on the road. In reality, there's no channel to buy expendable weapons. Only stones, but the power after throwing them should be enough." Lai Hai-Thien then ordered, "It'll have to do. Tut, you're the fastest. Go in and lure the secret realm guardian out." The guy obeyed. "Yes." Immediately, Tut ran into the ground floor of the building. At the same time, Lai Hai-Thien shouted directions. "Everyone focus for me, 1 round. We only have 1 chance to attack. Aim carefully, bring your aiming instincts for me." Simultaneously, the group behind holding stones ready shouted, "Yes." But after a long while, 10 minutes later, the ground floor remained utterly silent. Tut had not run back out. Lai Hai-Thien frowned suspiciously. Why hasn't he come out after 10 minutes? What happened? Behind him, his underlings were also buzzing with discussion. Maybe he was killed by the guardian. Impossible, that guardian isn't that strong. Even if he died, there should have been some screams. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps emerged. Seeing this, Lai Hai-Thien shouted, "There he is." But the person who appeared was the guardian the Lai Hai-Thien group had just mentioned. He held a sword, wearing a hooded cloak that covered his head, standing at the door. The guardian curled his lip and thought, "More people, I see." Outside the secret realm building, the rear garden group stood silently, staring inside. Lai Hai-Thien's face stiffened with suspicion. "What's going on? Why did only the secret realm guardian come out? Where's the person who went in to lure it? Could it be that he got greedy, tried to steal the sturdy equipment inside and was then killed?" But immediately he frowned, dismissing his own thought. "That's not right either. If he was killed, how could the secret realm guardian come running out? Could it be he snatched some treasure, got scared to hand it over and fled somewhere?" And he cursed inwardly, "Damn it, no wonder I asked him to lead the way. Well, he didn't even try to hide. Forget it, let's fight first, then settle the score with him later." Lai Hai-Thien looked at the guard standing inside the gloomy first floor, secretly calculating. The biggest advantage of this place is that the special secret realm won't be damaged. After dealing with it, he'd go take some clear photos to send to headquarters. Then he glanced at the still terrified men behind him, sneering at their cowardice inwardly. These guys are only good at bullying the weak. Lai Hai-Thien stepped forward to reassure them. Don't be afraid, I'll go restrain it. You guys get ready to strike. And he thought, quick fight, quick victory, kill this secret realm guardian, give them some confidence. He strode forward barehanded, declaring, a fool constrained by rules is no match for us, making his men behind him jump. Lai Hai-Thien broke out in a sweat, secretly worried. It was like that in the game, so in reality it must be the same. He stood a distance from the door, muttering to himself, this distance is enough. Inside, the secret realm guardian stood still, staring out with red eyes. Lai Hai-Thien felt a bit uneasy, frowned and thought, even if it's not exactly the same, we've come this far and it has a limited range of movement, so I'll definitely be safe. Then he spread his hand, conjuring a Hector spell. Brothers, attack! Behind him, the men saw this and picked up stones, bracing themselves and shouted. At this range, the guardian isn't attacking Brother Hai, we must have guessed right. Everyone charge, stone the guardian to death just like in the game. Ah! Lai Hai-Thien extended his hand forward, his whole body covered in blue energy, while the guardian still stood motionless. So he thought happily, no movement, our prediction was correct. In that case, this secret realm is definitely ours. Suddenly, a flash of light slashed through, cleaving Lai Hai-Thien in two, leaving him stunned. Lightning fast, the secret realm guardian, sword in hand, leaped out and charged behind Lai Hai-Thien. His movement left the Hao Hoavine subordinates frozen, deeply shocked. As for Lai Hai-Thien, he looked down, dazed in disbelief. At that moment, Lu Enhat, the hooded guardian, smiled with delight. Immediately after, Lai Hai-Thien collapsed to the ground. In an instant, he vanished just like in the game. Meanwhile, Lu Enhat darted like a beam of light, weaving zigzag among the still-stunned crowd. At the same time, the system announced, Truth Seeker Luke Thien Thuong, calculation power 2356.7, Chan Tak 2 1789.5, Sua Chan 4360.2, Duong Thien Nguyen 2760.2. Then came the scene of the back garden members being blown into the air. Wu Fengxiao 3360.2. Your level increased from 31 to 32. Player Song Chunru rewarded computing power 2760.2. The more rewards, the more fiercely Liu Yi attacked. Watching his bombardment, the back garden members shouted in fear. What's going on? It's not like they said, run quickly. Immediately they scrambled away, running and screaming. I knew it. Within the wing vision range, we shouldn't have stayed at back guard. Really unreliable. They hadn't run far when all of them were sent flying by Liu Yi's light-like attack. Elsewhere, a few people watching from a nearby building cursed. Holy shit, what's happening? Our people are being slaughtered. At the same time, they turned and shouted, run, we've encountered a monster we can't handle. This monster is too strong, what it protects must be valuable. You want to die? Treasure is only valuable if taken while alive. Suddenly, a large boulder fell right where the group had been standing on the balcony watching. Then came Liu Yi's savage, delighted smile as the system continuously reported computing power reward. Liu Yi madly attacked the group, reaping endless computing power, and then the system announced your level increased to 35, then 36. On one side, the underlings fled in fear, shouting, I'm not playing anymore, I'm not playing anymore. They hadn't run far when Liu Yi, holding a formation sword, made the guy scream in terror. What kind of monster is this? The guy gaped, raised his hand to shield himself for a moment, muttering, what kind of monster is this? Suddenly, one of his teammates with eyes rolling back shouted, Murderer, a demon who kills without mercy. Meanwhile, Liu Yi hoisted a large blade, stepped 1 foot on a stone slab in front of them and looked down, saying, Murderer. Demon, no, no, no. The ones I kill are only players and players with backups, not real people. After a long while, Liu Yi opened his eyes wide in surprise. He stood amidst a sea of floating protective auras, sighing, finally finished killing, though a few escaped. Then the system displayed stats. Player Liu Yi level 38, experience 010322200. Computing power 3689.5. Title, Special Physique. Attributes, attack power, defense, strength, agility, physique all 79. Resistance 16. Intelligence 459. Perception 78. Assignable attributes none. Full HP 790. Full perception power 918. Liu Yi looked at the system panel, pondering. Then he frowned in annoyance. All back garden members in High City have been wiped out, only reached 38. It seems I have to go to the back garden headquarters. Then Liu Yi smirked and called Water Monster. Immediately it ran out from hiding, replying, Boss, we're here, do you have any orders? Liu Yi then instructed, now you are free. So this is my request, which made Water Monster bewildered. Ah, Liu Yi with a rogue look in his eyes, looking down, asked like an order. Can you find a vehicle and take me to Bitch City? Somewhere in the Hai Than rubble area. Rescue workers were turning over piles of bricks and stones searching for the injured or dead. Players with strength also joined in helping move large boulders. Liu Yi sat on a boulder, looking at the system screen. On it were a series of messages from the chat room. Are all the 5 flavors tier fairy stream missing? All dead or just missing? Is this you 4 hands deliberately weakening our plot? Shun Yang Beishu, you don't need to be so angry. Not just your people, all are missing, our members as well. Moreover, they're only missing. It's not confirmed whether they're dead or not. 5 flavors tier fairy stream, that's your family's great enterprise. We already have few experts. Losing one is level 50 and a powerful player at that. Do you know how much our side has lost? Shun Yang Beishu, no one forced you to join. Kainong Dung Dung Chu Thur, now is not the time to argue. We need to analyze some of this intelligence, otherwise they will disappear in a useless analysis bullshit. Indeed, if we can analyze useful information, perhaps we can still save those who first went in to investigate. 5 flavors tier fairy stream, then quickly analyze. Kainong Dung Dung Chu Thur, let me summarize first. Liu Yi frowned, thinking. It had been 3 days since he joined the chat group. Those who went to Mount Buju to gather intelligence yesterday had assembled and set off. Unexpectedly, just 1 day later, all these people lost contact. Then, further analysis from the New Order Guild Master. Hainong Dung Dung Chu Thur, just like the primeval jungle, no signal can be transmitted out from inside Mount Buju. Only can observe with the naked eye. Even using thermal imaging scopes or other instruments is impossible. Then he sent another long message, but it was not the same or maybe even worse. As soon as a player enters the range of Buju Mountain, the space of Buju Mountain will distort positions and can only be observed from the outside with the naked eye. We can only see players randomly appearing in every corner that we can observe with the naked eye within Buju Mountain. Finally, the player's body will also start to be affected by the positional force. Once this phenomenon appears, the player will completely disappear from our sight. These players will not die directly within our sight, so I did not judge it as death but only said they went missing. Then everyone started jumping into the discussion, reading the information. Lu Enhat scratched his chin in confusion. The body starting to be affected by positional force means missing. Or did all the people who entered there die? Is just the outer perimeter already this dangerous? Below, a series of other high-level players gave their opinions. Vin Din said, all right, first we must find a way to resolve that non-deviation matter. We at Back Garden are temporarily suspending the investigation. White Gloves said, let's discuss this. Leaders of Two City during these days, do not let your subordinates go to the north of Two City to Mirror Moon Lake for several days. White Gloves did not know. It will continue until we achieve the goal. Quick to play the hero, it seems we won't find the treasure again. I see your back garden is vast and boundless. Almost everyone has left, right? This made Lu Enhat stunned, silently exclaiming, everyone's out. Two City back garden for what reason? Then he thought of the map of 3 main areas, Bitch City, Two City, Medicine City, and thought no matter the reason. Gathering such a large number of people is a good thing for me. Lu Enhat smiled with satisfaction. At the same time in Bitch City, the headquarters of Back Garden, someone spoke up. It has been confirmed it's in the lower tier city, see City of Medicine City. Vin Din, with a scowling face, listened to his subordinate report. Originally, something called a level 2 water monster discovered the anomaly. The subordinate pointed at the projector screen and continued, let me send Mr. Bach to deal with it. If they can survive and return, it shows we don't need to worry. Vin Kok, with one hand in his pocket, speculated, if all of them go missing, then it can only be night. Now there are quite a few water monsters and all personnel in Sea City have lost contact, having such power. Besides New Order, only night remains, and we have a pact with New Order before completely severing relations. At least they will keep one branch that can directly contact our forces, no matter how small that branch is. On one side, Bok Thursao and White Gloves listened to him continue. So we will set up the ambush position in Two City between Bitch City and Duck City. Then Vin Kok added, according to intelligence from Earth Shadow, after the Prime World returned, Knight's level was also re-established. But by obtaining something, he can quickly upgrade his title through killing players, without being limited by level. Vin Din frowned, continuing to listen. If he wants to quickly level up, and if he does not want to become the enemy of all players, then he must choose a fixed location with a wide population to eliminate targets. Next, Vin Kok deduced, as long as all members in this population die, then he can casually make up an excuse, and he can escape the consequences of a player massacre. The members of Sea City disappeared. It's very likely the target he chose is us. So as long as we gather, he will definitely appear. Vin Kok slammed his hand on the table, leading and adding, if we want to protect Back Garden, eliminate him, take the title on him, and be absolutely certain like a nailed coffin, then this is our only chance. Otherwise, waiting until his level increases, we can only be entirely slaughtered by him. Vin Kok crossed his arms and said seriously, of course, to prevent exceptional situations where he doesn't see us as enemies, doesn't come to ambush us, we still need to prepare additional unusual moves. For example, capturing some players or people related to Knight, making him fall into our trap. Meanwhile, in Sea City at Lu Enhat's residence, the two brothers were discussing. On the way to Tu City, if it's convenient, will you save the members of our guild? How are they? According to the map they were looking at, to go from Medicine City to Tu City, one must pass through Tin City, Hong City, Lu City. Lu Van, hands on hips, reported what he knew. The last news that came through was that they were held by Back Garden and related forces in a living hell. Hearing that, Lu Enhat frowned and asked, "Is this the route to Duck City and Tu City, or just the points where problems appeared?" Lu Van Lien explained, "The path it passed through. It's just that this section has a bit more of those areas. Brother, if you can ensure your own safety then save them, your safety is most important." Yet Lu Enhat, fully confident, replied, "I know if anything happens and I can help, I will help. Might as well learn a thing or two." After that, a black car started up. It sped along the mountain road. In the car, Water Monster was driving. Tu Din sat in the passenger seat. At this moment, the system was displaying an image of player Lu Enhat with a gun marked as broken. Below was information about level 38, experience 0, title, attributes, and skill. He looked at the data and thought, the large weapon form after embedding the wind sticky pearl continuously for 30 minutes would break, falling into a 30-minute repair. So that's what the equipment hint behind was about. How frustrating. Wait until the equipment level surpasses 50 and then embed it heavily. It won't take any damage, right? At this time, he wore a new yellow outfit, sat in the back seat of the car, gazing at the system panel and pondering. Additionally, the attribute weight of wisdom exceeded 100. Yet, along with the wind sticky pearl, similar attributes in the game had also once exceeded 100 without any conflict. Then Lu Enhat stretched and relaxed his body, smiled secretly and said, "Thank you, High Towers number 1, for giving me an extra full 100 attribute levels. Right now, just looking at the base attributes, I have already surpassed level 60 in the primal world. At least it's only a comparison of attribute weight, titles, and equipment slots." Then, Lu Enhat frowned and assessed if the equipment with the wind sticky pearl is placed inside the backpack. Then my current strength is already 1.5 times when I was in the primal world. Thus, wait until I recover to level 60 before I can try heading to Mount Buju to resolve the apocalyptic crisis. Water Monster reported, "Brother Lu, the road ahead is destroyed. The car can't pass, but the provincial city is not far from here now." This made Lu Enhat puzzled. At this moment, they were standing in front of a deep, wide crack that cut the road in two. He stood at the cliff edge, sighing. Ahead was the provincial city. Behind, Water Monster and his underling were sweating, squinting, and grinning awkwardly. Lu Enhat looked at the distant city, lost in thought. "I remember in my previous life, a thing called safety rope appeared here, which could link players to a transcendent level item, at the same level as Donghua. Yet in the end, it was obtained by a player without strength." Then Lu Enhat continued to reminisce. Although that person had no strength, but by relying on this weapon, he also became one of the highest level players in the previous life. But unfortunately, the usage conditions of that item were extremely harsh. Not long after, he was killed by its backlash, and even that item vanished. It should be known that transcendent level items do not get damaged. Suddenly, Lu Enhat leaped into the air, said, "Then you've brought me far enough, go back," and thought, "Scouting Mount Buju, perhaps I can use it to connect players inside and outside of Mount Buju, thereby ensuring safety for personnel entering." He jumped over the crack and ran a few steps along the road into the city, muttering to himself. It just so happens this time a Tan Min member in the provincial city met with misfortune. Go there and see if I can conveniently obtain it. As he walked away, Water Monster and his underling sat leaning against the car exhaustedly. The underling sighed, He finally let us go, right?" Water Monster looked at his hands sadly. "After returning, I want to live humbly. What's there to be bitter about? This world is too dangerous." Beside him, the underling wept and agreed, "I really want to go back to the world of before. Back then, relying on brute force, at least I could still make a decent living. Now everyone around here is a bunch of deviants. One careless move and you could die at any moment." Lu Enhat runs like the wind along the road, heading forward. Trat An stops, looks at the hazy cloud of dust ahead, and mutters to himself. The whole city is shrouded in fog, and it's getting thicker and thicker. Does this fog have anything to do with the safety rope? Who knows what dangers are hidden within? Suddenly a man runs out, charging straight toward Lu Enhat. Behind him, a rope flies up and wraps around the man's neck, yanking him back. Lu Enhat is startled to see him hanging in midair. After just a moment, the man's arms go limp, no longer moving. Lu Enhat frowns, observing but not daring to act rashly. At the same time, a system notification appears. Target is surrounded by an undefined barrier. You cannot approach a target surrounded by an undefined barrier and cannot use repair. Right now, before Lu Enhat's eyes, aside from the man who was just hanged, he can vaguely see other corpses. All are hanging suspended in the sky. He steps back, following the system's warning. The more closely he looks, the more corpses Lu Enhat sees. He frowns in confusion. They include men, women, old, and young. Lu Enhat's face darkens. Then he decides to move forward, thinking, Right now, the only solution to enter Bat 2 Sun is this transcendent item. If there is a unique solution that I have a chance to obtain but miss, I will surely regret it for life. He steadily advances, muttering to himself. Lu Enhat walks through the thick fog. He enters the deserted city, not a soul in sight. The sky is filled with hanging corpses, who knows since when. Lu Enhat scratches his chin thoughtfully, but he keeps walking. Suddenly a rope dangles down from above, catching Lu Enhat's attention. He steps with his left foot and it immediately moves. He steps with his right foot and it seems to retract. Lu Enhat frowns, looking ahead and observing. Then he warily glances to the right, muttering to himself, so that's how it is. On the right, Lu Enhat sees a secret realm gate, and he speculates. Because at the center of this secret realm, if you move away from it, that ordinary rope will appear, growing up to 50 meters before it starts to attack. But if you walk toward the secret realm, whether you stop at the starting point or move horizontally, the rope will not appear. However, with every step forward, the initial spawn point of the rope will be refreshed. He turns to look at the secret realm, saying, the transcendent grade item I want to obtain is inside this very secret realm. If I can conquer and occupy this unlimited secret realm, I should be able to get that equipment. Nevertheless, Lu Enhat is also carefully calculating. He must go gather intelligence first. He can't just stupidly rush into the secret realm. He also doesn't know if the endangered Tan Min members in Than Ma province have any information about this secret realm. At the same time, elsewhere, a hand in an iron glove punches the wall hard, cracking it. A blue-haired man punches the wall right next to someone's neck. Cao Hao shouts angrily, didn't you accidentally kill your girlfriend? So what? And the one being threatened, Tiangan, is utterly despondent. Cao Hao grabs his friend by the collar and scolds, you're a player and a max-level player at that. In this world right now, isn't it easy to find women? But Tiangan is like a man who's lost his soul, unresponsive. Seeing this, Cao Hao gets even more furious, throws his friend to the ground and roars, you waste. If you weren't my childhood friend, I'd really throw you away. He clenches his fists, veins bulging, and yells, snap out of it, and orders, take out the secret realm guide you're an expert on. Use that secret realm guide to help us get out of here. Live or die, it's up to you. Suddenly Cao Hao hears the voice of a Hao Hoavine member. Found it. He's startled, frowns, and thinks they found it. Then he grabs Tiangan's wrist and drags him, saying, hurry, let's go. But his friend shows no intention of standing up. Seeing this, Cao Hao mutters curses. Damn it, then he bends down, puts his friend's arm over his shoulder and helps Tiangan up, cursing silently. Damn it. His eyes glistening, Cao Hao grits his teeth and thinks, you're my best brother, you can't die here like this. But they haven't gone far before they see a group of people approaching ahead. Cao Hao immediately looks in another direction, thinking, have to run another way. Nevertheless, over there someone suddenly shouts, run, keep running for me. A man wielding a long sword blocks the way and roars, motherfucker, you killed so many of my brothers. Today I'll chop up your 2 corpses and feed them to the dogs. Originally, if you had just withdrawn from Tan Min, we would all be done with this. But now, you only have the path of death to take. Hearing that, Tiangan, still despondent, says, sorry, it's all my fault for showing off. Then he is thrown down, landing with a thud. Cao Hao holds 2 swords, one in each hand, and scolds. If you really want to apologize, then snap out of it. We'll break out together. Someone shouts loudly, kill him. The brothers without powers are guarding the exit, and at the same time the sword-wielding thug charges forward. From the other side, one of his teammates also rushes in. 2 people, 2 directions, both running toward Cao Hao. Tiangan stood in the middle of the small path. Cao Hao alone with a sword in each hand parried the attacks while the 2 others attacked. 2 against 1, but Cao Hao showed no sign of being disadvantaged. His blocks all kept perfect rhythm, but suddenly he was hit in the stomach. Cao Hao frowned and opened his mouth to counterattack, but the gloved thug punched him hard in the gut, making Cao Hao spit out saliva. At the same time, another one choked him and pinned Cao Hao's hand to the wall with a sword. Now the 2 had completely restrained Cao Hao. He still endured the pain and cursed, you bastards, if you hadn't used ordinary people to surround me, I wouldn't have used up so much willpower. Then he loudly taunted, with only level 50 gear like you think you can eliminate me? Then Baldy smirked, drew his blue glowing sword and mocked. So just die obediently, you have no way to resist anymore. He swung the sword down, making Cao Hao flinch in panic. Now even if the Heavenly King himself came, he couldn't save you. But suddenly, someone who had been sitting dazed jumped out. Tiangan just in time blocked the sword strike from Baldy, replacing Cao Hao. With dark circles under his eyes, he murmured weakly, hurry, go. Then Tiangan used all his remaining strength to punch the gloved thug hard in the chest. Freeing Cao Hao, the latter stood stunned, frozen, watching. As he spread his arms to shield the 2 in the rear garden, Tiangan turned his head over his shoulder. Suddenly, a sword pierced through Tiangan's leg. Baldy slashed his stomach while cursing, what are you useless things poking your nose into? Instantly Tiangan's eyes rolled back, mouth agape. Then he vanished like a player being logged out. Seeing that, Cao Hao teary-eyed shouted, "A tie." Then he gritted his teeth in anguish and turned to run away. Then one of them sneered, trying to leave. A blue sword was thrown. It pierced through Cao Hao's calf, making him cry out in pain and fall face down on the ground. Baldy looked down and asked, "You want to leave? Did you ask for our permission?" Cao Hao glanced back with fury. Baldy grinned and said, "But now that I think about it, killing you right away won't quench my hatred. Thanks to Tai and Gon for getting in my way." He crouched down in front of Cao Hao, squinting with a lewd grin. "You and Tai and Gon both like the same girl, right?" That girl chose Tai and Gon. "I feel sorry for you." Then his next words made Cao Hao's eyes widen in shock. "But don't worry, we've already taught her a lesson for you." Baldy licked his lips lecherously. The night before she died, she was delicious. Hearing that, Cao Hao's eyes rolled back and he thought, so that's why she deliberately died by a Tai's hand. He immediately sprang up, cursing, "Bastard!" Suddenly a sword pressed against Cao Hao's neck, startling him. Baldy with a hateful face said, "It's all your fault." Then he screamed at Cao Hao, furious, "A bastard who could have the woman you couldn't, and can kill you." Then Baldy laughed maniacally, swinging his sword to saw at Cao Hao's neck. He laughed and continued, "You won't have a good ending, no good ending. Do you think some righteous hero will suddenly appear now to take us down, leaving us nowhere to run? Keep dreaming." On the side, his teammate crossed his arms and chuckled, listening to him rant. "Even if someone did show up, you'd already be dead. You wouldn't see it, what a shame." At this moment, Cao Hao's eyes rolled back, smoke rising from his neck. A moment later, he regained consciousness, confused. Cao Hao looked at the green plus signs radiating around him, puzzled. I'm okay, my health has recovered." The two in the rear garden were stunned and terrified. They shouted, "Who?" as they saw Lu Enhat land not far away. He walked over, sword in hand, and answered with a smirk, "Messenger of justice." Baldy saw that and said to his comrade, "Where do these nosy meddlers keep coming from? Let's take him out together." A moment later, two swords were thrown to the ground. The two bullies knelt down, crying and begging, "Bro, I was wrong, just now I was talking nonsense, rambling. It was just anger towards you. I didn't do anything, I'm just working for someone else. I don't know anything about what he said." Then one hugged Lu Enhat's leg and said, "Bro, you have to believe us. We just wanted to deal with the Tan Min people, that's all. We haven't done anything bad, we're good people. We're good people, on the contrary, they killed many of our brothers." But as soon as the words left his mouth, a sword wreathed in red energy stabbed through his head and into the ground. Lu Enhat smirked, "But I'm also from Tan Min, so what now?" Hearing that, Baldy's mouth dropped open in shock, exclaiming, "Ah, dire." Cao Hao, eyes blazing red, held a sword behind Baldy. Then he lunged and stabbed him through the chest, cursing, "Die, you bastard." Cao Hao stood still, face dark, not saying a word. Lu Enhat said, "Sorry, I'm late." Then Cao Hao wiped his tears with his hand and replied, "No, it's because I'm too weak." Then he turned his head away with a pained expression. Cao Hao looked at Lu Enhat with a desperate face, then clenched his fist and lamented, "You saved me. Originally, I should have given you the data that a Tai collected. But Suddenly he knelt down and said, "Can I?" And Lu Enhat het too, "Can I use this material to ask you for a favor? Can you help me kill Ta Fong in the rear flower garden?" Cao Hao looked up, eyes welling with tears, and said, "My tragedy, a Tai and Tiu all originated from him. I want to avenge them." Lu Enhat watched with glistening eyes, saying nothing. After a long while, he said something to Cao Hao in the narrow alley. At the same time, inside the secret realm, ropes hung down from the sky, dangling. In the middle, two people stood near a blue orb. A masked man raised a hand over his right eye and explained, "Brother Fong, there's no need. We've tried so many times already. No need to send me anymore." Then the gray-haired man smiled and said, "You should know very well, only with enough points can we players of the rear flower garden have a chance to resurrect." This person was Ta Fong, the one in charge of Star Market rear flower garden. He put his hands in his pockets and stated, just like in the game, "This is also why we were able to occupy the Jade Market and expand in such a short time." Ta Fong curled his lips and continued, "Even if I die here, my points are enough for me to resurrect. As for you, probably not." The masked man broke out in a fearful sweat. Ta Fong darkly clenched his fist and said, "I can give you enough points to resurrect. Just do as I say. Otherwise, I will kill you right now. Then I'll kill all your family in your Jade Market." Hearing that, the masked man recoiled in shock and cried out, "Brother Fong, don't be impulsive, don't be impulsive." Immediately, Ta Fong ordered, "Then go run the experiment." The masked man quickly replied, "Let's go." Suddenly, with a sinister glint in his eye, Ta Fong tossed out a bottle and said, "But now I'm giving you a bonus. A blood potion taken from the game, see if it works." The masked man glanced fearfully and replied, "Thank you, Brother Fong." And hearing his demand, "Try it." Suddenly, the ropes that had always been still all moved towards the masked man at once. He took a step forward. Immediately one rope coiled around his neck, another around his waist. Without warning, it hurled the masked man soaring into the sky. Meanwhile, Ta Fong looked up and remarked, "His health is dropping so fast, the blood potion completely fails to replenish it." From high above, the masked man screamed, "I can't take it anymore. Brother Fong, please take care of my family." Seeing that, Ta Fong frowned, irritated and displeased. He crossed his arms and muttered, "Dead again. What kind of power does this secret realm actually require? Even the exit of the secret realm can only be reached by being bound and dragged out by ropes. But the moment the ropes coil around you, your health drops drastically. Blood potions cannot replenish it." Ta Fong studied the ropes, analyzing. If you are really constricted by the ropes, the only way to survive is to wait for a teammate with a healing skill to appear. Previously, the only known methods of restoring health were the constitution element one possessed, blood transfusion, and fierce taming. But the latter two are both very rare. The first one only players with special physique from level 55 and above can have, while the second one is completely hearsay and never encountered. He held his head in resignation, thinking to himself, "I thought this was a piece of cake. Turns out it's going to cost me my life." Then Ta Fong looked at the secret realm gate and sighed. "Will the next batch of players entering bring me any luck? Quickly send in a player with survival instinct, like a dream come true." What a headache! This type of large, unlimited secret realm not only prevents players from escaping once they enter, but also gives no strategy hints at all. If only it had hints like normal secret realms, I would have completed the strategy long ago. Suddenly, a group of people rushed into the secret realm shouting noisily, "Help! Brother Fong, save us!" making Ta Fong spin around in confusion. What's going on? At the same time elsewhere, Cao Hao was sharing information. This data, a Tai found it before he was surrounded by the back garden people. Then he projected on the system screen, revealing, in the game, a Tai is very good at secret realm strategies. He leveled up faster than anyone. But because of that, he didn't pay attention to weapon proficiency, so he never gained real power. Looking at a diagram of a circle with connecting lines, Cao Hao recounted. A Tai said, in that secret realm there's only one scene bound by ropes. To conquer that secret realm, the only thing you can do is let the ropes outside the platform catch you and lead you to the top of the secret realm. Then he pointed at the screen and explained, at the same time, the fewer people bound by ropes, the more health is deducted. Conversely, the more people, the less health lost. The most important thing is not to resist. If you don't resist, then after surviving round 1, your health will be fixed at 20%. Lu Enhat listened intently on one side. Once you struggle and resist, your health will continuously decrease until death. The 5 people who went with a Tai died exactly like that, and upon reaching the destination, 20 door compartments will appear. When a Tai first arrived there, out of habit he chose the second door. Upon entering, he immediately exited the secret realm and returned to reality. Cao Hao looked at the distant secret realm and said, it can be confirmed that a Tai did not conquer the secret realm at all. But after he left the secret realm and left the city, he was no longer attacked by the ropes. According to a Tai's speculation, choosing the door compartments doesn't matter. It just gives players a stopping point. With tears welling up, he continued, if you want to thoroughly conquer the secret realm, the most likely condition is to make all the ropes in the secret realm submit to the player, but he didn't figure out the specific method, only saying it requires a player with survival instinct. Originally, he wanted to take me and Tiu Tiu to conquer the secret realm together, and after escaping the rope's control, then think of a way to conquer it. Cao Hao wiped his tears and said sadly, but just as we were about to enter the secret realm, the gate and the secret realm were controlled by the back garden. We clashed with the back garden people. Looking over the secret realm in the city, Cao Hao expressed, Brother Lu, how do you get into the secret realm now? The entrance is controlled by the back garden people, but they have always been looking for people to collude with to conquer the secret realm. We can pretend to join to infiltrate them. Finished, Lu Enhat smirked and replied, that method is way too inefficient. This left Cao Hao utterly bewildered. Suddenly he seemed to understand, gaping in shock. On the ground at that moment were many swords stuck into it. Lu Enhat strolled casually past the swords and said, kill a bunch, drive a bunch in to assist with the secret realm strategy, and that's it. A system notification appeared. Current number of people in the secret realm 15, maximum 20. You have entered a large, unlimited secret realm. Search for safe ropes. At the same time, through the hazy secret realm gate, someone could be seen entering. Lu Enhat smiled and walked through the portal. At this moment, a group of back garden people had gathered on the opposite side inside. The subordinates behind Ta Fong fearfully accused, Be Brother Fong. They're all dead. Our brothers outside the secret realm were all killed by him. Even more terrifying is that our brothers couldn't even take one move from him. Ta Fong frowned and asked, where is this brother from? You're being too ruthless, leaving no way out for others. That's not good. Lu Enhat puzzled, Ta Fong. Hearing that, he put his hands in his pockets, curious. You know me? Suddenly Lu Enhat's figure vanished on the spot, startling the back garden crowd. At the same time, the system displayed player Lu Enhat's stats info, including level 38, experience 0, computation power over 100,000, attributes, perception level 2,250, health nearly 120,000, consciousness force nearly 30,000. Meanwhile, Lu Enhat taunted, don't know you, but someone begged me to kill you. Then he appeared in front of Ta Fong shouting, soft mirror energy. Then, not being a pushover himself, he used his hand to grab Lu Enhat's fist. The system displayed his skill. Energy storage, soft energy absorbs attack. The power will be amplified for the next strike. Suddenly, Ta Fong held Lu Enhat's fist with one hand, while his other hand swung up carrying blue-white energy, roaring angrily, "Give it back to you." Then the shockwave from their clash exploded in all directions. Even the distant members of the rear garden had to raise their hands to shield themselves. Ta Fong praised, "That's some powerful attack. No wonder you wiped out all those outsiders in an instant." Across from him, Lu Enhat replied, "Absorb damage and counter. Let's see how many times you can absorb." On his side, Ta Fong stretched out his palm, admitting, "I can't absorb damage many times, but I can make it so that for now you can only attack us once." At the same time, the system stated, "Soft Force Slow limits the target's speed, including but not limited to movement speed, attack speed, and skill cooldown speed." Immediately, Lu Enhat was startled. His fist was moving noticeably slower. Lu Enhat broke into a sweat, glanced at his fist. At the same time, he stepped back and leaped away, putting some distance between himself and Ta Fong. Lu Enhat looked ahead and smirked. Ta Fong spoke up, "Why did you stop attacking? I still have 4 skills. Keep your eyes wide open and watch and see who finishes off whom." Hearing that, Lu Enhat put a hand on his hip and praised, "Your strength isn't bad, we could cooperate." This made Ta Fong puzzled, and then Lu Enhat continued, "I have a strategy to clear this secret realm. Let's cooperate and solve this secret realm together." In his mind, he thought their strength was equal, so he could manage this. In Tai Ngan's guide, the more people there are, the less health is deducted. I don't know exactly how much, but I'll keep him around for now. Suddenly, Ta Fong asked, "You have a guide?" Then he crossed his arms and added sarcastically, "Ah, that trash. You think I'd believe someone who just attacked me? If I follow you, I'll be played to death." But in his head, he was calculating. What he said might actually be true, otherwise a player this strong wouldn't just enter directly like that, dragging a whole bunch of other players in too. Hearing that, Lu Enhat not only didn't get angry but instead sneered, staring intently. A moment later, Ta Fong pontificated again, saying, "Even if everything you said is true, if you've let me and my subordinates off, then that proves that without us you can't clear this secret realm either. So that means you are begging us." On one side, his underlings were shocked and chatted. It can be interpreted like that, as expected of Brother Fong. In just a moment, we've already gained the upper hand. Then Ta Fong raised his chin with a superior air. "Begging should look like begging. Now you have to beg me to clear the secret realm with you. Maybe I'll reluctantly agree. Just like 2 days ago, there was a girl willing to trade anything for me to release her 2 teammates. You always have to pay some price." While he was still running his mouth, Lu Enhat walked toward the strands of rope. "Loud talk doesn't solve anything. If that's what you say, then I'll just have to see it through to the end." Seeing his action, the rear garden group wondered, "What is he doing?" Over here, Lu Enhat stood near the ropes, letting them aim at him, and pointed a finger, saying, "I'll reveal some information. To clear this secret realm, you have to let these ropes drag you to the endpoint. When that happens, you'll naturally clear it. But during that, the health of the person caught by the rope will drop sharply." Then Lu Enhat added, "But the total damage the ropes deal is fixed. The more players caught by the ropes at the same time, the lower the damage. The easier it is to clear." Hearing that, Ta Fong laughed crazily, pointing and mocking, "Haha, you idiot, isn't that good news for us? Then I have even less reason to cooperate with you." But Lu Enhat's attitude wasn't what he expected. He shrugged, spread his arms, and asked, "What happens next then?" Lu Enhat raised a finger and said, "Did you really think the guide content was just this? You should know that this is the only useful information for you guys that I'm aware of." On the other hand, as he spoke, he silently analyzed his opponent. He's not acting on his own words. He's comfortably fishing for information about the secret realm guide. On the other side, Ta Fong seemed flustered, his probing eyes glaringly obvious, and Lu Enhat thought to himself, "He's mocking, trying to find a twist in my words to gain the upper hand. He really knows how to seize an opening." After that thought, he reached toward a rope, thinking, "But from a certain angle, he also yearns to clear this. If it were purely a hostile relationship, he wouldn't need to act like that. If that's the case, I can change my approach to force him to follow my arrangement." Then, he grabbed the rope. Immediately, it wound countless loops around Lu Enhat's arm. At the same time, he continued, "If you want to know what happens next, follow me. Or watch me die along with the guide content." Seeing that, Ta Fong panicked immensely. But before he could do anything, Lu Enhat was yanked upward by the rope. Now Ta Fong rushed to a rope, shouting, "This is bad, chase him quick." Meanwhile, his underlings were frightened, stammering, Brother Fong, didn't you just say?" Ta Fong lunged forward, raising his chin and analyzing quickly. "He's doing this on purpose to force our hand, hoping that by cooperating with him, we can gain the upper hand. We've been in this secret realm for 2 days. Nearly 40 brothers have died, and we've only managed to understand a little bit of data." Ta Fong grabbed a rope, inwardly deciding, "Now our people outside are all dead. Without reinforcements, relying only on the few of us, we absolutely cannot conquer this secret realm. As the rope pulled him up, he shouted, "Follow. We must seize the opportunity, otherwise we will just starve to death in the secret realm." Hearing this, the underlings looked at each other, then one gritted his teeth and made a decision. At the same time, the others also rushed to grab a rope, shouting, "Let's go, listen to Brother Fong." Finally, they were all pulled up high. Lu Enhat relaxed as the rope pulled him up, thinking, "What?" When alone, it only deducted 500 HP per minute. But after they were all pulled up by the rope, the HP deduction decreased to just 30 points. With my current HP and comprehension ability, there's no need to worry at all. At the same time, the system displayed the stats of player Lu Enhat, including basic information. At the end, HP 74.376, comprehension ability 9.3876113576. He smiled, inwardly satisfied, really scaring myself for nothing. The secret realm strategy had stacked attributes just as he said. Just like going from house to house, it was too comfortable. Below, the How Ho Aveen group wailed. I'm being deducted 30 continuously. It dropped to 30. My HP is only a bit over 3,000. It will be deducted the most in another second. Elsewhere, Ta Fong also looked at his hand, heard his underling ask, "What do we do, Brother Fong?" and exclaimed in shock. It really is as he said. 40–50% of players' HP is also between 2,000–4,000. Then he carefully calculated. The previous HP deduction rate was at least 15 times faster than now, so one couldn't survive more than 10 seconds, plus at least 5 simultaneous pulls. Only then did it start losing HP. No wonder I discovered it, just didn't know how long the HP deduction would last. Suddenly, Ta Fong looked up at Lu Enhat above. Seeing that, the underlings asked in panic, "Brother Fong, what are you planning to do?" Above, Lu Enhat held a gun, muttering to himself, "If you are no longer of much use, then I'll eliminate you first, to avoid any accidents in the secret realm strategy because of you later." Immediately, he fired down at the How Ho Aveen group and heard someone cursing. "Are you crazy? Don't mess with us with that gun. What if you accidentally kill someone? The top angles are all sealed off, now we're like cattle on a rope. If we die, you won't live long either." At the same time, another person echoed, that's right, don't play this kind of joke. If we die suddenly, the HP deduction will increase and you won't be comfortable either." Over here, Lu Enhat pointed the gun skyward, replying, "Dodging is so easy. Even if the status is pulled down, I can still dodge leisurely. Hot weapons against 3 players aren't very useful." Then he pointed the gun and raised 2 fingers, conjuring blue magic, continuing, "But I carry a long-range attack, not just a handgun." Immediately, the people below seemed spellbound, eyes rolled back, standing motionless. At the same time, the system announced, "Powerful invasion deals damage to the opponent every second. Duration 10 seconds, consumption rate 1 point of comprehension power deals 25 damage. For each level up, each point of comprehension power deals an additional 10 damage. Every 10 levels, it can attack 1 additional target. Current level, 98. Then all the underlings except Zai Feng were slaughtered. He stared blankly as his teammates vanished, when suddenly Liu Yi spoke. "You can even sew up death. My damage is higher than the rope's damage. What kind of life-saving skill did you use?" Seeing that, Zai Feng lifted his head and cursed. "Are you crazy? The damage here requires each of us to take a share. If you kill us, you won't survive either." Then Liu Yi laughed and replied, "That's my business. Right now I don't care at all. After all, I'm very curious. How much longer can you last?" On the other side, Zai Feng ground his teeth in fury but could do nothing. After a long while, the two were still being pulled upward. Liu Yi looked down at Zai Feng and remarked, "Hey, it's been 5 minutes. The damage I've continuously dealt to you is nearly 100,000 and you're still completely unharmed. That skill of yours is a bit off." Below, Zai Feng gritted his teeth in frustration. Suddenly, mist could be seen covering above. Then the peak of the secret realm's ceiling also appeared. Liu Yi and Zai Feng both started in surprise, and in a flash, the rope pulled both of them up. Someone shouted, "We're at the top." Liu Yi noticed something and glanced down. Another rope suddenly squirmed, then it wrapped around his other arm. Then Liu Yi was suspended in midair, inwardly puzzled. "I can actually float." After a moment, Liu Yi looked around to assess the situation. Now the two were floating in the middle of a room with many black doorways. Looking at one door, Liu Yi silently noted that this was exactly what Kai Yan had mentioned in the guide. "You can escape this secret realm along with the rope outside the cell door that imprisons the realm." Suddenly, Zai Feng launched a palm strike, shouting, "Die." At the same time, the system indicated, "Energy Storage Form 2 continuously absorbs damage during a 10-minute storage period. After the storage period ends, the stored energy will burst out in the user's next attack. Note, unlock Storage Form 2. During this time, the player is unable to attack." Zai Feng bellowed furiously, "This is the total 200,000 damage I've absorbed over 5 minutes. Then he hurled a blue-white energy blast at Liu Yi, charging. "I'm risking it all with you, thinking this blow would make you pay." Zai Feng laughed triumphantly. Within seconds, his face fell slack, jaw-dropping in astonishment. Meanwhile, Liu Yi's eyes glowed red as he asked, "Is this your ultimate ace?" He opened his hand, blue energy outlining it, smiling scornfully. How truly weak. At the same time, the system displayed. Player Liu Yi, level 38, experience 0, computation power 100,689.5. Attributes attack and defense both over 300,000, resistance over 60,000. Strength, agility, constitution, intelligence, perception all 5,000. HP 2,766,340/3 million. Comprehension power 3 million/4 million. Suddenly Liu Yi said, "You can be on your way now." Powerful invasion. Seeing this, Zhaifeng hurriedly raised his hands to surrender. Wait, hold on. But a white light enveloped his whole body. Then his HP, from near full, dropped to just a tiny sliver. Liu Yi looked at door number 7 and thought, did he escape into the cell door? He flew closer to the door and muttered, he still didn't die from that. Truly a level 60 player, not easy to deal with. One ace after another. According to Kai Yan's guide, entering this cell door is tantamount to escaping the secret realm. He furrowed his brows, pondering. The moment this cell door slams shut, I'll finish off his fragile spirit with low HP and weakened state. With him stuck outside in that small area, I can probably take care of him. Then he also shot into a black door, muttering to himself. Forget it, just in case I'll exit this secret realm first. Once I've dealt with Zhaifeng, I'll come back. The next second, Liu Yi landed in a room resembling a spaceship deck. Simultaneously, the door behind him shut. Liu Yi stood still, looking around, observing, thinking, this is the inside of the cell. How do I return to reality? Do I have to wait for a notification? Immediately, the system displayed a notification, checking player entry, whether secret realm escape is complete, searching for the safety rope to return to the real world. Beep beep, checking player due to special status, conditions met. Heavenly transfer program starting, safety rope owner recognition system activated. Hearing this, Liu Yi's eyes widened in confusion. Heavenly transfer is something Yuan Ding mentioned. And what's this safety rope owner identification situation? Suddenly Liu Yi vanished on the spot, then reappeared in the room atop the secret realm. Seeing this, Liu Yi inwardly cried out, I got hard CC'd, and jumped out completely. Suddenly all the ropes from one point surged out at once. They flew around Liu Yi, puzzling him. Then all the ropes wrapped around his hands and around Liu Yi's body. Simultaneously, the system announced HP deduction. 500, 1,000, 2,500, 5,500, 8,000, 16,000. Immediately Liu Yi gritted his teeth in anger, inwardly shouting, HP. Then he analyzed, each time a rope coils around, HP is deducted, and each subsequent rope increases the damage by 500. With that many ropes, what level of damage will it reach? Should I think of a way to break free? Right now the ropes had completely bound Liu Yi, leaving only his head exposed. He sweated at the temples. The most important thing is not to resist. That's not right, I can't break free. And at the same time, the HP deduction continues decreasing to 99,500. Lu Enhat calculated that the HP deduction stopped at 99,000. With his current HP, he could only hold on for another 25 seconds. He frowned, his eyes darting around as he tried to think. Lu Enhat pondered inwardly, but if it could be fixed, it would be fine. During the growth transformation of the proclamation power, mental power is restored through blessing. As long as within 30 seconds the mental power used does not exceed 200,000, he could use it infinitely. Lu Enhat glanced aside, raising an eyebrow. Currently, each point of mental power can restore HP up to 908. With concentrated mental power added, this level of HP deduction poses no threat to him whatsoever. Lu Enhat looked at door number 7, asking silently, just can that Tafong deal with Tiu Kao? Then the system announced, do you want to unlock a higher level? Your safety rope control degree will increase from 40% to 60% upon success. Note, after unlocking the safety rope, the overall wrapping time will be short. Seeing this, Lu Enhat wondered, Stage 2, control level 60% later. Then at Stage 3, would the control level be 80%? And Stage 4's control level would be 100%. Lu Enhat thought, gritting his teeth. The control degree of a transcendent grade weapon is 100%, even if the control degree is not visible. But seeing the note about being able to shorten the wrapping time, I have to make the right choice. Then he confirmed and unlocked the second stage. At the same time, the system indicated that the continuous HP deduction increased from 99,500 to 500,000. Lu Enhat muttered, the HP deduction has reached 500,000. He watched the HP recovery plus signs appear and saw the system report 3 times in a row. Consumed 511 points of mental power, HP recovered 500,708. Then it asked whether to unlock a higher level. Your safety rope control degree will increase from 60% to 80% upon success. Note, after unlocking the safety rope, the overall wrapping time will be short. Immediately, Lu Enhat was delighted, as expected, confirmed. Then his HP deduction continued to increase from 500,000 to 1 million. Lu Enhat mused, 1 million per second, this kind of difficulty increase. If it reaches 100%, would it be 1,500,000 or 2 million? No matter how much, as long as it's not his own rope, he could endure it. Next, the system asked again, do you want to unlock a higher level? This time Lu Enhat did not hesitate and decisively shouted, confirm, after a period of time. At the same time, outside the Tin Than secret realm, someone leaped out of the secret realm, down to the mountain below. Ta Fong landed, bewildered. Here again. Then, he swore, not paying any attention to the person behind him flying over wielding twin swords. Damn it, what kind of monster is this? From now on, I'll never take these crappy missions again. With level 60 strength, and having gained experience, I don't need any damn immortal life. No need to seek more excitement. Ta Fong's eyes watered at this crappy scene. Suddenly, Cao Hao swung his sword at Ta Fong, but he dodged. Ta Fong stomped his foot hard on the ground, shattering that spot. Then he conjured a weapon from his palm. Ta Fong held a spear, parrying Cao Hao's twin blades. He smirked, taunting, so it's you. I agreed with that girl to spare you, and yet you've come seeking death yourself. These words made his face turn pale, and he was furious. And Ta Fong continued to rub salt into the wound. Cao Hao, you insect. He glared, sneering. Although I'm no match for that freak inside, I'm more than enough to deal with you. Are you sure you want to continue fighting me? While fighting, Cao Hao cursed, you piece of trash. Then he leaped up, swinging his twin blades overhead, shouting, I was just vexed that I couldn't kill you with my own hands, yet you've shown up right in front of me. I must thank Lu Ka for leaving you to me. A terrifying explosion erupted, sending earth and rocks flying everywhere. Cao Hao roared with determination, today, even if I have to die here, I will drag you down to hell with me. Meanwhile, inside the secret realm, the ropes were slowly descending. They were crisscrossing, gradually fading away one by one. In the end, in the pitch-black space, only a few were slowly disappearing. On Lu Enhat's body, there were only 4 ropes left at this point. He broke out in sweat, sighing with emotion. It's over. The HP deduction later was truly terrifying, a full 2 million. So it can be said that, apart from himself, no matter who it was, they wouldn't be able to clear this secret realm. He looked at the only rope wrapped around his arm, thinking, I wonder how they obtained this safety rope in their past life. But whatever the case, he had obtained it. At the same time, the system announced, safety rope transcendent grade special item has been bound. Owner, Lu Enhat. Composed of unknown materials, indestructible, cannot be destroyed. Cannot be placed into backpack. Form 1 becomes a consumable energy entity, can extend infinitely in length. The extension length is proportional to cognitive energy consumption. Form 2 continues to drain mental power. Change the form of the safety belt, covering an area that turns into an invisible zone. Within the limited range, it can capture any target, unlimited in quantity. Energy consumption and area size. Target strength is directly proportional to the number of people. Form 3 consuming a certain amount of mental power, causing the safety belt to leave its owner and execute command. The mental power consumed is proportional to the strength of the safety belt. After leaving, the safety belt will automatically return to its owner once it runs out of energy. Form 4, when designated as the binding target of the safety belt, the player will lose their identity and become an ordinary person. It will be restored after the prohibition order is lifted. Meanwhile, Lu Enhat was extremely stunned, thinking, it's like the Dong Hong Chung, which is a special type of item. Although it has no blessing-enhancing attributes, the effects of this item are just too insane, especially the last one. Bound and imprisoned completely by the safety belt, the player will lose their identity. Then, the system continued to announce, congratulations to player Kong Luke for clearing the secret realm. The safe zone no longer has any safety belts. Kong Luke's mission achievement. Desperate situation activated. Kong Luke's secret realm reward. Mission completed. You have gained nearly 400 million experience. Suddenly, the secret realm gate appeared, startling Lu Enhat. He looked at it and thought, the entrance of the secret realm has appeared. Then he jumped out and muttered, hurry up and deal with that Ta Fong. Finally, the system informed, detected that the player holds 100% of a transcendent grade item. A warrior class title. Warrior Cao Dai has broken through to rule-breaking warrior. When starting the quest, please designate the quest starting location in advance. Cao Hao held 2 swords in both hands, his face filled with anger, charged forward to attack and said, Tiangon, Tiu Tiu, and a bunch of brothers from Tan Min in Than province. Originally, we had joined forces to deal with the monsters pouring out of the secret realm. Born in Than province, we had also managed to seal off most of the dangers of the secret realm. We firmly believed that under Atai's leadership, these secret realms would eventually be resolved by us. With our efforts in that province, order would certainly be gradually restored. We were increasingly looking forward to our future lives. Ta Fong gripped the sword in his hands tightly, charged forward, and with a grimace and gritted teeth angrily said, "It's all because of you. Your appearance has ruined everything." Cao Hao's eyes widened and he angrily shouted, "Now what? Everyone is dead now. Tell me, do I have to risk my life like this? How could I not risk my life against you? What qualifications do I have to risk my life?" Cao Hao gripped his sword with both hands and slashed down. Ta Fong parried with his spear. "Killing you for Atai for Tiu Tiu, for our hopes for good things. Even if I die, I am willing." With that, Cao Hao slashed a sharp sword strike across Ta Fong's body. Ta Fong's face was furious. Ta Fong's furious eyes widened, grinding his teeth as he looked down at Cao Hao. He let out a shout and charged. Ta Fong's entire body was sliced into 3 pieces by a sword slash from Cao Hao. In the distance, a blurry figure appeared. Lu Enhat was astonished. Lu Enhat looked towards Cao Hao. Cao Hao held his sword with both hands. Ta Fong's body slowly dissipated. Ta Fong's whole body glowed, muttering, I won't accept this if it weren't for." Cao Hao raised his face and let out a loud cry, his eyes brimming with tears. Lu Enhat smiled lightly. A large vortex appeared. Ta Fong walked step by step towards Cao Hao, who was crying loudly. The mist slowly cleared. The scene of a pure white city appeared. Cao Hao looked out the window in astonishment. A joyful voice exclaimed, "The bones have dissolved, the bones have dissolved." Another voice sobbed, "It's all good, all the bones have dissolved. Honey, look quickly. We're alive, we're alive." A hotel in Than province, Cao Hao said, "Brother Lu, you should rest well, now that you've broken through the secret realm. The mist has also dispersed. There are still many ordinary people who need help. I have to gather the remaining players. Settle their affairs?" Lu Enhat grunted in acknowledgement. Lu Enhat lay on the bed with his hands behind his head. Lu Enhat lay on the bed watching everyone in heated discussion. Blazing pursuit hand. "I found a solution. I will use celestial-grade non-combat weapons to link players inside and outside Mount Buj. Successfully brought people in. According to his description, various spatial fissures appear randomly inside. Except for non-combat equipment, nothing else can. Anyone who touches a fissure will be sliced in two, and when players enter, they will first become disoriented. This might also be the reason why no player within the range of Mount Buju was able to get out before." Blazing pursuit hand. "Currently, the celestial-grade non-combat weapons I have are truly scarce. I hope everyone can contribute a little each. In that way, the second exploration of Mount Buju can be launched." Lu Enhat looked at the message thread and thought, "It seems the leader of New Order has also discovered the celestial effect of weapons. And send people in. Opening spatial fissures, generally speaking, this kind of non-physical damage can only be resisted with resistance and health points. That is to say, as long as the health and resistance of the team members entering this exploration are all high and sufficient, they should be able to overcome the dangers of a part of this area." Everyone continued to discuss heatedly. Stubborn, mysterious hand, "You actually hid this from us and secretly conducted experiments. Is the trust between us so badly damaged?" Auspicious cloud green hand, non-combat grade. "This is the second time with a weapon of transcendent quality, truly rare. Can't we use lower non-combat equipment?" Blazing pursuit hand. "No, even non-combat grade weapons within a short period of time can only resist spatial fissures for up to 10 attacks. Once it is attacked by spatial fissures more than 10 times in a short time, it will break just like low-level weapons." Smooth, brave white hand. "Since we've found a way, I agree with white hand's action." Separate air hand. "Then, what about the collective operation? We don't have many experts on our side. We really can't withstand the attrition like you guys." Falling petal, purple hand is very reliable. "I believe that from now on Purple Hand will share all information with us." Sound of rain, "I also feel the same. Wait until the exploration is finished. When we really need to conquer it, we will follow Fourth Hand to conquer Mount Buj. But I really don't have a celestial-grade non-combat weapon." Hot body mixer, same here. Lu Enhat looked at the message thread and thought, in the group, aside from Fourth Hand, the reactions of the other members are a bit suspicious. Most people are willing to participate in the exploration. The truth about Mount Buju only Fourth Hand knows. And the leader of New Order has long been in contact with Earth's shadow. When the time comes, whether the breakthrough truth of Mount Buju is real or fake will be known immediately. Lu Enhat sat up and looked at everyone's messages, thinking, "It seems that after development, if we really can only rely on Fourth Hand's procedure. Wait until the breakthrough is successful. Before launching the general offensive, we must find a way to verify the authenticity of Fourth Hand's information." Stubborn, mysterious hand. "That's right, before the breakthrough succeeds, I need to find someone." A picture of Lu Enhat is sent. Whoever kills him brings the treasure orb equipment condensed after his death to Jade City. This deputy leader position will be theirs. In addition, in the rear garden's house, any set of non-combat grade equipment can be taken. Lu Enhat was shocked, eyes wide staring at the image of himself sent in the chat. Don Kyunai, such a huge reward, who is this? Who is this that makes rear garden set such a high price? Vitamin, definitely very hard to deal with. What level is the target? What kind of experience does he have? How is he equipped? Where is he roughly right now? Lu Enhat looked at the lively stream of messages and thought, before obtaining the safety harness in the secret realm, there are so many members of How Ho Aveen. Yet I don't have any disguise at all. Lu Enhat stared at the photo of himself and thought, it's normal for this photo to have ended up in his hands. But it's only about dealing with one branch's people, so there's no need to offer such enormous benefits. Are they sure I'm deep or what? Lu Enhat let out an ah. Lu Enhat smiled lightly and thought, if that's the case, then the opposing positions between me and the enemy can be established now. You put a bounty on me first, I deal with you later. Others have even less to say about it. Everyone was still heatedly discussing the wanted person, passionately eager to hunt them down. As for who you want to target, I have no objection. But capturing Chu Sun must be the priority. I hope you can make this matter the top priority. Everything else is secondary. And go and Din Hyen Thur, don't worry. That's why I'm asking everyone in our group for help. Although for now, no one wants to explore Buju Mountain with us. Then let's entrust matters unrelated to Buju Mountain to everyone in the form of commission. While we focus on exploring Buju Mountain, that's the reasonable plan. And go and Din Hyen Thur, I'll send the specific detailed information to you all. Vitamin, this works. Non-nutritious nutrition bar. We're in the same boat, we might be wanted by How Ho Aveen. They must have done something to offend people, just leave it to us. If we run into them, we can deal with it right away. We'll find a way to handle it. Com Nam Fong Tun Bao Chao announces. Fong Tun Bao Chao has been socketed into a massive weapon form. No matter how they want to target me, as long as I have enough strength. Danger is no different from opportunity. Notification. A player has been detected holding 100% of a Transcendent Level Warrior class title item. How Dai Warrior breaks through to Fa Kui Warrior. When starting the mission, please designate the mission starting location in advance. Unexpectedly, I can actually upgrade the Cao Dai Warrior title here. A map appears: Tu City, Star City, Lu City, Province City. A glowing dot at the location of Star City. Lu Enhat thought at Star City, if that's the case, then there's no need to go to Lu City. I can just take a shortcut directly to Star City to upgrade the title. I wonder what kind of reward I'll get when Cao Dai Warrior upgrades to Fa Kui Warrior. Or is it just an increase in weight capacity? Probably not. Fa Kui Warrior must be very hard to obtain. Compared to the freely obtained Cao Dai Warrior title, it should be far superior. Not to mention this 100% possession, obtaining this transcendent level item. Hardly any players among the masses have it. The night sky, the full moon. But regardless, even if it's just an increase in weight ratio, it's still a significant boost to my strength. Before going to deal with the How Ho Aveen group gathered at Tu City, it can add an extra layer of protection for me, shining bright. Outside Province City, Lu Enhat and Cao Hao stood facing each other. Lu Enhat spoke up and asked, are you sure you won't go to High City? That's the headquarters of our Tan Min. There, not only can your abilities be fully utilized. With everyone's efforts, life will certainly get better and better. Even better than before Nguyen Joy descended. Cao Hao scratched his head and said with a cheerful smile, I can't, Brother Lu. My family is still in Province City. There are still people here who need my help. Even though life here is relatively difficult, as long as the people still alive work hard and help each other, it can surely recover to how it was before Nguyen Joy descended. Waving and smiling, he said, yeah, this is your choice, then there's no need to say more. We'll meet again if fate allows, goodbye. Cao Hao waved and said, but Lu Enhat was surprised. Cao Hao spoke up and asked, Brother Lu, are you just going into the city like that? Do you need me to arrange an off-road motorcycle for you? That would save quite a bit of energy. Lu Enhat smiled, this here. A black cord wrapped around Lu Enhat's arm. Lu Enhat's entire body floated in the air as he said, I can use this. Cao Hao's mouth hung open in shock as he stammered, wow, what is this? Does it have the ability to let a player fly? Waving and explaining, it's not flying, just hovering, and then relying on a hidden extendable rope to pull me forward. Goodbye. After saying that, Lu Enhat flew off, leaving a trailing line behind. Cao Hao laughed happily and waved, saying, goodbye, Brother Lu. And thank you. Star City, tall buildings looming faintly in the hazy mist. Sunlight shining through created a peaceful scene. A ruined building. Two men were fighting over a piece of bread. Lu Enhat walked along, looking at the scene of people scrambling and brawling with each other. A mother clutched her small child tightly in her arms. Lu Enhat's eyes wavered. Lu Enhat turned his face away, his eyes narrowing. Lu Enhat looked at the luxurious high-rise building far in the distance. He smirked and thought, I can't believe the title breakthrough events are located in this Black Radiance Arena building. In my previous life, I was actually a regular here, although not a core customer of this place. And it was only a year after Duok Than opened this department that they started getting regular customers. It's truly a terrifying memory. Lu Enhat recalled the scenes of the past. The voice of one of them rang out, "They're here." Right here, the action-packed match has begun. Lu Enhat stood among a crowd of muscular people, his whole body covered in wounds, trembling. The first time he was hunted and had to fight. The first time he was chased and killed someone. The first time he was led back and forth like a dog for a tiny bit of food. Another one. Spoke up, they say one level 1 player equals 10 ordinary adults. Today, let us see if that's really true. Lu Enhat stepped towards the building ahead, thinking maybe he could even gain some experience. How many levels could this let me advance? From level 40 onwards, the experience requirements have been getting higher and higher. Leveling up is more and more grueling. One guy, tied up and hanging, his mouth gagged. With a piece of cloth, his eyes wide with terror, his whole body trembling. The scene of a bunch of people bound and suspended above. Lu Enhat rushed inside. Two tied-up people on the 15th floor looked at him in fear. As he ran up the stairs, Lu Enhat thought, puzzled, strange, why are they all ordinary people? Where are the players? After all, behind the Black Dazzle Arena are the 4 major guilds gathering players. There's no way this central area doesn't have a single player. Here, before him was the door numbered 33. Lu Enhat stood in front of door number 33, deciding not to worry about those things anymore. Right now, the most important thing is to achieve the title breakthrough. I don't even know what the specific mission for this title breakthrough is. Lu Enhat slowly opened the door, pitch blackness before him. Lu Enhat was astonished. Before Lu Enhat stood a crowd of players. Notice. You have arrived at the designated location. Warrior Cao Dai advances to Rule Breaker Warrior, beginning the mission. Stage 1, enter the 3 underlings' secret realm and hold out. A large spinning wheel appeared on the screen. Lu Enhat thought, what was I saying about no players? So they were all gathered right here. The players' faces were filled with fear. Lu Enhat's eyes lit up, his hands clenched into fists, thinking, perfect, I might as well round them all up in one go. He stomped his foot, cracking the ground beneath him. Tran back among the players spoke up. For a big shot to have such a high bounty placed by the back garden, he's definitely not easy to deal with. Don't get me wrong, we have no intention of confronting you. My goal was to gather my people and come here to avoid you. I was worried they might inadvertently offend you and spark a conflict. Lu Enhat was in a stance ready to attack at any moment. Tran back continued. We never imagined your goal was this place. May I boldly ask what exactly is your goal? Just give the order and I will do everything in my power to assist you. Another one, terrified, murmured maybe we should figure out how to get out of here. Another one said, boss, it's extremely dangerous. I heard he single-handedly took down several sections of the rear guard. The whole room fell silent. Tran back chuckled. The founder of the Black Radiance Arena, Tran back. Lu Enhat's brows furrowed. Lu Enhat curled his lip, thinking, so obedient. After all that back and forth, is it really just these familiar faces now? The person in charge of Duok Than's Black Radiance Arena and the HR director. In the previous life, those two stood there terrified. Lu Enhat recalled his previous life, when those two had eyes gleaming with threats, bullying the weak. Lu Enhat stood before the crowd like a giant, without knowing when the positions had shifted. Lu Enhat spoke up, I need to enter the secret realm behind you. Don't worry, I'm not here to contest it, just need to go in to complete a mission. Lu Enhat thought he should remain cautious at all times, in case they were deliberately putting on an act. Tran back immediately shouted, quick, move aside, let the big brother enter the secret realm. The crowd murmured, yes. Circling around, Lu Enhat walked step by step, his eyes turning sharp and vigilant. Lu Enhat stood amidst the crowd, his eyes sharp. Tran back spoke up, we have already conquered this secret realm. The mission just required us to break a thin wall, extremely easy. You could say there's basically nothing difficult about it. Lu Enhat stood looking at the large vortex before him. Tran back smiled politely and said, but the rewards are extremely generous. If Big Brother wants it, from now on this secret realm is yours. Lu Enhat narrowed his eyes, scanned the crowd and thought, are they really not stopping me? They even conveniently told me what's inside this secret realm. It seems the contents of this secret realm are indeed fake. If it's fake, it won't be too late to deal with them after I return. Lu Enhat stepped into the secret realm. His entire body was drawn in by the secret realm, slowly vanishing. After Lu Enhat left, the group outside collapsed inside. One guy said, truly terrifying. Is it psychological? When facing him, it was as if facing an unbeatable monster boss. Another guy stammered, he really left. Another guy asked, brother back, how are we going to get out of this? Notification. You have entered the 3 Little Brothers secret realm. You must adhere to the mission content. Help 3 Little Brothers attack the main gates surrounding the corrupt royal family. High-dimensional warrior mission. Break through to Rule Breaker Warrior, Stage 2. Protect the main gates surrounding the corrupt royal family. Liu Enhat thought, puzzled. What is this? Conquering the secret realm requires attacking the main gates surrounding the royal family. Corrupt, and this title breakthrough mission wants me to protect those surrounding main gates. If I conquer the secret realm, the title breakthrough mission will definitely fail. If I don't conquer the secret realm, I'll be stuck in this secret realm forever. Notification. Because the computing power of the royal family of three little brothers is insufficient, three little brothers decided to borrow part of the computing power of the corrupt royal family. They immediately discovered a surprise. Corrupt truly had no awareness of the importance and capabilities of the royal family. So three little brothers casually occupied the royal family. So now, simply destroying the main gate in the central area will allow complete occupation. Please help three little brothers destroy the main gate in the central area of the corrupt royal family. Liu Enhat furrowed his brows tightly. Before him was a massive, majestic tree trunk. Three little ones flew over happily. Liu Enhat looked at the closed door before him, thought, that owner of the Star Radiance Arena didn't lie to me. The objective to conquer this secret realm really is just breaking a door. But the problem now is that my title breakthrough mission requires me to protect this door. Protect, break. Liu Enhat crossed his arms, his face becoming serious. The three little ones around were happy. The three little ones flew around. Liu Enhat crossed his arms and thought, speaking of the true purpose of three little brothers, it's probably to enter the royal family of the central area. That's not the key issue. Can I bring three little brothers around the central door and go straight into the interior of the corrupt royal family? Liu Enhat walked around the entire tree trunk. Liu Enhat propped his hands and looked at the door, the only path forward, and thought, I've checked everywhere top to bottom, there's no entrance at all. I even tried creating an entryway, but except for this big door, everything else is extremely sturdy, impossible to break through. Liu Enhat raised the gun in his hand, aiming forward. I can only choose to break this door, but for example, first I'll break this central main door, complete the secret realm conquest, then restore the central main door. Would that allow me to complete the title breakthrough mission? Let's just break the main door first, and get the royal family. Liu Enhat looked at the Eastern Emperor Bell in his hand and used the Eastern Emperor Bell. Restore the scene to its original state. Liu Enhat looked at the Eastern Emperor Bell in his hand doubtfully. Will this work? Liu Enhat reassured himself. Try it, you absolutely must not give up on the title breakthrough. Anyway, right now, I really don't know what the specific reward for the rule breaker warrior is. Not getting it is like not losing it, no effect. Liu Enhat's face became determined, his brows furrowed. Trung Dong-hong recorded. A golden energy radiated around. Liu Enhat was surrounded by circles of energy. The entire tree trunk glowed with blue grid lines. The entrance at the base of the tree shone brightly. Liu Enhat's tiny figure stood there. The whole tree trunk suddenly shot out many faint white rays. Liu Enhat and the three little ones still stood there. Notification, the scene has been recorded. Liu Enhat exclaimed joyfully, all right, blessing, blessing. Blessing the condensation state of the pendulum decides the three-piece regular set. Liu Enhat fired a shot, the door shattered, the bullet flew through. The three little ones were excited. Liu Enhat quickly ran inside, the three little ones flew along. Notification, congratulations, you have broken through the secret realm. The three little brothers need to hold on, the secret realm reward is being settled. And now Trung Dong-hong recovers. Liu Enhat looked at the door mending itself behind him. Notification, Warrior Cao Dai's mission to break through to Rule Breaker Stage 2. Your title Warrior Cao Dai has been upgraded to Demon Breaker Warrior. Liu Enhat happily kissed. Success, Trung Dong-hong is so damn lucky. Liu Enhat kissed Trung Dong-hong over and over. Notification, checking player due to special constitution, conditions met. Starting the three little brothers must hold on program. Starting the next plot. Liu Enhat heard this and was surprised. There's still a next plot. Liu Enhat looked towards the glowing orb ahead. Liu Enhat thought, puzzled. What now? Just now the three little brothers entered that glowing orb. Is that the central area of the royal? Already entered stage 2. Liu Enhat frowned deeply. Starting the Heavenly Radiance program. Is this Heavenly Radiance the one Hon Din mentioned? Once you know, act immediately without hesitation. What the hell is this situation? Liu Enhat rested his chin on his hand, thinking. It seems after I recover my level, I should also consult the New Order Guild Master. Liu Enhat crossed his arms, face serious. Must be cautious to avoid the misunderstanding. When the New Order director is like that Hon Din, who turned against me, it wouldn't be good. Liu Enhat sat down, his eyes narrowed, glancing with an uncomfortable expression, thinking, what kind of situation is this again? It's been so long already, is there still a next plot? The orb suddenly moved, Liu Enhat excited. Something's happening. A map appeared on the orb. Liu Enhat surprised. A map. The three little ones flew around the orb. An excited voice rang out. Great, we we have taken control of the royal. This is fertile land to cultivate full force energy. Yeah, but now the area generated is large, and the royal is too big. We must retract a bit, then set up a program to wipe them out in one shot. Liu En-hat gaped in astonishment. Is this the sound of the three little brothers talking to each other? 2 days later, outside Cultivation City, Vien Din stood with his back turned and said, 2 days have passed, he is still inside the secret realm. Pao Trujia and Vin Kok spoke up. Not yet, Bok Thursao then asked. Could it be that he died in there? Is our ambush plan still on? Vien Din looked at the two and said, no information from deep confirming his death, our ambush must still continue. Vin Kok spoke, but the people the institute had gathered are about to lose patience. Bok Thursao said, so many days of stifling like this. Vien Din put his hands in his pockets, looked up and said, is that so? Then find an excuse, say they went to Cultivation City to vent. Someone puzzled asked, then why do we need to pay attention like that? Vien Din frowned, his eyes sharp. Attention, they're just a bunch of ants. Why pay attention? Notification, you have gained experience. Along with rewards from the Heavenly Radiant system, the rewards are concluded in the settlement. Your level has increased to level 46. Notification, the secret realm has been completed, you are being transported out. Outside the secret realm, the crowd saw the activity at the secret realm and got excited. He's out. He's out. The crowd looked in shock and panic as Liu En-hat walked out from the secret realm. The crowd exclaimed, Big Brother has come out of the secret realm. Quickly go inform Uncle Gaddy, Liu En-hat has come out of the secret realm. One guy said fearfully, What is this situation? The control from the rule breaker. When I see Big Brother, there is a kind of impulse making me want to kneel down and beg for mercy. This is completely different from the feeling before Big Brother entered the secret realm. That guy immediately knelt down, his face full of fear. The crowd outside uniformly knelt down. One guy cried out, I can't take it anymore. Another stammered, me neither. One guy with a shocked and fearful face said, players at level 40 and below have all knelt down. Another said fearfully, not to mention level 40 and below. I at level 50 can barely even stand this myself. Liu En-hat's face was stern, his sharp eyes watching the entire subsequent scene. All subsequent content must wait to see how Tam Tiuda uses Hong Jiang to change the corrupt world. All operations leading to the change of the corrupt world are exactly the same as the current situation of the real world. Liu En-hat turned his face away, put away the world map, nurturing the evolution of corruption, protecting the royal family, killing to obtain computational power. Is humanity really this corrupt? And after confirming humanity's corruption, the thing I care about most is that one-click deletion program. But from the very beginning, the three brothers mentioned, does such a program really exist? If it does, then what meaning does my current power have? Liu En-hat stood there, the crowd kneeling created an oppressive atmosphere. Liu En-hat's face turned sorrowful, full of disappointment. Liu En-hat spoke, could you help me arrange a place to rest? Tranback's subordinate said, of course, please come with me. A nameless hotel in Star City. Liu En-hat asked, right, do you remember when I first arrived? Some Tan Min members were captured by Hao Hoavine. Where are they now? A luxurious room filled with hazy smoke. Black Tranback's subordinate said, the day you entered that secret realm. Brother Back colluded with Hao Hoavine. They released the Tan Min people. Those people also went to see City. Liu En-hat said, is that so? Thank you. Liu En-hat sat on the bed pondering. Liu En-hat immediately stood up, turned and ran. He ran out to the balcony, gripping the railing tightly, gazing into the distance and thought, no matter if it has meaning or not. The only thing I can do is strive to improve my own abilities, raise my level. That is definitely not wrong. Liu En-hat looked towards the tall buildings obscured by fog. The next morning, the door was continuously knocked by someone along with shouts. Daiku Ka, your breakfast has been delivered. That person pushed the door open, calling, Daiku Ka. Inside the room was empty, not a soul in sight. Cultivation City, a majestic mountain scenery, suddenly a flash of light streaked by. Liu En-hat's entire body was caught by a tree branch and he angrily cursed, damn it. Liu En-hat gritted his teeth and said, using the safety rope to run at high speed also requires a lot of mental power. Liu En-hat then thought to stack all attributes and try an action at maximum speed. Although he could immediately reach Cultivation City, it also exhausted all mental power, causing him, still very much alive, to fall from the sky. Liu En-hat walked faster and faster, but could feel that he could move further and further. It was just that he had set the target outside Cultivation City, so upon arrival he stopped moving. The amount of mental power consumed was not refunded. Liu En-hat's eyes were sharp. With the coordination of Chuck Fuck, the time needed to recover mental power was not much. But after leaving Star City, he could almost instantly reach Cultivation City. Hao Hoavine surely already knew his whereabouts, but they definitely did not expect him to arrive at Cultivation City so quickly. Liu En-hat stood from afar, looking at the panoramic view of the city below. Now thinking back, Hao Hoavin's actions were full of strangeness. Liu Enhat furrowed his brows, his face somber, thinking, a large number of personnel have been gathered. Along the way, Tan Min members were still imprisoned, and they even redirected him in the sanctuary. It was like targeting, a warning to players, just like with Tran Back. If they make a move against me, at least my level could go up by 1 or 2 levels. Must act cautiously. First investigate what they actually want to do, then strike later. Liu Enhat walked up to the cloud of dust in front of Cultivation City's temple. Let me ask first, see if there's any important information. Liu Enhat smirked. Smiling said, so I once traveled to Cultivation City with my younger sister. Liu Enhat recalled the image of his younger sister Liu Van smiling happily, holding up 2 fingers to make a heart shape in front of her chest. He also didn't know how Nguyen Joy Han Lam Tu Than had become. A beep 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 sound rang out, bringing Liu Enhat back to reality. Hong Nim So on the other end spoke up. You finally picked up. Brother, I even thought you were still like before, just calling and no one answering. Liu Enhat said. I entered the secret realm, what's up, is something wrong? Hong Nim So then said. Comfort Avan a bit. The members of Tan Min are scattered in other cities, and those caught by Hao Hoavin's people were all executed by Hao Hoavin. After Avan found out, she organized personnel to set up Hai Than for 2 days and 2 nights straight now. Tell her to rest, but she won't listen. Liu Enhat fell silent, his hand clenched tightly, his face turning terrifying, and he asked inwardly, all dead. A building collapsed, dust flying everywhere. Liu Enhat just stood there coldly watching. 10 years ago. A voice carried with it reassurance. Don't be afraid, it's nothing. My little sister, don't be afraid, big sister is here, big sister is here. Through the gaps, the group discovered there were still 2 children lying in the rubble, exclaiming in alarm, there are still people here, there are still people here. The older sister used her own hands to prop up the stone slab to save her younger brother. A voice full of admiration. The building collapsed, and up to now it's been 24 hours. This little girl has been using her hands all along to hold up the stone slab over her younger brother. If that's really the case, then this consciousness of protecting her younger brother is truly too terrifying. Hospital in Tu Than, the doctor's voice rang out. The younger brother is fine, but the older sister's left arm couldn't be saved. The older sister stood on the bed laughing happily. It's okay, it's okay. The arm is gone, but it can still grow back. Besides, I still have my right arm. I can still protect my younger brother, my good little brother. The older sister rubbed the head of her crying little brother and laughed heartily. The 2 siblings took a photo together. The older sister rubbed her little brother's head, her eyes squinting with laughter. The little brother smiled brightly. Sister will forever protect you. The photo of the 2 siblings together, smiling happily, was placed on the table. Now, the photo on the table was cracked and broken. Cold Face stood there looking at her younger brother lying in a pool of blood. The entire city was in ruins. Liu Enhat went to the collapsed site to examine the situation. 2 people were pinned under the rubble. Liu Enhat frowned looking at the whole scene, thinking, what happened? Why is there not a single living person left in all of Tu Than? Even if it were Nguyen Joy Rang Lam, monsters from the secret realm invading, it couldn't possibly destroy an entire city to this extent. Not long ago, I was still in the holy map and saw 2 Than players going out to trade. In the building opposite, there was a silhouette of a person. Liu Enhat and that person discovered each other. That person saw Liu Enhat and fearfully hid back inside. That person's face was full of terror and he ran away. I have to hide, have to run away. Liu Enhat suddenly appeared in front, blocking that person, asking, what happened in Tu Than? Why has it turned into this current state? That person fearfully dodged, clutching his head and shouting, don't kill me, don't kill me. Liu Enhat looked perplexedly at that person, holding his head with both hands and screaming, no, no, don't kill me, sob. Liu Enhat hastily extended his hand toward that person, saying, you can rest assured. Before I could finish speaking, a voice rang out, no need to ask him. He's been scared out of his wits already. Liu Enhat turned to look behind and found someone standing with arms crossed leaning back against the wall. A player of Tu Than, Cold Noodle's lover, level 60. Liu Enhat looked at Cold Face standing there, his face puzzled, thinking, I actually didn't immediately detect her existence, but listening to her tone, it felt like she really wasn't an enemy. Cold Face walked step by step over. She smiled happily and extended her hand, saying, hello, great savior Yi. I am the player with the nickname Cold Noodle's lover. My real name is Hok Muk. Liu Enhat looked at her. She was one of the people in the Holy Map chat room. Cold Face continued, you can call me Cold Noodles or call me Little Ma. Liu Enhat asked, what exactly happened in Tu Than? Cold Face silently looked at him. Liu Enhat and Cold Face stood on the rooftop. Cold Face stood at the edge of the rooftop, looking into the distance at a blue vortex and said, the thing is, a member of Hao Hoavin came to Tu Than. Chao Gao, the wife of a player, was killed by that player. Then Hao Hoavin used that incident as a pretext to mobilize all their personnel to set out. Liu Enhat stood behind listening to Cold Face recount the whole event. In just one night, all the players and ordinary people of Than were killed, nearly no one left. The city was also destroyed in an instant. Only a very few lucky ones, or those who had just gone out like me, survived. Liu Enhat was shocked, his eyes wide, saying, "Players aside, but to kill even ordinary people. Did Ngo Din tacitly allow this to happen?" Cold Face's eyes curved into a smile, the corner of her lips said, "As far as I know, Ngo Din has already treated all players and ordinary people as second-class items, just like a child toying with an ant colony under a large tree. The parents of that child would never scold that child." Lan Din cries, wiping tears with a hand, voice full of pitifulness, says, "It's really so frustrating. My parents and younger brother in Than are all dead. Just the day before, I had assured them I could protect them well. But by the next day, they were all dead. What's most important is that I still lack the ability to avenge them." Tears well up in Lan Din's pitiful face, eyes brimming with tears. Liu Enhat stays silent, expressionless, looking at Lan Din. Lan Din turns around to look at Liu Enhat, asks, "Big brother, do you really want to deal with Back Garden? Let me come with you." Veen Din stands in front of the secret realm entrance. Veen Kok says, "If it's simply about beating them to death, we have many very direct methods." Veen Din frowns slightly, hands in trouser pockets. Veen Kok continues, for example, wiping them out with explosives. Bong Kim's Night Crack are all life-for-life measures. But to capture alive so that the glove can seize the title, these measures are all useless. And through the seamless connection and control of the guild's control team, the method of stealing the glove by taking advantage of the opportunity is also unreasonable. We don't know if Deep has escape skills from control, nor do we know Deep's immunity level. If it exceeds, both control skills of most members of our control team will be ineffective. Veen Kok crosses his arms and continues, "What remains, we can only find a place that can restrict the use of all song. All skills and personnel escape restriction." Vice Director of Back Garden Veen Kok. "We rely on the basic attributes of the director to capture Deep in these many locations. So we chose this secret realm. A large blue water rotating gate on the secret realm's mountain base, which can limit Deep's escape. Moreover, the secret realm has rules restricting the active use of skill." Veen Kok frowns and says, "It completely fits our strategy. According to reliable information, Deep has been interacting with Thur Thai." Veen Kok looks at Veen Din and continues, "Perhaps it will take 2 days. During this time we secretly arrange guild members to gather here to lure Deep back, to prevent Deep from using us to further raise ranks. Only keep the 19 core battle team members of the directorate." Bok Thur Sao rejoices, clenching both hands, saying, "Hee hee," when Deep arrives. "Seeing that we're only 19 people and still walk into our trap, just thinking about it makes me laugh." Veen Din still gazes towards the secret realm, says, "The ones arranging. After that you return to them, leave the rest here to me." Veen Kok is shocked, agitatedly shouts, "Brother, at such a critical moment how can I?" Veen Din's eyes tear up. Veen Din pats Veen Kok's head and says, "Listen to me." "To Thai," a voice rings out, "based on the data information of Back Garden that you provided." Lan Din strokes his chin and continues, "The gathering of Back Garden is truly aimed at you. Then according to Big Brother's strength, there are only 3 points to pay attention to. Forced 1-for-1 skills, prolonged control skills, and your own skills being completely controlled." Liu Enhat, hands in pockets, leans back against the wall, watching Lan Din speaking. "For you, Big Brother, is there a targeted method?" Liu Enhat answers, "No. That's the reason I didn't agree to let you and me deal with Back Garden together. I am not exactly invincible. My ability doesn't exceed the scope of a player." Lan Din, upon hearing this, laughs and says, "Is that so? Good good, then I know my role in our team." Liu Enhat is surprised. Lan Din grits his teeth and says, "My strength is Fong Kim and I'm on the specialized agile path. Just right to be a scout vanguard, the scout intelligence for Big Brother." Lan Din loudly and fiercely shouts, "Though dangerous, as a member of the flower picking squad, I must take on my responsibility." Liu Enhat wonders, when, even the name's already been decided, and what the hell is flower picking squad? Liu Enhat looks at Lan Din and asks, "Are you sure you want to go to such an extent?" Liu Enhat thinks, dealing with Back Garden requires vigilance. Having such a scout, it will indeed be a bit better. Lan Din laughs, "Big Brother, let me join your Back Garden subjugation team. We'll advance and retreat together." Liu Enhat, upon hearing this, says, "All right. So do we set out now?" A voice behind the wall rings out, Mock sis." Liu Enhat and Lan Din simultaneously turn towards the source of the voice. Napdao, an ordinary person, steps out and says, "Can I join you? I also want to deal with Back Garden." Liu Enhat looks at him, thinking, "An ordinary person?" Lan Din looks at him and asks, "Napdao, why aren't you staying obediently at the survivor gathering place in Than and instead run here?" Napdao raises the phone in his hand and says, "There's one thing, something I always didn't give you. It's what Tiu Zam left behind. This has the final death scene of Tiu Sam." Lan Din is shocked, eyes wide. Napdao continues, I want to use this to exchange for joining everyone's team. I know I'm an ordinary person without the insane abilities of players, but I still hope to contribute some effort to resolving the back garden. Even if it's just doing odd jobs around the edges, or even becoming bait, as long as I can follow everyone's actions, that's enough. Coldface stepped forward saying he'd give me the gear. Napdow was surprised. Coldface darkened his face and continued, "Then roll away." Napdow excitedly clutched the phone to his chest and said, "I'm just an ordinary person. Even if I survive, what can I do? Be a beast of burden for those players, instead of waiting for false hopes. I'd rather live as a human being." Coldface came up to Napdow, his face darkening. Napdow fearfully dodged aside. Napdow angrily gritted his teeth. Then Napdow shouted again, "You can rest assured. Even if I end up dead, I won't have any complaints. This is my choice, Sister Muck, please just that." Liu Yi only stood silently watching. Outside the supersized cultivation market secret realm, a cheerful voice rang out from behind the trees. "Cheers, cheers, bottoms up mate, drink, drink for me." The crowd happily raised their glasses. Unlike his subordinates enjoying a drinking party in the back garden, Din sat in a corner thinking. Din looked at his arm. A glowing indicator bar in blue and pink appeared on it, shaped like an energy bar. Din was angry, clenched his fist, furrowed his brow, and thought, "I can't underestimate Deep. I already failed once in the origin realm, I can't fail in reality again." Din stood up, looked around, then left immediately. A voice rang out, "Contact her again to see if we can get the key item to win," because the final victory was locked behind yet another layer. In the dim forest, a figure was standing at that moment. With a purple crew cut, that person stood with hands on hips while talking on the phone. He said, "Hey, I want to pull again, but the capacity isn't enough. If I knew how to break the limit, then what's the point of talking?" On the other end of the phone, a female voice rang out. "Aha, you hate being my slave that much. You have your current strength all thanks to my help." That purple crew-cut guy was none other than Veen Din. He cursed upon hearing that. "You say that just like when you enslaved my great-grandfather. How are they now? You probably know better than I do." That female voice rang out again. "So be it. If you can obtain a special physique, I will provide you with a storage vessel so that your form can return to your body once more. At that time, I will give you something, your own capacity." Veen Din fell silent after hearing that long speech, but not long after he spoke up and agreed. "All right." Following Veen Din's acceptance, a white orb appeared in front of him. Around that orb were streams of blue light as if being sucked inside. The man's face grimaced in discomfort. The next second, he erupted and shouted, "You're trapping me with this valuable item. Even if my storage vessel can hold it, I still can't fill it up instantly." The woman on the other end laughed a few times, saying, "The body that I pulled away, filling the storage vessel also takes some time. During that time, you can make use of the special physique, helping your strength surpass mine. When that time comes, the one being enslaved might be me." Veen Din silently looked at the orb before him, which by then had absorbed enough of the blue light streams, now gently spinning in front of him. He reached out his hand toward the orb, then suddenly clenched it tightly, thinking to himself, "There's no turning back now. If I don't seize this chance, the days ahead will be nothing but a struggle." Next, a system panel popped up a notification. "You have received 25% of the limited computational power of Hoa Trung Chao. You have received the skill bridge." At that time, Veen Din had hung up the phone. He clenched his fist and muttered, "Only by serving her can I sit on the heavenly brilliance throne, thereby avoiding the real-world danger." In another area with continuous mountain ranges, here is Bat Chu Sun. Among the giant ancient trees of Bat Chu Sun, a voice suddenly rang out. Really, every time they get so easily provoked like that. But in the end, they still obediently submit, don't they? The speaker was a girl with glowing white hair. She was Theendia, the 6th Enheim Kai. The girl continued, speaking as per the normal procedure. The Theendia program of the special entity had been activated, just like in the previous reincarnation cycle. The only change was that the special entity was no longer Hong Dia Van, but Da. In case Veen Din cannot obtain the special entity, number 8, number 9, you go help him. What were called number 8 and number 9 were actually a single monster with two different heads. They flinched slightly upon hearing their names called. The next moment, those two heads split into two separate bodies. They knelt on one knee and answered, "Understood." Theendia added, "Remember to deal with Jia Chuk's original body. We must deal with the resurrection method he placed in Hai Than." "Not done yet." Theendia glanced aside and said, "Also, when you go to Hai Than, let the entity check that reincarnation, what my older brother and older sister are doing." In another place, a blond boy with lifeless eyes still wet with tears lay helplessly on the ground. A mocking laugh rang out. The weak voice of the boy lying on the ground came from the phone Landine was holding. "Sister, take good care of yourself, take good care of yourself." The owner of the mocking laughter said, still recording a video, "A farewell, Come, pick a good seat. Let's watch the scene in high definition. A scream full of pain rang out, making Landine unable to stop her whole body from trembling. On the phone screen, a man wearing glasses looked into the camera and said arrogantly, "Remember my name is Vin Ka. Deputy Commander of How Hoa Veen welcomes anyone who comes to seek revenge." One of his companions behind him popped out his face and laughed loudly, adding, "As expected of the deputy leader, you really know how to have fun." Nat Dao, standing beside her, saw the girl's gloomy face and asked worriedly, "Sister One, are you okay?" Landine had already turned off the phone. She remained silent, her hand clenched into a fist. After a while, the girl let out a long breath, and when she raised her head, her expression had returned to normal. Landine smiled brightly and said, "Big brother savior, let's go." A moment later, Landine clenched her fist, raised it to the sky, and shouted, "Let's start picking flowers." Nat Dao, standing nearby, also shouted in agreement, "Picking flowers, picking flowers." Lu Enhat looked at the two going crazy and calmly asked, "Do you really want him to come along? Even a person can die at any time," Landine said relaxedly, "Let him come along." Hearing that, Nat Dao excitedly said to her, "Thank you, Sister One." His joy didn't last long. Landine then growled a warning, "Stay away from me." Nat Dao, upon hearing that, panicked and hastily answered twice, "Definitely, definitely." The scene shifted to several pairs of black-shoed feet walking leisurely forward. Those people all wore the same style of shirt, walking and chatting comfortably with each other. On the other side, however, it wasn't as cheerful. Veenlock walked while irritably scolding someone nearby. The atmosphere around him was utterly somber. Landine hid behind a nearby tree. Seeing this, she felt extremely puzzled. In the dense forest, night had not yet fully fallen. Landine quickly ran in another direction. She landed in front of Lu Enhat and said, "Big brother savior, it's very strange. The people of How Hoa Veen are all relocating." Lu Enhat asked in confusion, "Relocating?" Lu Enhat and Landine stood together. In the distance, Nat Dao was standing behind a tree watching them. At that moment, Lu Enhat moved forward, looking down at the trail below, which was now covered by the group of How Hoa Veen people. They walked and chatted noisily, the distance back to Bich Than still very far. "I don't want to walk, even though we've been in this wilderness for 10 days. But the harvest was very bountiful." That's right, that secret realm was amazing, leveling up extremely fast." Lu Enhat furrowed his brows in thought. "They actually retreated. Fortunately, we got here ahead of time, otherwise we would have let them get away." Landine spoke up, "Big brother savior, I just scanned through these players. Among them, the highest level player is only level 50. The rest are mostly between 40 and 50. What should we do next?" Lu Enhat smirked and said slowly, "With such a long army and no leading player, we'll deal with them from the tail end. Clean them out along the way." He thought to himself, "With so many players, that should be enough for me to reach 50 permanently sealed gem-embedded treasure bowls." He stomped hard on a branch to gain momentum. The force was so strong that the branch he stepped on quickly cracked. Lu Enhat quickly gave the order, "Go." Suddenly, an abnormal flash of light flickered in the vast sky. Lu Enhat immediately noticed this anomaly, wondering, "What is that?" The next moment, Lu Enhat didn't hesitate and shouted a warning, "Not good, retreat." As soon as he finished speaking, a streak of light shot down from the sky straight toward the trail, right where the How Hoa Veen group was moving. The force was so great that they were all thrown up into the sky, unavoidable. Landine and Lu Enhat retreated up to a nearby tree branch. She quickly asked, "What happened?" Below, the members of How Hoa Veen who were lucky enough to dodge that trail of light now lay sprawled out, some unable to get up yet. Some opened their eyes wide, unable to believe what had just happened before them. The corpses of the unlucky comrades lying on the uneven ground were slowly fading into the air. Among those lucky escapees was Veen Kok. He and the others also stood agape, staring ahead. The ground, already not very flat, now became rugged with jagged rocks jutting up. Far off, there was a person lying stretched out on the ground. A moment later, that person sat up abruptly, showing no sign of injury. It was number 9, the personal attendant number 9 of Theendia. He tilted his head slightly as if in thought. Suddenly he paused as if realizing something, then looked around left and right for a moment. Without a single superfluous word, number 9 sprang up very high and leaped away to another spot. This action made the remaining members of How Hoa Veen, who were standing on a nearby rocky outcrop, jump in fright. In just a few short seconds, the figure of that guy had already become nothing more than a vague, illusory shadow for those left behind to gaze after. Lu Enhat gaped, mumbling quietly, "What the hell was that? A player or a secret realm monster? Such terrifying power." Diving straight down from the air, several thousand people of How Hoa Veen all died, only a few remained. He then said to Landine behind him, "What could possibly take out such a large number of How Hoa Veen people?" Lu Enhat gritted his teeth and thought to himself, "It hurts so much, my experience." Though he thought that what he said aloud was, "Looks like our cooperation has to end early. Let's clean up the rest of these people and head back." At this moment, Landine suddenly spoke up about Veen Kok, who was standing below with a scowling face. "Great savior, can we keep this person? He is the deputy leader of How Hoa Veen." She continued, moreover, these are clearly not the main force sent to deal with you, great savior. Lu Enhat looked at her in confusion upon hearing that. Landine continued to voice her own speculations. The core members are certainly still on the other side of the secret realm waiting for you to arrive. We can also use him to ask for some information related to the ambush. Perhaps we can turn their own scheme against them, deal with the core members of Hao Hoa Veen, and push Hao Hoa Veen to the brink of extinction. Lu En had asked her, how do you know his identity? Landine did not answer immediately but fell into contemplation. However, her target was exactly that large force. Eliminating a high-level player basically doesn't count for much. Not to mention the danger, the overall experience gained wouldn't be much either. After a moment, Landine's cold voice rang out, he murdered my younger brother's assassin. At that moment, a scream of terror sounded amidst the dense forest. A member of Hao Hoa Veen collapsed to the ground. He frantically shuffled backward, muttering, dead. They're all dead. Why did a monster like that suddenly appear? Only a moment later, that person quickly got up, speaking as he ran. At the same time, more than 90% of my brothers are dead. I have to run. Run away? Veen Kok suddenly appeared in front of that person and launched a powerful kick to the opponent's stomach. He scolded the man fiercely. What the hell are you panicking for? Even if they all died, the director could resurrect them. So what is there to be afraid of? Seeing the opponent kicked flying to the base of a nearby tree, Veen Kok added another line. What a worthless piece of trash. Then he turned and shouted loudly to the remaining people. Clean up, gather the protective gear of the fallen brothers. We must quickly return to Bitch Than. The situation here is getting more and more complicated. The others, hearing his orders, quickly ran off to carry them out. They said, understood. At that moment, the irritable Veen Kok furrowed his brow and cursed, damn it, what the hell was that just now? Lu Enhat's voice rang out just then from behind him. So you don't know what that was either. I thought you guys had offended that person and brought this upon yourselves. Veen Kok, hearing that, spun around in shock. He thought to himself, who? Because of a moment's inattention, immediately afterwards he was caught by Lu Enhat's safety rope, wrapped tightly around his neck. Ah! Veen Kok screamed loudly as all his limbs were bound and pulled out to four sides. The people of the Hao Hoa Veen group, seeing this scene, were startled and panicked. From a distance, Lu Enhat and Landine were leisurely walking toward them. The remaining members of Hao Hoa Veen stammered and shouted, it's the Great Savior. The Great Savior has come. Without letting them say another word, with just one powerful attack from Lu Enhat, the remaining groups were quickly and cleanly dealt with. Their bodies slowly dissolved into the air. Veen Kok saw this and gaped in astonishment. Lu Enhat stood facing him, saying calmly, unbelievably easy. Landine behind him was not as calm. She looked at the man tied up tightly in front of her, grinding her teeth with hatred. She said to Liu Yi, big savior brother, after you finish questioning him, can you hand him over to me? Hearing these words, Liu Yi promptly sat down on a nearby rock. He said there was nothing interesting to ask that person, just wait until they finished dealing with him. Then we'll return to Sea City. He then thought to himself, the target is lost, I need to find a way to gain experience elsewhere. Liu Yi spoke coldly while distracted by his thoughts. Perfect. If only I could take care of those players from earlier, that would be great. If that were the case, my level could have reached 50. By then, I could permanently embed the sealed treasure orb, equip the complete set of gear, and my strength would be fully restored. But now I'm stuck at level 46. So frustrating, the young man's face tightened, his thoughts still flowing. I don't know after missing this gathering of the rear garden, where I'll find another chance like this next time. I can't really just charge into the rear garden's headquarters. That would be too dangerous. Ah, if only players were like in normal games, where killing doesn't cost you levels. Then I could just gather all the players and push my level to the peak. Having thought this far, the cold person beside him was already silently plotting revenge for his younger brother against Vin Kok. Vin Kok, tied up nearby, heard Liu Yi's words and became very restless. He muttered to himself, he wants to go. I can't let him go. Given the maturity of this special entity, if I can't kill him in this time frame, it'll be extremely troublesome later. The cold person now walked up to Vin Kok. She said to the person behind her, thank you, big savior brother, suddenly. Vin Kok said something that startled the other two. Do you think you can kill me? Seeing that he had achieved his desired effect. He continued, rear garden's players, release me. You can't kill a single one of us. We can be resurrected by the garden master's hand. We will return in perfect condition, then drown you with our sea of people. Liu Yi heard the key phrase and turned to look. He began to think, resurrection. Does Veen Din have a resurrection skill? Moreover, from his tone, he can resurrect a large number fully intact without any support. Liu Yi sneered and said, you say Veen Din has a resurrection skill. Vin Kok saw that the other had responded and arrogantly tilted his head to look at him. Liu Yi lowered his eyes and said, so, unless we deal with that resurrection skill first, dealing with you lot won't be effective no matter what, right? Saying this, he curled his lips and changed his tone a little. Right, that's why you're not afraid at all. Liu Yi looked straight at Vin Kok and continued, Then, next, you'll probably say something like that resurrection skill is the effect of the Black Hand title, right? The Black Hand title can be obtained by eliminating the title holder. Lan Din and Guang AC stood beside him, silently and attentively listening as Lu Enhat said, "Just use this to lure me to your ambush site. One step to throw me into the trap you've long set," hearing his own schemes gradually exposed. Beancok involuntarily widened his eyes, not daring to say a word. Lu Enhat looked at his expression and pondered. Seeing that look on his face, it was indeed just as he thought. So gathering the rear garden members in Tuthan was to deal with me. He will use resurrection to subdue me. It goes without saying that he also has a special constitution. Also knows that a special constitution can kill players to level up. And with resurrection, a special constitution can continuously kill a group of players, leveling up extremely fast. It's just unknown whether after resurrection, a player can receive stat points again. Having said all that needed to be said, Lu Enhat pushed on his knees and stood up, saying, "Maybe I'm just stupid." Then he turned and walked away, leaving the silent Lan Din with a few instructions. "All right. He's yours, don't worry, I've restrained him. He can't commit suicide. But be careful not to use too much force, he can still resurrect. If you use too much force and kill him, you'll be in big trouble. There's no need to interrogate him either, if he truly can be resurrected. He certainly won't tell the truth." Lu Enhat thought again. As for where Veen Din got the resurrection skill, it was also very easy to guess. Among the holy disciples, a player once said that each Death Guard title has an extremely special effect, giving the guild a huge advantage when dealing with enemy. If the Mystic Guard title has the effect of being able to restore players, then that fits. Veen Kok, his hands tightly bound, watched Lu Enhat calmly walk away, so furious that he ground his teeth but could do nothing. Lu Enhat didn't care what happened next with Veen Kok. He just slowly walked forward. As he walked, he raised a hand to his chin and thought, "Resurrection, it seems like that in the game too." Suddenly realizing something, Lu Enhat's breathing became noticeably more excited. Resurrection. 1 second ago he was thinking it would be so great to have such a resurrection skill. The next second news about it appeared right before him. If that's the case, then it has enormous value, and the sooner he obtains it, the greater the value. Lu Enhat clenched both hands into fists, his heart full of determination. He thought further, or to put it a bit more selfishly, the sooner he obtained it, the sooner he could add the most solid layer of protection for those close to him. Thinking of this, Lu Enhat suddenly became stern, his brows tightly furrowed. He clicked his tongue in annoyance and thought again, but clearly this was a trap aimed at him. If he rushed in, he would most likely get trapped inside. Too dangerous. Lu Enhat curled his hand, looking at the glove equipment on it, and thought to himself, "I have a special constitution, infinite potential, while Veen Din's level is forever stuck at level 60. Lu Enhat ran his hand through his hair, thinking again with a reluctant expression. "After I can level up to 70 or 80, I'll summon Ku Am, then go find Veen Din to settle things." He told himself, persuading himself, give it up. For now, there's no reason to take such a risk. Just knowing this information is enough. After all, there will be a day when it will be mine. On the other side, Veen Kok was not afraid at all but laughed heartily. He said, "Treating me like this, it's as if you have a grudge against me. Can you remind me what I did to you that made you become like this?" Forget it, not knowing is better. If that's the case, even if you want to make me feel sorrow and regret, there's no way. After all, I've done so many bad deeds. If I were to repent for each one, it would be too troublesome. After saying this, he laughed out loud again. Despite his body now covered in wounds and his clothes torn to shreds, not a single spot intact. Standing opposite him was Lan Din. She tilted her head, asked a question, and then answered herself. "You hope I will kill you." "No, I won't be impulsive. If I finish you off now, it would be like setting you free." Hearing these words, Veen Kok fell into a moment of silence, not daring to say anything further. Lan Din continued, "Rest assured, I will kill you after dealing with that Veen Din. Afterwards, you will have no way to resurrect again." After saying that, Lan Din turned her face to look behind her. Next, she paid no more attention to this person covered in injuries and quickly ran toward where Lu Enhat was standing. Nearby, a hand punched hard into a tree trunk, producing a thud that was neither loud nor soft. The owner of that hand was Veen Din. He gripped the fragments of the tree trunk tightly, grinding his teeth in endless fury. At that moment, a person from afar dashed to the branch where Veen Din was standing. That person was Bok Thursao. He asked, "Chief, why did you stop here?" "How is a cock?" Then he looked toward the ground and immediately saw a mangled body hanging suspended in midair. Bok Thursao widened his eyes, frozen for a moment. He instantly couldn't control himself and cursed, "Bastard, how dare they treat a cock like this?" His whole body tensed, wanting to rush over and rescue that person, but was held back by Veen Din beside him. He said, "Don't get impulsive. Now is not the right time to make a move." Bok Thursao turned back and questioned him, "But are we just going to watch a cock take the blame like that?" Veen Din heard that and also felt upset, gritting his teeth and saying, "It's just a bit of physical pain. Wait until we catch the imposter, wait until I achieve the special body title, let a cock die, and then I will revive him later." After that, let him get his own revenge. Bok Thursao still frowned as if unwilling to let go. At that moment, Veen Din quickly decided, enter the secret realm and wait for nightfall. Bok Thursao asked doubtfully, he probably knows the gist of this plot already. Can he still come? Veen Din put on a fierce face and said, he will come, even if he doesn't. I have a letter to make him come. Down on the ground at this moment, Cold Face asked Lu En-hat, have you rescued brother yet? Next, are you going to deal with Veen Din? Lu En-hat heard that and asked back doubtfully, you also want to go? Cold Face immediately replied, yes, only by killing Veen Din can we truly kill Veen Kok. To avenge my younger brother. Lu En-hat looked at her without saying a word. After a while he sat down on a rock and said, I'm sorry. I may have disappointed you. It's a situation of near certain death. I won't let myself take such a risk. Cold Face heard that and lowered her head, looking at her clasped hands, and said in disappointment, is that so? Lu En-hat listened to those sorrowful words but did not soften his heart. He just stared straight ahead. Behind a nearby tree trunk, Nat Dao with a sword hanging on his back, a weapon he had picked up along the way as a player. He looked towards those two and thought to himself, what are Sister Muck and Brother Lu discussing? Sister Muck looks so sad. Is she thinking of breaking up? He thought they would have to fight 300 rounds and then escape from a desperate situation. He never imagined the rear garden would be wiped out in an instant by a monster. He pondered again, not knowing what origin that monster had. Where has it gone now? Will we encounter it again? Oh dear, I hope 1,000 times we never meet again. It's truly terrifying. Even players die from just one touch. Let alone me. Speak of Cao Cao and Cao Cao appears. Nat Dao's sneaky head was immediately topped by another ghostly white head that also sneakily leaned over. Nat Dao widened his eyes and looked behind. In an instant, sweat covered his face. In his mind, he thought he must warn Brother Lu and Sister Muck. As soon as that thought appeared, he flew towards Cold Face and Lu En-hat, running and shouting, the monster is here, the monster is here. Sweat dripped from his forehead more and more. Nat Dao thought again, am I about to die? I'll die instantly, right? Just a light touch from it. Then, as if resigned, Nat Dao lowered his eyes, gritted his teeth, and forced himself to think more optimistically. Maybe it's for the best. Dying would be a release. In a world where players act arrogantly and run wild with no one to restrain them, ordinary people have no will to live. He ran so headlong that when he passed both of them, he didn't even realize it. After running a distance, Nat Dao skidded to a stop, touched his still intact body, and muttered, I'm unharmed, it didn't attack me. At this moment, Lu En-hat and Cold Face began to raise their vigilance. They furrowed their brows and looked in that direction. The all-white monster was slowly approaching. As it walked, it spoke in broken words, go, secret realm, Cold Face puzzledly asked Lu En-hat. What is it saying? Number 9 stepped closer and closer to them, holding a large hammer in his hand. Its mouth still mumbled the words from earlier, go, secret realm, go. Secret realm? At this moment, Lu En-hat proactively stepped forward. He said to Cold Face, take Nat Dao and go, let me hold it off. Cold Face softly called out, brother, elder brother. She looked at him with an indescribable gaze. Lu En-hat paid no attention to her, he was focused on his thoughts. Damn it, I just finished a fight a moment ago. That huge weapon is still left. Other types of weapons can only be used and kept safe for a few seconds. Can't permanently socket two complex things. When will I reach level 50? Cold Face beside him did not hesitate for long after making her decision. She immediately rushed toward Nat Dao, grabbed him with one hand and dragged him in another direction. Before leaving, she said to Lu En-hat, be careful. Nat Dao looked at this strong girl dragging him away and frowned, saying, we can't abandon Brother Lu, we can't abandon him. Cold Face shouted back, shut up. If we stay there, he'll have to split his focus to protect us. That will be even more dangerous. Number 9 approached Lu En-hat. He tilted his head slightly and said one word at a time, go, secret realm. Lu En-hat grimaced at the thing standing opposite him and thought, he didn't react when Cold Face left. It seems this guy's target is me. Seeing that the person in front still had no reaction, Number 9 began to lose patience, tightening his grip on the hammer handle. He slightly crouched into an attacking stance. His mouth again spoke word by word, or break your limbs, then drag you away. Saying that, Number 9 rushed towards Lu En-hat. Seeing danger closing in, Lu En-hat quickly decided, without further words, to just make a move directly. Immediately, the system announced, your skill level is insufficient, unable to imprison the target. Lu En-hat cursed damn it, and immediately switched his attack technique. However, the system once again announced that your skill level is insufficient to carry out a powerful invasion. 2 consecutive notifications made Lu En-hat have no choice but to stop. He panicked and thought, skill disabled, what is going on? Why is my skill level insufficient? Without further ado, Lu En-hat quickly fired a powerful shot from his gun. The bullet was easily deflected by Number 9 with a wave of his hand. His foot stomped the ground so hard that it left a dent. Seeing that guy still charging rapidly towards him, Lu Enhat was clearly startled. The next second, he turned around and said to number 9, "Let's go, I'll go to the place called the Secret Realm." This sentence directly caused number 9's hammer, which was about to smash down, to stop abruptly just a few centimeters from his head. Lu Enhat thought in panic, "I am absolutely no match for him." The key point is, what exactly happened to cause the skill to be disabled? No matter how panicked his mind was, he still tried to calmly repeat what he had just said. "Go to the Secret Realm." Seeing that the person in front of him finally agreed, Zachet said one word, then pointed the hammer in his hand towards the secret realm beyond the forest. Lu Enhat thought somewhat panikedly. Did Hao Hoavine set up an ambush in the secret realm? The young man fell into contemplation. He and Hao Hoavine must be on the same side. If they were on the same side, then why not kill me here, but instead force me to go to the secret realm? He looked towards the huge gate of the secret realm. Lu Enhat thought again. And also, why did he have to attack those people from Hao Hoavine? At the moment, there really was no way to deal with him, so he could only agree to his demands for now. Thinking so, he replied to number 9. All right, Lu Enhat turned and headed towards the entrance of the secret realm. Following behind, number 9 walked leisurely, this big brother-in-law thinking as he walked. Wait, if I change my way of thinking a bit, these 2 points really aren't contradictory. Taking out the people of Hao Hoavine was to suppress me. If at that time the people of Hao Hoavine had been taken out by me, then now my strength might have been greatly enhanced. It could also be considered indirectly increasing the difficulty of dealing with me for them. Thinking of that, he concluded, Veen Din is truly ruthless. And pushing me to the ambush point has only one possibility, that Veen Din wants to take something from me. Glancing back at number 9, who was cheerfully skipping along, Lu Enhat wondered, what could it possibly be? Lu Enhat's thoughts began to spread out in a complex manner. The most valuable thing on me is the special title body. Does Veen Din want to obtain this? Capture me, then use some method I don't know to transfer it from me. That moment Lu Enhat's expression turned serious. He muttered to himself, is that so? Lu Enhat slightly lifted his head to look. The entrance to the secret realm was getting closer and closer. The system announced that the huge weapon form had been restored and the stored treasure orb had been inlaid. All attribute enhancement blessing. By the time the system finished announcing, Lu Enhat and number 9 had arrived in front of the secret realm entrance. He quickly scanned the surroundings and thought to himself, outside the secret realm, there wasn't a single player. It seemed the ambush point was truly inside the secret realm. Then, thinking again of that monster following behind him, Lu Enhat worried silently. If I go in alone, will he follow? If he also follows in, then I just need to lie flat and that's it. I basically don't need to do anything. My skills are disabled, and after all my attributes become neither strong nor weak. Plus Veen Din, I am definitely no match for them. His brows furrowed tightly, Lu Enhat decided to go in and check first. If in the end I really can't resolve this crisis, I still have one last way to escape. The memory orb. To ensure safety, I left the memory orb with a van. If I truly cannot handle it, I will commit suicide to return. Looking at the huge secret realm gate before him, Lu Enhat fell into deep thought for a moment. Then he stepped inside. The hem of his white robe fluttered right after Lu Enhat fully entered. The secret realm gate immediately closed and then completely vanished in the air. The safety rope was still tightly wrapped around Veen Kok's arm. However, a second later, it vanished as Lu Enhat stepped into the secret realm. Veen Kok, with nothing holding him back, fell heavily to the ground. His body began to glow like others at death. At this moment, Veen Kok thought to himself, I'm about to die. On the other side, when Lan Dien, carrying Nap Dao, had run a considerable distance, she stopped. She looked around and didn't see number 9 chasing, so she could confirm that its goal was not to chase her, but Dai Ku Ka. If I'm not the primary target, then I must go back and see if I can help him. Nap Dao was immediately plopped down onto the ground. Then Lan Dien turned and ran like the wind in the opposite direction, leaving him behind with a final sentence. Don't follow, the situation is complicated now. I won't be responsible for your safety anymore. He lowered his eyes sadly to the ground. Then he gritted his teeth in anger, his voice full of resentment. Now in this world are ordinary people just a nuisance. They can't do anything, only causing trouble and dragging down players. Nap Dao's whole body trembled slightly. In the quiet, vast forest, a whisper sounded, unwilling. On the other side, Lu Enhat was stepping through the secret realm entrance. As he walked, he glanced back and confirmed no one was following. The secret realm entrance behind Lu Enhat swirled with air currents, shifting endlessly. Lu Enhat frowned, thinking, they really just quickly pushed me into this secret realm. Do they trust Veen Din to handle me inside, or are they unable to enter? Finally, his feet stepped onto the real ground inside the secret realm. System announcement, welcome to the Heaven and Earth Rebirth Secret Realm. Mission objective, destroy the Black Sun. Note, when the Black Sun descends, players cannot use any of their active skills. All their existing active skills are disabled. Lu Enhat blinked at this system notification, a sentence repeating in his mind, all active skills are restricted. the system then announced. Under the influence of the Black Sun, the all-attribute enhancement blessing is disabled. After hearing these announcements, Lu Enhat stood frozen, not knowing what to do next. He looked up at the sky and saw clouds gathering together, then swirling around an object that looked like a black orb. At that moment, a series of footsteps rushed closer. Lu Enhat was startled to recognize people from Hao Hoavine. Watching them charge aggressively, Lu Enhat cursed inwardly. Damn it, even if all my enhanced attributes vanish, I'm not someone ordinary people like you can handle. Then Lu Enhat swung his blade once, and all these Hao Hoavine people were slashed in half. Suddenly, several soft explosions sounded behind Lu Enhat, making his eyes widen in suspicion. Just as he turned around, he saw those slashed people simultaneously merge, transforming into a stream of white light heading toward him. Notification: you are affected by the deep sleep skill, causing your limb movement to be restricted. Lu Enhat gritted his teeth, watching his body being controlled by those streams of light. He thought angrily, didn't they say skills couldn't be used? When those beams of light completely disappeared, Lu Enhat gripped the blade in his hand and drew it. No, it's just that active skills can't be used, passive skills aren't forbidden. He muttered to himself, his body becoming very heavy. Seeing another group from the rear flower garden rushing over, Lu Enhat's thoughts immediately became chaotic. How to deal with them. A purple beam of light suddenly shot from afar right behind his neck. Lu Enhat looked that way warily, but it was too late. Vien Din had appeared behind him and grabbed his neck, lifting him off the ground. He said, you have no way to increase all your attributes. Compared to me with full attribute values, you are all trash. The system panel displayed his stats. Vien Din level 60. Player message record number recorded the recovery of the player's consumed mental energy. The upper limit recorded the total base mental energy and the data of his other attributes. The system additionally notified Lu Enhat, you are affected by the flow severing skill, causing your movement to gradually slow down. The group from the rear flower garden was slowly approaching. Lu Enhat suddenly shouted, suicide, use the passive to imprison him. In his mind, he muttered again, can't let them trigger their passives. He quickly decided to use the safety rope. The ropes wrapped around Lu Enhat's arms began to move, attracting the attention of Vien Din, who was standing behind. Contrary to Vien Din's surprise, Lu Enhat felt the change on his arm and thought excitedly, great, the safety rope can be used. The safety rope quickly lashed out, making Vien Din warily retreat a large distance. He stared at this strange rope and asked, what is this? Never seen it before. Rope used in the game is equipment obtained in reality. The remaining people from the rear flower garden were wrapped up tightly by the safety rope like mummies. Lu Enhat unleashed the safety rope with a grim expression. He thought, turning you all into ordinary people and then killing you, you won't be able to trigger any passives anymore. Thinking so, he lifted his face and looked forward with a determined gaze. In the next moment, Lu Enhat dashed past those tightly wrapped people with the sharp blade in hand. In a flash, a very light breath made those people helplessly collapse to the ground. The passive skills were not triggered. What is going on? Vien Din looked at the situation ahead and thought vigilantly. At that moment, Lu Enhat coldly said to him, whoever falls down is the trash. Not by looking at stats. The scene below ground was desolate and ruined. Occasionally flashes of collisions flickered, looking closer. Those collisions were from Lu Enhat swinging the safety ropes to deal with Vien Din. The safety rope flew straight to Vien Din's chest, but he leaned aside to dodge in time. Seeing the attack from above fail, the ropes began to target below his feet, but he remained unflustered and easily evaded. While dodging, he said, more flexible than a person, you could totally use it to escape. The way out of this secret realm is right beneath the center of the swirling clouds. Give up fighting me, you can leave. A powerful bang sounded. The safety rope smashed several large rocks behind Vien Din, and he, after successfully dodging, sneered and asked, so you're saying, you're afraid of those monsters out there? The purple-haired head was now extremely excited by the current situation. He curled his lips and said, you want to use them to deal with me. Then find an opportunity to cope with those monsters outside. But indeed, you are too weak. Although these equipment of yours protect you a lot. Tightly, Lu Enhat furrowed his brows tightly as that person's voice kept resounding. The rogue's voice continued. But using it surely consumes a lot of mental energy. Looking at the young man rushing at him with surging killing intent. Vien Din retreated while saying slowly, how much longer can you use it? As long as you can't use this equipment, then me imprisoning you is just a matter of time. His face clearly showed a look of being sure to win. Vien Din rambled on, furthermore, your body is also getting heavier and heavier, right? The effect of the wild mud will become more and more severe over time. Wait until you run out of mental energy. Your body will be completely unable to move. At that time, you will be a fish on the chopping board at my mercy. This man, while dodging attacks, curved his lips into a relaxed smile and said, so, basically I don't need to rush, just let time deal with you. The next second, he switched to a vicious face and said, on the contrary, time is running out for you. Seeing Lu Enhat's grim, silent face, Veen Din pretended as if he suddenly remembered something and said, "Right, I suddenly remembered something. You received a memory orb in the origin world, didn't you?" Hearing that, Lu Enhat suddenly stopped, frowning at the person opposite. The purple-haired man crossed his arms and curled his lips in analysis. "You're carrying it on you, right? If it were me, I definitely wouldn't. I would hide it on a companion I trust enough, hidden away outside. Then if I were in danger, I could use the memory orb to escape. If my companion were in danger, I could use the memory orb to get there in a short time." "So that's it." Veen Din clapped his hands loudly and said, "I told you number 8 and number 9 usually act together." So number 8 went to Hai Than. Upon hearing Hai Than, Lu Enhat glared, looking at the person opposite in disbelief. Then he frowned and said, "The number 9 you mentioned, is it the secret monster guarding outside?" Veen Din politely crossed his arms, then dodged back to avoid Lu Enhat's attacks. He retreated while saying, "That's right, and number 8 is stronger than number 9. Can you withstand the deity of Hai Than?" Then he gave a lewd grin and said, "Or rather, can your arrows stop number 8? Over the sky of Hai Than, dark clouds relentlessly rolled in, covering the sunlight. A powerful lightning bolt slashed down through the gloomy sky, and heavy rain began to pour. At that moment, number 9 had already arrived in Hai Than. He stood in the rain, seemingly waiting for the right moment. In front of him, a few people were gathered under the eaves of a roadside house. Lu Enhat's footsteps suddenly stopped. He stood still for quite a while. This action made the purple-haired man startle a little. The next moment, he instinctively turned and ran in the opposite direction. He thought to himself, "Veen Din is absolutely right. If the current situation continues like this, I will fail." Lu Enhat dashed toward the light pillar on the other side, thinking as he ran, "I must find a way to break this stalemate." Looking at the black hole in the sky, Lu Enhat pondered. The key to breaking the stalemate was to act before his consciousness power ran out. Could he attack this secret realm and bring down the black sun in the sky? This might be his only means at the moment to break this stalemate. Then he gritted his teeth and thought, and what about Miu Miu's side? Recalling the scene of Miu Miu and her teammates, Lu Enhat could only make a decision. Trust in that girl. Veen Din stood in the distance watching Lu Enhat, smiling faintly. In the direction Lu Enhat was running, there was an arrow made of an unknown material, looking extremely dazzling. Running a few more steps, Lu Enhat finally got close to that arrow. He reached out to grab it, thinking it might be an important item. "Check if there are any hints." The system suddenly announced, "Incompatible organization unable to use heaven-shattering nail." The hand that had just grasped the arrow suddenly stiffened. The system announced, "When you touch the heaven-shattering nail, you are marked by the black sun. During this time, your HP will be consumed through double sustained consciousness power consumption. Before sustained consciousness power is fully exhausted, you will be unable to leave the secret realm. After it is exhausted, you may choose to temporarily leave the secret realm." Hearing this, Lu Enhat was startled, thinking, "I understand." At this moment, Veen Din stood behind him, laughing heartily. He said, "You are truly still so naive." He continued, "In this final step of the secret realm, I have combined all the players' strength in the back garden and simulated the limits of what you can do. The results all show that you cannot attack." Lu Enhat was now visibly irritated. He glanced back and listened as he continued, "Not only can you not attack, but it will also continue to drain your consciousness power." At this moment, Veen Din's figure loomed like a demon demanding his life. He slowly said, "You there, obediently surrender with your hands up." The feeling of helplessness at a dead end made Lu Enhat make a decision. If the outcome is failure, then take a desperate gamble. Use all consciousness power, expand the range of the safety cord, and bind Veen Din. A violent storm arose, surrounding Veen Din, unfurling the range of the safety ropes. Countless safety ropes began to shoot out. All of these ropes focused on a single target, that purple-haired man. Veen Din quickly spun around. He fled, however, one safety rope promptly wrapped around one of his legs. Feeling the restraint on his leg, Veen Din looked down for a moment. Immediately after, he was enveloped by Lu Enhat's safety ropes like an egg. The notification sound of his continually decreasing restraint power rang out. Light of conscious power, 21,467 out of 23,969. Light of restraint power, 18,254 out of 23,969. Light of conscious power, 15,976 out of 23,969. Conscious power is depleting too fast. In 10 seconds at most, my conscious power will be completely drained." Lu Enhat exclaimed as he used his conscious power to restrain the other man. Looking at the round bundle in front of him, Lu Enhat wondered suspiciously to himself. He's completely wrapped, but why hasn't it contracted yet? He clenched his hand into a fist, quickly using his thoughts to urge the safety ropes. "Hurry, safety ropes, contract, completely subdue him." That round bundle shook for a while, and immediately after, two hands reaching outward appeared from the top of the bundle. Lu Enhat was directly stunned seeing this scene. The next second, Veen Din used his bare hands to directly pry the safety ropes apart to both sides. He could almost break free from the control of those ropes, and said smugly, "You think you can control me like that? Dream on." In just a short time you've strengthened them this much, your conscious power has depleted considerably. Let's see if I can break free from your chains first. Or your conscious power runs out first. As he spoke these words, the orb that constantly floated beside Veen Din's left shoulder also trembled, emitting streaks of light unlike usual. The desolate, misty ground gradually dissipated, making the vision of the two people clearer. Lu Enhat was startled by the situation before his eyes and muttered softly. Notification sound rang out again. Light of conscious power, 8,453 out of 23,969. Light of restraint power, 6,134 out of 23,969. Light of conscious power, 4,321 out of 23,969. At this moment, Lu Enhat decisively raised his hand to summon his equipped gun. He thought despairingly, there's no other way now. He pointed the muzzle at his own temple, thinking to himself, suicide, then rely on the orb of reminiscence to revive. The muzzle was at his temple, but Lu Enhat hesitated. It's just that the orb of reminiscence recorded me at level 60 in the original realm. If I revive through the orb of reminiscence, will my special body title, the safety ropes, the central winter wasteland, and the sealed treasure orb still be there? Like a warning bell, the system spoke again. Light of conscious power, 4,325 out of 23,969. Light of restraint power, 2,125 out of 23,969. Hearing the system continuously announce that his conscious power had dropped to 2,000, Lu Enhat became more resolute. Better this than depleting conscious power and falling into Veen Din's hand. Right at this moment, Veen Din spoke up. You want to commit suicide, then revive through the orb of reminiscence to escape from here, huh? He said in an extremely manic tone. I won't let you die, I've pinned you as long as you die. I will immediately enter the secret realm to revive you. Level 1 is assessed with priority, you can only revive in my hands. You can't escape. Lu Enhat still held the gun pointed at his temple without letting go. He secretly reassured himself, everything you say is false. If it were true, then his previous actions wouldn't be waiting for my conscious power to deplete, but a direct massacre. In some hidden corner, a hand holding a bow was raised. Veen Din's voice rang out, he laughed loudly and said, you won't escape my grasp. Just like you can't use this equipment to tie me down here. Saying this, he laughed uncontrollably again. Lu Enhat clenched his teeth, thinking, I can't hesitate, I have to pull the trigger. Whoosh, the orb floating beside Veen Din's right shoulder was pierced by an arrow, shattering into many pieces. This sudden change startled and bewildered both Veen Din and Lu Enhat. The arrow that had just shattered the orb was now deeply embedded in the ground nearby. Losing the power from the orb, Veen Din was immediately controlled once more by Lu Enhat's safety ropes. He muttered helplessly, no, no, no. In just a few short moments, Veen Din's entire body was bound by the safety ropes. He began to lose his sense of direction, staggering a few steps, and then his whole body fell backwards onto the ground. Seeing this, Lu Enhat thought, success. His mouth agape, he turned around to search for the person who had shot the arrow just now, thinking in his head, who is it who helped me just now? The person who shot the arrow just now was exactly Landine. Seeing him turn around, she called out, Daiku. Lu Enhat also called her name, Landine. He asked her, bewildered, how? How did you get here too? Landine replied, I exited the secret realm and discovered several monsters sitting there. Thinking you were probably forced into the secret realm, so I looked for an opportunity to run inside. Lu Enhat immediately replied gratefully, thank you very much. Without you, I would have lost my life here today. At this time, Landine stepped closer to him. She looked at the person bound by the safety ropes on the ground and asked, this is Chief Veen of the rear garden. Lu Enhat replied, that's right. It was indeed arduous, but it's resolved now. Lu Enhat looked down at the object in Landine's hand, feeling surprised. He asked Landine, the weapon in your hand is, then thought to himself, this material is exactly the same as Fa Thien Din's without any difference. Landine heard that and asked back, this, she raised the bow and said, if not for it, I would not have left my little brother that night. Lu Enhat comforted her. Don't be sad, now we have caught Veen Din, we can avenge your little brother. Landine replied, yeah. The corpse lay silent on the ground, but a second later it suddenly moved violently. And Landine was extremely surprised to see this. He quickly decided the next course of action. He's still easy to handle, take advantage of the moment he's turning into an ordinary person, take him down, Lu Enhat said to Landine. To be cautious, Landine, you go get the arrow from behind and shoot the black sun. Unlock the active skill seal of this secret realm. Then he took the blade and chopped down at Veen Din's neck, saying, I'll finish him off. Landine asked in confusion, arrow. Immediately, she rushed toward the sparkling arrow that Lu Enhat had intended to use against Veen Din earlier, and responded. All right, she quickly grabbed the arrow and drew the bow toward the sky. Landine paused a moment to aim. With a swoosh, the arrow shot straight into the sky. The black orb sat silent in the sky, and the instant it was hit by the arrow, it slowly began to shrink. Within just a few minutes, the sky had undergone many changes that startled Landine. System notification. Phase 9 mission, eliminate the black sun, successful. Phase 10 mission, mend the sky activated. Phase 10 mission, mend the sky is affected by the black sun. A large crack appeared in the sky. Nurture a sky-mending stone to fill the crack in the sky. Note, substances appearing from the crack may bring unpredictable influences on the rules within the secret realm. At this moment, there was no longer a deep black hole, replaced by streaks of red light. The girl was stunned by the scene above. On this side, Lu Enhat also stopped the movement of his hands, but his eyes widened, an expression of disbelief as he looked ahead. Vien Din, who had been bound by Lu Enhat's safety ropes, now shook off all those ropes and sat up to talk to him. Almost fainted under your hand again. Notification. The rules here are restricted. All equipment and items have lost their effects. Rules restricted. Lu Enhat was startled and thought to himself, structure. Does the real world also have structures? After my structure appeared, it can't be used anymore, just like leaving one's territory in the ruined area. However, if there is a royal family in the real world, then surely there must also be computing agencies and structures. Lu Enhat's face tensed as he thought, how many seconds will the restriction last? And the original realm is the same. If the accounting authority of the power is below 100%, how many seconds can be restricted? Vien Din looked at the boy retreating a great distance in confusion and thought to himself. The structure only restricts the use of equipment. Now, active skills have recovered. I can deal with him now, this situation can be cracked. Then he propped his hands and stood up, slowly saying, it seems my earlier caution was correct. A person with a special body like you is no different from having the protagonist's halo of the concept in the story. Vien Din's voice echoed, any development will appear in the state most suitable for you. That equipment of yours, the appearance of the player behind you, just happened to be able to solve the game I set up. Suddenly his voice became extremely vicious, and all of this should have been mine. In an instant, he spoke furiously while lunging toward Lu Enhat. I have stolen the special body that originally belonged to me today. In this place, I must take back what belongs to me. System notification. Consciousness power light 5004 out of 11,099. Amidst the system notification, Lu Enhat thought quickly. After losing the equipment attributes, consciousness power only remained over 10,000. First, use the 5,000 newly restored consciousness power to enhance all attributes. System notification. Congratulations, all attributes enhanced by 2,500. Frozen state. System notification. Ansang consciousness power 27,538,599. Lu Enhat continued to decide to directly use all consciousness power to unleash Sin Kin Enhap Tham. Total 26,400,000 points of damage. The skill Sin Kin Enhap Tham. Lu Enhat reached out his hand, thinking in his head, take him down. Vien Din seemed pinned in midair. Then his entire body fell to the ground. Vien Din's expression turned extremely gloomy. On Landine's side at this moment, the girl reached out to catch a crystal falling from the sky. On Lu Enhat's side, he gritted his teeth, staring at the person in front of him, thinking, is it enough? If not, I'll add another, too bad. Sin Kin Enhap Tham cannot stack, it can only sustain damage. Otherwise, the frozen state could be stacked infinitely. No matter how much health he has, he would die. Vien Din then showed a smile of unclear meaning. He said, this little bit of power is completely insufficient to threaten me. System notification. NHU Kin injury immunity. Any damage reduced by 25%. NHU Kin aura reduces all forces. Within the aura, everything is reduced by 25%. Soft tendon body passive. Agility and heavy fist sense +3. Physical strength and intelligence +2. Active. Temporarily increases damage by consuming mental power. Vien Din's nameplate flashed a blinding red. Lu Enhat was stunned, speechless. The very next moment, Vien Din teleported right next to Lu Enhat. System notification. Freeze status ended. Vien Din swung his hand to claw Lu Enhat's face, but he quickly dodged. Seeing this, he directly reached out. His huge hand grabbed Lu Enhat by the throat and hoisted him up. He said, you think activating an active skill is good for you. Notification, you are affected by the skill severing flow. All your actions will become sluggish. Lu Enhat gritted his teeth, trying to break free from Vien Din's control. He thought to himself, even with that extra skill that increased by 2,500, the gap with his opponent was still too huge. I have to find a way out. I still have over 20,000 consciousness power and a blessing. As soon as the cooldown ends, I can add another 10,000 attribute points. That might be enough. No, my equipment is level locked and my earlier cooldown is gone too. I can't stack attributes anymore. I'll just have to bear it. Right then Vien Din spoke. Because of the consciousness separation skill, notification, the effect of your consciousness barrier skill has vanished. Lu Enhat ground his teeth in fury, glaring at him. Vien Din still didn't release Lu Enhat. He continued, "You've already used consciousness force condensation. Now what will you use to recover your consciousness power? If you have nothing more to say," Veen Din gritted his teeth and spoke his final words, "Then I win." Lu Enhat seethed with rage but couldn't say a word. Just then, an arrow shot past Veen Din's arm. Lu Enhat broke free from the man's grip and heaved a sigh of relief. He's free. He immediately backed far away from Veen Din. He then turned his attention to the girl standing in the distance. He said, "I almost forgot about you." The ground instantly split with countless cracks. The speed was so fast that Landine couldn't react and just stood there frozen. Veen Din lunged forward and delivered a heavy punch to Landine's stomach. He snarled angrily, "You mistreated a cock and I haven't settled the score with you yet." He pulled back his hand, and the small girl's body was sent flying a long distance. Landine struggled to prop herself up with her hands and sit up. System notification, Wind Force Spirit Light Evasion. When HP drops below 1%, it automatically activates to evade fatal damage. Yuan Ding, the human face, announced that Phase 9 had been captured by her. For the time being, there was no way to escape the secret realm, so kill her first, then capture. Liu Yi observed the situation from a distance, thinking to himself that after all it might not be necessary. The awareness force was no longer a threat. But to deal with Yuan Ding, only the safety bind would work. Currently, the safety bind was restricted by a seal and couldn't be used. Wait, if the seal was still there, how had Leng Mayan attacked Yuan Ding to save him? At that moment, he suddenly looked down at the safety ropes coiled around his arm and discovered that the safety bind could be used now. Liu Yi fell into deep thought. Using the safety bind consumed a large amount of awareness force. He needed to recover awareness force within 10 seconds, so what should he say to attract that guy's attention? The next second, he loudly shouted provocatively, "Do you think we have no way to save ourselves? Is it that the mysterious person can wipe us out with a single click?" Yuan Ding was slightly startled upon hearing that. He turned back to look at him and mutter, "It seems you've collected quite a few things." However, without pausing too long, he continued rushing toward Leng Mayan and said, "But after I finish her off, I'll come back to play with you slowly." Liu Yi thought in panic, "This is bad. Although the awareness force has only recovered to 30% if I don't use it, Leng Mayan will definitely die." The safety bind could be used now, and it was confirmed that the awareness force was sufficient. Liu Yi took advantage of the frozen state, and the safety ropes quickly advanced toward Leng Mayan's location. Right after that, her entire body was tightly seized. Liu Yi controlled the ropes to move her to safety. At this time, the remaining safety ropes shot toward Yuan Ding. Seeing that, he said in surprise, "You still have awareness force. However, don't think the same trick will work on me a second time." His body nimbly jumped backward to evade Liu Yi's oncoming safety ropes. Seeing that he still couldn't restrain him, Liu Yi said, "Then add 2 more skills, imprisonment and silence." As soon as these 2 skills were unleashed, Yuan Ding's entire body immediately became unable to move, and he could only stand still, controlled by Liu Yi. The safety ropes once again wrapped tightly around his body. Yuan Ding struggled helplessly. Liu Yi said excitedly, "It worked." In contrast to that excitement, Yuan Ding, who was under control, loudly questioned Liu Yi. "All you had to do was let me control you. Let me teleport you out of here. Why do you have to struggle so fiercely?" Losing control, Yuan Ding shouted, "Wouldn't it be fine to obediently surrender and be tied up? Why must you push me to this point?" Watching him become more and more unhinged, Liu Yi secretly acted, activating the steering wheel and horn. It worked. "Go, safety bind." Yuan Ding screamed madly, activating the title Mysterious Hands. After that activation, all the members of the back garden who had just died suddenly appeared. Liu Yi's safety ropes quickly wrapped tightly around those who had just appeared. The system encountered an error and immediately kept repeating the announcement. "The number of people in the secret realm has exceeded the limit. The number of people in the secret realm has exceeded the limit." Liu Yi was dumbfounded at the sight. The safety ropes lost all their strength and dropped to the ground at his feet. Those people were exactly the back garden members whom Liu Yi had killed earlier. Those people began to stir randomly, and murmuring voices arose. "What's going on? What is this?" the system announced. "Frozen state ended. Awareness force, awareness force." Liu Yi stared in shock at the system panel, his mouth wide open and motionless. In an instant, the awareness force dropped to 0. Yuan Ding grabbed the now completely harmless safety rope and said, "As expected, as long as there are more people, your awareness force will decrease exponentially, also indirectly hindering you from using equipment." He said smugly, "Now what can you still use?" At this moment, the sky above Liu Yi suddenly had abnormal fluctuation. Liu Yi panicked and thought to himself, it's over, this time it's really over. Without awareness force, I can't do anything." Right after that, the gloomy sky was suddenly obscured by a spreading blinding light, causing Liu Yi to look over in surprise. In just a moment, the sky became almost completely white. The back garden members also said blankly, what is happening?" Yuan Ding also looked up at this sudden scene. Suddenly, droplets of water began to fall in a flurry. Yuan Ding raised his hand to catch these raindrops with suspicion. The system continuously announced, awareness force restored by 1,000. Yuan Ding frowned and thought, this rain can restore awareness force. Immediately he shouted, not good. The others still raised their hands to catch the rain, not understanding what was happening. The sky was filled with clusters of clouds pouring down raindrops. Liu Yi saw that the safety ropes were once again under his control and began to smile dangerously. The clouds in the sky gradually dispersed, leaving a patch of ground soaking wet. Yuan Ding, drenched from head to toe with rainwater, trembled and said, this damned special body. The heavens wonder sequence strikes to kill, he quickly shouted angrily. Why wasn't I the first one to receive it? Right after that, he was tightly bound by the seatbelts. The members of the back garden also couldn't escape being wrapped up by the seatbelts. Everyone was in an uproar. What's going on? Why has it already started? Garden Chief, Liu Enhat muttered to himself, thank you. Having revived so many players like this, it's just right for me to test. Reviving players like that, can I obtain full power from it? A powerful invasion under the rain. Those tightly bound bodies quickly collapsed to the ground once again. The system successively announced the players killed by Liu Enhat and the computation power stats he successively received. Bin Din stared wide-eyed in that direction. He roared in anger. Unwilling, I have reached this level, yet still fail. I am unwilling. The system notification kept sounding, continuously informing Liu Enhat of the levels he was successively gaining. In the relentless downpour, the streaks of light hadn't completely faded. When those players returned to meet their ancestors, they still glimmered in some places. Liu Enhat silently listened as the system announced the stats of his own attributes after this extremely fierce battle. The raindrops gradually lightened, then a moment later stopped completely, leaving a few small puddles. Liu Enhat curled his lips in a triumphant smile, his strength fully restored. He quickly acted, permanently setting the sealing orb into a large-scale weapon. The system again listed a series of his attribute stats, followed by a notification about the sealing orb being permanently installed as a large-scale weapon and related issue. Liu Enhat said, equip full gear. The equipment in the storage slots now slowly appeared on his body. After fully equipping, the system announced a long list of stats one last time. Bin Din was now tightly wrapped from head to toe by seatbelts. From the back of his neck, strange white spikes grew out. Liu Enhat turned to look at him. He said, thank you for helping me achieve this. Goodbye. Saying so, he swung his sword at Bin Din's neck. And what happened next made Liu Enhat widen his eyes in surprise. The sharp blade stopped at his neck without causing any further injury. Bin Din slowly said, you cannot kill me. Although my player identity is suppressed by your equipment, I still have another monster identity. The existence of the monster identity is much stronger than the player identity, but once it is replaced by the monster identity, my final consciousness will be suppressed until it disappears. That's one of the reasons I didn't want to use it, he continued. Now the monster identity has completely won. Soon, what you will face is an end times monster boss with no consciousness at all, unless the cooldown of my fake construct ends. But unfortunately, just now after restricting all equipment, the cooldown of fake construct is 10 days. Bin Din's voice rang out faintly, the blade still resting on his neck without the slightest movement. But this is not the most important thing now. The most important thing is that the secret realm requires us to merge with the sky if there is now no way to reverse it. So even if my condition changes, there is no way to leave the secret realm. As if to prove what he said, the dazzling bright area in the sky spread wider and wider, as if wanting to assert its own existence. Bin Din slowly continued, the special physique is truly perverted. In such a situation, it still left you another way out, the return orb. Unlike me, when I was in the primal world, I already used it up. Liu Enhat turned back to look at him. Then he looked up at the strange sky with a thoughtful expression. Cold Face stepped forward and said to Liu Enhat, Uncle, you don't need to listen to his nonsense. There is no way to complete the secret realm. In his ravings, there is definitely some scheme we haven't seen through. Liu Enhat replied to her with a grunt. Hearing that, Bin Din laughed loudly several times and said, no way to complete the secret realm. Little girl, your understanding is too limited. There are many secret realms that cannot be completed, you just haven't encountered them. Speaking of which, this is one of those uncompletable secret realms, a super large-scale secret realm. Why compare it to the real world? Reality is reality. Secret realms are secret realms. He shifted his body slightly and said, if you don't believe it, you can ask about it. He knows no less than I do. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said something like wipe out everything with a single click. Cold Face turned to look at Liu Enhat in surprise. Bin Din's voice began to sink. We, you see, are just a bunch of insects locked in a sealed room. At any time, we could be killed by the owner of that room. With insecticide, then reincarnate once, and continue to experience life and death all over again. I wonder how far the investigators have gotten. Have they discovered that the world we exist in is just a copy? Liu Enhat was stunned to hear that. He muttered to himself, a copy? What does that mean? Bin Din, still kneeling before the two of them, continued, our world is just a small copy within the vast world, including the physical infrastructure, technological level, and both you and me. Usually every 20 years, time repeats, returning to the state just at the beginning. His voice was filled with bitterness, just think about it. So despairing, every effort we make will become futile, then vanish from the world. A copy of a vast world, established once every 20 years. Liu Enhat still stood in that same posture. Thoughts began flooding his mind like a tide. How could that be? He frowned tightly and asked the other person. If it really is as you say, then why do you resist? Why still try to seize my special physique? Veen Din immediately replied, so you didn't know about this at all. He explained, because in the end if one obtains the special physique, the player can retain their strength until the next establishment. Cold Face listened to this shocking information, her mouth agape as if she had 1,000 words to say. But then she pressed her lips shut, said nothing, and looked toward Liu Enhat. Veen Din's silhouette against the backlight exuded an endless loneliness. He then said, originally I would not have said these words to you, but I have no way to leave this secret realm. This is practically a death sentence for me. Liu Enhat remained silent, just looking at him. Veen Din then urged, hurry up and go, use the reminiscence orb. Your little sister is still waiting for you to save her. It's late, by then the reminiscence orb will completely disappear, and you won't be able to revive either. Your little sister also won't be able to wait for you to come save her, Liu Enhat thought. Were his words true? Then he reached his hand out in front of Veen Din's face and said, even if I must go, I'll take the title of champion from you first. He thought to himself, regardless of whether what he said is true or false, as long as he dies here, I'll believe his words more. System notification. Your skill level is insufficient to use penetration power to invade the body. Liu Enhat glared angrily. Again, skill level insufficient. Veen Din calmly told him, I told you you can't kill me. No need to waste your strength anymore. Only then did he reluctantly withdraw his hand. Next, Liu Enhat turned and asked Cold Face, are you the one who completed the previous trial of this secret realm? Do you have a way to clear this trial? The girl replied, yes, but she held out her hand. On it was a large crystal. Cold Face said, just give me this sky-mending stone. Cold Face jumped aside, then placed the sky-mending stone on the ground, saying, I just tried a bit. The sky-mending stone only has the effect of harmonizing with the surrounding environment. Seeing the sky-mending stone slowly rise up from the ground, Cold Face let out a regretful sigh. It will slowly affect the surrounding stones, turning them into sky-mending stone. She looked gravely at that stone, then slowly sat down and said, but the speed is very slow. It feels like it would take a whole day just to turn the surrounding stones into sky-mending stone. Suddenly Cold Face looked up at the sky and said, moreover, to want. She suddenly stopped as she said this. After a while, Cold Face slowly spoke. Gather a large amount of sky-mending stones to mend the sky. I feel that even waiting a whole lifetime wouldn't be enough, let alone the fact that this sky patch that needs mending keeps getting bigger and bigger. Remembering Veen Din's earlier words, Cold Face put on a sad expression, saying, although I don't want to admit what Veen Din said, but his words are true, maybe we will never be able to leave this secret realm. Her gaze briefly turned to Veen Din and she said frankly, however, if I can kill Veen Din, that would be the best ending for me, so I can die without any regret. Suddenly Liu Enhat turned to look at her again. Then he calmly took out a rope. Liu Enhat stood there calmly, using that rope to measure around this empty plot of land. Lan Dean looked at the rope's direction in surprise and asked the uncle, uncle, this rope, when it encounters a transparent barrier, automatically changes direction. Thus it has gone around this plot of land, and then began to return to Liu Enhat. He said while winding up the rope, I used my equipment to probe the border of this secret realm, to see if there is any other place with sky-mending stone. It's really convenient to have an infinite source of consciousness power. Seeing the rope return, Landine hurriedly asked, how is it? Contrary to Landine's impatience, Liu Enhat looked serious and replied, unfortunately, this entire secret realm is just empty land. Go all the way and you'll encounter a transparent wall blocking you. He knelt down slightly to look at the stone and the area beneath it, then said, you could say that. The only way is to use sky-mending stone to create sky-mending stone. Saying this, he suddenly paused to think for a moment, but at this speed. The difficult problem has emerged, causing Liu Enhat to ponder in frustration. Could it be that suicide is the only option? Is resurrecting through the memory orb the only way to leave? Suddenly Liu Enhat remembered something. He stared at Veen Din. Veen Din, who was now sealed by Liu Enhat, could only sit still in one place, unable to move. Liu Enhat slowly walked over to Veen Din and proposed, if there is no way to complete the secret realm, you plan to die here, then can you answer a few of my questions? After asking, Liu Enhat sank into thought. About the real world, I know too little, no matter whether his answers are true or false. To me, they all serve as a basis for making decisions. To use the information to discuss with those who know the truth and exchange more information. Liu Enhat frowned, looked straight at Veen Din and asked, where did that monster outside come from? "What is your relationship?" But his answer was silence from Veen Din. After a long while, Veen Din slowly spoke up and asked back, "Do you know why a special body can survive until the end?" Liu Enhat replied, "Because it is a condition to challenge the Thien Dia Gate. Thien Dia is a place guarded by 3 mysterious people. If you can successfully challenge it, you can escape the world's cycle of reincarnation." After hearing his answer, Veen Din continued, "And number 9, they are the subordinates of Thien Dia. Regarding the relationship between me and them, to put it nicely, we are allies for the future. Currently, Thien Dia always wants me to develop and become her number 10 subordinate. It just hasn't happened yet, but it's about to. The plan to deal with you has completely failed." He looked up at the sky in agony and said, "Without the protection of the special body, I will also lose the qualification to challenge Thien Dia and can only become her slave." After hearing this answer, Liu Enhat seemed to become pensive. He thought Thien Dia's special body, the so-called ticket, is actually the Thien Dia procedure, right? Liu Enhat again quietly immersed himself in his own world. Landine pondered and continued asking, "And what about skill levels? Why don't my skills work on you guys? It seems your attribute level is not high either." Veen Din worriedly replied, "That is too dangerous. Every slave of Thien Dia can restrict and reclaim players' skill." Saying this, Veen Din paused for a moment, then continued, "You must start finding a way to permanently increase your attribute level. Otherwise, you simply cannot fight against Thien Dia." Liu Enhat coldly said. "Be specific," he continued. "When all skills exceed 500, you will obtain a passive immunity skill. This skill will upgrade according to your body's resistance. If the difference between immunity and skill level is 1 level, then the skill effect will be greatly weakened. Level 2 can make you immune to all of the opponent's skill effects." Veen Din's answer made Liu Enhat secretly doubt, "Is that so? If that is true, my level 1 skill is Irregular Warrior. Then Veen Din's immunity level is at least level 3 or even higher." Finally, Liu Enhat decided to ask the next question. "The last question, regarding those 3 mysterious people, how much do you know?" Landine added. "If Thien Dia is the survivor of the last reincarnation, then Dia An is probably the last mysterious person. Anyway, it's still the same." Facing the 2 interrogators, Veen Din replied dejectedly, "It's about the same." His quick answer made Liu Enhat unable to help feeling suspicious, answering without any hesitation, like a dying person who no longer cares about anything. Having told everything, has he really accepted his fate? At this moment, Veen Din spoke up and asked, "Can I ask you for a favor?" Suddenly called upon, Liu Enhat was bewildered. Veen Din ignored his expression and pleaded, "Every time Thien Dia takes power, there is a chance to end the cycle of reincarnation. No one knows why. But the previous Thien Dia gave up taking power. If you really become Thien Dia, could you let this reincarnation cycle end in your hands?" Upon hearing this plea from Veen Din, Liu Enhat felt somewhat indescribable. Suddenly, Liu Enhat looked up at the sky. Trat An took out a gun. Veen Din continued without concern, "Liu Enhat, if that truly happens, then we should talk." Upon seeing this gun, Landine was endlessly surprised. Liu Enhat thought darkly, "It seems besides suicide, using the memory orb to leave this place, there really is no other way left." He fingered the gun again and pondered. Hesitation was not his style. If that's the case, then just commit suicide. Besides, it is still in danger. I should let go of everything and go back to hell. The image of Veen Din sitting below looked so pitiful. One would think all his words were sincere. But hidden deep beneath that mask was a vicious face, waiting for Liu Enhat to commit suicide. He thought letting go was a choice, but this choice was not accepted by the special body. Veen Din suddenly recalled the scene of being tied up by Liu Enhat and said viciously, "The special body cannot be taken by force. It can only be voluntarily relinquished. The only way to relinquish it is suicide, after which the title of special body will fall to the dead land. The game I arranged, though it looks like being crushed." Veen Din kept remembering the moment he was on top of Liu Enhat. That feeling gave him immense exhilaration. He recounted, "But I know that all actions against the special body will fail. As expected, all my tricks were easily neutralized." He had no choice but to place all hope in this choice, so only by heading into a dead end, then offering solutions with traps. That is the only answer, even though this might put him in a desperate situation. But he knows that when possessing the special body, as long as he doesn't give up, every desperate situation will have a glimmer of hope. The viciousness was clear on Veen Din's face. He silently urged, "Come on, yes, leave this place. Saving the world or whatever, just leave it to me." But Liu Enhat seemed hesitant, unwilling to commit suicide. Suddenly he realized something, he thought suspiciously. But this was clearly the scene Veen Din wanted to see most. He could not leave, as he said. Suddenly Liu Enhat turned and stared at Veen Din, making him panic. He wondered, did he still have any unused equipment on him? How to solve this current situation? Looking at that unwillingness to commit suicide, Veen Din clenched his fist angrily. Just a little more and his plan would have been perfectly successful. Dissatisfaction filled Veen Din's face. Meanwhile, Liu Enhat took out a bell and asked himself, "Dong Hong Bell, is there anything I can use the Dong Hong Bell for?" At this moment, Lu Enhat suddenly looked at the heaven patching stone and asked Landine how to retrieve the heaven patching stone after using it. Landine replied blankly, "Just dig it up, uncle. What kind of equipment is that in your hand?" Having received the answer, he began to think carefully again. Once planted, the heaven patching stone could merge with the earth. Would it be considered part of this place? Could I use the Dong Hong bell to record this scene? Then have Landine dig up the heaven patching stone to restore the original state. Turning the heaven patching stone, an idea popped into his head. Dong Hong bell record, let's try, without a moment's hesitation. Lu Enhat immediately told Landine to dig up the heaven patching stone. She naively agreed to do it. "Okay, uncle." He nodded and gave a soft aha in response. When taking the heaven patching stone up, the ground underneath was dented. Next, Lu Enhat tried his method. Dong Hong bell restore. Immediately, a heaven patching stone appeared. When she saw the heaven patching stone regrow, Landine was speechless with amazement. This. She turned to ask Lu Enhat in surprise, "Uncle, what is this?" But now Lu Enhat was still immersed in his own joy. "It really works," he said while creating other heaven patching stones. "I'll explain the specifics later. Pick up that heaven patching stone." "I'll record it," Landine immediately complied. "Right away." Then it was a cycle of recording and restoring. At this point, 4 heaven patching stones had been created. Next, continue recording, restoring, this time doubled the previous amount. Lu Enhat grew more and more enthusiastic as he did it. Record restore. But now, the heaven patching stones were far more than at the beginning. More and more heaven patching stones were being created. The heaven patching stones automatically merged together, forming a gigantic heaven patching stone. Landine said happily, "The heaven patching stones have automatically merged, so awesome. Uncle, with a heaven patching stone like this, it's probably enough." But Lu Enhat sternly objected, "Not enough, let's pull it out of the ground together." Continue duplicating. In contrast to the joy of the two of them, the atmosphere around Vien Din was getting darker and darker. After a while, when a colossal heaven patching stone was created, Lu Enhat said with satisfaction, "This should be enough. So how do we use it?" Hearing that, Landine volunteered to take charge and handed it to Chao. Chao could separate it, and she immediately took out the bow and arrow equipment. She shot an arrow at that stone, and the stone immediately exploded into many small pieces. But because the quantity was too large, Landine was a bit overwhelmed. She worriedly said, "No, it has condensed to the point that I alone can lift it." Lu Enhat suggested first checking how much could be supplemented. Landine seriously shot each sky-mending stone to mend the sky. After finishing, Landine looked up at the sky to assess the situation and then reported, "About 1/50th of the holes have been mended." Lu Enhat raised his eyes to the sky-mending stones and said, "Compared with the amount of sky-mending stones we have, it's enough." "Continue," Landine replied, "All right." Slowly, the sky is being repaired piece by piece. After a period of unceasing effort, a section of the sky was completely mended. After a little more time, the sky was completely repaired. The system displayed a notification. The Skymender phase quest completed. Congratulations on clearing the grand secret realm of heaven and earth reconstruction. The reward received is 7,420,224,000 experience points. Because you participated in 2 phases of the quest, the experience is double. The secret realm will close in 0 minutes. Immediately, a portal appeared and Lu Enhat joyfully shouted, "We succeeded, the realm's portal has appeared." Landine happily said, "Uncle, quick, let's leave the secret realm quickly." Having said that, she quickly ran off, but Lu Enhat remained standing still. He seriously thought, "No, we still can't leave." Lu Enhat looked over at Vien Din and muttered, "We still haven't dealt with Vien Din. If we haven't found a way to destroy those monsters outside, going out now is suicide." When she saw that Lu Enhat wasn't following, Landine stopped as well. Not seeing Lu Enhat's figure behind her made her panic and turn her head back. Seeing that the portal was about to close, Landine shouted, "Uncle, hurry up. It wasn't easy to open the realm's portal. If we don't go now, we won't be able to get out." At the same time, Vien Din's eyes became bloodthirsty. Lu Enhat stared at Vien Din and thought, "But how do we kill him? Arc can't penetrate his defense. The skill level isn't enough." The pendulum, having said that, he quickly fired 2 shots at Vien Din, but there seemed to be a barrier on his body, making it impossible to shoot through. Although it couldn't penetrate, it still made Vien Din stumble far back. He slowly sat up and said, "I told you, you can't kill me." Lu Enhat remained lost in thought. No, Senza can only rely on the secret realm to close it. Leave him inside the secret realm and deal with him then. It's just a pity that I can't kill him with my own hands, and can't obtain his player title and computing power authority. He decided to leave first. using safety to temporarily trap him inside the secret realm. But another thought held Lu En-hat back. No, I can't leave. Vien Din isn't dead yet. Only by killing Vien Din could he truly avenge his younger brother. Lu En-hat's hesitation and Vien Din's arrogant expression made Lan Din furious. She angrily walked over to the stone and cursed it. Suddenly, Lan Din raised her hand and touched the stone. Immediately, the stone shattered into small pieces and Lan Din shouted, "Mister, leave Vien Din to me." Seeing that she still hadn't left, Lu En-hat was a bit surprised. Lan Din said seriously, "To complete the mission, we only need to use half of the heaven-mending stone. I will condense all the heaven-mending stones at once and change their properties to attack. With the special nature of the heaven-mending stone, we might be able to kill Vien Din." Hearing this, Vien Din was utterly shocked. Perhaps the effect of the heaven-mending stone could affect his life. Lan Din immediately changed the properties of the heaven-mending stone to attack. In just a moment, a huge heaven-mending stone shattered into countless tiny fragments. Those fragments gathered, forming a vortex that converged at Lan Din's location. After a while, they combined to form a compact bow that rested in her hand. But suddenly, a current of electricity streaked across Lan Din's face, causing her such pain that her brows furrowed. Lu En-hat saw that and quickly asked, "What's wrong?" Lan Din gritted her teeth and replied, "It's nothing." She swiftly raised the bow. Her eyes blazed with hatred aimed straight at Vien Din. Facing that arrow, Vien Din was terrified beyond measure and his body involuntarily stepped backward. Lan Din shouted furiously, "Die, Vien Din." When the arrow was released, Lu En-hat couldn't help but step back in alarm. The aura emanating from this arrow was truly startling. He stared intently at the arrow as it flew. Would it succeed? Although it was a bit of a pity that he couldn't do it himself, but if it was Lan Din, who had earned the title of contestant, if he asked her to use her resurrection ability to help him, she would surely agree. Then Vien Din cried out, "Wait!" Finally, fear overcame all his stubbornness, forcing Vien Din to admit defeat. "I've lost. I know you two won't spare me, but I can use the method to eliminate number 8 and number 9 in exchange for a chance to resurrect my younger brother, so he doesn't leave the secret realm. I hope he can survive. Rest assured his strength won't pose a threat to you two." Vien Din's voice trembled, but a tiny glimmer of hope shone in his eyes. "You both have loved ones, so you should be able to understand me." Lan Din resolutely did not lower her bow. She asked, "Who are number 8 and number 9? Lu En-hat answered, "The monsters guarding outside the secret realm that forced me to rush into this secret realm. After dealing with Vien Din, the next targets to eliminate are them." Lan Din narrowed her eyes, her gaze full of suspicion, and looked at Vien Din. Vien Din's younger brother, Vien Kok. His brother isn't Vien Kok, right? Her gaze grew even sharper. Lan Din sternly said, "Then resurrect your brother." Vien Din pleaded urgently, "Then let me loosen these bindings a little, just a little bit, so I can use my consciousness power. Don't force me to say it first. Before my brother is safe, I absolutely won't reveal anything. The current situation is completely different from before. Now there is hope of survival. Before there was none." Lu En-hat curled his lips in a cold smile, his eyes full of skepticism, and said, "Ridiculous. First of all, not to mention that you might use the opportunity to escape. And as for your information, we have no idea whether it's true or false. If we actually follow your instructions, what if the information you give us turns out to be fake?" Then Lan Din spoke up, her voice calm but full of confidence. "No, mister, just let him resurrect his brother. Even if he really escapes, as long as he's still inside this secret realm, I can guarantee that I can still kill him." Lu En-hat looked at Lan Din in amazement, stunned by this confidence. After a moment's thought, Lu En-hat had no choice but to comply. "All right then." Saying so, he immediately loosened the bindings, but his eyes remained vigilant, not leaving Vien Din for a moment. Lu En-hat took a defensive stance, constantly reminding himself, "Stay alert. Even if Lan Din can handle Vien Din, I must guard against any unexpected events." Suddenly, the scene before him made Lu En-hat gasp in shock. Vien Din actually resurrected Vien Kok back to life. He was so astonished he couldn't speak. He really just resurrected a player, making no attempt to escape. Lu En-hat saw the familiar figure and a doubt secretly rose in his heart. However, this player, but when he turned to Lan Din, she fiercely raised her bow towards Vien Kok. Upon being resurrected, Vien Kok couldn't contain his joy and shouted, "I'm finally resurrected." He turned to Vien Din, his eyes lighting up, and asked, "Brother, did you succeed? Let's go catch players." However, when he looked over and saw Vien Din tied up, Vien Kok's eyes widened in anger. He rushed over anxiously, worriedly asking, "Brother, you now?" Just then, a chuckle rang out, "Go catch me." Lan Din looked at him with disdain, her manner full of contempt. The immense power of the arrow caused the ground to show signs of cracking. Vien Kok's face had become twisted. Lu En-hat silently observed, and he said to himself, if it's this person, no matter what choice Lan Din made, it should be respected. Lan Din seriously raised her voice as a warning. "I'll give you 10 minutes to leave this secret realm. With Uncle's strength, after leaving the secret realm, he can easily capture him. But that monster is not easy to deal with. Using Vien Kok to trade for the ability to destroy that monster is well worth it." Her words seemed to startle Lu En-hat awake. He smiled and agreed, "Don't worry. After I deal with number 9, I will definitely help you capture Veen Kok." Suddenly, Veen Din shouted, ordering him to leave. Although Veen Kok was unwilling, he still had to obey his command. Veen Kok hurriedly ran toward the gate, his heart full of rage. As he ran, he kept glancing back, his eyes filled with bitter resentment. When he passed Landine, his eyes flashed with vicious scheming. Veen Kok's glare was so intense that Landine also had to look over. In just an instant, Veen Kok had gotten very close to the gate. However, a memory came flooding back. He suddenly recalled the very beginning, when Veen Din had just revived him and had instructed, "Pay attention to your expression. Pretend you didn't hear what I said. First, come here and touch me. After I unlock the Doomsday title in their subconscious." Veen Din had said to transfer the player title to you. "The player title is in my profile. Once you leave the secret realm, I will transform into a Doomsday monster to deal with Duh." It seemed that Veen Kok was Veen Din's only hope of survival, so he gave very careful instructions. "At that time, I will gradually lose consciousness until I disappear completely. If we can win, that would be best. If we lose, then for me it would just be waiting for death. You can use the player title to revive me. My plan has failed. We can only keep using this method to escape this trouble." For his brother's life, Veen Kok tried to dash toward the gate. His heart was full of resentment. Had we lost, just like that we lost? Closer and closer, Veen Kok told himself, suppressing his rage. He turned and fled, but suddenly, as he stood before the gate, he stopped, his furious eyes staring intently at Landine. Now the distance between Veen Kok and the two of them, Landine and the other, had to be said to be extremely far. Veen Kok silently calculated. At this current distance, not even Duh could deal with him anymore. He smirked a wicked smile. "But a player can. Sooner or later she will die. Remember her well. Once she is dead, resurrect her and torture her." Suddenly, a sense of unease rose in Landine's heart. That unease made her urgently shout for Uncle to deal with Veen Kok. Something was off about him. In a moment of carelessness, Veen Din seized the chance from the loosened binding and transformed into a tiger. A razor-sharp claw had already lunged right before Landine's face. He roared furiously. Facing death, Landine could not help but feel fear with no time left to think. Landine immediately fired a shot at Veen Din. The immense power shattered the earth and rock everywhere around. The system immediately announced, "An unidentified Doomsday monster leader has appeared. The power of the secret realm exceeds its limit. The secret realm is about to collapse. Leave the secret realm immediately." Amidst the chaos, Veen Kok quickly jumped into the exit portal, accompanied by a taunting voice, "Goodbye, you all." Suddenly, another string appeared, grabbing tightly onto his leg. Veen Kok looked back in horror. At the same moment after firing that shot, Landine lost her strength and collapsed right there. The ground had also cracked more and more, the immense power threatening to erupt and collapse the secret realm. Lu Enhat had no time to hesitate. He quickly dashed to Landine's side. As he scooped her up and fled, he silently cursed. As expected, there was a problem. Veen Din actually intended to escape safely by transforming into a Doomsday monster leader, and even caused the secret realm to collapse. "We must leave the secret realm quickly." The two of them had reached behind Veen Kok. He muttered unwillingly. Although he was unwilling, there was no way to obtain the player title from Veen Din. When he saw Lu Enhat, Veen Kok's face became panicked. Lu Enhat coldly said, "Deal with Veen Kok, but I can deal with you. Just in case something unexpected happens to you outside, please accept my deepest respects." In an instant, Veen Kok's body disintegrated once again. System notification. You have eliminated player Veen Kok. Experience gained, 33,569,500. You have eliminated Veen Kok and acquired the player title. You have obtained Veen Kok's player title. Happiness came so quickly that Lu Enhat was overjoyed. What is this?" But at the same moment, Veen Din behind them had completely transformed into the Doomsday leader. His mighty body let out a thunderous roar. Lu Enhat, inside the gate, slightly turned back to look at him. Veen Din immediately took a stance, ready to charge at him. In a split second, Veen Din had already lunged to the gate. Seeing him approach, Lu Enhat could not help but panic. At that moment, he suddenly realized something. Its movement is restricted. Seizing this chance, Lu Enhat pulled out countless strings to bind Veen Din here in this secret realm. Deploy a straight safe territory. Although he did not know how long it would hold him, as long as it delayed him just enough for him to disappear along with this secret realm. Consider it indirectly dealt with the person. The ropes once again tightened around the nail. He angrily roared, wanting to break free from the chains and lunge forward to tear Lu Enhat apart. However, this time the ropes imprisoned the nail, making escape impossible. Seeing this, Lu Enhat quickly grabbed Cold Face and ran away. That was great. They could hold him back. Apparently, he had just used some special method to break free earlier. He immediately turned and left, his heart filled with constant worry, only that when he left the secret realm, there was no way to control Safety Guy at all. He had to make it switch to the third state. Leaving it in the secret realm, it could still control the nail. just not knowing, after the secret realm disappeared, could safety guy come back. Liu Enhat comforted himself, thinking it probably could return. But if it didn't return, using one piece of equipment in exchange for eliminating his greatest enemy ever, it was worth it. Moreover, he had unexpectedly obtained the player title. Finally, the gate completely shattered, and no one could escape from the secret realm anymore. Through this secret realm, Liu Enhat had to continue worrying about the next one. Next, through the player title, he could revive and level up infinitely. It's just that he didn't know how to deal with the monsters outside either. This was the final level after all. Outside, a man appeared, his voice filled with anger. I knew beforehand that I would definitely be eliminated in this mutated world. So I sought death. He walked with surging killing intent, saying, "If there's no way to survive, then destroy." His gaze turned toward number 9, who was sitting dazed in the distance. Nat Dao's fury surged more and more, he cursed angrily. Only knowing how to hide in a corner, suffer, and then die in negativity. Truly unwilling. Nat Dao gripped the sword in his hand tightly. His eyes filled with determination, saying, At least I must resist a little." He aggressively walked behind number 9, saying, "Prove what players can do. I can also do it, prove that the enemies they face, I can face too." Nat Dao swiftly swung his sword, confidently saying, "And I'll do even better than them." The moment the sword touched number 9, it was like a mere scratch. Number 9 coldly looked at Nat Dao. It coldly stood up. Nat Dao hurriedly said, "I'm much stronger than the players at Back Garden." He tried to steady his spirit, though a little worried inside, saying, "At least I've slashed you." But number 9's gaze grew increasingly ferocious. Nat Dao shouted in fear, "I'm not even afraid of death, so what else is there to fear?" He frantically raised his sword, determinedly saying, "What I should do now is slash you once." At this moment, one more slash meant one more bit of work. But this time, number 9 easily grabbed Nap Dao's sword. With just a grip, the sword shattered into 2 pieces. Nap Dao was endlessly terrified, but he wouldn't allow himself to fail. Even if he died, it had to be with glory. Nap Dao decided to throw away the broken sword and engage in hand-to-hand combat with number 9. It seemed he had decided his own survival. His eyes were brimming, meaning there was hope for life. The world suddenly turned into this. Later, it would probably suddenly change back. Agree with me, you must live well, but this was already Nap Dao's limit. He couldn't help but burst into sobs. "Sorry, I can't do it. This world has no hope for ordinary people like me." Nap Dao remembered when he was bullied by others. They coldly shouted at him, forcing him to serve the players. Though few, the players were still very strong. They needed people to serve them, to grow food for them, to produce necessities for them. Work hard for them. We will definitely find a place that belongs to us and use it to reclaim the rights and dignity we deserve. Suddenly one day, everyone discovered a man who had collapsed. Everyone panicked and asked each other, He placed himself too low. How did he die? They looked at that man with pity. Among them, someone replied, "I heard he died after a player battle." Too, don't you know, those players fundamentally don't care about our lives or deaths. What service, growing food, producing necessary item. All these things those players can handle by bringing machinery from the prime world. All necessities are obtained with just a click. This world is chaotic, and someday in the future it will certainly be chaotic. The destructive power of players is no different from cannon fire. The important thing is it's not just one cannonball, but continuous firing. High-level players are even more terrifying if they fight with full force. Then even a city would be wiped out. Nap Dao was angered by those memories. He told himself there is no hope, absolutely no hope at all. Recklessness allowed Nap Dao to hit number 9. This strike surprised both number 9 and Nap Dao. Number 9 seemed provoked and angrily stood up, immediately raised his fist and charged at him. Feeling the danger, Nap Dao fearfully shut his eyes tightly, gritting his teeth, accepting that fate had come again. Very soon he would die. Number 9's punch hit Nap Dao directly. The attack sent him flying back in pain. The pain spread throughout his body, making him fall to the ground. They thought the blow would take Nap Dao down. Unexpectedly, he didn't feel much pain. He said in surprise, "What's going on? This punching power, why is it like an ordinary person's? Are you toying with me?" It was as if Nap Dao had been recharged with strength. He excitedly exclaimed, "That must be it. Killing with one punch is already death. How could that be as fun as torturing slowly?" Just right, it's still that saying. Just hitting you one more time makes it a bit more worthwhile. Nap Dao regained his will, continued charging forward. At the same time, Liu Yi had also brought Lan Din almost out of the gate. His face showed full of worry, not knowing what awaited him in the outside world. Liu Yi thought as he ran, although all elements had reached the highest level, and the awakening force was also at its peak, many skills had been used up. Condensed strength, solidified state were all in cooldown. Besides, the safety rope was still in the secret realm. Could he deal with number 9? Worry spread throughout Liu Yi's mind. He silently comforted himself, Maybe I can, in the Prime world I can choose skill. After the wind storage pearl was permanently attached to the equipment just now, everything was improved thanks to skill levels, plus the effect of the rule-breaking title. When about to exit, Liu Yi's mind could no longer stay calm. Some skills had already reached level 2, but those were all support skills. What a headache, how should he deal with him? Now Liu Yi had officially stepped out of the gate. His face showed a serious expression, ready to face the monster outside after leaving the secret realm. Directly run to somewhere. Currently his total attribute ratio was 8. At the highest agility level, he surely wouldn't be much slower than his speed. Only that could be done. But outside, Napdao was strongly suppressing number 9. Seeing this unbelievable scene, Liu Yi was so shocked his mouth hung open. Napdao seemed to lose control. He kept forcefully grabbing a brick and smashing it hard into number 9. No matter how number 9 tried to struggle, he still had to take that brick. Finally, the hand that wanted to raise in resistance gradually lost strength. Number 9 had been taken down, his arm also lost vitality and dropped. Then he disappeared, leaving the exhausted Napdao sitting there panting. Liu Yi was speechless with surprise. Number 9 was defeated by an ordinary person just like that. This kind of death was too ridiculous. Moreover, this seemed to be the second time. The threat outside the secret realm was conveniently resolved right when he left the secret realm. Could it also be caused by the special body's luck? A healing breeze blew, and after a while it dissipated. That thing was called life force recovery. After healing, Napdao stopped cursing. I don't know what's going on either. He told everything from start to finish. I attacked him with weapons, but he wasn't harmed at all. Then I punched him with my fists. He immediately seemed to lose his abilities, turning into an ordinary person. At that moment, my mind only thought about beating him. By the time I stopped, he was already dead. Cold Face chuckled after hearing this, both praising and teasing him. You're really something, not to mention ordinary people. Even players who meet him wouldn't dare to approach. And you just charged straight in. It seems he didn't realize he was being teased, so he replied awkwardly. Maybe I was just hot-headed at the time. Liu Enhat himself, after hearing these words, pondered with a serious face. Was it that Thien descent something that can't hit ordinary people, or is Natio special? He also thought carefully if it involves ordinary people. But the assassinations of ordinary citizens in Tu Thai have been ordered by Thien and carried out by Vien Din. After thinking, he spoke up. Kai Enhat, everyone rest for now, I'm going to make a phone call. However, when he opened his phone, there was no signal, which irritated him. Then there's no way to know the situation with Avan over there. His heart was now extremely anxious. What to do, based on Vien Din's attitude when talking about using the recollection orb, he had some speculation in his mind. There must be some plot here. In this situation, using the recollection orb might help somehow. Suddenly Liu Enhat remembered something. Right, how could I forget this? I can ask about things in the cathedral game room. No sooner thought than done. He quickly went up there and saw Lan Qiu asking why Back Garden's hatred for Deep was so great that they would assassinate him. Lazy Pig replied that it was because of Buju Mountain that the two sides cooperated. Dai Sin to naturally cursed Lazy Pig for being a meddling saint. Lazy Pig just replied that he felt they had no connection to each other. Moreover, this person also guessed that they didn't have any blood feud. So if there's anything, everyone can sit down and talk. Than Din Duong Kong Bo Duong responded, losing. Deep is already a loss. Moreover, if you want to speak on behalf of Deep, don't drag Back Garden into it, and also affirmed Back Garden could take down Deep. Nhu Loi Kshuat Heen thought that Deep was an expert of theirs. If they say this person failed, then this account is more reliable, and further confirmed that the one who crushed Deep could only be this account owner. These words made Momong and Than Din Duong Kong Bo Duong freeze, silent. Nhu Loi Kshuat Heen was still rambling that Vien Din used a special method to deal with Deep, but if he encountered the same situation, he could easily resolve it. Liu Enhat himself, after reading this comment, felt utterly speechless. At this time in the chat room, Dai Sintu was reminding Lazy Pig to be careful because there were also Back Garden people here. If this person spoke for Deep like that, Back Garden would hold a grudge. Having been reminded so much, Lazy Pig quickly admitted he was meddlesome. Enhat Xuan Dao then asked if anyone was in Hai Thai and asked if the current situation there was that high-level direct players were fighting. Dai Sin to popped up laughing at Lazy Pig for running away so fast. Than Din Duong Kong Bo Duong respectfully asked Enhat Xuan Dao why he was interested in Hai Thai. But on second thought, this person found it not quite right because wasn't the player with the title Vien Din. Yet suddenly the name had changed. Mok Enhat and Gayat, who was gossiping about this, was extremely surprised. But Nhu Loi Kshuat Heen was also startled, asking Enhat Xuan Dao why he changed his name. Seeing the group still amazed by his name change, Liu Enhat was a bit impatient, thinking, can you answer my question first before being surprised? This group can't hide titles, so troublesome. In the chat room, a person named Cold Noodle Lover advised everyone to look carefully at the issue. This person asked everyone to answer the question about the situation in Hai Thai for him instead of chattering nonsense. Reading this comment made him somewhat startled. Then he looked back at the two people Na Dao and cold face to see if one of them had commented. And as if realizing something, he gave a satisfied smile. In the chat room, Kong Kai Nong Chu Thur said that his subordinate had just completed a transaction in High Thought. Over there, everything was normal, not a single anomaly. This information surprised Liu Enhat, making his eyes widen as he asked himself, everything normal, what's going on? Could it be Veen Din lied to me? In the chat room, Kong Kai Nong Chu Thur, seeing no one answered him, asked what's up with Veen Din. Yuang Tung Bok Thur then said that besides Veen Din in the back garden group, Bok Thur was also here, so he demanded this person come out and confront what happened. Chuang Van Than Thur replied that he had just looked through the players in the past 2 days and saw that Veen Din's color was not bright, probably dead already. But this person didn't know who killed Veen Din. Dai Sin Tu, Than Din Duong Kong Bo Duong, upon seeing this news, surfaced to express surprise. And Chu Loi Kshuat Heen felt this matter wasn't worth fighting, so he suggested taking Chuang Van Than Thur outside for a one-on-one. Lazy Pig appeared, guessing that the only one capable of eliminating Veen Din could be Deep, but the account owner was also quite confused by his own speculation. Dai Sin Tu seemed quite panicked by this. As for Nhu Loi, she appeared and praised Deep, saying she truly deserved to be acknowledged by the owner of this account. Than Din Duong is not nutritious, and Dai Sin Tu immediately apologized to Deep for the badmouthing he had done earlier. After reading these comments, Liu Enhat had some thoughts. Those words were spoken by the president of New Order. High City lies within New Order's jurisdiction. If anything happened, he would definitely be the first to know. If he said there was nothing, then it must be true. Mainly, this matter brought him no benefit at all. But to resolve his own doubts, he decided the best course was for them to go there and see what was really going on. Suddenly, the system displayed a notification that you possess the title Select Hand, and have therefore been added to the 4 Hands chat group. This notification made him curious and wonder, yet another chat system. In that chat group he asked who proposed all of this. 4 Hands replied that it was created by Layered Cloud Blue Hand, Hot Air Vermilion Hand, Fragrant White Hand, and First Select Hand. Having learned that, Liu Enhat quickly skimmed through the contents inside to see what was there, and then had a few questions. Unlike the noisy chatter in the cathedral, this place had nothing at all. In the 4 Hands chat, Hot Air Vermilion Hand mentioned that although High City was normal, the president there had been attacked. But Uncle Vuong and President Chiu had already handled it, so there were no casualties. This news startled Liu Enhat and left him bewildered. Uncle Vuong? Why Uncle Vuong? Isn't Uncle Vuong just an ordinary person, someone who only ever watches me play Prime World? He himself doesn't even play. Suddenly a speculation arose in his mind. That's right, Uncle Vuong. How could I have forgotten Uncle Vuong? Uncle Vuong is clearly very important to me and Avan. But after Prime World appeared, why wasn't the very first thing I thought of was to bring him here? To protect him? At that moment he began to sense something strange. How bizarre, how could I have forgotten Uncle Vuong's existence? In the chat room at that moment, First Select Hand thanked Hot Air Vermilion Hand for showing concern toward the president of Tan Min, and asserted that this person was Deep. Moreover, this person Kwang Khan had not only destroyed the Prime Fiend, but his current strength was enough to destroy anyone among the players. After reading the comments in the chat room for a while, Liu Enhat saw there was nothing more and closed it. As he approached Nap Dao and Cold Face, he was preoccupied with thinking, the president of New Order has no reason to lie to me. If he said so, then Avan is probably safe. The only strange thing, thinking up to that point, suddenly he couldn't remember anything at all. What was the only strange thing? It seemed like there was nothing at all. Then he broke into an amused smile and secretly felt proud. He never imagined Avan's strength had reached such a level. He couldn't defeat number 9 or number 8, yet she could handle them with ease. He wondered what method she used. Was it also through ordinary people? He would just ask when he got back. After thinking for a while, Liu Enhat finally spoke up and suggested to Nap Dao and Cold Face, Two City has become like this. It can no longer sustain life. Would you two like to bring the survivors to High City and join Bat Min? Although I cannot guarantee everyone a good life, it is at least better than this place. He hesitated for a moment, then asked, that matter, when the time comes, will you protect us? He gave a gentle smile and humbly replied, I definitely will. First of all, not to mention anything else, you defeated number 9 whom I couldn't handle. Who knows, in the future I might even need you to protect me. Hearing that, he chuckled cheerfully, agreeing with his proposal. Then I'll go, although I know what Liu Ji said was just a joke. But if I can be of any use to Liu Ji, then I'll go with Liu Ji. Lan Dean said nothing, just looked at the two of them and smiled affectionately. Then she said loudly, let's go High City. From now on, I'll have to rely on Uncle to protect me. At the same time, Bok Thursao was hiding in a corner, wailing loudly after witnessing what had happened. Captain, why did you die? You told me to wait outside for you to capture Ditch so I could transfer the title. Why in the end only he came out? So he cried out in agony with a pitiful voice. What to do? What to do? Without the guild leader, how can we ensure recovery and suppress the forces? how to suppress those lunatics at headquarters. He even thought of a way. Maybe I just won't go back and let How Ho Aveen fend for itself. The scene shifts to somewhere on the towering Buju Mountain. In a small house in the forest, two people, one standing and one sitting, gaze at the pond bubbling tiny bubbles before them. A head suddenly emerged from it. Dean Dia questioned the thing in the pond. I admit number 8 failed. After all, in High City there were so many ordinary people. Number 9, why did you also fail? I had asked Veen Din to clear out all the ordinary people around it. She looked at number 9, who was cowering and admitting fault, and asked, could it be that you were so engrossed in playing that you forgot you had absorbed time dust? Just looking at him like that, she understood enough, so she could only sigh in exasperation. Truly, he makes people feel uneasy. Her mood at this moment was not very happy, and she muttered, how annoying, this makes me look so weak. Nothing goes right, and she even lost subordinates. This is the first time she has reincarnated in this world, but after thinking it over, she still comforted herself. No, when doing great things, you can't be fussy about small details. Then she smiled a cunning smile. The system had another announcement. In the chat room, Hot Air asked everyone if they should let Deep know about their plan, or tell this person about their current situation, so that this person could help them. Than Van suggested that Hot Air test Deep's attitude, in case this person was on the enemy's side. Because Than Van believed that they were no longer ordinary people, so any of those people could kill them. So the account owner thought that if the enemy knew they were planning against them, the whole group would be killed immediately. Yuang Tung was a bit puzzled. If Deep is one of them, then is it possible that the enemy will come to take back this person's player title? And at that time, could Deep handle it on his own? Hot Air also agreed with Huang Tung's thought, thinking that first they should assess the situation. If Deep can handle it, then they will tell Deep everything. If not, they'll just follow the plan and wait for an opportunity. On the side of the Chat Than Duong group, Nhu Loy appeared, suggesting that the boss take the player title. Because this person felt that he was about to be crushed by Deep, and this person himself is the face of the alliance. Without a player title, it would be very embarrassing. In response to this person was Hot Air's silence. At the same time, the scene of sky and ground kept flashing by at a dizzying speed. A confused thought arose. What is going on? Liu Yi sped up while leaving a message. Liu Yi, I have something and need to return to High City first. Landine, you arrange for everyone. Then bring them over. I'll try to avoid monsters. If a dispute with players occurs, if you can't resolve it, then mention my name. Otherwise, call me in the Chat Than Duong group. Landine quickly replied. Okay, what exactly happened? He reread the message that Hot Air had sent him about High City still being normal. But the leader of Tan Min was attacked, and Uncle Vuong of the Trang Chiu Association resolved this matter. This message reminded him of the existence of Uncle Vuong, whom he had suddenly forgot. Why did he unconsciously forget the existence of Uncle Vuong? If he hadn't felt bored and looked at the chat history of 2/3, if he hadn't continuously stared at the screen, he would have completely forgotten Uncle Vuong. That's why now he had to rush back to High City. His speed was so fast that one could only see a white blur streaking by on the road. And then dirt and rocks flew everywhere due to the wind-tearing force from him. Liu Yi, running at full tilt, decided, this is a bit off. The first thing after returning to High City is to go ask Uncle Vuong what happened. At the same time, in High City, a crowded residential area, everyone was together rebuilding the defensive line. Someone urged, hurry up, hurry up. A young man carrying materials reminded the others, we must hurry before the new secret realm appears and finish moving this wall. Otherwise, secret realm monsters would flood into the residential area, causing a great disaster for the ordinary people inside. Spiky had heard that and asked in confusion, can we even hold them off? We're just stacking things haphazardly. The young man from before urged everyone to place the stones onto the wall and explained, don't worry, there is a player's special power inside. When the time comes, it will reinforce itself. However, these words did not reassure Spiky Head. He loudly questioned, Captain, do you think what we're doing will have any effect? When the guild leader of New Order introduced policies to protect ordinary people, all the ordinary people from Green City moved here, making the ordinary people in Sea City more and more numerous. To protect them, our originally abundant combat forces became stretched thin. Even worse, if this vicious cycle continues, sooner or later we will die. These words made others voice their discontent as well. That's right, and some cowards who fear death have already bribed their way to New Order. It's strange to say, New Order is such a large guild. Why would they choose to abandon ordinary people and even encourage expelling them? The captain, annoyed by their gossip, raised his voice in irritation. You two are the only ones yapping. Still, Spikyhead stammered out his thoughts. Captain, could we just protect only our own people? His words made everyone fall silent, each with their own mixed emotions. Suddenly, a shout rang out, a new secret realm has appeared, it's too late. As soon as he heard that, the captain spun around to look. Right at the newly patched wall, a shocking explosion sent dirt and rocks flying. A young man's figure could be seen fleeing in panic. Behind him was the terrifying monster, lying in wait to devour anyone it met along the way. The moment he saw it, Spikyhead recognized it in horror and cried out, "Level! It's a level 50 lead monster." Immediately, the captain ordered, "Quick, call for backup." Another person quickly reported, "Already called, but several high-level secret realms suddenly appeared in the residential area. All the players on missions have already left. Those resting will take at least 5 minutes to arrive." Seeing the grim situation, the captain, sword in hand, loudly decided, "We can't wait any longer. First, let's hold them off a bit." It seemed he was the only one willing to fight the monster to the death. The others scattered and fled. They also jointly urged him, "Captain, don't go, we're no match for it." Spikyhead hesitated, unsure whether to leave or stay. Meanwhile, the captain was already sent flying by the monster, causing everyone to cry out in panic. "Captain!" This sight made Spikyhead grit his teeth and make a decision. He took the lead to rush forward and block the monster, while urging everyone, "Let's go together, first hold it off." They naturally didn't abandon him, all stepping forward and encouraging the others. "Let's take the risk together, maybe we can do it." Spikyhead charged into battle, shouting, "Captain, if I die it's all your fault, all your fault." Seeing his friend risking his life like that, the captain shouted back, "Then make an effort not to die. Your mother is still waiting for you to take care of her." Spikyhead swung his sword at the monster while replying, "I want to live too, but I'm no big brother, I'm probably dead for sure." Just when it seemed he would end up in the monster's belly, a burst of power struck the monster from somewhere. This made the captain's eyes widen in shock, and even Spikyhead was stunned, mouth agape. The others were frozen in fear. At that moment, a foot gently landed on the ground. That person was none other than Liu Enhat. Everyone stared at him in astonishment, speechless. After a while, the stunned Spikyhead stammered, "Who is he?" A level 50 lead monster was wiped out by just one of his moves. Amidst his amazement, the captain recognized him and joyfully shouted, "It's Big Brother is back." Hearing him call that, everyone buzzed with excitement. What? He's the first legendary player of Origin World. Our Big Brother, the guild leader of Tan Min, no wonder he's so strong. A level 50 monster is like clay before him. Facing these comments, he calmly asked, "Where is your current guild leader?" Spikyhead, hearing Liu Enhat's question, let out a cry, then pointed in a direction and said, "The current guild leader is in the Tan Min office." He was about to say, "Big Brother, do you need me to take you there?" Before he could finish, Liu Enhat had already dashed off. At the same time, in the Tan Min guild office, Lu Van sat alone, motionless. In her hand, she held a key. Liu Enhat had now entered the office and saw her. Seeing her safe and sound, he breathed a sigh of relief. "That's great. You're really okay?" Then he asked, Still, Uncle Vuong." Before he could finish, she interrupted and said, "After Uncle Vuong dealt with that monster, he told me a lot of things." Her state made him somewhat startled. Lu Van, with tears streaming down, recounted. "Most importantly," Uncle Vuong said, "Mom and Dad aren't dead, they're just imprisoned in the Chao Sun land." In the past, Liu Enhat sat looking at his phone with his father and sighed, "This child is so pitiful." His father heard that and then said, "Little Enhat, you must study really hard." He looked at the video of a poor child carrying firewood in the snow and said hesitantly. Otherwise, he suddenly fell silent. Seeing him not saying anything, the boy naively asked, "Dad, otherwise what?" He smiled lightly and said, "Nothing, little Enhat. You must study hard so that later you can help the weak like this." Back to reality at the Tan Min headquarters, Liu Van hastily recounted the situation to Liu Enhat. "According to Uncle Vuong, our world cycles every 20 years. She said that very few people can retain their memories. Dad, Mom, and Uncle Vuong are among those few. After experiencing several cycles, they discovered that they would gradually be forgotten by those around them, and it was because of this that the current situation arose through her account. Once completely forgotten, they would disappear in the next cycle. Dad and Mom took this path to prevent disappearing. On one hand, they used death to seal our impression of them, slowing down our forgetting. On the other hand, they went a search for the truth of the world, hoping to find a way to resolve the world's disappearance. Every word she spoke was laced with sadness. They finally discovered that only by collecting the 3 titles, Earth Shadow, Heavenly Radiance, and Human Bell, could the cycle be ended and the danger of being forgotten resolved. That was also the reason why their parents decided to seek the title Human Bell. They have been trapped in a secret realm on Mount Buju for 10 long years. At the same time, she gave him a key and explained, "This is the key to that secret realm." At this point, Liu Van suddenly stammered. Uncle Vuong said this is the last cycle for our parents. Then Liu Enhat suddenly asked, "Where's Uncle Vuong? Where is he now?" The sky outside had gradually darkened. The sun had set. Uncle Vuong sat silently alone in the living room. He wore a pensive look, deep in thought. Suddenly, a noise made him look up. It was Liu Enhat entering the house. As soon as he saw him, he smiled and said, "Hey, you're back. I've heard all about your famous exploits. Truly impressive." Contrary to his cheerfulness, he put on a serious face and said, "I hope to see proof, to prove that what you told Van is true." His words were met with silence. Then Uncle Vuong spoke and asked him back, Which of my words do you want proven true? The cycle. That those who retain memories will gradually be forgotten and disappear, or that your parents are still alive? He coldly replied. All of them would be best. These words drew an enigmatic smile from him. Then he asked Liu Enhat again, do you know if the cycle is exposed? When the cycle ends, who will gain the strongest power? Uncle Vuong asked himself and then answered himself that it was someone from the management bureau. This statement surprised Liu Enhat. Then Liu Enhat hurriedly asked him back. So the first one to disappear was someone from the management bureau. Uncle Vuong immediately explained, that's right, after them from top to bottom, from strong to weak, every capable person in different fields. All disappeared after each reincarnation. This led to absurd and irrational things in this world. At this point, Liu Enhat still had doubts. Is this really the reason? Hearing that, Uncle Vuong calmly answered about memory retention and reincarnation. You are the best proof. This statement of his made Liu Enhat a bit taken aback. Then Uncle Vuong continued, in this reincarnation, he and your parents were under pressure about the disappearance. Couldn't help you too, so this time you and your sister lived a not very smooth life. But don't hate your parents. Before this force appeared, they took good care of you too. After the threat appeared, if it's not resolved when they disappear, you and your sister will live like that forever after. His face had a bit of surprise when speaking about your difference. You must have awakened your memories, truly unexpected. Your parents tried their best to help you to retain memories, but all failed. In the end, you awakened on your own. After hearing these words from him, Liu Enhat was a bit speechless. At that moment, Uncle Vuong suddenly asked sadly about your parents. Do you believe they are still alive? Will you save them? That doesn't matter anymore. This reincarnation is destined not to collect all 3 titles. Faced with his disappointment, Liu Enhat remained silent. He continued, remembering the time locked in that secret realm, we tried every possible way to get one person out. He slowly walked over to him and gently said, your parents also realized our fate couldn't be changed, so taking this last chance to be together. They gave this only chance to leave to me. Just as well, after eating their dog food for countless years, I've long been sick of it. At this point, Uncle Vuong handed Liu Enhat a USB and explained, here is the information that I and your parents collected, materials about collecting the 3 titles. He kept looking at the USB and listening to his instructions. You can use it to study, don't follow everything. He continued speaking while Liu Enhat reached out to take the USB. Anyway, other awakened ones, I mean under the influence of other memory retainers, many things will change. He took the USB and kept staring at it. Then Liu Enhat called out twice, Uncle Vuong. Suddenly something happened that made him widen his eyes in shock. He saw Uncle Vuong gradually fading away and hurriedly called out loudly. Uncle Vuong, uncle, he still calmly said, it's just a matter of time, it's only because I revealed information to you that it happened, before disappearing. He even smiled at him and teased, just in time for you to directly experience what is called disappearance. Faced with this scene, Liu Enhat could only helplessly watch it happen and listen to his final words. Remember to collect the time dust after I disappear, it will help you a lot. In the modern wall market at this moment, on an empty street with no one, someone was running at full speed. This person's destination was a quiet apartment building. This person threw open the door and shouted, let's go. The girl sitting inside suddenly had her hand grabbed and was pulled by the young man, so she confusedly asked, what's going on? What's going on? He loudly and hurriedly explained. The captain is dead. The max-level flower statues that were previously suppressed by the captain have started fighting for the captain position, and now the fight can't be stopped. If it continues and the wall trial gets eliminated, we must take the chance to leave this place before being eliminated. At the same time, in a wide yard, many people gathered there. A young man who was beaten and lifted by his collar like a chicken still bravely questioned the one who did it. You brought people to seize power. Aren't you afraid the person behind the captain will step in and deal with you? Ta Fong smugly replied, scare tactics like that, you believe them. If there really was someone, right now all the flower chiefs support me. Even if that ghost came back to life, he couldn't take my captain position. He looked at his supporters standing there and confidently said, let alone someone behind dealing with me. Then he seemed to want to deal with the young man he was holding, just the right time to make an example of him. Then he turned to his opponents and threatened, if you keep resisting, this will be your end. He also scornfully said, if in your next life you want to be a loyal dog, your brain must be a bit clearer. Don't be stubborn. These words of Ta Fong made his followers laugh with delight. At that moment, he swung his hand to deal with the young man he had caught. Dai, the young man cornered, could only widen his eyes in panic. Suddenly, several of Ta Fong's subordinates suddenly collapsed and fainted. The whole group collapsed on the spot, which startled him a bit and left him bewildered, not understanding what was happening. He shouted, what's going on? Completely different from his clueless look just moments ago. That young man seemed very pleased. He loudly declared, idiot, the true boss of our back garden has arrived. Hearing that didn't scare Ta Fong. Instead, he wanted to beat that young man into shape. So what? Deal with this guy first. But before he could do anything, his eyes suddenly bulged wide. His steps halted, and he couldn't advance any further. He stumbled, clutching his own head, and muttered, "No, no, why suddenly?" His current state was somewhat unstable, and he couldn't accept it, murmuring, "I can't just lose like this." It wasn't easy to seize the chance to control the back garden, and he needed to use this opportunity for revenge without lifting a finger himself. As he spoke his final words, he collapsed, "Kill everyone who makes me unhappy." After saying this, Ta Fong passed out, to the astonishment of that young man. Instead, he promptly spat on his head. Han Dang Mon declared, "My own head is very clear. I definitely won't become a dead dog like you." Then he wondered, who exactly is the big boss behind the scenes that the former chief always talked about, while he was still confused. What skill did this person use against these people? It's way too special. Just as he said that, his eyes suddenly rolled back white, making him panic and exclaim, "Something's wrong." At that moment, he could only utter a few final words. "Be big boss, I am your loyal dog." And then he too collapsed, but still mumbled through his mouth, "Don't deal with me too." The scene fell completely silent, for everyone had collapsed. They all lay unconscious on the ground. They could no longer resist, only lying there with closed eyes. Suddenly, someone's footsteps appeared. This person stood looking down arrogantly at everyone. This one was Veem Lak, belonging to the Four Hands, level 79, awakened one. He walked among the forest of unconscious people with irritation, muttering, "So annoying. I told you not to have any connection to Thendia. Whatever, consider it an early harvest. Otherwise, when the cycle ends, I'll have to fight monsters twice my strength, and I can't even be sure how much time dust I can collect." A sinister smile played on his lips, and he said to himself, "It's about bringing players back from the Four Hands, the crucial key to unlocking the Earth Shadow." A USB was plugged into a computer, and the screen lit up, showing it was booting up. A line of text appeared on the computer screen. "If you all have forgotten who I am, then let your grandpa here show you who your daddy is. Login confirmed." After reading these lines, Lu Enhat and Lu Van were left speechless, facepalming. Although both were helpless and baffled by this childishness, Lu Van still spoke first, saying, "Never mind who gave us this. One look tells you he's no upright person. Bro, just open it, let's see what's inside." Lu Enhat touched the mouse, and with a click, he replied, "All right." They watched from the dark of night until the bright light of the next day. After finishing everything, Lu Van exclaimed, "So you're an awakened one. No wonder you knew so much in advance." Lu Enhat then said, "That's not important. What matters is how to collect the 3 titles to save our parents." He rubbed his forehead with his hand, looking worried and tired as he summarized what he had gathered. According to the mysterious person, simply collecting the 3 titles would end the cycle, indirectly saving their parents. Moreover, gathering the 3 titles wouldn't be easy, because the 3 eyes that Thendia possesses is not easy to deal with. Lu Van fell silent upon hearing this. Then she resolutely declared, "Although he says that, there's no proof, and even if it's true, I still can't accept it. Besides, it's just dealing with one person." Lu Enhat agreed and answered, "Right, we can't accept it." Then he quickly laid out the plan he had already prepared, "So we must work even harder in this direction. First, use the Black Hand title to improve our level. Then we'll collect the remaining 3 titles little by little." At that same time, on the high-thigh basketball court, Lu Enhat stood alone there. From the entrance, someone suddenly walked in, and a voice rang out. "Lu Van, I've brought the captain," one person asked as he walked in. "Chairman, what's so urgent that you called me out like this? We're severely short-handed right now. If I don't go help, there'll be trouble." Another grumbled, "Boss, I just got kicked out. If I don't rest properly, by the next round I'm afraid you won't see me again." Right after that, another young man chimed in with sympathy. Yeah, I can't give my spot to my love rival." Seeing how annoying his teammates were, Enhat Ka loudly commanded, "All right, if there wasn't a real issue, the chairwoman wouldn't have gathered us. Shut up and listen for instructions." Lu Van was gentler. She softly reassured everyone, "Don't worry, this time I want to announce something that could change your current benefits." After leading them to Lu Enhat, she said, "Bro, it's up to you." The whole group, after seeing who was in front of them, joyfully cried out in unison, "It's the great savior has really returned." Although happy to see him, a young man with an earring still asked doubtfully, "Although there are rumors that the great savior is very strong, he is still only one person. Can he change the current situation of Tan Min?" The young man with a birthmark on his forehead also agreed, saying, "If we cannot raise the strength of Tan Min, then nothing can be changed. After all, what we need to deal with are monsters, not players. Nor can we rely on anyone's absolute power." Lu Enhat, hearing them say that, challenged, "I need a volunteer to step up. Whoever can, come up and demonstrate for everyone to see." They looked at each other upon hearing that, and finally Enhat Ka was the first to volunteer. "Let me go up. What do I need to do?" Lu Enhat, "You don't need to do anything." He just lightly slapped him and instantly destroyed him, shocking everyone. The young man with the birthmark on his forehead panicked and was about to call out, "Great!" But the next scene left him frozen in confusion. Enhat Ka had returned in a dazed state, unable to speak. I At that moment Lu Enhat finally spoke to explain clearly. A simple example, before coming here I investigated the strength of every member in Tan Min. In the future, no matter what you die from, as long as I have enough power I can revive everyone. These words made a young man shocked and stammer. What? This can't be possible, but it seems just now. The young man with the earring quickly asked, if it's really true, then doesn't that mean from now on we won't have to fear losing manpower anymore? The young man with the birthmark on his forehead hurriedly said, am I not dreaming of returning to the original realm? But in the original realm, after revival, everything returns to zero. Yet the great Savior's revival causes no harm at all. At that moment the whole group exclaimed loudly in unison, this really is a super benefit. Suddenly, the young man with the birthmark fell silent. Then he spoke up and asked Enhat Ka, after you died, did you still have consciousness? In other words, do your memories stop at the moment you died, or at some point before that? Enhat Ka honestly answered, at the moment I died, I seemed to see a giant tree. I had become a seed on that tree, but before I could observe more, I was revived by the great Savior. These words made the young man with the birthmark startle and shout, that means you have very clear memories. This revival is not just simply reviving you, but after you died it pulled you back from somewhere. Lu Enhat, who had been silent until now, at this moment also spoke up to reassure everyone, don't worry. I already tested it on a few criminals locked up in Tan Min earlier. This is truly revival, otherwise I wouldn't have acted directly. His firm assertion made everyone cheer with joy. This really is good news. The great Savior is invincible from now on as long as the great Savior is here. We can now act without the slightest hesitation. Let those who left Tan Min regret it to death. Our Tan Min has really risen. Liu Yi saw them starting to talk nonsense and immediately spoke up to remind them, don't celebrate too soon. On the basis of resurrection, there is still something I need everyone to do. Liu Yi briefly explained about being able to activate the player's special physiques and wanted them to organize Tan Min members to cooperate with Kai Yi to level up. After hearing that, they all responded in unison, no problem. Now that we have resurrection, Bao Hai won't have to worry about life and death anymore. The manpower shortage can be resolved. When the time comes, our Squadron 7 will take turns sending people to cooperate with the squad leader. Seeing them like that, Liu Yi immediately spoke up to express his gratitude. Thank you very much, he added with a smile. I'll be troubling you all from now on. Suddenly a voice shouted, the secret realm has opened, brothers, form up. At the same time, the long-tongued monster tumbled down. Over here, Dan Su was continuously shaking his squad leader awake, crying and shouting. Squad leader, sob, 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 why are you so foolish? Foolish? Yiki rested his head on his thigh, then slowly turned his head. His face pale on the verge of death, he said with difficulty, I didn't do that. People will definitely die. There was no other way, and besides, now that I'm dead, there'll be no one left to compete with you for Kui Hua. Isn't that exactly what you wanted? Dan Su cried so hard that tears streamed down his face, and while crying, he babbled incoherently. I didn't want to win through so much charity. The other teammates were also moved to tears. Yiki continued in a weak voice, Dan Su, you know I love gossiping the most. I'm about to die, can you satisfy my curiosity? Before Dan Su could get over his surprise, he continued asking in a low voice, do you really like wearing women's clothes? Hearing that, Dan Su was stunned, his face unconsciously turning bright red, but he could only utter an ah, and the people around began putting on gossipy faces. Yiki turned his face away looking full of sorrow and said, I'm about to die. Hearing that, Dan Su cried again, squad leader, sob sob, I'll tell you. Then he leaned in close and whispered into Yiki's ear. The people around saw that and perked up their ears to hear what he was saying. As Dan Su was leaning in and whispering into Yiki's ear, his squad leader's face now showed a smug smile. Actually, just because no one here knew he could resurrect while pretending to die, Yiki managed to hear Dan Su's secret. Then a moment later, a light green flashed all over Yiki's body, indicating that he had sacrificed himself. Dan Su then cried out in grief, squad leader. Right after that, Dan Su and the others returned to headquarters to rest. The people walking behind Dan Su kept comforting him, saying, although it's heartbreaking, we must quickly pull ourselves together and choose another squad leader. Another person added, Dan Su, apart from the squad leader, you're the only one we respect, be our leader. Dan Su, walking in front, could only sigh upon hearing that. Then he spoke gloomily, let me calm down first. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from afar. What's this? I'm not even dead yet and you already want to pick a new squad leader. Yiki, now resurrected, was standing right at the door, hands on his hips, laughing loudly with a smug look. The others, seeing their squad leader, were as panicked as if they'd seen a ghost, all stammering. Squad leader didn't just now. Yiki stood there, eyes crinkling with laughter, and said, from now on, this is the welfare of our Tan Min, resurrection. The others' eyes widened into O's upon hearing that. Mouths agape in surprise, and they asked back, are resurrected? Yiki approached Dan Su, smiling smugly. He grinned slyly at his teammate and said, Dan Su, from now on, no more competing with me for Kui Hua, or else your little secret, won't be a secret anymore. Dansu could only cry out in despair, "Squad leader, you cheated!" At the same time, the other squads elsewhere. The squad leaders each informed their members about the resurrection, and they all jumped for joy. Some were so excited they shouted loudly, "Big Brother Jew is the best!" Everyone realized that, thanks to resurrection, Tan Min had truly begun. The clouds that once enveloped Tan Min all vanished. Everyone was full of hope for the future. At this moment in Liu Yi's mind, the system continuously popped up notifications. You have reached level 49. You have reached level 50. You have obtained the skill resonance aura of the withered spirit radiant phoenix. Level +1, you have reached level 61, you have reached level 65. Then the system displayed Liu Yi's personal information. Player Liu Yi. Level 65, experience still 0, calculation ability over 78,000. Attributes: attack power over 5,000, defense power over 4,000. Resistance over 1,800, strength nearly 400, agility over 500, constitution over 400, intelligence over 2,000, perception over 300. HP full, rage force also full. After reading it, Liu Yi slightly furrowed his brows. He thought to himself, from level 61 onward, the experience requirement is too terrifying. It took a whole week just to gain 6 levels. Then he looked toward the group of people and thought, but this is the fastest way to level up. Keep it up, continue. 1 month later at Tan Min headquarters, he was sitting in a chair checking his information again, his expression serious. System notification. Player Liu Yi. Level 69, experience 0 compared to the dust of time, calculation ability only 1. Titles include special physique, base attributes multiplied by 2. Inqui warrior with weight ratio +4, energy level +1, weapon master. Desperate counterattacker, high tower earth 1 with all attributes +100. High tower power with weight ratio +2, accumulated weight ratio +8, intelligence ratio +2. Attributes include attack power over 5,000, defense power over 4,000, resistance over 180,000, strength over 400, agility over 500, constitution over 400, willpower over 2,000, perception nearly 400, health full, consciousness force also full. Skills: life force shielding, life force repair, life force penetration. Blessings: reading, imprisonment, silence, freeze, dispel, cooldown, heavy wisdom. Scan, resonance halo, withering spirit halo, thunderbolt, consciousness force condensation. After viewing all, he thought to himself, indeed, exactly the same as the information from the mysterious person. Killing ordinary players, collecting calculation force only reaches level 69. After level 69, to level up, one can only use time dust. That is the condensed power of calculation force. Lu Enhat continued his train of thought. After the mysterious person died, they left it for him, but with usage restriction. On the system, a notification appeared. Do you want to absorb time dust? Then a red warning popped up in glaring red. Absorbing time dust. Physical stamina will be greatly enhanced, but the player is required to be present at Bat Chow Sun. After the designated day, all attributes will be reduced to a minimum of 1, and the player returns to the house at Bat Chow Sun. You cannot harm ordinary people. Otherwise, attributes will be reduced to the lowest level. After returning to Bat Chow Sun, attributes will be deducted by 0 to 50%. Reading this, Lu Enhat thought, no wonder I've never met an awakened person unable to harm ordinary people. So that's why NATO could defeat the 9-star. But Thien knew about this. Why would they send number 8 to a place with many ordinary people like Hai Thai? I can't understand. Suddenly, he glanced out the window. Outside, voices called out, hurry up ahead, hurry up ahead. I want to go eat, it's already midnight. Can everyone wait until tomorrow to register for school? No, no. Looking at everyone in the yard, Lu Enhat thought to himself. Currently, the morale of Tan Min has soared because of the grand revival field. If I hadn't been swept away by the attraction of time dust, I would stay and help Tan Min. Maybe it would have other effects, but now I have no way to transfer the mysterious hand title to a van. First, I don't know the method of transfer. Even if there were, given the current situation, if I gave the mysterious hand title to a van, it would be pushing that girl into danger. Regarding external dangers, I can trust a van, but actively pushing a van into danger, I can't do it. His eyes glinted with deep thought. Then very quickly, Lu Enhat's expression changed as he thought. But most important is the existence of the 9-yin seed. If I want to level up, I need 2 portions of time dust. But the mysterious person left me only 1. I want to level up, but absorbing it now is impossible. Having thought it over, he stood up intending to go somewhere with determination. I must absorb the time dust. Otherwise, there's no way to continue the plan. First, I must discuss how to handle things on Tan Min's side, then go find time dust to continue leveling up. Not sure where to find it either. The more he thought, the more Lu Enhat's face showed distress. Suddenly, the system had a new notification. The host requests you join the conversation. Don't worry, he's here. This sudden appearance of the notification board surprised Lu Enhat a bit. He wondered to himself, what's going on? He's here. Who? Did someone enter the house? Then when he looked up, Lu Enhat was startled. He kept looking around, then bewilderedly asked himself, "What's happening? Why have both sides turned into living rooms?" Not only that, the scenery outside the window also turned into a living room. At this moment, Lu Enhat furrowed his brows tightly. He was standing in a neat and tidy room, none other than his own living room. Lu Enhat looked out the window, but outside the window was still the living room. And in the window of that living room was another living room, as if this place were an endlessly extending space. He thought to himself, all pathways in the room showed anomalies. Lu Enhat broke the floor beneath to examine it, then after the layer of tiles was another dimension of a living room. He continued thinking, including the glass door or the floor I damaged. Suddenly, from a position far from where Lu Enhat stood in the space, a vortex appeared around a black sphere. As soon as he saw the sphere, he focused on it. Then from inside that sphere, a figure dressed entirely in black from head to toe stepped out. He resembled a shadow with an indistinct form. He immediately planted his feet on the floor. Lu Enhat stood still, frowning with full vigilance, staring straight at that indistinct figure. From a distance, he also turned to look toward him. Suddenly, Lu Enhat glanced behind his back. Reflected in the glass behind, another black figure appeared. But besides that, there was a faint, eerie red light. Lu Enhat didn't turn his head to look that way anymore, only secretly glanced at him. The figure behind gradually approached him. His appearance became clearer. Around that black figure, a red glow also emanated. On his shoulders and head were something like nerve cords that kept writhing endlessly. He stared straight at Lu Enhat with wide eyes. This guy even cracked a strange smile. Then step by step he advanced toward him. All around, to the left, right, and in front of the living room where Lu Enhat was standing, 2 more living rooms appeared, and in each, a red figure was advancing toward him. Lu Enhat's system panel simultaneously showed a notification. Initial full blood volume 39,600. Then gradually the blood was deducted by 1,000, then deducted by another 1,400. Even so, Lu Enhat showed no sign of worry. Instead, he pensively stared at the black figure, not taking his eyes off him. The black figures had come close to Lu Enhat's position and were still moving toward him. Seeing that things didn't look good, he immediately summoned a sword. As for the black figure in front of him, it had reached the window glass. It just walked right through that glass. On the right, another one had entered the adjacent living room. Behind him, the remaining black figure had also stepped through into the main living room. Now all 4 black figures stood surrounding Lu Enhat, but he still stood still, without hesitation, looking straight at the one in front of him. Lu Enhat's system panel continuously displayed notification. His blood volume was deducted by 2,000, then further deducted by 3,000. In that way, another 2,900 blood was deducted, until the final blood volume stopped at 19,300 out of 39,600. That black figure now bared its teeth in amusement. It slowly said to Lu Enhat, "Kill yourself. You got the title Hyan thanks to luck." It squinted one eye, then continued to sneer, saying, "Hand it over. Only then might you survive next time." As soon as that black figure finished speaking, Lu Enhat swung his sword in one slash, cutting down the 4 surrounding him. The one facing him was taken aback by this action. It just stared dumbfounded at Lu Enhat like that, and then very quickly bared its teeth in a smile again. The black figure said, "I've found you." The black figures around him simultaneously exploded into black streaks. Those black streaks slowly dissolved into the space. Lu Enhat still did not let down his guard and looked around. His house now began to return to normal. Lu Enhat thought to himself, what just happened? Outside the window on the street, many people were now lying scattered on the road and sidewalks. A few were slowly sitting up. They couldn't help but wonder, what the hell, what's going on? Why are we suddenly lying on the ground? Did we fall asleep? Or is it like a mass nap? Someone even spoke up and asked, "Did anyone just dream something?" Another person immediately replied, "I dreamed of a black shadow saying something to me, but now I can't remember." Someone else also replied, "I also dreamed of a black shadow. I remember that he said something like, 'without love.'" Forget him. At this time the streets were filled with the murmuring and chattering of people. People kept talking, and could it be that some terrifying monster has appeared? Someone even hurriedly ran off and said, "Hurry up ahead, I want to join." "Commoners, I don't want to die." Liu Yi at that moment stood in his living room thinking to himself, it's back to normal. However, the range of this skill is too wide. Liu Yi immediately used the skill Life Force Scan Cap. Liu Yi's system panel displayed a notification. Scan radius 1000 m. For every 10 levels of the map, the scan range increases by 1000 m. Then the system used him as the center and scanned the surroundings over a very large distance. After Liu Yi's system finished scanning, he continued to think silently in his head. No personnel appeared abnormal. Is that person's immunity level higher than mine? Or is that person's skill beyond my imagination? Liu Yi's system panel simultaneously displayed a notification. Cursed Hand invites you to join a group chat. Careful, he's here. He glanced at the system panel and said, "Agree." Liu Yi's system panel then displayed another notification. The chat you joined has been disbanded. Liu Yi was a bit surprised, thinking, It's been disbanded, so all groups are created by cursed hand, including that holy church group. According to that information, the title of Four Hands has effects corresponding to resurrection, creating chat groups, creating equipment, and setting up teleportation. All four are standard game permissions. Liu Yi looked bewildered, continuing to think. It seems this invitation is to warn me. If the chat group was created by the president of New Order, then what was Earth Shadow's warning at the beginning? Is it also the New Order president? Suddenly, the phone in Liu Yi's pocket vibrated, interrupting his thoughts. Liu Yi immediately took out his phone and answered. Liu Yun on the other end of the line said, "Brother, are you at your resting place right now?" Just now, more than half of the players of the two cities suddenly fell asleep. Isn't this confidential relative data for us? Could it be related to the skill of the awakened person? Liu Yi heard that and said to Liu Yun on the other end, "Yes. Where are you right now? Let's meet and talk a bit." In a very luxurious, bright, and tidy office, Liu Yun and Liu Yi were standing in the middle of the room. She put her hands on her hips and said to him, "Finally arrived. Looking at the data, he is an awakened person with the same surname as Veen Din, so I thought we should pay more attention." Unexpectedly, he really came. The initial plan was that ScanCat could find him, and I would immediately mobilize ordinary people to suppress him. Liu Yi folded his arms and bowed his head in thought. Liu Yun continued, "The current situation can only use the second plan." As soon as she finished, he asked, "Bear, have you found a player with the corresponding skill?" Liu Yun immediately replied, "Found, but among the commoners there are no players with such a skill. I requested support from New Order, they agreed. Just now I told Nyanshu to go pick someone up, probably will be back soon." Then suddenly Liu Yun furrowed her brows, falling silent in thought. Then she continued, "Brother, our second plan is for you to use that skill to attract his attention. We make use of the Heaven's guidance skill through his skill to find the person, then use ordinary people to deal with him. In this plan you will be in danger, be careful." Liu Yi then looked at Liu Yun and replied firmly, "Don't worry, I have a plan. When the time comes, if he dares to act blatantly against us, he must have backing, and everyone will definitely be in more danger than me. Must be careful." Liu Yun grinned, turned around, raised both arms, clenched her fists, and said, "Just leave this to me with peace of mind. Besides, you still have your resurrection. You can be completely at ease." Liu Yi looked at her with satisfaction, smiled, and said, "It's a pity that currently equipment cannot be upgraded to level 70. Otherwise, all attributes would reach 500, and the immunity skill could be unlocked." Suddenly, a pink pearl with a white arrow in the middle appeared. Its name was Upgrade Pearl. As soon as Liu Yi saw it, his mouth dropped open in astonishment. Huang Nyanshu had appeared out of nowhere. She immediately handed that pearl to Liu Yi and said to him, "Brother, this is from the president of New Order who asked me to bring it to you. Said you would need it now." Liu Yi received it and exclaimed joyfully, "This, for me right now, is the most timely help." Nyanshu smiled upon hearing that, looking at him with satisfaction. Liu Yun beside them saw this and happily said to Nyanshu, "This gift is too great." Suddenly, Liu Yi stepped forward and hugged Nyanshu tightly, saying, "Thank you, Nyanshu." Liu Yun couldn't help but widen her eyes, her mouth agape in surprise. Nyanshu, being unexpectedly hugged by him, blushed and was speechless. Then Liu Yi let go of the still embarrassed girl and said with a laugh, "According to the previous data, until the cooldown time of the Forest Orb skill ends, there were still a few hours left." Then he quickly ran to the door, saying as he ran, "Everyone get ready, I'm going to upgrade my equipment." Nyanshu and Liu Wen watched his back and said in unison, "Yeah." As Liu Yi ran, a thought suddenly popped into his head. Why did I just hug her? At the same time, he raised both hands and looked at them. The moment he hugged Nyanshu just now flashed back, making Liu Yi's face flush red. Immediately, he smacked his own head and muttered inwardly, "What are you thinking? Dealing with Yuan Lin is what's important now." His face returned to a serious expression, and he thought to himself, "I also don't know where Yuan Lin is hiding right now. Normally speaking, awakened ones should fear ordinary people. He shouldn't be in High City, but could the distance between skills and players be that far?" Still running at full speed, then he arrived at the room he wanted to enter. As soon as he saw it, he exclaimed, "I've reached the room a Yun prepared for me to upgrade equipment." Liu Yi thought to himself, "No matter what, sooner or later this will lead me to find it." Saying that, he stepped into the room. Elsewhere in the building, in front of another room, two people stood guard. Those two had blazing red eyes, standing motionless like stone statues. Inside the room, a man was sitting on the bed, nodding off. It turned out he had just woken up. Then he stretched and yawned. Ah, that was such a comfortable sleep. Then he propped his chin on his hand and sighed. HMPH, his name is Yuan Lin. Level 79, an awakened one. Yuan Lin suddenly smiled and said, "I've rested enough and the target has been located. The skill cooldown is almost over. It's time to take care of it." Suddenly he crossed his arms, his face full of contemplation, and said, "How should I play this for the best? Maybe I'll send the people beside him to the next reincarnation. Just like in a game, first take out the small monsters around the boss. Then when dealing with the boss, you won't be affected by the little monsters. It's just that reviving is a bit troublesome. As for Liu Yi, he was now standing in a room with a large projection screen, upgrading his equipment. As soon as he used the equipment upgrade orb, his system panel displayed a notification. Used Army March Alert Spirit Headband. Attributes: Defense plus 140, Resistance plus 50, Intelligence plus 123, Strength plus 22, Constitution plus 100. Required level 70-10. Bandone Wisdom's Knowledge Guard Divine Necklace. Defense plus 140, Resistance plus 50, Intelligence plus 123. Constitution plus 20, Willpower plus 100. Required level 70-10. Bandone Wisdom's Special Operations Combat Suit. Attribute Defense plus 140. Resistance plus 50, Strength plus 11, Constitution plus 12, Willpower plus 103, Willpower plus 100. Required level 70-10. Just like that, the other equipment pieces were upgraded one after another, including Bandone Wisdom's Ice Silk Special Underwear, Bandone Wisdom's Swift Special Combat Boots, Bandone Wisdom's Light Special Combat Gloves, Wisdom's All-Knowing Ring Left, Wisdom's All-Knowing Ring Right. Other equipment like Bandone Wisdom's Light Patrol Blade and Bandone Wisdom's Loyalty Medallion also had their attribute points increased accordingly, including other things that also increased. On the cumulative upgrade notification board for equipment items, Soul Steed Loan Release. Gone Horse 2 Little White 50% cooldown reduction, 50% skill effect when used. Equipment level requirement reduced by 10, Diamond Summon Inlay Slot. His information was simultaneously updated on the notification. Player Liu Yi. Level 69, Experience 0, Time Dust, Computing Ability only 1. Title: Special Body with base attributes multiplied by 2, and Returned Warrior with weight ratio plus 4 and skill level plus 1. Weapon Master, Desperate Counterattack. Burst of the High Tower with all attributes plus 100, High Tower Power with weight ratio plus 2. Accumulated weight ratio plus 8, Intelligence ratio plus 2. Attributes: Attack over 9,000, Defense over 62,000, Resistance over 25,000, Strength over 600, Agility also over 600, Constitution 600, Willpower over 3,000, Perception over 600, Full HP, Awakening Power also full. Skills: Life Mirror, Wrap Life Mirror, Repair Life Mirror, Penetrate. Blessing of Reading, Silent Imprisonment, Freeze, Cooldown Mark, Heavy Wisdom, Sweeping Cap. Resonance Aura, Withering Spirit Aura, Thunder Awakening Power Condensation. Finally, the system displayed a notification. Resistance Assessment. Resistance 50 satisfied, Resistance 500 satisfied, Resistance 5,000 satisfied. Your immunity reached level 3. Equipment upgrade successful. After checking, Liu Yi smiled as he looked at his own body and said, "I've finally obtained the immunity skill. Immunity is linked to resistance." He propped his chin deep in thought, looking at the system panel, and continued, "And resistance is linked to the attributes. From now on I'll use all attributes. Will the level of immunity increase? Actions speak louder than words, let's test it." Blessing: All attributes are enhanced. The system panel immediately showed a notification. Resistance Assessment, Resistance 50 satisfied, Resistance 500 satisfied, Resistance 5,000 satisfied, Resistance 50,000 satisfied. Your Righteous Translation has reached level 5. After watching, Lu Enhat immediately exclaimed, "All right, now I have even more confidence to deal with Veen Lam." As he spoke, he clenched his fist tightly with eyes full of determination. Then Lu Enhat stood up straight and thought seriously. Now we just wait for him to make a move. The scene outside the high-rise building gradually emerged, along with the thoughts appearing in his mind. "Come on, Veen Lam, let me see just how strong and old awakened like you really is." The system panel also displayed lines of personal grudge information for this matter. Mystic Hand thanks New Order Guild Leader. The atmosphere is tense, formalities are over. Suddenly, Lu Enhat praised the person beside him. "Kai Enhat, it was right of you to drive Neem so home. The situation we're about to face is too dangerous." Lu Van, appearing from somewhere, also chimed in. That's right, she's your future sister-in-law. You must protect her well." But then she was lightly nudged by him and groaned in pain. Azo, Ann, Dong, all of them were now inside the high-rise shelter building. Lu Enhat and Lu Van were still on the balcony of a high floor, looking down at the scenery. Suddenly, she spoke up. "It's hard to imagine, just 2 months ago I was still worried about next semester's tuition fee, thinking about how not to be left behind by you. And now, I've directly become the ruler of High City. Whatever I want, I just give the order and the next day someone will present it before me." Hearing that, Lu Enhat gave a meaningful smile and said, "But in exchange, survival is getting more and more dangerous. Now we're not like before. If the path we take fails, we could still choose another path. Now one wrong step and we'll fall into an abyss 10,000 zhang deep." Lu Van fully agreed with him, resting her head on the railing as she smiled and said, "That's right. Just like this attack from Veen Lam. According to the data, Veen Lam is only level 79, but awakened above level 80 who have died at his hands already number in the double digits." Her smile gradually faded from her lips. "No matter what, we are one at level 50 and one at level 69, judging from the data on paper. We cannot win, and even if we could, very few of us would remain. Perhaps even all of High City would be destroyed in his hands." However, contrary to Lu Van, Lu Enhat was extremely confident. He placed his hand on the railing, his eyes staring thoughtfully into the distance, and said, "As long as I don't die with the effect of the Mystic Hand title here, we won't suffer any casualties at all." But Lu Van still had a bit of concern. That's hard to say, because Veen Lam and his people have held the Mystic Hand title for so long. Won't they have a way to counter the Mystic Hand title? The moment she finished speaking, silence fell over the space. Then suddenly, Lu Van looked at her brother with eyes full of worry and asked, "Brother, can we really deal with him?" Lu Enhat's expression also gradually became more pensive. At that moment, even he couldn't predict anything. Lu Van beside him couldn't help but speak again. "He is an awakened who has lived through over a dozen reincarnations. Although we obtained the secret materials left by our relative, what is even more precious and far more valuable is perhaps the experience and resources accumulated through over a dozen reincarnations. We have almost no chance of defeating him." Then suddenly Lu Enhat spoke up. "Normally it would be like that, but there is one point that is our major weakness." Lu Van heard that and looked over in surprise. He continued, "He might have absorbed the dust of time. The most important thing is contact with all normal people, and we happen to have gathered a large number of normal people. As long as we exploit this point well, we will have a chance to win." Lu Enhat laid out the plan in his mind. As long as he leaves Bat Chao Sun, he can still use the power of the players. Very likely he will use the Fong Tun Bao Chao, the thing the mysterious person gave you, telling you to protect yourself. Just like the Fong Tun Bao Chao seals his player attributes. Lu Van, after hearing him finish speaking, was still a bit confused but still agreed. "Yes, but the person beside her then said with determination, 'We will win,' which made her unable to help but be a little startled." Lu Van stared at Lu Enhat, then gave a relieved smile. Her attitude also immediately changed, becoming full of energy, raising her hand high up. "Yes, we will win." Lu Enhat beside her was startled by her enthusiasm. At the same time, Lu Van turned to look at him and said with determination, "We will win." Time passed quickly, the sky gradually turning to a darker color. However, at this moment, a high floor of the skyscraper still had its lights on. Lu Van and Lu Enhat were now standing among the crowd talking, and at the same time she spoke up, "Now we just need to wait for Veen Lam to come. It's all up to you. As long as you don't die, we'll be fine." Lu Enhat's expression at this time also became more serious. He remained silent and pensive, thinking. Lu Van, on the opposite side, extremely excited, put her hands on her hips and said, "Don't worry, we've arranged a lot of normal people in this building. As long as we give the order, they will rush to catch people. No problem will occur." The group of normal people now had also gathered. They were a little timid, standing shyly close together. Lu Enhat also looked towards them. Ka Enhat also couldn't sit still and spoke up. "Daiku Ka, don't worry. No matter who comes, we'll make sure they don't return." Another teammate also confidently spoke up. "Right, watch us beat him to pieces. Big brother Daihu Ka, you should now think about how to test us afterwards." Saying that, they laughed non-stop. Lu Enhat was also made to laugh by their confident spirit. He then loudly reassured them. "Don't worry, we will definitely win." Ka Enhat then excitedly raised both hands high and said, "All right then." Everyone around also became more lively. Ka Enhat continued, "I'm going to the rooftop, the place we arranged, to wait for Veen Lam to come." Then a moment later on the rooftop, Lu Enhat was now in the middle of the helipad with a determined mindset. Take him down while continuously counting down the time. Veen Lam's skill cooldown ending, 1 minute. Veen Lam's skill cooldown ending, 59 seconds. Veen Lam's skill cooldown ending, 45 seconds. Veen Lam's skill cooldown ending, 30 seconds. Lu Enhat at the same time sat down, then gradually sank into meditation. At the same time, on the floor that still had its lights on in the building, Lu Van was now full of worry, standing with arms crossed beside Ka Enhat. The countdown was still ticking away. Veen Lam's skill cooldown ending, 15 seconds. Veen Lam's skill cooldown ending, 10 seconds. Veen Lam's skill cooldown ending, 9 seconds. Veen Lam's skill cooldown ending, 8 seconds. As time ticked by, Lu Enhat's expression showed more and more tension. Veen Lam's skill cooldown ending, 7 seconds. Just as the final seconds were counting down, he immediately took out a sword. Veen Lam's skill cooldown ending, 3 seconds. Holding the sword in hand, Lu Enhat gradually stood up. Veen Lam's skill cooldown ending, 2 seconds. Veen Lam's skill cooldown ending, 1 second. Knowing that moment had arrived, he looked around. Yet on the rooftop helipad, only Lu Enhat stood towering. The sky at this time was also covered in pitch black. Suddenly in the space appeared flickering specks of light. Lu Enhat was immediately drawn to this. It seemed that at this moment, the entire vast city had sunk into darkness. Only the rooftop of their building still glowed with a little light. Suddenly a thought appeared in his head. Something seems off. The light suddenly flashed once. The city at this time was still lit, but no one could be seen. Lu Enhat was also puzzled by this. He just frowned tightly and looked down with the thought. The whole city was silent, so before I realized it, I had been pulled into Veen Lam's spiritual cage. He couldn't help but look around vigilantly with the thought, but where is the enemy, the danger, where is it? It can't be just to capture me. With that thought, Lu Enhat immediately returned to his original standing position, yet his eyes still constantly shone with vigilance as he observed the surrounding. Right now, on the only floor still lit in the high-rise building, the screens continuously monitored from Lu Enhat's side. Suddenly, Lu Van noticed something was wrong and turned to Jia Hiu. Quick, my brother has fallen asleep. Use the skill to locate Veen Lam. The member assigned to that task heard that and replied, understood. He then took out a green energy orb and threw it up high. The orb flew back and forth, bouncing everywhere, accompanied by a system notification. Area locked. The skill to locate the person using a skill cannot be used. Then the orb returned to its owner's location and suddenly shattered into many pieces. It seemed that the orb's behavior left him wide-eyed in astonishment. The one in charge of locating the target kept looking around in panic. Lu Van couldn't help but ask, well, did you find him? His face full of panic, he looked at her and replied, my skill points at me. As soon as the person assigned to the search finished speaking, everyone around was plunged into confusion. Seeing that, he added, the target is here. After saying that, everyone in the room was startled and alarmed. To help them understand better, he affirmed once again. Among us, the one in charge of locating Veen Lam kept repeating with conviction that the target is here among us, causing the other teammates to be utterly shocked and bewildered. Lu Van couldn't help but ask in confusion. Are you sure? Ngo Tu, a member of Tan Trat 2, immediately answered with a confident tone. Of course, you all tested my skill before and it was never wrong, he said with certainty, making the atmosphere even more tense. Seeing the situation, Lu Van turned around and shouted an order with authority. Close the door. From now on, no one is allowed to leave. Upon hearing the order, the person nearest the door immediately reacted, casually slamming the door shut with a loud bang. Lu Van, with sharp and confident eyes. She knew well that Veen Lam was infiltrating her group, so she looked around and loudly warned, so you also have a disguise skill. But your act of hiding among us is somewhat foolish. All the players present here are my people, all marked to receive the resurrection benefit. Come out, Veen Lam, she declared fiercely. Just as the Tan Trat 2 members were watching nervously, Lu Van gave another instruction. Everyone commit suicide. Hearing that, everyone was a bit hesitant. A voice showing obvious hesitation murmured, this, but before they could finish, Lu Van put her hands on her hips. Her eyes resolute, she declared fiercely, don't worry about me. I still have the trump card that the mysterious person left behind when defeating number 8. Besides, there's an entire floor of ordinary people waiting for a performance, too. Her firm words made all the Tan Trat 2 members even more at ease. One person then spoke up. Then, President, be careful. Another also said, President, we're counting on you. Then they all cheered her on together. Go, President! After that, they all dissolved into specks of light. Ngo Tu, standing to the side, heard Lu Van's words in panic, hastily waving his hands in refusal. I don't need to. I'm the one who located Veen Lam. But Lu Van paid no heed and flatly refused. No. You're the most important. Only when you die can you prove what you said is true. Then she added with a tone that seemed to reassure. Don't worry, after arriving in Hai Thai, my brother has already recorded you. As long as we can win if you die accidentally later, we can revive you for free. Ngo Tu listened, a bit hesitant, unsure how to react to her blunt and cold words, but after thinking for a moment, he agreed. All right, for resurrection, I wish you all will definitely win. Saying that, he then committed suicide, turning into specks of light and disappearing. After a while, Lu Van turned to the group of ordinary people, her sharp eyes scanning each person, then said coldly, finally, only ordinary people are left, just you all. I didn't expect that you, Veen Lam, would disguise yourself as an ordinary person to enter here. The more she thought, the more certainty gleamed in her eyes, saying, that's right, awakened ones like you after leaving Bat True Sun lose their powers. I heard you've been in Bitch Thigh for a very long time. The current you is just a powerless ordinary person. Disguising as an ordinary person is the most suitable choice for you. Lu Van's eyes grew even more confident, and she said powerfully, if it's just ordinary people, then I don't need the suicide method to find you. So everyone kneel down, just like last time when you begged me to protect you. Do it again. The ordinary people were surprised to hear that, their eyes full of confusion, some even gaped, not believing what they just heard. She spoke again with a hint of provocation, although the reason is a bit makeshift. But Veen Lam, an awakened like you, are you willing to kneel before me? Even if you have the power to deal with me, you still choose to be insulted. Humiliated, you still force yourself to choose this way to disguise. Do you really want that? Suddenly, among the crowd of ordinary people, someone with a strange expression appeared, gloomier than the rest. His eyes glinted with alertness and annoyance upon hearing Lu Van's provocative words. That difference immediately drew her attention to him. Lu Van no longer hesitated and drew a blade. Moving swiftly, she leaped up. The steel gleamed as she slashed straight down at the suspect's location. Lu Van decisively shouted, "Here." Exactly that man was Vien Lam. He showed no fear or evasion, only a sly smile with eyes full of murderous intent. Just before the blade reached him, a burst of black shadow shot out from him. Everything around turned pitch black, leaving Lu Van somewhat bewildered. Suddenly, another voice spoke up. "The target is here among us." This voice was very familiar. It seemed Lu Van had heard it before. Then she couldn't help but be startled to find that she had returned to the moment at the intersection, informing the group that Vien Lam had infiltrated them. This made her furious, and she thought to herself, starting over, I've been pulled into his skill as well. Without hesitation, Lu Van immediately approached an ordinary person who somewhat resembled Vien Lam and questioned, "What trick are you playing?" The person questioned looked bewildered and stammered, "President, sir, what's wrong?" But when he looked up at Lu Van's murderous expression, he couldn't help but tremble in fear and immediately knelt down. He repeatedly kowtowed and begged, President, did I do something wrong? I fought for a long time to get this chance to help you. Please don't abandon me, please don't." His earnest, repeated kowtowing and begging caught her off guard. Lu Van couldn't help but think in confusion, has the target changed, or is it only truly beginning now? However, she never suspected that the place she stood in was merely a dreamscape. In reality, the room was now engulfed in murderous darkness, littered with the bodies of Tan Trat 2 members lying around. Even Enhat Ka had been taken down, his body full of wounds lying on the ground. The other members were not spared either. Lu Van was now also unconscious within the dreamscape, lying motionless. A red blade aimed straight at her. Vien Lam, holding the blade, grinned sinisterly with intent to strike. As soon as he thought it, he did it. He stabbed into Lu Van's right arm. Within the dreamscape, one of her arms was also injured at the same time, making Lu Van immediately realize something was wrong. Lu Van held her injured arm in bewilderment and thought, this is a wound caused by Vien Lam's skill. As soon as the wound appeared, her entire body grew weaker. We must find the core of Vien Lam's skill and break it. If this weakening continues, not to mention helping deal with him, I myself will die inside his skill space. Her gaze full of doubt, she looked around, thinking, according to the data records to break Vien Lam's skill, one must find the core existence of Vien Lam connecting the world. This core contains Vien Lam's consciousness and can become anyone within the soul cage. Once this core is dealt with, the skill will naturally be broken. The members of Tan Trat 2, seeing her injured, couldn't help but fuss around asking questions. President, what's wrong with you? Her eyes brimming with murderous intent, she continued to think to herself, but who could it be? HMPH, whoever it is, it can only be among these people. Thinking that, she repeated her earlier words. All members of Tan Min commit suicide, making all of them bewildered and shocked. Then history repeated itself. All of them committed suicide again, turning into specks of light. Lu Van once again turned to look at the bewildered ordinary people, thinking. Again, among ordinary people, the skills of players after absorbing time dust become ineffective against ordinary people. With murderous intent, she holding a blade advanced straight toward them, her mind repeating the thought. So all these ordinary people are puppets. There's no need to hold back at all. In the face of their bewilderment and panic, Lu Van mercilessly swung her blade and cut them all down. Those ordinary people couldn't help but panic, crying out, Guild Master, Guild Master. After acting, Lu Van couldn't help but be bewildered, thinking, could things really be resolved so easily? Suddenly, everything around her once again sank into darkness, making her bewilderedly think. Even inside his skill, he couldn't possibly be this weak. It turned out she had returned again to the past illusion when she aggressively declared Vien Lam's location at the intersection. Before she could recover from her astonishment, a beam of blue light shot out. One of Lu Van's shoulders was injured again, making her bewildered. Again, at that moment in the real world. That guy Vien Lam was continuously and leisurely stabbing her with his blade. He knelt close to where she lay, saying, 2 more stabs, and I can sever the connection between you and Dekok. By then, the effect of the Hyen Thur in this reincarnation cycle won't be able to revive you anymore. He just sat to one side, grinning maliciously, staring at her. Then Vien Lam glanced at a member of Tan Trat 2 and said, just like them. That person's body now bore 4 wounds, large and small, causing them to sink into unconsciousness. Meanwhile, Lu Van's body only had 2 wounds so far. Vien Lam seemed very proud of his own achievements, laughing and saying, I really am like an executioner, killing so many people. However, I'll resolve the problem of my enemy's peace. Shouldn't I give myself a big compliment? Then he put one hand down, gripping his blade and approaching her, sneering. Quick, let me finish you off quickly. My awakening force is consuming too much. I still need to focus on that guy up on the rooftop. Vien Lam recalled and sneered. I created 18 layers of hell for him. As long as he moves, as long as he can't figure out how to break it immediately, it will sink deeper and deeper, deeper and deeper, and finally die inside. So you go die quickly, I want to go over there and watch him struggle. At that moment, Veen Lam's appearance was no different from that figure dressed entirely in black from head to toe, full of menace, who had appeared at Lu Enhat's house. Meanwhile, on Lu Enhat's side, he was still standing waiting for Veen Lam to appear, completely unaware that his teammates were all in danger. He stood on the rooftop and thought, inside this soul cage, the only movable area is within this courtyard. Once you step out, you'll immediately return to the starting point, and I'll go back to my original position. Then Lu Enhat looked at the barrier of the soul cage and thought, at the same time, the operating range is shrinking. I don't know what will happen if it keeps shrinking and I can't heal myself anymore. Will I die? Or will it move to the next stage according to the records left by the mysterious person? Awakened beings are divided into 3 tiers, levels 70, 80, and 90. The more he thought, the more his face showed tension, and then Lu Enhat slowly analyzed his opponent. Veen Lam is the most powerful existence at the level 70 tier, because his special power makes him the most promising awakened being in the new generation. After thinking, he sat down on the ground and said, reassess the current situation. In this soul cage, besides me there is no living creature at all, which means the core hasn't appeared yet. Saying that, Lu Enhat's face grew even more tense and he resolved inwardly, maybe I still have to wait for the core to come. Releasing any skill requires consuming awakening force, and awakening force is limited. If there's no danger at all, then waiting is the best way. At this moment, on Lu Van's side, extremely tense, she kept gritting her teeth, couldn't help but get a headache as she tried everything but still couldn't escape this illusion. Everyone in the illusion saw her bow her head wearily and couldn't help but worry, surrounding her and asking, Guildmaster, what's wrong? Guildmaster, are you all right? Guildmaster, yet all these inquiries to Lu Van at this moment were no different from the mocking laughter of demons continuously surrounding her, causing Lu Van to tense up, grit her teeth and worry. What on earth should I do? I've already tried killing everyone. No one is the core of this soul cage. Where on earth is the core? But then suddenly she seemed to realize something and glared with wide eyes. No, there's still one person who has never died. Lu Van simultaneously brought her hand to her neck and said, myself. Lu Enhat sitting on the rooftop also gradually realized this truth and thought to himself, suppose it turns out no one else can possibly have this skill anymore. Thinking of this, his eyes suddenly widened. Could the core be himself? Is this possible? Lu Enhat, full of confusion, asked himself. To be more certain of his thoughts, he stood up and looked around. The whole city at this moment seemed to have sunk into darkness. Only the spot where Lu Enhat stood was still lit. He folded his arms, beginning to sink into his own conjectures. If in a world without danger, the focus is attacking the mind. Things like self-resolution, the last thing one would do is this dangerous act. Could this be the key to breaking the deadlock? Thinking of this, Lu Enhat's face was beaded with sweat, revealing his worry. But he didn't dare bet on it. That thought just flashed through and was thrown to the back of his mind. Then he constantly reassured himself, I should calm down. What I should do is wait for a van to find Veen Lam, deal with him, and get me out of this predicament, not die here. Amidst the pitch-black sky, filled with clouds, only the rooftop where Lu Enhat stood still emitted light. However, the person standing there at that moment couldn't help but worry, thinking of the worst-case scenario. But what if a van couldn't find Veen Lam? He nervously looked down at his own arm. Standing alone on this towering rooftop, Lu Enhat couldn't help but sink into his thoughts. Actually, just trusting that mysterious person's materials would lead to success, but we forgot it. Is the intelligence that mysterious person left us trustworthy? Who exactly is that person? I feel very close to them, but I can't remember. The more he thought, the more his brows furrowed tightly. Suddenly, Lu Enhat looked up at the sky for a moment, then he also raised his hand to his neck, just like Lu Van, accompanied by the thoughts running through his head. That mysterious person, they have our trust. This is trust from deep within the heart. That person told me they can be trusted. Then he immediately killed himself. Lu Van, on the other side, simultaneously had the same thought as her brother and took her own life as well. The words of the crossroads repeated once again. This was the third time Lu Van heard this sentence. This seemed to remind her that all her thoughts and judgments were on the right track. It made Lu Van startle as she realized she had returned to the initial illusion, where everything seemed to have ended, but turned out to be just an endless loop. That Veen Lam in the real world simultaneously stabbed another knife into the center of her chest. His face revealed even more excitement, saying there was still this final stab. Inside the illusion, Lu Van was constantly stepping backward. Each heavy step as if trapped by darkness, she couldn't help but be stunned. Her eyes filled with confusion and helplessness. In Lu Van's head, chaotic thoughts rang out. No, not it, I've gone to this extent and it's still not right. How on earth can this be done? Then suddenly, a blue light pierced through the center of her chest, bringing with it a sensation of extreme pain. The intense pain made her unable to bear it, and she collapsed to the ground, immediately clutching her chest with one hand as if trying to block the pain spreading throughout her body. The increasingly severe pain made Lu Van terrified, and she thought to herself, my body has weakened to the point I can't even stand anymore. Try again, I'm not doing well, what should I do? Those in the illusion saw this and once again surrounded her, speaking up to ask Lu Van. Voices rang out, overlapping each other. President, are you okay? President, what's wrong with you? Facing those who were unclear whether enemies or friends, Lu Van became even more confused. Her eyes darted around, trying to find some clue, but only received the chaos in her mind and asked herself, what is the method to break this skill? That Veen Lam outside knew she was at an impasse, so he couldn't help but taunt, saying just directly attack. Anyway, it still had to be done. Just directly attack, let me finish you and everything will end. Then he sighed impatiently, saying, not an awakened person. Then just obediently be a clove of garlic. Wait until the reincarnation ends for us to harvest. Why get involved in the battle between awakened ones? But then, as if reconsidering, he changed his tone, his eyes flashing with a hint of sarcasm, saying, HMPH, saying that is not right either. After all, there are still weaker awakened ones. Thinking so, Veen Lam then changed his words, his tone colder as he spoke up. I should say, why meddle in my fight? My mighty power is beyond your imagination. As he spoke, his eyes were filled with sharpness, not leaving Lu Van, as if trying to suppress her with his threat. But when his eyes fell on the 3 deep wounds on her body, a flash of doubt in his mind made Veen Lam speak in a voice full of sarcasm mixed with a bit of surprise. However, still I have to admire you. Persevering for so long. You must have some kind of item that enhances your strength, right? What is it? It really makes one curious. However, just sever your connection with Dekok, then kill you, and your things will become mine. Then he immediately discovered that Liu Yun had guessed wrong again, making him unable to contain his excitement as he let out a cold laugh and said, or should you choose to kill everyone with your own hand? Sorry, but that's wrong. Although his mouth said sorry, his hand quickly raised the sharp knife in his hand and prepared to stab straight into her chest. He didn't forget to add a ferocious and arrogant tone. Goodbye, little baby, but before he could strike, the ceiling above was suddenly struck by a force, causing it to crack. The dirt and rock there shattered and fell down to where she and he were. In that moment, a mighty figure plunged down from above. With the sharp gleam of his blade, Liu Yi destroyed the ceiling and fiercely appeared just in time to save his younger sister. As soon as Liu Yi's blade swung forward, Yuan Lin agilely jumped aside, narrowly dodging his attack by a hair's breadth. Although he had evaded, his eyes still couldn't hide his astonishment. With a face full of suspicion, he looked at Liu Yi, then frowned and asked in a tone tinged with disbelief, how could you escape my skill? Who helped you? Liu Yi slightly curled his lips, his gaze sharp, cold, and full of confidence. He answered him with a resolute tone. Can't I have escaped on my own? Rewind a few minutes earlier. After committing suicide, he was resurrected once again and appeared on the rooftop. However, the surroundings were now shrouded in a pitch-black darkness. Cold and oppressive, Liu Yi couldn't help but feel bewildered as he observed his surroundings and asked himself, I'm not dead. But he immediately noticed something wrong here, thinking to himself, no, this is still within the skill. It's exactly like when I step out of position and immediately return. At that moment, a system notification panel suddenly appeared before his eye. The content on the panel was clear, immunity unsealed. Your immunity level is 5, higher than the skill level of Spirit Cage. The Spirit Cage skill is weakening against you. Quickly, the notification panel then turned into specks of light and vanished before Liu Yi's face. After reading these notification lines, he couldn't help but exclaim with joy. Immunity really did work. It wasn't in vain that before entering Yuan Lin's skill, I raised all attributes to their peak. A surge of excitement rose within him as he realized that his earlier speculation had been completely correct. Yuan Lin's skill indeed locks attributes. A minute had already passed, but the effects of the attributes were still there. However, there was another puzzling point that made Liu Yi wonder again. What do the ceiling marks mean? Is it Yuan Lin's skill? Both of his eyebrows furrowed at the thought. Looking at the data displayed from immunity, his earlier choice was correct. Thinking of this, Liu Yi couldn't help but be wary of the sinister cunning of that Yuan Lin. Truly treacherous, not only did it require suicide to leave, but it also required multiple suicides. Since he had found the escape route, he would just continue on. Returning to the present, Liu Yi stood fearlessly before Yuan Lin and revealed the method he had guessed to find the escape route. You set the core on me, forcing me to commit suicide 3 times in a row to escape the skill. You are truly skilled. If not for my high immunity level, I wouldn't have detected the anomaly. Liu Yi's words were not only a confirmation, but also carried a hint of contempt for Yuan Lin. He understood clearly the sinister nature of the enemy's plan and the tricks that Veen Lam had meticulously prepared. But with his own immunity and determination, Lu Enhat was not afraid at all. However, when his eyes swept around, the scene before him made Lu Enhat freeze. His comrades, the members of the new order, were all lying scattered on the ground. Each of them had 4 deep stab wounds on their bodies. He immediately intended to use his own revival ability, but when Lu Enhat tried, the system suddenly displayed a notification blocking him. The revival target's links have been severed. You cannot revive them. Then Lu Enhat shifted his gaze to Lu Van, who was lying unconscious on the ground. Her face now also showed no signs of life, causing his eyes to glint with a deadly, dangerous light. A surge of fury rose within him. He could not bear the sight of his sister being tormented any further. Unable to contain the anger in his heart, Lu Enhat grabbed his blade and charged straight at where Veen Lam was standing. Seeing Lu Enhat charging at him with fierce momentum, a flash of shock appeared on his face. But in the blink of an eye, he regained his composure and fiercely shouted in his face, "You think that just because you escaped my skill you can take me down? What a joke. How could my skill be broken by you just like that? A skill with such power, I've still got 6 more." As he spoke, he raised his hand, intending to use the next move to further back up his own words. However, a system notification immediately appeared. Block. White Void Pool's ground seal prohibits the opponent from using weapons. After reading these lines, Veen Lam couldn't help but panic, his eyes wide open. Right as he still hadn't had time to react, he was slashed across the stomach by Lu Enhat's blade. He didn't forget to twist the knife with a few more hurtful words. "That thing attached to your weapon must be the Wind Preservation Pearl, right? If you're prohibited from using weapons, does the enhancement effect of the Wind Preservation Pearl still work?" Veen Lam was slashed by that blade, collapsing to the ground in pain, yet he still had the strength to use a fierce tone to threaten him. If I die, your little sister is still inside my skill, and she will die along with me." Though his voice was fierce, his eyes constantly flickered with fear. You'd better not keep attacking me, otherwise." Before he could finish his sentence, the person lying nearby had stirred at some point. Lu Enhat also noticed this at the same time. Somehow, Lu Van had managed to break through Veen Lam's skill and escape. With a murderous aura, she approached him with her blade drawn and asked, "Otherwise what? We'll die together, is that right?" That Veen Lam couldn't help but stare in shock. Then he was struck by Lu Van with another slash right down the middle of his head. She even spoke to him in a tone full of contempt. "I originally thought that you, having lived through so many reincarnations, could be considered special. But it turns out you really are shameless." Full of fury, Lu Van gnashed her teeth and cursed at that Veen Lam. "The thing I despise most is people without principles like you." By now, Veen Lam had been beaten by her until he lay motionless. After a moment, his body emitted a glow and then gradually dissolved away. Only then did Lu Enhat dare to approach and ask his sister, Lu Van, still in her fit of rage, looked at the specks of light left behind by Veen Lam and cursed, "Damn it, I'm so pissed off." Then she turned to explain to her brother, "Inside my mental space, he transformed into an ordinary person. The first time I taunted him, he didn't kneel. The second time, I hadn't even opened my mouth yet and he was already kneeling. I thought someone that's strong would still care about their dignity. Kneeling down just meant he had changed his target. In a remote suburban area, this place was being blanketed by a dense, heavy rain. Raindrops pattered down, gathering into large puddles. Lu Van stood under the rain with sorrowful eyes. At this moment, she was standing before the graves, listening to her brother speak. "I said we had to mentally prepare for casualties, but I didn't think it would be this massive. When we dealt with Veen Lam, I actually felt happy. This matter was resolved somewhat easily. We wouldn't have to worry anymore. Not only did the entire company die, but we also lost more than half of the squad leaders. It turned out that those graves were for their fallen comrades. It seemed that even the heavens mourned their sacrifice, causing the sky to pour down relentless rain." Lu Enhat couldn't help but say with anguish, "The most important thing, this loss does not include those who had been revived." The 2 siblings now stood before many graves. It was clear that many of their comrades had fallen. Standing under the heavy rain, Lu Van held a bouquet of yellow chrysanthemums in her hand and said sorrowfully, "They were clearly all revived. Clearly, we all thought there would be no casualties." Then Lu Van gently placed the bouquet of chrysanthemums down, her heart growing even heavier, and said, "Actually, we shouldn't be too sad if reincarnation is real. Except for those who have been forgotten, everyone else will appear." Lu Enhat stood behind her, not knowing what to say at this moment. Lu Van spoke again, "But we can only collect the 3 great titles. Only by ending the reincarnation can we, Mom and Dad." Then she turned around, forcing herself to smile at her brother, and said, "If we succeed, can we indirectly eliminate all of them?" Though her mouth smiled and spoke those words, her eyes could not hide the brimming tears. Only Lu Enhat understood her feelings most at this moment. He just stood there silently looking at his younger sister for a while, then placed his hand on her shoulder, comforting her. no one can predict what will happen. We don't even know if we can collect the 3 great titles. Even if we succeed in the end, we don't know what this world will become. Liu Yi repeatedly reassured his younger sister. Maybe the final result will be that all those who have disappeared will come back to life. But before that, what we need to do is become stronger. There's nothing wrong with becoming stronger. Even if we cannot save our parents, we can preserve ourselves until the next reincarnation to protect ourselves and them. The two of them just stood in the rain looking towards the graves, comforting each other. Liu Yun, at this moment, had also become more open-minded and agreed with her older brother. All right, a day later at the Tan Min headquarters, Liu Yun couldn't help but wonder aloud. It's strange to say, but the Veen lamb was clearly dealt with by me. But only you can see the time dust. The time dust now showed the number 226. Liu Yi also held it out in front of her and explained. One portion of time dust can help a player break through level 69. I only need 2 portions to raise my level to 70. Then he continued, and after Veen Lam died, as many as 226 portions appeared. It seems enough to raise my level to 80, although you cannot use time dust. But from now on, every time we eliminate a player, I will set aside 1 portion for you. Hearing these words from her brother, Liu Yun couldn't help being surprised, and she thought to herself, did the mysterious person leave only 1 portion of time dust for me for this reason? Thinking so, she smiled and said, no need, it's too troublesome. To use it, you have to go to Buzhu Mountain. I currently have the sealed pearl left by the mysterious person. My strength is enough for now. Hearing his younger sister say that, Liu Yi couldn't help but ponder, looking at the time dust in front of him, then said, but after I go to Buzhu Mountain, what will happen to the revival camp? Currently, Tan Min has only just managed to improve thanks to resurrection. When I leave, the impact will be huge. Liu Yun was surprised to hear that. She crossed her arms and looked at him seriously, saying, compared to that, I'm more worried about your safety when you go to Buzhu Mountain. After all the awakened ones are at Buzhu Mountain. Outside Buzhu Mountain, your strength can make you a king. But once you enter, everything almost starts over from the beginning. But Liu Yi retorted, is it just because of this that I won't go to Buzhu Mountain anymore? Liu Yun immediately replied, that's right, is it because of the resurrection, so you're not going to Buzhu Mountain anymore? He was stunned by her question and fell silent for a moment. Suddenly, Liu Yi understood and exclaimed, ah, you're right. I need to absorb the time dust because I need to go to Buzhu Mountain. Saying that, Liu Yi grabbed the time dust in his hand. At the same time, the system displayed a notification. Are you sure you want to absorb the time dust? Liu Yi immediately replied, confirm. After the absorption process, the system displayed another notification. Time dust absorbed. Time dust consumed. 2. You have reached level 70. Your life essence has broken through. Reward for special physique. Basic attributes multiplied by 2 from the original one-time all weight ratios plus 1. Initial weight ratio is 0.5. You have obtained skills, evil body, divine light. Then another notification appeared. Time dust absorbed. Consumed 20. You have reached level 71. Basic attributes multiplied by 200. All weight ratios plus 1. Strength exceeds 1000 obtained skill. Attack enhancement. Physical attribute exceeds 1000 obtained skill blood exchange. Agility exceeds 1000 obtained skill speed enhancement. Perception exceeds 1000 obtained skill foresight. Strength, vitality, agility, perception all plus 1. Another system notification appeared. Time dust absorbed. Time dust consumed 40. Reached level 72. Basic attributes multiplied by 200. All weight ratios plus 1. And so on, one after another, other notifications appeared. The general content was still notifications of absorbing time dust, level increasing up to level 74. Basic attributes multiplied by 200, all weight ratios plus 1. Currently, time dust remaining 25. Next was Liu Yi's character information panel. Player Liu Yi, level 74. Experience, 0 time dust remaining 25. Titles, Special Physique, Rule-Breaking Warrior. Weapon Master, Desperate Counterattacker, First in High Tower Strategy. Cumulative Weight Ratio, plus 14. Intelligence Ratio, plus 1. Attributes, Attack Power near 30,000. And finally, the system displayed another notification with a requirement. You have absorbed time dust, you must be present at Buzhu Mountain. Exceeding the specified number of days, all attributes will be reduced to a minimum of 1. Upon returning to the village of Buzhu Mountain, you cannot harm ordinary people. Otherwise, attributes will be reduced to the minimum. After returning to Buzhu Mountain, attributes will be deducted from 0 to 50%. After reading these notifications and information, Liu Yi felt the changes in his own body and thought excitedly. This is the increase of all attributes and gaining new skill. Without hesitation, Liu Yi immediately used his new skill. A duplicate with split attributes appeared. Beside him, a figure that looked exactly like the original instantly materialized. Liu Yun opposite him couldn't help but be startled and shouted, "This is..." Liu Yi, on the other hand, thought excitedly. "Truly miraculous. It feels like both are myself, just like controlling my own left and right hand." Now it was unclear which of the two people in front was the original and which was the clone. All they knew was that Lu Enhat on the left spoke up first to explain to his younger sister. The problem of me going to Bat Chow Mountain has been solved. This is a skill I just acquired. It can divide all attributes to create a clone that has my skills and titles. As he spoke, he pointed at the other Lu Enhat on the right. I can leave the clone with one attribute point here like this. Even if surrounded by ordinary people, its overall attributes cannot be reduced. Lu Van listened, gaping in surprise. Then Lu Enhat continued to explain, but it only has one attribute point, even weaker than an ordinary person. Protect it well, just don't let him die. That way, even if I die at Bat Chow Mountain, I can rely on the clone to directly revive here. After saying that, both Lu Enhats simultaneously flashed identical bright smiles. Lu Van couldn't help but rejoice upon hearing this. If that were true, it would be great, all problems solved at once. She cheered excitedly and kept jumping up and down in exhilaration. Then the three of them continued discussing something. One could only guess that everything was going smoothly, as a bright smile kept appearing on Lu Enhat's face. At the same time, at the Tan Trat 2 headquarters in Duok Thai, the president of Tan Trat 2 was holding a phone and turned to ask his subordinate, "Are you sure this is his phone?" The subordinate replied, "Yes," the little lady gave it. Back at the two siblings' side, all three were joyfully chatting. Lu Van eagerly said, "Brother, I must build an underground fortress for your clone." Lu Enhat beside her laughed and replied, "No need to be that exaggerated." At that moment, an unknown number called. Lu Enhat hesitated a bit before answering the phone. "Hello," the voice on the other end replied. "I am Hot Air, the president of Tan Trat 2. This is our first phone call. First of all, congratulations on defeating him. I won't waste words, we need your help." Lu Enhat, while listening to the other party, replied haltingly, "President of Tan Trat 2, what is going on with you people?" On the other end of the line, the president, with a tense face, explained to him, "Due to certain reasons, I won't say their names directly. So I use they to refer to them. We are all controlled by them. This is something we only realized after the original realm appeared. Because when the original realm descended, we gained the power of players. From then on, we could not resist them. This explains why." Bin Lam had extremely radical power. Then the president immediately put forward conditions to Liu Yi. "Now that you have defeated him, the person behind Yuan Ding, then you can also deal with the one behind him. Yes, Shun Yang and Xiang Yun need your help. In return, any request of yours that does not involve enslavement, we will all agree to." On the other side, Liu Yi immediately brought the time dust before Liu Yun, making her unable to help but marvel. Then she suddenly spoke up and asked, "Do you want to use it?" Without hesitation, Liu Yi immediately used that lump of time dust. He couldn't help but feel excited as he watched his body absorb the time dust and upgrade, along with a thought. It equals the total amount of rewards he had received before. Liu Yun, at the side, couldn't help but ask worriedly, "What's wrong?" Liu Yi did not reply at all, only clenching his fist with determination. Then he turned back to the phone call with the new order president and made a proposal, including the matter of wanting the title of the four guardians. "You also agree?" The president on the other end of the line, upon hearing that, couldn't help but frown tightly, silently pondering. Then after thinking something through, he agreed. Possibly so, but the president's face still showed a trace of unwillingness. A moment after the call ended, Liu Yi and Liu Yun sat in front of the computer screen, studying the information together. However, on the computer screen at that moment only displayed a single line of data information, without any other detailed information. Liu Yun, after being told by Liu Yi about the call filled with tension, nervously said, "Basically, the new order president wants you to help eliminate Tang Ji behind them." She paused for a moment, then continued, "There is an immunity to all ranged attack skills, which means we can only use close combat to deal with him." Frowning, she nervously analyzed the information. In addition, he also has explosive power, with the strongest close combat attack among various powers. That's why he is so terrifying. Liu Yi, standing nearby, was equally tense. After hearing her words, he couldn't help but frown and reply, "To be able to leave Mount Buju and still preserve his strength, there is only one possibility. He uses a sealed treasure orb just like we dealt with Yuan Lin. However, regardless of whether this treasure orb is attached to his weapon or equipment, we must first find it. If we can find it and seal it, dealing with him will be extremely easy." Liu Yun, hearing that, couldn't help but worry and became even more vigilant, immediately reminding her brother a little. "We also have to guard against him having more than one treasure orb." Liu Yi also clearly recognized this and nodded in agreement. "Yeah," then Liu Yun once again continued to remind Liu Yi, "But the most important thing is still to stay vigilant. Perhaps this is the new order president deliberately targeting you." Liu Yi seemed to have the same thought as her, so he immediately voiced his own consideration. "Right, that's why I didn't force him to come to High City, and told him to record him 3 days later at the headquarters of Tan Min." Liu Yi's face at that moment was constantly grimacing. It seemed like he was trying to suppress the anger in his heart. Liu Yun approached where he was sitting and asked doubtfully, You've already passed the appointment time by a day and he still hasn't contacted you. Liu Yi immediately answered, no, not only no phone call, but in many chat groups, the new order president also hasn't appeared. I even made excuses to talk to him and he didn't reply either. Liu Yi crossed his arms and said with tension. Then, as if realizing something was amiss, he immediately stood up abruptly and said, something might have happened. I'll go to the meeting point in advance to check. With that, he immediately opened a barrier leading to the entrance gate of the secret realm. Unexpectedly, an unfamiliar person appeared there. He was none other than Huang Yu, level 79 and awakened one. Liu Yi, having just entered this area, noticed a lurking figure. It seemed to be waiting for someone, and he couldn't help but frown inwardly, guessing that this person was the target mentioned by the new order president. He, the Huang Yu mentioned by the new order president, had lost contact with the new order president. Yet the target was right at the entrance, as if waiting for something to come. Was he targeting me? Thinking of this, Liu Yi became even more vigilant and immediately made a decision. First, use a clone to go scout it out. On this side, Huang Yu couldn't help but notice the appearance of a second person. At the same time, Liu Yi's clone also approached him. It was then that Huang Yu took the initiative to speak. His voice was low and carried a hint of contempt as he said, so it seems you are their trump card. I know you were the one who killed that brat Yuan Ding, very strange. That guy Yuan Lin didn't come to deal with you. Or could it be that you dealt with him too? At this moment, the clone's status panel also appeared. Liu Yi's attributes: Strength 50,000, Constitution 50,000, Agility 50,000, Intelligence 50,000, Perception 50,000. Allocate 1 point to all attributes to apply the blessing, creating an unequipped clone. He then used the skill Sin Kin Nhap Sam on one side. The system panel simultaneously displayed a notification. Target is in an unknown territory. After reading all this, Lu Nhat couldn't help being stunned and thought to himself, unable to determine the reminder target. It's not because my level is too low, but because it's being affected by some domain. His clone stepped forward and asked, where is the new order president? Lu Nhat quietly assessed the situation. From the status on the group chat, the new order president hadn't died yet. The Chu Thur was still on him. Lu Nhat's clone gradually approached Hong Diahop's position. He also used the Tram Max skill, and the system immediately displayed a notification. The target is currently in an unknown territory, unable to determine the target. That notification kept repeating, the target is currently in an unknown territory, unable to determine the target. Even when Lu Nhat used the Cam 2 skill, the system still only displayed one notification. The target is currently in an unknown territory, unable to determine the target. After using all kinds of skills and still failing to find anything, Lu Nhat couldn't help but feel helpless. Suddenly, Hong Diahop from the opposite side spoke up. There's no need to use detection skills anymore. Inside my domain. Except for close combat and direct attacks, all skills are nullified. Lu Nhat's clone heard this and couldn't help being shocked, freezing in place. Hong Diahop continued speaking about Hong Du Van. He's inside that secret realm. For now, he probably hasn't died yet. However, I threw him in there over a day ago. At his mere level 20, facing a secret realm and still surviving until now is truly a miracle. But miracles don't last forever. He'll die in there very soon. As he spoke, he clenched both his fists into tight ball. Lu Nhat's clone then spoke up. Aren't you afraid that if he dies inside, the Chu Thur will disappear along with his death? Suddenly, Hong Diahop rushed toward him with wind-like speed, accompanied by an excited remark. Then that would be best. Saying this, he drove a fist straight into the clone's stomach. A loud explosion erupted simultaneously, and Lu Nhat's health bar immediately lost half. Seizing the opportunity, Hong Diahop rushed forward while saying with puzzlement, one punch can blast away half the health bar of a player with level 5 immunity. Based on this, I'm even more curious whether you really took out Veen Lam. Whether that brat is dead or not, you're not dead. So Hyen Thur is probably still on you, right? Since you initiated an attack on me, I'll defend myself legitimately and eliminate you, and obtain the Tyen Thur title. As he spoke, he swiftly advanced toward the clone's position. Each step he took further restored his strength. Hong Diahop kept talking. My apologies to you blessed ones who have lived several reincarnations longer than me on Bat Chow Sun. None of you will be able to hold anything against me. Lu Nhat's clone could do nothing at this point, but continuously evade Hong Diahop's attacks. In his mind, he kept calculating. Without equipment boosts, he could only use 2 fu. Even if he switched to his main body, the most he could do was strip all attributes for 3 minutes, and those 3 minutes wouldn't be enough to finish him. Besides, his most important objective was the Chu Thur title. Everything else was secondary. His feet pressed firmly against the ground below. Then Lu Nhat's clone used the terrain and speed to quickly slip past Hong Diahop. When he wasn't paying attention, Lu Nhat's clone moved through the gate into the secret realm with a calculated plan. First, enter the secret realm and check on the new order president. However, seeing him enter the secret realm, Hong Diahop didn't rush over to stop him. He simply stood there, coldly watching the gate, then a mysterious smile spread across his lips. Hong Hop smiled meaningfully and said, "He's finally gone in there." It seemed this was his true intention all along. Saying this, Hong Hop approached the gate leading into the secret realm, then flashed a smug smile while clenching his fist. Then, full of smug satisfaction with his scheme, he vanished along with the secret realm. Thus, the Chu Thur and Hien Thur titles disappeared together. This reincarnation cycle would have no unexpected incidents, and he could peacefully wait for its end. Then he stepped into the secret realm and vanished along with that gate. Inside the secret realm, the 3 members of the New Order President's group were gathered together. Nong immediately spoke up nervously. "Only the 3 of us are left. Once Nhu Bin and I are chosen, you'll be the only one left in the secret realm, Nhu Loi." He spoke while casting his gaze at the person beside him, giving instruction. "Indirectly connect to this secret realm, and when the time comes, your attack power will reach its peak. You'll be able to take him down." Nhu Loi stood to one side, silently brooding. Nhu Bin, on the other hand, was extremely furious and kept shouting. "After all, the president gave you a stable income when you were at your most difficult, and in the end, he turned out to be an ungrateful bastard." After Nguyen Joy arrived, not only did he not remember us, but he got power from who knows where and now wants to control us. After venting his anger with curses, Nhu Bin became even more distraught to the point of tears. He kept raising his hand to wipe away the tears streaming down his face, his voice filled with pain. "For this reason he killed so many of our brothers. Lai Vai Kiat, Truong Kai Long, Tran Tu Min, Chao Van, Tine Chin. So many brothers who have worked together for so many years. All dead, they were killed in a daze, confused." Suddenly in the sky, a golden energy vortex appeared. They gathered into an energy sphere. The light from that sphere shone down on the spot where the 3 of them stood, exactly shining on Nguyen Bin, but he didn't care about that and kept angrily shouting and cursing. There was also a demand to chase away the ordinary people. "Even my mother was chased away." His eyes were brimming with tears. "That was my mother, I tried to keep her. After being discovered, without any hesitation, they beat her to death right in front of me." But despite Nguyen Bin venting his rage and screaming madly, his body still slowly vanished into hopelessness. The president and Nhu Loi could only stand in silence watching him vanish like that. Before completely vanishing, Nguyen Bin kept screaming towards both of them, "Avenge us, President, Big Brother Nhu Loi. Avenge us," and then Nguyen Bin vanished along with that light source. President Tan Trat and Nhu Loi stood there in silence for a while. Though no one spoke, they both understood how uncomfortable the other felt inside. Then suddenly Kai Nong turned to Nhu Loi and said, he should have said, "Please, Nhu Loi, avenge us on my behalf. Soon it will be my turn." Then he gave a self-deprecating smile and said, "Actually, no need to be disheartened. According to the information we know, 3 years later this world will return to normal. All of us will be revived. Just that we won't have the memories of the present." Then Kai Nong looked up at the sky, his tone a bit weary as he lamented, "If we had known the plan would be exposed, we should have gone to Hai Thai to let Da remember us. That way, even if we died, we could remember him and be revived." Nhu Loi, from beginning to end, didn't say a single word, just stood there silently, letting the president just monologue internally. "This time, you might be the only one left leading our alliance." Then suddenly that energy vortex appeared again. That damn energy sphere also appeared again. It seemed this time its light aimed straight at Kai Nong, but he just stood still, closed his eyes, and gave a smile full of enjoyment. Suddenly Nhu Loi beside him shoved him hard aside. The president couldn't help but be surprised by his action. Nhu Loi then took Kai Nong's place, standing under that golden light, making him panic and shout, "Nhu Loi, you!" But before Kai Nong could finish, Nhu Loi interrupted. "What revival? I fundamentally don't believe it," he said, his eyes full of determination. "Don't let it be that in the end it's just a copy of me. The real me has died here, leaving behind a copy to live here instead. What's the point? Moreover, what use is #1 of the guild? What I want is #1 in the world, not including that pervert who suddenly appeared." Kai Nong couldn't help but be stunned by Nhu Loi's words, his eyes looking at him brimming with determination. Then Nhu Loi looked up at the energy sphere shining light on him and said, "It's just a pity that the #1 spot was taken by Da. I have no chance to take it back." Suddenly, a third voice rang out, taking the other 2 by surprise. It was the voice of Lu Enhat and shouting, "Even if there is a chance, you're still no match for me." Then Lu Enhat simply appeared, stepping out from the teleportation gate. He also ran toward them at an astonishing speed, surprising both Hot Air and Nhu Loi, who exclaimed in unison. Yes, right when Lu Enhat appeared, the surroundings began to crack apart. Both Nhu Loi and Hot Air were taken aback by this sight. Nhu Loi, unable to hide his surprise, blurted out, "The secret realm is about to collapse." Lu Enhat, rushing over aggressively, mocked, "I told you earlier you should have come to High City sooner. Now let's get out first, then talk." Nhu Loi seemed unable to believe what he said and retorted, "Go where? How?" "Clearly with my sacrifice. The president was about to get out. Now you show up and directly collapse the secret realm. We'll all die here." Then suddenly he seemed to realize something, his eyes widening in surprise. Nhu Loi began to rejoice at his own thoughts. Actually, he can revive us, and yet he's dying here too. This kind of thinking is really too stupid. This brainless death indirectly proves that his intelligence isn't good. On the contrary, my performance just now absolutely shows I'm an extremely intelligent person. Balancing out with combat power, don't I have a chance to surpass him? Only President Hot Air stood by, observing everything, unable to hide his bewilderment as he thought. The secret realm is about to collapse. Can we still get out? Then suddenly Lu Enhat beside him raised both hands high and shouted fiercely, "I am number one under heaven." Hot Air couldn't help but look at him with a bewildered, skeptical gaze, not understanding what was wrong with him. At the same time, Lu Enhat furrowed his brows, calculating. He had remembered the president of the New Order. Killing him before the secret realm collapsed might earn the title Head Hunter. Having thought that, he reached out towards the standing president. Then he directly struck both of them before everything around cracked apart. A moment later, outside the secret realm, all three simultaneously appeared there. The rapid change of location seemed to leave both Nhu Loi and Hot Air visibly exhausted. Lu Enhat, opposite them, fell into deep thought, staring at the two. He had killed him in this secret realm but didn't get the Head Hunter title. What's going on? Hong Diahop, who had been standing outside the secret realm the whole time, was surprised by the sudden appearance of the three. He couldn't help but be suspicious and asked, "What happened? How did you get out?" Large rocks surrounded the three of them. Nhu Loi, making his entrance, thought in amazement, What is this? How did we suddenly get out?" As for Hot Air, equally bewildered, he thought, "It really is resurrection. No wonder Veen Din ignored us back then. He completely ignored our invitation to cooperate." Hot Air, fuming, looked at Lu Enhat and asked in confusion, "You also died with us inside the secret realm just now." "Why?" Lu Enhat replied nonchalantly, "It's just a newly acquired skill." Nhu Loi, appearing on the scene, watched the two talking, his mouth agape in shock as he thought to himself, "Resurrection, it really is resurrection. That means Da's earlier action wasn't brainless." Nhu Loi, making his entrance, was so disappointed that he collapsed on the ground, thinking dejectedly, "I've turned into number 2 under heaven again." Fuming, Hot Air approached him and said, "Da, what do we do next?" Before he could finish, Lu Enhat seemed to see something that utterly shocked him. His gaze immediately became alert. Nhu Loi, making his entrance, and the fuming Hot Air also immediately looked in the direction Lu Enhat was looking. In the distance, someone was walking toward them. Hong Diahop, hands in his pockets, looked at them with eyes full of killing intent. The three braced themselves, ready to attack. Hong Diahop let out a sigh. He said, "Actually, there's a hand, but unfortunately I'm here. You won't be leaving today." He lightly snapped his fingers. In their secret realm, a circle immediately appeared. This was the violent duel decisive rule, forcing the target to duel you in a certain area until their life drops below 10%. Lu Enhat and the fuming Hot Air furrowed their brows, observing their surroundings. Nhu Loi angrily drew his weapon and shouted at Hong Diahop, "Restricting us from leaving. Do you really think you're invincible?" Despite such bold threats, deep down he was worried, thinking, "We can't leave, we can only fight to the death." Hong Diahop was not afraid at all. He said bluntly, "Don't think that me taking care of you is a bad thing. By the time you open your eyes again, it will be the next reincarnation." Hong Diahop suddenly leaped towards the three, shouting loudly, "You can continue to live a wealthy and stable life for another 17 years. Boom, a loud explosion, dust and rocks flying everywhere. Lu Enhat and Hong Diahop immediately engaged in combat. Shockwaves spread far and the system displayed a notification. Due to insufficient skill level, the target is immune to all your attacks. Lu Enhat's eyes widened in shock. Hong Diahop swung his fist, his eyes filled with killing intent, saying, "Your long-range skills aren't enough to break my melee immunity level. Then what is there to resist?" A blinding light flashed after Hong Diahop's punch. Lu Enhat frowned at him, the mountain rock shattered into pieces, the stone blocks floating in the air, with sharp rays of light piercing through the ground and causing cracks. Hong Diahop looked at him with some surprise. System notification. Notification, immunity effectiveness reduced. Lu Enhat expressionlessly lunged forward and grabbed Hong Diahop's hand. System display, evil body reduces the target's immunity by 2 levels upon touch. Hong Diahop sneered at him, "So you have a skill that weakens immunity. But the only attack that can overcome my domain is Kin Luke Fukai. Actually, even if you reduce immunity by 2 levels, you still can't do anything to me." A flash of light streaked by. That light swept past Hong Diahop. He realized in shock, explosive shock shatter reduces the target's defense by 90%. Lu Enhat said, "Sorry, I'm not alone." Nhu Loi Dang Truong charged from behind, angrily shouting, "One slash. I avenge my fallen brother's power release." Hong Diahop was utterly shocked to hear that. Nhu Loi Dang Truong slashed down another strike. The ground churned, a green flash flared. The giant boulder was split apart and floated in space. Eventually, earth and rock crashed down onto the group. Nhu Loi Dang Truong saw that and smirked. He pointed his sword at Hong Diahop and said, not worth mentioning, compared to me. Your strength is not worth mentioning." The dust cleared, Hong Dia-hop stood motionless. Hong Dia-hop sneered, "Not bad, you've made me use my full strength against you all." Lu En-hat and Nhu Loi Dang Truong simultaneously looked at him. Hong Dia-hop asked them, "Are you done with your tricks?" Display panel, explosive shock severance fluid, combined attribute skill, barrier. Combined attribute skill, blood exchange. Damage insurance time reduced by 90%, recover 5% health per second. He continued, "If you're done, then it's my turn." The ground beneath Hong Dia-hop's feet shattered. He said to Lu En-hat, "They opposed my coming here to deal with you. Once I deal with you, everything will be resolved." Saying so, he threw a punch at Lu En-hat. Lu En-hat stepped back. He thought to himself, "Retreat, all skills are nullified. The damage I inflict is limited. We can only rely on Nhu Loi's close combat ability. Only then will we have a chance to defeat him." Nhu Loi Dang Truong swung his blade horizontally across Hong Dia-hop. He angrily shouted, "Daring to treat me like air, I am the strongest here." Hong Dia-hop inwardly assessed. Compared to before, his strength is much stronger. Hong Dia-hop frowned. He looked at Lu En-hat in front of him and thought, it's all because of him. Hong Dia-hop charged in with a combo attack. He furiously shouted, "Die, target protected. By something unidentified, your attack damage reduced by 90%. Target protected by something unidentified, your attack damage reduced by 90%. Target protected by something unidentified, your attack damage reduced by 90%. Hong Dia-hop said contemptuously, "Only this little strength." Screen displays, perception body consumes blood to increase attack speed. Perception body consumes life points to increase attack speed. Hong Dia-hop then swung a punch at Nhu Loi Dang Truong. He said scornfully, "You really don't know your own limits." With a boom, earth and rock flew everywhere. Although heavily injured by Hong Dia-hop's attack, he was gradually recovering. He said tremblingly, "Oh." Hong Dia-hop's eyes widened in shock. He thought to himself, "Vital shock." He glanced at Lu En-hat behind and thought, "So it's vital sentiment. I have to deal with him first, otherwise it'll be an endless fight." Hong Dia-hop stared at Lu En-hat, silently evaluating, what is that black thing on his body? Nhu Loi's earlier attack seemed to have dealt no damage to him. Nhu Loi Dang Truong frowned, that defensive body again. This time it'll be troublesome. He thought, I need to find a way to break it, otherwise we can't win. Hong Dia-hop ignored Nhu Loi Dang Truong and rushed to attack Lu En-hat. He thought, first I must handle the important matter. A red beam of light flashed by. That red beam enveloped Hong Dia-hop to Lu En-hat's surprise. Hong Dia-hop glanced over. He floated suspended in the red light. Lu En-hat thought Hong Dia-van's skill. With a boom, the red light was shattered by Hong Dia-van. The light radiated from the direction of, then flew toward Kai Nong Dung Dung. Kai Nong Dung Dung said smugly, "Just waiting for that move of yours." At this moment, a strange black substance spread all over Hong Dia-hop's body. He asked himself in shock, "This is..." The notification screen showed, "Ngu Bich Tiat Dian has been neutralized." Nhu Loi Dang Truong suddenly charged forward, gleefully telling Hong Dia-hop, "I told you it would turn soft and mushy. It came true, right? And next you'll be cut down by me." Nhu Loi Dang Truong used the 36 Heavenly Slash Swords, a super tracking grade skill. Each attack consumes perception and hold power. Max health increases attack. Attacks can be stacked and accumulate each time. To attack Hong Dia-hop, his mouth immediately spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. A rapid voice rang out, "President of the New Order Guild appearing. Quick, freeze Nhu Loi's status. His next step needs your help." Nhu Loi Dang Truong is bending down. He is in a fortified state. Blessing, he gritted his teeth and said, "In that case, the next move can be used without hesitation." Nhu Loi Dang Truong lunged toward Hong Dia-hop, saying, "For this moment, do you know how long I had to train?" The screen displayed. Explosive shock chase, permanently fused attribute. The attack power enhancement skill deducts the target's health limit based on the number of energy strike letters proportional to the user's own. Loud explosions continuously rang out, along with fantastical blue lights at the cliff face. At the cliff face, the rock had been cut into square blocks by Nhu Loi Dang Truong. Block by block, they stacked on top of each other. Thud, thud, the sounds echoed. Each block of stone fell. The duel-ended notification appeared. Nhu Loi Dang Truong laughed and said, "Feels good, right? This is power. When I really get going, the community gets annoyed by things like this too." Amid the swirling dust and smoke, Nhu Loi Dang Truong seemed to discover something. Lu En-hat thought to himself, he's gone. On the map, Hong Dia-hop's location had been located. He clutched his chest and ran very fast. Lu En-hat shouted, "He fled this way." Nhu Loi Dang Truong sneered, "He's run." After saying that, he let out a cold snort. The screen displayed a notification. Terrified state ended. Suddenly, Nhu Loi Dang Truong's body went limp. He crashed to his knees on the ground. Blood spurted from his mouth. Lu En-hat immediately reached out to restore his strength. Lu En-hat asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" Kai Nong furiously said, "It's useless. The skill he just used directly consumes life force. Of course, the damage to the opponent is also deducted from life force. For at least one day, Hong Dia-van's blood circulation limit and his blood volume limit will be restricted to a near-death state only 50,000 remaining. Lu Enhat asked again, 50 heartbeats. Lu Enhat said, calm down and hold Nhu Loi, I'll go deal with him. Once it's done, remember to keep your promise to us. After saying that, he turned and leaped away. While running fast, he thought, 50 heartbeats, simply put, this is my chance to deal with Hong Diavan. Nhu Loi Dang Truong collapsed to the ground, thinking bitterly, damn it, why didn't you let me finish pretending? I Nhu Loi am stronger than you, I still haven't got to say my piece. In some forest, Hong Diahop said angrily, damn it, so it's actually life force. Had I known earlier that brat Hong Diyen had left it, I wouldn't have reported this player's information up. While running, he glanced at his hand and said, my health points are limited day after day, only 50 points. All his skills are used by consuming blood. Now this blood isn't even enough for me to use one skill. I need to find a hiding place, get through today, then report the information that Hong Diyen concealed to the higher-ups. Hong Diahop looked shocked. He turned his head to glance back. Seeing Lu Enhat chasing close behind, he quickly accelerated. He thought to himself, damn it, he's caught up. Lu Enhat jumped on a mysterious green light and quickly caught up to Hong Diahop to his astonishment. Hong Diahop gritted his teeth, frowned in anger, and quickly stopped. Seeing that, Lu Enhat also quickly stopped. Hong Diahop thought to himself, he's caught up, and it's only him alone. He glanced briefly at the forest beside them. Hong Diahop said to Lu Enhat, in the previous reincarnation, you didn't exist at all. Suddenly a variable appeared, you are 100% an awakened one. Sure enough, an awakened one. All normal players are our nourishment. If you die in this reincarnation, you can still appear again next time. Lu Enhat remained silent. Hong Diahop continued, you are an awakened one, you people shouldn't cooperate with them. Hearing this, Lu Enhat thought to himself. Nutrients? Hong Diahop quickly clenched his fist and said, otherwise, when this reincarnation ends, you won't be allocated any time dust. Your strength won't be enhanced in the next reincarnation. Lu Enhat frowned, looking displeased, and thought, time dust is obtained through killing players. Then in the next reincarnation, it's allocated, and you can't increase your strength. What is this? If you don't kill players, you won't receive time dust to level up. Or rather, the special bodies of players use time dust to break through. He asked Hong Diahop, what does that mean? Hong Diahop replied in a casual tone, let me put it this way. Players can only rely on time dust to level up in each reincarnation. After level 69, each breakthrough can only increase by one level. If in this cycle you cannot collect enough time dust, then in the next reincarnation you won't be able to break through at all. Lu Enhat frowned and said, so to get time dust, you can only wait for the settlement at the end of each reincarnation. Hong Diahop immediately replied, correct. Although time dust appears every time you kill a player, there's no way to collect it, so let's cooperate. Through the operation process, Duok Thai will gather a large number of players. We split them 50-50, then before the reincarnation, after settlement, we compare amounts. When all awakened ones can leave Buju Mountain, we cooperate. We will definitely gain a big advantage over that damn old man. Lu Enhat was astonished and thought, players are nourishment. After settlement they compare ranks, the moment all awakened ones can leave Buju Mountain. This is the reason the New Order guild leader created the Sanctuary chat group. Ordinary battles are unavoidable, but losses when exploring Buju Mountain can be minimized. Lu Enhat glanced downwards. Not only that, when the prestige of the Four Hands is established, waiting until the next reincarnation preparation, we can have awakened players control the Four Hands. Jointly attack Buju Mountain. Gather all the players for the awakened ones to kill in one sweep. This matter, Hong Diahop thought, opportunity. He lunged at Lu Enhat, saying in a somewhat smug tone, after waiting so long, only you appeared. So what do I have to fear? You're just a support staff. With a loud boom, dust flew everywhere. Hong Diahop thought, how dare you chase all the way here alone? He sneered and threw a punch. Lu Enhat easily caught Hong Diahop's punch with one hand. This is heavy delay, frozen state. Hong Diahop's eyes widened in shock. He asked himself, what is this? Lu Enhat looked at him with cold, sharp eyes and sneered. Just now I was thinking about how to touch the original evil body back. The screen displayed a notification. Judgment successful, the opponent's HP is below 100. A green circle flashed, and Hong Diahop's body gradually became transparent. He said in a surprised tone, what skill is this? He frowned, mouth agape in astonishment. Hong Diahop shouted, no, 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 and disappeared. That green light after Hong Diahop disappeared flew into Lu Enhat's hand. He thought to himself, no. The screen displayed a notification. You have successfully devoured Hong Diyen. Received all attributes 342 points. Received attribute ratio 1. Malice value +1. Lu Enhat smiled happily and thought, it succeeded. Attributes, attribute ratio, malice value all increased. Just a pity to use body suppression to absorb players and gain strength. Not only must that person be at least 5 levels lower than you, but once absorbed, they also cannot use the High and Third title to recover. Otherwise, I could absorb beyond the limit now. Lu Enhat observed his surroundings and thought, but why didn't I receive any time dust? He frowned and thought, Hong De Yen's level is the same as Yen Lam's. Killing him couldn't possibly yield no time dust. Or rather, those 2 large modern buildings, probably inside one of them. Lu Enhat angrily said, he didn't die. A hand appeared. Hong De Hop angrily said, damn it, this is too humiliating. So many skills were useless to die at his hands just like that. He appeared from some square. Hong De Hop gritted his teeth in anger and said, wait, just you wait for me. Wait until he returns to the medicine market. Tran and Gap's eyes glinted sharply. Hong De Hop shouted, I'll deal with every last one of you. Suddenly, a sharp red dagger pierced through his throat. He glanced at the knife, his expression in disbelief. A black shadow in front of him sneered, as expected, they've taken care of you. It wasn't in vain that I sat waiting here, helping them harvest. Hong De Hop's body immediately emanated a green light. Nguyen Tay, level 60, covered her mouth, pointed at him and laughed. Your life-saving plan isn't much at all. After revival, you only have 50 HP, easy to deal with. Hong De Hop collapsed right where he had just emerged. On this side, steaming hot air was sitting nearby like a lightning-struck lantern. He furrowed his brows, staring intently at the phone in his hand. Lu Enhat suddenly appeared in front of him. Lu Enhat said suspiciously, I've already killed Hong Durangon, but I suspect he still has a means of revival. Do you have any clues about this? Steaming hot air showed Lu Enhat a phone with a picture of Nguyen Tay. He said, look at this, Hong Durangon's revival was killed by Nguyen Tay. In the large building at this moment in the medicine market, Nguyen Tay stood before them. Between steaming hot air and Lu Enhat, several red stones were floating in the air. Lu Enhat looked in amazement at the red stones in front of him and stepped forward. He tightly grasped a red stone and a screen displayed the message, time dust currently 382. Lu Enhat thought to himself, he's really dead. Steaming hot air looked at Lu Enhat and said, this is what's left when an awakened person dies. But only you can receive it. Nguyen Tay with an innocent face approached close to Lu Enhat and said, is there anything special about this time dust? We unexpectedly have no way to obtain it. She smiled brightly at him and said, no matter what, the one who ultimately dealt with him was me. If it can be divided, we can't let one person take it all. Lu Enhat listened and pondered. Nguyen Tay didn't bring out Hong Durangon's sealed treasure bead to share. It seems she hid it away. Nguyen Tay continued, for everyone, each person can only absorb one. You can wait until everyone's level breaks through to 69. Lu Enhat replied, but the restriction is you must go to Mount Buju within 10 days. Otherwise, the player will lose all their power. If you all need it, I can share one part with each of you. Steaming hot air looked slightly surprised. Lu Enhat continued, these things don't have much use for everyone. I can't give more, my personal suggestion. Unless you all agree to go to Mount Buju with me, it's best not to absorb it. Besides, if we have confirmed that Hong Durangon is dead, then you should fulfill your promise. Give the Pillar Keeper title to me. His words surprised Steaming Hot Air and Nguyen Tay greatly. Steaming Hot Air let out an sound. He turned around and walked toward the door, saying, come with me. Pillar Keeper is the only title directly related to Mount Buju. It's very special, so transferring it requires someone's help. Nguyen Tay was about to say something. Lu Enhat immediately responded, okay, he thought to himself. The preciousness of the Pillar Keeper is indisputable, but would the New Order guild leader really give it to me? Last time after killing him, I still didn't obtain the title. If he really gives it to me, what method will he use? A voice rang out from the building. New Order guild leader, are you used to living here yet? Bok Thursao smiled cheerfully and replied, yes, I'm used to it. Guild leader, sir, do you need me for something? Steaming Hot Air glanced at him and said, I need you to help me transfer the title on me to this guy. Can you do it? Lu Enhat thought to himself. He is Bok Thursao. After leaving the garden, he came straight to New Order. He let out a surprised huh. Steaming Hot Air frowned and asked, can't do it. Bok Thursao immediately smiled, waved his hand at him and said cheerfully, I can. I'm just surprised that the New Order guild leader would be willing to give up the Pillar Keeper title. Then let's begin now. Steaming Hot Air stood in front of him and immediately replied, go ahead. Bok Thursao thought to himself, the New Order guild leader actually really wants to give the Pillar Keeper title to this guy. This is too puzzling for others. Is there some hidden reason? Should I run away after taking the Pillar Keeper title from the New Order guild leader? To seize the title, Lu Enhat pondered. Remember, his ability is a stealing state. Is the title also stolen? Suddenly, Bok Thursao launched an attack, but nothing happened among the three of them. Steaming Hot Air and Lu Enhat looked at him in confusion. Bok Thursao scratched his head sheepishly and said, it failed, I have to try a few more times. In the training room, the stealing power was continuously used. Half a day later, Lu Enhat stood with his arms crossed, staring straight ahead. Bok Thursao was using the stealing power on steaming hot air to practice. Lu Enhat asked himself, how much longer? Another half day later, Bok Thursao cheered joyfully. It's done! In his hand was a glowing red orb. He looked joyfully at the red orb in his hand. Kai Nong Dung Dung observed the red orb. He said, give me the title. Lu Enhat was extremely surprised to hear that. He replied, okay, then stepped forward. Bok Sao Thur held out the red orb, smiled and said to him, you just need to take this title, he thought to himself. It's better to honestly hand this title to the big boss. Currently at someone else's place, even if I take it, I can't run away. He silently wept in his heart. Chief, sorry, it's all to save my own skin, so I had no choice but to be powerless. Lu Enhat stared at the red orb in front of him. He looked at Kai Nong Dung Dung beside him, thinking, the new order president really gave me the title. Since that's the case, I won't hold back. So thinking, he grasped the red orb in his hand. The screen displayed, notice you have obtained the title Chu Thur. Chu Thur function to create chat channels between players. Condition, requires knowing that person's ID in Nguyen Jioi. Notice you have obtained the title Hyen Thur Chu Thur. The title quest Dia An is unlocked. Select Hyen Thur, Tru Thur, Bok Thur, Than Thur to form the title Dia An. Goal, obtain 2 out of 4 titles to receive the title Dia An. Obtain 5% total authority of Hoa Trung Trao. Lu Enhat cheered joyfully. First step completed. The next day at the office of the new order president, Kai Nong Dung Dung said, based on the information we have gathered so far, the things you told me before Nguyen Jioi descended are not very accurate. Lu Enhat sat opposite Kai Nong Dung Dung. He replied, before dealing with the awakened ones behind the towers and shelters, do you have anything to add? Kai Nong Dung Dung frowned in annoyance upon hearing that. He leaned back in his chair, sighed, and said, these words when I confronted Hong during Yuan I already asked. Lu Enhat was extremely shocked to hear that. Kai Nong Dung Dung stood in brilliant light, his silhouette engulfed in black. Beneath were many other figures lying and sitting in disarray. He recounted that memory. When I discovered that after Nguyen Jioi descended, I was only level 1. Originally, Hong during Yuan didn't know about the guild, and used the identity of Shadow Envoy to suppress us with absolute power. Kai Nong Dung Dung frowned, eyes angry, said, I asked Dia An for support, but his identity as a Dia An envoy was fake. Not only that, Dia An also didn't provide me any useful information. He held his head, tone furious. This shattered my trust in him. In that most desperate moment, I asked Hong during Yuan the same questions you're asking. In the ruined city, he continued, I asked him, all the apocalyptic information you told me before, was it fake? Hong during Yuan, with confident demeanor, smiled and replied, no, all of that was true. It's just that it was the original data of this world. But since the reincarnation began, time after time, the 3 mysterious people were taken out by the awakened ones who went before. Turned into 3 titles, yet the doomsday still didn't vanish, and every time that day approached, the world returned to 20 years earlier. Lu Enhat, with a serious expression, asked, is it the existence of reincarnation itself that prevented the apocalypse, or is it that because reincarnation cannot be broken, the apocalypse was indirectly avoided? You think ending reincarnation means facing the apocalypse, replied Hot Air Rumble. Truth and falsehood intermingle. Without witnessing it firsthand, who can know if that information is true or false? He leaned back in his chair, looked at Lu Enhat and replied, let's not talk about this. Regarding the Chu Thur title, there's something I need you to clarify. The Chu Thur title is being transferred to you. All the conversations I created before still exist, only the conversation owner has become you. But all contents of the conversations are backed up at Buju Mountain. Hot Air Rumble frowned and said, this is precisely the main reason why our ambush on Hong during Gon failed. The Chu Thur title is special also because of this. Lu Enhat folded his arms and said, in that case, what can be said in the conversations will be very limited. Hot Air Rumble smiled and told him, so I modified a special communication device and already sent someone to deliver it to Chuang Van and Thuyen Dung. It will probably arrive very soon. Then you can negotiate with them about how to help them. Lu Enhat looked at him and said, I still have 5 days left. Do you have any news about the awakened one standing behind them? Just tell me the name and that's enough. I'll investigate on my own. Suddenly, a phone rang, interrupting their conversation. Hot Air Rumble held up the phone and explained to Lu Enhat, it's probably a message sent via the communication device. Perfect, let them tell you directly with me as the intermediary. Many things can't be explained clearly. He then answered the phone. Lu Enhat watched him unblinkingly. At first, Hot Air Rumble's expression was cheerful. No one knows what the other end said that made Hot Air Rumble's face suddenly change color. Lu Enhat quickly noticed his change. Hot Air Rumble frowned and said to Lu Enhat, something has happened. The awakened ones behind Thuyen Dung and Chuang Van, along with them, are all dead. Hearing that, Lu Enhat immediately shot to his feet. He thought, how could that be? Who did it? What about the title? Hot Air Rumble said. The one who dealt with Thuan Dung has brought the White Hand title back to Buju Mountain. However, the one who dealt with Chuang Van is still in Jayak Thai. Wait a moment, my people are sending images over. He continued. They've arrived. They took them from 3 km away. I'll zoom in for you to see. It won't be very clear. Hot Air Rumble handed the phone to Lu Enhat. On the phone was an image of a bizarre creature. Lu Enhat thought in shock. Number 9, wasn't he beaten to death by Natio? Hot Air Rumble looked at his expression, frowned and asked, You know him? Lu Enhat immediately replied, He's from the Buju Mountain headquarters. Although I don't know if he's a player or not, he's still afraid of normal people. Can you arrange for the normal people over there to surround and suppress him? Hot Air Rumble nodded in agreement and said, I can assure you of one thing. Over there, normal people can't be found in a short time. Under the pressure of the awakened ones, the 4 major guilds in the big cities, except for my place, and 2 others can produce normal people. In the other cities, there is not a single one. Lu Enhat hesitated to bring this up, so Hot Air Rumble immediately said, Then let me take Nhu Loi there in the shortest time possible. Lu Enhat replied, Have Nhu Loi cooperate with me to kill him the way I killed Hong Durangon. Hot Air Rumble listened on the phone and said, Okay, I'll arrange it immediately. Lu Enhat thought to himself. Before, his immunity level was too high. I had no way to deal with him, but now there's a way to weaken his immunity. I don't believe I still can't eliminate him. In a desolate city. Jayak Thai, a corner of the city. Number 9 with the green orb floating beside him. It said, Wait for him to come. It happily swayed its body and said, Wait for him to come, wait for him to come, wait for him to come. That green orb suddenly stirred. Number 9 looked at the green orb with a hungry gaze like a tiger eyeing its prey. It smiled and said, Wait for him to come. The airplane flew through the cloudy sky. On the world map, the territories of Buju Mountain and Jayak Thai were clearly displayed. Lu Enhat's current location, Hai Thai Duok Thai Nkam Giam. Too slow, too slow. Lu Enhat sat in the airplane looking out the window. Perhaps one title has already been taken back to Buju Mountain. If number 9 also returns there, then collecting the 4 hand titles will be much more difficult. He tapped his fingers on the armrest, thinking, according to the description left by the mysterious person. The situation inside Buju Mountain is extremely complex, not only with dangers everywhere, but most importantly, it is the territory of the awakened ones. Lu Enhat frowned and speculated. It's just that outside Buju Mountain, dealing with the weakened version of a level 79, awakened one is not too difficult. One can exert 100% of their strength, and even the majority of players have levels higher than 79. He looked down at the pink mist in the distance and sighed inwardly. There are even level 90s, including the 3 leaders of the Earth Shadow Alliance. Lu Enhat believed that Dan Hao Tu-Thur was a part of Dia An. Once number 9 brought Dan Hao back to Buju Mountain. They had been watching, so they would definitely retrieve it as soon as possible. Perhaps he was right outside Buju Mountain now, waiting for number 9 to bring Dan Hao inside. Suddenly someone came shouting, catching Lu Enhat's attention. Bad news, number 9 has started moving. This made Lu Enhat worried. Kai Nong Dung Dung said seriously. According to the news my people sent back from there. Just now number 9 began moving toward Buju Mountain. I had the pilot fly in the direction number 9 was heading. If all goes well, we can catch him before he steps into Buju Mountain. Then he pointed out another problem, but there's no airport there. So Lu Enhat was puzzled. What? The plane is still flying in the sky. Kai Nong Dung Dung added, jump down. At the same time, number 9 ran like the wind. Beside it, the stream-shaped Bao Chao floated along. Number 9 sprinted headlong toward the pink mist. Suddenly something made it look up at the sky in surprise. Above, 2 tiny figures were falling down. It was Lu Enhat and Nhu Loi Dang Truong. Nhu Loi flipped head down, eyes rolled back, groaning inwardly. So hot. I just recovered and you make me do something this thrilling. He covered his mouth, eyes squeezed shut, thinking, must not throw up, must not throw up. After a moment his mouth opened with a retch and he muttered, No, I can't hold it anymore. I just recovered, a little vomit probably won't hurt, right? Then number 9 saw a huge explosion in front of it. It stared blankly, not understanding. Over here, Lu Enhat stood looking at it, and behind him, Nhu Loi Dang Truong knelt on the ground holding his head. On the other side, number 9 and Bao Chao stood motionless. Bao Chao Thanther clearly present. Seeing that, Lu Enhat frowned, his expression serious. Then he vanished on the spot, shouting, come with me. Then he appeared before number 9, reaching out his hand toward it. But number 9 ducked its head to evade. Lu Enhat's eyes flickered, smiling. He was just waiting for this, immediately reaching his left hand toward Bao Chao Thanther, thinking, you didn't even bother to guard it, you're really arrogant. Suddenly Lu Enhat felt dizzy, he clutched his head frozen, thinking, something's wrong. Then he spun around in shock, seeing Nhu Loi Dang Truong chasing after number 9, shouting, don't run! Lu Enhat gritted his teeth in anger, then he chased after them, thinking, that was his skill just now. Lu Enhat inwardly remarked unhappily, it makes people dazed for a while. Currently Lu Enhat was running last, but only a moment later he was running alongside Nhu Loi Dang Truong. Seeing that, he looked over puzzled. Then Nhu Lloyd Dang Truong was left far behind. He furiously gritted his teeth and sped up, thinking, "Wait for me, don't leave me so far behind. You guys are making me lose face." After a long while, they ran across the grassland, with ice and snow mountains far away. Ahead they had entered an area of nothing but gravel and ice and snow. Then quickly they saw the pink mist ahead. Seeing number 9 had run close to the mist, Lu En-hat sighed, "It's over, we can't catch up." The mist covering Buju Mountain was right ahead. He inwardly noted, entering the mist area means stepping into Buju Mountain. The Dean An Alliance was very likely waiting there. The mist hovered above the snow-capped mountain peak. The closer they got, the more it billowed like a giant cloud. Suddenly number 9 accelerated toward the pink mist. Behind, Lu En-hat was still close on its heels, then abruptly he leaped and vanished on the spot. Then he grabbed number 9's shoulder, startling it. Lu En-hat frowned, "It's over, I've caught you." But he slipped, he was frozen again, dizzy. Lu En-hat stood still, clutching his head, thinking, "This skill again." At the same time, number 9 and Bao Chao Than Thur entered the mist. It turned its head and smirked triumphantly. At this moment, Lu En-hat inwardly groaned and used a skill. Almost too late, the clone reduces all attributes by 1,000. He ran after, thinking, no matter what threat there is, let the clone follow him in. Then Lu En-hat looked at the mist ahead and quickly dashed forward. Running inside, he still didn't stop. Then in just a flash, something like a thread cut Lu En-hat's body in half. He looked down in shock, thinking, this is the spatial rift mentioned in the chat group. Simultaneously, the system announced, your clone has died. All attributes returned. Lu En-hat stood with arms crossed, deep in thought. Far away, Nhu Lloyd Dang Truong was running over. He sweated and muttered, "Finally caught up, you ran so fast." When he got near Lu En-hat, Nhu Lloyd Dang Truong asked, "Why stop here? Where's number 9? He stood beside him, looking into the mist where number 9 stood smiling. Then it waved its arms and legs tauntingly. "Come here, come here." Seeing that, Nhu Lloyd Dang Truong furiously grabbed his twin swords and charged forward, cursing, "Damn it, it's provoking us. If you won't go, I will." Then he shot into the mist. After that, Lu En-hat outside heard his horrified scream. Then Nhu Lloyd Dang Truong reappeared next to Lu En-hat, puzzled. "What's going on? It hurts so much. As soon as I entered, I got attacked and lost a piece of equipment. So annoying." On one side, Lu En-hat explained, "My clone also died just now. The strange thing is that after it entered the mist area near Buju Mountain, it didn't immediately leave but stopped on the outside, as if it wanted to lure my main body inside." Nhu Lloyd Dang Truong turned to him and continued, "I've sent my clone in no less than 10 times, but they were immediately killed by the spatial rifts inside. That means they were teleported to some unknown place and got lost there." After that, Lu En-hat added, "The most important thing is that once you enter the mist, the exit will disappear. Even if you want to turn back, you won't find the way." But number 9's current condition is completely different. The two stood watching number 9 hopping around in the mist. Then Lu En-hat came up with an idea. "Probably I should enter Buju Mountain first. Do you want to come with me?" Hearing that, Nhu Lloyd Dang Truong was a bit confused. "Huh." Beside him, Lu En-hat folded his arms and explained, "As long as you don't attack them, use other people's special skills or any skills that prevent your resurrection, I can guarantee you won't die." On one side, Nhu Lloyd Dang Truong pointed at himself and said, "Underestimating me? You've guaranteed I won't die, so what do I have to worry about?" Then he folded his arms and looked at Lu En-hat, reminding, "But the new order still needs me. I'm in Heidi, what I say myself doesn't count." Suddenly someone behind them spoke up. "Words are just words, but oh well, just go along with it." Kai Nong Dung Dung seriously said, "If possible, could you take me along too?" Seeing that, Nhu Lloyd Dang Truong panicked and shouted, "Guild leader, if we go in, what about the guild?" Kai Nong Dung Dung lowered his face, raised his eyebrows, and answered, "More than the guild, I now want to know even more what's happening to our world. Why has a normal world turned into this?" Then he lifted his head with an extremely determined look. After that, he declared resolutely, "And the answer to that question." And looking at the pink mist, he continued, "is probably all inside there." Kai Nong Dung Dung added, "If I can't explain this, no matter how well I manage the guild, in the end I'll have to start over from scratch." Hearing that, Nhu Lloyd Dang Truong froze with nothing left to say. The three stood looking at each other. Kai Nong Dung Dung directly asked, "I just don't know if you can bring along a newbie like me at level 20. Suddenly Lu En-hat tossed each of them a red crystal. He smirked and explained, "If that's the case, absorb it. That way you too can increase your power in this Buju Mountain." Number 9 lifted his face and looked ahead. At that moment, 2 light pillars next to Lu En-hat shot straight up into the sky. Nhu Lloyd Dang Truong joyfully clenched his fist. Meanwhile, Kai Nong Dung Dung stared at his own hand in bewilderment. He frowned and exclaimed, "It actually raised my level from 20 all the way to 50. Then he turned to look at Lu En-hat and said, "Thank you, duh." Done, he just replied, you're too polite. In his head, Lu Enhat thought, so the time dust can pull players below level 50 straight up to level 50. Meanwhile, Nhu Lei Dang Truong chuckled inwardly, as his level was raised to the limit yet he could still continue getting stronger. Aha duh, the transcendence is coming. He clenched his fist, thinking happily to himself, duh, are you nurturing your ultimate rival if so? Suddenly someone shouted, let's move out. It was Nhu Loi Dang Truong, one hand in his pocket, the other pointing forward, who had just spoken. Believing that was definitely a leader's call, Lu Enhat nonetheless reminded him, not so fast, that person is still waiting for me. We must prepare ourselves first. Then he turned and asked Kai Nong Dung Dung, what's your understanding of Bat Chu Sun? Besides the spatial rifts you mentioned in the group, where directions become lost, what else is there? Kai Nong Dung Dung tried to recall and recounted. Besides that, there's a special kind of monster. It can transform into anything. It could be a person, an object, or even some rare equipment. The only way to spot it is that it simply has no shadow. Hearing this, Nhu Loi Dang Truong was shocked. What the hell is that thing? Kai Nong Dung Dung continued sharing. I heard it was created by Thendia to deal with the awakened. On the side, Lu Enhat wondered, do you mean the invaders? Thinking of something with 4 red eyes, Kai Nong Dung Dung stated, seems you know quite a lot too. That's the name Thendia uses for them. The awakened, however, call them the shadowless. Then he added, but most importantly, once we enter from here, we'll be stepping into the territory of the level 90 player, Thur Quang Enhan and Go Fan. He's the supreme leader of the Lian Min Dia Am. If he discovers that the person aiming to seize the 2/3 title is you entering Bat Chu Sun, I'm afraid he will make a move against you. Hearing this, Lu Enhat agreed. Yeah, once I obtain the title, we'll just take a detour around his territory. Then he seriously reminded them, besides that, we also need to be mentally prepared for when we obtain the Than Thur. It's clear that he's trying to lure me in there. If anything happens, we must quickly retreat to another area. If a retreat is truly impossible, then we commit suicide. I will bring you back to Kong Tru Tone Zuong and Goi. After that, Lu Enhat instructed, from now until the world resets, it's still 2 years away. Our potential is huge. On the side, Kai Nong Dung Dung replied, no problem. Nhu Loi Dang Truong also answered, got it. Seeing this, Lu Enhat said, all right then. After that, the 3 of them looked in one direction and shouted, let's move out. Lu Enhat stepped forward, leading the way as they slowly advanced. Looking at the thick fog, Lu Enhat thought, entering the fog ahead means we have set foot into Bat Chu Sun, the nest of the awakened. This is the center of all mystery. He gazed at the blurry, distant silhouette of number 9 and said to himself, if I can reach the highest point within, then for me, this world will hold no more secrets. After the primordial realm appeared, too many mysteries had accumulated deep within his heart. Lu Enhat frowned and thought, many signs indicate that our world and the primordial realm are similar to each other. The only difference is its state of collapse. He remembered the fissures in the vast cosmos and murmured with emotion. The primordial realm has deteriorated so badly that only one city holds life, while reality more or less still has a continent. In the end, will our world become like that too? Moving straight ahead, Lu Enhat asked himself, hey, could this be the apocalypse, or will things get even worse? Monsters in the fractured places are surrounded by fog. Break through the defensive fog, then destroy everything. Finally, the world is overrun by monsters, Earth completely shatters. Is that how it is? At this moment, the 3 had reached the edge of the dense fog. Lu Enhat thought, perhaps the apocalypse is exactly like this. The 3 walked inside, yet Lu Enhat's mind was still cluttered with many questions. If events unfold like this, can I stop it, or is letting things happen naturally the best choice? Just then, Kai Nong Dung Dung spoke up. Anyway, the scenery in Bat Chu Sun isn't much different from the primordial realm when it's about to fracture. Could the situation in Bat Chu Sun and the collapsing zone of the primordial realm be exactly the same? At the same time, Lu Enhat exclaimed inwardly, as expected, something happened. Number 9 has disappeared. On the side, Nhu Loi Dang Truong worried. We were walking side by side. As soon as we entered the fog, he vanished. Suddenly, Nhu Loi Dang Truong and Kai Nong Dung Dung also disappeared. Lu Enhat stood still, frowning in thought. The random movement has begun. It's just like entering while being separated. He scowled, unable to resist silently speculating. Number 9 stayed here and refused to leave. Could he be deliberately trying to provoke me? Meanwhile, system messages appeared in the chat room. Nhu Loi Dang Truong, where the hell is this place? It's full of monsters, good God. Right now I don't even dare to move. Kai Nong Dung Dung, I've been teleported somewhere else too. Should we just commit suicide? When you revive, we'll be right there. Suddenly, Lu Enhat spotted a blue orb in the distance. He wondered, what's that? He saw it was a treasure pearl with a dragon inside. Lu Enhat thought to himself, Than Thur, and simultaneously reached out to grab it. At the same time, the system announced, you have received the Than Thur title. Title effect, create a teleportation portal. Each portal requires 1 grain of time dust. The owner of the blue hand can move to any teleportation portal at will. Seeing that, Lu Enhat gaped in astonishment. what just happened. So you've already received the blue hand title. Suddenly, a chipped circular shape appeared in the sky and a voice rang out. Even my stuff you dare to take. At the same time, that circular shape emitted light and lightning flash. Then a beam of light struck down, shattering the ground. Someone panicked and cried out, "Who is attacking? Run quickly." Suddenly the system announced, "You have been targeted by Ngo Fam." Hearing that, Lu Enhat's eyes went wide and mouth agape in shock. He stamped his feet on the wet ground and muttered, "Ngo Fam." Lu Enhat looked up at the figure floating in the sky, visible and hidden among the clouds, thinking. The strongest level 90 player among the three of the Earth Shadow Alliance, Ngo Fam walked on the air, questioning, "Leading people to my place and holding my four hands title in your hand. Afraid you haven't died soon enough? All right then, let me send you on your way." These words left Lu Enhat utterly bewildered. Did number 9 lead him here just so Ngo Fam would come and deal with him? Lu Enhat quickly ran in the opposite direction from Ngo Fam, but the man didn't bother to move, only saying, "Run and don't stay silent," pointing mockingly, "You can't run anymore." At the same time, many beams of light like spears pierced through Lu Enhat's body. That was the wind mirror judgment skill, locking the target, prohibiting the target from using skills. Simultaneously, the system notified, "You have been restricted in action, prohibited from using skill." Ngo Fam held a glowing weapon, confident, "This is an upgraded version of imprisonment." Then he raised the light spear and took aim, then hurled it at Lu Enhat far away. He turned his face back, inwardly crying out, "It's over, I have to go back." Suddenly Lu Enhat vanished on the spot before the spear struck the ground, causing that spot to explode. Ngo Fam's spear carved a long fissure in the ground, as if trying to split it in two. Seeing he missed, he wondered, did the missed area randomly teleport? What luck. Then Ngo Fam created another spear, saying, "But I've already marked you, just waiting for you to run like that." Then he took aim again, ready to throw and launch the spear into a hazy direction in the mist. At the same time, the light on Ngo Fam also seemed to pull him somewhere. A moment later, Ngo Fam's figure faded. A second later, he shot like a wisp of smoke in the direction of the spear from earlier. Meanwhile, Lu Enhat appeared somewhere in the mist. He thought dazedly, "Lucky I just got randomly teleported elsewhere." Then Lu Enhat sighed whether to say number 9 valued him, or to say number 9 was vicious, using the four hands title to force him to face these terrifyingly strong awakened ones. He raised his hand to his forehead, made a mark appear, thinking, "This mark is not so good. Must find a way to remove it or I'll always be in danger." But Lu Enhat also felt lucky, however for a short time he'd be safe, also had enough time. He walked aimlessly. Suddenly a glowing circle appeared in the sky behind Lu Enhat. He was startled and turned his head to look, but before he saw the object, a spear pierced his stomach. Lu Enhat froze in astonishment. The spear passed through his body, then appeared behind him, along with a figure gradually materializing. But when Ngo Fam holding the spear was halfway transformed, Lu Enhat vanished. He turned his head in doubt, teleported again. Ngo Fam observed for a moment, then remarked, "This place is the spot from earlier. Is it the effect of the blue hand title? Create a movement portal at any time." Now Lu Enhat stood elsewhere, clutching his chest, panting, lamenting. "The combat power gap is too great. Luckily, when in danger earlier, I tried creating a teleport portal." He gritted his teeth with determination. "Can't be careless, must hurry." Suddenly someone slowly appeared beside Lu Enhat. Immediately he bolted, thinking, "Setting up a teleport portal only needs 1 grain of time dust after using up 3 grains. I still have 404 grains of time dust." Lu Enhat ran straight ahead, not looking back. In a flash he vanished, inwardly saying, "I will split off a clone when I teleport instantly. I'll create a new teleport portal." A second later Lu Enhat appeared elsewhere via teleport. He spread his hand pointing down, thinking, "The teleport portal is established." Now 3 concentric circles with horizontal and vertical axes centered on Lu Enhat form. He silently planned, "When Ngo Fam finds me, I'll move to the farthest portal. Definitely will evade Ngo Fam's pursuit." After a while that circle disappeared. At the same time Lu Enhat exclaimed in his head, "Portal creation complete." Then he jumped in another direction, thinking, "Continue." Suddenly, right where he had just left, Ngo Fam appeared, remarking, "Even knows how to use clones," heading in the opposite direction. "You think I can't handle both at the same time?" Then he slightly bent forward, raising his spear, sneering, "Your dream is beautiful indeed." Suddenly Ngo Fam's eyes glowed and his mouth opened, gathering power. Then he threw the spear, and after a short distance it split into 2, mocking, "The more clones, the faster you die." Flying further, the 2 spears even curved, flying in 2 different arcing directions. Lu Enhat turned his head to check the situation behind him and whispered, "It's here." In the sky, a glowing circle appeared. As soon as it attacked, Lu Enhat vanished. He appeared in another place, breathed a sigh of relief and thought, "Escaped successfully." But his joy lasted only a few seconds before Lu Enhat was stunned. He looked at the beam of light rushing toward him and groaned inwardly. Not only the clone was targeted, but also his main body. Lu Enhat vanished again, guessing it was because of the mark. He reappeared somewhere silent. Actually, all newly created clones had the mark. but the one that stayed in the sea market didn't have it. Damn, Lu Enhat saw the circle representing Ngo Pham nearby and was startled. It's here again, why is it so fast this time? Then he fled once more. After that, an intermittent strip of deep blue light appeared in the sky. As soon as Lu Enhat arrived somewhere, he lamented, "Damn it, how many times already? Its charging speed is getting faster and faster," he thought with alert eyes. Or rather, it basically attacks in a straight line, and every time I teleport, it turns back and chases me, and its speed increases each time. Then Lu Enhat had an idea. Let his clone flee and stay behind to try dealing with it, to see if there's any way to solve this. At the same time, a spear tip appeared, but Lu Enhat didn't run. He used his fortified state and charged at it. But before he could do anything, the spear pierced through his abdomen. Simultaneously, the system announced, "Your movement is restricted and your skills are restricted from use." Stunned, Lu Enhat thought to himself, his spear carries his skill. Then suddenly Ngo Pham grabbed his shoulder from behind and said, "Why aren't you running anymore?" Next, the system informed that all your skills have been removed, blessings nullified, confirming the fortified state skills level is invalid. Your clone has died, all stats have returned. At this moment, Lu Enhat appeared elsewhere, frowning and thinking, "I can't resist." He grimaced in frustration. It not only imprisoned him, but also removed all his skills. Then, as Ngo Pham's light rushed towards him, Lu Enhat teleported again and he could only flee. Just like that, the two played a game of chase. He thought to himself, escape the mist and then teleport to a safe place. Could that work? He vanished again, thinking. Otherwise, the only option is to throw equipment into the teleportation gate, return to the sea market, and start over. Somewhere, Ngo Pham stood still holding his spear, observing, and said, there are 7 places where he could teleport. A worthless normal player wants to collect the title of the 4 guardians. It's really incomprehensible how a newly awakened one has so much time dust. He turned around muttering, could there be a disguise item? Then he jumped and flew off somewhere, telling himself, just in case, let the spear keep chasing him. Go get equipment that can limit the effect of the 4 guardians title. Ngo Pham flew up into the sky with an extremely serious expression. He flew into the mist, heading toward a place with golden light. Suddenly, Ngo Pham shot out of the black mist. He headed toward a giant tree, shining brilliantly at the edge of the horizon. But the tree's branches pointed toward a tier in spacetime. Ngo Pham walked past the tree, heading toward a brightly lit city in the distance. That place showed no sign of destruction but was extremely modern. Lights blazed brightly, and Ngo Pham shot like a meteor across the city sky. He walked into a large hall where a few dozen people were sitting. Ngo Pham stood before the hall and said, Chuang Fai has left. A man saw him, startled, and replied, Ngo Pham, sorry, the boss isn't here. Seeing this, he frowned in annoyance. Then he unleashed a radar-like spell that covered the entire hall. Immediately, someone was slashed into nothingness, leaving him stunned. In the end, only a bubble remained. Then, needle-like points of light flew from it. They all originated from one person. On the streets below, people bustled about. Suddenly, someone's whole body turned into blue light. Then they froze mid-step. On the street, everyone froze. The whole city sank into silence. A moment later, a gray-haired man in gray clothes walked out of the hall and asked, what do you want with me? In this reincarnation cycle, it's your turn to complete the mission of gathering the Earth shadows, right? Young Chuang Fai, a level 9 awakened, Lam Bao. This is a major issue related to delaying the disappearance. You didn't arrange your personnel well. Why come here to cause trouble? In the quiet room, Ngo Pham suddenly spoke up, coldly demanding, lend me a corrupted equipment. Hearing this, Chuang Fai's eyes lit up. He smiled faintly and asked, this thing's function is only to limit the abilities of the 3 great titles. Or has something gone wrong with your 4 collectors? Do you need my help? You can just dump that trouble onto my city. I'll deal with it for you. Ngo Pham shot him a sharp glare and said, stop babbling. Are you going to give it or not? Chuang Fai immediately took out the equipment. He replied gently, give, of course I'll give it. In the last rebirth, you helped me collect the 4 great titles. In this reincarnation cycle, naturally I will do my utmost to help you, same as always. If there's trouble, just throw it to my city. Ngo Pham took it coldly. His expression unchanged, he said flatly. Using that favor here would be such a waste. After receiving it, Ngo Pham immediately turned and shot outside. Chuang Fai watched his figure and said, be careful in all things. Otherwise, you'll only see your little lover again after 2 more years of reincarnation. He scoffed, replying, they're just a few cockroaches, I'll kill them. As Ngo Pham's figure vanished, Chuang Fai chuckled. Before leaving, Chuang Fai's smile completely disappeared and he muttered under his breath, cockroaches. He decided to use his ability to distribute computational authority to others. Transfer his power into Yu Buan Bao. I was once called that before. Chuang Fai's power began to ride the wind, searching for hosts to latch onto. So small that no one could detect it. In an instant, this power silently infiltrated someone. Then it continuously spread everywhere. Gradually, more and more people became infected. By now outside, everyone seemed to be under the sway of this power. Everyone wore vicious smiles, their expressions more dangerous than ever. They all walked like puppets pulled by some invisible force. This bustling scene was merely concealing the danger lurking beneath. Now, where Lu Enhat was, the sky grew hazy. Thick layers of fog like a milky white curtain obscured all vision. He stood still, pondering Bat Chow Mountain and the fog. In front of Lu Enhat, a spear was moving ceaselessly, its speed increasing. Lu Enhat silently confirmed his thoughts. Just as he had guessed, the spear's speed was indeed accelerating. Lu Enhat stood quietly in place, his mind unmoving. His mind kept calculating the next move, though the number of teleportation gates kept increasing. The overall layout of this foggy area was also becoming clearer. Wait until you can't hold on any longer or find the entrance to Bat Chow Mountain. Lu Enhat decided he would throw the equipment into a corner, then return after rebirth and continue. With that, he teleported to another location. But when he arrived at a new place, Lu Enhat was again surprised by a familiar sight. The fog hadn't lessened at all, he murmured in surprise. Oh, another bank of fog moving in, but this spot isn't covered by fog. Suddenly Lu Enhat spotted a rift in the sky. He paused, then realized, no, it's that thing causing it. The approaching fog left Lu Enhat utterly astonished. After finishing his reconnaissance, he decided to find a new safe spot. Time to go, I'll come back after I find a safe place. A strange beam of light appeared in the sky. Lu Enhat looked up in alarm. This beam stabbed through the rift like a sword trying to tear the sky apart. The rift grew larger. A small hole turned into a black void. A massive black hole appeared. Lu Enhat stared at the scene before him, too terrified to speak. What's happening? Should I leave? Or stay and see what's about to happen? As he stood there dazed, a foot slowly emerged from that black void. Lu Enhat bewilderedly asked himself, whose foot is appearing from there? Gradually, that person slowly descended, a familiar face revealed. Lu Enhat was extremely panicked. Nguyen Te, why is it Nguyen Te? Nguyen Te now had her eyes tightly shut, standing still in the silent space. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide. The Nguyen Te suddenly dashed quickly towards Lu Enhat. Nguyen Te's speed left him unable to react in time. Suddenly, she used her strength to attack something behind. The immense power made Lu Enhat panic, not daring to move. He was endlessly surprised, silently wondering, Nguyen Te, she's protecting me. When she finished dealing with whatever was behind, Nguyen Te slowly lowered her feet down. Her body slowly returned to normal. Suddenly, she hugged Lu Enhat tightly, a happy smile unable to be hidden on her lips. Lu Enhat stiffened, not daring to resist. What on earth is going on? At that moment, a system conversation appeared again. Chief Lloyd Dang showed up and reported, I found a secret realm among the monster group. The level needs improving. So I went in to try. Kai Nong Dung Dung admonished, be careful, he confidently replied. Don't worry, there's Night's resurrection. Suddenly, Lu Enhat appeared and asked everyone something. Where did Nguyen Te go? Kai Nong Dung Dung replied. Last time after we split up, she said she found a special secret realm nearby. So she went exploring. At this time, at the secret realm where Guild Leader New Order was standing, he discovered a strange corpse. Guild Leader New Order silently doubted. A corpse, only players can enter Bat Chu Sun. Ordinary people who enter the misty fog will be directly dissolved. When seeing the corpse sucked dry without any life force, his heart full of doubts. After a player dies, they don't turn into flowing light, but become a corpse. Is it because the Shadowless drained all the players' strength? Guild Leader New Order hurriedly searched for clues around, not knowing whether if killed by being drained by the Shadowless, one could resurrect through the mystic hand or not. He continued deeper into the fog to search for clues, walking while carefully observing around, silently reminding himself that he must be more careful, examining through the documents from the investigation. The Shadowless will randomly rely on the target's memories, transforming into a person or object. Then it will use every means to make the target believe that it is real. When the player at some moment confirms that the Shadowless is real, their strength will be drained immediately. In that fog, a man suddenly appeared. System notification, your skill has been used by an unknown target. Ngo Pham stopped his steps slightly, eyes suspiciously peering around. Full of doubt, skill used, unknown target. Has the Shadowless reached this level? Even the misty fog area has a Shadowless appearance. He glanced over at the contaminated equipment nearby, his face showing deep thought. Ngo Pham hurried his steps, he muttered, must urgently speed up. If swallowed by it, the title will disappear in this cycle, unable to complete the composite film quest. And then Ngo Pham slowly merged into the thick fog. He mocked himself. It seems the favor Chuang Fai owes me cannot be avoided. This slap in the face came really quickly. At the same time, at Lu Enhat's location, he gently looked at the reflection in the water and pondered. In the water, there was only his own reflection, no Nguyen Te. He coldly raised his eyes, looking at the person in his arms, firmly said, this is not Nguyen Te, it's the Shadowless, can't stay here any longer. Suddenly, a loud roar made the two startled. Lu Enhat tiredly complained, what trouble is happening again? Let's go. But the system announced, the teleportation gate is contaminated. The title Than Thur becomes ineffective. Lu Enhat was so surprised his eyes widened. but he had already moved elsewhere before the astonishment of the fake Nguyen Te. In an instant, Lu En had arrived at a completely unfamiliar city, but his heart kept being astonished by the system notification. The teleporting fog activated again. How long has it been? As soon as he set foot, everyone in the city suddenly turned to stare at him simultaneously. The sky also showed up a fantastical light. Lu En Hat, while observing their gaze, silently asked, "Is this that place, the city in Bat Chu Sun?" The gaze of these people was too obvious, making him a bit uncomfortable. Are they awakened? So many? Suddenly in this silent space, cough rang out clearly. Immediately, everyone around stopped all activities. Those people suddenly turned red. Lu En Hat looked around in amazement. The scenery changed. Everyone turned into rays of light of unknown origin. Lu En Hat cautiously looked around, and these people, suddenly they shouted in unison, "Outsiders!" This statement made Lu En Hat quickly raise his guard higher. "What's going on?" The sound of footsteps came closer. A person walked up and said in a firm tone, "Outsiders!" The remaining people immediately rushed over. While rushing, they yelled, "Outsiders!" Lu En Hat was surrounded by this group of unknown origin. In the critical moment, he hurriedly weaved through them and ran. "Run, I remember now, this isn't the city of the Awakened, but it's the territory of another level 90 player, the city builder Chuang Fai." He couldn't help but wonder, why was I teleported here? Was it Ngo Fam? Amidst so many people, Lu En Hat was able to quickly escape. They were not weak and decided to chase him to the end. However, he kept running away, as if the road ahead had no end at all. Lu En Hat found it more and more strange as he ran. Something was wrong. The path leaving this place wasn't getting shorter but longer and longer. Lu En Hat decided to stop and think carefully. Without Chuang Fai's permission, one cannot leave this city. What he could do now was stay and try to deal with him. The people in the city had caught up, and they shouted angrily, "Outsider, look at their speed." Lu En Hat resigned himself to his fate, but this time he probably couldn't handle it. He could only respawn. In a high mountain region, covered in white snow, amid that quiet scene, two small figures were struggling to climb to the peak. One of them kept grumbling, "Why did I sign up to be an observer in the first place?" That person continued, "Perfectly fine, not staying at the reward exchange gathering point, but insisted on showing off and signed up." His teammate heard that and said, "It's all for the final reward, the dust of time." The one who just spoke then said with a serious face, "If we can record any abnormal events in Mount Buju, we can directly receive a large sum of money at the reincarnation interface." At this moment, they walked to the edge of the cliff to look down. The grumbling guy said, "Is it that simple? Mount Buju has been too peaceful for too long. Many reincarnations have passed and no major event has occurred." Both of them looked down at the city lit up below. Suddenly, the grumbling guy pointed in one direction and shouted, "There's a gathering point ahead." Just as he shouted, "Let's go straight in there, not back to the gathering point." As both were about to rush there, his serious teammate timely held him back and said, "Don't you have eyes? That's Chuang Fai's territory." The guy immediately froze for a moment. Instantly, he recoiled in shock and cursed. "Damn it, it really is Chuang Fai's city. Rumor has it any living creature that enters it will be converted into nutrients for this city, turned into puppets under his command." Apart from the people of the Shadow Earth Alliance, so far no A-rank player has entered and come out. The remaining serious young man also looked down warily and said, "But something feels off." Looking at the city submerged in a red hue, he said, "It feels like Chuang Fai's city is stirring up. It seems it has entered enemy elimination mode, stage 1. Has someone infiltrated Chuang Fai's city?" The person exclaimed, full of doubt. At that moment, inside that magnificent city, a commotion was rising. After careful observation, the two immediately spotted Lu En Hat alone fighting with a blade. They shouted, "There." The young man Kan En Han kept staring and said, "There really is someone there." The other teammate standing behind also chimed in, "This guy is done for." Inside that city, Lu En Hat was swinging his blade at the white shadowy figures surrounding. Because too many swarmed forward, Lu En Hat fought until his face twisted out of shape. He swung his blade at a nearby white figure and thought, "Trung Kui, one day I will have to face you all." Now, just entering Bat Chu Sun, I've already encountered two of them at once. Moreover, they are all direct confrontations. This will give me some experience for later when I deal with you all completely. Thinking this, another wave of white figures appeared and rushed toward Lu En Hat. He looked at them and felt annoyed, clenching his teeth. Those white figures approached closer and closer to where Lu En Hat stood. Immediately, Lu En Hat used the technique Life Mirror entering the forest. With him as the center, a circle around him burst into a blinding light. Standing at the center of this circle, Lu En Hat held his blade, assuming a defensive stance. He thought to himself, "I thought they were strong, but they're just a bunch of puppets with strength equivalent to ordinary level 60 players." When the glowing circle disappeared, the young man immediately swung his blade toward the nearest white figure to attack, continuously calculating in his mind. When the soul light ring weakened, only using a part of the southern consciousness sustaining force, it's just a pity that Life Mirror invasion is a single target attack. After locking onto the target and releasing at the same time, there's still a 10-second cooldown. Lu Enhat frowned and chuckled to himself, but every 10 seconds he could take one out cleanly. Plus, only dealing with puppets at the level of ordinary level 60 players. He smiled with excitement, then leaped into the air again, raising his blade high toward those white figures. Lu Enhat thought arrogantly, "No matter how many of you come, I can take care of them all." Then he swung his blade fiercely while landing safely. The life mirror entering the forest circle activated again, the scene exactly like before. Lu Enhat reached his hand forward, summoning a body exactly like himself, and murmured, "As for the summon, as long as when summoning the clone, my skill is not on cooldown, then the clone can use it." Lu Enhat smirked and thought, after the clone uses a skill, its cooldown is independent of the original body. I can continuously dispel and resummon the clone, using the continuous blessing to replenish consciousness-sustaining force. Then Lu Enhat and the clone split up to act, one defending on the ground and the other leaping high into the air. Right after, Lu Enhat's clone charged straight ahead and quickly dealt with the group of white figures efficiently. The two observers saw this and gaped in astonishment. The young man Can Enhan stammered to the person beside him, "Tat, brother Tat, is it really true that no one has ever left Chuang Fai's city? I think he's very strong. Would someone that strong also die in there?" Hearing him call, we learned that the serious young man's surname was Tat. Brother Tat heard the question and his face turned serious. After a few seconds, he shook his head and said, "Yes, definitely will die." Hearing that, the other person stared at him with his mouth agape. Brother Tat continued, "Chuang Fai's city has a total of 4 stages. Each stage is 10 times stronger than the previous one, and now it's only stage 1. Inside Chuang Fai's city at that moment, those white figures began to join hands, gathering into groups of several figures and merging together. Within seconds, they fused into one, eventually producing a giant white figure. After transforming, it let out a furious long roar. Its body was packed with brawny muscles. At that moment, Brother Tat's voice rang out, "Look, it's entered stage 2. Those white figures kept merging into clusters like that. In just a few short seconds, about 10 giants appeared in front of Lu Enhat. On the other side, Lu Enhat, seeing this for the first time, opened his mouth wide in shock. One giant swung its fist toward Lu Enhat. A powerful impact beneath Lu Enhat shook the ground, sending several stones flying everywhere. The system announced, "Your clone has died. All attributes returned to 0. Lu Enhat was pinned down by the fist, unable to move. After hearing the system notification, he thought, the clone died instantly. These newly appeared puppets were 10 times stronger than the previous ones, but there were only about a dozen of them. Use Eagle Spirit Halo to weaken the life limit as usual first. Then use Life Mirror Invasion to finish it off. At this moment, the system reports, target's HP is below 100. Hearing this, Liu Yi was thrilled and repeated in his mind, HP below 100. Liu Yi immediately thought, if it's below 100 points, that's the HP threshold, 100 health points. Could I directly use Evil Body to devour these puppets? The other giants saw their comrade had started attacking and quickly stepped closer. All of them said to their teammate, perhaps he's dead. Let's go, that teammate said. What a pity. If he could return after respawning, he would have collected a large amount of time dust. But the very next second, the body of the giant that had just punched Liu Yi instantly vanished into thin air, leaving a crack on the ground. Even more astonishing, the nearby giants also quickly disappeared just like the first one. This made them gape in shock. System notification. You have devoured Truong Chuang and Gaiet Deem. All stats increased by 1, weight ratio increased by 0. Malice value increased by 1. This notification repeated many times in a row. A black streak darted swiftly through the gaps between the remaining small white silhouettes. Wherever that black shadow passed, the giants disappeared. Liu Yi ran while wearing an arrogant smile, laughing heartily in his mind. Not only could he use Evil Body to devour these puppets, but it also increased his malice value. Did Wu Fan send him here to deal with him or help him? Next, he lunged forward, grabbing tightly onto the black trouser leg of a giant. Immediately, the giant he touched quickly vanished. The notification sounded again. You have devoured Truong Chuang and Gaiet Hoa. All stats increased by 1, weight ratio increased by 0, malice value increased by 1. After devouring another giant, Liu Yi paused for a moment. He thought to himself, however, the names of these monsters are strangely similar. As Jiang Fei turned all his relatives into puppets, what a pervert. But without pausing too long, Liu Yi lunged at the remaining giants to continue his action. He said to himself inwardly, but for him this was a good thing. A pair of legs could no longer hold back and sank to the ground. Looking at the full scene, the two observers had both fallen to their knees together. Both hands braced forward, all of them gaping and questioning. Wasn't it said that the second wave of Jiang Fei's puppets had supreme attack power and defense? How come not only could they not deal with him, but they were dealt with so simply? All of them exclaimed in confusion. Where the hell did he come from? Only a newcomer wouldn't be put on the rule violation list, but how could a newcomer be this strong? Down below, Liu Yi once again smoothly launched himself to the ground. He landed with a resounding thud. His face now brimmed with confidence, the corner of his mouth slightly curling up into a smile. In his mind, Liu Yi muttered, "All dealt with." System notification. Malice value increased by 21. Hearing this notification meant Liu Yi had completely dealt with all those giants. At this moment he stood amidst the white silhouettes that hadn't merged, thinking, even 20 points aren't enough to pick my teeth. Liu Yi looked around and saw those white silhouettes standing at a baffling distance from him. Strangely, after dealing with the last puppet, these small puppets no longer moved. Without leaving him time to ponder, those white silhouettes all stirred at once. All of them began to vanish. The neighboring skyscrapers also followed suit, gradually collapsing. The ground beneath cracked into many pieces. These fragments, as they detached from the ground, all flew up simultaneously. Liu Yi dodged while thinking. Another change, again a change related to the scene. System notification, record the scenery. Liu Yi looked up, using his eyes to film the movements of this change. As the skyscrapers nearly all shattered, a monster 10 times larger than the earlier giants appeared. Its entire body was covered in tangled small wires from many directions. It stretched its hand toward Liu Yi, then suddenly clenched its fist. Its index finger pointed straight at him. System notification, you are surrounded by the law field, your HP drops from 0 to 10%. Every second your HP is decreasing by 10%. With each passing second, Liu Yi staggered back a few steps. He inwardly affirmed this was an upgraded version of Eagle Spirit Halo. Then that enormous monster raised its other hand and clenched it. The surrounding space suddenly produced a strange red watery flow that rushed over and enveloped Liu Yi. Seeing that, he gritted his teeth and muttered, "Go!" In just a few short moments, Liu Yi was submerged in that bizarre red water. Brother Yen Jiang thought, this skill is the same type as the new Order Guild Master's skill. Announcement, the buff on the ally is being removed, blessing is being cancelled, status reinforcement is being cancelled. Lu Enhat shut his eyes tight and thought to himself. This was another removal skill. At that moment, images from the past surfaced in his mind, of when he, Lan Din, and Vien Din had transformed into monster form and talked to each other in those final minutes. Lu Enhat thought not only the inner circle of Thendia, but any high-level player would have an effect removal skill. Thinking that, Lu Enhat abruptly opened his eyes and looked ahead. Gazing at the full panorama, he realized that he was currently encased in a spherical water orb. The colossal monster standing before him still had not loosened its tightly clenched hand. Lu Enhat racked his brain. How on earth was he supposed to get rid of this situation? Finally, everyone loudly and excitedly tried to prove their point. Look, he's finally been beaten by the third stage. I told you a newbie's strength has its limits. The boy himself, holding a fragment in his hand, said sulkily. But for some reason, I suddenly kind of want him to win, someone said. Everyone hurriedly waved their hands. Don't be delusional, Chuang Fai is a player in the top 5 of the rule-breaking list. No matter who faces them, aside from despair, it is only despair. Images of debris from the high-rise buildings flashed through Lu Enhat's mind. The debris reversed through time, slowly restoring. Lu Enhat thought to himself. I recorded the moment just then. He then looked back at the giant monster before him. Lu Enhat's thoughts wandered, and it has broken the lock on that moment. Could I use the general clock to restore the scenery to that time and eliminate it directly? Ultimately, he decided. No time to think anymore, just try. That monster powerfully clenched its fist, exerting immense pressure. In an instant, Lu Enhat inside was crushed until he burst. Drops of blood spilled out continuously. It looked as if Lu Enhat had been taken down. But the one taken down this time was the monster itself. It exploded to pieces. Witnessing this scene, Tat Ka's companion joyfully shouted. He won, he really won, ha ha. After taking down the monster, Lu Enhat slowly descended back into the city. He broke into a happy laugh, his heart brimming with relief. Maybe. But then he spotted another trail of blood and Lu Enhat wondered curiously. Still, there's one trail of blood left. What's inside it? Just then, that drop of blood suddenly fell out. The drop slid and dripped onto the street. This startled Lu Enhat and he instantly heightened his guard. Up above, Chuang Fai was bleeding non-stop. He let out a cough to attract Lu Enhat's attention. His gaze was calm yet piercing. Staring intently at Lu Enhat, he spoke with amusement. A bit interesting. To be able to dismantle my defensive method. Forcibly awaken me from slumber, you appear to be the nuisance that Ngo Pham sent. At the same time, Chuang Fai waved his hand, conjuring rays of light around him and slowly continued. That old man Ngo Pham, he says he needs nothing, but as soon as he turns his back he sends someone. Truly a prideful old fellow, with a light gesture of his finger. Those rays of light transformed into spears flying straight at Lu Enhat. Chuang Fai smirked. However, his choice is correct. You have surpassed my third stage, you are indeed a nuisance. But no matter how troublesome, it must end here. When he saw the rays of light hurtling toward him at the speed of light, Lu Enhat panicked completely. He could do nothing in time. He simply stood there watching them approach. Chuang Fai furiously shouted. Lu Enhat hastily used the divine stance skill, his state as if blessed. At that moment the system's voice suddenly rang out, announcing, the clone has died. All attributes returned. The attack possessed immense destructive power, causing smoke to billow up thickly. From within that smoke, Lu Enhat burst out powerfully, his gaze intensely focused on Chuang Fai. He continued to create a clone and used the divine stance skill. All attributes were cut to 49,999. Lu Enhat raised the gun and thought to use the clone with the strongest attributes and the strongest techniques to annihilate Chuang Fai. Once the aiming was complete, every skill was flawless. Imprison. Target imprisoned, silence. Target silenced, mark. Target mark. Chance to hit the next attack reaches 100%. This perfection made Lu Enhat unable to avoid suspicion. All skills hit. What is going on? Seeing Chuang Fai's nonchalant face, Lu Enhat wondered to himself, what trick is he playing? But Lu Enhat had no time to hesitate. He had to make a decision, try it out. He immediately fired a shot. The attack hit Chuang Fai directly, but Chuang Fai calmly took it. Meanwhile, Lu Enhat looked delighted, a sense of victory surging strongly. It hit. This is over 3,000 damage. If that's the case, a direct hit like that, he'd be dead or crippled. Fragments of Chuang Fai's body were blasted apart, but suddenly they all flew back to their host. Chuang Fai's body could self-condense and recover rapidly. Lu Enhat stared with his mouth agape. He recovered. What is this once again? Then he fired another shot straight into Chuang Fai's stomach. But this time it recovered once again and left no wound on Chuang Fai's body whatsoever. Lu Enhat became even more confused, inwardly suspicious. It recovered again. No, it doesn't quite seem like recovery. Could it be that I haven't harmed him at all? After letting Lu Enhat toy with his body, Chuang Fai scornfully said, the strongest attack, unfortunately still a bit far from the threshold of damage that can harm me. Moreover, all attacks below my limit have no effect on me. Chuang Fai, while creating a series of light rays, said regretfully, it's been a long time since I fought. Ever since I reached level 90, no one has made it past the third phase. Or they don't dare to attack me. I originally thought you could give me a bit of a surprise, but your attack is too weak. It's fine to tell you, if you could deal 10 times that much damage, only then could you reach my limit. Those light rays fiercely rushed down at Lu Enhat, creating a massive earthquake. Smoke filled the air. Chuang Fai growled, can you do it? If you could withstand my consecutive attacks, only you are currently just a clone. I can annihilate your entire body through you. Suddenly, the system announced, Annihilation Warrior, all attributes plus 10000. Annihilation skill. Your attacks have a 1% chance to annihilate the target. The annihilation probability increases with the main attribute. Under Chuang Fai's relentless and overwhelming assault, Lu Enhat's real body had to quickly flee. While running, he pondered. Were his words true, would he be arrogant enough to reveal the truth? Still, he is one of the longest existing awakeners. He has the right to be arrogant. Seeing the destructive power of Chuang Fai's attacks, Lu Enhat sighed softly. With his current strength to increase attack power tenfold, at the same time, Chuang Fai leisurely sat above, speaking in conversation. Ngo Pham said you are a cockroach. After fighting you, I feel what he said is not correct. You compared to a cockroach. At this point, Chuang Fai suddenly paused. Chuang Fai clicked his tongue, smirking scornfully, and continued. He's more like a rat, a sewer rat. Seeing Lu Enhat's fleeing figure, Chuang Fai laughed delightedly and said, but it's quite fun. It's been a long time since I've had this much fun with anyone. You must try hard. I'll gradually increase the speed and number. But don't die too quickly or it won't be fun anymore. Lu Enhat below, while running, seriously calculated. Divine Stance could create a clone from the sealing orb. He gently took out the sealing orb and thought, I will use Hun Sosh Bao Trao to create a clone. Would that clone have enough 200,000 attributes? His serious eyes gleaming with a hint of hope, Lu Enhat wondered to himself. If it still had 200,000 attributes, then he immediately tossed the orb aside and muttered softly. First, create the clone. As soon as the clone was activated, suddenly a black lightning bolt ran through Lu Enhat's body. He was utterly bewildered. Utterly surprised in his heart, his clone had caused this. Lu Enhat glanced at the clone and silently checked the attributes again. Success, 200,000 attributes still remain. Not only that, it also gained the skill ratios he had in reality. The system sounded an announcement. Warning, your clone's attributes exceed the continent's limit. Your clone will be expelled. Time until expulsion. Seeing the lightning appear in the sky, Lu Enhat couldn't help but feel regret, but it would be expelled very soon. When he saw Chuang Fai's attack rushing towards him, Lu Enhat told himself, hurry! He immediately ordered the clone to counterattack. There was only 10 seconds. Duang Sung's clone aimed straight at Chuang Fai's body. The clone's hair suddenly turned yellow again. A surge of power was in the gun barrel waiting to be released. He ordered. Release! Seeing the abnormality below, Chuang Fai was startled. The skills were set again. Imprisonment, target imprisoned. Silence, target silent. Mark, target mark. The hit rate of the next attack is 100%. Lu Enhat's clone stood towering in the ruined street. while Duong Sung aimed directly at Chuang Fai. The immense power he exuded caused the ground to crack continuously. The gunshot fired, a massive surge of power flew straight at Chuang Fai. Liu Enhat silently calculated 200,000 attributes plus releasing the evil form. Based solely on data, his power would directly increase by 7 times. Although he said he needed to be 10 times stronger to inflict damage, this was all he had for his strongest attack right now. But in Chuang Fai's eyes, the bullet seemed to be moving slowly. He waited in amusement, eager to see his new trick. Suddenly, when the bullet hit Chuang Fai, his body was instantly cut in half. The attack created a large hole in Chuang Fai's body, his eyes flickering with shock. He said in panic this attack. Finally, Chuang Fai had been defeated. The battle had come to an end. Before disappearing, Chuang Fai spoke words of praise to Liu Enhat. Not bad. In the next reincarnation, I will come find you and turn the tables. After saying that, Chuang Fai's body dissipated. At the same time, the 10-second limit expired, and a lightning bolt struck from the sky. It fiercely devoured Liu Enhat's clone, the system announced. Your clone has been expelled. When Chuang Fai was defeated, the crystal on his body appeared. Upon seeing the crystal, Liu Enhat quickly dashed forward. He joyfully caught them. Chuckling inwardly, he said, "There won't be a next reincarnation." System notification: you have received 22,151 time dust. Chuang Fai's world quickly vanished along with its master. A massive city now remained only as nothingness. On Tat Ka's side, both of them were utterly astonished. Tat Ka turned to his companion and asked excitedly, "Did you record it?" Tat Ka's companion looked at him and quickly replied, "Recorded, let's go." Tat Ka took out an item. His eyes lit up. He said, "Upload it." With that newcomer's strength, just by uploading that footage, it will definitely make it onto the rule violation list. He looked at Liu Enhat's figure and wondered. Legend says that if you top the rankings on your very first time, you will become the default leader of all awakened ones. Could it be that we are about to witness history? Can that legend be verified in this reincarnation? At this moment, Liu Enhat was feeling joyful because he had obtained Chuang Fai's crystal. He clenched it tightly in his hand, the light from the crystal shining on his face. His eyes were filled with hope and determination. At Hoa Trung Chau in the outer sea of Quihu, this place was shrouded in a vast, immense darkness. Small rays of light flickered around. Someone's shadow appeared. It was Liu Enhat. He thought in surprise, "I've been expelled outside Hoa Trung Chau." Liu Enhat felt his overall power weakened by 90%. He thought to himself, "It feels like being outside the original realm's zone, as if I've detached myself from the territory." Moreover, no notification was received. Was it because leaving Hoa Trung Chau, where the data system has no authority? In the distance, a huge explosion occurred. Liu Enhat noticed something cracking over there. A black hand appeared. Black shadows in humanoid form howled, showing ferocity. A battle was taking place, dust and smoke billowing. Suddenly, an extremely powerful force shot through the black shadows. That was the guardian of Hoa Trung Chau. He controlled the force, then used a scythe, finishing off the black shadows in one move. Seeing this, Liu Enhat wondered, what are those black shadows advancing toward the void of Hoa Trung Chau? Who is the person dealing with those black shadows? The guardian of Hoa Trung Chau spotted Liu Enhat standing far away. He summoned 6 arms, Liu Enhat noticed. However, he was a step too slow. Those black shadows had restrained him. Liu Enhat thought urgently, "This is bad." Liu Enhat's left arm was held tight by the black shadow. Liu Enhat's entire body was held rigid. The black shadows drained Liu Enhat's power. He staggered, thinking, power is gradually depleting, almost gone. Liu Enhat saw something. Eyes wide, he exclaimed, "What is that?" In the distance was a world being shattered. Not just one, but shattered worlds lined up one after another in a long row. Liu Enhat thought in shock. The center of Hoa Trung Chau. Why are more and more worlds crumbling like this? Liu Enhat looked around, assessing that no world resembled the current Hoa Trung Chau. The image before Liu Enhat's eyes gradually blurred. No good, I can't hold on much longer. In the gloomy sky, a light suddenly appeared. An iron rod shot straight down from the sky toward the black shadows. The rod stretched out, instantly protecting Liu Enhat from the black shadows. Liu Enhat thought in amazement, "Intone Thang, how can Intone Thang be here, isn't it?" The iron rod formed a spiral. Liu Enhat was puzzled. Can't leave that place? Could it be that all the secret realms are outside? Iron bars surrounded Liu Enhat, emitting blue light to push back the dark shadows. Liu Enhat took the chance to leave. As he walked, he thought he couldn't fight. Though it was said that after the blessing period ended, he could still return to Hoa Trung Chau. But looking at the current situation, go check the other places, see what kind of worlds those are. Liu Enhat headed to a nearby fractured world. He landed. Liu Enhat observed the state of the world and assessed. The situation of Hoa Trung Chau now was not right, not only at the very bottom. It still hadn't been completely destroyed. At Bat Chau Sun, the landscape here was covered in snow. Lu Enhat had changed into new clothes. He pondered compared to the other worlds. The protective membrane outside Hoa Trung Chao was not only full of cracks but also at the bottom of the world. Lu Enhat deduced the shattered worlds before Hoa Trung Chao must represent each reincarnation. No, that's not reincarnation, it must be each duplication. Then it will fall a little deeper, now it has reached the bottom. If it continues, what will happen? A voice rang out, it will perish if Hoa Trung Chao continues to reach the bottom of the Kui Hu Si. It will perish. Lu Enhat thought in surprise, this sudden warning again. That voice continued, it is severely damaged. Hoa Trung Chao will continue to fall to the bottom of the Kui Hu Si, shattered. This is the final reset, Lu Enhat wondered to himself. Kui Hu Si, then he shouted, who exactly are you? The space around him was silent. Lu Enhat frowned, no more answer. He continued loudly, come out, tell me who you are. Otherwise, even if you say anything, I won't believe it. Still no reply from that mysterious voice. Lu Enhat thought to himself, this situation is exactly like last time. The warning suddenly appeared, then disappeared. Who exactly is it? He can answer all my questions. Even the matter of my clone appearing outside Hoa Trung Chao. The most important thing, I was just wondering to myself. He directly gave me the answer. And the attitude when answering questions, it seemed that only when I wondered about a specific problem did the answer appear. He thought a bit confused. If it's like that, then isn't it just pre-programmed? Pre-programmed, could it be that it is not a separate entity? Moreover, it's part of the Thien Dia program. Lu Enhat crossed his arms, his face extremely pensive and puzzled. But why is he suddenly an Earth shadow? Look at it from another angle. Suppose the three titles originate from three mysterious individuals. If the Thien Dia program is a product of theirs, then their cooperation is perfectly natural. Sunlight fell upon the mountain peak. Lu Enhat looked up at the sky, thinking to himself, if it was pre-programmed to answer my questions. Based on the experience from the previous 2 times, what he said could very well be the truth. He recalled the scene at Hoa Trung Chao and the words of that mysterious person. The membrane was almost completely damaged. Hoa Trung Chao was about to shatter and fall into the Kui Hu Si. This was the final reincarnation cycle, and countless questions surfaced in Lu Enhat's mind. But why hadn't the membrane of Hoa Trung Chao recovered? Why was Hoa Trung Chao about to fall into the Kui Hu Si? Was it because of the reincarnation or some other reason? There were still 2 years left. No, judging by the degree of damage to the membrane. Then time would not be that plentiful. He needed to upgrade his own level as quickly as possible and then resolve this problem. Lu Enhat took out the red stone. This time it was purely by luck that he could deal with Chuang Fai, obtaining all the time dust from a level 95 player in one go. He gripped the stone tightly, thinking, just enough to upgrade myself past level 80. Summoning Ku Am was possible, though at the current level, Ku Am's effect was not that significant. He couldn't dwell on it any longer. He needed to level up first, then decide what to do next. The system displayed a notification. Absorbing time dust, consumed 100 time dust. Reached level 75, all attribute weights +1, consumed 120 time dust. Reached level 76, all attributes increased by 200. All attribute weights +1, consumed 180 time dust. Reached level 77, all attributes increased by 200. All attribute weights +1. Player Lu Enhat requested an upgrade of 0 out of 200. Current time dust, 21,820. Titles include Special Physique, Irregular Warrior, Weapon Master. Adversity Overcomer, First of the Tower, Tower Attacker. Cumulative Weight Ratio +19. Intelligence Weight Ratio +1. All attributes at high value. Detected that the combat title does not meet the standard. You must break through the Irregular Warrior title to Advanced Irregular Warrior. Only then can you continue to level up. Notification: Advanced Irregular Warrior quest activated. Quest location has been marked. Launching the Thien Dia program, quest location is being altered. Please proceed to the quest location to complete the corresponding mission. Lu Enhat sighed, thinking, I knew it wouldn't be that smooth. He looked at the system. However, the Thien Dia program had already been launched. It even altered the content of his quest, but this location. On Lu Enhat's map, besides a red dot representing himself, another red dot had appeared. Cut to Ngo Pham. He was walking while wondering, what's going on? It took so long to arrive and Chuang Fai still hasn't dealt with that guy. Ngo Pham frowned, saying, not only that, that guy is also starting to move. Leaving Chuang Fai's city, what is happening? The city scenery was extremely gloomy, desolate, and ruined. Ngo Pham moved. He suddenly thought Chuang Fai was dealt with. How could that be? But the fact was, Chuang Fai's city was disappearing. Not as if vanishing, but more like it was delivered a single killing blow. He gathered momentum, leaped into the air, and said while moving, even so, I don't believe that in such a short time you could reach a level capable of destroying me. At the Kui Hu Si, Lu Enhat had arrived. He suddenly sensed something. Who's there? The guardian of Hoa Trung Chao lunged forward and punched Lu Enhat. Lu Enhat gritted his teeth, thinking, right now I am in a state where all my attributes exceed 200,000. even though over 90% of my strength has been drained. Lu Enhat was sent flying into the air, the two facing each other. Lu Enhat questioned, that person just now was protecting Hoa Trung Chao, why would he suddenly attack me? Lu Enhat glanced behind him, guessing. Besides, is this a small world fully protected by a membrane? He remarked, although there are some scattered black spots, they cannot enter a small world protected by an intact membrane. Lu Enhat moved while calculating. Go summon a clone. Have the clone use the safety rope in the shortest time possible to pull me to a small world not protected by a membrane. In the Qihu Sea, having 200,000 attributes. In a situation where my strength is weakened by over 90%, I can't beat anyone. Having reached the small planet, Lu Enhat landed. Using the strength of both legs to brake, he thought to himself, arrive. The safety rope speed is too fast. Lu Enhat watched bolts of lightning strike down, then felt the pressure of the void disappear as well, directly entering a shattered world. But the situation here was truly terrible. Lu Enhat summoned his clone while thinking, never mind, summon the clone to continue the blessing. A figure suddenly appeared in the sky. Lu Enhat drew his sword and took a stance. Here they come. From the ground, blue walls rose up. Lu Enhat looked up, wondering, what is this now? The blue walls shot straight upward. Lu Enhat shouted, it's fire, it's a total scam. The person standing high above was the guardian of Hoa Trung Chao. He suddenly vanished behind a curtain of clouds. Those blue walls collided with each other. Lu Enhat glanced into the distance. Someone's voice sounded. Using rebirth as an excuse, destroying our Hoa Trung Chao is still not enough. You even encroach on what little living space we have left. The man before him was Chuang Fai. He said resentfully, India, you are truly hateful. Lu Enhat looked at the person before him, wondering. Chuang Fai, you surprise me, but why do you look so old? Chuang Fai looked at Lu Enhat, then said, you don't look like someone from India. Come with me, this is no place to talk. In a dilapidated cave, Chuang Fai led Lu Enhat inside. Lu Enhat looked around. Chuang Fai leaned on his cane and sat down. Lu Enhat spoke up. You are Chuang Fai? Cutting off his question. Which cycle's abandoned one are you? Lu Enhat was somewhat puzzled, thinking, abandoned one. Chuang Fai continued. So young, you can't be someone from the current Hoa Trung Chao. If you are, then you must be careful. Chuang Fai recounted. Hoa Trung Chao is about to fall into the Qihu Sea. If India still chooses to continue the rebirth, then Hoa Trung Chao will be destroyed. When that time comes, you won't even have the chance to be an abandoned one. Everyone will simply die like that. Lu Enhat asked, who exactly are you? Chuang Fai furrowed his brows and said, who am I? Chuang Fai speculated, based on your surprised expression upon meeting me. Perhaps you have met a reincarnation of me in this world. Suppose this cycle is the 3000th, then the me currently here is the me from the 2996th cycle. Lu Enhat exclaimed upon hearing this. What do you mean by that? Chuang Fai laughed and replied, it's exactly what the words mean. Can you not accept that each reincarnation is a separate world, or can you not accept meeting someone from several cycles ago who is still alive and not from 20 years ago? Lu Enhat was stunned. We've been deceived, we've all been deceived. What reincarnation, what closing your eyes and returning to 20 years ago, it's all fake. Lu Enhat understood, there is no reincarnation. Each time is a separate world. Each time is a copy through the dock, copying to create the next world. Chuang Fai raised his voice and spoke loudly. You don't understand. If I now create someone exactly like you, then place that person beside you, is that person you? Lu Enhat was silent, then he spoke. You mean, all this reincarnation is not returning to 20 years ago, but destroying the entire Hoa Trung Chao, and then copying the Hoa Trung Chao from 20 years ago. And you are the survivor left behind when Hoa Trung Chao was destroyed. Chuang Fai said with satisfaction. It seems you understand the problem. Lu Enhat stood pondering. Outside, thunder struck down in waves. On this side, Lu Enhat's expression was extremely distressed. He said, you telling me these things, surely it's not simply to make me despair, right? Quickly tell me. The way to end the reincarnation and save Hoa Trung Chao. Also, what is your true purpose in telling me these things? Chuang Fai answered, as a person from a previous reincarnation, to be able to escape the Qihu Sea, one must be very strong, with the greatest potential to change things. My purpose is simple. I hope you can prevent Hoa Trung Chao from being copied, so that abandoned ones like us can enter it, giving us a place to live. Chuang Fai continued about the way to save it. Very simple, a lot of computational power. As long as you have a lot of computational power, you will have the ability to repair the membrane and prevent the Vo An from entering, and also help Hoa Trung Chao regain the qualification to ascend, escaping the airspace of the Qihu Sea. And the way to obtain computational power requires you to possess the one-click destruction of Hoa Trung Chao. That is, the title Enhan Chung. Lu Enhat was shocked. Enhan Chung, Chuang Fai revealed, decompose all living creatures of Hoa Trung Chao into computational power. At Bat Chao Sun, Lu Enhat had moved here. He thought, after being altered by the Thien Dia program, the Irregular Warrior Upgrade Quest Secret Realms rule had changed to high-level Irregular Warrior. So this was what the mysterious person spoke of, trapping his parents and locking them in the Enhan Chung's secret realm. Enhan Chung, one-click annihilate. Lu Enhat sensed someone approaching. He thought to himself, Ngo Pham is coming, enter the secret realm first. Lu Enhat jumped into the secret realm. Ngo Pham also entered, but he was unable to get in. Ngo Pham wondered, can't enter, what secret realm is this? Lu Enhat held the key in his hand, running and thinking, only those with the key can enter this secret realm. Will Ngo Pham be able to get in? Probably not, Lu Enhat speculated. The title Enhan Chung, so it really is a one-click erase. He stepped through the gate and then the system announced the title Upgrade Quest Confirmation. Quest content, obtain the title Enhan Chung. Before Lu Enhat was a challenging secret realm. Floating stones in midair followed one after another. He wondered, is this the secret realm containing the title Enhan Chung? Lu Enhat looked around. He was somewhat worried. Why is there no one? Lu Enhat walked on the stone steps. As he walked, he wondered, up on those platforms maybe. Lu Enhat looked up, then looked down, then looked left, then looked right. He was somewhat restless. I feel like I'm not ready to face them. Lu Enhat thought, when I was young, after learning they were trapped somewhere, the first thing that came to mind was to go rescue them. However, now that I'm truly preparing to face them, I'm a bit confused. How should I accept them? Even though the mysterious person said, they took care of me through countless reincarnations, but in my memory I have no impression of them at all. The only thing I remember is the hardship of having to take care of my little sister on my own. So I should have hated them. I thought about it. Actually, I should hate them instead of choosing a life that could have taken care of me in a van. Yet they chose to abandon me for unknown reasons. Why didn't they lay out a path so that a van and I could grow up normally, leaving the two of us to suffer so much just to survive? Lu Enhat reminisced about everyone. Even so, the moment I was about to meet them again, I couldn't bring myself to hate them. My childhood memories are too distant. Compared to the fact that they are my parents, they are more like strangers. What right do I have to demand that strangers take care of me in a van? A hint of sadness flickered across Lu Enhat's face. He looked at the road ahead, pondering. I'm just searching, trying to help them out of a critical situation. There is a family that chose a flat path, Lu Enhat thought as he walked. At most just a little hope that after helping them resolve the crisis, I could say to them, it was all in vain. Lu Enhat had reached the summit. Before him, two swords were stabbed into the ground. Lu Enhat remembered. He looked at Enhan Chung, then wondered, the title Enhan Chung. The secret realm had been conquered. Doubt arose in Lu Enhat's heart. But where were his parents? Lu Enhat looked at the two swords stuck in the ground. He seemed to sense something ominous. Scene changed to High City. Deep underground was the location of Lu Enhat's clone. Lu Van called and asked, brother, how is it down there? Lu Van's voice came through, brother, don't leave me hanging. If it weren't for the surveillance camera, you'd have scared me to death. Hey, if you keep this up, I'll come down there and chant spells at you. Lu Enhat replied, I've entered the Enhan Chung's secret realm. Lu Van asked upon hearing this, so, did you find mom and dad? Lu Enhat answered, I searched every corner of the secret realm but found no signs of life. Only 2 abandoned weapons remain. Perhaps both of them are dead. There was a brief silence on the other end, then Lu Van's voice came through. But we haven't forgotten them, which means their death is not annihilation. As long as the cycle of reincarnation continues, we can meet them again in the next reincarnation world. That's good news. It means we still have one more reincarnation cycle. Lu Enhat thought to himself, there will be no next reincarnation. If there is a next reincarnation, unless in this reincarnation I accept a Van's death and use it to create another Avan. Otherwise, it will be impossible to continue reincarnating. System notification. You gain the title Humanity's End. You receive 25 computational power of Mo Hoa Trung Chao. You receive the skill structure. Humanity's End skill effect. Cleanse all living creatures in Hoa Trung Chao except the title holder. You complete the title upgrade quest for Irregular Warrior. You gain the title Advanced Irregular Warrior, surpassing the level limit. Advanced Irregular Warrior title effect. Skill level +5, control immunity level +5, all attributes +100, skill rule breaker. Dispel all opponent buffs. Lu Enhat's voice was a bit surprised. In just a moment, so many skills and immunities were added. System continues. Time dust consumed 200, you reach level 80, all attributes increase by 200, all attribute weights +1. You receive the skill Distortion Field. Deprive all 5 senses of all targets within the field range. Unlimited, including hearing, sight, touch, taste, and smell. Absolute State Field. Locks all self-beneficial states within the field range. Kuam's Heart's Blessing Prayer reaches level 80, completing Heart Blessing hatching. Lu Enhat said happily, Ku AM has finally hatched successfully. But at the current combat level, a level 80 Ku AM doesn't contribute much. System shows, consume time dust consumed 200. Reach level 81, all attributes increase by 800, all attribute weights +2. Time dust consumed 200, reached level 82, all attributes increase by 800, all attribute weights +2. Lu Enhat said joyfully, Ah, Ku Am no longer drains my experience. Ngo Fam sat waiting outside the secret realm. Lu Nhat walked out. Ngo Fam stood up and said, "Ah, you finally came out." Lu Nhat calculated, Destruction Warrior requires a level 90 breakthrough. Ngo Fam is level 95, so he must have the Destruction Warrior title. Kill him and I can complete the upgrade quest to Destruction Warrior. Ngo Fam challenged, this time let's see where you can run. The surroundings were extremely quiet. The sound of someone's running footsteps shattered the atmosphere. Tat Ka's companion asked, "Is this the right direction?" Tat Ka replied, "It should be correct. When he started moving, we had to follow quickly. Besides, there are hurried footprints on the ground, so it won't be wrong." Tat Ka continued, "After we made his information public in a short time, he shot straight into the top 5 of the solo rule-breaking ranking. This was shocking news at the gathering point. The two people ran and said, we must quickly catch up with him. Just record one more battle involving him, then our loop observer mission can end immediately. The remaining time we can relax." A huge explosion occurred in the distance. Those two discovered over there Lu Nhat was being pushed back. Ngo Fam's face was extremely serious. Lu Nhat spoke, "I don't know if you know yet, but this world of ours no longer has loops. If it starts again, it will be instantly destroyed." Ngo Fam didn't care, stomped hard on the ground, then charged straight at Lu Nhat. System notification. Absolute state power is in skill level prediction process. You are immune to target skill purification. While fighting Ngo Fam, Lu Nhat said, "And the purpose of me wanting to collect the 4 hands is to end this reincarnation world. We have no irreconcilable conflicts, it's all for survival." Ngo Fam replied, "What you say might be true, but with your strength alone, you're not qualified to save our world." A flash of light, Ngo Fam smiled the winner's smile. Suddenly his eyes widened in surprise. Lu Nhat shot straight at Ngo Fam's body and said, "Oh really? Then what does it take to be qualified? You just show up and I'll deal with you." Ngo Fam's upper body was blown away. Lu Nhat immediately said, "As long as the immunity to your attacks keeps increasing, your attacks to me are nothing but scratching an itch." Lu Nhat thought he had victory in hand. Suddenly Ngo Fam's 2 legs stood straight. Lu Nhat's face showed surprise. Ngo Fam's upper body gradually recovered. He had completely recovered, his body praised. "Interesting, your strength has improved a lot compared to the first time I met you." A series of ice spikes surrounded Lu Nhat. Ngo Fam clenched his fist, said scornfully, "But to act arrogant in front of me, you're still not qualified." An ice explosion occurred. Lu Nhat disappeared. Ngo Fam wondered, "A clone, since when?" Lu Nhat moved at extreme speed. Ngo Fam quickly noticed. He shouted, "Over here!" Lu Nhat was hit. At the same time, still managed to fire a shot at Ngo Fam. System notification. Clone has died, attributes return. Ngo Fam was hit by Lu Nhat's bullet, his lower body blown away again. He continued to recover. Lu Nhat remarked, "The recovery speed has slowed down." Lu Nhat continued shooting. Ngo Fam's body suddenly emitted a huge power. Lu Nhat frowned. That power exploded, and before Lu Nhat could react, he was pulled into a sphere. A beam of light tore through the sky with terrifying vibration. Where Lu Nhat had stood was now a super huge crater. Lu Nhat survived. He was standing on the mountain peak above. He looked down at where Ngo Fam was. Ngo Fam slowly stood up and said, "I admit I underestimated you a bit just now." He became serious and said, "Now you are qualified to talk to me as an equal, so I will answer your earlier question." Ngo Fam retrieved the orb and asserted that the loop must continue. A massive surge of power enveloped him. Ngo Fam said, "Anyone who obstructs the loop is my enemy." The scene shifted to a hospital bed, where Ngo Fam tightly held the hand of the person lying there. His expression deeply troubled and said, "Don't be sad anymore." A dark corner of Buju Mountain, that was the gathering place of the 7 Stars people. There was even a beautifully decorated coffee shop there. One person spoke up, "Hey, do you think the loop-breaking solo board might be glitched?" A newcomer said, "I have a feeling this is a conspiracy." While they were all sitting and talking, suddenly someone loudly announced that a live broadcast related to that newcomer was on. "What is that newcomer doing? It looks like he's going to fight someone." "That's Ngo Fam." They hurriedly asked each other if Ngo Fam is also taken care of. Then will the Earth Shadow Alliance only have Tran Duok left? He just dealt with Chuang Fai and not long after now he's fighting Ngo Fam. "Yeah," a young man with short brown hair confirmed. "Tran Duok disappeared a few loops ago. If Ngo Fam dies, then the Earth Shadow Alliance will fall apart starting from this loop." At the same time, on the screen, a blinding light appeared. Tat Ka's companion, while struggling against the strong wind, suggested, "Maybe we should get a little closer. The observers are all urging us to go deeper." But Tat Ka disagreed, believing that if they got any closer, we would die. "Don't mess with them. We'll maintain a safe distance and keep live streaming." In the sky at that moment, a gigantic eye opened wide, carrying a considerable threat and pressure. Seeing this, Tat Ka froze in fear. Then he turned and ran, shouting a warning, "Back up, back up." That's Ngo Fam's ultimate move. This distance isn't enough. The observers, seeing Tat Ka run far away, angrily shouted, "Don't run, we can't see anything." If that's the case, don't bother being an observer anymore. Get closer for me. If you die, then we'll just wait for the next loop to continue filming. Meanwhile, others were buzzing among themselves about Ngo Fam's skills. This seemed to be Ngo Fam's ultimate technique. In the past, he used it to defeat a stronger opponent, killing a player 20 levels higher. Not only that, now Ngo Fam has fallen so low that he can't even beat someone 20 levels lower than him. Saying that just makes him lose more face. At this moment, Ngo Fam was intensely focused and analyzing. You not only have an extremely strong self-healing ability, but also a clone skill, but it doesn't matter. This move is an ultimate technique I created myself. Standing before Lu Enhat, he confidently declared that he couldn't do anything to him. Composed of multiple skills, it not only prevents your recovery ability, but can also determine your real location based on your clone. Even if I'm not facing your real body right now, I can still finish you off completely. After saying that, he charged forward, roaring. If you can take this move without dying, I'll reconsider your proposal. At this moment, Lu Enhat had moved to another spot. He sensed something was wrong and wondered, can't move. Then he realized something and thought to himself, a crowd control skill? Then he looked into the empty space before him and shouted, take this move. Listen, all skills here will be reflected back. But it seemed he spoke too late, as Ngo Fam had already launched his power toward a glowing orb. His power lightly touched the white orb and then deformed. This sight left Ngo Fam stunned. Suddenly his power turned around and attacked him back. This made him exclaim in horror, this. But before he could calm down, he was sent to his death by his own power. Now, only his 2 feet remained on the ground. Lu Enhat quickly landed where Ngo Fam was and used the skill Evil Body Devour. Immediately, the system notified that the target's HP was above 10. Skill failed. As soon as he received this information, he silently confirmed. As expected, it didn't work. Come to think of it, the documents the mysterious person gave him stated, Ngo Fam possesses the level 90 skill Wind Mirror variant. You must cut off all light sources that can reach him to kill him. Then he looked at the glowing tree and muttered, light. Immediately, he controlled 2 stone slabs to fly up and then erected them into a wall. He used 4 large boulders to block off all 4 sides. Finally, he used 1 more boulder to cover the top. From above, it looked exactly like a box, making the observers exclaim. He sealed off Ngo Fam's body. Tat Ka's companion asked in surprise, does he know Ngo Fam's weakness? Tat Ka quickly replied, weakness? Everyone knows it, so of course it's not a weakness. Ngo Fam definitely isn't dead yet. Otherwise, how could he have one up until now? At that moment, inside the box, only Lu Enhat and Ngo Fam's 2 feet remained. He stared intently at the feet and realized they were still regenerating. After that, through analysis, he also somewhat understood that he himself was originally a source of light. Through reflections from all 4 sides, he could also absorb a bit of faint light. Suddenly, he tried attacking those legs and then discovered something else. Moreover, in this state, I can't attack his body either. That's way too overpowered. But Ngo Fam is gradually reviving. He felt a bit emotional. If he hadn't used the price bridge to make his healing skill less effective, then perhaps he would have fully recovered by now. Right at that moment, Lu Enhat was fretting over how to eliminate Ngo Fam. Unfortunately, the seat belt couldn't be put into the backpack. Otherwise, the clone could pass the seat belt through the backpack to entangle him, basically solving the problem. Now what method should he use? He can recover by absorbing light reflected from himself. With my current conditions, there's no way to restrain him. While pondering, he suddenly thought of something. Wait, is it true that he recovers thanks to light? According to that mysterious person, this is information everyone on Bat Chu Mountain knows. A weakness known to others, yet he can still survive through who knows how many cycles of reincarnation. If not, then what else could it be? At that moment, the system suddenly notified, you have acquired the skill Force Field, Heavenly Truth, depriving all targets within the force field of their 5 senses, including hearing, sight, touch, taste, and smell. Force Field, Absolute State, controlling all beneficial states for subjects within the force field's range. Reading this notification surprised him a bit. What a coincidence. The skill gained at level 80, the first skill is still to limit Ngo Fam's attack effectiveness. Then what about the second skill? After thinking for a long time, Lu Enhat suddenly asked himself, is the celestial shift sequence activating again? Then he quickly decided to test it and immediately used the move Iron Ring, Force Field, Heavenly Truth. Right after that, the system sent a notification. You have defeated the player Ngo Fam. Mission complete. Upgrade the Annihilation Warrior title. You have obtained the title Annihilation Warrior. Your level has increased to the highest rank, Annihilation Warrior. Total attributes 10,000. Annihilation skill. Your attack has a 1% chance to annihilate the target. The Annihilation Warrior title effect is activated but not displayed. This notification made Lu Enhat cheer with joy. Checkmate. The system sent another notification. The true Heavenly Force Field has been deactivated. But he didn't seem to care much about this information, instead staring intently at the reward before him, the title of Time Dust and White Hand. He joyfully accepted the reward, then excitedly shouted in his mind, "It's here!" Immediately, the system delivered another new notification. Time dust acquired at 22,345. His level had reached 80, all attributes increased by 800, weight ratio increased by 2. He also acquired the skill, finite capacity. After all his attributes have been increased for a certain duration, he will permanently gain a 10% increase to all attributes. Simultaneously, he also gained the skill infinite body enhancement. The total fixed attributes he acquired through skills are all reduced by half, but are no longer restricted by the world. This influx of new information left Lu Enhat so astonished that his jaw dropped. This, although just one of these two skills would already be incredibly overpowered. They still followed the rules, but if you combine these two skills together, could you use blessings to infinitely enhance all your attributes without any restriction? In this Hoa Trung province, who could possibly be a match for him anymore? Dealing with the heavenly radiance would be as easy as eating cake. A special physique truly is too amazing. No sooner thought than done, he quickly absorbed time dust, consuming 2002. His level rose to 91, all attributes increased by 1006. Weight ratio increased by 4. He continued to absorb time dust, consuming 3,300. His level rose to 92, all attributes increased by 1,600. Weight ratio increased by 4. He kept absorbing, consuming 7,000 mo. His level rose to 96, all attributes increased by 6,000. Weight ratio increased by 4. Currently, as a player, Lu Enhat is level 96, with time dust at 7,565. Basic special physique title multiplier of 2. Dean Diet Warrior weight ratio increased by 4, skill level increased by 6, immunity level increased by 5, total attributes increased by 11,000. Weapon Master, the one who overcomes adversity, the first person in the tower, attributes increased by 100. Power Assailant weight increased by 2, cumulative weight ratio increased by 64, willpower weight ratio increased by 1. Meanwhile outside, the spectators were very anxious to know what was happening inside the stone box. It had been so long. What exactly was the situation? Let's get a little closer. If he's dead, he'll just resurrect in 3 years. One person even boldly speculated, "Hey, do you guys think Ngo Fam might be thrown off his game? After all, for us, death just means starting over in 3 years." That's why many people are easily careless, and one moment of inattention means instant death. Another person, upon hearing this, countered, "It couldn't be that bad since I've known him. I've never heard of him failing." A brown-haired young man believed, "Although I don't know how this newcomer managed to gain the upper hand, I still lean towards Ngo Fam. How strong can a newcomer possibly be after just one loop? How could they be stronger than Ngo Fam, who has accumulated years of experience?" Hearing his assessment, the crowd nodded in agreement. Ngo Fam can't be taken down so easily. It's absolutely impossible. Despite the murmuring crowd, the stone box remained silent. Then, right after, the box exploded. A flash of light moved quickly across the ground. The spectators, seeing this scene, panicked and shouted, "That's, holy crap, damn, was he really dealt with? Is he actually dead?" The brown-haired young man was so surprised his mouth hung open. 2 players above level 90 both died at his hands. How could a newcomer be so monstrously overpowered? That's not right, that's not right. It's not right. Can the last awakened really be strong enough to continuously kill level 90 players during the newcomer phase? Immediately, someone chimed in after him. The current heavenly radiance? Impossible. Could it be that in this loop, the heavenly radiance will also be usurped? This isn't really going to happen, is it? The leaderboard has been updated. Look everyone, he's in second place. Right behind the heavenly radiance. Even Tran Duok is ranked below him now. At the same time, in the outer territory, Lu Enhat's voice echoed through a quiet space. What kind of joke is this? Splitting everyone apart into attribute power? How is that any different from killing everyone? Chuang Fai Tu Tun explained, "That is why we need someone who possesses the Earth Shadow title to assist. The greatest effect of Earth Shadow is that it can record a player's resurrection point. You just need to use up its recording capacity to log the player's consciousness before activating the human bell title." Lu Enhat stood silently, listening to him speak, but the main point was that he needed to control the Hoa Trung Province Imperial Palace. Otherwise, the one who uses the human bell title to split people and harvest attribute power would let the Imperial Palace fall into the Heavenly Radiance's hand. He set a challenge for Lu Enhat. Can you deal with the current Heavenly Radiance and seize control of the Hoa Trung Province Imperial Palace from them? After Chuang Fai finished speaking, the atmosphere between the two suddenly fell into a moment of silence. Lu Enhat abruptly raised his head and glanced into the empty space ahead. The scene shifted to the world of Hoa Trung Province, the cave of Mount Bat Tru. Deep within the pitch-black, bottomless cavern, a blinding light suddenly flashed. Lu Enhat gazed at his hand while rejoicing inwardly. After using the blessing enhancement just once, all attributes had already broken through 50,000, reaching the maximum limit. Then he clenched his fist tightly and muttered to himself with confidence. Then who could possibly be my opponent after my enhancement? Keep increasing the attributes. Returning to the present, Lu Enhat suddenly smiled smugly and chuckled to himself. Ha, if only it could be like that. Then what would I have to fear from Thendia, no matter how much stronger Thendia is? Once I raise my stats to 1,000,000, 10,000,000, then it won't be an unfair one-shot kill. What a majestic face. That confident expression of his immediately caught Chuang Fai's attention. Under his skeptical gaze, Lu Enhat smugly plopped down into the chair with ease. Seeing him like that, Chuang Fai silently observed for a moment, then probed. Suddenly so confident, did you just get some kind of treasure? Facing his intent stare, Lu Enhat simply replied softly. Just consider it so, it helps me feel much more confident in dealing with Thendia. Put that aside for now, tell me what you know about Thendia. Though he looked confident on the surface, inwardly he was muttering. Although I am certain I can handle Thendia, gathering a bit more information is still better. While my attributes are increasing, I might as well listen to what this Chuang Fai has to say. Meanwhile, Chuang Fai across from him fell into deep thought after hearing him speak. He thought for a while before speaking. It seems you have never fought Thendia. Otherwise, you definitely wouldn't have this kind of attitude. Chuang Fai's words left Lu Enhat utterly puzzled. Not giving him any time to think further, Chuang Fai slowly began to recount. You know what the most terrifying thing about Thendia is? It's that everyone believes Thendia cannot be defeated, because all of her abilities are related to time. Can you imagine the despair when you think you've won, and she reverses time back to the most critical moment of the battle, then finishes you off in a single strike? Chuang Fai's confession immediately stirred Lu Enhat to the point that his eyes widened, and he sighed softly in his heart. Is that even allowed? He continued. Moreover, Thendia also uses her servants to store all her attributes. If it's a duel, she can make her own attributes exceed their limits by absorbing the power of her servant. Even disregarding her abilities with attributes that toweringly high, hardly anyone can cope. Hearing this, Lu Enhat furrowed his brows in deep contemplation. He seemed to be mulling something over. Seeing Lu Enhat's grave reaction, Chuang Fai spoke up once more to ease the worry in his heart. But it is only within the world of Hoa Trung Chao that she can be so invincible. According to our observations, any ability related to time can only be used in this world. He paused for a moment then said, as for attributes, as long as we have enough attribute energy, even outside Hoa Trung Chao, we can increase them as we wish. Having said this, Chuang Fai lowered his head and spoke softly. Therefore, to deal with Thendia, there is only one way, provided we gather enough attribute energy. Lure her out of Hoa Trung Chao. Just as he finished speaking, his communication device suddenly beeped twice. The communication device kept beeping, forcing him to cut off the conversation and attend to it. Chuang Fai slowly connected to the other end and asked quietly, "What is it?" No one knew what was said on the other end, but Chuang Fai's face suddenly darkened. Right after that, he abruptly stood up before Lu Enhat's astonished eyes. Chuang Fai said in a deep voice, "I have to go observe the information transmitted by the people of Hoa Trung Chao. For some reason, the border of Hoa Trung Chao is being divided and shrinking. Let's go check it out." Having said that, the two immediately moved to the border of Hoa Trung Chao. Both Lu Enhat and Chuang Fai were silently observing the earth-shaking changes taking place at the border of Hoa Trung Chao. And right at that moment, a world suddenly exploded, causing dust and smoke to cover everything. Witnessing the bizarre scene before him, Lu Enhat widened his eyes in shock and wonder. What is going on here? Meanwhile, in the world of Hoa Trung Chao, outside the cave of Bat Chu Mountain, it was still extremely quiet. Just then, a hand suddenly appeared and clenched a rock outside the cave. In the blink of an eye, the rock that should have been hard suddenly shattered into tiny pieces. Not only that, as he walked, the earth and stones beneath his feet also crumbled into hundreds of fragments. Lu Enhat slowly walked while pondering. Why is the border of Hoa Trung Chao beginning to disintegrate and shrink? Has some incident occurred? Thinking of this, he suddenly hit a dead end. Lu Enhat stood still at the cave entrance for a long while before muttering to himself. But compared to this matter, he thought that after his total attributes surpassed 1,000,000, he always had the feeling that he had left Hoa Trung Chao and arrived at the Sea of Quiku. Why is that? Meanwhile, outside the world of Hoa Trung Chao, another Lu Enhat was frowning in deep thought no less. After thinking for a long while, he slowly spoke. This has never happened before. What exactly is the cause? Though he said that outwardly, inside, Lu Enhat was just as troubled. He thought, this feeling is very intense, especially when the clone outside Hoa Trung Chao is 100 times stronger than when in Hoa Trung Chao. I need to go check quickly. A moment later, Lu Enhat suddenly spoke. Do you know the situation of the Quiku Sea? Have you ever been there? Tung Fai was startled by the question, shot him a glance and asked back with suspicion. Why are you suddenly asking about this? He thought for a moment then answered, I have to go there and see. I have no choice. Seeing his determination, Tung Fai could only sigh and say, if the world itself hadn't shifted ahead of time. The higher you go, the harder it is to move, and our people would never leave the Kweku Sea. Right after that, Lu Enhat turned and left, but not before saying, "Thank you for showing me those documents. If I can succeed, I will lead you all into Hoa Trung Chau." With those words, he shot off, leaving Tung Fai staring in astonishment. Though Lu Enhat's figure had gradually receded, his voice still echoed. "Wait for me to return and we'll talk further." It took a long while before Tung Fai collected himself. He frowned and muttered, "What's suddenly gotten into him?" Halfway through speaking, he recalled the declaration Lu Enhat had made before leaving. "If I can succeed, I will lead you all into Hoa Trung Chau." Tung Fai let out a long sigh. Then, face dark, he mumbled, "I hope so. Even if we could get in, my time is running short anyway." Tung Fai gazed pensively at the fracturing worlds and murmured sorrowfully, "I just hope Hoa Trung Chau can become a normal world." 7 days later, in a half-finished building under construction, inside a room, Lu Enhat stood with arms crossed, deep in thought about something. Just then, a clear voice suddenly echoed through the large room. "Brother, I sent people to observe from the most recent fixed anomaly. For several days, no changes have occurred at all." Hearing this, Lu Enhat fell into thought. At the time the border separated, it seemed to be exactly when my total attributes broke through 1 million. After I stopped increasing attributes, the border had no more problems. Could it be related to? After thinking, Lu Enhat spoke. "Tell the people you sent to retreat backward, to a distance roughly equal to the border that disappeared before." He wanted to run a test. The scene shifted to the world of Hoa Trung Chau, where Lu Enhat's clone stood motionless. He thought to himself, "I can start increasing all attributes again now." To see whether the changes in the border line throughout the process are related to his attribute enhancement. Then Lu Enhat stared intently at the space ahead. It turned out he was using his skill, a blessing that enhanced all attributes. At that moment, the ground suddenly cracked and shattered into fragments. Seeing the terrifying sight, everyone immediately screamed and fled. The border began to separate again. Quickly retreat, move farther back. Returning to the present, Lu Enhat stood with his arms crossed, deep in thought. It really is connected to him. Every time total attributes increase by 1 million, Hoa Trung Chau's border splits and shrinks. Right at that moment, the voice from earlier rang out once more. "You're still going to continue increasing attributes, based on the proportion of the entire Hoa Trung Chau. Buzhujia mountain range should be enough for me to convert my total attributes to 10 million. If I include Mount Buzhu, that would add about another 20 million. These words once again left Liu Yi frozen for a long time with no response from him. That voice rang out again. "Just pour all your power into strengthening. We still have time for one loop. Mom and Dad haven't disappeared yet. We can wait until the next loop and then resolve the heavenly mystery. Then not only can Mom and Dad be revived, but the players who completely died in the sea can also be revived. All those who perished because of the emergence of the origin realm will come back to life. This outcome is simply too perfect." After hearing this, Liu Yi silently lowered his head, lost in thought. After waiting for a long while and still seeing no reply from him, that voice sounded out again, full of worry. "Brother, why aren't you saying anything? Did I say something wrong?" At that moment, Liu Yi finally spoke softly. "Hey, Yun, if I die, and then I make a copy of my body and transfer my memories into it, would you feel that it's still me?" After hearing that, Liu Yun immediately pouted. She angrily exclaimed, "Nonsense, nonsense, nonsense, what are you talking about? That's terribly unlucky," but he only repeated seriously, "Would you feel that it's me?" Faced with this question, Liu Yun could only remain silent and not answer. After a long while, she hesitantly spoke. "If that really happened, that wouldn't be you. At most, I would only consider it as, a comfort for myself after you're gone." As if realizing something, Liu Yun immediately cried out, "Brother, why are you asking this?" But Liu Yi just abruptly turned his head away and muttered, "The secret of the loop is exactly that. It kills us, then manufactures another body for us and transfers our memories into it." Having said this, he seriously turned back to explain to her, "It's the same for everyone. If the loop were to be activated, it would be no different from killing you. So I won't do that, even if it could bring us a seemingly perfect ending." Liu Yi's words were like a wake-up call. She stammered in reply, "Is that so?" But at this moment, Liu Yi had already sunk deep into thought and didn't respond. He pondered to himself. Originally, the Huizhong continent itself couldn't establish the loop again. Then he immediately gave instructions. "You go quickly and inform the surviving players. Bring their family and friends along. Choose a location outside Mount Buzhu to gather." Before, the ordinary people around couldn't be marked due to the limitations of consciousness power. But now the consciousness power is sufficient, and those willing to obey will be marked all at once. Liu Yi said in a firm tone, "As long as I don't die, they can all live. If they don't want to come, then forget it." Then, the scene shifted to Mount Buzhu. A dense fog, the scene before him overwhelmed Liu Yi to the point where he gaped, stammering. Outside the mountain, there are now countless dense streams of people heading this way. Inside the enormous cave, Liu Yi exclaimed, "So many. I thought the players were all arrogant and hard to tame. They'd never listen to a call like this." Seeing him like that, Huang Nianchu smiled gently and replied, "Just spread the word near Mount Buzhu," she said softly. "That is, at the current location they can be marked and can be revived." In just one short week, almost all the surviving players have come here, and outside, the crowd of players gathered and shouted, "Thank you, Great Savior, for agreeing to mark us. Great Savior, from now on we are your dogs if you tell us to go east. We absolutely won't go west. Online dating is easy to get scammed, but trusting the Great Savior definitely won't get you scammed." Ahaha, seeing them so excited, Liu Yi's mood also brightened. He smiled and said, "If that's the case, then let's begin the marking." The crowd below cheered enthusiastically upon hearing that. "Thank you, Great Savior." Huang Nianchu was also infected by everyone's joy. She smiled gently as she gazed at the scene before her. However, as if remembering something, Huang Nianchu immediately became sad and hung her head low. Seeing her like that, Liu Yi turned to ask, "What's the matter, Nianchu?" She replied sorrowfully, "Lately, a Yun has been acting strange. Brother, do you want to go and talk to her a bit?" Hearing that, Liu Yi pondered for a while before saying, "All right, after I finish marking all these people, I'll go find a Yun." Over by the Gixu Sea, small orbs were emitting glittering light in the dark night. So those were the worlds, connected to each other by strands of pale orange thread. Liu Yi observed with a furrowed brow and silently assessed. Apart from Jiangfei in that shattered world of Hujiang continent, the other worlds had no one left at all. Then he immediately shot forward. Nevertheless, Liu Yi was still deep in thought. If one reincarnation cycle lasts 20 years, then Jiangfei would be nearly 100 years old. So it's normal that no one remains in the destroyed world of Hujiang continent. Seeing the water surface getting closer and closer, Liu Yi slowly pondered. About to reach the peak, but why isn't it as Jiang Fei said? The higher you go, the harder it is to move. On the contrary, the desire to escape from the Gixu Sea grew stronger and stronger. The water's surface shimmered so clearly that one could even see the sun radiating its dazzling light above. And so Lu Enhat continued swimming forward. As he swam, he thought, what would happen if he left the Quiku Sea? However, at that very moment, Lu Enhat suddenly froze. His eyes widened, revealing an expression of disbelief. Then Lu Enhat immediately looked down at the strange object that had just appeared. He stammered, "What is this?" As soon as he finished that thought, Lu Enhat's face suddenly swelled up like a balloon pumped full of air. In the blink of an eye, his entire body exploded like a balloon, overinflated to the point of bursting. At that moment, only a strange rune and scattered fragments remained within the seabed. Then the scene sank deeper and deeper toward the bottom of the sea. Elsewhere on Mount Batchu, blanketed in white snow and rows of conifers, Lu Enhat hung his head low and pondered with furrowed brows. Why did it happen like that? Why, upon reaching the surface of the Quiku Sea, was he suddenly marked? Then his clone exploded and died. Wasn't the Quiku Sea supposed to represent advancement? Thinking about this made him even more baffled. Lu Enhat asked himself, why in the end did it bring death? Was it because a lone living person went there that the problem occurred? Or would the same thing happen to all of Hoa Trung Chao if they went together later on? Could the ascension of the world just be a conspiracy? So Lu Enhat stood frozen in the middle of the cave and sank into his own tangled thoughts. He just needed to know that reaching the surface of the Quiku Sea meant danger. The immediate task at hand was to get stronger. Meanwhile, outside Mount Batchu, the gathering crowd was suddenly startled as they noticed the distant mountain range. Panicked, they stared intently ahead and stepped backward, as if preparing to flee. Before their eyes now was the sight of the border, shattering into countless pieces. The deafening noise along with the vivid imagery instantly drove the players into extreme terror. They were like ants standing on the edge of a cliff. Among them, someone screamed in despair, "The dividing border is here. Oh my God." Seeing this, someone immediately stepped forward to calm everyone down. Don't panic, don't panic. Big Brother Savior already explained the situation to us. As long as we don't leave the camp's perimeter, we'll be fine. Also, don't enter the mist belt of Mount Batchu. There's someone inside preventing Big Brother Savior from resurrecting us. If anyone can't take the pressure, they can just die first and wait for Big Brother Savior to finish handling everything, then come back to life. Like those ordinary people unable to endure the pressure, Lu Enhat, the one they mentioned, was now deep in thought, staring intently at his own hand. He slowly scanned his surroundings and pondered. All of his attributes would break through 10 million right now. When he broke through 1 million, the border of Hoa Trung Chao began to fragment. What would happen at 10 million? The scene then shifted to a certain secret realm blanketed by the green of a vast forest. A bald man was shouting with joy, "Leveled up." Up by 3 levels at once, all attributes increased by 3 points, plus an extra 15 free attribute points to distribute. Overjoyed, he clenched his fist and declared through gritted teeth, "The Siuviet is coming soon, ha ha ha." Meanwhile, back at the Mount Batchu cave, Lu Enhat was also elated, thinking, broke through 10 million. Right at that moment, strange noises emitted from above the bald man's head, grabbing his attention. He immediately looked up and shouted, "What is this? How did the sky of the secret realm turn black?" The moment the bald man finished speaking, a bizarre force sucked him straight up into the sky. As he was pulled out of the secret realm, he screamed in panic. "What is going on? How could this be? Why is this happening? What the hell? Don't do this to me. I don't want Da to revive me anymore. It's too humiliating." Switching back to outside Mount Bat Chu, the group of players was now staring in horror at the border rift before them. One of them, pale-faced and jaw-agape, stared down below. And far off in the distance, another person was observing the situation below just like him. Unlike the noisy chaos outside, in here Lu Enhat was among those capable of investigation. Still deep in thought, it seems the only change is only the path leading out of the Quiku Sea disappeared. He clenched his fist and muttered to himself, "It's turned into some kind of link that's hard to describe in words." Then Lu Enhat started walking toward the cave entrance. As he walked, he questioned himself, "I might be strong enough to test myself against Thendia now." He also didn't know if what Chuang Fai said was true, that he could adjust time to when he was at his weakest. How would he deal with it if that scenario actually happened? Outside Mount Bat Chu, at Lam Thoi Ngai's rest stop, countless makeshift houses were clustered together. Inside one of the rooms, Lu Enhat stood quietly, observing Lu Van as she pondered something deeply. After a long while, she still hadn't spoken, leaving him no choice but to just stand there and stare. However, when he saw the sullen expression on his younger sister's face, Lu Enhat sighed and then spoke up. He was about to fight Thendia. "If you are still so downcast, I will choose to let you fall into a death state, so that you won't feel unsettled inside." Lu Van heard that and hesitantly replied, "Actually, I've thought it through, it's just that I can't accept it right away." Lu Enhat just frowned at her sternly without replying. Lu Van looked up at him and confided painfully, "I originally thought I was a saint, could save everyone, but now I've awakened to the truth, I'm just an ordinary person. Can't save everyone. Brother, now I only hope I won't lose you too." After Lu Van finished pouring out her feelings, the atmosphere in the room suddenly fell silent. Just as she was feeling sorrowful with tears welling up, Lu Enhat suddenly reached up and patted her head, startling her. Facing his little sister's dumbfounded gaze, he smiled gently and consoled her. "Don't worry, we will definitely win." Lu Enhat silently calculated. If he discovered a problem, they would be sent to the moment when the enemy was weakest, not leaving the opponent any chance of survival. The scene shifted to the world of Hoa Trung Chao. Lu Enhat was struggling inside the shattered border. He frowned and thought. With his current ability, Athan could increase all attributes by 20 million in a short time. By then, it would help him summon his clone with full power. Split the entire Hoa Trung Chao and outer Hoa Trung Chao, and see how she controls time. At that moment, a brilliant surge of spiritual energy suddenly appeared, tearing apart a floating rock. That brilliant spiritual energy shot straight towards a gigantic tree, radiating a dazzling golden light. Immediately after, from within two large branches, a golden sphere as bright as the sun suddenly appeared. Inside that sphere flickered the image of a towering mountain covered in white snow. Then from inside the sphere, a person slowly walked out. That person was Thendia with her snow-white hair. She smiled confidently and stepped down. However, Thendia suddenly looked up at the sky ahead where a speck of light was hurtling toward her. She looked at Lu Enhat, who was flying towards her with a serious expression, and sneered, "HMPH, you've really appeared. A player who can break through limits and rapidly increase all attributes." Immediately after, a fierce battle erupted between Thendia and Lu Enhat. He charged fiercely and struck directly at the branch where she was standing. This caused the branch to emit an extremely ear-piercing cracking sound. Immediately after, this giant branch broke and fell to the ground. This time, the noise was even louder than before, as the branch crashed to the ground. That earth-shattering sound immediately drew the attention of the people on the other side of the mountain. They were abuzz with chatter. "What's going on? Is someone fighting over at the Imperial Palace? The Imperial Palace branch has been broken." Tat Ka's companion exclaimed in shock, gaping. "What level is this?" Before the Shadowless One appeared, even the top 10 of the solo rule-breaking leaderboard besieging Thendia at the Imperial Palace didn't cause such massive damage. But now the Imperial Palace branch. Could it be that it's caused by that newcomer again? Everyone, upon hearing that, frowned and replied, who else could it be but him? Having said that, they began to make plans for themselves. One of them spoke up, "Let's just stay put here for a month, then we'll be able to wait for him. Continue the live broadcast and record it." Halfway through running, that Ka's companion suddenly remembered something. He spoke up saying he just remembered. "The 2 recording records are enough for us to safely pass this loop." "That Ka, why are we hiding instead of returning to the gathering place?" That Ka, walking ahead, frowned seriously and asked back, "If we really return, will you follow me?" Faced with that question, he burst out laughing and replied, "Haha, definitely not." That Ka said, "Let me analyze for you. Mount Bat Chu hasn't seen such a shocking event in a long time. Back when we became observers, wasn't it to get close and record the battle storms of the experts?" On the pure white snow, that Ka's companion laughed heartily and said, Haha, so nostalgic, how fun it was back then, he only replied softly. Back when we became observers, there were as many awakened experts as clouds. Unlike now, when most players have chosen to abandon returning to Mount Bat-Chu. So the life of an observer is becoming more and more boring. These words made his mood suddenly sink. That Ka's companion frowned and said he didn't understand why those awakened ones had become like this. Avoiding reality, lacking fighting spirit, lacking ambition. The state of the awakened ones now is completely different from when they successfully dealt with the three mysterious ones. That Ka listened and remained silent, slowly pondering. That Ka's companion saw that he did not reply, so he continued. It seems that when the Shadowless One appeared, the awakened ones began to lose faith in each other. So the situation took a turn for the worse. The Shadowless One can kill us permanently, preventing us from continuing the loop. Not only can it finish off awakened ones with full prestige and honor, but it can also replace them. And then those replaced awakened ones go on to kill even more awakened ones. Then he seriously summarized. With this deadly cycle, the awakened ones became weaker and weaker, and it became harder and harder to survive on Mount Bat-Chu. That's why it has become like this. As if remembering something, he gritted his teeth, thinking angrily, this can't go on, we awakened ones shouldn't be like this. That Ka's companion angrily stomped the ground and cursed. It's all because of Thendia, if it weren't for her causing the net to appear. Then even the Shadowless One couldn't have invaded Central Flower Continent, and we wouldn't have ended up like this. This can't go on, we awakened ones shouldn't be like this, but she doesn't care about it. Moreover, relying on her immense strength, she seized control of Central Flower Continent, making the Imperial Snail Branch allow the Shadowless One to invade. The two of them looked at the Imperial Snail Branch shining brilliantly ahead, and then that Ka suddenly spoke. You're absolutely right, but it's too hard to take her down. Even the awakened ones at their peak might not defeat her, let alone now. Now I only hope. That newcomer can bring us hope. Meanwhile, on the highest branch of the Imperial Snail Branch, Lu Enhat was standing face to face with Thendia. She suddenly smiled, showing goodwill. However, right after that, a flash of light suddenly appeared with a deafening shriek. It was Lu Enhat charging at Thendia, wanting to destroy her in one battle. Then, a terrifying sound suddenly rang out from the top of the Imperial Snail Branch. At this moment, Lu Enhat's attack was gently blocked by Thendia. She glanced at him and smiled brightly, chatting, "This is our first meeting, isn't it?" Thendia walked around Lu Enhat, who was frozen, observed him for a while, then sighed and said, "Striking me so rudely, that's really impolite." Lu Enhat, frozen by her, seemed to want to say something. At that moment he suddenly moved, his pupils glancing at her sharply. This look immediately made Thendia jump in surprise. Then in an instant, Lu Enhat shattered the frozen time and rushed to attack her. He roared, "Die." Seeing that he could break her ability so easily, Thendia lowered her head and laughed delightedly, praising, "Ah, not bad." After that, her figure suddenly gradually blurred. This sight greatly surprised Lu Enhat. He widened his eyes in astonishment. Then after that, the surrounding scene returned to the moment when the Imperial Snail Branch had just been destroyed by him. Lu Enhat faced Thendia once again, frowning and thinking, am I falling into a skill like Lam Veen's again? As if thinking of something, he widened his eyes in horror and denied it. No, it's her skill, a time-related skill. At this moment, Thendia suddenly smiled and probed. Aren't we going to talk first? Perhaps we have the same goal, she chatted comfortably. Of course, not the goal of wanting to kill me or something, but the goal you want to achieve after killing me. With just a few simple sentences, Thendia laid out his entire plan, saving Central Flower Continent. Hearing this, Lu Enhat softened his tone and asked back, "Are you trying to say that you sank Central Flower Continent to the bottom of the Sea of Return ruins for some hidden reason?" Faced with his question, Thendia burst into a hearty laugh in response. "Otherwise, if Hoa Trung Chao is destroyed, I will die too. Do I look like a suicidal maniac to you?" Then, under his increasingly suspicious gaze, she began to speak. "But my behavior all these years. To people like you who don't know the truth, I really am no different from a madman. After all, I have step by step led Hoa Trung Chao to the shore of Diet Phang." "Ha ha ha," Thendia burst out joyfully. "But whether I've been wronged is not the point of today's conversation. My goal is that I hope you can become my ally, the most important ally to save Hoa Trung Chao." Having said that, Thendia confidently looked towards Lu Enhat and said, "To avoid wasting time, I will preserve this moment. Wait until you've thought it through, then come back here and I'll explain clearly to you." Lu Enhat, hearing these words, immediately lowered his body, ready to fight. He frowned and pondered. "Come back here and explain? What does that mean?" Is she about to leave? Then Thendia raised her hand and clenched it tightly. Lu Enhat's eyes widened, stunned at the scene before him. Now, right before his eyes, slender silver-white rings were hurtling towards him one after another. At that moment, above the two of them, a golden yellow leaf suddenly appeared, hesitating as it fell. With time, the leaf gradually drifted downward. However, just after that, a silvery white light suddenly flashed and all movement ceased. The leaf that had just fallen now flew back to its original place. The leaf rose higher and higher, returning to where it had just fallen from. And Lu Enhat below was also frozen in time. looking as if he wanted to say something. But only a few seconds later, Lu Enhat suddenly broke through the time freeze. He stared wide-eyed in disbelief. So he immediately jumped back quickly into a fighting stance and angrily demanded, "What did you just do?" India, seeing him escape once again, smiled and said, "So you already know so much. Don't worry, I only reversed time." After all, our battle lasted a whole month on the time trajectory. Facing Lu Enhat's furious gaze, she pressed her lips and spoke. Moreover, this battle even caused Hoa Trung Chao to develop a crack that cannot heal. Wasting time on this meaningless fight is a shame just to hear about. You've just indirectly revealed your purpose and what you want to obtain. After hearing Dia's words, Lu Enhat angrily smacked his own forehead and thought. Reverse time? Lu Enhat held his forehead and started falling into his memories. He stared wide-eyed and muttered to himself, "A month, an endless battle. Although my attributes suppressed her in every aspect, at every crucial moment, time always became a significant advantage for her. But there was no such thing as controlling time to strike at my weakest moment, as Chuang Fai Jia had said." As if realizing something, Lu Enhat gritted his teeth angrily, lifted his head and thought, "But even so, she is still very hard to defeat." Facing his fury, Dia laughed heartily and said, "Right now, based on the data you have." She raised 4 fingers and said that Hoa Trung Chao is a replica of some larger world. Then Dia lowered 1 finger and said, "The 3 small fingers are the 3 mysterious people who created Hoa Trung Chao." After saying that, she lowered another finger. She spoke thoughtfully. "Hoa Trung Chao is about to fall into the Quiku Sea." Finally, with only 1 finger left, Dia sighed and said, "To save Hoa Trung Chao, we must definitely activate the title of Enhan Trung. Separate all living beings here to collect Tin Loot. Here it is." Dia clenched her fist and said, "Thanks to that, Hoa Trung Chao will obtain sufficient quality to ascend once again. Moreover, you still believe that Hoa Trung Chao's crisis is because I have always been causing Hoa Trung Chao to sink to the bottom of the Quiku Sea." Dia stared straight ahead and said in a serious tone, "Allow me to correct that. The one who caused Hoa Trung Chao to sink into the Quiku Sea was the decision of the Dia of several terms ago, when they discovered that only by sinking into the Quiku Sea could Hoa Trung Chao truly be saved. They made this decision. As for me, I only passively inherited their plan to save Hoa Trung Chao." Her words left Lu Enhat stunned, unable to react. Not giving him time to think further, Dia spoke up. "Next, it seems you already know almost all the key information. But you are still missing one deduction that you haven't delved into to analyze. And this is also the most important information. Our Hoa Trung Chao is a replica. People and things all carry the mark of a replica deep within our souls. If we cause the world of Hoa Trung Chao to ascend to the surface of the Quiku Sea, Hoa Trung Chao will be destroyed, becoming supplementary nutrients for the larger world." At this point, she suddenly murmured softly, just like the Nuyen Jioi of old. And Lu Enhat, after hearing these explanations, stared wide-eyed and thought, like a clone that exploded and died. At that moment, Dia suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, it seems you already know about the existence of the seal mark. Looks like I haven't completely guessed what you know, but it's enough that you know. Then I no longer need to verify the authenticity of the replica." She rolled her eyes, recalling the image of the world being gradually swallowed by black smoke, then clicked her tongue and said, "The only way for us to break through the surface of the Quiku Sea and advance to the upper realm is to eliminate the seal of Hoa Trung Chao. And there is only one way to eliminate the seal. Make Hoa Trung Chao sink to the bottom of the Quiku Sea, making the seal believe that Hoa Trung Chao is no longer of value. Actively leave." However, in Liu Yi's mind at this moment there were only 4 words. "Are you kidding me?" He frowned, staring at her and said, "Even the seal feels that once Hoa Trung Chao sinks to the bottom of the Quiku Sea, it will lose its value. Then what makes you so confident that you can make Hoa Trung Chao return to the Quiku Sea once more?" Seeing Liu Yi ask such a question, Dia only smiled and said nothing. And Liu Yi, not getting the answer he wanted, gritted his teeth in fury. Just as his anger was about to peak, Dia slowly spoke. "The first time I heard about you was from that Nguyen Din. The initial plan was to have Nguyen Din deal with you, having obtained a unique physique, then turn him into my #1 slave." Saying this, Dia suddenly sighed with regret, to think that despite arranging so many schemes, Nguyen Din was still counterkilled by you. At that moment I realized, what you obtained might be the complete version of the unique physique, just like my former self. So I began to be curious about how far your level could reach. How complete is your unique physique exactly? Therefore, I intentionally had #9 recommend you to enter Buju Mountain, to face the forces there head-on. Dia suddenly smiled and praised him. To think that you not only defeated Ngo Fan, but you also took down Chuang Fai, all in just a short month. Yet all your attributes have reached over 10 million. Something I have long dreamed of. Only now do I realize I am not the hope of Hoa Trung Chao." As she was speaking, she suddenly raised her hand and pointed directly at Liu Yi, then said slowly, "It's you." This gesture and these words immediately stunned Liu Yi, who was standing across from her. Thien frowned and continued. Actually, many loops ago, Hoa Trung Chao could have sunk to the bottom of the Quiku Sea, but my efficiency in finding a way to break through the limitations for Hoa Trung Chao was too low. After so many loops with great difficulty, my attributes only reached over 250,000. Having said that, she gave a confident smile and extended her hand toward Liu Yi, saying, "Now that I have you, everything is different. All your attributes have broken through 10 million and they can continue to rise." However, right at that moment, the world of Hoa Trung Chao, which was being swallowed by the seal, suddenly experienced a terrifying quake. The ground suddenly shook violently, startling Liu Yi. He hurriedly lowered his body's center of gravity and thought, "What's happening?" Just then, in the sky above his head, a bolt of lightning tore through the night. In the blink of an eye, the world of Hoa Trung Chao was almost completely swallowed by the seal. As if realizing what was happening, Liu Yi looked forward in horror and roared fiercely. "What are you doing?" But facing his towering rage, Thien De only gave a contemptuous smile and did not reply. Seeing Thien De's figure becoming more and more blurred, Lu Enhat started rushing forward. He angrily shouted, "I don't care what you're trying to do, stop right there." At that moment, the system suddenly displayed a notification. Player Tran Diet has transferred the title Thien De to you. Obtain the title Thien De, becoming the 7th term Thien De. You have gained 5% control authority over the shard of Hoa Trung Chao. Then another screen popped up from the system explaining that the effect of the Thien De title is free access to the Imperial Palace of Hoa Trung Chao. Seeing a series of notifications pop up before his eyes, Lu Enhat stared wide-eyed in shock. He stammered, "What is going on?" Just then, another notification appeared. You have become the new master of Hoa Trung Chao, gaining 5% control authority over the shard of Hoa Trung Chao. You have acquired 100% control authority over the Hoa Trung Chao shard. Currently, the shard's integrity loss is at 50%, 49%. The shard is about to be destroyed, please repair it in time, 40%. Just as Lu Enhat was falling into confusion, Thien De, who was about to fade into the void, suddenly spoke to explain. "Just now, in case you didn't follow the plan, I made Hoa Trung Chao sink to the bottom of the Quiku Sea first. Now I'm handing over control of the Imperial Palace of Hoa Trung Chao to you. As for saving Hoa Trung Chao or whatever, I'll leave it all to you, good luck." Watching her dust off her hands and leave him a pile of trouble, he roared in anger. "Oh, as if I just remembered something," Thien De exclaimed. "Ah, right, making Hoa Trung Chao sink has its advantages. For so many years, countless false illusions have appeared in Hoa Trung Chao. Sinking Hoa Trung Chao will help you eliminate those fakes down there. If you try to stop this, you can only use the title Enhan Chung. I bet you'd be reluctant to use it." As soon as she finished, the sky above his head showed even more cracks than before. At this moment, the system popped up a new notification. "Please repair the shard. Shard integrity loss is at 25%, 24%. Without giving him time to process, it began counting down. Hearing that, Lu Enhat yelled out, "Repair." Just as he shouted, the system screen displayed another message. "Insufficient computing power, unable to repair. Insufficient computing power, unable to repair." A scene of devastation now unfolded outside Mount Buju, the temporary resting place. The sky was turbulent with cracks, light streaking across it, creating a tense and uneasy atmosphere. Hong Nimso hurried over from afar to Lu Enhat and asked anxiously, "What's going on?" Another voice chimed in, Yeah. "Big brother, what just happened? What happened to our world? How did it turn out like this?" Lu Enhat remained silent, his brow furrowed. A black fragment appeared, cracking open a rift in space, shards of mirror flying. Lu Enhat was astonished, eyes wide. The black fragment began to spill through the rift. The black fragment shot straight down at high speed, piercing through the ground with a loud noise. Hong Nimso was startled, shielding herself with both hands, and exclaimed, "What is this? Did the ground just get pierced through?" Lu Enhat turned to look at everyone and said, "There's no time to explain. The situation is extremely critical. I can't guarantee everyone's safety. I have no choice but to temporarily kill everyone at once. When it's safe, I will resurrect everyone." The group was shocked. With a respectful bow, everyone vanished, leaving only Lu Enhat standing there. Lu Van hung her head, eyes sorrowful. Lu Van's lonely figure stood alone on the cliff. Lu Enhat hurriedly ran while explaining, "Ah, Van, I didn't have time to explain. First, I had to put everyone into a death state." Lu Van turned to look at Lu Enhat running over. The barrier shard began to show more and more cracks, companions along with everyone. Jessica was shocked, eyes wide, and said, "W, what is this? What did Thien De do?" After the earlier tremor, a crack had appeared in the sky, and now the cracks were growing more and more numerous. Tat Ka looked up, eyes wide with shock, and said, "The membrane of Hoa Trung Chao is about to be destroyed." He gnashed his teeth in anger, clenched his fists, and said, "Damn it, hope had appeared, even Thien De could be defeated. Yet in the end our fate is still annihilation." A small piece broke off the crack, mirror shards falling. Tat Ka fell sitting on the rocky ground, watching the crack crack widening and said fearfully, "The membrane is really about to be destroyed." He lifted his face and shouted, "Damn Thendia, how much longer does she intend to torture us all?" Tat Ka's face was pained as he muttered, "If the membrane is completely destroyed, Hoa Trung Chow will also perish. Thendia will die too, that Thendia. Is she someone who would choose suicide?" He clenched both hands and said, "Damn it, what nonsense are you talking?" Tat Ka's eyes were full of melancholy as he said, "Perhaps her actions all along were calculated, but now she has failed, leading to Hoa Trung Chow reaching the brink of annihilation. She herself can no longer survive." He looked at Tat Ka and asked, "So you think she is a good person, Tat Ka?" Tat Ka spoke, "If we must hate someone, then it should be the shadowless. Hate their nature, hate that they can turn into anyone, and hate that we are unable to defend against them." Tat Ka held his face in both hands and said, "Hate that we ourselves are too weak. Perhaps the complete destruction of Hoa Trung Chow is a good thing. Now there is not a single safe place left inside Hoa Trung Chow. Shadowless are roaming everywhere, even if we don't die here. Soon we will also die by the shadowless." The water stains spread more. Tat Ka said, "We should have accepted our fate long ago." He looked at him sitting on the ground, agitated, and said loudly, "It shouldn't be like this. We cannot accept fate. This is what you taught me. We must bravely move forward to find a way to survive. We can still return. Right now it's only the destruction of Hoa Trung Chow. It will be re-established. We cannot die here." Tat Ka sat there dazed and said, "We can't go back anymore." He put his hand on Tat Ka's shoulder and said, "No, one day we will return. We are awakened. As long as Hoa Trung Chow returns, we too will have a place to return to." Tat Ka immediately said, "But you are not an awakened." He was astonished, eyes wide, as if not believing what he had just heard. Tat Ka looked at him and continued, "You died long ago. You are just a shadowless born into this world because of me." The barrier couldn't hold, shattered, and pieces fell. Black fragments began to fall like rain toward the two of them. The black fragments fell with a loud explosion, rocks and ground flying everywhere. His arm was wrapped by a thread. His whole body gradually turned a dark black. He muttered, "Since when?" Black fragments began to engulf, covering the light. Black fragments engulfed Bat Chu Mountain, the gathering place of Awaken. When Nong Dung Dung looked at the screen in front of him, amazed, "What's going on?" A mass of black slime flooded into the crowd of Awakened, cracked and terrified, saying, "What is this situation? Where did this black slime come from? This slime is dissolving my body. Life value dropping too fast, help, help." Nong Dung Dung gritted his teeth, escape. He had finally fought his way into the Awakened gathering place at Bat Chu Mountain, the base of the Awakened. Nong Dung Dung, eyes sharp, gritted his teeth. "No, is Bat Chu Mountain just going to fall apart like this?" The crowd cracked within the black slime. Nong Dung Dung was astonished. "These are shadowless, what is this?" After being touched by the black slime, the Awakened all turn into shadowless. Another voice full of shock rang out, "God, oh God, shadowless. The place we feel is safest is now full of shadowless." A red color appeared. A small light flickered in the black screen. The small light began to grow. Nong Dung Dung's whole body was enveloped in a circle of light. Nong Dung Dung was amazed. Nong Dung Dung's entire body, eyes all white, body glowing. Nong Dung Dung floated, emitting a beam of light. A circular point emitted light in two directions. A ray of light slowly appeared. The streak of light pierced through the black fragments, piercing up into the sky, shining, a white beam of light. Main body 27 automatically transmitted recorded information. Replica World 27 has encountered a problem. Going through the transfer station to check the situation. The transfer station is not in the arranged section, cannot monitor the situation. Lu Ven looked toward Lu Enhat. Lu Ven then said, "Okay." Lu Enhat's eyes became determined. He said, "We will all survive, trust me." Lu Van disappeared in front of Lu Enhat, saying, "I know I have always absolutely trusted you." Lu Van's face seemed lifeless. The dark night sky with a small light. The seabed of Quiku, a circle of light moved. Inside the circle, a piece of wood floated, a small silhouette. Lu Enhat sat cross-armed, looking at the seal floating in front of him, thought, just like the seal when the clone went to the end of Quiku Sea and exploded into. When Hoa Trung Chow fell to the bottom of Quiku Sea and was destroyed, only the ruins of Daak and myself remained. Suddenly it appeared again. A swirling beam of light emitted brilliant radiance. Next to him, Lu Enhat furrowed his brows tightly, thought, "This is the replica seal. Just need to resolve it and Hoa Trung Chow will no longer be a replica." Lu Enhat immediately swung his hand to seize the swirling ring of light. Through Lu Enhat's hand, Thendia revealed half of her head, smiling. No need for futile struggle anymore. Lu Enhat looked at Thendia and said, "Is this the salvation of Hoa Trung Chow you talked about?" Thendia placed her hands confidently and said, "As long as you and Daak of Hoa Trung Chow are not completely destroyed. As long as everyone can get out, you can recreate the land of Hoa Trung Chow, revive everyone. The most important thing now is how to eliminate the replica seal." Thendia and Lu Enhat together looked at the seal before them. Hearing that, Lu Enhat asked, So what should we do next? Lu Enhat and Theendia sit around the seal. Lu Enhat suddenly glances angrily at Theendia. Theendia crosses her arms, looking fearful. Lu Enhat says, "So you don't know how to deal with the duplicate seal either, do you? Does the duplicate seal only appear when entering the seabed of Quiku?" Theendia suddenly laughs loudly. "Ha ha, there's a way. In the data passed down from the previous generation of Theendia, it is written. At this moment we must wait." Lu Enhat glares angrily at Theendia and she hurriedly says, "Oh dear. Don't be angry, we have plenty of time." Hearing that, he says, "You're too easygoing." The seal suddenly fluctuates, spins, and disappears. Lu Enhat and Theendia are astonished. "It's changing." Lu Enhat's eyes become sharp. Lu Enhat looks at everything before him, thinking to himself. The surrounding jumping substance also begins to rise along with the vortex of the seal. The seal glows into a circle, slowly fluctuating, emitting rays of light, merging and taking human form. Lu Enhat is shocked. A human form? Theendia vanishes. The seal's eyebrows furrow angrily. Suddenly, the seal disappears. Lu Enhat looks in shock at the seal standing before him. The seal's hand is on Lu Enhat's chest. Notification: you have been drained of attribute power by an unknown target. Your total attributes decrease by 1,000. You have been drained of attribute power by an unknown target. Your total attributes decrease by 1,000. You have been drained of attribute power by an unknown target. Your total attributes decrease by 1,000. You have been drained of attribute power by an unknown target. Your total attributes decrease by 1,000. Lu Enhat confused. "What's going on? I must kill it." As he was about to act, Theendia speaks up to stop him. "Don't react." Lu Enhat frowns, looking at Theendia. She then says, "Let it absorb all the techniques. Let it absorb enough and it will leave. This is the way to eliminate the duplicate seal. You have been by the target. Unknown, drained of attribute power. Your total attributes decrease by 1,000. You have been drained of attribute power by an unknown target. Your total attributes decrease. You have been drained of attribute power by an unknown target. Your total attributes decrease." An illusion? Lu Enhat grits his teeth and says, "Easy for you to say. Why don't you come out here and let it absorb you?" Theendia laughs loudly. "Ha ha, it only absorbs from the owner of the Hoa Trung Chao Imperial Seal. Not from others," Lu Enhat shouts. "Then stop hiding, come out." Theendia then says, "It's true. Just trust me." Lu Enhat grits his teeth, looking at the seal in front of him, thinking, "Damn it, should I trust her?" Lu Enhat clenches his hand. Lu Enhat looks at the seal before him, suddenly releasing his hands, thinking, "It's not absorbing much. Let's see the situation first." Yes, total strength attributes 1,002,153. Constitution 10,021,595. Agility 10,021,550. Intelligence 1,002,4045. Perception 1,002,09 HE. Yes, all attribute strength 9,021,563. Constitution 902,1593. Agility 902,1550. Intelligence 9,024,045. Perception 9,020,896. Yes, all attribute strength 70,215. Constitution 702,1595. Constitution 702,1595. Agility 702,1550. Intelligence 702,4045. Perception 7,020,896. Yes, all attribute strength 3,021,563. Constitution 3,021,595. Agility 21,550. Intelligence 10,24,04,500. Perception 302,0896. Lu Enhat grits his teeth in anger, thinking, "When will this end? All my enhanced attributes are almost drained." Lu Enhat is astonished. Lu Enhat furrows his brows. Lu Enhat thinks, "Currently there's no restricted area in Hoa Trung Chao to increase all attributes, so there's no need to hold back much. Full boost then, not just to see how much it can absorb, but also to see how high my attributes can be increased. Maybe when it absorbs enough and leaves, my attributes won't decrease but increase. Let it be." Notification: all your attributes increased by 1956,579. Notification: all your attributes increased by 29,538. Notification: all your attributes increased by 4,556,445. Notification: your overall attributes have increased. No, Lu Enhat exclaimed in surprise. Lu Enhat wondered what was going on. Why aren't the overall attributes increasing anymore? Theendia immediately said, "The stored computational power in Hoa Trung Chao Daak has been exhausted." How many overall attributes did it help you increase? The overall attribute increase from using the skill was due to consuming the stored computational power in the Daak. Lu Enhat looked at the mark in front of him, eyes wide, thinking, "It has absorbed a total of 50 million overall attributes. How much more does it want to absorb? I only have just over 5 million overall attributes left. Must stop it. Use the method of creating a body to destroy a body." Blue rays of light appeared all over Lu Enhat's body, and the mark's body was also surrounded by blue light. Lu Enhat frowned silently. Lu Enhat opened his eyes wide in astonishment. Lu Enhat looked at the mark, his hand still placed in front of him, thinking, "It's coming." Lu Enhat's face darkened as he thought, "What to do now?" The mark suddenly laughed loudly. The mark then released its hand from Lu Enhat's body. Lu Enhat was surprised. The mark slowly vanished. Lu Enhat was surprised, flustered as he watched the mark disappear before him. Lu Enhat exclaimed excitedly, "Is it over?" Lu Enhat looked into his hand, flustered, and exclaimed, "Something seems to have disappeared." His whole body felt extremely light. Thindia excitedly said, "Success, the replica mark has disappeared." Thindia laughed loudly, "Ha, we're free, free." A swirl of light radiated brilliantly. Thindia materialized, overjoyed. "We are no longer replicas." Lu Enhat was astonished, suddenly falling to a sitting position. Lu Enhat asked, "How could the replica mark turn into a human form? Is it the incarnation of some entity?" "Every mark is a clone of the master of the legendary Tam Tiu tribe. However, that level is too far beyond us, forget it." "What do we do next?" Thindia happily raised a hand and said, "Just control the Do'ok to go up and return to the Quiku Sea." Lu Enhat's eyes narrowed. Lu Enhat immediately said, "Ridiculous. We fell into the Quiku Sea, got swept along by the mud, and lost our sense of direction long ago." Lu Enhat continued, "Below us has always been the Hoa Trung Chao Do'ok, and beneath the Hoa Trung Chao Do'ok is not necessarily mud." The tree trunk inside the circle of light changed direction. Thindia had a cute expression, eyes wide, mouth agape. Lu Enhat looked coldly into the distance, thinking, "This Thindia cannot be trusted. He must find a way to determine his current location by himself." Lu Enhat glanced at Thindia, "But now how do we determine the direction of the Quiku Sea?" Thindia looked at Lu Enhat and said, "If you can't find a way out, why don't you repair the Do'ok first? Let the fragments of the Do'ok gather together. The computational power on this fragment has been drained by you." Lu Enhat turned to look at Thindia. She said, "You need to control it to search for other Hoa Trung Chao Do'ok fragments. Perhaps we can get some computational power from other fragments. We don't know what dangers we'll face next, so keep some computational power as a precaution." Lu Enhat heard that and said, "Finally something that makes sense." "How?" Thindia immediately said, "Use the title Thindia, you can enter the Do'ok." Lu Enhat narrowed his eyes, thinking helplessly, "Damn it, staying next to this idiot has rubbed off on me too." The effect of the Thindia title is activated. A drop of water fell under Lu Enhat's feet, becoming a large puddle. Lu Enhat was astonished, mouth agape. Tree canopies grew out from below. The tree canopies covered Lu Enhat's entire body. Lu Enhat opened his eyes wide in shock. Lu Enhat floated inside the circle of light. "Have I become the Do'ok?" Lu Enhat's face became serious. Lu Enhat was enveloped in the circle of light with small rays around him. Lu Enhat thought, after becoming the Do'ok, "I can sense the location of other fragments." Lu Enhat laughed a terrifying laugh. "Ha, one Do'ok fragment is still in the Quiku Sea, one fragment is floating in the circle. It's this direction." Lu Enhat flew in the direction of the fragment. Notification. Computational power insufficient. Lu Enhat exclaimed in surprise, "The Hoa Trung Chao Do'ok cannot move. Not enough computational power. Why does it have to be at this very moment?" Lu Enhat said, puzzled. Thindia stood outside and said, "Can you sense the Hoa Trung Chao Do'ok fragment? Why haven't you gone yet?" Lu Enhat from inside said, "Out of computational power, can't go." Thindia crossed her arms behind her back and said, "As expected. In the past, every time Hoa Trung Chao sank, it required a huge amount of computational power." Lu Enhat heard that and asked, "You knew this could happen beforehand. Is there a way to fix this?" Thindia smirked. "Ha, of course there is, and there are two ways." Lu Enhat asked. Thindia said, "The first way is the simplest, and also the most certain, which is to activate the title Enhan Chung, and convert everyone in Hoa Trung Chao except you into computational power." Thindia raised one finger, smiling. "Not only the people you've marked, but also those who have been revived will completely die." "Me too, so I completely oppose you doing this. The second method is more troublesome. Just now the replica mark absorbed all your attributes. You will also discover that all your attributes have been increased by consuming Do'ok's stored computation power. You just need to return all your attributes to Do'ok, and Do'ok will reclaim the computation power from them." Lu Enhat immediately asked, "Return them to Do'ok. How do we do that?" Thindia calmly asked, "Just self-harm. Do you have any skill that consumes all attributes to activate?" Lu Enhat immediately replied, "No." Thindia smirked and asked, "I do you need my help?" Lu Enhat was silent. Lu Enhat slowly appeared and said, "You also belong to Hoa Trung Chao. You can self-harm too." Thindia put her hands on her hips and said, "If that's what you say, then I'm out of option. Compared to you, my total attributes are like a grain of sand in the desert. Consuming my attributes would be of no use right now. Let's do this, we'll deduct proportionally. Tran diet, total attributes. Strength 2,520,305, Constitution 28,346, Agility 250,324, Intelligence 250,006, Perception 59,355. Thindia then said, Whatever percentage you consume, I'll consume the same percentage. Lu Enhat heard that and asked, your total attributes are only a little over 250,000. Thindya excitedly put her hands on her hips and shouted, what are you looking at? 250,000 is a lot. Besides you, no one in all of Hoa Trung Chao is my match. Lu Enhat total attributes. Strength 5,121,563. Constitution 5,121,595. Agility 5,124,145. Intelligence 5,124,145. Perception 5,120,896. Lu Enhat silently thought. Lu Enhat spoke. All right then, do it. Thindya said, okay, to show sincerity, I'll go first. A sphere of light appeared in Thindya's hand. Thindya attacked herself. Thindya coughed up blood. Tran diet, total attributes. Strength 202,305, Constitution 208,364, Agility 203,024, Intelligence 200,026, Perception 209,355. Thindya said, that really hurts. With the sphere of light still in her hand, she continued, your turn. Lu Enhat lunged forward and grabbed Thindya. Thindya panicked, what are you doing? Lu Enhat shouted angrily. It seems that as long as you use a skill, you turn back into a physical form. Suddenly something opened up in front of him. Lu Enhat was astonished. Thindya then said, you're really cunning. Lu Enhat looked around and once again returned to the past. Thindya appeared and said, but I can understand you, after all we're not close. Moreover, you may have heard some unpleasant things about me. It's normal not to trust me. Thindya crossed her arms, her face displeased, and said, I'll ask you one more time. Do you want to consume attributes to exchange for computation power? Lu Enhat frowned, calculating. Lu Enhat suddenly smirked. Lu Enhat's entire body slowly sank down. Thindya was astonished. Lu Enhat said, thank you for contributing your attributes. Thindya panicked. Hey, don't you think before you speak? Get out here so I can drain your attributes. Notice Daok received 5 million computation power. Lu Enhat was astonished. Lu Enhat immediately thought, 50,000 total attributes equals 5 million computation power. 1 attribute point equals 100 computation power points. With that much computation power, it's probably enough to cross the Quiku Sea, then rush straight out. Come on, Lu Enhat dashed towards the distant light. Thindya outside was sent flying. Thindya steadied herself and said, did Daok just move? Why has it stopped now? Notice, Daok's remaining computation power is 55,900. Lu Enhat said angrily, we only moved a short while and already lost over 5 million computation power. Why is the consumption so huge? Lu Enhat's upper body appeared. Opposite him, Thindya stood with arms akimbo looking extremely angry. Lu Enhat raised an eyebrow at her then said, come on. This time I'll really stand and take your skill. Thindya retorted sarcastically. Huan doesn't know anything about the amount of computation power needed to move Hoa Trung Chao. With the computation power I've already converted into attributes, it's completely insufficient for consumption. Lu Enhat scowled and grumbled unhappily. Stop talking so much, hurry up. Suddenly, an orange-yellow sphere appeared in midair. Thindya conjured many tiny spheres around herself. She looked at Lu Enhat standing opposite her and smirked. Then the orange sphere slowly flew closer to Lu Enhat. He looked down at it with a ready expression. Suddenly, it attacked Lu Enhat, leaving him standing dazed. Then he collapsed to his knees on the ground. He braced one hand on the ground to keep balance, the other clutching his chest, thinking, total attributes decreased by 1 million. Seeing this, Thindya narrowed her eyes and smiled, now it should be enough. On his side, Lu Enhat frowned, extremely displeased. At the same time, the log they were standing on suddenly grew larger than it moved forward. The log was encased in a bright sphere, floating towards a tiny point of light. Lu Enhat glanced at the system screen. It showed Daok stored computation power, 87 million. Daok stored computation power, 79 million, then further decreased to over 63 million. Currently, the log was still very far from the light sphere ahead. Lu Enhat thought, the computation power is depleting too fast, but the distance has shrunk a little more. After getting closer, the log stopped. At the same time, the system indicated Daok's stored computation power was 0. Lu Enhat stood inside the floating bright sphere, holding his forehead and silently lamenting. With 1 million total attributes, I've only traveled 3/5 of the journey. Then Lu Enhat partially vanished into the void and said to Thindya, continue reducing my attributes, causing her to startle. But very quickly Thindya grasped the orange gold sphere with both hands, smiled and replied, no problem. Lu Enhat looked ahead, pondered, then continued moving. After a long while, the log had come near a small branch. You could clearly see that small branch right in front. Suddenly the branch trembled, then it flew toward the log, then stuck to the log. Lu Enhat looked at the illusion of the branch on his wrist, feeling emotional. Finally it has arrived. The feeling of merging myself with the strange foundation spire is so bizarre. Then, he suddenly realized a problem. Where did the computation force go? Suddenly, Lu Enhat shouted aggrievedly. You lied to me. There's no computation force at all inside the foundation spire fragment. On one side, Thindia asked, bewildered. None. She looked at Lu Enhat emerging from the tree trunk, explaining defensively. How could there be none? The stored computation force is all distributed in the foundation spire. Then she reasoned, bewildered. Each separate fragment in the shared space should at least have some computation force. Thindia rested her chin on her hand and speculated. Could it be that each shard has a replica seal? It drained all the computation force from the fragment. Let's try going to the foundation spire shard to see if the problem lies with this shard. And angrily, bewildered, she exclaimed. Or maybe the computation force of the foundation spire has all disappeared. Wrong, Lu Enhat said irritably. The computation force to exchange for that shard. Hearing that, Thindia was puzzled. Don't you still have? And she suddenly realized. Then she looked at Lu Enhat and asked, wait, do you think I'm lying to you? How dare I joke about this? Even if I really wanted to kill you, I'd have to consider the situation. In this situation, only by joining forces can we reach the Kui Hu Si. On one side, Lu Enhat declared, therefore the next computation force expense, you pay it. Lu Enhat pondered, although the foundation spire has no effective computation force. But the direction chosen for moving is straight towards the Kui Hu Si. According to the route he envisioned, the Kui Hu Si in this direction has a total of 4 fragments. It would need to move a similar distance 4 more times to be able to bring the foundation spire back to the Kui Hu Si. However, Lu Enhat still had a concern. Currently, he only has 3 million total attributes left. He can only go 1.5 more times. He must find a way to complete the remaining 2.5 times. That's why he told Thindia, this time you use the computation force. On the side, hearing that, Thindia fell silent and deep in thought. Then she closed her eyes and replied, I know. Then it transformed into several orange spheres, inside which a curled-up person said, perhaps you also know I have 9 servant capsules. I have devotedly nurtured them through who knows how many reincarnations. Thindia floated in front of the servant capsules, saying that they had only attained between 100,000 and 200,000 total attributes. Lu Enhat listened with a furrowed brow, not saying a word. Thindia clenched her fist, cast a spell on the servant capsules and said, now I kill them. The 9 of them combined perhaps have about 180 total attributes. Add my 200,000 more, exactly enough for 2 million. At the same time, all the servant capsules faded and shot orange energy down into the base tree segment. Thindia said, go check and see, is it enough? This is all my trump cards. She seemed unhappy and added, don't think that this is little. Not every player is like you. If I could be like you, I would have long ago let Hoa Trung Chao sink into the Kui Hu Si. Opposite, Lu Enhat remained silent, just looking at her. Thindia sighed. She broke out in a sweat and explained, I'm sorry, it was my miscalculation. Suddenly, Lu Enhat vanished. He looked at the system screen. It reported that the computational power acting on the base tree was over 201 million. Seeing that, Lu Enhat was puzzled. Really 2 million total attributes. She actually killed all 9 of those subordinates. Then he controlled the base tree to move. Let's just go to the position of the next base tree and see if there is any computational power. When the small fragment merged with the base tree, Lu Enhat hoped, surely there would be energy, right? If not, meanwhile, Thindia asked anxiously, how is it? Lu Enhat looked at the system screen, frowning. Right now it shows whether computational power is acting on the base tree. And from inside the tree segment, Lu Enhat's voice echoed out, none. Hearing that, Thindia dejectedly lowered her head in resignation. It seems even the computational power on the base tree had been completely absorbed by the copies. Then there was a dead silence. Suddenly, Thindia looked up at the sky and said, the only way now is to activate the Enhan Chung title after so many years of effort. Never thought in the end we still cannot escape death. She looked into the void and continued, I hope later you can lead Hoa Trung Chao to glory. Suddenly, Lu Enhat replied, the directions of both moves were toward Hoa Trung Chao. If we continue moving like that 3 more times, we can return to the Kui Hu Si. I still have 3 million attributes, this is the last time. If there still is none, we have to find a way to recalculate the computational power. Then he again controlled the base tree segment to continue moving forward, heading toward the tiny glowing sphere. Next, another branch merged with the tree segment. The system reported no attributes acting on the base tree. Seeing that, Lu Enhat frowned unhappily, as expected, none. Then his face hardened in contemplation. Not right, only 2 more times left. Lu Enhat surfaced from the base tree, looking at Thindia in the distance. He put on a cold face, his gaze unfriendly. Seeing that, Thindia sadly burst out, It seems there still is no computational power, or we should just activate the Enhan Chung title. At least that way Hoa Trung Chao can return to the Kui Hu Si. You can also survive. I know your concerns. Initially I also wanted to save everyone. She bowed her head in pity and continued, but I've figured it out. I'm just a copy. Everything in Hoa Trung Chao is a product. Over here, Lu En Hat just silently watched Theendia, listening to her say that they were truly at the outer edge of the Kui Hu Si. Suddenly Theendia clenched her hand, gritted her teeth and shouted, "Possess them, as long as you truly possess them." As for Lu En Hat, he sat cross-legged on the tree segment, deep in thought. Then he spoke, "But to me they truly are those who have always accompanied me, regardless of being copies or originals." Then Theendia asked, "Is there still any way to survive now?" He resolutely answered, "Yes," startling her. Then Theendia was puzzled. "You have a way?" She pondered for a moment, then laughed. "Ha ha, it seems there is still a way out." Hearing that, Lu En Hat frowned and stared ahead. Theendia blurted out, "Take those who are marked, not very important to you, and have been reincarnated in this life. Kill them all at this point, whether you can bear it or not. Most of the marked ones are nothing important." Theendia smirked and continued, "At worst, when we return to the Kui Hu Si, deal with those people, then restart reincarnation and revive them." Lu En Hat smiled, then looked at Theendia and said, "No, I think killing you then obtaining computational power from your body is better," startling her. Theendia crossed her arms and scowled. "You don't believe 2 million total attributes is all I have. Could it be that your total attributes have increased, making your perspective also elevated?" Then Theendia spread her arms, shrugged and said, "If you don't believe, then kill me now. I won't resist anymore." Suddenly Lu En Hat grabbed Theendia. He squeezed her tightly in his palm. Lu En Hat stared intently, scrutinizing. Then he released her, surprising even Theendia. Lu En Hat smiled and informed, "From now on, my plan to seize computational power still needs you. Waiting to return to the Kui Hu Si to deal with you won't be too late." In his mind, he calculated, "When I've fully exploited your value, then I'll deal with you." Meanwhile, Theendia wondered, "Plan, could it be that besides killing all the unrelated people, you still have some other way to obtain computational power?" Suddenly Liu Yi waved his hand behind him. A person immediately appeared and asked in surprise, "Ha ha, I've been resurrected, great savior, where is this?" Then he ordered, "Weaken all their attributes and see if there's a way to obtain computational power." Hearing that, Tian Yao stared blankly and pondered. After a while, Liu Yi looked at the system's screen in shock. It reported computational power applied to the Imperial Palace fragment, 690. He exclaimed inwardly, "The computational power has increased. However, 1 point of all attributes only exchanges for 10 points of computational power, 10 times less than mine and Tian Yao's. Could it be that my and Tian Yao's all attributes have already exceeded the limits of the Imperial Palace, so we rely solely on computational power?" Then he looked at Tian Yao and said, "It worked. But 1 point of all attributes can only be exchanged for 10 points of computational power. However, the players I can resurrect number up to 100,000. Their all attributes range from around 250 to 300. Hearing this, Tian Yao's jaw dropped and she screamed, 100,000, do you want to work me to death?" He shrugged and replied, "But this is the best way." Beside him, she helplessly cried out, "Add." But then Tian Yao resigned herself to fate. "Fine, fine, currently you are the master of the Huizhong continent. Whatever you say goes, and besides, if you really activate the human bell, I'll die too." And then she added, "I'll consider this suffering in exchange for my life." "When do we start?" "Immediately," Liu Yi answered as he resurrected a bunch of people. Now Tian Yao watched, grinding her teeth in fear. Time quickly passed. At that moment, on the tree trunk of the Imperial Palace, countless people appeared. Tian Yao gritted her teeth and began casting spells. A moment later, the area was empty. Liu Yi spoke, "This group is done," switched to another. Next, thousands of people appeared again. Tian Yao, with dark circles under her eyes, cast spells. At the same time, the system displayed a series of information. Computational power applied to the Imperial Palace fragment, 1,589,000, 5,629,000, 13,492,000. After a while, Liu Yi shouted again, "Continue." Then the system reported computational power applied to the Imperial Palace fragment, over 87 million, over 178 million, over 200 million. Finally, Tian Yao, like a 1,000-year-old crone, murmured hoarsely, "I'm not okay, I can't go on." Meanwhile, the Imperial Palace slowly moved toward a small sphere. Afterward, the two spheres merged. Liu Yi looked down at Tian Yao, coaxing, "Go on, just one final step and we can return to the Gixu Sea." She raised a trembling hand and weakly said, I hate you." The Imperial Palace sphere stood still. Time passed swiftly. The system reported, computational power applied to the Imperial Palace fragment totaled 110 million. Liu Yi floated inside the sphere, looking at the screen. As for Tian Yao, she lay flat on her back, stammering, just now was the last group right?" He answered yeah and thought, "All marked players have been summoned. Their all attributes have also been weakened to single digits. Still only halfway." Suddenly Liu Yi stepped forward, secretly calculating, In the end, I still have to weaken my own all attributes. He tilted his head to look at the sky, feeling emotional inside. However, I'll be back in the Giksu Sea very soon. After deducting 910,000 all attributes, the remainder should be enough. Liu Yi clenched his fist, inwardly resolved, as long as I return to the Giksu Sea. Then the only thing left is to collect computational power and reinforce the Huazhong continent. Escaping the Giksu Sea, he smiled confidently. Then, looking down at Tian Yao, he said, very soon we'll be able to return to the Giksu Sea, but we're still a bit short. 10,000 all attributes, let's make up this shortfall together. Hearing this, Tian Yao rolled her eyes back and opened her mouth to lament. Are you even human? I just spent over 2 weeks being tormented by you and I just started resting. Besides, my all attributes have also been weakened. Only a few thousand remain. You still want me to fill the gap? Then Liu Yi curled his lips and asked. So what do we do? Only 910,000 more. Heavens, Tian Yao sat up and tried to persuade him. We've been through hardships together, and our goals are the same, return to the Giksu Sea. We both aim to strengthen the Huazhong continent and escape the Giksu Sea. In the future, we might become friends. You should treat your friends well, right? On the side, Liu Yi was puzzled. So you want me to put out the entire 910,000 all attributes? Tian Yao sighed and complained. But I truly have no more all attributes. I even abandoned my original body. Then she embellished further, not to mention my strength has dropped drastically. Even my trump card for survival is gone. Now seen from afar, Tian Yao was just a tiny speck at Liu Yi's feet. She continued to lament. What's left are numbers 1 through 9. But just now they were already consumed into the Imperial Palace fragment. Sorry, at this moment I can't help anymore. Hearing that, he fell into thought. Then he spoke, we live under the same sky and share the same goal. If there's a future, perhaps we can become friends. Afterward, Liu Yi looked down at her and decided, fine then, I'll provide the remaining part. You weaken my all attributes. Hearing that, Tian Yao joyfully looked up and asked, really? That's great. Then she flew up, facing Liu Yi and wondered. Not to say it's wrong, but we truly can become good friends. Next, Tian Yao conjured an orange sphere. Suddenly, Liu Yi vanished on the spot. He swung his sword horizontally across Tian Yao's body, leaving her stunned. Seeing Tian Yao's body cleaved in two, Liu Yi spoke, but my intuition tells me you're not trustworthy. She stared wide-eyed at him and cried out in disbelief. But right now, sneering, flipping the table, blatantly provoking, I look so pitiful yet I couldn't fool you. Still, it's enough. Lu Enhat explained his action. As soon as Thindia finished using her skill, he would immediately eliminate her, then seize her skill, weakening all his own attributes. This would not only deal with Thindia, but also solve the problem of lacking calculation power. Even if he could not eliminate Thindia, he would still know that she had a way out. He held his sword, looked ahead, and thought that from there he could use just enough calculation power to achieve the desired result. Even if he could not eliminate her, he would know she still had a way out, still had calculation power. Lu Enhat leaped far away, silently noting that Thindia's skill was a lock-on. To be safe, he should negotiate outside the Imperial Palace. As soon as Thindia's orange orb struck, Lu Enhat vanished. On the spot, he calculated. Currently, the Hoa Trung Chao Imperial Palace was under his control, but he still did not know what state Thindia was in, or how many trump cards she had left. Even so, Lu Enhat believed that as long as he held control of the Hoa Trung Chao Imperial Palace, as someone from Hoa Trung Chao, he and she would always be invincible. Thindia, on the side, sneered and said, you should just give up Hoa Trung Chao and leave. The moment you brought the Hoa Trung Chao Imperial Palace with you, you already lost. These words startled Lu Enhat. Suddenly, a burst of orange energy struck down, creating a powerful impact on the surface of the Imperial Palace. At the same time, Lu Enhat felt as if an electric current shot through him. The system announced, all your attributes have decreased by over 924,000. Then, Lu Enhat broke out in sweat, thinking angrily. Even inside the Hoa Trung Chao Imperial Palace, he could not dispel her skill. Yet, immediately, a series of messages appeared from the system. The link between you and Hoa Trung Chao has been severed, losing control of Hoa Trung Chao, and simultaneously Lu Enhat was thrown out of the Imperial Palace. The system announced, you have been expelled from the Hoa Trung Chao Imperial Palace. Lu Enhat fell, astonished this. Then he crashed into the surface of the sphere that always enveloped the Imperial Palace, saying, how is this possible? Meanwhile, Thindia stood above looking down with an extremely smug expression. She sighed with emotion. In the end, I still win, and looked down, smiling. She explained, your Thindia program is about to be completed. That put a lot of pressure on me. Facing it directly, I had absolutely no chance of winning. My ability to increase attributes was too poor, and I also had to deal with the clone. Therefore, the special physique is not just about a simple transfer touch, but must also possess complete attribute. Tian Yao recalled her true self and the battle with Liu Yi earlier. Then she explained, I had to gamble with the title of Tian Yao and control of the Dai Wo fragment. If you discovered that I had become the Dai Wo of Hua Zhangzhou, and then you found a way to escape the Dai Wo of Hua Zhangzhou, returning to the Guisu Sea on your own. The price I would pay is to fall to the bottom of the Guisu Sea forever. But if you did not abandon Hua Zhangzhou and used all attributes to bring the Daiwo back to the Guisu Sea, indeed at that time Liu Ye tried everything. Thinking back, Tian Yao stated, then I could expel you from Hua Zhangzhou at any moment, right when you were trying to escape the Guisu Sea, trapping you forever at the bottom there. Tian Yao put her hands on her hips and laughed triumphantly. As a result, I won the bet. Now watching Liu Ye fall, she proudly thought, I truly am the one who bears the heavenly mandate of Hua Zhangzhou. Hearing that, Liu Ye looked up, gritting his teeth in frustration and thought, so from the very beginning, from the moment I obtained the title of Tian Yao, I had already fallen into her trap. With tears in his eyes, he looked down, worrying secretly. What should I do? Without the Daiwo as a support, my body will just keep sinking like this. Suddenly, Liu Ye realized an urgent matter, but this wasn't the most important issue. He looked at the distant Daiwo sphere and inwardly exclaimed, the most important thing is. Liu Ye spread his arms, letting his body fall, thinking, if the title of Tian Yao is taken away, how can I revive a Yun? Then he analyzed the situation. Although the next master could still revive those who had been marked, but there was still the title of Ren Zhang to restore Hua Zhangzhou, which would certainly require enormous computational power. At that time, in order to obtain computational power, Tian Yao would activate the title of Ren Zhang. The more he thought, the angrier Liu Ye became. How could the connection between me and Hua Zhangzhou be severed? What is happening? Could it be that the three great titles do not represent the supreme authority in Hua Zhangzhou? Is there an even higher authority there? What use is thinking about this now? How can I return to Hua Zhangzhou and reclaim the title of Tian Yao? Liu Ye flailed his arms and legs, wanting to swim upward, telling himself, Liu Ye, think of a way quickly. What to do now? But he still kept sinking, sighing inwardly. What to do now? Liu Ye spun around, lamenting. What to do? Powerlessly, he let himself drift, thinking, what should I do? Liu Ye stubbornly raised his hand high as if trying to grab something, miserably thinking, now I don't even have a way to stop it. He squeezed his eyes shut, gritted his teeth and thought, how can I get back? Then he opened his eyes wide in helplessness. Floating in midair, Liu Ye cursed under his breath. Damn it, who can help me? Looking down at the vast wasteland, he sighed, who? Suddenly a glowing sphere appeared within Liu Ye's falling path. He looked down with teary eyes, saw a huge pure white sphere and wondered, what is this? Below was a city built on a high mountain, surrounded by swirling white clouds, very ethereal. Liu Ye doubted, a world rising from the bottom of the Guisu Sea. Liu Ye looked at the city streets below, marveling inwardly. This world gives me a feeling, and gazed at a distant mountain, thinking why it felt so familiar. Suddenly Liu Ye jolted as he landed on the surface of the white sphere, exclaiming, Yuan Jai. He heard a voice ring out bewildered. What's wrong? What happened? What made you so flustered? And puzzling this voice, he shouted out suspiciously, Ju Yin. Liu Ye stood on the bright white sphere's surface, confused. What is the current situation? He looked down, puzzled. Were you born from Ju Yin or? Ju Yin suddenly glowed and replied, this is just an object. It does not reflect myself. For Yuan Jai to return to the Guisu Sea, an object is needed. Then it explained, after you left, I completely took control of Yuan Jai, forming the Daiwo Yuan Jai. Besides generating computational power, I was just waiting for your signal. You truly didn't disappoint me, transmitting a signal here in just a short time. Liu Ye scratched his head in confusion and said, but now I've fallen down here too, can I still get out? Ju Yin looked at the distant glowing sphere and said, this little thing isn't even worth an object to me. Stand firm out there, hurry. At the same time, Tian Yao stood on the surface of Daiwo, happily shouting, plan complete. Her wooden branch was now enveloped in a blue energy. Tian Yao laughed refreshingly. I feel so good, ha ha. She looked up, extremely satisfied. Then Tian Yao muttered, honestly, if you had met me in the previous reincarnation, you would have succeeded. But unfortunately in this reincarnation, I have completely merged with Hua Zhangzhou. Now standing tiny and alone on the giant tree trunk, she said, I have become the Daiwo of Hua Zhangzhou. No matter how many powers you have, they are all granted by me. Tian Yao spread her arms, closed her eyes in contentment. Then she smirked, thinking, still, there's a bit of appreciation for you. In the next reincarnation, I will remake you into my 10th slave. Suddenly, Tian Yao remembered and exclaimed, no, right, I forgot, those slaves have been used up. Wait for reincarnation, then plan again. I will make you my #1 slave. Suddenly, Tian Yao was startled, her eyes wide and mouth agape in shock. Someone else shouted, Ku Am, help me. Ding saw a line suddenly appear in the sky, then 2 more lines perpendicular to each other. Her eyes widened, mouth agape, she stammered, that. At the same time, she also saw Lu Enhat, who puzzledly continued, what is? Meanwhile, Ku Am said, let me tell you. The India's situation, as you described, is just like my current situation. We buried our inner true body inside Da'ak, merging ourselves with Da'ak into one. Lu Enhat narrowed his eyes, listening to it share information. This is the only way to obtain the supreme power of the world, but the ability is time-related. They can only be used in personal space. Then it looked at Thindia's Da'ak Hoa Trung Trao, which was sealed in a cubic box, and added, The only way to deal with her is to freeze her along with her world, then unlock Da'ok, destroy her true body inside Da'ok. However, you must pay attention to one thing. To obtain the title that controls Da'ok, to revive your sister, you must ensure Da'ok's existence. After that, what happens can only depend on yourself. Lu Enhat spread his hands as if listening to Kuam's additional remarks. But the act of destroying Da'ok to find Thindia's true body very likely would cause Da'ok to be completely destroyed. Then he jumped up, flying toward the Da'ok Hoa Trung Trao. Seeing Lu Enhat jumping closer, Thindia wondered, This is Nguyen Jioi. Nguyen Jioi was buried under Bin Kui Hu, wasn't it? How could it escape? On the side, Ku Am said to Lu Enhat. That means I can't completely freeze her. But it's okay, I can only talk to you. At the same time, Lu Enhat landed on one end of the Da'ok Hoa Trung Trao. Thindia swept her gaze and yelled, What are you doing? You want to destroy Hoa Trung Trao Da'ok. On this side, Lu Enhat struck with his palm, breaking the trunk bit by bit. Thindia was frozen, but her mouth kept talking. Freezing me and Da'ok and then destroying Da'ok regardless. It seems you already know my current state, know my weakness. But you want to destroy Hoa Trung Trao, find my true body relying only on your weakened few thousand total attributes. How many more can you hit? Even if you have help from someone from Nguyen Jioi. But to escape from Bien Kui Hu, the remaining computational power of that thing isn't much anymore. But Lu Enhat didn't listen and continued his work of destroying Da'ok. He thought of the Kong Iron gathering domain and thought to himself, I already have 50 million total attributes. Then he continued breaking the Hoa Trung Trao Da'ok. Instead, Thindia cursed. Damn it, Hoa Trung Trao is also your home. How can you bear to do this? Don't destroy Da'ok without thinking. If you keep breaking it, Hoa Trung Trao will completely disappear. Lu Enhat replied, Dealing with you is my greatest wish right now. I don't care about anything else. Da'ok Hoa Trung Trao was struck with a powerful blow, causing part of the trunk to break. Then another attack followed. Lu Enhat gnashed his teeth in fury, thinking, Why can't I see it? Thindia looked over with tears in her eyes, then she smiled. Then Thindia shouted loudly, startling Lu Enhat. You couldn't kill me with the first strike and are searching for my true body. Is it because you want to retrieve the Dean and title? She sneered sarcastically. Stop your current actions, otherwise I will activate the Enhan Chung title. Hearing that, Lu Enhat paused for a second and looked up at her. Then he threw another punch, breaking a chunk of Da'ok. Immediately Thindia said, You're crazy, don't you need the Dean and title to save those people anymore? Lu Enhat replied, You should worry about your own life instead. At this moment Da'ok was already half destroyed. He thought that finally she couldn't withstand the pressure. Help me find my true body or trade with me before Da'ok is completely destroyed. Then Lu Enhat continued smashing. Instead, Thindia furiously cursed. Then she swept her gaze, gritted her teeth and persuaded. It seems you know well that I currently can't use the title, don't be smug. If you keep destroying, Da'ok will soon be unable to hold on. Then, the people you care about in Dia An will be buried along with me. But Lu Enhat still disregarded it. He tilted his head thinking, However, the best way now is to find her true body inside Da'ok. Then I can be in the upper hand, easily retrieve the Dia An title. Lu Enhat threw another destructive punch. He was puzzled. But where is the true body? Da'ok is already more than half destroyed. Why haven't I seen it yet? On the side, Thindia silently observed. As for Lu Enhat, he was almost out of patience. He looked toward Thindia and wondered, She's quiet now, and speculated that the pressure he created wasn't enough yet. At the same time, he stabbed his hand into the trunk of Da'ok. Suddenly, the system announced the activation of the destruction skill, target to be destroyed, Hoa Trung Trao. Then the entire Da'ok was covered by an orange net, originating from where Lu Enhat was. This sight shocked Thindia, and Lu Enhat was also stunned, dazed. He wondered passive, why is this happening? Meanwhile, Thindia threw her head back, her whole body glowing. Her eyes, mouth, and ears all shot out white light. At the same time, Ku Am said, Da'ok is about to be destroyed, I can't freeze it. Thindia gritted her teeth, tricky, I. Then she opened her eyes wide. She chuckled softly, then moved her body, pointed ahead and said, You Thindia, you're sulking, aren't you? Come, let's make a bet. Let's see how long the bond between us can last. After I die, as long as you still remember me, continue striving to restore Hoa Trung Trao, changing the situation of the clone. She suddenly clenched her fist and said, It seems my path can only go this far. On one side, Lu Enhat was dazzled, jaw agape in disbelief, hearing Thindia continue. But my perseverance, my protection of Hoa Trung Trao, my effort to eliminate the clones separated from Hoa Trung Trao, she murmured, adding, After all, it's all just a gamble. Thinking about it now is ridiculous. I myself have strived through more than 100 cycles of reincarnation, spanning over 2,000 years. Lu Enhat looked at her. On the other side, Da'ok continued, You should thank me. It's because I expelled you that you survived the destruction of Hoa Trung Chao. But to be buried with me, except for you, all the people of Hoa Trung Chao, including those you care about, deserve it. Instead, Lu Enhat reached out his hand and exclaimed in shock, "Quick, give me the film title." Then, Thien Dia laughed maniacally and replied, "Just live a lonely life like that. You destroyed Hoa Trung Chao and killed all the people you care about, you pitiful wretch." Then she laughed out loud with glee, "Ha ha!" At the same time, the entire Daak glowed intensely. Then it exploded into dust. Lu Enhat was blown away, falling. He landed on a large rock, looked up, and saw the fragments floating in space. He muttered, "Hoa Trung Chao," just like that, it vanished. Lu Enhat collapsed, heartbrokenly cried out, "Gone." Beside him, the bright white orb Ku Am spoke words of comfort. "Sorry, I couldn't help you." Lu Enhat seemed soulless. With tears brimming, he stammered, I. The system displayed a message, Thien Dia program restriction removed. Starting Thien Dia program. Check if Dong Hong Bell is in inventory. Use Dong Hong Bell to rebuild Hoa Trung Chao. Seeing that, Lu Enhat puzzled, "This is..." Once again, he reread the message. Then, overjoyed like crazy, he exclaimed in shock, This. Meanwhile, Ku Am beside him didn't understand anything. The system stated again, Dong Hong Bell detected without a spirit core. As the master of Dong Hong, do you want to manage Hoa Trung Chao in its place? Immediately, amidst the fragments of Daak, Lu Enhat replied, "Ha, agreed." Then all the fragments of Daak glowed blue together. Not only them, but Lu Enhat's entire body also glowed. He raised both hands, watching the dissolving fragments, eyes wide and mouth agape in astonishment. Beside him, Ku Am appeared and asked, "What are you?" Suddenly, the large rock he sat on shot away. Lu Enhat was startled and puzzled. Then his whole body went boom, radiating dozens of light rays from. Next, a log of light appears, then it slowly grows branches and leaves. A moment later, the branches and leaves develop, forming a glowing tree on a small mound. Finally, it is a complete tree with lush branches and leaves. Seeing this on one side, Liu Yi laughs excitedly. "Ha ha, I've become an imperial domain." At the same time, the system announces, "You have obtained the title Tian Yao, you have obtained the title Dai Ying, you have obtained the title Ren Zhang." He wipes his tears, secretly overjoyed. So great, the titles have returned. Tears welling in his eyes, Liu Yi is filled with emotion. This outcome is too perfect. Track An is somewhat puzzled, though it must be said, isn't the Tian Yao program meant for the Hua Zhangzhou Imperial Domain to create special bodies? He looks ahead, puzzled. After the Imperial Domain was destroyed, it still exists. Could it be that the system center is not on Hua Zhangzhou? Then where? Track An thinks of Yuan Jia. After a long while, the tiny Hua Zhangzhou Imperial Domain floats beside a giant glowing white sphere. Suddenly, the system announces, Imperial Domain level insufficient. The Dian Ying title has no effect. Cannot use resurrection. It announces this repeatedly for a second time. At this moment, Liu Yi sits cross-legged beneath the Imperial Domain tree, looking at the system screen. In front of him, a black magical vortex appears. Zhu Yin appears beside him, saying, "You also anticipated the case of insufficient Imperial Domain level. Every world that falls into the Guisu Sea and then escapes, the Imperial Domain level returns to 0. The Yuan Jai Imperial Domain is also only level 1. Then it also reminds, although it is still safe now, we cannot generate computational power on our own. When the membrane absorbs all the computational power we have stored, the membrane breaks, the Nameless One will appear again. By then, we will still be dragged back to the Guisu Sea." Hearing this, Liu Yi tilts his head up and replies, "Not just leveling up, we also have to create space for survival. These all require computational power." He looks at the star-like glowing white spheres in front of him, adding, "It seems we can only snatch it from others. This is the only way. The gap between our world level and theirs is too great." At the same time, Liu Yi also points out his own weakness. In direct conflict, let alone plundering, not getting plundered in return would already be good enough. But wanting to destroy them from within, under the membrane's protection, we cannot do it. So frustrating. He looks down pensively, then glances at Zhu Yin, saying, "Let's not talk about this for now, there is still time for me to plan. Right now, I mainly want to ask a few questions." He recalls the system's earlier announcement about the Tian Yao program, and looks at Zhu Yin, puzzled. "Where is the real data center? Before, I always thought the data center was in the Imperial Domain. But after my Imperial Domain world was destroyed, I still received system notifications." Hearing this, Zhu Yin is also puzzled. After the Imperial Domain was destroyed, you still received system notifications. How is that possible? The data construction of any system requires its own Imperial Domain to serve as the operating center. Suddenly its eyes widen, adding, "Unless your system is protected outside the ruined upper realm, this is too unbelievable." How did you do it? Is it through? On the other side, Liu Yi squints, recalling, it was after obtaining a special body at Yuanjai. Zhu Yin is confused. Yuanjai special body. Then it slowly relates. Legend has it that special bodies are things that connect the original world to the copy. Could it be because of that? No one knows the reason. You connected to the system above through a relay system. Zhu Yin asks about how to invade other worlds to snatch computational power. Does your system have instructions? He opens the system, answering, the reminder after the Imperial domain was destroyed has already appeared. My world, besides me, still has survivors. He looks at the map showing images of 3 people in different locations. Looking at the furious Kai Nong, Liu Yi states, this place is farthest from us, currently in a super large world near the Guisu Sea. Then looking at the short-haired girl in black standing before a swirling cloud, he says, this place is very strange. She is in a world beneath the Guisu Sea. This world seems to be where the Nameless One was born. And looking at Nhu Loi Dang Truong raising his hand to the sky, he continues, relatively nearby is his world. Nhu Loi roars, to destroy me you'd better train another 800 years. I want to trample over everything. I am the only one who can conquer it all. Hearing this, Liu Yi frowns, pursing his lips unhappily. Then he returns to the main matter. They don't know what they've been through. Just like that, entering other worlds with the system's help, I can send my clones to their world. Dun Zhu Yin says, whatever happened to this system of yours, having this choice, the biggest obstacle to obtaining computational power has disappeared. It looks down, adding, currently there is one thing, any creature in this world cannot enter another world because all attributes will be suppressed in another world. Furthermore, also suppressed by that world, leading to increasingly weakening strength. If this happens, the difficulty of snatching computational power from other worlds is no less than penetrating the world through the membrane. Hearing this, Liu Yi laughs loudly again. Then he creates several clones. Next, he creates a series of images of himself, astonishing Zhu Yin. Liu Yi explained, after Tianyao died, I successfully reached level 100, obtaining the max level skill Tianyi. Then he explains, it can enhance all of my skill. The clone skill after being enhanced also has no limit on quantity. Each clone can develop freely as it wishes. I can create infinite clones. He narrows his eyes, smiling smugly. Let each clone develop freely in each plundered world. Finally, victory was achieved by concentrating the strength of all clones into a single clone. From one side, Ku Am praised, so it can be done like this. Congratulations, congratulations. Lu Enhat narrowed his eyes in a smile and said, in exchange, once I can pull you in as well, you should just come over. We'll split the computational power 50-50. Hearing that, Ku Am was speechless, then replied, thank you. Suddenly, Lu Enhat reminded about the next cooperation. Don't try to hide anymore. Ku Am argued from one side, that can't be said in advance. This is my style, can it be changed? Hearing that, outside Daok One could also hear their crisp laughter. Lu Enhat grinned with great satisfaction and Ku Am smiled helplessly. Afterwards at leisure, Lu Enhat thought within the real world of Hoa Trung Chao. Before he knew it, everything had been resolved. Now his Daok was an ancient tree floating adrift. Lu Enhat thought that from here on, he just needed to obtain computational power and recover step by step. He sat down on the ground, looked up, and sighed with emotion. Although the most important person was in a state of recovery, at least they were still alive. Since his rebirth, having come step by step to this point, although his goal was to become stronger, his greatest wish. In front of him, glowing orbs floated in the universe. Lu Enhat believed it was simply to eliminate all dangers for those beside him, just so that he and those around him could have a peaceful life. As long as the subsequent collection of computational power went smoothly, then what he wanted could be realized in Hoa Trung Chao. He also knew, but only within Hoa Trung Chao. As a world, Hoa Trung Chao was in its early stages. His Daok compared to the prime world Daok was extremely tiny, Lu Enhat thought. Hoa Trung Chao had to constantly grow stronger, become immensely powerful, strong enough to withstand all risks. Looking at a world with hills and white clouds drifting lazily, Lu Enhat silently noted, as if in an indeterminate world. He set foot on that land. Lu Enhat glanced around curiously. What kind of world was this? He looked toward the distant grassland and mountains, remarking that it didn't seem much different from Hoa Trung Chao. Suddenly, the system announced, the Thien Dia program has officially launched. Are you sure you want to digitize the current world? After digitization, the Thien Dia program will make plans for you to conquer this world. If the plan succeeds, you will become the master of this world. Seeing that, Lu Enhat was stunned and suspicious. So it can be like this, what exactly is the Thien Dia program? Then he thought seriously. If he could change the world according to this procedure, then for him, conquering a world was just like playing a game. He grinned excitedly. A world master, an unknown world and countless copies of worlds. and he decided to launch. Immediately, a drop of water fell, creating water ripples. Then, Lu Enhat seemed to stand at an intersection point on a chessboard with countless crisscrossing lines. Next, the entire world was covered by a net like a spider web. At an unknown location, there were two rugged red-eyed monsters. At another unknown location, a monster bared its terrifying teeth and growled. At some unknown location, a demon glanced over warily. Gradually, the network slowly disappeared. Finally, the system said, "The digitization process is complete." Lu Enhat clenched his fists happily. Simultaneously, the system announced, "Please proceed to the main mission location to activate the mission Light Born in Darkness." Seeing that, he exclaimed, "So that's how it is." Immediately, Lu Enhat raised one hand high to the sky and shouted, "Then let me go outside Hoa Trung Chao." He looked at the clear blue sky. Clouds of gold, orange, and red, determined to start seriously playing the game. Suddenly, the sky turned an eerie red and the clouds and hills changed color as well.